Dear family, the base level API key for TangguoSister's API service has expired. There are two options available, a regular monthly package for 108 month and a pro monthly package for 268 month, each with its own benefits. Payment is secure, so if you want to continue using the service, hurry up and renew via the link. TangguoSister API Service API Key Renewal Notification. Your base level API key has expired. Please choose a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key. Skling key Vagina IG Force 1 TV J5XD1. Upgrade regular monthly package price. 108.00 month suitable for users with moderate usage. Supporting mainstream commonly used models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models Claude 4S, Gemini 2. 5 DeepSeek Grok. Daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models. Unlimited requests for Gemini 2. 5 Flash, Khalid 35 Haiku. Valid for 30 days. Upgrade Nopes, Okapi. Paco. Komapire and will create session. API key Skling key Vagina W9G Force 1 TV J5's Plamid Lauda Login True 2. Upgrade Pro monthly package price. 268.00 month the highest level package. Supports all models and early access to the latest models, suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus, Opus 4, Think, Search for Olatist, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for illustration models, top-level Nanobanan, and other models specifically for figurines. Unlimited requests for Gemini 2. 5 Flash, Khalid 35 Haiku. Priority technical support. Valid for 30 days. Early access to the latest models Wolfstride, Kingfall. Upgrade Nopes, Okapi. Paco. Komapire and will create session. API key Skling Kivajang V9 Force 1 J5's Plants Abroad Login True. Go directly to the store to see more packages. Tangwa. Echo here. Org. Need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact support CDN. Echo here. Or Tanguo chat. JPG. Online customer service. Consult Nopes. CDN. Echo here. Or Tanguo chat. JPG. Security tip: the renewal link is encrypted and only valid for your API key. The payment process is securely handled by Stripe. Once the renewal is successful, the service will be restored immediately. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. TangguoSister API Service API Key Renewal Notification. Your base level API key has expired. Please choose a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key. Skling key Vagina IG Force 1 TV J5XD1. Upgrade regular monthly package price. 108.00 month suitable for users with moderate usage. Supporting mainstream commonly used models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models Claude 4S, Gemini 2. 5 DeepSeek Grok. Daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models. Unlimited requests for Gemini 2. 5 Flash, Khalid 35 Haiku. Valid for 30 days. Upgrade Nopes, Okapi. Paco. Komapire and will create session. API key Skling key Vagina W9G Force 1 TV J5's Plamid Lauda Login True 2. Upgrade Pro monthly package price. 268.00 month the highest level package. Supports all models and early access to the latest models, suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus, Opus 4, Think, Search for Olatist, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for illustration models, top-level Nanobanan, and other models specifically for figurines. Unlimited requests for Gemini 2. 5 Flash, Khalid 35 Haiku. Priority technical support. Valid for 30 days. Early access to the latest models Wolfstride, Kingfall. Upgrade Nopes, Okapi. Paco. Komapire and will create session. API key Skling Kivajang V9 Force 1 J5's Plants Abroad Login True. Go directly to the store to see more packages. Tangwa. Echo here. Org. Need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact support CDN. Echo here. Or Tanguo chat. JPG. Online customer service. Consult Nopes. CDN. Echo here. Or Tanguo chat. JPG. Security notice: the renewal link is encrypted and valid only for your API key. The payment process is securely handled by Stripe. Services will resume immediately after successful renewal. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. TangguoSister API Service API Key Renewal Notification. Your base level API key has expired. Please choose a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key. Skling key Vijay 4 J5XD1. Upgrade standard monthly plan price 108.00 month suitable for moderate users. Supports mainstream models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models Claude 4S, Gemini 2. 5 DeepSeek Grok. Daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models. Unlimited requests for Gemini 2. 5 Flash, Claude 35 Haiku. 30-day validity. Upgrade Nopes, Okapi. Paco. Coma Pi Renewal Create Session. APIKey Skling Key Vijay G4 J5's Plan Mid Lauda Login True 2. Upgrade Pro monthly plan price 268.00 month. The highest level plan. Supports all models and early access to the latest models, suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus, Opus 4, Think, Search for OLATist, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for image generation models top level. Nano Banan and other figure-specific drawing models. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash, Claude 3-5. Haiku Priority Technical Support 30-day validity early access to the latest models. Wolfstride, Kingfall. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Okapi. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. APIKey Scaling for J5XD. Plan Super Auto Login True. Go directly to the store for more packages. HTTPS. TangguoSister here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact us. HTTPS, CDN, here, or Tango Chat, JPG, online customer service. Consult now, HTTPS, CDN, here, or Tango Chat, JPG, security tips. The renewal link is encrypted and only valid for your API key. Payment process is securely handled through Stripe. Services will resume immediately after successful renewal. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. TangguoSister API Service API Key Renewal Notification. Your base level API key has expired. Please choose a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key. Scaling 4 1. Upgrade. Standard monthly package price 108.00 month suitable for users with moderate usage. Supporting mainstream commonly used models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models Claude 4S, Gemini 2. 5 DeepSeek Grok. Daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash, Claude 3-5. Haiku 30-day validity. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Okapi. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. APIKey Scaling 4 Plan Middle Auto Login True. 2. Upgrade. Pro monthly package price 268.00 month. The highest level package. Supports all models and early access to the latest models, suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek Grok, GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus, Opus 4. Think, Search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models. Top-level Nano Banan and other figure-specific drawing models. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Claude 3-5. Haiku Priority Technical Support 30-day validity early access to the latest models. Wolfstride, Kingfall. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Okapi. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. APIKey Scaling 4 J5XD. Plan Super Auto Login True. Go directly to the store for more packages. HTTPS. TangguoSister here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact us. HTTPS, CDN, here, or Tango Chat, JPG, online customer service. Consult now. HTTPS, CDN, here, or Tango Chat, JPG, security tips. The renewal link is encrypted and only valid for your API key. Payment process is securely handled through Stripe. Services will resume immediately after successful renewal. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. TangguoSister API Service API Key Renewal Notification. Your base level API key has expired. Please choose a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key. Scaling 5XD. 1. Upgrade. Standard monthly package price. 108.00 month suitable for users with moderate usage. Supporting mainstream commonly used models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models, Claude 4S, Gemini 2. 5. DeepSeek Grok. Daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models, unlimited Gemini 2. 5. Flash, Claude 3-5. Haiku 30-day validity, upgrade now, HTTPS, copy. Hako. Com API renewal create session. APIKey, scaling 4XD, plan middle auto login true. 2. Upgrade, pro monthly package price, 268.00 month, the highest level package. Supports all models and early access to the latest models, suitable for heavy users. Support for all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok. GPT, daily limit of 550 requests for all models, daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3. Opus, Opus 4, thanks search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models, top-level nanobanan and other figure-specific drawing models. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5. Flash. Kalud 3-5. Haiku priority technical support 30-day validity period early access to the latest models. Wolfstride, Kingfall. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Copy. Hako. Com API renewal create session. APIKey scaling 4XD plans super auto login true. Visit the store for more packages. HTTPS. TangguoSister here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact us, HTTPS, CDN, here, or Tango Chat, JPG, online customer service. Consult now, HTTPS, CDN, here, or Tango Chat, JPG, security reminder. The renewal link is encrypted and valid only for your API key. The payment process is securely handled by Stripe. Once the renewal is successful, the service will be restored immediately. This message was generated automatically by the system. Please do not reply. TangguoSister API Service API Key Renewal Notice your base level API key has expired. Please choose a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key. Scaling 4XD. 1. Upgrade. Regular monthly package price. 108.00 month suitable for moderate users. Supports mainstream models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models Claude 4S, Gemini 2. 5. DeepSeek Grok. Daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models, unlimited Gemini 2. 5. Flash, Kalud 3-5. Haiku 30-day validity period, upgrade now. HTTPS, copy. Hako. Com API renewal create session. APIKey, scaling 4XD, plan middle auto login true. 2. Upgrade, pro monthly package price, 268.00 month, the highest level package. Supports all models and early access to the latest models, suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok. GPT, daily limit of 550 requests for all models, daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3. Opus, Opus 4, thanks search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models, top-level nanobanan and other figure-specific drawing models. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5. Flash. Kalud 3-5. Haiku priority technical support 30-day validity period early access to the latest models. Wolfstride, Kingfall. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Copy. Hako. Com API renewal create session. APIKey scaling 4XD plans super auto login true. Visit the store for more packages. HTTPS. TangguoSister here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact us, HTTPS, CDN, here, or Tango Chat, JPG, online customer service. Consult now, HTTPS, CDN, here, or Tango Chat, JPG, security reminder. The renewal link is encrypted and valid only for your API key. The payment process is securely handled by Stripe. Once the renewal is successful, the service will be restored immediately. This message was generated automatically by the system. Please do not reply. TangguoSister API Service API Key Renewal Notice your base level API key has expired. Please choose a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key. Scaling 4XD. 1. Upgrade. Regular monthly package price. 108. 00 month suitable for moderate users. Supports mainstream models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models Claude 4S. Gemini 2. 5. DeepSeek, Grok. Daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash, Khalid 3-5. Haiku 30-day validity period. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Okapi. Paco. Com API renewal create session. APIKey scaling for XD. Plan middle autologin true. 2. Upgrade. Pro monthly package price. 268. 00 month. The highest level package. Supports all models and early access to the latest models. Suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok. GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus. Opus 4. Think, search for latest. Etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models. Top-tier nanobanan and other figure-specific drawing models. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Khalid 3-5. Haiku priority technical support. 30-day validity early access to the latest models. Wolfstride, Kingfall. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Okapi. Paco. Com API renewal create session. APIKey scaling for XD plan super autologin true. Go directly to the store to see more packages. HTTPS. TangguoSister here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact customer service. HTTPS. CDN. here. Or Tango chat. JPG. Online customer service. Inquire now. HTTPS. CDN. here. Or Tango chat. JPG. Security reminder. The renewal link is encrypted and valid only for your API key. The payment process is securely handled by Stripe. After successful renewal, the service will resume immediately. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. TangguoSister API Service API Key Renewal Notification. Your base level API key has expired. Please choose a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key. Scaling 4.5XD. 1. Upgrade. Standard monthly package price. 108. 00 months suitable for users with moderate usage. Supports mainstream commonly used models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models Claude 4S, Gemini 2. 5. DeepSeek, Grok. Daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash, Khalid 3-5. Haiku 30-day validity. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Okapi. Paco. Com API renewal create session. APIKey scaling for XD. Plan middle autologin true. 2. Upgrade. Pro monthly package price. 268. 00 month. The highest level package. Supports all models and early access to the latest models. Suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok. GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus. Opus 4. Think, search for latest. Etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models. Top-tier nanobanan and other figure-specific drawing models. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Khalid 3-5. Haiku priority technical support. 30-day validity early access to the latest models. Wolfstride, Kingfall. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Okapi. Paco. Com API renewal create session. APIKey scaling for XD plan super autologin true. Go directly to the store to see more packages. HTTPS. TangguoSister here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact customer service. HTTPS. CDN. here. Or Tango chat. JPG. Online customer service. Inquire now. HTTPS. CDN. here. Or Tango chat. JPG. Security reminder. The renewal link is encrypted and valid only for your API key. The payment process is securely handled by Stripe. After successful renewal, the service will resume immediately. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. TangguoSister API Service API Key Renewal Notification. Your base level API key has expired. Please choose a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key. Scaling 4.5XD. 1. Upgrade. Standard monthly package price. 108. 00 months suitable for users with moderate usage. Supports mainstream commonly used models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models, Claude 4S, Gemini 2. 5. DeepSeek, Grok, daily limit of 450 requests from mainstream models, unlimited Gemini 2. 5. Flash, Claude 3-5. Haiku 30 days validity, upgrade now, HTTPS, copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. APIKey, scaling for 5XD, plan, middle auto login true. 2. Upgrade, pro monthly package price, 268.00 month, the highest level package. Supports all models and early access to the latest models, suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok. GPT, daily limit of 550 requests for all models, daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3. Opus, Opus 4, thanks search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models, top-tier nanobanan and other figurine-specific drawing models. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5. Flash, Claude 3-5. Haiku priority technical support, 30 days validity, early access to the latest models. Wolfstride, Kingfall, upgrade now. HTTPS, copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. APIKey, scaling for 5XD, plan, super auto login true. Go to the store to see more packages. HTTPS, TangguoSister here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact us, HTTPS, CDN, here. Or Tanguo chat. JPG, online customer service. Inquire now, HTTPS, CDN, here. Or Tanguo chat. JPG, security notice. The renewal link is encrypted and only valid for your API key. Payment process is securely handled by Stripe. Services will be restored immediately after successful renewal. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. TangguoSister API service API key renewal notification. Your base level API key has expired. Please choose a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key. Scaling 5XD 1. Upgrade, standard monthly package price, 108.00 month, suitable for users with moderate usage. Supports commonly used mainstream models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models, Claude 4S, Gemini 2. 5. DeepSeek, Grok, daily limit of 450 requests from mainstream models, unlimited Gemini 2. 5. Flash, Claude 3-5. Haiku 30 days validity, upgrade now, HTTPS, copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. APIKey, scaling for 5XD, plan, middle auto login true. 2. Upgrade, pro monthly package price, 268.00 month, the highest level package. Supports all models and early access to the latest models, suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok. GPT, daily limit of 550 requests for all models, daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3. Opus, Opus 4, thanks search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models, top-tier nanobanan and other figurine-specific drawing models. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5. Flash, Claude 3-5. Haiku priority technical support, 30 days validity, early access to the latest models. Wolfstride, Kingfall, upgrade now. HTTPS, copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. APIKey, scaling for 5XD, plan, super auto login true. Go to the store to see more packages. HTTPS, TangguoSister here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact us, HTTPS, CDN, here. Or Tanguo chat. JPG, online customer service. Inquire now, HTTPS, CDN, here. Or Tanguo chat. JPG, security notice. The renewal link is encrypted and only valid for your API key. Payment process is securely handled by Stripe. Services will be restored immediately after successful renewal. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. TangguoSister API service API key renewal notification. Your base level API key has expired. Please choose a renewal plan to continue using service. Current API key. Scaling 5XD 1. Upgrade, standard monthly plan price, 108.00 month, suitable for users with moderate usage. Supports mainstream models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models, Claude 4S, Gemini 2. 5. DeepSeek, Grok, daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models, unlimited Gemini 2. 5. Flash, Khalid 3-5. Haiku 30-day validity. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Okapi. Paco. Com API renewal create session. APIKey scaling for XD. Plan middle autologin true. 2. Upgrade. Pro monthly plan price. 268.00 month. The highest level plan. Supports all models and early access to the latest models. Suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok, GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3. Opus. Opus 4. Think, search for latest. Etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models. Top-level Nanobanan and other figurine-specific drawing models. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Khalid 3-5. Haiku priority technical support. 30-day validity. Early access to the latest models. Wolfstride, Kingfall. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Okapi. Paco. Com API renewal create session. APIKey scaling for GIF of XD. Plan super autologin true. Visit the store for more plans. HTTPS. TangguoSister here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact us. HTTPS. CDN. here. Or Tanguo chat. JPG. Online support. Consult now. HTTPS. CDN. here. Or Tanguo chat. JPG. Security tips. The renewal link is encrypted and only valid for your API key. Payment process is securely handled by Stripe. Service will be restored immediately after successful renewal. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. TangguoSister API service API key renewal notification. Your base level API key has expired. Please choose a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key. Scaling for XD. 1. Upgrade. Standard monthly plan price. 108.00 month. Suitable for users with moderate usage. Supports mainstream models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models Claude 4S, Gemini 2. 5. DeepSeek, Grok. Daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Khalid 3-5. Haiku 30-day validity. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Okapi. Paco. Com API renewal create session. APIKey scaling for XD. Plan middle autologin true. 2. Upgrade. Pro monthly plan price. 268.00 month. The highest level plan. Supports all models and early access to the latest models. Suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok, GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3. Opus. Opus 4. Think, search for latest. Etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models. Top-level Nanobanan and other figurine-specific drawing models. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Khalid 3-5. Haiku priority technical support. 30-day validity. Early access to the latest models. Wolfstride, Kingfall. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Okapi. Paco. Com API renewal create session. APIKey scaling for GIF of XD. Plan super autologin true. Visit the store for more plans. HTTPS. TangguoSister here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact us. HTTPS. CDN. here. Or Tanguo chat. JPG. Online support. Consult now. HTTPS. CDN. here. Or Tanguo chat. JPG. Security tips. The renewal link is encrypted and only valid for your API key. Payment process is securely handled by Stripe. Service will be restored immediately after successful renewal. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. TangguoSister API service API key renewal. Notice your base level API key has expired. Please choose a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key. Scaling for XD. 1. Upgrade. Standard monthly plan price. 108.00 month. Suitable for users with moderate usage. Supports mainstream commonly used models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models Claude 4S, Gemini 2. 5. DeepSeek, Grok. Daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Claude 3-5. Haiku 30-day validity. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Okapi. Paco. Com API renewal create session. APIKey scaling for 5XD. Plan middle autologin true. 2. Upgrade. Pro monthly package price, $268.00 month highest tier package. Supports all models and early access to the latest models, suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek Grok, GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus, Opus 4, Think, Search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models. Top-tier nanobanan and other figure-specific drawing models. Unlimited access to Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Kalud 3-5. Haiku priority technical support 30-day validity early access to the latest models. Wolfstride, Kingfall. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. APIKey scaling for GIF of XD. Plan super auto login true. Go directly to the store to see more packages. HTTPS. Tangwa. Echo here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact customer service. HTTPS. CDN. Echo here. Or Tangwa chat. JPG. Online customer service. Consult now. HTTPS. CDN. Echo here. Or Tangwa chat. JPG. Security tips. The renewal link is encrypted and valid only for your API key. The payment process is securely handled by Stripe. Services will be restored immediately after successful renewal. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. TangguoSister API Service API Key Renewal Notification. Your base level API key has expired. Please select a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key. Scaling 475XD. 1. Upgrade. Standard monthly package price. $108.00 months suitable for users with moderate usage. Supports mainstream commonly used models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models, Claude 4S, Gemini 2. 5. DeepSeek Grok, daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models, unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash, Claude 3-5. Haiku 30-day validity, upgrade now. HTTPS, copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. APIKey, scaling 475XD, plan middle auto login true. 2. Upgrade, pro monthly package price, $268.00 month highest level package. Supports all models and provides early access to the latest models, suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok, GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus, Opus 4, Think, Search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for image generation models. Top-tier nanobanan and other figure-specific image models. Unlimited access to Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Claude 3-5. Haiku priority technical support 30-day validity period early access to the latest models. Wolfstride, Kingfall, upgrade now. HTTPS, copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. APIKey scaling 478G5XD plan super auto login true. Go directly to the store to see more packages. HTTPS, Tangwa. Echo here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact us. HTTPS, CDN. Echo here. Or Tangwa chat. JPG. Online customer service. Consult now. HTTPS, CDN. Echo here. Or Tangwa chat. JPG. Security tips. The renewal link is encrypted and only valid for your API key. Payment processing is securely handled by Stripe. Services will be restored immediately after successful renewal. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. TangguoSister API Service API Key Renewal Notice. Your base level API key has expired. Please choose a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key. Scaling 478G5XD. 1. Upgrade. Standard monthly plan price. $108.00 month suitable for users with moderate usage. Supporting mainstream models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models, Claude 4S, Gemini 2. 5. DeepSeek, Grok, daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models, unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash, Kalud 3-5. Haiku 30-day validity, upgrade now. HTTPS, copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. APIKey scaling 470G5XD, plan middle auto login true. 2. Upgrade, pro monthly plan price, $268.00 month, the highest level package. Supports all models and early access to the latest models, suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok. GPT, daily limit of 550 requests for all models, daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus, Opus 4, Think, search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for image generation models. Top tier Nanobanan and other models for figurines. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Kalud 3-5. Haiku priority technical support 30-day validity early access to the latest models. Wolfstride, Kingfall. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. APIKey scaling for each of XD plan super auto login true. Go directly to the store to see more packages. HTTPS. TangguoSister here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact us. HTTPS, CDN. here. Or Tango Chat. JPG. Online customer service. Consult now. HTTPS, CDN. here. Or Tango Chat. JPG, security tips. The renewal link is encrypted and only valid for your API key. Payment processing is securely handled by Stripe. Services will be restored immediately after successful renewal. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. TangguoSister API Service API Key Renewal Notice your base level API key has expired. Please choose a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key. Scaling key 994 so 125XD 1. Upgrade. Standard monthly plan price 108.00 months suitable for users with moderate usage, supporting mainstream models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models Claude 4S, Gemini 2. 5. DeepSeek, Grok. Daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Kalud 3-5. Haiku 30-day validity. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key scaling for XD plan middle auto login true. 2. Upgrade. Pro monthly plan price 268.00 month, the highest level package. Supports all models and early access to the latest models, suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok. GPT, daily limit of 550 requests for all models, daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus, Opus 4, Think, search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for image generation models. Top tier Nanobanan and other models for figurines. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Kalud 3-5. Haiku priority technical support 30-day validity early access to the latest models. Wolfstride, Kingfall. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key scaling for 1 to XD plan super auto login true. Go directly to the store to see more packages. HTTPS. TangguoSister here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact customer service. HTTPS. CDN. here. Or Tango Chat. JPG. Online customer service. Inquire now. HTTPS. CDN. here. Or Tango Chat. JPG. Security reminder. The renewal link is encrypted and only valid for your API key. The payment process is securely handled by Stripe. Services will be restored immediately after a successful renewal. This message is generated automatically by the system. Please do not reply. TangguoSister API Service API Key Renewal Notification. Your base level API key has expired. Please select a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key. Scaling 475XD 1. Upgrade. Standard monthly package price 108.00 months suitable for medium usage users. Supports mainstream commonly used models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models Claude 4S, Gemini 2. 5. DeepSeek, Grok. Daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Kalud 3-5. Haiku valid for 30 days. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key scaling force 1 to XD plan middle auto login true. 2. Upgrade. Pro monthly package price 268.00 month, the highest level package. Supports all models and early access to the latest models, suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek, Grok. GPT, daily limit of 550 requests for all models, daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus 4, thanks search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models, top tier Nanobanan and other figurine-specific drawing models. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Kalud 3-5. Haiku priority technical support valid for 30 days, early access to the latest models. Wolfstride, Kingfall. Upgrade now. HTTPS, copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. APIKey scaling for 5XD plan super auto login true. Go directly to the store to see more packages. HTTPS, TangguoSister here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact customer service, HTTPS, CDN. here. Or Tanguo chat. JPG, online customer service. Inquire now, HTTPS, CDN. here. Or Tanguo chat. JPG, security reminder. The renewal link is encrypted and only valid for your API key. The payment process is securely handled by Stripe. Services will be restored immediately after a successful renewal. This message is generated automatically by the system. Please do not reply. TangguoSister API service API key renewal notification. Your base level API key has expired. Please select a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key. Scaling 5XD 1. Upgrade. Standard monthly package price 108.00 months suitable for medium usage users. Supports mainstream commonly used models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models Claude 4S, Gemini 2. 5. DeepSeek Grok. Daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash Kalud 3-5. Haiku valid for 30 days. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. APIKey scaling 412 plan. Middle auto login true. 2. Upgrade. Pro monthly package price 268.00 month. The highest level package. Supports all models and early access to the latest models, suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek Grok. GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus 4. Thanks search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models, top-level Nanobanan and other figurine-specific drawing models. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Claude 3-5. Haiku priority technical support 30-day validity early access to the latest models. Wolfstride, Kingfall. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. APIKey scaling 5XD plan super auto login true. Go directly to the store to see more packages. HTTPS, TangguoSister here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact us, HTTPS, CDN. here. Or Tanguo chat. JPG, online customer service. Consult now, HTTPS, CDN. here. Or Tanguo chat. JPG, security reminder. The renewal link is encrypted and valid only for your API key. Payment process securely handled through Stripe. Service will resume immediately after successful renewal. This message was generated automatically by the system. Please do not reply. TangguoSister API service API key renewal notification. Your base level API key has expired. Please select a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key. Scaling 5XD 1. Upgrade. Standard monthly package price 108.00 months suitable for users with moderate usage. Supports mainstream commonly used models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models Claude 4S, Gemini 2. 5. DeepSeek Grok. Daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash Claude 3-5. Haiku 30-day validity. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. APIKey scaling 412 plan. Middle auto login true. 2. Upgrade. Pro monthly package price 268.00 month. The highest level package. Supports all models and early access to the latest models, suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek Grok. GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus 4. Thanks search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models, top-level Nanobanan, and other figurine-specific drawing models. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Claude 3-5. Haiku Priority Technical Support 30-day validity early access to the latest models. Wolfstride, Kingfall. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Okapi. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. APIKey scaling for XD. Planned Super Autolog and True. Go directly to the store to see more packages. HTTPS. TangguoSister here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact us. HTTPS. CDN. here. Or TangguoChat. JPG. Online customer service. Consult now. HTTPS. CDN. here. Or TangguoChat. JPG. Security reminder. The renewal link is encrypted and valid only for your API key. Payment process securely handled through Stripe. Service will resume immediately after successful renewal. This message was generated automatically by the system. Please do not reply. TangguoSister API Service API Key Renewal Notification. Your base level API key has expired. Please select a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key. Scaling to 5XD. 1. Upgrade. Standard monthly package price. 108.00 month suitable for users with moderate usage. Supports mainstream commonly used models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models, Claude 4S, Gemini 2. 5. DeepSeek Grok, daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models, unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash, Claude 3-5. Haiku 30-day validity, upgrade now. HTTPS, Okapi. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. APIKey scaling for 5XD. Plan middle autolog and true. 2. Upgrade. Pro monthly plan price. 268.00 month highest tier plan. Supports all models and early access to the latest models, suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek Grok. GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus. Opus 4. Think, search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for image models, top-tier Nanobanan, and other figurine-specific image models. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Claude 3-5. Haiku Priority Technical Support 30-day validity early access to the latest models. Wolfstride, Kingfall. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Okapi. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. APIKey scaling for 5XD planned Super Autolog and True. Go to the store to see more plans. HTTPS. TangguoSister here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer support team. Email support. Contact customer service. HTTPS. CDN. here. Or TangguoChat. JPG. Online customer service. Inquire now. HTTPS. CDN. here. Or TangguoChat. JPG. Safety reminder. The renewal link is encrypted and valid only for your API key. The payment process is securely handled by Stripe. Services will be restored immediately after successful renewal. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. TangguoSister API Service API Key Renewal Notification. Your base level API key has expired. Please choose a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key. Scaling to 5XD. 1. Upgrade. Standard monthly plan price. 108.00 month suitable for users with moderate usage. Supports mainstream models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models Claude 4S, Gemini 2. 5. DeepSeek Grok. Daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models, unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash, Claude 3-5. Haiku 30-day validity, upgrade now. HTTPS, Okapi. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. APIKey scaling for 5XD. Plan middle autolog and true. 2. Upgrade. Pro monthly plan price. 268.00 month highest tier plan. Supports all models and early access to the latest models, suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek Grok. GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus. Opus 4. Think, search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for image models, top-tier Nanobanan, and other figurine-specific image models. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Claude 3-5. Haiku Priority Technical Support 30-day validity early access to the latest models. Wolfstride, Kingfall. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Okapi. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. APIKey Scaling for XD Plan Super Auto Login True. Go to the store to see more plans. HTTPS. Tangwa. Echo here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer support team. Email support. Contact customer service. HTTPS. CDN. Echo here. Or Tanguo Chat. JPG. Online customer service. Inquire now. HTTPS. CDN. Echo here. Or Tanguo Chat. JPG. Safety reminder. The renewal link is encrypted and valid only for your API key. The payment process is securely handled by Stripe. Services will be restored immediately after successful renewal. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. TangguoSister API Service API Key Renewal Notification. Your base level API key has expired. Please choose a renewal plan to continue using service. Current API key. Scaling 5XD 1. Upgrade. Standard monthly plan price. 108.00 month suitable for users with moderate usage. Supports mainstream models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models Claude 4S, Gemini 2. 5. DeepSeek Grok. Daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models. Unlimited access to Gemini 2. 5. Flash Khalid 3-5. Haiku 30-day validity. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Okapi. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. API Key Scaling 5XD Plan Middle Auto Login True. 2. Upgrade. Pro Monthly Package Price. 268.00 month highest tier package. Supports all models and early access to the latest models, suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek Grok, GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3. Opus, Opus 4. Thanks search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models. Top tier nanobanan and other figure-specific drawing models. Unlimited access to Gemini 2. 5. Flash. Khalid 3-5. Haiku Priority Technical Support 30-day validity early access to the latest models. Wolfstride, Kingfall. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Okapi. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. API Key Scaling 5XD Plan Super Auto Login True. Go to the store for more packages. HTTPS. Tangwa. Echo here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact customer service. HTTPS. CDN. Echo here. Or Tanguo Chat. JPG. Online customer service. Consult now. HTTPS. CDN. Echo here. Or Tanguo Chat. JPG. Security notice. The renewal link is encrypted and valid only for your API key. Payment process securely handled by Stripe. Services will be restored immediately after successful renewal. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. TangguoSister API Service API Key Renewal Notification. Your base level API key has expired. Please choose a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key. Scaling 5XD 1. Upgrade. Standard monthly package price. 108.00 month suitable for moderate usage. Supports commonly used mainstream models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models Claude 4S, Gemini 2. 5. DeepSeek Grok. Daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models. Unlimited access to Gemini 2. 5. Flash Khalid 3-5. Haiku 30-day validity. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Okapi. Paco. Com API Renewal Create Session. API Key Scaling 5XD Plan Middle Auto Login True. 2. Upgrade. Pro Monthly Package Price. 268.00 month highest tier package. Supports all models and early access to the latest models, suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek Grok, GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3. Opus, Opus 4. Think, search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models. Top tier nanobanan and other figure-specific drawing models. Unlimited access to Gemini 2. 5. Flash. Khalid 3-5. Haiku Priority Technical Support 30-day validity early access to the latest models. Wolfstride, Kingfall. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Okapi. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key scaling for XD plan super auto login true. Go to the store for more packages. HTTPS TangguoSister here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact customer service. HTTPS CDN here. Or Tanguo chat. JPG online customer service. Consult now. HTTPS CDN here. Or Tanguo chat. JPG security notice. The renewal link is encrypted and valid only for your API key. Payment process securely handled by Stripe. Services will be restored immediately after successful renewal. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. TangguoSister API service API key renewal notification. Your base level API key has expired. Please choose a renewal plan to continue using service. Current API key. Scaling Force 1-5XD 1. Upgrade. Standard monthly plan price. 108.00 month suitable for moderate usage. Supports mainstream models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models, Claude 4S. Gemini 2. 5. DeepSeek Grok. Daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash Khalid 3-5. Haiku 30-day validity. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key scaling for 5XD plan middle auto login true. 2. Upgrade pro monthly plan price 268.00 month the highest tier plan. Supports all models and early access to the latest models suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek Grok. GPT daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus 4 Think search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models. Top tier Nano Banan and other figurine-specific drawing models. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Khalid 3-5. Haiku priority technical support 30-day validity early access to the latest models. Wolfstride, Kingful. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key scaling for 5XD plan super auto login true. Go to the store for more plans. HTTPS TangguoSister here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact us. HTTPS CDN here. Or Tanguo chat. JPG online support. Inquire now. HTTPS CDN here. Or Tanguo chat. JPG security tips. The renewal link is encrypted and only valid for your API key. Payment is securely processed through Stripe. Services will resume immediately after successful renewal. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. TangguoSister API service API key renewal notification. Your base level API key has expired. Please choose a renewal plan to continue using service. Current API key. Scaling Force 5XD 1. Upgrade. Standard monthly plan price. 108.00 month suitable for moderate usage. Supports mainstream models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models, Claude 4S. Gemini 2. 5 DeepSeek Grok. Daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash Khalid 3-5. Haiku 30-day validity. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key scaling Force 1-5XD plan middle auto login true. 2. Upgrade pro monthly plan price 268.00 month the highest tier plan. Supports all models and early access to the latest models suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek Grok. GPT daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus 4 Think search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models. Top tier Nano Banan and other figurine-specific drawing models. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Khalid 3-5. Haiku priority technical support 30-day validity early access to the latest models. Wolfstride, Kingful. Upgrade now. HTTPS. Copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key scaling for 5XD plan super auto login true. Go to the store for more plans. HTTPS TangguoSister here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact us, https, cdn, APIKey here, or Tango Chat, JPG, online support. Inquire now, https, cdn, APIKey here, or Tango Chat, JPG, security tips. The renewal link is encrypted and only valid for your API key. Payment is securely processed through Stripe. Services will resume immediately after successful renewal. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. TangguoSister API Service API Key Renewal. Notice your base level API key has expired. Please choose a renewal plan to continue using service. Current API key. Scaling 5XD. 1. Upgrade. Standard monthly package price. 108.00 months suitable for users with moderate usage. Supports mainstream commonly used models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models, Claude 4S, Gemini 2. 5. DeepSeek Grok. Daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models, unlimited Gemini 2. 5. Flash, Claude 3-5. Haiku 30-day validity, upgrade now, https, copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key, scaling 5XD. Plan, middle auto login true. 2. Upgrade, pro monthly plan price, 268.00 month, the highest level plan. Supports all models and early access to the latest models, suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek Grok, GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3. Opus, Opus 4. Thanks search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models. Top-level nanobanan and other specialized drawing models. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5. Flash. Claude 3-5. Haiku priority technical support 30-day validity early access to the latest models. Wolfstride, Kingfall. Upgrade now. https. Copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key, scaling 5XD. Plan, super, auto login true. Go directly to the store to see more packages. https. Tangwa. APIKey here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact us, https, cdn, APIKey here, or Tango Chat, JPG, online customer service. Consult now, https, cdn, APIKey here, or Tango Chat, JPG, security reminder. The renewal link is encrypted and valid only for your API key. The payment process is securely handled by Stripe. Services will be restored immediately after successful renewal. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. TangguoSister API Service API Key Renewal Notification. Your base level API key has expired. Please choose a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key. Scaling 5XD. 1. Upgrade. Standard monthly package price. 108.00 month suitable for users with moderate usage. Supports mainstream commonly used models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models, Claude 4S, Gemini 2. 5. DeepSeek Grok. Daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models, unlimited Gemini 2. 5. Flash, Claude 3-5. Haiku 30-day validity, upgrade now. https, copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key, scaling 5XD. Plan, middle auto login true. 2. Upgrade, pro monthly package price, 268.00 month highest tier package. Supports all models and early access to the latest models, suitable for heavy users. Supports all models, Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek Grok, GPT. Daily limit of 550 requests for all models. Daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3. Opus, Opus 4. Think, search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models. Top-tier models specifically for figurines like Nanobanan. Unlimited access to Gemini 2. 5. Flash. Claude 3-5. Haiku priority technical support 30-day validity early access to the latest models. Wolfstride, Kingfall. Upgrade now. https. Copy. Paco. Com API renewal create session. API key, scaling 5XD. Plan, super, auto login true. Visit the store for more packages. https. Tangwa. APIKey here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact us, https, cdn, APIKey here, or Tango Chat, JPG, online customer service. Inquire now, https, CDN. APIKey here. Or Tango chat. JPG, security tips. The renewal link is encrypted and valid only for your API key. The payment process is securely handled by Stripe. Once the renewal is successful, the service will be restored immediately. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. TangguoSister API service API key renewal notification. Your base level API key has expired. Please choose a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key. Scaling 1. Upgrade, standard monthly plan price, 108.00 month suitable for users with moderate usage. Supports mainstream models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models, Claude 4S, Gemini 2. 5. DeepSeek Grok, daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models, unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash, Claude 3-5. Haiku 30 days validity, upgrade now, https, copy. Hako. Com API renewal create session. API key scaling XD. Plan middle auto login true. 2. Upgrade pro monthly plan price 268.00 month, the highest level plan. Supports all models and early access to the latest models, suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek Grok. GPT daily limit of 550 requests for all models, daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus 4, thanks search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models, top-level nanobanan, and other figurine-specific drawing models. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Claude 3-5. Haiku priority technical support, 30 days validity, early access to the latest models. Wolfstride, Kingfall. Upgrade now. https, copy. Hako. Com API renewal create session. API key scaling XD. Plan super auto login true. Go directly to the store to see more plans. https, APIKey here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact us, https, CDN. APIKey here. Or Tango chat. JPG, online customer service. Inquire now, https, CDN. APIKey here. Or Tango chat. JPG, security tips. The renewal link is encrypted and valid only for your API key. The payment process is securely handled by Stripe. Once the renewal is successful, the service will be restored immediately. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. TangguoSister API service API key renewal notification. Your base level API key has expired. Please choose a renewal plan to continue using the service. Current API key. Scaling 5XD. 1. Upgrade, standard monthly plan price, 108.00 month suitable for users with moderate usage. Supports mainstream models and high-frequency usage needs. Supports mainstream models, Claude 4S, Gemini 2. 5. DeepSeek Grok, daily limit of 450 requests for mainstream models, unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash, Claude 3-5. Haiku 30 days validity, upgrade now, https, copy. Hako. Com API renewal create session. API key scaling 5XD. Plan middle auto login true. 2. Upgrade pro monthly plan price 268.00 month, the highest level plan. Supports all models and early access to the latest models, suitable for heavy users. Supports all models Claude, Gemini, DeepSeek Grok. GPT daily limit of 550 requests for all models, daily limit of 150 requests for advanced models. 3 Opus 4, thanks search for latest, etc. Daily limit of 225 requests for drawing models, top-level nanobanan, and other figurine-specific drawing models. Unlimited Gemini 2. 5 Flash. Claude 3-5. Haiku priority technical support, 30 days validity, early access to the latest models. Wolfstride, Kingfall. Upgrade now. https, copy. Hako. Com API renewal create session. API key scaling 5XD. Plan super auto login true. Go directly to the store for more packages. https, APIKey here. Or need help? If you encounter any issues during the renewal process, please contact our customer service team. Email support. Contact customer service. https, CDN. APIKey here. Or Tango chat. JPG, online customer service. Consult now. https, CDN. APIKey here. Or Tango chat. JPG, security notice. The renewal link is encrypted and is only valid for your API key. The payment process is securely handled through Stripe. After successful renewal, the service will be restored immediately. This message is automatically generated by the system. Please do not reply. Very good. Uchiha Nan was so angry that he couldn't help but laugh. He had just been filled with rage, and these people had to come at him with knives. They sincerely said to him, "Please, we've had enough of living. Just kill us." What could Uchiha Nan do with such a request? Of course, he would fulfill it. With a thought, his chakra was released, mixed with the rain falling from the sky. It formed 5 nooses made of flowing water, which tightly wrapped around their necks despite their attempts to dodge. With a snap of his fingers, the nooses, which were floating in the air, suddenly tightened as if someone was pulling them. The 5 Rain Ninja Village ninjas grabbed their necks with both hands, desperately shaking and kicking their legs. But it was futile, except for the leader, whom Uchiha Nen had deliberately left for questioning. The other 4 gradually struggled to breathe, their faces turning blue and purple, and soon they were motionless, hanging in the air in a frightening manner. Uchiha Nan was still not satisfied, fearing that these people might pretend to be dead. With another thought, the ropes made of flowing water tightened completely, breaking their necks. Only then was he satisfied, nodding as he tossed a few fireballs to turn the bodies into ashes. With a wave of his hand, the surviving Rain Ninja, holding onto the noose around his neck, was uncontrollably pulled in front of Uchiha Nan. After witnessing the bizarre deaths of his teammates, he no longer had the arrogance he once had. He looked at the relaxed and comfortable Uchiha Nan in terror, the scar on his eye twitching humorously. "Speak, what are you doing here?" The leader wanted to fabricate some lies to deceive Uchiha Nan, hoping to survive. But unexpectedly, while he was thinking this, he suddenly saw a spinning windmill appear in the eyes of that demon. "We are part of Hanzo's guard, ordered by that lord to capture a woman named Xiaonan from the Akatsuki organization. But she is very strong and has a unique origami technique. After injuring a few of my subordinates, she escaped to this side. So that's how it is." Uchiha Nen understood the background of this matter and recalled the scene in his mind. Hanzo sent people to capture Xiaonan, which led to Yahiko's death, marking the beginning of Nagato's darkness. Thinking of this, Uchiha Nen waved his hand, and the Rain Ninja broke his own neck and fell to the ground. Uchiha Nen didn't care about him, but instead turned to look deeper into the forest. "Hey, I helped you, shouldn't you thank me?" Chapter 135. Conan. The sound of footsteps splashing on the water's surface echoed through the continuous curtain of rain as a young woman clad in a brown waterproof poncho emerged. A paper flower, already drenched by the rain, clung to her blue-purple short hair. As she approached, Uchiha Nen could occasionally see a flash of crimson under the swaying poncho. "Thank you for saving me. My name is Conan." Once in front of him, Conan expressed her gratitude to Uchiha Nen with a cold, emotionless voice. Before he could respond, she forced herself to clap her hands, and a pair of paper wings, slick with oil and unafraid of the rain, shot up behind her. Conan's delicate face tightened in distress as she turned to look at the young boy who had only extended a hand to keep her from moving. "You really have no manners. Just plan to walk away like this?" Since Uchiha Nen recognized her identity, he naturally understood what would happen next. With the pursuers from the Rain Village dealt with, Conan was no longer in danger. She could either rush to the Rain Village's headquarters to rescue Yahiko and Nagato, risking everything, or seek out the Akatsuki members to save them together. In either case, encountering Uchiha Obito would likely lead to her demise as well. Oh, I forgot. Uchiha Obito is no longer the threat. It's Uchiha Fugaku keeping an eye on this place. Given that both scenarios ended with her death, it might be better to stay here and recuperate for future endeavors. "You, let go of me." But Conan was unaware of these details. All she knew was that she was being hunted by the Rain Village, and Yahiko and Nagato were undoubtedly in danger. She had to save them, even if it meant dying alongside them. Yet facing this handsome young man who had just saved her and whose power was somewhat terrifying, she raised her hand, attempting to break free from his grasp on her shoulder. After hesitating, she gave up, blinking her big, sparkling eyes and weakly speaking, "Can you let me go? My companions are in danger. I need to save them." However, before Conan could receive a reply from Uchiha Nan, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. The world around her began to split into several images that swayed, and slowly, she lost consciousness, collapsing into Uchiha Nan's arms. "Conan, Conan!" Uchiha Nan held her with one arm, gently patting her rain-soaked face with the other. But it was of no use. Conan had clearly fallen into a coma. Uchiha Nan furrowed his brows, feeling her forehead and noticing it was slightly warm. After checking her pupils, he found signs of poisoning. Desolate mountains, a beauty, poisoning, a young hero, It seems all the elements are in place. Uchiha then lightly tapped the ground with his toes, and a mud hut slowly rose up. He extended one hand to support Conan's back, grasping her shoulder covered by the poncho. The rain-soaked leaves were soft and damp, making for an uncomfortable touch. With his other hand, he slipped beneath her legs, cradling her slender yet resilient long legs. After stepping into a room that carried a hint of earthy smell, Uchiha then placed Conan on a raised platform. He conjured a fireball with his right hand, providing light while also drying the damp environment inside the hut. Carefully, Uchiha then lifted Conan's head and gently helped her remove the layer of poncho. He reached behind him to pull out a white porcelain bottle from his ninja tool pouch, pouring out a smooth, fragrant antidote pill. Holding the antidote in one hand, he looked at Conan's pale face due to her injuries. He slowly extended his hand to part her slightly pale, cherry-red lips and placed the antidote inside. After watching the pill roll off her small tongue and disappear, Uchiha then finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, there was no clinch scene where he had to feed her mouth-to-mouth. He then checked the wound on Conan's abdomen, his palm glowing with blue light as he cut away the blood-soaked fabric around it. Green light emerged from his palm as he pressed it against the conspicuously ugly wound on her porcelain-like skin. Under Uchiha Nan's gentle healing, the crack began to heal gradually from the edges, eventually fading into a faint red mark before returning to its original state. Seeing this, Uchiha Nan nodded in satisfaction. After using medical ninjutsu for a while, his skills seemed to have improved significantly. If this continued, he would soon surpass Tsunade and become a #1 medical ninja in the ninja world. He then took a clean shirt from his ninja tool pouch and laid it over Conan's abdomen. Conjuring a chair, he sat down and waited for her to wake up. As time passed slowly, an hour quickly went by. Just as Uchiha Nan began to wonder if Yahiko was already dead, a faint cough broke the silence of the room. Cough. Feeling a bit parched, Conan blinked her long eyelashes and opened her eyes. Glancing around, the unfamiliar environment made her a bit disoriented. But she had not forgotten her mission. Supporting herself with one hand on the edge of the bed, she propped up her still weak body. With the other hand, she picked up the shirt covering her and sniffed the scent of detergent mixed with something special. To her surprise, her tired spirit seemed to improve slightly. Following her instincts, she lowered her head to take a whiff, but before she could savor it properly, a voice suddenly broke in, teasingly saying, "Hey, don't be so weird, okay?" Startled by the unexpected voice, Conan realized how peculiar her actions were. She hurriedly pressed the shirt tightly against her legs, not wanting to be seen. After doing all this, she turned her slightly pale face to the source of the voice. "It's you. How'd I end up here?" She recognized the exquisitely handsome face that seemed chiseled from jade, the very person who had saved her. Just one glance, and she knew she would never forget him. "You fainted while trying to save people, to prevent you from being picked up by the Dragon Knight in the grass. I brought you back and gave you some basic treatment." Uchiha Nan shrugged, a strange expression still on his face as he walked to the bedside, his shadow shifting in the firelight. "Oh, then I really have to thank you." Conan glanced down at the large hole in her shirt that nearly exposed her navel. She silently criticized Uchiha Nan, but understood it was done out of necessity to save her, so she didn't pursue the matter further. Chapter 136. Pardon by the way, what time is it now? Xiaonan suddenly thought of something. Her small face turned pale, and her eyes filled with terror. Struggling to support her weak body, she attempted to get out of bed. Uchiha Nan hurriedly sat beside her, extending his hand to hold her down. "Don't worry, there's no rush. It's already been 2 hours since you fell unconscious. What's meant to happen has happened. By the time you get to save that friend of yours, if they're quick, they might already be buried." Hearing Uchiha Nan's words, Xiaonan shot him a fierce glare. After calculating the time, she curled up on the bed, hugging her knees. Tears streamed down her cheeks like the rain outside. "Don't cry, I'm just joking. Think positively. Your friend just passed away. They haven't even been buried yet," Uchiha Nan said, trying to comfort her. But it was better if he hadn't said anything. Xiaonan seemed to envision the tragic fates of Yahiko and Nagato, burying her head in her arms and crying even more sorrowfully. It's understandable, no matter how powerful she becomes in the future, no matter how many people she kills. She is still someone with Navi dreams, doing unrealistic things. She has yet to experience the blows of society and become a mature Akatsuki angel. The air in the room suddenly became quiet, leaving only the flickering fireball in the air, warming the damp atmosphere around, occasionally accompanied by Xiaonan's soft sobs. It formed a harmonious symphony with the rain outside. Uchiha then quietly sat beside the occasionally trembling Xiaonan, immersed in this melody. But as the rain outside ceased, The sounds in the room also disappeared. Xiaonan rolled off the bed and looked at Uchiha Nan, who was deep in thought, with her tear-swollen eyes. She glanced at the shirt she had crushed in her lap, hesitated for a moment, then stuffed it into her ninja tool pouch. Gritting her teeth, she walked to the other side, picked up the now somewhat dry poncho, and headed toward the door. Her back was filled with a sense of determination and sadness, mixed with some anger and indescribable emotions. As she stepped out the door, she couldn't help but turn back to look at Uchiha Nan, opened her mouth, and softly said, "I'm leaving." Not receiving any response, Xiaonan's heart tightened uncontrollably. But she knew she had more important things to do, and she left without looking back. Sigh. Uchiha Nan let out a long sigh, clapped his hands, and created a shadow clone of elite level. You go follow her. Make sure she can safely return to that boy with the Rinnegan. Why not seize such a good opportunity? The clone scratched its head, a bit confused. They shared memories. And in its view, as long as the main body showed some affection, there was a good chance of winning over this woman. You don't understand. Just do as I say. Uchiha Nan waved his hand, sending the clone off. Perhaps if he caught up and offered his help, he could win Xiaonan's heart. But then what? Could Xiaonan return to Konoha with him? Or could he stay with the Akatsuki organization and collaborate with them to capture the tailed beasts? Rather than being caught in such a dilemma, it would be better to fish for big catches over a long line. Let the Akatsuki be defeated, and after Xiaonan understands the cruelty of the ninja world, she will willingly follow Uchiha Nan. To sum it up in one sentence, wait for the future. After the clone dissipated and memories returned, Uchiha Nan also got up to leave the room. When he walked to the bedside to retrieve his clothes, he found the bed made of earth and stone was empty. Nothing was there. Even took one of my clothes. Stepping onto the slightly muddy ground, inhaling the fresh scent after the rain, Uchiha Nan glanced at the earthen house and waved his hand mercilessly. Two muddy, giant dragons rose from the ground, one on the left and one on the right, destroying the remaining traces. A puff of steam and white smoke flashed, and Uchiha Nan stood in the sky again. According to the scroll, he could determine the approximate location of the enemy's sentry and flew out. Enemy attack. Boom. In the sky, Uchiha Nan nodded in satisfaction. A month later, in a newly relocated tent of Orochimaru, Uchiha Nan sat face to face with him. He happily received the addresses of the sentries that Orochimaru had scouted. Nankon, after your actions during this time, the defenses of Iwagakure and Kusagakure have been breached. We basically figured out their headquarters location. It's time to launch the final battle. Uchiha Nan nodded indifferently. Finally, it was about to begin. For a month, he had only been doing these boring tasks. Finally, the final battle was about to start. Once he got the dust released to repel Iwagakure, he could return to the village and cuddle with Mei-chan for a good sleep. Of course, cuddling with Tsunade-sensei was nice too. Interesting. Uchiha Nan raised an eyebrow and turned to look into the distance, as if his gaze could penetrate the tent and see the movements far away. Before Orochimaru could ask about his demeanor, a messenger ninja rushed in. Lord Orochimaru, Iwagakure has launched an attack on us. Their main forces will arrive shortly. All right, I understand. Pass the order to assemble the troops and prepare for battle immediately. Orochimaru glanced at Uchiha Nan, who had already stepped out of the tent, beginning the hurried arrangements. Uchiha Nan also stood up, took a look around Orochimaru's new home, and casually inscribed a few flying Thunder God seals. Let's see how many times you can move your home. Following the assembled troops, Uchiha Nan headed towards the enemy. Kid, let's see who can kill more. The white-haired Jiraiya also walked out, standing beside Uchiha Nan, eagerly looking at him. It seemed he was quite dissatisfied about him stealing Tsunade's attention. All right, Lord Jiraiya. Uchiha Nan also found this interesting, winking at Jiraiya, showing a bright smile. As the two armies approached, not yet within the range for ninjutsu, Jiraiya clapped his hands on the ground and black patterns extended out, with two giant toads appearing with a bang. Kid, I want to hold back. Jiraiya grinned, skillfully using the toad oil fireball with his two old partners. The combined ninjutsu of 3 elite levels was among the best, even within S-rank forbidden techniques. The high-temperature, high-explosion flames struck the IWA ninja head-on. However, it only caused the first wave of casualties. The subsequent attacks were all blocked by a white cube. Tisich the Noki guy? Jiraiya curled his lip in disdain, unsatisfied that his ninjutsu was blocked, then glanced at Uchiha Nan. Kid, it's your turn. Chapter 137. The savage Noki Uchiha Nan stretched his body, waved his arms, and casually formed a wind release, spiraling shuriken. Under Jiraiya's astonished gaze, he threw it with a 5-fold amplification. before it reached the rock-hidden village's ninja coalition, the Shuriken. Under Uchiha Nan's precise control, avoided a bright white beam of light and accurately struck the forefront of the rock-hidden village coalition. Before Jiraiya could say that this technique was very similar to his Rasengan, the spiraling Shuriken first disintegrated, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that shattered the high morale of the entire Rock Ninja Village's forces. Subsequently, small wind blades spiraled up, forming a circle of bloody carnage. The Rock-hidden village ninjas, still unsure of what was happening, were shredded into pieces, contributing to the bloody storm. Damn it, Noki, suspended in the air using Earth Release, Heavy Stone Technique, looked at the tornado that had already killed hundreds of his men. His brows furrowed, and he pressed his hands together. A white light orb began to gather in his hands, transforming into a beam of light several meters long that shot straight toward the tornado's core. Dust Release, Detachment of the Primitive World. Wherever the white light passed, both the tiny wind blades and the floating flesh were disintegrated. The beam penetrated the eye of the blood-colored tornado, disrupting its rotational axis, neutralizing the disaster. Wow, that's impressive. Jiraiya stared blankly at Uchiha Nan, letting out a gasp. It was unclear whether he was amazed by Uchiha Nan's shuriken or Naka's dust release. Behind him, Gamma Bunta touched his skin, seemingly assessing whether he could withstand it. How impressive! No wonder your Lord Nan. The surrounding Konoha ninjas were also captivated by Uchiha Nan's ninjutsu. They looked at him with fiery eyes, recalling Uchiha Nan's previously godlike abilities. Kill! For the rock-hidden village. For Konoha. The ninjas from both sides unleashed their techniques, clashing against each other. Uchiha Nan also propelled himself with steam power, flying up to search for his target. Noki. You brat, you must be Uchiha Nan. As he searched for his target, Noki naturally approached the flying ninja. Based on the intelligence from Lus and other ninjas, he recognized the Uchiha brat who had killed the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, inflicting heavy losses on the rock-hidden village. Coupled with that earlier wind release technique that caused great casualties, Naka's expression darkened. He took a deep breath and spoke, aligning with the surrounding murderous atmosphere. Brat, go to the Pure Land and repent for the fallen comrades of the Rock Ninja Village. Dust Release, Detachment of the Primitive World. Naka's hands glowed with white light as he shot it toward Uchiha Nan. Old man, hasn't anyone told you that you're too noisy? Uchiha Nan's left eye, the Mangekey Sharingan, spun wildly. The white beam disappeared into light points as it entered within 5 meters of him. Just some bloodstains, not even comparable to the power of my Mangekey Sharingan. What is this? In the sky, feeling the same power as his dust release, Naka's expression grew serious. Looking at the brat's confident and flamboyant face, at the Uchiha clan emblem on him, and recalling Lus's report about his godlike strength, Noki seemed to recall something, his expression darkening further as anger continued to build in his eyes. I will never allow the next Uchiha Madara to appear. Dust Release, Detachment of the Limit. He inputted chakra to perform an even more advanced dust release attack, but the result was the same as before. No matter the ability, it vanished without a trace upon entering Uchiha Nan's 5-meter radius. Noki, an angry old man, can achieve great things. Uchiha Nan smiled and vanished in a flash of lightning. With a heavy punch, he struck Naka's nearly bald head. If he hadn't quickly reinforced his body and used the Earth Release, Heavy Stone Technique to lighten his weight, he might have had his old bones shattered by Uchiha Nan's blow. Seeing his dust release completely neutralized and lacking offensive means, Noki had no choice but to land on the ground and utilize his more proficient Earth Release techniques. TCH, boring. Uchiha Nan glided through a swirl of white steam, chasing after him. Earth Release, Earth Stone Technique. Under Naka's command, large boulders were hurled at the flying Uchiha Nan, but he remained unmoved, releasing jets of white steam from his mouth that shattered the incoming stones, continuing to charge towards Noki. Earth Release, Earth Mountain Technique. Earth Release, Super Heavy Stone Technique. But those previous scattered attacks were merely a diversion from Noki. Amid the terrified gazes of those around, the ground trembled, and Noki summoned a nearly 100-meter high earthen mountain. He then used the Super Heavy Stone Technique to lighten its weight. He planted his hands into the mountain, relying on his body enhanced by Earth Release techniques. His feet planted firmly on the ground, his muscles tensed, and a tremendous force erupted from his small frame. Boom! 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 The ground shook incessantly, as chunks of rock slid down from the mountain, and cracks appeared where the mountain connected to the ground. The people on the battlefield looked on in horror at the commotion. They saw the massive mountain rise from the ground under Naka's movements. Is this still human? that Tsuchikage is mighty. Inoki gritted his teeth, straining his arms to push the mountain toward the swiftly approaching Uchiha Nan. Then, with a thought, he canceled the super heavy stone technique. The mountain regained its weight, but due to inertia, it still crashed down toward Uchiha Nan. Let's see if you live or die. Uchiha Brat. Whoosh. The massive mountain sliced through the air at high speed, producing a sound that tore through the atmosphere. Come at me. Uchiha Nan, watching the scene, felt no fear. Instead, he clapped his hands. A terrifyingly powerful lightning dragon, surrounded by purple light, appeared to his left. Then, high-temperature and high-pressure steam erupted, dispersing the surrounding air and condensing into a steam giant dragon, bending the sunlight and creating a hazy distortion around them. The lightning twin dragons coiled around his body, their heads colliding and spiraling. Uchiha Nan charged forward, carrying the two giant dragons like a supersonic meteor crashing down on the earthen mountain. Boom! The collision created a cloud of yellow dust on the battlefield. Following that was a terrifying explosion. The massive mountain suddenly halted midair. Chapter 137, 2. Defeat of a Wagakure village. Uchiha Nan, under the penetrating power of the lightning twin dragons, burrowed into the mountains. He waved his arms, causing the lightning twin dragons to separate and drill into the ground where his arms extended. They unleashed terrifying blue-purple lightning, wreaking havoc within the mountain. On the other side, the steam-white dragon also refused to be outdone, shooting out scales like missiles, causing thunderous explosions. To those on the ground, the nearly 100-meter-high mountain seemed to float in the sky, with continuous rumbling vibrations. Fragments of rock fell, crushing several unfortunate souls on the battlefield. Then, to everyone's horror, the entire mountain appeared to swell to some extent. Boom! Blinding lightning and high-temperature steam erupted, leading to a massive explosion of the mountain. The once nearly 100-meter-high mountain disintegrated into stones of various sizes, disappearing from the battlefield. Surprised? Uchiha Nan swiftly emerged from the debris, his body enveloped in white steam. Standing before the wide-eyed Inoki, grabbing his thinning head, he forcefully slammed it to the ground. Lord Tsuchikage, we meet again. Dambrat. Even with his vital point restrained, Inoki didn't back down, condensing an earth spear that stabbed directly at Uchiha Nan's chest. Crack! However, he underestimated Uchiha Nan's physical strength. This attack was like a tickle to him, only serving to enrage him further. Uchiha Nan flashed a cruel smile at Inoki, pushing off the ground with his toes, erupting with white steam and launching forward. With Inoki's head firmly pressed down, he dragged him across the ground, smashing through several obstacles and leaving a trail hundreds of meters long. Seeing Inoki, bloodied and sparking with fire behind him, Uchiha Nan smiled in satisfaction. He then swung his fist, intending to finish off the now bald third Tsuchikage to prevent him from damaging a Wagakure's reputation in the future. Stop! Uchiha Nan tilted his head to look at the white-haired ninja who had appeared beside him, frowning slightly. Lord Jiraiya, do you have any advice? Jiraiya stepped forward quickly. Glancing at the defenseless Inoki rubbed against the ground by Uchiha Nan, his lips twitching slightly. Nan, don't kill him. As the leader of a village, he shouldn't die here. Let him live. He can atone for the crimes committed by a Wagakure. It will also reduce the hatred caused by the death of a village leader. Uchiha Nan thought about it and found it reasonable, agreeing to Jiraiya's words and releasing Inoki. However, he actually glanced at the system panel, noticing that he had acquired what he wanted. Since that was the case, Inoki was no longer important. Keeping him around for more points would be better. Then I'll leave it to you, Lord Jiraiya. Seeing Uchiha Nan agree so readily, Jiraiya sighed in relief. He had thought this brat would be difficult to deal with, but he hadn't expected him to agree so easily. After all, in his recent discussions with the old man, he had expressed dissatisfaction with Uchiha Nan multiple times, saying many unflattering things. Jiraiya had also indirectly confirmed these matters through his friend Orochimaru, so his attitude toward Uchiha Nan hadn't been good. However, after today's events, he found that this brat wasn't as difficult as rumored. On the other side, upon seeing Inoki defeated and captured, Kuratsuchi immediately avoided Orochimaru and commanded the Iwagakure ninjas to stop. Uchiha Nan, amidst the awe and admiration of many Konoha ninjas, returned to his tent to check his gains. Kill and obtain a Chunin-level chakra to be claimed. Kill and obtain a Jonin-level chakra, Chunin level, and physical quality to be claimed. Kill and obtain a Jonin-level chakra, Chunin level, and physical quality to be claimed. Defeat Inoki and obtain bloodline dust release. Uchiha Nan nodded in satisfaction. This was the first bloodline power he had obtained since arriving in the ninja world, aside from his own Uchiha bloodline. The steam ability was a secret technique, not a bloodline limit. He couldn't wait to clap his hands, then pull them apart. A square-shaped object, radiating white light, slowly expanded with the infusion of his chakra energy. Before long, it enveloped Uchiha Nan, along with the basic infrastructure of the room. Dust release, origin, separation. With a thought, Uchiha Nan activated the technique, and a flash of white light passed. The square object disappeared, taking everything it had wrapped with it. The entire tent lost its support and collapsed, wrapping Uchiha Nen inside. Swish! Uchiha Nen struggled a bit, tearing away the covering and emerging from beneath. He felt no anger. Instead, he playfully experimented with the dust release ninjutsu. From the experimental results, while this technique wasn't as powerful as his left eye's ocular technique, it allowed for long-range attacks, compensating for the awkward situation where his ocular technique could only affect a 5-meter radius. Moreover, using this technique consumed his own chakra, which was something he could produce in abundance. While Uchiha Nan experimented with ninjutsu, Iwagakure also retreated. Under Sarutobi Hiruzen's remote command, the Fire and Earth nations reached a verbal agreement for peace, friendship, and cooperation, just waiting for the Earth country to officially send envoys to Konoha to sign the agreement regarding war reparations. As for the Grass country, who cared about their fate, Sarutobi Hiruzen directly contacted the daimyo of the Grass country, revoking the Grass Hidden Village ninjas' rights to accept missions. From now on, all tasks from a Grass country could only be undertaken by Konoha, cutting off the entire economic source of the Grass Hidden Village. But what could they do? The daimyo of the Grass country and the shadow of the Grass Hidden Village could only smile and agree. They were the defeated country. Defeated countries had no right to speak. On the other side, Uchiha Nan was speechless upon learning about the village's handling of Iwagakure. What nonsense development! It would be better to just hold Inoki and not return him to Iwagakure until they sent the war reparations. The current verbal agreement was simply an insult to intelligence. Signed agreements were like used toilet paper, not to mention so-called verbal agreements. What was that? I never acknowledged it, okay? However, none of this mattered to Uchiha Nan. For the remaining time, he quietly stayed in his re-established tent, often splitting off 1,000 shadow clones to study the techniques in the ninja book or develop techniques suitable for a ninja of his caliber. Chapter 138. Determination. After a brief week of rest on the front lines, Orochimaru received the retreat order from the village. Uchiha Nen did not act independently either, but followed the main force back to the village after 2 days of long trekking. The streets of Konoha were filled with people welcoming their return, the cheers and shouts deafening. That was Lord Jiraiya. It was said that he had defeated the 3rd Tsuchikage in the war against the Rock Village. Orochimaru was truly formidable, being the main force in the fight against Iwagakure. Without him, the village would not have achieved victory. The common folks stood outside the ranks, cheering and passively accepting the heroes they were encouraged to admire by certain influential people in the village. In this battle against Iwagakure, the loudest cheers were for the 2 disciples of the Hokage, the battlefield commander Orochimaru and the popular Lord Jiraiya. As for Uchiha Nan, who defeated the Five Tails Jinchuriki and captured the 3rd Tsuchikage, no one had ever heard of his name. As the most influential person in the village, Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally would not miss an opportunity like today to win the hearts of the people. Standing in the crowd to welcome the returning ninjas, he inquired about their well-being, addressing various issues with the guise of a caring elder. He even cast a comforting glance at Uchiha Nan, as if to say, "You did well. The village will not forget your contributions. But you are still young, so it's best not to promote yourself too much this time. Perhaps next time. Lord Jiraiya, I heard you defeated the 3rd Tsuchikage and saved many warriors' lives. You are amazing." A plain-dressed young woman rushed up, blinking her admiring eyes as she placed a garland around Jiraiya's neck. "Ha!" Jiraiya scratched his head awkwardly, wanting to say something but choosing to remain silent upon seeing his teacher wink at him, accepting the praises of the surrounding crowd. Uchiha Nen quietly watched the scene, coldly laughing inside. Just a little trick. Did Sarutobi Hiruzen think this would diminish his influence in the village? Did he believe that by not promoting his achievements among the common folks, he could erase what he had done? That was impossible. The ninjas who had experienced this war would not forget Uchiha Nan's powerful strength and unshakable status. As the elite of the village and the pillars of their families, most of them held significant influence. With their promotion, those around them would naturally receive information about Uchiha Nan. His contributions could not be easily erased. "Lord Nan, we have to leave first." "Yes, my family came to pick us up. Two ninjas who had performed relatively well in this war and were strong greeted Uchiha Nan before leaving with their families. One after another, people reunited with their families, departing the ranks to join them. Yet those individuals would still respectfully come before him to greet him, forming a sort of unspoken rule that most adhered to. A long line formed with those coming to greet Uchiha Nan. The surrounding crowd noticed this scene, with some curiously asking, "Who is that lord? He looks so young." "Yeah, he seems very respected." Among them were those who had been saved by Uchiha Nan and had witnessed his immense strength, excitedly explaining, "That lord's name is Uchiha Nan. His power is like that of a deity, defeating many formidable enemies and saving us from peril multiple times. Yes, that lord is not only powerful, but also kind-hearted. He is Tsunade-sama's disciple and often treats our injuries." Hearing so many praises, the initial subconscious rejection the common folks felt towards him as a member of the Uchiha clan dissipated. "Really? He is truly impressive. I see. The Uchiha clan has produced a hero." The surrounding crowd began to discuss, casting high respect and eager glances towards the esteemed Uchiha Nan, while their attention towards Sarutobi Hiruzen diminished, causing his aging face, which was initially smiling, to darken. His gaze fixated tightly on the spirited Uchiha boy, contemplating how to undermine Uchiha Nan's prestige, ensuring he wouldn't threaten their faction status. Should he hand this matter over to Danzo? After all, he had handled the White Fang issue well. However, while Sarutobi Hiruzen was plotting, Uchiha Nan, having observed the day's events, decided he would no longer allow the two of them to cause trouble. After all, in the ninja world, strength was everything. Having power gave one the confidence to speak. These two clowns always secretly meddled to annoy him. Uchiha Nan did not wish to indulge them any longer. It was time to deal with them properly. As for the vacant Hokage position left by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Nan had some thoughts. He was only 11 years old and not quite suitable to take over yet. Plus, he did not particularly like the responsibilities that came with being Hokage. Just like he had handed over clan matters to the elder during his tenure as the Uchiha clan leader, could he not do the same for village affairs? He could cultivate a puppet Hokage to become familiar with village administration. After a few years, when the puppet stepped down but continued to manage village affairs, he could be a Hokage who only showed up for work while slacking off. He could even hire a capable secretary. Wouldn't that be perfect? Uchiha Nan wholeheartedly approved of his thoughts. But who should he choose as the Hokage candidate? While pondering this question, Uchiha Nan returned to the clan's entrance with the Uchiha clan members who had gone on this expedition. After bidding farewell, everyone returned home to their families. Uchiha Nan also saw his sister, Mikoto, who was excitedly approaching him but seemed a bit shy. He smiled and took a couple of steps forward, wrapping her in his arms and kissing her gently on the corner of her mouth. "Mikoto, did you miss me during this long time?" "Ah, there are other people around." Uchiha Mikoto, blushing red from being kissed in public by Nan, felt very shy. However, being of a gentle and soft nature, she didn't resist, allowing him to continue. Fortunately, Uchiha Nan had no intention of putting on a show for the audience. He took the shy Mikoto by the hand and walked toward their home. Chapter 139. Strange silence. As Uchiha Nan entered the room, he closed the door behind him and eagerly took off his clothes. Uchiha Mikoto's heart skipped a beat at the sight, and she quickly covered her eyes, trembling slightly as she asked, "Nan, what are you going to do? You can't just act recklessly." However, despite her words, she couldn't help but peek through her fingers, secretly admiring Uchiha Nan's strong physique. It was evident that both of them had missed each other after such a long time apart, but she felt too shy to express it openly. Uchiha Nan naturally noticed her reaction, and a smirk appeared on his face. Intentionally, he showcased his body to Mikoto, and when he saw her flustered, he picked up his toiletries and said, "Of course, I'm going to take a shower. After such a long journey, I feel sticky and uncomfortable." Oh, Mikoto's voice lowered slightly, feeling a bit disheartened as she realized she hadn't received the answer she wanted, but at the same time, she felt relieved. After all, when he got carried away, it could last for hours, which she couldn't bear. She didn't want to spend the whole day just lying in bed, feeling dizzy. As she sighed with a mix of disappointment and relief, she suddenly felt her balance shift, her body lifted into the air by a force. Turning her head, she saw Nan grinning at her. "What are you doing? Didn't you say you were going to take a shower?" Uchiha Nan grinned mischievously. "Mikoto, of course. I'm going to take a shower, but no one said you have to shower alone." After saying this, he gently removed the layers of sheer fabric from Mikoto, revealing her smooth, delicate skin that seemed almost fragile. Uchiha Nan looked down, admiring her long legs, flat stomach with a hint of allure, and her pert bosom. He licked his lips and leaned down to kiss Mikoto's cherry-like red lips, savoring her enchanting flavor as he traveled downwards, brushing against her uniquely charming chin. The sensitive, slender neck that drove him wild, and the pronounced collarbone weight, Nan, looking at the passionate Mikoto in his arms. Uchiha Nan smiled proudly and took her into the bathroom. In an instant, the steam filled the air, accompanied by laughter and the rhythmic sound of splashing water. The duration was so long that even the newly risen moon felt a bit shy, pulling the surrounding clouds to cover itself. 10,000 word division line. The next morning, after ensuring that Mikoto wouldn't be getting out of bed, Uchiha Nan got up to find his teacher. He had thought it over thoroughly yesterday. The only person who could sit in the Hokage position without betraying him was Tsunade. As the princess of the Land of Fire and the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, she faced little obstruction in becoming Hokage. Uchiha Nan could also use his influence to encourage those who admired him in the village to vote for Tsunade. This way, there wouldn't be any trouble, as although those people respected him, they couldn't be expected to follow his every word. For example, if he wanted them to vote for the elder, they would likely do so out of gratitude for his life-saving help on the battlefield. But it wouldn't be out of genuine willingness, since most of them had never heard of the elder and didn't know who he was or whether he could bring better development to the village. It was likely that under the manipulation of some, trouble could arise. In contrast, Tsunade's reputation in the Land of Fire was impeccable aside from her gambling habits. Everyone would trust her. Furthermore, promoting Tsunade would lessen resistance in the village, and various clans wouldn't stir up trouble. Thus, Uchiha Nan wouldn't have to resort to bloody means of suppression. This way, everyone would save face, and their own safety would be ensured. Moreover, knowing his teacher well, Uchiha Nan was certain that Tsunade would be very resistant to the so-called Hokage position. Who would want to be Hokage when they could drink and play cards every day? In that case, he could rightfully ask her to find people to handle village affairs, allowing him to place his trusted individuals in key positions, controlling the entire village while laying a solid foundation for his future succession as Hokage. At the sight of the Senju clan, Uchiha Nan looked at the quiet, vast expanse, larger than the Uchiha clan's territory. He shook his head and sighed about the wealth of the Senju clan. Now that the entire Senju clan had merged into Konoha, the last official member of the clan was Tsunade, who was also Uchiha Nan's teacher, making her the only legal heir to this vast estate. The thought of such a fortune made Uchiha Nan feel a bit itchy inside, contemplating whether he should sacrifice himself and marry his teacher to inherit this large property. After all, a guarder would never give up their desire for land. Knock, knock, knock. Teacher, are you home? Uchiha Nan approached a grand wooden castle covering nearly 1,000 square meters and politely knocked on the door. But he thought the room was so big that his teacher might not hear him, so he pushed open the tall door and entered. Following the lingering scent of alcohol in the castle, Uchiha Nan smoothly arrived at Tsunade's bedroom. He then politely knocked on the door. Teacher, your dear disciple has come to see you. Open the door. With soft footsteps, the door slowly opened, but instead of Tsunade, a handsome girl with short hair and big eyes appeared. Shizun, what are you doing here? Uchiha Nan was taken aback. This girl was a former classmate of him and Kakashi, and also the niece of Tsunade's former lover, Dan Kato. In the original story, Shizun had always been by Tsunade's side during her travels, taking care of her needs. However, Uchiha Nan didn't expect that even after changing the plot, Tsunade hadn't gone traveling, which would lead to Shizun being involved. Why hadn't his teacher ever mentioned this to him? Uchiha Nan's heart began to fill with suspicion. Meanwhile, Tsunade, holding a cup of sake in the room, heard her disciple's voice. She hurriedly lifted her head to glance at Shizun opening the door, and after thinking of something, she downed her drink, set the cup down, and pretended to be drunk, leaning on the table. To make it look convincing, she even swept a nearby cup to the floor. Man, it's been a long time. You're here to see Lady Tsunade, right? Chapter 140. Tsunade pretending to be drunk compared to Uchiha Nan's various emotions and Tsunade's panic. Shizun was much simpler, only feeling a trace of joy at seeing her excited old classmate. Komein, none. Shizun lowered her body, and the wide collar of her clothes naturally slid down, allowing Uchiha Nan to catch a glimpse of her two snow-white curves. She swayed over to the shoe cabinet, took out 2 pairs of slippers, and kindly placed them at Uchiha Nan's feet. Thank you. Uchiha Nan tucked away her wicked thoughts, looked at her enthusiastic old classmate, and smiled in return, then changed into the slippers and walked inside. Shizun tidied up the shoes that Uchiha Nan had taken off, put them away, and then closed the door. Uchiha Nan walked into the living room with a slight feeling of discomfort. There, she saw her teacher, who was drunk and pretending to be silly after hearing her enter. This made her pause for a moment, and, after sitting down next to Tsunade, she picked up the cup from the floor and placed it back properly. Then, she reached out and patted Tsunade's cheek. "Teacher, wake up. Come on, wake up. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Slap, slap, slap. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Hey, Nan, what are you doing? Why is Lady Tsunade drunk? She was just fine a moment ago." Shizen rushed in and saw Uchiha Nan hitting Tsunade, quickly trying to stop her. Although Uchiha Nan still felt a bit annoyed inside, she had no choice but to retract her hand when Shizen entered. "Shizun, you just said that the teacher was fine earlier, right?" Shizen glanced at Uchiha Nan and the seat beside him, then looked at Lady Tsunade. After hesitating for a moment, fearing that something might happen to her, she chose to sit next to Tsunade and answered Uchiha Nan's question. "Yeah, she was fine when I opened the door just now. Who knew she would be drunk after such a short while? Haha, so that's how it is." Uchiha Nan's already displeased mood grew even angrier. Looking at the teacher who was pretending to be dead and unwilling to give him a response, Uchiha Nan cruelly smiled, then shifted to a gentle expression as he looked at Shizen. "Shizen, why don't you go find a room to rest for a while? I have some important matters to discuss with teacher Tsunade." However, Shizen originally wanted to say that Uchiha Nan's expression just now was quite scary, and she feared he might do something bad to Lady Tsunade. But after thinking it over, the two of them had a teacher-student relationship, and Lady Tsunade often praised Uchiha Nan in front of her, so their relationship should be good. She probably guessed wrong. Okay. Shizen stood up, reluctantly glanced at Uchiha Nan, and left, looking back several times. After changing her shoes and leaving the room, she pressed her hand over her heart to calm her reluctant feelings. With a smile on her face, she encouraged herself. "It's okay, Shizun, there's still plenty of time. There will be more opportunities to spend time with Nan. Don't rush, take it slow. You're so cute. How could he not like you?" Due to Tsunade's care for her, Shizen had a room of her own here. With hope for the future, she walked over quickly. On the other hand, after Shizen left, Uchiha Nan tilted his head, expressionless, and stared sharply at Tsunade's slightly flushed face. The room was silent, with only Tsunade's snoring filling the air. But under his incredibly terrifying gaze, her snoring was occasionally rhythmic and quite irregular. Sweat began to bead on her smooth forehead due to her nervousness. Tsunade lay tightly on the table, not daring to make a sound, hoping that Uchiha Nan, this little troublemaker, wouldn't mind today as incident and would leave quickly. She wanted to come up with a reasonable excuse before explaining to this little brat why her ex-boyfriend's niece was in her home and why they seemed so familiar with each other. Tsunade was still complaining in her heart about this little brat coming to her house without giving her a heads up like before, leaving her unprepared and causing Shizun to encounter him. Based on her long-term understanding of this disciple, he was possessive, petty, and easily jealous. Now that she had made a mistake and he caught her in the act, she couldn't help but wonder how this little brat was planning to punish her, his teacher. Meanwhile, Uchiha Nan, watching his teacher pretended to be dead, smiled slightly. He took out the good wine he had prepared to bribe this teacher to accept the Hokage position from his ninja tool pouch. After gently twisting the bottle cap open and shaking it, the sound of the wine clinking against the bottle echoed. A rich and fragrant aroma wafted out of the bottle, filling the room with a delightful scent. Uchiha Nan deliberately took a clean wine glass from the table, poured out the amber liquid, and took a gentle sip while glancing at Tsunade, exclaiming loudly, "Wow, this is really good wine." Afterward, he added somewhat regretfully, "Such good wine. I originally wanted to offer it to my teacher, but it looks like I'll have to enjoy it all by myself. I hope by the time the teacher wakes up, I'll one tea have finished it all." After saying this, Uchiha Nan deliberately downed the wine in the glass in one go and poured another glass, placing it very close to Tsunade. Tsunade, lying on the table, caught the scent of the wine near her nose, and her stomach began to stir with hunger. Stimulated by the aroma, her mouth started to salivate, and she swallowed hard. Unable to resist any longer, she pretended to be drowsy, stretched, and opened her eyes. "Hey, Nan, what are you doing here? This wine smells so good. Did you bring it for your teacher?" As she spoke, Tsunade reached out to grab the glass of wine that had been poured for her. However, just as her hand touched the edge of the glass, filled with joy, it was suddenly swatted away with a loud smack. "Nan, what are you doing?" Tsunade glared at her disciple, her face full of dissatisfaction. But her hand secretly reached out, trying to sneakily grab the wine, while Uchiha Nan was distracted. But such a small action was like a joke in Uchiha Nan's eyes. Smack! He pressed down on Tsunade's hand tightly against the table, and then frowned. Does the teacher have no explanation? Chapter 141. Uchiha Nan's plan. Seeing the dissatisfied expression on her disciple's face, Tsunade slumped over the table like a deflated balloon, muttering softly. Seriously, what's the big deal? I just felt sorry for Shizune since she has no family and decided to adopt her. It has nothing to do with that person. So why are you being so fierce? Bang! Uchiha Nan slammed his hand on the table, startling Tsunade into sitting up straight. She thought Uchiha Nan was really angry and quickly grabbed his hand, placing it on her chest and kneading the dough, nervously saying, "If you don't like it, I can send Shizune to the hospital to live there." After saying this, Tsunade looked anxiously at Uchiha Nan. Shizune was someone she had adopted long ago after Dan's death. It was just that Uchiha Nan didn't know. At the time, when Tsunade took him as a disciple, she only thought she would give him a casual introduction and didn't bring him home or introduce him to her family. As their relationship deepened, Tsunade feared that her disciple might have some special feelings about her adopting Shizune due to Dan's death. Therefore, every time before he came to her house, she would send Shizune away to avoid them meeting. Who would have thought that today something like this would happen, leading to such a situation? After that battle with the third Raikage, Tsunade understood that Uchiha Nan was the most important person in her life. Thus, despite her reluctance towards Shizune, she had to make a decision to avoid making Nan unhappy. At worst, she could compensate Shizune in other ways in the future. For now, she just hoped Nan could forgive her. Tsunade stared eagerly at her disciple, her face showing her unease. Who would have thought that after hearing her words? Uchiha Nan did not show a satisfied expression, but instead looked at her more seriously and said, "Teacher, it seems you still haven't realized the seriousness of the situation. I'm not angry that you adopted Shizune. I'm angry that you don't trust me. You actually think I would be jealous of a dead person or of a little girl." By the end, Uchiha Nan had a look of disappointment on his face. But Tsunade, with her thick skin, didn't care and instead looked at her disciple with surprise. "Nan, are you serious?" "Of course." Uchiha Nan affirmed her first and then continued kneading the dough. "As a punishment for your lack of trust in me, I'm confiscating this bottle of good wine." While observing Tsunade's reluctant expression, Uchiha Nan put the bottle of good wine into his ninja tool pouch. Regarding the matter of Shizune, he had not lied. He simply felt a bit uncomfortable. After all, Dan had been dead for many years, and he believed that over these years, he had completely conquered Tsunade. He had erased all traces of Dan. Since that was the case, he naturally wasn't afraid of Shizune staying by his teacher's side and triggering memories. He was just angry earlier because of Tsunade's lack of trust. Uchiha Nan looked at Tsunade, who was swallowing her saliva, clearly still savoring the aroma of the wine, and couldn't help but chuckle. "Teacher, don't be anxious. As long as you listen to me obediently in the future, that bottle of wine will eventually be yours." "Really?" Hearing his promise, Tsunade was so excited that she gently pushed the table and sat in his lap. Tsunade's movement suddenly stopped, the strange sensation making her freeze in place, unsure of what to do. She could only calm her subtly fluttering feelings and spoke with a slightly hoarse voice. "Nan, is it okay now?" Uchiha Nan amusingly nodded and then stood up, addressing his unwavering teacher. "You performed well, but you have to agree to one more request before I give you that bottle of wine." If anyone else dared to be so reckless in front of Tsunade, they would have already been sent to the hospital with a punch from her. But in front of her disciple, Tsunade was just that harmless little woman. Trusting he wouldn't harm her, she nodded without thinking. "Okay, what do you want?" "To be Hokage." "Sure, no problem." "What? What did you say?" Tsunade had just nodded in agreement and immediately doubted she had heard wrong, looking at her disciple in disbelief. Uchiha Nan nodded at her, giving a confirming response. But teacher, isn't he still alive?" Tsunade was very reluctant to become Hokage because this dream had already caused the deaths of 2 of her closest people. Moreover, after agreeing, she would definitely not be as free as she was now. So she immediately turned her clever little brain to find a loophole. The second and third Hokages both took office after the previous Hokage sacrificed themselves. The third Hokage is still fine. How can I become Hokage? Uchiha Nan had already anticipated her reaction, shook his head, and explained, "This time, the village has lost so many ninjas. Someone has to take responsibility for this. And as Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen has targeted me and the Uchiha clan multiple times. You must know that too. Since that's the case, I can't allow him to continue sitting in the Hokage position and making things difficult for me. And you, my teacher, are the most suitable candidate for the 4th Hokage." Listening to Uchiha Nan's blunt words, Tsunade found it hard to accept. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen was her teacher, the Hokage heir personally chosen by her grandfather. But she also understood that what Nan said was true. Her teacher had been targeting the development of the Uchiha clan and Nan for years. During the previous battle with the Cloud Village, he had even openly moved Uchiha Nan under her nose to suppress him. With Tsunade's understanding of her disciple, she had long anticipated this day would come, but she didn't expect it to arrive so soon. Now, on one side was her teacher, and on the other was the most important person in her life, putting her in a dilemma once again. Seeing Tsunade's troubled expression, Uchiha Nan had already predicted this scene before coming and kindly proposed a solution. Teacher, you know my relationship with Sarutobi Hiruzen. I originally wanted to send him to meet the first Hokage directly. Upon hearing this, Tsunade looked at her disciple with a face full of shock. Chapter 142. The clever person. Although Tsunade knew that Uchiha Nan harbored a lot of dissatisfaction towards their teacher, she never expected it to escalate to the point of violence. Nan, can you not? Uchiha Nan waved his hand, interrupting her. Teacher, I know what you want to say. Looking at Tsunade's anxious expression, Uchiha Nan smiled and continued, I can spare Sarutobi Hiruzen for your sake. But for the stability of the village and to put my mind at ease, you must take up the position of the fourth Hokage. Initially, Tsunade felt warm inside hearing that her disciple would spare their teacher's life for her sake. However, upon hearing his subsequent demand, her expression turned sour, and she slumped down, pouting at the man holding her. Nan, can't you propose a different condition? I don't want to be Hokage. But seeing her disciple's unyielding expression, Tsunade's mind began to race, and she thought of a better excuse. Leaning her head against Uchiha Nan's chest, she nudged him and said, Nan, look, once you become Hokage, you'll be so busy with affairs that you won't have time to go out and play. You won't have time to accompany me, and what if I miss you? Seeing his teacher behaving adorably, Uchiha Nan's firm resolve nearly wavered shamefully. He shifted uncomfortably, trying to suppress those thoughts, and raised his hand to pinch Tsunade's cheek. Teacher, don't worry. How could I let such a beautiful woman like you suffer all day handling administrative affairs without time for me? I've already planned it out. Once you become Hokage, I will send a team to help you manage village matters. You just need to show up every day and sign in. After hearing Uchiha Nan's explanation, Tsunade thought it over carefully, and considering Sarutobi Hiruzen's safety, she reluctantly nodded. All right, let's agree on that. If you dare to deceive me later, I'll just let everything in Konoha come to a standstill. How could I possibly deceive such a lovely teacher? The two then cozied up together, sharing sweet nothings. As for Uchiha Nan's promise regarding Sarutobi Hiruzen's safety, as long as the old man retired peacefully to live out his days tending to flowers and grass, he would let it go for Tsunade's sake. However, if he dared to have any ulterior motives again, even if Uchiha Nan didn't take action himself, he would ensure Sarutobi Hiruzen met with an accident. But knowing Uchiha Nan's understanding of Sarutobi Hiruzen, keeping him safe and sound would be more torturous than killing him. After leaving the Senju clan's territory, Uchiha Nan first arrived at the home of Nara Shikaku, the head of the Nara clan. Nara Shikaku, who was having dinner, quickly got up and came to the living room upon hearing of his visitor's arrival. Nankoin, you are a distinguished guest. What brings you to my home? Gome, try some of my treasured tea. With that, Nara Shikaku hurriedly retrieved a beautifully packaged tea can from the cupboard and began to busy himself. Meanwhile, he was pondering why this esteemed guest had come see him. After all, just last night, the Hokage had summoned him and the village advisors for an overnight discussion regarding this very person. Upon learning that this individual had torn the Jinchuriki apart on the battlefield, slain the third Raikage, and defeated Inoki, showcasing a ninjutsu akin to natural disasters, Nara Shikaku dared not be negligent. He feared that Uchiha Nan had learned about their discussions from last night and had come to give him a lesson. Head Nara, there is no need to go through so much trouble. I'm here to discuss serious matters with you today. Watching Nara Shikaku bustle about, Uchiha Nan sensed the underlying anxiety within him. He pulled him down to sit, staring intently until sweat began to bead on Shikaku's forehead. Only then did Uchiha Nan smile and reveal his purpose for the visit, dropping a bombshell right away. Head Nara, have you heard? The third Hokage is stepping down. What? Nara Shikaku was taken aback. During the discussion last night, although they hadn't reached a conclusion, the third Hokage hadn't mentioned anything about stepping down. What was going on? Head Nara, you don't need to know so much. This is a foregone conclusion. What you need to consider is the Nara clan's future situation. While Sarutobi Hiruzen is in power, your clan, along with the Inuzuka and Yamanaka clans, has enjoyed many benefits. Once he loses power, you must quickly find your next patron, or else Uchiha Nan didn't continue. But Nara Shikaku knew that it certainly wouldn't be anything good. Combining what Uchiha had just said, it was clear what his intentions were. Nara Shikaku initially thought about standing up to send him off. After all, he believed that even if Uchiha news was true and Sarutobi Hiruzen really did step down, the third Hokage would surely arrange matters regarding the next Hokage before that. They would undoubtedly still have the support of the Inuzuka and Yamanaka clans, and their status in the village wouldn't be threatened. However, he quickly recalled Uchiha-nen's terrifying strength. If he refused on the spot, he might be beaten to a pulp. Thus, he thought about putting on a front to send him away, then teaming up with the third Hokage and his allies to discuss a plan. But it seemed Uchiha-nen had seen through his thoughts. Before Nara Shikaku could speak, Uchiha-nen narrowed his eyes and released his own aura, pressing down on the head of the Nara clan. Nara Shikaku felt his body freeze, unable to move even a bit of chakra. He could even hear his bones creaking under the pressure. This made the Nara clan leader, who had relied on his intellect and had not been in danger for a long time, once again feel the threat of imminent death. It reminded him of what the previous clan leader, his father, had told him before passing away. In the ninja world, don't think that having a little cleverness makes you superior. In this world, those who possess both power and wisdom are truly powerful. Struggling against the pressure, he managed to force a smile and said, Lord Nan is right. We should consider our clansmen. Do you have any suitable candidates to recommend? I'm glad you think that way. Uchiha Nan nodded in satisfaction and retracted his aura. My teacher, Tsunade, is well known for her wisdom and is loved by many in the ninja world. She is a qualified candidate for the fourth Hokage. What do you think, Tsunade? Although Nara Shikaku found it highly unreliable, he spoke his thoughts under Uchiha Nan's intense gaze. Lady Tsunade is the granddaughter of the first Hokage. The heir of the Senju clan, possesses excellent character and outstanding strength. She has dedicated herself to punishing evil and helping villagers since childhood, aiming to become Hokage. If she cannot become the fourth Hokage, I, Nara Shikaku, will be the first to disagree. Moreover, I will rally my friends from the Yamanaka and Inuzuka clans to raise a fair objection. Good. With your word, Head Nara, I can rest assured. If only others were as sensible as you, then I shall take my leave. Chapter 143. The seven ninja swordsmen of the mist. Uchiha then took a deep look at Nara Shikahiza before getting up to bid farewell. He believed that although the Inuzuka, Yamanaka, and Nara clans were staunch supporters of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Nara Shikahiza was a smart man who would make the right choice. After all, he didn't need the Nara clan to do anything. He only needed their vote for Tsunade at a critical moment. This was not difficult at all. Moreover, even if they did not honor their agreement and alerted Sarutobi Hiruzen in advance, it wouldn't cause much loss. Uchiha would only need to exert a little more effort and get his hands a bit more stained with blood. After Uchiha left, Nara Shikahiza let out a heavy sigh of relief, then wiped the sweat from his forehead and slumped onto the sofa, reflecting on the oppressive feeling he had just experienced. He couldn't help but feel a surge of fear. After regaining some energy, he hurriedly got up, preparing to inform the Hokage. But then he thought of something and lowered his raised hand. Why bother? Although the Inuzuka, Yamanaka, and Nara clans were loyal to the Sarutobi clan and had received many favors from them over the years, the three clans had also contributed a lot and had repaid the Sarutobi clan's assistance. It was time to consider their own development. There was no need to confront Uchiha Nan. After everything that had just happened, he was no longer the first wise man of Konoha, but merely a clan leader looking out for his family. Tsunade becoming the fourth Hokage didn't seem so hard to accept after all. After all, the village of Konoha was established by the first Hokage. If Uchiha wanted to push someone else to be Hokage, he might hesitate for a minute before agreeing. But if it was Tsunade, he would be the first from the Nara clan to support her. This was not due to Uchiha Nan's coercion, but a just choice. Third Hokage, please don't blame me, Nara Shikahiza continually reassured himself. On the other side, after leaving the Nara clan, Uchiha Nan visited several small clans he had interacted well with on the battlefield. After gaining their support, Uchiha Nan headed home, not planning to persuade more people. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen was still firmly seated in the position of third Hokage and had not stepped down. This would lead to others being easily swayed when he tried to persuade them. Therefore, he planned to first remove the third Hokage from power, then unite with more people. The situation would be much simpler then, making it easier to gain support. However, just as he reached a must-pass road leaving the village, he saw a middle-aged man in a tight green outfit, looking extremely angry. Where you going, guy? due to his good relationship with Might Guy and others. He had encountered Guy's father, Might Dato, a few times. Seeing him in such a hurry, Uchiha Nan grabbed his shoulder and held him in place. Might Dato had just received news that his son was in danger and was burning with anxiety, wanting to rush to save him. He didn't care who had just greeted him, only focused on speeding up. But now, no matter how fast he moved his legs or how much strength he used, he couldn't budge an inch. Finally, he turned his head to look at the person holding him down. Nan, it's you? Great. Upon seeing Uchiha Nan, Might Dato's anxious expression instantly transformed into joy. He had witnessed Uchiha Nan's strength on the battlefield. With his help, Guy's safety would be assured. Nan, Guy's in danger, and the situation is extremely urgent. Can you help me save him? Please, he's my only son. Looking at Dato's tear-streaked face, Uchiha Nan was momentarily stunned. Then he recalled that Guy was in danger. Could this be when they encountered the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist? He vaguely remembered that the outcome was that Dato had desperately opened the 8 gates to save Guy's team, but ended up dying from backlash. In this situation, he couldn't just stand by and watch this usually enthusiastic uncle. Moreover, Guy was also his good friend, and he was quite interested in the heads of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Uncle, show me the way. Let's hurry. Thank you, Nan. Is this the friendship of the world? Without acknowledging Might Dato's gratitude, Uchiha Nan grabbed the back of his clothing and lifted him up, his toes tapping the ground as he accelerated forward. Meanwhile, not far from Konoha, in a forest, a man with a large cross-shaped scar on his right cheek, carrying a decapitating sword. And a fierce expression was accompanied by 6 others dressed in strange outfits that clearly did not look like good people. They mockingly looked at the 3 young ninjas before them, who were under their oppressive aura and appeared somewhat desperate. Look what we have here. 3ch Nin from Konoha. It seems my big sword is going to drink deep of blood. Ha ha ha. A group of perverts deep in the woods burst into laughter. Might Guy, hearing the harsh sounds in his ears, wore a face full of despair. Based on the intelligence he had gathered, he had already understood the identities of the 7 individuals before him. They were the infamous 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist. They were high-level combatants from the Mist Village, usually executing assassination missions, and had a track record of jointly attacking a town. They were 7 experts whose strength far exceeded that of elite J-Nin. Given that the 3 of them were at most special J-Nin level, it was impossible for them to survive against this group. Fortunately, he had already transmitted information about their location back to the village, which would serve as a preventive measure. He wouldn't allow these people to cause further damage to the village. It was just a pity that he wouldn't have the chance to return to the village or see his father again. Kakashi and Nan would never surpass them in this lifetime. Come on, Mist Ninjas, let you witness our fighting spirit, Guy shouted, his body glowing with a faint blue chakra. The other 2, Narashikamaru and Inazuka Kiba, also lit up with a glow of ninjutsu. Crack! In a short while, the 3 members of Guy's team were covered in wounds, lying on the forest floor with their crimson blood soaking the soil beneath them. The gap in strength was too great. The 3 of them were simply no match. If it weren't for the fact that the Mist Ninjas wanted to capture them alive to extract information about Konoha, they would have already killed them. Brat, do you have anything else to say? A frail-looking, pale-faced Mist Ninja, wielding a double-bladed sword, pressed the sharp edge against Might Guy's neck and grinned menacingly. Ha! You trash from the Mist Village. Don't even think about getting us to betray our village. Nara Shikamaru, true to his reckless nature, spat in the face of the sword-wielding ninja. Good. You will pay for your actions. The pale-faced ninja wiped the spit from his face and glared viciously at Might Guy, raising his double-bladed sword and swiftly slashing down, the blade cutting through the air with a whistling sound. Chapter 144. Instant kill. Might Guy was unafraid, only feeling regret for not having reached the peak of taijutsu, calmly facing death. Ding! The blade of the flounder had already cut a gash on Guy's neck when an unremarkable stone struck the center of his blade. The powerful force was transmitted through the flounder to that guy's body, causing veins to bulge on his face as he stretched out his hands to tightly grip the flounder's blade, his body uncontrollably retreating, leaving a deep footprint on the ground. Who is it? Interrupted while trying to kill, and lost face in front of his teammates, which made that guy very angry. Even though his hands trembled uncontrollably and his heart was filled with terror, he still pretended to look fierce as he glanced around. He inadvertently caught a glimpse of the stone, perfectly intact, quietly lying on the ground. This made him feel increasingly uneasy, but he forced himself not to show any weakness. He knew that the teammates behind him were a pack of wolves, having emerged from the brutal policies of the hidden Mist Village, each one a cold-blooded butcher. The moment he showed even a hint of weakness, he would be devoured without leaving a bone behind. The remaining members of the 7 ninja swordsmen were not fools either. They sensed that something was off and drew their swords in caution. Which friend is joking around? Come out and show yourself. Suddenly, the entire forest fell silent. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the leaves on the tall trees to rustle. Top, top, a faint sound of footsteps approached, and a handsome young man, smiling and holding a wary middle-aged man, walked over slowly. Despite the seemingly harmless combination, the expressions of the 7 ninja swordsmen turned serious upon seeing that face and his attire, their bodies tensing up. Pipa Shirzong's pupils constricted, and a hoarse voice emerged. The Konoha Grim Reaper. After the war between the Hidden Leaf and the Earth and Lightning countries ended, he became the greatest contributor to this war. Various intelligence about Uchiha then spread throughout the ninja world, and due to his powerful strength and ruthless methods of killing countless people, he was given the title of the Konoha Grim Reaper. One unlucky name. Uchiha Nen complained, while others had names like the Yellow Flash and Konoha White Fang. His was the Grim Reaper. If someone didn't know better, they would think he was a washing machine that rolls around and dies everywhere. But now is not the time to dwell on that. Uchiha Nen walked over to Guy's team, casually tossing the middle-aged man aside, and smiled at the injured 3. Guy also sensed their arrival and joyfully walked over to his old classmates and father. However, he soon noticed that the atmosphere in the area was off and forced himself to drag his 2 teammates away from there to avoid being caught up in their battle. You guys dare to harm my son? Let this middle-aged man teach you a lesson. Might Guy wiped his nose and assumed a fighting stance, his body glowing with the special chakra of the 8 gates. He wanted to ascertain some information about the 7 ninja swordsmen. After all, he had invited them to help, and such a dangerous matter had to be handled by himself. However, Uchiha Nen waved his hand. Uncle, you go protect Guy and the others to prevent any mishaps. These 7 are left to me. But Might Guy glanced at the fierce 7 ninja swordsmen, wanting to say something, only to think of Uchiha Nan's terrifying strength. He nodded and stepped aside. As Might Guy's footsteps faded away, the terrifying and murderous atmosphere in the area became increasingly clear, reaching a boiling point. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and a leaf detached from its branch, swaying left and right like a boat, falling into the center of the battlefield. Hiss! A flash of light cut through the air as Pipa Shirzong, wielding a beheading sword, vanished like a shadow. The sharp blade cut the falling leaf into 2, striking down towards the Konoha Grim Reaper, who exerted immense pressure on them. The others did not remain idle. Kurasame Shiranui pulled his long knife, causing sharp steel wires to rise from the ground, aiming to slice Uchiha Nan's ankles. The reckless Muri Shinpachi, holding an explosive blade, disregarded his teammates' lives, swinging his blade to release explosive tags like spores. Other long-range attacks followed in succession. In this moment of crisis, Uchiha Nan remained calm and even smiled at the nearby Pipa Shirzong, revealing 8 white teeth. Looking for death, arrogant little brat. The Konoha Grim Reaper is nothing like that. Just as these attacks were about to hit him, and the 7 ninja swordsmen revealed furious expressions at his provocation, Uchiha then clasped his hands together, releasing a white light that expanded into a cube-shaped glow. From small to large, it enveloped Uchiha Nan, covered the attacks aimed at him, and encased the terrified Pipa Shirzong, who sensed danger and wanted to retreat. Dust release. Original world separation. Hiss. A sound as thin as a thread echoed, and a several-meter-high white cube flashed by, plunging the entire forest into silence. Whether it was the descending beheading sword or the foamy spores, the moment they touched the white light, they silently vanished without a trace, not even making a sound. Even the steel cables and the ground beneath Uchiha Nen melted away, leaving an inverted triangular pit. Realizing the power of the white light, Pipa Shirzong, who had retreated just in time, was left with only half of his body standing not far from Uchiha Nan. The cut on his body was smooth as a mirror, showing no signs of being sliced, as if that part had never existed. Even the blood within his body only surged forth after a slight delay, realizing what had happened. Thud! Pipa Shirzong lost all his strength, his half-corpse collapsing to the ground. A look of disbelief on his face. Among the blood that oozed out, a glimmer of metal slowly emerged. Impossible. Instant kill? What is that? The remaining 6 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen stared in disbelief at the Konoha Grim Reaper before them. At this moment, they truly realized just how powerful the person with a terrifying reputation on the battlefield was. Their strongest member, Pipa Shirzong, had been killed in one strike. Might Guy and the three members of Guy's team were also dumbfounded, staring at the scene. Chapter 145. The end Might Die was fortunate that he had witnessed Uchiha Nan's strength on the battlefield and did not become overly excited. Instead, he was somewhat doubtful about the technique that Uchiha Nan had just used. If he wasn't mistaken, that white light was exactly the same as the dust release technique used by the third Suchikage, Anoki, that he had seen in battle. How could Nin use this technique? Meanwhile, Kai and the others were purely shocked that their old friend possessed such power. During the previous Chunin exams, although they had been thoroughly taught a lesson by Uchiha Nan, they had not believed that he had surpassed them by much. Instead, they were confident that it wouldn't take long for them to catch up and compete with him. However, after witnessing this scene, they completely lost their confidence and deeply realized the meaning of genius. Of course, Might Guy was an exception. He was a man who believed in youth, and this scene only ignited his fighting spirit. If it weren't for the blood still pouring from his body, he would have done 500 push-ups right on the spot. Don't be afraid, that kind of attack can't be used a second time. Let's kill him. Holding the great sword Samahata, the confident Kisame Hashigaki stood up to boost morale, relying on the characteristics of his treasured sword, believing he wouldn't be instantly killed by that white light. Yes, don't be afraid, we have a 6-1 advantage. The nimble Raiga Kurisuke, who believed in his strong lightning release ability to dodge that white light, also stepped forward to comfort everyone. They had come to ambush Konoha under the orders of the Mizukage. There was no turning back now, success or death. There was no way to retreat from being a rogue ninja, so they might as well fight to the death and see if they could take down this Konoha brat. With their encouragement, the rest of the group slowly followed suit and surrounded Uchiha Nan. Brat, we're not afraid of you. Come on, if we kill you, we profit. Looking at the 6 people closing in, Uchiha Nan shook his head, seemingly mocking their ignorance of death. Since they were so eager to fight, they could stay on this land forever. Buzz. Uchiha Nan's kaleidoscope, Sharingan, spun wildly, releasing a massive wave of chakra, causing his clothes to rustle under the invisible pressure. Immediately, a pillar of chakra shot into the sky, causing the entire blue sky to be shrouded in clouds formed by the chakra. The forest was suddenly shrouded in darkness, with occasional flashes of lightning in the air. Faced with the terrifying power that could alter the weather with mere human strength, none of the remaining 6 ninja swordsmen could maintain their composure. They were all horrified. Even the confident Kisame and Raiga began to panic. Their bodies trembled. Their feet shifted slightly, ready to protect their teammates, and they could no longer resist forming life-saving seals in their hands. Let be buried here. A voice echoed through the forest like a divine decree. Uchiha Nan clapped his hands, drawing out a white line, and beams of light appeared, amplified by his kaleidoscope Sharingan. Like a rain of arrows, they encompassed the 6 men within the attack range. Dust release, blasting technique. Thick arrows shot forth like those from a crossbow, empowered by the terrifying force and the ability of dust release to disintegrate all things, penetrating everything in front of them. Thick trees, solid earth, and the 7 legendary ninja swords forged since ancient times were all obliterated. Everything was extinguished. Within a radius of several kilometers, the robust trees vanished from their roots, and the ground was riddled with countless arrow holes. The bodies of the 7 ninja swordsmen from the Mist Village left not even a trace behind. Sigh. Uchiha Nan extended his perception, sensing a chakra light point weak to the extreme, fleeing into the distance. Is there still one that got away? What's wrong, Nan? Might Die and the others, stunned by the scene before them, noticed his expression and hurried over, thinking he had released such a powerful ninjutsu that it caused him discomfort. It's nothing. Uchiha Nan waved his hand nonchalantly, just a startled bird. After today, he estimated he would never dare to step foot in Konoha again. Is that dust release? Might Die couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked. Yes, Uchiha Nan admitted with difficulty. At this point, he no longer cared about how others would interpret his displayed abilities. After all, no matter how absurd their guesses were, they could never guess that he was a man with a system. Let's go back to the village, Uchiha Nan said lightly, turning to leave. Might Die, despite having many questions in his heart, could only suppress them and follow in his footsteps. As for what happened today, he planned to keep it a secret and not reveal a thing. After all, today he had asked Uchiha Nan to come and save Kai and the others. If this incident exposed Nan's abilities, he would feel guilty. Moreover, Might Die secretly warned Kai and the others, you 3 brats pay attention. Today's matter is confidential and absolutely must not leak out. No one can be told. Not even Lord Hokage understood, though the 3 didn't know the reason. They nodded in agreement upon seeing Dai's serious expression. Only the somewhat clever Shiranui Gunma vaguely guessed something. Uchiha Nan, walking ahead, also caught the commotion and glanced back with a smile, not taking it to heart. On the other side, Kisame Hashigaki stumbled, leaving bloody footprints as he hurriedly fled through the woods. He didn't even have time to tend to the deep wounds on his back, only temporarily using chakra to seal them. The great sword Samahata, which once had a pair of lively eyes, now felt limp in his hands. It was as if he had experienced a bombardment. Many of the sharp spikes were broken off, revealing the slightly blood-red, unique skin beneath. From the terrified glances he occasionally cast towards Konoha, it was clear he was filled with dread. What a terrifying guy, that godlike power. I swear I will never come to Konoha again. Kisame touched the Samahata in his hands, a look of relief on his face. If it weren't for the immense chakra contained within this sword absorbing several waves of attacks, he would have been dead like those others. Remembering the tragic fate of his 6 companions, he couldn't help but grin. I'm still alive, and being alive means everything. To hell with the Mist Village and the Mizuki's orders. From now on, no one can restrain me. Chapter 146, Roots. Konoha. 50 years, several months have passed since Uchiha Nan killed the 7 ninja swordsmen. The war between the village and the Land of Wind ended with the heavy defeat of the Sand Village by Minato Namikaze, and the Sand Village's advisor, Chiyo, announced their surrender. Although Konoha emerged victorious, the cost was steep. Only about 3,000 out of the 10,000 ninja soldiers returned, most of them injured. When accounting for the casualty from the wars with the Wagakure and Kumobikure, Konoha's ninja population suffered a significant loss of over half. The major ninja clans also sustained considerable damage and quietly licked their wounds. Almost every household in the village hung white cloths, and sorrowful cries echoed everywhere. Influenced by this atmosphere, the entire village was engulfed in hatred for the war, resenting it for taking their sons, husbands, and loved ones. At the Root Organization's base, Shimura Danzo sat on a wooden chair shrouded in shadow, making it difficult to see his face, silently listening to his subordinates' report on the village's situation. What a perfect opportunity. If I had the 5 tails Jinchuriki in my hands, I could take action, pull the monkey down from his position, and let this old man become Hokage. But now, he had achieved nothing in this war, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was wary of Uchiha Nan. Hiruzen was promoting the achievements of Jiraiya and Orochimaru, putting Danzo in a very unfavorable position. Even if he used underhanded means to force Sarutobi down from the Hokage position, it wouldn't be his turn to sit there. Thinking of this, Danzo felt very displeased, his face dark as he slapped the armrest of the chair. Damn Uchiha brat. It's all his fault. If I could obtain the 5 tails Jinchuriki, how could the Hokage position slip away? If it weren't for this brat's great achievements, why would there be a need to promote Orochimaru and Jiraiya in the village to counter him? Tobirama-sensei was right. The Uchiha clan is evil, and they all deserve to die. But what Danzo didn't expect was that the Uchiha brat he was fixated on had already arrived very close to his location. Uchiha Nan was in a desolate area of the village, releasing chakra perception combined with powerful mental energy, capturing the subtle movements around him. Suddenly, he smirked, a smile appearing on his face as he detected a disturbance in the environment that was out of harmony. Found you, Shimura Danzo. This place was the most likely hiding spot for Root, determined through years of intelligence gathering from his clan and various analyses. These rats were hiding too deeply. Normally, all their activities were issued by Danzo, with no connections to the village, making it difficult to track their movements. There was also an extremely concealed barrier surrounding the area. Hard to detect. It was only because Uchiha Nan used the information from his clan and relied on his immense mental power to search inch by inch that he found this place. If it were someone else, it would be very hard to discover. Based on the faint traces he previously found, Uchiha Nan subsequently locked onto more clues. Following the guidance, he arrived before a stone wall. At first glance, it appeared to be a dead end, and a normal person would immediately turn to avoid it. However, under Uchiha Nan's powerful mental probing, all sorts of clues pointed to this stone wall, as his mental energy continuously surged toward it. The stone wall before him shimmered like a mirage, constantly flashing in and out of existence. Seeing this, Uchiha Nan grinned and clapped his hands, creating 4 shadow clones. They were in sync with Uchiha Nan, instinctively knowing what to do. Each used body flicker technique to rush to the 4 corners of the open area. Clapping their hands together, and 4 white walls began to rise from their surroundings, extending toward the sky and underground. This was an improved version of the 4 purple flames formation, a ninjutsu he found in a sealing book, and after some research, he had mastered it. under his genius talent in ninjutsu. This four purple flames formation not only significantly enhanced its original protective capabilities, but also had the function to conceal chakra fluctuations. With these four shadow clones casting it, there was likely no one in the village who could forcefully break through this barrier. Uchiha could now safely perform other actions. He saw the kaleidoscope Sharingan in his left eye spinning wildly. The stone wall, dozens of meters high, suddenly vanished, transforming into a sloping stone staircase leading underground. Uchiha stepped in, walking along the scattered lights on the stone walls for a while, until he encountered two root ninjas wearing animal masks and exuding a dark aura. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Upon seeing Uchiha's Uchiha clan attire and the unique Sharingan in his eyes, the two immediately drew kunai and stepped forward to question him. Little did they know, the unique Sharingan in Nan's eyes spun slightly. The two were horrified to find that the enemy had instantly moved beside them, with a glowing blade in hand, clearly preparing a formidable jutsu. Reacting instinctively, they thrust their kunai toward the enemy. With a slicing sound, the blades pierced flesh, and the pain of their hearts being shattered brought clarity to their minds. The two looked at the kunai embedded in their comrade's heart, speechless, a sense of unwillingness rising within them. There was no enemy. They had fallen into a genjutsu. As Uchiha's footsteps grew fainter, the two collapsed helplessly into a pool of blood. The further he went in, the more root ninjas appeared. However, when faced with the rushing enemies, Uchiha only needed to gently spin his kaleidoscope Sharingan to trap them in illusions. Unlike the fate of the previous two gatekeepers, Uchiha did not kill them. Although these people, under Danzo's command, had murdered comrades and slaughtered civilians, committing all kinds of atrocities, it was not yet their time to die. They could still use the last flicker of their lives to do something meaningful. For those who had already learned of his presence from the earlier ninjas without needing to see him, Uchiha transmitted his chakra accompanied by mental energy through a unique ninjutsu, conveyed through his footsteps. Tap, tap. Those who arrogantly thought they could avoid the genjutsu, as long as they didn't look at him, without exception, fell into the auditory illusion. The commotion also reached Danzo's ears. Upon realizing that the intruder was Uchiha, he immediately fell into a rage. He hadn't even gone to settle accounts with this brat yet, and he dared to come knocking. However, he quickly felt a pang of anxiety. He knew this Uchiha brat's strength. He understood that the root ninjas probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. Moreover, since this brat dared to swagger in here, he must have set up an ambush around, unafraid of the village's threats. Thinking of this, Danzo gritted his teeth and touched the holes in his left arm, feeling a renewed sense of strength within. "Let me use the power of your Uchiha clan to kill you, brat." Chapter 147. Shimura Danzo's fantasy. When Uchiha passed through the obstacles ahead and arrived at Shimura Danzo's office, he saw the elderly man sitting at his desk, his face dark and sullen, hiding behind his four most trusted subordinates. Upon seeing him enter, the four elite jonin from the root released the ninjutsu they had prepared. Wind release, wind breakthrough fire release, great fire destruction insect jutsu, swarm of bad bugs lightning release. Thunderclap, the four terrifying and peculiar ninjutsu, carrying the momentum to annihilate everything, rushed towards Uchiha. But strangely, within a 5-meter radius around him, those ninjutsu seemed to be swallowed by an invisible abyss. Only the swarm from the Oil Woman clan continued to follow their master's command, forming a wave of insects charging towards the enemy. However, due to the chakra within the swarm being decomposed, their bodies gradually became shriveled and dull, losing their original luster. Tap, tap, tap. The terrifying sea of insects, which could make those with trypophobia faint at a glance, turned into mounds of dried corpses just a step away from Uchiha, collapsing to the ground. Uchiha grinned, and black smoke rose from the sides of his mouth, spewing out red and white flames. Crackle. The shriveled insect corpses made crackling sounds under the scorching fire, and a faint aroma of roasted meat wafted through the closed office, mingling with the terrifying atmosphere, almost making one want to vomit. Secret technique, insect division. The Oil Woman clan ninja first summoned some insects, feeding them his chakra, causing the insect nest to continuously lay eggs and divide, rapidly increasing the scale of the insect sea several times. Then, with a clap of his hands, he pointed towards the incoming sea of fire. Secret technique, insect wall. The chakra-infused swarm of bad bugs began to spin rapidly in place, forming a wall of insects for defense. It collided with a blazing sea of fire. The crackling sounds continued. Before the special sea of fire unleashed by Uchiha Nan, the insect wall held for only a moment before being completely devoured. The others also employed their techniques to stop the sea of fire, but their strength was still inferior to that of the previous member of the Oil Woman clan. The techniques they unleashed couldn't even pause the sea of fire for a moment. Nevertheless, facing the oncoming white-hot sea of fire, they did not retreat a single step, firmly guarding in front of Shimura Danzo, exhausting all their chakra to build the last line of defense for the root leader. Boom! The sea of fire first dispelled their chakra, then erupted violently, sending them flying. Their charred bodies lay on the ground, twitching in a manner too painful to watch. But Shimura Danzo clearly did not care about the lives or deaths of these subordinates, not even glancing at them. The wind release ninjutsu he had prepared whistled out. Wind release, great breakthrough. The wind release ninjutsu unleashed by this shadow-level powerhouse was many times more powerful than that previously used by the little Karami. The blades of wind, aided by the terrifying wind force, swept towards Uchiha Nan. Wherever they passed, both the ground and the ceiling of the cave turned to dust without a sound. Yet, facing such a terrifying attack, Uchiha Nan seemed unfazed, releasing a certain amount of chakra from behind his back. With a clanging sound, he walked out of the range of the wind release attack unscathed, leaving behind a pitted ground and a destroyed path. Kid, do you know what you're doing? I am the advisor of the village, the leader of the root, an indispensable part of Konoha. What you're doing is tantamount to betraying the village. If you turn back now, I can overlook the past and allow you to join the root, working with me on great matters. Shimura Danzo looked at Uchiha Nan, who was casually strolling towards him, feeling somewhat unsure in his heart. He could not help but speak in a conciliatory tone, but this was merely a delaying tactic. If this kid really foolishly agreed to him, then after going out, he would immediately find Sarutobi Hiruzen to announce this kid's betrayal of the village and subsequently wipe out the entire Uchiha clan. Everything that happened today was simply his shame, and all the time he had been the leader of the root, he had never been attacked in his lair, and it was by a mere kid from the Uchiha clan. Danzo, has your brain been fried? Joining the root? Do you take me for a fool? Uchiha Nan, with his hands in his pockets and a face full of disdain, cast a contemptuous glance at him. Since that's the case, don't blame me, kid. Enraged by that gaze, Shimura Danzo slammed both hands onto the ground, injecting chakra into it. Summoning technique, Dream Eater. A bizarre creature with reddish-brown fur and a long nose emerged halfway from the ground, exhaling mist. But Uchiha Nan, seeing this large summoning, would not miss the opportunity. He casually waved out a white beam of energy. That wave cut through the summoning beast Dream Eater from top to bottom as easily as a hot knife through butter, leaving a long mark on the wall of the distant office. Howl! A shrill scream of pain echoed as the Dream Eater, which had not fully emerged, was struck and perished with a cry. You! Shimura Danzo's eyes nearly exploded with rage at this scene. In a battle between ninjas, who attacks before the other summoning beast is even called forth. This was truly the evil deed of a Uchiha clan kid. However, what shocked Danzo even more was the special technique used by Uchiha Nan. Dust Release. Kid, you actually know Dust Release. What is your relationship with Inoki? Uchiha Nan tilted his head, too lazy to answer his question, then clasped his hands together as the light of Dust Release reappeared, shooting out a white beam. Danzo pushed off the tips of his toes, narrowly leaping aside to avoid the attack. He looked at the white beam penetrating the earth and shooting towards an unknown location, his face darkening as he yelled at Uchiha Nan, I understand now, kid. You've allied with a Wagakure. No wonder the battle on that side ended so quickly. It turns out you colluded with Inoki, who gave you Dust Release first and pretended to be defeated by you. You became the hero of Konoha, and with that prestige, you could use Dust Release and your strength to eliminate dissenters in the village and become Hokage, completely controlling Konoha. What a good plan. It seems that what I and Hiruzen did to target you is absolutely right. It's a pity I didn't TC you for the ambitious wolf you were sooner and didn't T-eliminate your Uchiha clan earlier. Are you done? Uchiha Nan did not bother to refute Shimura Danzo's foolish conjectures. After all, according to his upcoming plans, Danzo would only become a mindless pawn, having no time to spread these nonsensical rumors. Since that was the case, why bother be moved by this poor man's fantasies before his death? Chapter 148 Izanagi in the dilapidated office. The white light pillars reappeared, but this time there were not just one, but dozens of them intertwining, completely sealing off the escape routes of Shimura Danzo. However, according to Uchiha Nan's plan, a gap was left to ensure that Shimura Danzo would be severely injured but not fatally trapped. But unexpectedly, Danzo seemed not to see those light pillars at all. He allowed them to pass through him, leaving holes the size of wrists, and then closed his eyes, remaining motionless. Oh, is he seeking death? Uchiha Nan, although unsure why he was doing this, knew that Danzo's life still had other uses. He maintained a defensive mindset, using the strength technique to enhance his physical body, and then swiftly moved to the spot that had been pierced by the dust release. In front of what should have been an injured Shimura Danzo, he reached out to see if this guy was still salvageable. Just as his hand approached, he sensed a familiar fluctuation of ocular power. The wounds on Danzo's body seemed to restore perfectly, as if time was rewinding. Furthermore, he extended one hand and tightly grabbed Nan's arm. Shimura Danzo opened his eyes, revealing a smile of a plot successfully executed. In his other hand, a prepared katana was swirling with terrifying wind-released chakra, aiming directly at Uchiha Nan's chest. In the gaze of his sinister smile, the katana, imbued with wind-released chakra capable of cutting through gold and jade, accurately struck its target. However, just before the smile on Danzo's face fully blossomed, it froze. With a crack, the katana he had high hopes were broken in two like a toy. The tip shattered and vanished, while the blade pressed directly against Uchiha Nan's chest due to the force of his arm. Danzo, disbelieving, swung his arm to chop a few times, but it only produced a clanging sound, as if he was striking the hardest object in the world, unable to unleash any of its intended sharpness. The wind-released chakra attached to the broken katana was completely neutralized by Uchiha Nan's overwhelmingly powerful body and the vast amount of chakra within it. Danzo, are you alright? Uchiha Nan looked at the dazed Shimura Danzo and silently mocked him with a wide grin. He roughly guessed what had just happened. Then he tightened his fist and lightly threw a punch. Thud! Danzo first sensed a deadly threat approaching, wanting to evade but having no time to react. Then, a strong pain radiated from his chest, spreading to his limbs. After that, he could no longer perceive what was happening. The pain in his body seemed to vanish. Uchiha Nan waved his hand, looking at Danzo, who had been turned into a mess, as if he had eaten a fruit that shattered into pieces, with a curious gaze. Danzo, please don't disappoint me. Sure enough, just a minute later, time rewind occurred again. Shimura Danzo reappeared before Uchiha Nan, perfectly restored. Indeed, it was Izanagi. When Danzo was first pierced by the dust release light pillar, and then revived, Uchiha Nan sensed the fluctuation of the Sharingan's ocular power. Thus, he guessed it was the highest illusion technique of the Uchiha clan. However, he was curious about where Danzo obtained these Sharingan, since the Uchiha massacre had not yet occurred. Moreover, to implant the Sharingan without being affected by it, the cells of Hashirama were also essential. Has Orochimaru already managed to implant Hashirama cells? Uchiha Nan had too many questions, but what he did not know was that after he prematurely displayed the power of the Mangeki Sharingan to Orochimaru, the Ninja World's doctor became deeply fascinated. However, after the implantation, the experimental subjects could not bear the immense power of the three-tomo Sharingan. While he was troubled by this, he thought of the infinite replication ability of Hashirama's cells. Thus, he made a simple combination of the two, and, surprisingly, he achieved some results. Although those who had the powers of both could neither use would release ninjutsu nor normally utilize the three-tomo Sharingan, their chakra levels slightly increased, and the dynamic vision in their eyes became stronger. But this minor flaw did not affect Orochimaru from reporting to Danzo that his experiment had succeeded, thus gaining more funding. Since he had achieved results, Danzo naturally killed a few Uchiha on the battlefield, seized a few Sharingan, and performed such a simple level of implantation. Kid, you can't kill me, so stop wasting your efforts. Although I would love to wipe out your Uchiha clan, I cannot deny that the power of the Sharingan is simply too strong, and you will pay for the crimes you committed before the supreme power of your Uchiha clan. After killing you, I will hunt down the entire Uchiha clan and collect all your eyes, with the power of Izanagi. Danzo swelled with confidence and looked down on Uchiha Nan. He still had 6 Sharingan on his arm, meaning he could be invincible for 6 minutes, a time sufficient for him to escape to the root base and send out a warning to the village. After that, he vowed to torment Uchiha Nan severely, gouging out both of this kid's eyes for his future trump card. Is that so, Danzo? Since you were so obsessed with the power of the Uchiha clan, let me show you the supreme masterpiece of the Uchiha clan. Watching the seemingly invincible Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Nan's Mangeki Sharingan began to rotate synchronously. He slowly approached Danzo, extending a hand to rest on his shoulder and applying pressure. Crack, crack. Although Shimura Danzo was in immense pain, beads of cold sweat nearly dripping from his forehead, His confident expression did not change at all. Another Sharingan on his left arm slowly closed, activating Izanagi. He disregarded anything Uchiha Nen said about supreme power. In Danzo's view, such an illogical technique as Izanagi was the strongest power of the Uchiha clan, right? Then he smiled at Uchiha Nen, as if mocking him for his futile efforts. But as seconds ticked by, until a minute later, something terrifying happened to Shimura Danzo. His arm did not return to normal. With a slight movement, a chilling sensation seeped into his heart. This discovery made him panic. Izanagi was his last life-saving measure. How could it fail? That was the Uchiha clan's supreme power. It couldn't be, absolutely impossible. He must have fallen under an illusion. Unwilling to accept this, Shimura Danzo closed another Sharingan and activated Izanagi again. But the result was the same as before. The pain remained, and his shoulder still looked collapsed. This made him break out in a cold sweat. His calm demeanor vanished, as he swallowed hard and stared at the ground as if searching for some treasure. But his smile would not disappear. It merely transferred to Uchiha Nan's face. Chapter 149. Determination. Uchiha Nan reached out and patted the injured shoulder of Shimura Danzo. The action made Danzo's body shudder as he gasped. "What's wrong with you, Danzo? Where's your invincibility? Show me again. You won't say it's because you didn't eat enough that your jutsu is failing, will you? Don't get cocky, brat." Danzo glared furiously at Uchiha Nan. Now that Izanagi had failed, relying solely on his own strength, he would certainly not be a match for Uchiha Nan. The situation had become irretrievable. How could he, the leader of the root, continue to endure the mockery from this Uchiha brat? Danzo gritted his teeth, steeling himself, and extended his uninjured hand to pull open his clothing at the chest. This revealed a special bagua pattern on his chest, preparing to unleash this last resort that would take him and his enemy down together. "Brat, for the sake of the village, let's die together." However, just as the sealing technique of the four symbols on his chest began to stir slightly, it met a pair of madly spinning crimson kaleidoscopes. In that moment, Uchiha Nan's long-prepared kaleidoscope Jinjutsu, which he had been brewing since entering the root, was finally ready. With this eye, he sent it into Danzo's mind, exerting control over him from deep within. Within Danzo's mental space, a gigantic windmill appeared, pinning his spiritual body firmly to the ground. After a moment of struggle, Danzo's mind succumbed to that immense spiritual power. "Lord Nan." Seeing the respectful expression on Danzo's face, Uchiha Nan nodded in satisfaction. The Jinjutsu he had just used was one he had researched for a long time, designed for the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. It could immerse a person's mind in a void illusion, leaving only the ability to follow the user's commands. This inspiration came from the original anime, where Uchiha Bito controlled the fourth Mizukage. Uchiha Nan named it Kaleidoscope Prison. Once this technique was planted in Shimura Danzo, he would only act according to his commands. During normal times, he would merely respond to situations based on instinct. But that didn't matter, as Danzo usually dealt with those root subordinates anyway. Even if they sensed something was wrong with Danzo, they wouldn't think much of it. Danzo, send root ninjas to incite the public, spreading rumors that Sarutobi Hiruzen is unworthy of his position. The recent loss of so many ninjas in the village is entirely due to his incompetence, and the suffering the village has endured is all related to him. As the third Hokage, he must take responsibility for this incident. After controlling Danzo, Uchiha Nen immediately assigned him a task. "Yes, my lord." Danzo turned and left, then issued orders to his subordinates, who had already been freed from Uchiha Nan's Jinjutsu. The massive war machine of the root slowly began to move, spreading rumors through their own means. After seeing his goals achieved, Uchiha Nen left, confirming that he was not discovered by others before retracting his 4 shadow clones and lifting the 4 purple flames formation. Thus a week passed. For some unknown reason, several rumors regarding Sarutobi Hiruzen emerged in the village. In a recreational area that was usually used for leisure, a group of older women huddled together, whispering and discussing something. Some would occasionally turn their heads to glance behind them, seemingly checking to ensure they weren't overheard. "Have you heard? The reason this war happened is that the third Hokage insulted the leaders of the Wind and Earth villages first, which led them to send ninjas to attack us." "I heard that too. The third Hokage mocked the Earth village's short stature and compact build." Yeah. I also heard that so many people died in this war because of the third Hokage's poor command, causing the deaths of many ninjas. Damn Sarutobi Hiruzen. My poor son sacrificed himself like this. Wow, my husband too. Sarutobi Hiruzen is truly a disaster. He is unworthy of being the third Hokage. In an instant, rumors surged, and public resentment boiled over in the village. Families who lost loved ones, spurred on by certain individuals, vented their sorrow and anger over this incident. They even organized a parade, carrying the coffins of their deceased relatives, shouting for justice on the streets of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen must be held accountable for their deaths. Thousands of wronged souls cannot find peace. A sinner is unworthy of being Hokage. Of course, the events occurring in the village could not escape the notice of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was in the Hokage building. With a cigarette in his mouth, he stood forlornly in front of the office's floor-to-ceiling window, watching the villagers gathering outside. He shook his head and sighed. He couldn't understand. Was this war truly caused by him? Did the village's sacrifices have an inseparable connection to him? He took the cigarette from his mouth and exhaled a puff of white smoke. His increasingly aged and wrinkled face appeared uncertain against the backdrop of the smoke. Looking at the Hokage rock in the distance, he sequentially saw the faces of the first Hokage and then his own. Suddenly, he understood. Yes, as a Hokage, the most fundamental duty is to ensure the safety of the village, protecting the interests of the villagers from infringement, ensuring that Konoha remains prosperous and stable. But what had he done over the years? The village had not only failed to progress under his leadership, but it had even regressed to some extent. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen soon overturned this weak thought and firmed his conviction. Everything he had done was for Konoha, even if it meant temporary turmoil. It was for the sake of long-term stability. With his mindset changed, he continued to observe the villagers sitting silently in front of the Hokage building, smiling silently. You wanted to step down, do you? Then let it be as you wish. He had held the position of Hokage long enough. It was time to find fresh blood to take over. However, young people taking office often lack stability in their temperaments, and it was inevitable that they would make mistakes. As the former Hokage, he intended to keep control behind the scenes for their sake and not hand over power to them too soon. Major matters in Konoha would still be managed by him from the shadows. The young ones only needed to bear the glory of being Hokage. Chapter 150. Collusion. After Sarutobi Hiruzen made up his mind and established a rough course of action, he summoned his followers to discuss the matter together. In the Hokage office, Tsurugi Kamachi, Mito Gate Inn, several Hokage advisors, the clan heads of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi, as well as Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade gathered together. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at everyone with some curiosity, as his old friend had incited the root members to spread slander against him. Now that the objective had been achieved, it was time for him to reap the fruits of victory, yet Danzo had not shown up. As for how he discovered this, he was the Hokage of this village, and the movements of Root could not escape his notice. However, it was too late for him to realize the dangers of the situation and try to stop it. The Root ninjas were too familiar with this village, and in a very short time, they had allowed the rumors to ferment into established facts. But now was not the time to delve into this. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat calmly in a chair, watching the few hurriedly arrived individuals. Everyone, I have decided to resign from the position of Hokage. Hiruzen, what kind of joke is this? Given the current situation in Konoha, someone must be stirring things up behind the scenes. You can't fall for it. Old man, don't do anything foolish. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Tsurugi Kamachi and Jiraiya couldn't sit still and voice their opinions. The clan heads of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi, who had long been aware of everything, also exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Nara Shikaku, who had been worried about Sarutobi Hiruzen's betrayal, felt relieved by his decision today. Things were developing as they had anticipated, just as Uchiha Nen had said. Tsunade, however, lowered her head, unable to face Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although she had agreed to Uchiha Nan's request, she still felt guilty towards this teacher who had taken care of her for many years. I know all of this, and I even know who is behind it. Tsurugi Kamachi and Mito Gate Inn exchanged glances, remaining silent. They also knew who was responsible. In fact, Danzo had discussed the feasibility of this plan with them a long time ago. At that time, they both thought it was more suitable for Hiruzen to be Hokage for the village, so they rejected it. They never expected that Danzo would lead Root to execute this plan without informing them at all. Therefore, when they heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, they felt a bit uneasy, but pretended as if they had just learned who was behind it. But none of this was important. What mattered was, as the public said, he had let them down and brought too much loss to the village. So I am resolute. You need not persuade me further. Let's discuss if you have suitable candidates to succeed as the fourth Hokage. After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, he sat still at the table. Tsurugi Kamachi and Mito Gate Inn though very angry at Sarutobi Hiruzen's stubbornness, didn't find it appropriate to say much in front of so many people. They merely exchanged opinions and looked towards Jiraiya and the others. In my opinion, it will be better for Jiraiya and Orochimaru to run for the next Hokage. Tsunade is unsuitable due to her hemophobia. Despite their well-crafted excuses and the appearance of righteousness, everyone present knew that Tsunade was excluded not because of her hemophobia. As a village leader, she was always protected by the Yambu, and after just finishing a war, there wouldn't be many opportunities for combat. Thus, great strength was not required. The real reason was simply that Tsunade was Uchiha Nan's teacher, which was why she was excluded. Tsunade clearly understood this as well, and a flash of displeasure crossed her face. After saying she would not participate, she left the office. Even though she had agreed to Uchiha Nan's request, she personally did not want to take on the role of Hokage. But now, having witnessed the village's rejection of Nan and the Uchiha clan, her feelings of betrayal towards Sarutobi Hiruzen had significantly diminished. Tsunade's departure caused the entire office to fall silent, leaving Tsurugi Kamachi and Mito Gate in feeling very awkward. They secretly complained about Tsunade's lack of decorum. After all, she was the master of someone like Uchiha Nan. The two then attempted to say something shamelessly, but unexpectedly, Jiraiya spoke up with a light snort. I have no interest in the position of 4th Hokage, nor do I have the time to manage the village. I will be leaving Konoha for a while to travel. Let Orochimaru handle it. Ignoring the increasingly grim expressions on the faces of the two Hokage advisors, he walked out of the office. After leaving the Hokage building, Jiraiya looked up at the sky, where a great fireball hung, radiating warm light. Yet under this blazing sun, the actions of the people in the village made him feel a chilling emptiness inside. Because of differing interests from his own faction, they desperately suppressed Uchiha Nan, who had achieved great merit on the battlefield. Even Tsunade, who was related to him, was affected, which made Jiraiya very uncomfortable. Teacher, is this your will of fire? After Jiraiya left, Tsurugi Kamachi and Mito Gate-un's faces turned completely dark. However, being the shameless characters they were, they immediately turned to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, you are indeed the most reliable. I have long seen that you are suitable to be Hokage. Tsunade and Jiraiya each have their own ambitions. You're the only one who fits. Orochimaru looked at these two utterly shameless guys, and even his cold expression couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. But thinking about how his experiment had reached a crucial stage, becoming Hokage would allow him to do things he couldn't do before. It would also play a crucial role in controlling the power of his Sharingan. So after hesitating for a moment, he nodded in agreement with the two shameless old men. Otherwise, he would have already stormed out like Jiraiya and Tsunade. On the other side, the three clan heads of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi also timely offered their praises. In their hearts, they planned to tell Uchiha Nan everything that had happened today, as a candidate was confirmed in the Hokage office. Orochimaru and the three clan heads had already left, leaving only Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsurugi Kamachi, and Mito Gate-in. Hiruzen, why are you doing this? Do you know how much power we will lose as a result? As soon as the others had left, Tsurugi Kamachi and Mito Gate-in immediately confronted Sarutobi Hiruzen. During Sarutobi Hiruzen's term as the 3rd Hokage, the two of them had developed a large number of followers as advisors. They controlled various important departments in Konoha, and it could be said that in the village they could cause a major earthquake with just a stomp of their feet. But now, with Sarutobi Hiruzen resigning as 3rd Hokage without a word, their power was naturally unstable. Once the 4th Hokage took office, they would likely face a major purge. Such actions that seriously harmed their interests were, for them, an unforgivable betrayal. All right, my old friends, how could I forget you? Sit down and calm down. Sarutobi Hiruzen first tried to stabilize their emotions before smiling and saying, don't worry, once Orochimaru takes office as the 4th Hokage, being young, he will inevitably mishandle many things. At that time, he will naturally rely on our strong support, and your power will not only remain intact but will also gain more. So that's how it is. Hiruzen, you are still brilliant. Chapter 151. Resignation in an instant. Laughter echoed throughout the office. The next day, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately summoned the villagers to issue an apology. Standing on the stage in front of the Konoha village square with a sad expression, he allowed the villagers below to point and criticize him, embodying a sense of not retaliating against their insults. However, a square barrier was erected around the podium to prevent any potential riots or to stop villagers from throwing eggs or stones. As the speech began, Sarutobi Hiruzen first showcased the spirit of craftsmanship by bowing deeply 3 times. Then, with a face full of sorrow, he opened his mouth to channel chakra to project his voice far and wide. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and I am also the sinner you speak of. These past few days, I have deeply recognized my sins and conducted a serious self-examination. After a long speech, he made a decision. I will resign from the position of Hokage. Wow, really? You should have stepped down a long time ago. After Sarutobi Hiruzen announced his decision, the crowd below erupted into chaos. Those who had lost loved ones in the war wished for Sarutobi Hiruzen to die. Although they heard him say he would resign, they could not forgive him and began to curse loudly. You bastard! Fool! Yet, as there were those who were happy, there were naturally those who were not. They had been brainwashed by Sarutobi Hiruzen for a long time and had become his die-hard supporters. Hearing his words today, they kneeled on the ground, pleading for him to retract his decision. Third Lord, Konoha cannot be without you. You are the hero of Konoha, the light that illuminates our village. How can we live without you? Amidst the noisy voices below, Sarutobi Hiruzen tearfully completed his decision. He took off the Hokage robe and hat and handed them to Tsunade for safekeeping. Everyone, there will be others to take over the position of Hokage, so you don't need to be sad. Instead, open your eyes, collect your feelings, and look forward to the fourth Hokage of the village. Each of you is a member of the village and has the right to supervise the Hokage. The crowd below erupted in noise. Meanwhile, Uchiha Nan, sitting at home, received information relayed by Tsunade in Nara Shikaku. After learning about everything that happened today, he couldn't help but smile lightly. Orochimaru, do you want to become Hokage? Huh. Uchiha Nan still remembered the kind reminder he had given Orochimaru on the battlefield of Iwagakure. Then, he clapped his hands and summoned a dove to inform Shimura Danzo that it was time to proceed with the next step of the plan. Sarutobi Hiruzen, do you think the position of Hokage can be decided so easily? When you receive the information about Orochimaru, when you and your disciple turn against each other, then you can be happy. 2 days later, Sarutobi Hiruzen trembled as he looked at the information handed to him by a member of the Umbu. It detailed Orochimaru's human experimentation projects, how many people were consumed each day, and what their identities were. Seeing the research related to Hashirama's cells and the Sharingan made Sarutobi Hiruzen furious. When he saw that these experiments required the lives of dozens of people daily, he was already very disappointed in this disciple. The idea of him becoming the fourth Hokage was thrown out of the window. If he became Hokage, who knows how many people would die under his hands. But when he saw the last line, where Orochimaru actually used the village's ninjas as experimental materials, Sarutobi Hiruzen's vision went dark, and he fell back into his chair, nearly fainting. A rebellious disciple. How could I raise such a disciple? In an instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a surge of killing intent, contemplating whether to kill Orochimaru to avenge those who died at his hands. However, he ultimately recalled the scenes of adopting Orochimaru as a child and accompanying him as he grew up. His clenched fists suddenly relaxed, and he leaned back in his chair, letting out a long sigh. After a long while, Sarutobi Hiruzen straightened up, found an Umbu ninja, sealed the scroll he was holding, and prepared to hand it to him. But after thinking for a moment, he decided against it and placed it on his desk instead. Go notify Jiraiya to come to my office immediately. Yes, Hokage-sama. Currently, everyone in the Umbu was loyal to Sarutobi Hiruzen. So even though he was no longer the third Hokage, they still referred to him as Hokage out of respect. Soon, Jiraiya, looking impatient and somewhat disheveled, arrived at the Hokage office. He thought the old man wanted to persuade him to stay in the village to take over the Hokage position. So as soon as he entered, he impatiently shouted, "What's the rush, old man?" Even my material collection for APIKey Paradise was interrupted by the Umbu. However, upon finishing his sentence, he realized that the old man was not scolding him, but instead had a face like he had just lost a loved one, sitting there with a dark expression. He couldn't help but wonder what major event had occurred. As he approached, Sarutobi Hiruzen threw a scroll into his hands. Jiraiya didn't waste any time and opened it to examine its contents. After a short while, he understood why the old man's expression had changed to this. In disbelief, Jiraiya trembled as he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Old man, tell me this is fake. Although I wish it were fake, the truth is the truth. And it cannot be changed." Sarutobi Hiruzen answered Jiraiya in a deep voice, shattering his last glimmer of hope. "What are you going to do? You will come with me to capture Orochimaru. We must not let him escape the village." 1 hour earlier, Uchiha stealthily arrived at Orochimaru's experimental base. After throwing a fire release jutsu to blow open a stone door, He left behind a scroll and made his escape. Chapter 152. An unexpected blow. Hearing the noise, Orochimaru came out to check and surveyed the area, but found no one, which left him feeling somewhat puzzled. He summoned a small snake to swallow the scroll on the ground, instantly learning its contents. However, the message inside caused his already cold expression to darken even further. It read, "Danzo is still Uchiha Nan?" The scroll contained only one sentence. "Your matter has been revealed, Orochimaru." Back to the present time, Hiruzen Sarutobi, accompanied by Jiraiya and several Anbu, launched a surprise attack on Orochimaru's laboratory. Strangely, aside from some traps, there were no signs of anyone inside. The ground only bore traces left by items that had been there for a long time. A few Anbu ninjas carefully checked the area and returned to Hiruzen to respectfully report, "Sir, we did not find Orochimaru. It seems he received news and has relocated. Many important documents have already been destroyed." Hiruzen frowned upon hearing this and immediately ordered, "Go inform the barrier team to strengthen the village's defenses. No one is allowed to leave the village. Then notify all Anbu to begin searching for Orochimaru." With no sign of Orochimaru and no news of his departure from the village, all they could do now was increase the search efforts and see if there were any results. Hiruzen hoped to capture Orochimaru, but he also did not want to encounter his former disciple, creating a deep internal conflict. Meanwhile, Jiraiya looked around at the various grotesque humanoid specimens in the petri dishes. He smashed one with his fist, and after the liquid spilled out, he examined the lifeless body inside, which bore multiple surgical scars, and couldn't help but tighten his fist. Hiruzen noticed Jiraiya's expression and comfortingly patted his shoulder. After losing Orochimaru, his most gifted disciple, Jiraiya had become the best candidate for the fourth Hokage. At this point, he couldn't afford to lose this disciple. On the other side, after finishing the last scroll, Orochimaru left the Forbidden Technique storage room with satisfaction and headed towards the secret passage he had previously left. He understood that once his teacher discovered his research involving the village and its comrades, he would undoubtedly be unable to tolerate him as a disciple. He would be marked as a rogue ninja and face the most severe manhunt, with no chance of returning to Konoha in the near future. Therefore, after transferring all his research results, Orochimaru came to this place where Konoha stored all forbidden techniques and emptied it. Now, as long as he followed the previously left secret passage, he could soar high and swim freely. However, just as he reached the vicinity of his escape route, he detected Anbu ninjas lying in ambush nearby. Damn it, I underestimated these hyenas. Orochimaru concealed his presence and turned to another hiding spot. But he did not expect that under the tight ambush of the Anbu, he was captured the moment he revealed himself. A small Anbu team immediately surrounded him. "Orochimaru, surrender and return to face the village's judgment." What a joke. When I was fighting for the village, you didn't even know where you were. You think you're qualified to judge me? Orochimaru waved his hands, transforming his body into countless snakes of various forms that shot towards the surrounding Anbu. Faced with such an attack, the Anbu team did not dare to underestimate it, forming hand seals and unleashing the fireball jutsu. Boom! Boom! The fireballs exploded, scattering the sea of snakes, with countless venomous snakes charred and flying in pieces. But by the time the Anbu cleared the sea of snakes, Orochimaru's figure had already vanished from sight. Damn it, he escaped. A signal flare was launched. Whoosh! A colorful signal flare shot into the sky, attracting the attention of pursuers from other locations. Meanwhile, the fleeing Orochimaru looked at the rising signal flare with a grim expression. Once his whereabouts were locked down, countless Anbu would be waiting for him. Even his teacher might personally take action. Thinking of this, Orochimaru ran even harder. However, under the combined detection of several sensory ninjas and the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, his location was quickly reported to Hiruzen Sarutobi. As Orochimaru repelled several waves of Anbu and reached the village's edge, just a barrier away from escaping, two familiar figures appeared before him. "Orochimaru." A cold voice echoed from Hiruzen Sarutobi as he stared intently at his once most favored disciple. "Why'd you do this?" Jiraiya couldn't help but clench his fists. Waiting for an answer, Orochimaru smiled, and facing these two former companions and relatives, he found it hard to remain completely indifferent. Memories of their past interactions kept echoing in his mind. But in this situation, he could only sever his emotions, coldly looking at them and disdainfully curling his lips. For what? Of course, for immortality. Human life is too fragile. For such an illusory idea. Orochimaru, you have caused so many deaths. Jiraiya looked at his former friend, enraged by such ridiculous statements. coupled with the images of the gruesome corpses in the laboratory replaying in his mind. A wave of terrifying anger consumed his remaining rationality. Jiraiya clapped his hands to summon 2 summoning toads. Wentai, Toad Oil Fireball. Before the 2 large toads could figure out who the enemy was, they spewed out special fire oil under Jiraiya's command. Combined with Jiraiya's fire release jutsu, the air around them warped, producing waves of heat. Orochimaru sneered, opening his mouth and transforming into a giant python, swallowing the blazing sea of fire. However, the snake's body couldn't withstand the force and exploded into chunks. Orochimaru, seemingly unscathed, emerged from one of the fragments. Meanwhile, Hiruzen Sarutobi, seeing his disciple in this unrepentant state, also took action. He slammed his hands on the ground, summoning a giant gorilla over 10 meters tall. Sarno Awagama. With a loud bang, the gorilla transformed into a heavily patterned iron rod that fell into Hiruzen's hands. With a swift move, he struck down at the recovering Orochimaru. Yet, Orochimaru showed no fear, opening his mouth and extending his tongue to unleash a short sword that glinted coldly. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as Orochimaru struggled to withstand the force, repeatedly retreating and leaving several footprints on the ground. Meanwhile, Toad Wentai leaped into the air, transforming into a mountain of flesh that came crashing down. Boom! The remaining Orochimaru was struck by the mountain of flesh, dissipating into white smoke. It was merely a shadow clone. His true self was now blocked by Jiraiya and Hiruzen Sarutobi. Ninjutsu Matsu no Mai. Composite Ninjutsu. Wind and fire bullets. Faced with the attacks from 2 shadow-level powerhouses, Orochimaru could only struggle to unleash jutsu to defend himself. But soon, he lost the power to resist and allowed the white needles to pierce through his body. Just as Jiraiya was about to move in to capture Orochimaru, Hiruzen suddenly stepped forward, his iron rod extending and striking Orochimaru in the abdomen, sending him flying out of the barrier. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Orochimaru disappeared from everyone's sight. Teacher you. Chapter 153. New candidate Jiraiya looked incredulously at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who stood there with a regretful expression. Teacher, what are you doing? Why did you let Orochimaru go? Hearing Jiraiya's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head without saying anything, his gaze directed off into the distance. After all, Orochimaru was his own student whom he had raised. It was truly painful for him to execute him personally. Sigh. Jiraiya sighed, understanding his teacher's complex feelings. Even if he had caught Orochimaru himself, could he really bring himself to execute him? But he absolutely could not tolerate Orochimaru escaping like this. In a flash, he broke through the barrier and chased after the direction Orochimaru had left, leaving behind a voice echoing in the air. Teacher, I'm going to catch Orochimaru. If I can't find him, I won't come back. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his arm and scratched his head, his expression on his face particularly vivid for a moment. Originally, Orochimaru was the most suitable candidate to become the 4th Hokage, but after this incident, Sarutobi Hiruzen was filled with regret. Now, even Jiraiya had left Konoha because of this matter. The village had suddenly lost 2 shadow-level powers. Everything that had happened felt like a heavy blow to Sarutobi Hiruzen, making it hard for him to accept. His originally straight posture had become quite hunched, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. But he had no right to feel sad or upset. Everything that had transpired was due to his own indulgence. Now, all Sarutobi Hiruzen could do was force himself to cheer up and consider what to do next. Meanwhile, Orochimaru touched the wound on his abdomen and glanced silently in the direction of the village before turning to leave. Lord Orochimaru, what are you doing? Hearing that familiar voice, Orochimaru suddenly turned around, muscles tensed, cautiously scanning his surroundings. Don't be afraid, Lord Orochimaru, I mean no harm. I just came to see my old friend before you left. Uchiha Nen leaped down from the trunk of a large tree, looking at him with a smile. It was as if he was not the mastermind behind Orochimaru's embarrassing escape and current predicament. Nan, you betrayed me. The image of himself being chased like a stray dog flashed in Orochimaru's mind. He gritted his teeth, his eyes fixed on the smiling man before him. What nonsense are you talking about, Lord Orochimaru? This is all Danzo's doing. It has nothing to do with me. I just accidentally intercepted this information and couldn't bear to see you become a rogue ninja, so I came to meet you. Uchiha Nen stared at Orochimaru without fear, as if he were not a dangerous poisonous snake, but merely a dog that could only bark and bare its teeth. Don't pretend to be innocent. I will find out the truth about this matter. If it really was Danzo, then I will naturally repay him well. But if I find out that this was your doing, after dropping a harsh remark, Orochimaru said nothing more to Uchiha Nan and turned to leave, escaping to an unknown destination. Not long after Orochimaru left, Jiraiya, with a dark expression, rushed over. Seeing Uchiha Nan standing there with an easygoing demeanor, he immediately felt anger rising. "You brat, did you just see Orochimaru?" "I did see him, Lord Jiraiya." Lord Orochimaru even greeted me very kindly, Uchiha Nan said, shrugging his shoulders, showing no concern for Jiraiya's attitude, and instead smiling as he explained. "What the hell? Why didn't you stop him? Don't you know he is a rogue ninja?" Jiraiya stepped forward, staring intently into Uchiha Nan's eyes as if trying to discern something. "Could it be that you are his accomplice? Did you participate in his human experiments?" Uchiha Nan looked at Jiraiya, who had lost his usual calmness and was now rambling and biting at him. He couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, pointing a finger at his chest. "Lord Jiraiya, please don't wrong a good person. First, I indeed did not receive any news about Lord Orochimaru being a rogue ninja. It's true that Sarutobi Hiruzen just had the village's Umbu announce this news. Logically, I shouldn't have known about it in advance." Upon hearing this answer, Jiraiya had nothing to say. "Second, what are human experiments? I've never heard of them." Jiraiya was forced back a few steps by Uchiha Nan's unapologetic attitude, his face full of reluctance. He knew very well that Uchiha Nan's words had loopholes. For example, why was he privately outside the village's barrier? Why was he not surprised at all when he heard the news of Orochimaru's defection, as if he had known all along? But Jiraiya understood that now was not the time to pursue these questions. His primary task was to find Orochimaru and bring him back to the village. The rest would be left to the old man and the others to handle. Coming to this realization, Jiraiya merely glanced at Uchiha Nan before continuing to pursue the leads he had found. Meanwhile, Uchiha Nan stood in place, silently smiling at the direction they had left. The show had just begun. On the other side, Sarutobi Hiruzen forced a smile as he returned to his office, drafting a bounty notice for Orochimaru's defection. He then sat down in his chair and took out intelligence regarding this war, planning to study who had performed outstandingly enough to be qualified to compete for the position of 4th Hokage. After automatically filtering out all information about Uchiha Nan, Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally noticed his own student, Namikaze Minato, remembering that he was the husband of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Although this time, due to Uchiha Nan's interference in the Third Shinobi World War, Minato did not shine as brightly as he did in the original story. He still managed to lead the ninja forces to repel Sunagakure and gain an advantage against the AB combination of Kyumobikure. This allowed his reputation as the Yellow Flash to spread to some extent. He was the most outstanding individual among the new generation, second only to Uchiha Nan. In a situation where there were no better candidates, Sarutobi Hiruzen ultimately decided on him. He immediately sent for the two advisors, and the three of them discussed carefully before unanimously agreeing to nominate the more controllable Namikaze Minato as the 4th Hokage. After all, he had no strong backing in the village, and once he became Hokage, everything would have to rely on them. This was simply the most suitable choice for the 4th Hokage. Afterward, Sarutobi Hiruzen sent off Tsunade and Mito, asking them to leave and summon Minato. Namikaze Minato, who was about to get intimate with Kushina, was forcibly interrupted by the Umbu. After receiving an elbow from Kushina that left her displeased, Minato, holding his chest, followed the Umbu ninja to the Hokage's office. As soon as they met, Sarutobi Hiruzen warmly welcomed him, taking his hand and pulling him into a chair. "Minato, you're here. Sit down." Namikaze Minato, who was previously just a junior, had never seen such a scene before. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen had always treated him well, it was merely superficial politeness. Now, with this sudden display of attitude, Minato was left somewhat at a loss. Chapter 154. The wind has risen. Although Namikaze Minato sat down, he only sat halfway, leaving the other half outside. After all, he understood the importance of the big leader in front of him. Sarutobi Hiruzen, seeing this, nodded in satisfaction. Minato knew how to advance and retreat and was polite, making him a good child. "Minato came to you today because I have decided to assign you a significant task." Before Namikaze Minato could humbly ask, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, "I want you to run for the position of the 4th Hokage." The 4th Hokage. The 4th Hokage. Namikaze Minato was stunned by this overwhelming surprise. His mind went blank, and he didn't know what to say. After all, becoming Hokage had always been his dream. However, he was aware that even after the 3rd Hokage stepped down, he never considered that he would have this opportunity to be selected as the 4th Hokage. In his understanding, he was just a lucky, ordinary ninja who had become a disciple of Jiraiya and had a bit of strength. How could he have anticipated that this opportunity would fall into his lap so unpreparedly? Hokage-sama, is this true? But why me and not my master? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Minato's genuine surprise and became even more satisfied. This was the kind of child who had been influenced by the will of fire. Moreover, having such good fortune, he did not forget about his master at the first opportunity, which spoke volumes about his inner qualities. Minato's master, Jiraiya, had received a secret mission and would not return to the village for a short time. But there is no but. Time is pressing. Minato, you must make up your mind, or I fear others in the village will take this opportunity to create trouble. All right, I agree, Namikaze Minato said. Although he didn't understand why the third Hokage was so anxious, he still agreed under his firm attitude. Good, very good. Next, I will use my influence to promote your achievements in the village. You just need to cooperate. On the other side, at the Hyuga clan's territory, Uchiha Nan, dressed in a standard Uchiha-style coat, arrived at the entrance of the Hyuga clan with a beaming smile. Friend, this is the home of the Hyuga clan, and outsiders are not welcome here. The two Hyuga ninja guarding the gate immediately raised their hands to stop him upon seeing Uchiha Nan's standard Uchiha attire. It was well known in the village that the Uchiha and Hyuga clans were not on good terms, even after the clan leader returned from the battlefield and changed his attitude. Vigorously promoting the improvement of relations with the Uchiha clan, the long-standing hostility could not be changed overnight. The lower-ranking Hyuga ninja, who did not know the truth, could not change their views in a short time. Moreover, the Hyuga clan's territory did not welcome outsiders. They were just doing their jobs. Seeing the two blocking his way, Uchiha Nan did not get angry or threaten them. Instead, he smiled and released a portion of his chakra. A terrifying aura radiated from his seemingly slender figure. In an instant, the sky above darkened, and the air seemed to solidify. Even the floating dust particles froze in place, unable to move a bit. The two Hyuga guards were terrified, feeling as if the handsome young man before them had transformed into a terrifying giant beast that could swallow their souls. Who dares to cause trouble in the Hyuga clan? Sensing the commotion, the experts from the Hyuga clan could no longer sit still. They jumped out, their expressions serious as they rushed toward the source of this terrifying chakra pressure, including the brothers Hyuga Hizashi and Hyuga Hayashi. On their way, the two brothers exchanged glances with the surrounding Hyuga clan experts, all seeing the fear on each other's faces. However, the Hyuga clan was fearless. They firmly believed that even if they were no match for such a terrifying enemy, that person could not possibly kill all of them before exhausting their chakra. When they arrived at the gate, Hyuga Hizashi immediately fixed his gaze on the handsome young man, who was casually exuding an endless aura of power. Upon recognizing the visitor, he breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know why this person was here, seeing his smile indicated that he was in a good mood. Clan leader Nan, it's you. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Since Hyuga Hizashi had seen Uchiha Nan's heavenly might on the battlefield, he decided to ease the relationship with the Uchiha clan after some persuasion from certain clan members. He also warned the upper echelons of the Hyuga clan to recognize Uchiha Nan's face and not to provoke him in the future, or else they would face expulsion from the clan. Thus, the Hyuga experts who followed him understood who had come, and after the clan leader waved his hand, everyone else returned home except for Hyuga Hayashi, who stayed behind. The clan leader is being polite. I actually came to discuss some matters with you. I was worried you might not be in the clan, so I took this step. I hope you won't take offense. Uchiha Nan did not mention the guards at the door who had refused him entry. After all, they were just doing their jobs. And if he brought it up in front of Hyuga Hizashi, those two would surely face punishment. Why bother? The two guards, who had been trembling in fear, wearing expressions of having offended a big shot and not knowing how to handle it, felt grateful when they heard him not mentioning their incident. They vowed in their hearts to remember this face and to greet him with drums and gongs next time he came. Oh, I see. Then let's go in and discuss. Hyuga Hizashi sincerely invited Uchiha Nan into the clan territory, not caring about the rule that outsiders could not enter. They arrived in a well-furnished, ancient-looking conference hall, where Hyuga Hizashi and Uchiha Nan sat facing each other. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they dropped the formal titles and addressed each other by name, expressing familiarity. Nan, if you have something to say, just say it. Uchiha Nan took a sip of tea from the table. Since you were so straightforward, I won't waste words. The election for the fourth Hokage is approaching, and I hope you will support Lady Tsunade. Upon hearing his words, Hyuga Hizashi's heart shook, and his hand holding the teacup trembled involuntarily. The Hyuga clan had once coveted the position of fourth Hokage after the third Hokage stepped down. However, they understood deep down that it was impossible Sarutobi Hiruzen would not allow it, so they abandoned that thought. But now, Uchiha Nan had come for this matter, revealing that the Uchiha clan had such great ambitions to interfere in the Hokage position and had even taken action. As the clan leader, Hyuga Hisashi certainly would not just look at the surface of things. This matter appeared to be about Tsunade running for the 4th Hokage, and Uchiha Nan, as her disciple, was merely seeking support. However, Hyuga Hisashi had already seen the deeper meaning behind it. The Uchiha clan's involvement in the Hokage selection was a blatant challenge to Sarutobi Hiruzen's authority. Previously, the Hokage selection was essentially a one-man show by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Whoever he said it was. But now, with Uchiha Nan's strength and his apparent intentions, Hyuga Hisashi could not help but ponder deeply about everything. The wind has risen. Chapter 155. Capture. After a brief moment of contemplation and the exchange of information, Uchiha Nan revealed more of his cards. And Hinata Hisashi made a decisive decision. All right, I agree to this matter. Since the Uchiha clan wants to undertake such a significant task, the Hinata clan is naturally willing to help. Uchiha Nan clapped the table, very satisfied with Hisashi's response, and then made a promise to him, offering benefits. Indeed, the Hisashi clan leader understands the greater good. In that case, I won't be stingy. I, Uchiha Nan, hereby declare that as long as I am alive, the Hinata clan will remain worry-free. Anyone who dares to harm them will be held accountable. Furthermore, once this is accomplished, a portion of the power that has long been occupied by pests in the village can also be transferred to you. Great, Nan. You truly speak to my heart. Let's toast. The two clinked their cups, enjoying tea in place of wine. Uchiha Nan then promptly sought to rally some clans. He subtly hinted at his support for Tsunade-sensei's candidacy for the 4th Hokage through a few respected individuals on the battlefield, who understood and began to make arrangements. In the remaining time, Uchiha Nan oscillated between Mikoto, Tsunade, and Akamichi. After all, the betrayal of Orochimaru had severely impacted Mitarashi Anko, leaving the young girl psychologically scarred. She had trusted Orochimaru as a teacher and believed in him, only to find out that he would. Moreover, the repercussions of this event were significant. Once people around her learned of her identity, they would regard her with strange eyes, secretly pointing and whispering, "Look, that's Orochimaru's disciple. Her master is a traitor who has killed many. She must not be a good person either. Better move along. Who knows if she'll come after us next?" Such remarks placed immense psychological and physical pressure on Anko, leaving her in a daze and reliant on Uchiha Nan's comfort. One day, pale and haggard, Mitarashi Anko donned a veil to cover her face, changed into clothes she had never worn before, and stepped outside to try to relax her mind. However, as soon as she pushed the door open, she saw a figure in a tiger mask and black clothing that did not seem like a good person. Behind this person were two subordinates wearing different masks. "Who are you?" She immediately stepped back, becoming wary. "We're the ANBU directly under the Hokage, and we need your assistance in an investigation," said the ANBU squad leader with the tiger mask, his voice cold. "Umbu." Anko's body trembled, and her already pale face turned even more sorrowful. Of course, she had heard of the notorious ANBU in the village. In the eyes of others, they were the sharpest blades of the village, a group of inhumane madmen who would destroy the spirits of those they captured through the most brutal means. Normal ninjas would go mad shortly after falling into their hands. Seeing the ANBU come to capture her, Anko feared it meant the village no longer trusted her and viewed her as a traitor. Who could she rely on now? Her teammates or classmates? Would they leave her? More importantly, would it also look at her with strange eyes and abandon her? Anko was terrified at the thought and hurriedly took 2 steps back, trembling as she spoke. "Why you can't capture me? I'm a disciple of Orochimaru. It's precisely because of Orochimaru that we are here to apprehend you. Do you wish to resist?" The ANBU leader signaled to the two beside him, and they formed a circle around Mitarashi Anko, intending to use force to take her away. "Don't come any closer." As the ANBU approached, Anko's back hit the wall, and she waved her hands, trying to keep them at bay. But it was futile. They would not be easily deterred, and they had already drawn their kunai, moving in to forcibly take her. "Stop!" Uchiha Nan shouted as he walked over from a distance with a grim expression. He had no plans for the day and thought to spend more time comforting Anko. However, he arrived just in time to witness this scene. Orochimaru had only just left, and the psychological trauma inflicted on Anko had not yet healed. If she was taken away by ANBU for interrogation, then couldn't bear to imagine what would become of this young girl. His anger surged, and his eyes were filled with a desire to devour. "Nan, you finally arrived." The girl, who had faced death on the battlefield without shedding a tear, finally broke down under the continuous blows from her closest teacher and comrades in the village. With a last glimmer of hope in her heart, tears streamed down her face as she fell into Uchiha Nan's embrace. Uchiha Nan did not say any comforting words. He simply extended his arms and held her tightly. In that moment, action spoke louder than words of consolation. However, the APIKey did not care about this. They only knew to complete their mission and moved towards Uchiha Nan again. She is a significant suspect. Hand her over immediately, or don't blame us for what happens next. The APIKey issued their ultimatum, unyielding. Nan, I didn't do anything. You have to believe me. Hearing the cold voices from APIKey, Anko cried even harder, desperately trying to explain. She feared that Uchiha Nan would not believe her and would leave her, leaving her all alone. In her eyes, that was far more terrifying than being captured by APIKey. Don't worry, Anko, I believe you. A gentle yet firm voice reassured her. Only then did Anko manage a smile amidst her tears, stammering, Nan, you're the best. With you believing in me, I'm not afraid anymore. As she spoke, Mitarashi Anko stepped away from Uchiha Nan's embrace, extending her hands towards APIKey and glancing back at Uchiha Nan. You can take me away. With his belief, I'm not afraid. Don't underestimate me. Chapter 156. Forced back a few Umbu ninjas, exchanged glances, and stepped forward, wanted to take away the girl who was both crying and laughing. However, just as the Umbu squad leader wearing a tiger mask reached out to grab Akane, his arm was suddenly seized tightly by a strong, flawless white hand. Despite appearing to have no rigorous training, that hand conveyed immense strength. The masked Umbu squad leader's face, hidden beneath the mask, twisted in pain. Nan, what are you doing? Akane also saw Uchiha Nan act against the Umbu for her sake and thought it was bad. She hurriedly stepped forward to try to separate them. A warm rush of emotion surged within her, but so did fear. Although she had witnessed Uchiha Nan's strength and knew he was strong, these were the Umbu, the highest authority in the village. Even if Nan could defeat them, he would inevitably be captured by even more people. How could she bear to see Nan get hurt? She reached out, trying to pull them apart, desperately explaining to the Umbu squad leader, he means no harm. Please don't capture him. He's just worried about my safety. If you feel uncomfortable, you can hit me. I can take it. Hearing her words, Uchiha Nan felt a pang of emotion and pulled her into his embrace. Silly girl. Why must you? Nan, run. Seeing the Umbu already surrounding them, Akane struggled to break free and position herself in front of him, trying to buy him time to escape. But she couldn't break free and could only anxiously look at Uchiha Nan, who smiled at her, a tear rolling down his cheek. Akane felt a gust of wind brush past her ear. Then came a scream, and she noticed the embrace around her had vanished. Dazed, she turned to see the 3 Umbu ninjas lying on the ground, their arms twisted in irregular shapes. The one she cared about stood there, offering her a gentle smile. Nan, Akane hurried over and threw herself into his arms. Silly girl, it's fine. Don't worry. No one in the village dares to cause me trouble. As for these Umbu, just leave them here. Someone will take care of it. After much explanation from Uchiha Nan, Akane reluctantly believed his words. However, she stayed close to him, not wanting to leave his side, as if thinking that if Uchiha Nan couldn't protect himself, she would risk her life to buy him time to escape. Seeing her adorable appearance, Uchiha Nan couldn't help but chuckle. He led her to a park bench to sit down. Nan, you're so good to me, Akane said, resting her head on Uchiha Nan's shoulder, shaking her head with a blissful expression. Uchiha Nan tightened his arm around her and kissed her rosy cheek with a smile. Silly girl, do you like it? Those words caused Akane's face to turn beet red as she lowered her head and fell silent, but her small hand tightly clenched, revealing the intense, emotional turmoil within her. Uchiha Nan didn't press further, quietly holding her as they enjoyed the beautiful moment together. The sunlight bathed them, making them look like a pair of envied golden boys and jade maidens. After Uchiha Nan warned the Umbu not to trouble Akane again, some time passed. The hottest topic in Konoha village shifted from Sarutobi Hiruzen to who would become the 4th Hokage. Groups of people could often be seen gathering together, passionately expressing their opinions. I think Jiraiya-sama could do it. His APIKey paradise is so well received, he must be able to manage Konoha well. We all know what you're thinking. I think it's pretty good. But overall, the loudest voices supported Minato Namikaze, who was backed by Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, and Tsunade, who had the highest approval among ninjas. The two of them led the way by a wide margin, becoming the hottest topic. In the Hokage's office, a loud bang echoed. Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed his hand on the desk in front of him. That disobedient Tsunade and that damn little brat Uchiha Nan. Half an hour earlier, Upon learning that Tsunade planned to run for office and had garnered so much support, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately called her to the office for a stern reprimand. After all, with such high support for Tsunade, and with Shimura Danzo quiet today, it was clear Uchiha Nan was pulling strings behind the scenes. He couldn't think of anyone else who would have such a reputation among the ninjas. He calculated everything, desperately suppressing Uchiha Nan's prestige in the village. Who would have thought this little brat would switch tactics and support Tsunade in the competition? Sarutobi Hiruzen earnestly advised Tsunade, the Uchiha clan has their own ambitions, which are detrimental to the village's development. You must see through them. Uchiha Nan slaughters his comrades in the village. He is not a good person. He is using you. Hiruzen hoped that his words, combined with his position as her teacher, would make her withdraw from the competition. But Tsunade was not going to let him off easily. Teacher, I have my own eyes. I see everything happening in the village clearly. I can judge right from wrong myself. You don't need to worry. I will definitely become Hokage. As for Nan, you don't need to say anything more. With a bang, Tsunade stormed out. Back to the present. The office was left with an enraged Sarutobi Hiruzen and a helpless Minato Namikaze. He knew that becoming Hokage wouldn't be simple, and sure enough, Tsunade had emerged as a competitor. For this woman, who had grown up alongside his teacher and often beat him up, Minato had already given up on competing. Lord Third, why don't we just forget this competition? I think it would be great for Tsunade to become Hokage. You don't understand, Minato. If Tsunade wants to become Hokage for her own reasons, I would naturally support her with both hands. After all, she is the granddaughter of the first Hokage, the princess of the Land of Fire. No one can say anything about her becoming Hokage. But if all of this is being pushed by the Uchiha clan, then that is a different story. The village cannot be handed over to them. Minato wanted to explain something, as he had a good relationship with Uchiha Nan and couldn't see how that little guy could be such a notorious person. But looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had already fallen into madness, he sighed and closed his eyes, waiting for his orders. Chapter 157. The selection begins. Minato, don't lose heart. What does Tsunade's support from that little brat matter? I can mobilize the other major clans in the village to fully support you. The Inuzuka, the Hyuga, and the Yamanaka will surely give me face. You can leave for now. I have other matters to attend to. After Minato left, Hiruzen and Sarutobi pondered the possibility of rallying the major clans, feeling that it would be difficult to manage them alone. Several ideas flashed through his mind. Ultimately, he decided to send someone to the route to invite Shimura Danzo. Hiruzen initially harbored resentment towards Danzo, the culprit responsible for his abdication. However, recalling the days they fought together and the unspoken understanding they had in controlling the village, he hesitated for a long time, but chose to forgive his old friend. He decided to let Danzo play the role of the bad cop while he took the good cop approach to bring the major clans to heel. Once the matter was settled, he would treat Danzo's previous offense as if it never happened. Things progressed smoothly thereafter. What Hiruzen thought would be a difficult task was completed in no time. Danzo readily agreed to his old friend's invitation and cooperated exceptionally well. He only sent a few subordinates to accompany him and did not show up himself. The major clans easily agreed to his requests, facing no resistance and hardly any promises of benefits. Hiruzen felt a bit puzzled, sensing something was off about the situation. But then he thought, who could possess such power to control Danzo and the clan leaders to play along with him? It was clear that they all understood that he, Hiruzen Sarutobi, would emerge victorious in this game and trusted his capabilities. This led to the smooth situation at hand, which made Hiruzen swell with pride, causing the wrinkles on his face to lessen. He walked around with a cheerful demeanor, smiling at everyone. He even found Uchiha Nan, that little brat, particularly cute, feeling less hatred than before. Wait, why is Uchiha Nan here? Hiruzen immediately became alert, withdrawing his displeased expression. Uchiha Nan thought the third Hokage's change of expression was quite amusing, as he went from cheerful to deeply troubled in an instant. As for why he was here today, it was naturally because some friends in the village had informed him of Hiruzen's movements. So, to witness the third Hokage's inflated demeanor, Uchiha Nan decided to come take a look, along with a small matter to attend to. He casually threw a document in front of Hiruzen and pointed at it. Third Hokage, this is our Uchiha clan's petition. What does the petition say? Hiruzen asked, confused, but he opened it while listening to Uchiha Nan. It concerns the land allocation of our Uchiha clan. After thorough discussion, our clan unanimously believes that the second Hokage's decision to place us on the edge of the village was unreasonable. We now request to be relocated to the center of the village. This is our joint petition. Hiruzen frowned as he listened to Uchiha Nan. opening the document to see the names and fingerprints of the Uchiha clan members listed on it. He casually tossed it away, and it landed squarely in the trash can with a thud. This matter is non-negotiable. It's not that I'm targeting your Uchiha clan. It's just that there is no land left in the village. Moreover, I believe the second Hokage's decision was very reasonable, with no flaws. Yes, I am targeting your Uchiha clan. What of it? Once Minato becomes the fourth Hokage, I'll have him order the Uchiha clan to move even further away. Uchiha Nan's previously smiling face suddenly darkened, and the atmosphere in the office became tense. Hiruzen faced Uchiha Nan's sharp gaze and the palpable sense of threat in the air. He couldn't help but shrink back, forcing himself to regain his composure and loudly admonish, Uchiha Nan, what do you want? Are you planning to betray the village? Sensing Hiruzen's bluster, Uchiha Nan coldly smiled and glanced at him before walking to the trash can, retrieving the document, gently pushing open the door, and leaving. In his heart, he had already sentenced Hiruzen to death. After agreeing to Tsunade's request, he had planned to let Hiruzen die a little later. But since this old man was so eager to find trouble, Uchiha Nan naturally would help him fulfill that wish. Soon, 2 months passed. The disputes in the village intensified. To quell the turmoil, Hiruzen decided to start the selection for the fourth Hokage immediately. Thinking he had everything under control, he made what should have been a simple matter a public spectacle. In the village, anyone who reached the level of Jonin would have the right to vote. The stronger one's abilities, the higher their status, and thus the more votes they possessed. For example, the head of the Hyuga clan had 10 votes and could represent all Jonin of the Hyuga clan. While it seemed unfair, this was how the ninja world operated. Each Hokage selection required a certain level of understanding with the major clans, as they were indispensable parts of the village, holding most of the village's highest combat power. The ordinary ninjas simply followed the flow, listening to whoever had the most influence, lacking much autonomy. As the selection commenced, Hiruzen, as the former third Hokage, stood on the high platform, passionately delivering a speech. Ultimately, he invited the 6 candidates with the highest support onto the stage. Minato and Tsunade, along with 4 other random individuals, stood on the platform, smiling down at the ninjas below. As the voting began, the ordinary Jonin took the stage to loudly declare their choices. I vote for Lady Tsunade. I vote for Lady Tsunade. I vote for Triple X. Minato-sama is invincible. One after another, they expressed their heartfelt choices with enthusiastic smiles. However, most of these people had received help from Uchiha Nan and had witnessed his strength. Therefore, Tsunade's votes surged ahead, reaching hundreds, while Minato trailed behind with only a few dozen votes. The other 4 candidates were even further behind. Hiruzen watched this scene with a grim expression, but fortunately, the number of ordinary Jonin was ultimately small. The major clans with systematic secret techniques had the most Jonin. Soon, a small, unknown clan stepped onto the stage, glanced at Hiruzen, and cast their 7 or 8 votes for Minato. Uchiha Nan did not visit every ninja clan in Konoha one by one, as it was unnecessary to be so troublesome. As long as he secured the strongest few, everything would be stable. Hiruzen, however, aimed to ensure success by leveraging his influence to rally these small clans. Before long, Minato's votes surpassed Tsunade's, becoming the frontrunner. With the addition of votes from the Sarutobi clan's ninja, he far exceeded Tsunade. A smile appeared on Hiruzen's old face, clearly satisfied with the developments. He provocatively looked at Uchiha Nan and pointed to the clan leaders, implying for him to pay attention and see what true prestige in Konoha looked like. Chapter 158. The fourth Hokage Tsunade. As Minato's votes increased, the crowd below began to cheer excitedly. Lord Minato will surely win. The youngest Hokage. After days of relentless propaganda from Hiruzen's Sarutobi, the villagers, lacking the ability to discern information, were easily swayed. How could they not like Minato Namikaze? A powerful young ninja from a humble background? Everyone, it seems that the position of Hokage is already a foregone conclusion. So let us cheer for my disciple in advance. Hiruzen Sarutobi said with a warm smile as he stood at the front of the stage, prompting another wave of cheers. Shoo, quiet. The selection continues, Uchiha Nan said, his deep voice cutting through the noise, bringing the venue to an immediate hush. The head of the Yamanaka clan stood up to continue voting. Hiruzen smiled at him, believing he was just trying to maintain his composure despite being frustrated. Tsunade's disciple, Karui, and Mito gatekeeper, In, sat next to him, mocking him. Clan leader Nan, don't get angry. Anger is harmful to your health. Konoha is still under our control. The sky won't fall. Yes, yes. Some people think they can do something foolish by bringing in some unknown figures. It's simply laughable. Shut up. Uchiha Nan shot a cold glance at the two, releasing a bit of his chakra pressure. Karui and In felt as if they were being tightly choked, struggling to breathe. They couldn't help but plead for mercy with their eyes. Satisfied, Uchiha Nen withdrew his pressure, focusing on the Yamanaka clan leader's choice. Once the two regained their breath, they exchanged glances and dared not provoke him further, although they secretly mocked him for being a brute who relied solely on strength. The Yamanaka clan leader was an unremarkable middle-aged man. He approached the microphone, glanced at Uchiha Nan and Hiruzen, and then spoke slowly on behalf of the Yamanaka clan. I choose Lady Tsunade to become the fourth Hokage. In an instant, aside from the cheering crowd below, everyone on stage fell silent. The small clans that had made their choices earlier exchanged glances, their expressions turning grim. Things were not unfolding as Hiruzen had promised, putting them in a difficult position. Hiruzen and Karui also wore ugly expressions, unable to comprehend why the Yamanaka clan leader had changed his mind. However, they thought the Yamanaka clan leader was simply trying to align with Uchiha Nan, thus changing his stance. They still held on to the hope that he was digging his own grave, believing that once Minato took office, he would suppress the Yamanaka clan, just like the Uchiha clan. The two fixed their gazes on him, their eyes gleaming coldly, as if wanting to pierce him with 1,000 holes. Hiruzen, on the other hand, sat pale-faced in his chair, deep in thought, staring intently at Uchiha Nan. After serving as the third Hokage for so long, he began to realize why the major clans had agreed so easily before. They had already been bought off by Uchiha Nan, ready to turn against him at a critical moment, delivering a fatal blow to his side. But all of this was merely speculation. He hoped it was all false, that no one was truly facing death, and that everyone would look at the situation positively. However, soon, the actions of others shattered his pitiful fantasy. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Hyuga clans all chose to support Tsunade. Hiruzen slumped back in his chair, breathing rapidly and trembling uncontrollably, as if he might die on the spot. How could this happen? What are you doing? Karui and En, their faces flushed with rage, shook him by the arms, blaming him for the failure of the plan. At that moment, Uchiha Nen approached them, waving his hand to push Karui and En away. Ignoring their furious glares, he placed his glowing palm on Hiruzen's back, giving him a breath of life to help him hold on. He wasn't done living yet, and Uchiha Nen wouldn't let him die so easily. Why? Why would Danzo help you? Hiruzen, regaining consciousness, didn't immediately thank him. He wasn't concerned about his own state, but keenly sensed the betrayal of his old friend, Danzo Shimura. If it hadn't been for Danzo's subordinates stirring things up and making him lower his guard, he wouldn't have fallen into Uchiha Nan's trap so easily. He would have detected the signs and seen through the kid's scheme. But Uchiha Nan had no obligation to explain his doubts. Once he saw that Hiruzen was fine, he turned and walked to Tsunade's side, raising his hand to announce, "The fourth Hokage is born. She is our Lady Tsunade." Oh, you bastard. Hiruzen watched Uchiha Nan's departing figure. Strangely, he felt little sadness about the failure. What he couldn't accept was the betrayal of his old friend, Danzo. What should we do? The two, having been revived by Uchiha Nan, gathered around Hiruzen, inquiring about their next steps. Don't worry. There will be a time to settle the score with him later. Hiruzen ignored their previous offenses, casting a deep glance at the cheering crowd before leaving. Karui and In quickly followed. Teacher, congratulations. Uchiha Nan stood in front of Tsunade, giving her a big hug. The leaders of various clans also came up to congratulate the two. Minato, looking dejected, watched the scene unfold, seeing the Hokage position slip away from him. He felt no joy and silently left to seek comfort from Kushina at home. Although the crowd didn't understand why the chosen Hokage was replaced, they accepted it since the person was Lady Tsunade. After all, everyone knew she was the granddaughter of the first Hokage, the princess of the Fire Country recognized by the daimyo. Most people had no objections to her becoming Hokage. Tsunade, now the highest ruler of the village, felt less joy than expected. Everything she did was merely for Nan's mission, and now she had accomplished that. She immediately turned her gaze to her disciple, seeking a reward. Uchiha Nan understood his teacher's meaning, but with so many people around, he couldn't do anything too extravagant. He could only bend down and gently peck her forehead. Wow, just this simple action drew gasps of amazement from everyone present. Chapter 159. A wonderful night under the uproar of so many people. Tsunade blushed and pushed Uchiha Nan away, putting on a facade of having no relationship with him as she led everyone to complete the subsequent ceremony. Hyuga Hizashi, however, did not leave and approached Uchiha Nan. He congratulated Nan for fulfilling his wish and gaining a beautiful companion. Although he didn't know when this master-apprentice relationship had developed, sending a harmless blessing wouldn't hinder anything. Besides, it could help him establish a presence in front of Uchiha Nan, who was about to gain power over the village. The Hyuga clan leader overpraised him. Uchiha Nan was, of course, very clear about what was on his mind and smiled at him. Today, you put in a lot of effort, Hyuga clan leader. Don't worry. I won't forget your Hyuga clan. The two laughed heartily as they left. Night fell at the Hokage Rock. Beneath the dim sky, the heavens were as blue as a mirror with no clouds in sight. The moonlight poured down, wrapping around Tsunade, who was dressed in the Hokage robe. She stared blankly at the brightly lit village in the distance, her eyes sparkling with a different brilliance. Hey, what are you thinking about? With the sound of crisp footsteps approaching, Tsunade turned her head to see Uchiha Nan walking toward her, his eyes shining like stars and a faint smile on his handsome face. Teacher, you can't be so anxious, can you? It's only the first day since you took office, and you're already thinking about leaving your statue on Hokage Rock? Uchiha Nan teased as he walked to Tsunade's side, dusting off the ground and sitting down next to her. You little brat, your goal has been achieved, and you look quite pleased. Tsunade didn't give her disciple a good face, instead using a slightly mocking tone to say this. She turned her head, gazing at Konoha village with a complex expression. Teacher, of course I'm pleased. Do you know what I'm most proud of? Uchiha Nan chuckled, knowing that although Tsunade had become Hokage, she was not happy. Moreover, this matter had hurt her mentor, handing the village over to the Uchiha clan, which her grandfather hated the most. So even though Tsunade loved Uchiha Nan deeply now, after this became reality, inevitably, there would still be some guilt and some concerns about success in her heart. Uchiha Nan didn't want Tsunade to remain affected by these feelings, so he immediately changed the subject. Oh, you shattered the old man's plans. Or did you finally fulfill the Uchiha clan's dream of controlling the village? Hearing Uchiha Nan's callous response, Tsunade's already complex emotions surged with a wave of bitterness and anger. For a moment, her bright eyes were clouded with tears, making her vision a bit blurry, and the village before her turned into a hazy blur. At that moment, a pair of rough yet warm hands pressed on her shoulders. Before Tsunade could react, she was pulled into a familiar embrace with great strength. Uchiha Nan reached out with the other hand, gently lifting Tsunade's chin so their eyes met. As the gentle breeze blew, Tsunade's light yellow hair danced like a waterfall, swaying softly in the wind's fingertips. Each strand seemed to be kissed by the moonlight, sometimes intertwining, sometimes dispersing. The tips of her hair brushed against their faces, slightly easing the serious atmosphere. Uchiha Nan applied a bit of pressure with the hand supporting her chin, making their gazes lock tightly. Fool, what I'm most proud of is having you. This sentence felt like a warm hand, soothing the wounds in Tsunade's heart. Her previously bitter feelings turned as sweet as honey, making her want to savor more. You just know how to say sweet things to coax me. Seeing Tsunade's attitude change, Uchiha Nan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He truly cared about this woman who had been by his side and had given so much for him. He then lowered his head and kissed Tsunade's rosy lips, using his tongue to tease the strands of hair dampened by saliva, pressing fiercely against her. Soon, the wind on Hokage Rock became lively, blowing around the pair of fiery, restless lovers under the moonlight, playing a cheerful melody. The sound of fabric tearing echoed, and pieces flew in all directions with the wind. Uchiha Nan gently caressed Tsunade's smooth skin, which glowed like white walls in the moonlight, leaving behind red marks. He then embraced Tsunade, who had forgotten all restraints, her identity, and was left with only primal instincts. Teacher, let us go back to your house. Drenched in desire, Tsunade slightly parted her red lips and softly uttered an mm. Earlier, on the battlefield, she had already made up her mind to give herself to this little brat in front of her. But at that time, Uchiha Nan had refused her most precious gift, citing that he wanted to consider her feelings. Now that this hard-won opportunity had arisen again, Tsunade felt very shy but still managed to respond. With a flash, their figures vanished and appeared on Tsunade's soft, pale pink bed. Accompanied by the creaking sound, the two merged into one. Soon, Tsunade's pleasant and crisp voice echoed continuously, as if she was being subjected to great humiliation. 150,000 words divided line. On the other side, the sleeping Shizune was abruptly awakened by the sudden sounds. Rubbing her eyes and standing up groggily, she gently opened the door and walked towards the source of the sound in a daze. When she reached Tsunade's door, Shizune snapped out of her daze and listened intently to the sounds of slapping coming from inside, occasionally mixed with Tsunade's low gasps. The sounds clawed at her restless heart, awakening an instinctive reaction in her body. Shizun's face turned bright red as she recalled the physiological knowledge her good friend had shared with her and the sounds imitating such acts. The thought of her teacher being violated by someone inside overwhelmed her curiosity, and she couldn't suppress the strange feeling, tiptoeing and cautiously opening a small crack in the door. As soon as she saw inside, she immediately closed the door, stepping back and leaning against the wall, her face full of astonishment, murmuring to herself, "How is this possible? How could it be Nan?" Chapter 160. Silent outside the door, although Tsunade's room was dim without the lights on. Shizun still relied on the weak moonlight and her countless secret peeks from her time at the ninja school. That familiar figure, those fit muscles, that slap, a crisp sound echoed. "Shizun, oh Shizun, what are you thinking?" Although she realized that the person in the room was Uchiha Nan, the one she had secretly admired. Strangely, she felt no sorrow in her heart. It was as if deep down, she already knew that someone as dazzling as Nan was not someone she could covet. The emotions of possession had long since extinguished within her, and she did not display the hysterical feelings typical of ordinary women. Just like a ninja school, she would remain a small, transparent figure, quietly observing Nan's situation. She would not feel uncomfortable because he talked to other girls, nor would she disturb his life. As long as they exchanged smiles and greetings when they met each day, she felt satisfied for the entire day. Leaning against the wall, a blush spread across her face as she contentedly twisted her long legs back and forth. For a moment, her spirit soared to an unknown height as she experienced this wonderful feeling for the first time. With her face still flushed, she parted her rosy lips, breathing out warm air. Meanwhile, half an hour earlier, Uchiha Nan, while engaging in activities, keenly sensed Shizun's action of sneaking a peek through the door. At that moment, his heart sank, fearing she would make a noise and wake up the already unconscious Tsunade. Who knew if this thin-skinned teacher would become furious and take drastic actions upon being caught with her student? Fortunately, Shizun only took a glance before retreating, allowing Uchiha Nan to breathe a sigh of relief. He initially thought this girl would feel embarrassed and return to her room or leave Tsunade's house altogether after encountering an awkward situation. But to his surprise, Shizun leaned against the wall and continued eavesdropping outside the door. As the sounds in the room grew louder, Uchiha Nan sensed a strong fluctuation in Shizun's body and spirit, as if she was incredibly happy outside the door. This peculiar experience of having someone eavesdrop at the door heightened Uchiha Nan's excitement, and, at Tsunade's exclamations, he even stood up abruptly. "Hey, don't." The next day, Tsunade, forcing her exhausted body and blushing face, chased Uchiha Nan out of her house. Thinking about the intense commotion they had caused the previous night, Tsunade turned completely red, burying her head under the blanket. She squirmed in bed, wrapping herself up like a long worm. "Damn it, that little brat. Last night was so embarrassing. Why'd he have to be so rough? It made me lose control. I wonder if Shizun heard anything last night. If she finds out, how will I face anyone in the future? Maybe I should just kill Shizun and Nan to cover it up." Back when they were at the ninja school, Uchiha Nan had a particular fondness for Shizun. Of course, it wasn't because of her easy-to-bully personality, but rather because that silly girl often observed him secretly. Shizun thought her spying was very discreet and wouldn't be discovered. In reality, he had known all along, but chose not to say anything out of consideration for her shy nature. He would give her some help in secret and greet her every time they met. For such a lovely girl, Uchiha Nan certainly held no aversion. However, he never expected that the once timid girl, who wouldn't dare to speak to him, would now have the audacity to eavesdrop outside his door. Sighing, Uchiha Nan shook his head and left the Senju clan grounds. Currently, Tsunade was still in a state of embarrassment, feeling ashamed of her disgraceful performance from the previous night, and didn't want to face Uchiha Nan. Shizun, due to last night's incident, certainly wouldn't want to see him anytime soon either. So, there was no point in Uchiha Nan staying here. He might as well go home and continue his pleasant sleep beside Mikoto. A month later, in the Hokage office, Uchiha Nan frowned as he watched Tsunade handling official business along with 5 clerks sent from the elder's office. Is Sarutobi still unwilling to relinquish control of the Yambu? Hearing this, Tsunade tightly clenched the documents in her hand. She sensed impatience in Uchiha Nan's tone. Since she became Hokage, the new regime, led by her and the Uchiha clan, had clashed several times with the old faction headed by the retired Sarutobi. Each time, it was due to position adjustments and power transitions. Uchiha Nan wanted to consolidate important positions in the village under his control. After losing the election, Sarutobi was very dissatisfied with them and would naturally not relinquish power easily. Thus, both sides engaged in numerous overt and covert confrontations, most of which ended with Sarutobi's side retreating. However, they still stubbornly resisted with the support of those who couldn't see the situation clearly. Tsunade knew that her teacher was upset and felt unfair after losing the election. But such behavior would only anger Uchiha Nan, forcing him to take more extreme measures. Nan, don't forget what you promised me. He.S. just acting impulsively. I know he.S. your teacher. How could I possibly harm him? Uchiha Nan interrupted Tsunade with a wave of his hand, smiling gently, though the smile concealed an unfathomable coldness. He then did not linger in the office but strode out of the Hokage building, avoiding others' gazes, and arrived at the root base. Sir, you've arrived. Unlike his previous forceful entry, Uchiha Nan was welcomed warmly as he made his way to Danzo's office to meet his most loyal subordinate. Sir, have you prepared what Danzo asked you to? Uchiha Nan sat in the chief position that originally belonged to Shimura Danzo, looking down at everyone below. Sir, after my subordinate's relentless research day and night, what you need has been prepared. This thing is colorless and odorless, not easily detected, yet its effects are powerful, ensuring it will fulfill your desires. Shimura Danzo, wearing a flattering expression, handed a vial to Uchiha Nan. Chapter 161. The show begins, however. Uchiha Nan waved his hand, signaling Danzo to quickly put away the item, clearly reluctant to touch it, as if afraid of dirtying his hands. Danzo, are you sure Sarutobi Hiruzen will still believe you? Rest assured, he will definitely forgive me, Shimura Danzo said with an excited expression and an undeniable tone. All right, then do as you wish. By the way, bring along Tsurugi, Koharu, and Mito Gate in. I don't want to see them in the village again. When the time comes, I will project a part of my spiritual will into your mind to enhance your adaptability. After saying this, Uchiha Nan vanished from the office, as if staying there any longer would pollute his thoughts. On the other side, after Uchiha Nan left, Shimura Danzo raised the glass bottle high with both hands. Under the light, the liquid inside shimmered with dazzling colors. Hiruzen, I'm finally going to get you. Recently, Uchiha Nan had contemplated how to deal with Sarutobi Hiruzen and his group without harming Tsunade. After racking his brain with no results, he decisively turned to the person most familiar with them, Shimura Danzo, for advice. Initially, he thought this guy would be too rigid due to being controlled and wouldn't come up with any good ideas, merely hoping for a constructive suggestion. Who would have thought that this old man would drop a bombshell idea, leveraging his deep affection for Sarutobi Hiruzen? Although Uchiha Nan felt that this idea was detrimental to heaven and humanity, he agreed for the long-term peace of Konoha. He ordered Danzo to prepare everything, and finally, the most crucial prop was ready, allowing the plan to proceed as scheduled. Uchiha Nan also dispatched his most trusted subordinates to seal off the channels of external information exchange in the village, ensuring that not a whisper of this matter would leak out. At the Sarutobi residence, Sarutobi Hiruzen revealed a deeply hidden smile upon seeing an uninvited old friend, despite his troubled expression in recent days. However, he maintained a stern face and cold tone, saying, Danzo, you traitor, dare to see me? Danzo ignored the monkey's words, sensing the joy deep within his heart. He was secretly moved. He still cares about me. Then, under the gaze of Uchiha Nan's spiritual force, he crushed the glass bottle behind his back. The liquid vanished into thin air the moment it met the air, colorless and odorless, as if it had never existed. Hiruzen, that Uchiha brat deceived me. He promised that after Tsunade became Hokage, he would give me the Mangeki Sharingan that Uchiha Madara once possessed. Who knew that brat would turn his back, not only denying his previous promise, but also suppressing my survival space. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted, slamming his hand on the table in anger over his old friend's plight. I truly regret not listening to Master Tobirama back then. The Uchiha clan is truly evil. Although Danzo betrayed him at a critical moment, this wasn't unprecedented, and now he could only choose to forgive this old friend. With his broad-mindedness, he would once again accept him, and together they would resist Uchiha Nan's rule, just as they had once fought enemies under their teacher's guidance, their combined strength unstoppable. Danzo, come back to my side, and let us fight against Uchiha together. Hiruzen, you're so good. The two old men, putting aside their past grievances, stood up and embraced each other with tears in their eyes. This scene sent a chill down Danzo's spine, and he quickly blocked Uchiha Nan's perception of Shimura Danzo's body. Hiruzen, dealing with Uchiha is a major matter. Why not invite Koharu and In as well to increase our odds? Shimura Danzo lifted his head from his old friend's embrace and immediately proposed, recalling Uchiha Nan's order. Good. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was not optimistic about those two pig teammates. He accepted the suggestion since it came from Danzo. Half an hour later, the four of them gathered together, laughing and boasting about their youthful days fighting against enemies. Feeling exhilarated. Strangely, as time passed, their spirits remained high, and their minds felt relaxed and joyful. They even occasionally reached out to nudge their old friends with a hand or leg. Those being nudged showed no discomfort. Instead, they responded with laughter, playfully pinching each other's bottoms. As the effects of the drug in the air were absorbed by their bodies, Shimura Danzo even found himself sitting in Sarutobi Hiruzen's lap, wrapping his arms around his neck and pointing at him. Tsurugi, Koharu, and Mito Gate arrived a bit late, having absorbed less of the drug, still clinging to some rationality. Although the situation before them felt somewhat uncomfortable, deep down, they did not reject it. Instead, they felt a hint of desire. Hiruzen, Danzo, Hiruzen. As clothes flew off one by one, the two embraced tightly, enjoying their intimate moments. Mito Gate watched with envy, wanting to join in, but was kicked away by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Get lost, Danzo is mine. Seeing this eye-watering scene, Uchiha Nen quickly withdrew his consciousness and returned to his main body. After waiting for half an hour, he immediately ordered the Umbu to surround Sarutobi Hiruzen's home. He also summoned those stubborn supporters of Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with Tsunade and the other clan leaders, to witness the spectacle. At Sarutobi Hiruzen's residence, under the influence of the drug, the four unleashed their deepest desires, acting on things they would normally dare not do, causing chaos in the room. Male-male, female-male, male-female, male-male-male. When a team composed entirely of Uchiha clan members arrived at Sarutobi Hiruzen's home, they were stopped by the guards at the door. Stop! Who are you? This is the third Hokage's home. You can't barge in. Get out of the way. We receive a report that someone is holding a silver party here. The Uchiha clan's Umbu team leader waved his hand, pushing aside the two guards from the Sarutobi clan. They secured the entrance, but did not proceed further, waiting for everyone to gather before the show could begin. Before long, the Sarutobi clan's ninjas, along with their supporters, arrived first. One of the leaders looked at the Umbu surrounding the clan leader's home and immediately shouted angrily, "You're seeking death. Get out of my way." But before he could do anything, Uchiha Nan, leading Tsunade and the others he had invited, walked over slowly. "My friend, what a temper. Don't be so agitated. You're ruining our fun. What are you up to, Uchiha Nan? You suddenly called us here today. What do you want?" Seeing the main character arrive, the group quickly approached Uchiha Nan, eager to find out what was going on. Even Tsunade and the surrounding clan leaders were very curious about what kind of trick Uchiha Nan was playing today. Under the gaze of everyone, Uchiha Nan smiled faintly and waved his hand. "Open the door." Chapter 162. Breaking the ugly truth with a command from Uchiha Nan. The previous Umbu squad leader stepped forward immediately, placing his hand on the door, ready to push it open. The ninjas of the Sarutobi clan and the followers of Sarutobi Hiruzen had grim expressions, feeling a sense of unease, given the commotion outside. Sarutobi Hiruzen should have been aware by now. However, after such a long time without any response, it was likely he had been restrained. Seeing Uchiha Nan's fully prepared demeanor, it was clear that what was about to happen would undoubtedly have an adverse impact on them. However, comparing the strengths of both sides, they had no ability to stop this and could only watch silently, hoping that nothing too embarrassing would occur. On the other side, Tsunade's expression was also not good as she silently stared at Uchiha Nan's back, muttering to herself, "Nan, don't forget what you promised me." The creaking sound of the door opening echoed. The crowd filed in and arrived at the entrance of Sarutobi Hiruzen's master bedroom. As the bedroom door opened, a strange, foul-smelling gas wafted out. The Uchiha clan member who opened the door couldn't help but cover his nose and take 2 steps back, moving aside. Sarutobi Hiruzen's supporters rushed forward, eager to see what was going on. "Ah, this is impossible. It must be fake." Voices filled with disbelief emerged from them, sparking curiosity among the crowd behind. At Uchiha Nan's gesture, Hinata Hizashi and others stepped forward to push through the crowd. Even when discovered, the individuals involved showed no reaction, remaining immersed in their indecipherable predicament. Upon witnessing this scene, Hizashi and the others felt a wave of despair and instinctively stepped back, covering their eyes with their hands, turning away in fear. Their hearts were filled with uncertainty as they involuntarily glanced at Uchiha Nan, who appeared calm and collected, sending chills down their spines. Did he do this? What a terrifying method. Thankfully, I didn't offend him back then. Sarutobi Hiruzen's lifetime reputation had been shattered. What happened? Speak. Tsunade, visibly impatient, pushed through the crowd to check when Uchiha and pulled her tightly into his embrace, unwilling to let this scene taint her eyes. He then raised his hand and gently pressed on Tsunade's neck, sending her into a sweet slumber. Subsequently, Uchiha then entrusted Tsunade to a female Uchiha clan member's care, crossing over the crowd to reach the entrance. He glanced at the shocking scene inside and waved his hand, loudly declaring, "Everyone, did you see clearly? This is your beloved third Hokage, the village's upper echelons. Do any of you still expect these useless people to lead you to make Konoha more prosperous?" Upon hearing Uchiha Nan's words, those who had followed Sarutobi Hiruzen felt utterly humiliated in front of so many people. Their revered third Hokage turned out to be such a person. Regardless of whether they were framed or coerced, once exposed in front of everyone, this incident had already been defined and would become a lifelong humiliation for them. Having such an event occur meant that they, as subordinates, would no longer be able to hold their heads high in the village. Faced with the gazes of those around them, these individuals wished they could die immediately. "What's going on?" "Hiss. It's cold." A cold breeze rushed in through the open door, accompanied by Uchiha and Nan's booming voice. The four who had been immersed in the situation were startled awake one after another. The relatively powerful Sarutobi Hiruzen felt comfort in his body, juxtaposed with a stinging pain in his backside. Looking at the crowd surrounding them with their backs turned, he was momentarily confused about what had happened. It wasn't he until he felt the cold wind brush against him, sending a shiver down his spine, that he lowered his head to see a few old friends huddled together, filled with dread. Previously, he had only felt a comfortable haze and had followed his instincts. Not knowing how he ended up in this state, he realized that someone must have plotted against him, but it was too late now. Ignoring his own safety, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly broke away from the group, looking at those around him, his eyes reddening as he stared at Uchiha Nan, who wore a faint smile. "You little brat. You set me up. Damn it." In this situation, could he not discern who the real culprit was after being the third Hokage for so many years? Anger surged within Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he no longer cared about the opinions of others, charging naked towards Uchiha Nan amidst the crowd. His only belief was to kill the Uchiha brat before him. As long as he could kill him, there was still hope for a comeback in this situation. Facing Sarutobi Hiruzen, who looked as if he wanted to devour him, Uchiha Nan simply smiled and blinked. At the moment Sarutobi Hiruzen closed in, Uchiha Nan kicked out with a speed invisible to the naked eye, striking Sarutobi Hiruzen squarely in the chest. Boom! Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could react, he was sent rolling on the ground for 2 laps, crashing back into the room. Tintin and Mito Menju were also startled awake by the commotion, regaining their senses. After understanding what had happened, both sat on the ground with expressions of despair, no longer struggling. "Lord Hiruzen, please don't wrong the good people. This matter has nothing to do with me. Everyone saw it clearly. It was you all who were messing around. I merely received a tip-off to come and check." Who would have known that a former Hokage and 3 advisors would play so wildly? "Oh my, I've truly gained some insight." "You." Sarutobi Hiruzen struggled to rise from the ground, still severely injured from that kick. After hearing Uchiha Nan's words, a mouthful of blood surged from his lips. "Oh dear. Lord Hiruzen, don't tell me I've angered you to death. That wouldn't he do? Someone would blame me for it." Uchiha Nan continued to fan the flames. The crowd watching on the sidelines looked terrified, carefully observing him, fearing that Uchiha Nan would use such methods against them. Those who had originally supported Sarutobi Hiruzen, as well as some minor clans, were equally frightened by his tactics and strength, retreating a few steps, putting on expressions that indicated, "This has nothing to do with us. Sarutobi Hiruzen has no connection to us. We were just here to watch the show." Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head and surveyed the scene. Seeing himself in such a state of being abandoned and isolated, unable to suppress a cold, desolate laugh. Hee. Chapter 163. The death of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head and looked reluctantly at the silent Shimura Danzo, who seemed lost in thought. He glanced again at the collapsed forms of Uchiha Keru and Mito Gate lying on the ground. Turning back, he coldly gazed at Uchiha Nan. "Kid, a person like you staying here will only continue to harm the village. It's better for me to sacrifice this old life of mine to seal you away, so you can never be reborn." After this incident, he had already resolved himself to die. Rather than live a life filled with disdain and scorn, he would rather perish with this brat Uchiha Nan and give the chance to survive to Danzo and the others, so their camaraderie would not be in vain. Having made up his mind, Sarutobi Hiruzen propped himself up, trembling hands forming seals. See, highway now. Ooh, just as the last seal was about to be completed. Sarutobi Hiruzen revealed a smile. Kid, come accompany me in death. After acquiring the dead demon consuming seal, Sarutobi Hiruzen had studied its powers carefully. He understood that this technique possessed divine strength and was nearly unavoidable. He believed that Uchiha Nen would not be able to escape this jutsu. As the atmosphere in the field gradually thickened, countless unseen energies gathered behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Nen could even see a figure draped in white cloth, surrounded by flickering flames disturbing the soul, with white hair cascading down like a waterfall. At the moment their eyes met, Uchiha Nen felt his own massive and solid soul tremble slightly. The Shinigami? What a terrifying power, but it's not yet time to act against you. As he spoke, Uchiha Nen blinked his Manjiki Sharingan, and the already prepared Shimura Danzo immediately spread his arms and puffed out his chest. The four-symbol seal, black stripes on his chest, transformed into a bagua pattern, winding out for his body like chains. They bound Sarutobi Hiruzen, interrupting the hand seals he was performing, while also lifting the collapsed Mito gate in and Uchiha Kuru. Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen, disregarding the life-threatening black array patterns on his body, turned to look at his old friend in disbelief. He had betrayed him once again, but what Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't understand was why, at such a critical moment, he would risk his own life to protect a few people. He couldn't believe Danzo didn't see the situation clearly. But why was he doing this? Facing his old friend's inquiry, Shimura Danzo, under Uchiha Nan's control, did not answer, but merely smiled wickedly. He opened his arms and puffed out his chest, launching his last strike that he had left in this world. The black array chains dragged Uchiha, Kuru, and Mito Gate in closer to the dark space that emitted a pulling force. Don't! Danzo! We are teammates. What are you doing? Let me go. Listening to their cries, Shimura Danzo remained unmoved, looking at them indifferently. One after another, they were thrown into the dark space, screaming before disappearing without a trace. It was not until Sarutobi Hiruzen approached that a smile appeared on Shimura Danzo's face. In that instant, he even broke free from Uchiha Nan's Manjiki Sharingan's control. He leaped up and embraced Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen, we will always be together. Then both were swallowed by the black space, and the dark entrance closed behind them. The entire room returned to its previous calm, leaving behind a group of onlookers who were dumbfounded by this grand spectacle. Hiss! Uchiha Nen groaned in pain, tightly closing his right eye as a drop of blood tear fell. He hadn't expected that Shimura Danzo would break free from his control at the last moment, causing him some backlash. But fortunately, the four-symbol seal had already been activated, and everything could not be reversed. Lord Clan Leader, are you alright? Seeing him injured, a member of the Uchiha clan rushed forward with concern. Uchiha Nan was their greatest leader for the revival of their clan, and there could be no mistakes. I'm fine, just a bit tired. Uchiha Nan waved his hand to wipe away the blood tear from the corner of his eye, signaling the clan members to step back. Everyone, the troublemakers have been dealt with. I hope you all take this as a warning and do not make the same mistakes again. Otherwise, as the leader of the Uchiha clan, I will not be merciful. Upon hearing his words and looking at the spot where Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others had just disappeared, the crowd dared not disobey. They all applauded and cheered loudly. Lord Nan is right. Those who dirty our eyes should have died long ago. With Lord Nan here, our bright future has arrived. Me too. Seeing the crowd's cheers, Uchiha Nan nodded in satisfaction. They had indeed suffered under Sarutobi Hiruzen for long enough. And now that he was dead, everyone was so excited. Fortunately, he, Uchiha Nan, had come to ensure that everyone would be exceedingly happy in the future. Congratulations, my lord, for killing that demon Sarutobi Hiruzen for the village. The supporters of Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly knelt before Uchiha Nan, led by a member of the Sarutobi clan. They spoke insincerely, hoping that he would spare their lives. The surrounding crowd looked at this scene without any expressions of mockery or disdain. After all, everyone was doing it for survival. It was not shameful. Good, very good. Uchiha Nan first comforted this group, then recalled the harsh treatment he had received when he went to see Sarutobi Hiruzen about clan lands. He immediately turned to the leader of the Sarutobi clan. But I have one more question. Under the fearful and panicked gazes of that group, Uchiha Nan approached the leader of the Sarutobi clan and lightly patted his shoulder. I feel that the Uchiha clan's territory is not suitable for the current Uchiha clan. What do you think? The leader of the Sarutobi clan immediately understood what Uchiha Nan meant. However, Their territory had been forcibly taken during Sarutobi Hiruzen's reign, and they had invested a lot of effort into it. How could he just watch it fall into Uchiha Nan's hands? Don't you know how to handle this? As the hand on his shoulder gradually tightened under the gaze of the former comrades who had been on the same side, he nodded with great difficulty. Of course not. My lord, I will give up the Sarutobi clan's territory tonight for the Uchiha clan to move in. Haha, very good, you are great. Uchiha Nen patted his shoulder and then left with Tsunade. The leader of the Sarutobi clan collapsed to the ground, hands firmly planted in the earth, filled with humiliation. He did not want to hand over the Sarutobi clan's territory to the Uchiha clan at all. But what could he do? Not to mention Uchiha Nan's personal strength. Even the supporters who had originally stood on the same side would surely tear him apart if he refused to comply, and then pledge loyalty in front of Uchiha Nan. In the end, the Sarutobi clan was simply outmatched. This world was like this. If you were not strong enough, you would only be bullied by others. Chapter 164. The conspiracy approaches the next day. After waking up, Tsunade listened to her assistant recount the events of the previous day and fell into deep sadness. She had dragged Uchiha Nen into a frenzied state for 3 days and nights. It wasn't until the chakra from the Yin seal in her body was exhausted and her self-healing ability diminished that she had to concede defeat. Seriously, why was this woman so crazy? It was just the death of a teacher, after all. After leaving the Senju clan's territory, Uchiha Nen vented his frustrations. He then recalled the expression he had when he almost lost Tsunade before. He shook his head. They were different, after all. Uchiha Nen then went to the home of the elder and reported the events of the day. You did well, kid. I'm very satisfied with the matters concerning Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Those two old farts have been suppressing our Uchiha clan for so long, and now they finally have to pay the price. The elder then had good food and wine prepared, and the two enjoyed a meal together. During dinner, Uchiha Nen brought up the elder's recent health condition. It's the same as usual, but your health seems to be improving. I had some medical ninjas check you, and they said you could live for another 20 years. Just flattering me to make me happy. Besides, you mentioned before that the Mangeki Sharingan hasn't appeared yet. Hearing this, Uchiha Nen immediately put down his chopsticks. He placed his hand on the elder's pulse, probing with his mental energy, and soon his brows furrowed tightly. What's wrong, Nan? Is this old man about to collapse? Don't say that, elder. The medical ninjas aren't lying. You can live for more than 20 years. Uchiha Nen removed his hand, smiled and spoke. Then why did you just look like I had a terminal illness? The elder lightly tapped his head in annoyance. Elder, I look that way because I was assessing the power you used to activate the Mangeki Sharingan. It seems to have shifted to your health. Uchiha Nen explained what he had just discovered. The elder chuckled and said, Isn't that good? I don't need the Mangeki anymore. I just want to have more time to help you manage the Uchiha clan, and that will satisfy me. After finishing their meal and exchanging some pleasantries about their recent situations, Uchiha Nen left and returned home to open his previous battle records. Kill Sarutobi Hiruzen, gain Shadow Level Chakra. 5-element Chakra Affinity, pending collection. Kill Shimura Danzo, gain Shadow Level Chakra, basic Sage Body, pending collection. Kill T-Ka, K-Haru. Kill Mito Menju. Uchiha Nen clicked to collect everything, closed his eyes, and sensed the changes in his body. Setting aside the increase in chakra, he first noticed that his mental energy in his mind had become noticeably clearer. When the chakra inside his body transformed into wind, fire, water, earth, and lightning attributes. Except for fire, the power of the others increased by 30%, and the conversion amount also improved significantly. On the other hand, after absorbing the sage body, it seemed that another peculiar change had occurred in his body, as if his physical attributes had altered. The strength and vitality of his physical body had increased to some extent, and generating chakra had become much lighter. Is this the 5-element affinity boost and the changes brought by the basic sage body? Uchiha Nen clenched his fist. Although these two things did not significantly enhance his current combat power, they laid a few steps for his future progress. The 5-element elemental affinity could play a significant role as he explored the mysteries of chakra. The basic sage body could restore some ocular power to his Mangeki Sharingan. While the enhancement of physical quality and chakra volume was slight, it was a sign of successful fusion. It only needed to devour more of Hashirama's cells and maintain balance to enhance the strength of the sage body. He believed he would soon obtain the power of Senju Hashirama. For a period afterward, the entire Konoha village, along with the entire ninja world, fell into silence. The 5 great nations were quietly licking their wounds, striving to recover from their losses. The Akatsuki organization in the Rain Village was also slowly developing under the support of mysterious individuals. However, the angel of the Akatsuki occasionally gazed into the distance, seemingly lost in thought. At the same time, a conspiracy was slowly weaving together in a dark cave. Uchiha Fugaku, wearing a mask and with half of his body composed of white zetsu, looked at the open Kimui space in front of him and burst into laughter. This Sharingan has finally been mastered by you. Black Zetsu, hiding in the shadows, nodded in satisfaction. Yes, now the subsequent plans can be executed. I'm no longer afraid of that little brat, Uchiha Nan. Don't be careless. Seeing the newly acquired power, the arrogant Uchiha Fugaku made Black Zetsu frown. If it weren't for the lack of options, he wouldn't let this person inherit the name of Uchiha Madara. Be careful of that little brat, Uchiha Nan. Don't forget about his unique ocular technique that possesses the ability to erase ninjutsu. I know, this time, with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki giving birth. I'll try to avoid that troublesome guy. You must help as well. In the Konoha Hokage office, Uchiha Nan leaned back on the desk, driving away everyone around him, quietly admiring Tsunade. Due to her work in the office, she wore a shirt on top and something resembling jeans on the bottom today. The combination gave her a somewhat unique workplace queen vibe. Tsunade seemed to sense his blatant gaze, shot him a glare, and stood up to stretch her body. The buttons on her light green shirt looked like they might pop open at any moment, unable to withstand the pressure. The ample curves beneath that shirt seemed ready to burst forth at any time. She turned around, placed her hands on her hips, and twisted her body, revealing her tall figure and perfect curves right in front of Uchiha Nan. Due to the tight pants, her hips were also outlined, creating a stunning view. What are you looking at, brat? Because Uchiha Nan's gaze was too intense, Tsunade felt her body heat up as his eyes moved over her. It felt as if a pair of large hands were gently caressing her, which made her very uncomfortable. This is the office, no fooling around, you little brat. Hearing Tsunade's words, Uchiha Nan bowed slightly and retracted his gaze. He then plopped down into the chair that still carried Tsunade's body warmth, raised his hand, and pulled her into his embrace, shaking her playfully. Feeling Tsunade's body gradually stiffening, Uchiha Nan pinched her and couldn't help but tease. Just because it's not the office doesn't mean we can fool around, right? Chapter 165. Name go die, you little pervert. I'm here for serious business today. Tsunade couldn't tolerate the little movements of Uchiha Nan beneath her, and she abruptly stood up, escaping to sit on the desk to avoid this troublesome guy. Then, she saw Uchiha Nan looking very dissatisfied and about to get up to chase her. She hurriedly kicked off her boots with her left foot, revealing her petite, smooth, and cute little feet, pressing them against his chest to stop his subsequent actions. The 5 agile little toes danced playfully on Uchiha Nan's chest, complemented by the purple nail polish on them, creating a unique charm. You're so mischievous, Uchiha Nan chuckled, reaching out to catch her jade-like foot and examining it closely. Occasionally, he would gently wiggle it, watching Tsunade's expression that was both angry and amused, giving him a great sense of satisfaction. All right, stop messing around. Feeling her body's involuntary changes, Tsunade quickly retracted her foot, hiding it behind her long, straight legs. Kushina is about to give birth. What does that have to do with me? I didn't do it. Uchiha Nan shrugged, speaking earnestly. You brat, you never take anything seriously. Tsunade lightly kicked his foot with her little toes, quickly retracting it when Uchiha Nan reached out. The village needs to allocate more people to protect her, in case something happens with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. We need your approval. Then go ahead. Uchiha Nan waved his hand, recalling how in the original story, Minato and Kushina had died because of Obito releasing the Nine-Tails. Now that Obito hadn't turned dark, only Uchiha Fugaku, whom he had repeatedly bullied, was left. If these people had any brains, they shouldn't carry out this action again. Then, taking advantage of the situation, Uchiha Nan pulled Tsunade's white little foot, which she had been dodging, into his hands. It felt exquisite. The warm touch of her foot was delightful. He picked up the boots she had thrown on the floor and gently helped her put them back on. Then with a thought, he pulled Tsunade and disappeared from the office. 100,000 word division line. The next day, Uchiha clan's new mansion Uchiha Nan was walking down the street of the newly acquired clan land, holding the heavily pregnant Mikoto's hand. The members of the Uchiha clan they encountered along the way warmly greeted him. After moving to the new clan land, Uchiha Nan had relocated the entire Uchiha clan according to the original layout of the clan. The sizes of their houses and businesses were moved intact. They had gone from a remote village on the outskirts to the very center of Konoha. The property values and their incomes increased exponentially, so it was no wonder this group of people was grateful to Uchiha Nan. Mikoto looked at her clan members, who had smiles on their faces, rubbed her belly, and glanced at Nan, who was carefully protecting her, a look of happiness on her face. During her pregnancy, Uchiha Nan had almost given up everything, staying by her side every day and taking care of her gently. This was perhaps the happiest time Mikoto had ever experienced in her life. Nan, have you thought a name for the baby after he is born? Uchiha Nan scratched his head, kicked a stone in front of Mikoto, and then spoke. Sasuke. Let's name this child Uchiha Sasuke. He didn't intend to let the name Sasuke disappear. After all, it represented Uchiha Nan's passionate youth in his previous life. Sounds good. Uchiha Mikoto didn't hesitate and set the name, just as she never refuted the decisions made by Nan. Sasuke? That's a nice name for a little brother. At that moment, the 5-year-old Uchiha Itachi, looking like a handsome little boy, squeezed between them and nodded like an adult. Haha, then Itachi, you must protect your little brother in the future. Uchiha Nan ruffled Itachi's hair, messing up his neat short hairstyle before letting go. Leave it to me, father. Uchiha Itachi shook his head and confidently patted his chest. Deep in his young heart, this seed was buried, and one day it would grow into a strong tree. Uchiha Nan looked at Itachi and nodded in satisfaction. Although this little guy was Fugaku's son, Uchiha Nan had been by his side since he could remember, accompanying him as he grew up, playing with him, and teaching him knowledge. In Itachi's heart, Uchiha Nan was his real father, and obeying his father's orders was only natural. As Kushina's due date approached, the atmosphere in the village seemed peaceful and serene. However, in reality, it was already filled with unknown numbers of Umbu, particularly around the houses of Minato and within a 10-kilometer radius. Recently, Uchiha Nan had been troubled by Tsunade, who was constantly urging him to guard Kushina and ensure the safety of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. However, he truly couldn't find time, as he had been spending all his time with Uchiha Mikoto. As a result, Sasuke's birth did not coincide with Naruto's in the original work, which was 2.5 months later, but was instead set around a similar time. This meant he couldn't pull away to help, nor could he openly tell Tsunade about this matter. After all, if Tsunade's bad temper found out that Uchiha Nan secretly had another child, it could lead to something more terrifying than the Nine-Tails disturbance. But Uchiha Nan couldn't find a suitable excuse, so he could only send a shadow clone with little combat power to assist over there. Uchiha Nan would absolutely not move until his own son was born. This left Tsunade still scolding him for being stingy, thinking it was because Minato was competing for the 4th Hokage with the support of the 3rd Hokage, which had made the little brat resent him. Meanwhile, in a dark cave, Uchiha Madara pulled out the life-sustaining devices from his body and glanced at Black Zetsu. Speaking in a low, hoarse voice, I have a premonition that I've reached the end of my life. I won't last much longer. Our plan must be completed quickly. I understand, Lord Madara. I will expedite Uchiha Fugaku to carry out the plan. Black Zetsu respectfully agreed to Uchiha Madara's request on the surface, but secretly glanced in the direction of the moon, thinking to himself, to save my mother, I will do my best. Konoha village that night. The moon was dark and the stars were few. The sky had lost its usual brilliance, and dark clouds loomed, adding a sense of oppression to the night. In the bedroom of Kushina from APIKey's family, barriers sprang up around, enhanced by the chakra of many Umbu, strengthening the protection. Dozens of elite Umbu concealed themselves nearby, monitoring every blade of grass and tree, eliminating all dangers. Inside the barrier, Tsunade and several female medical ninjas were on high alert, prepared with all kinds of tools, ensuring that nothing could go wrong. At the door of the room, Minato and Uchiha Nan's shadow clone stood on either side, armed to the teeth. Nan, thank you. Chapter 166. The Nine-Tails breaks free. Bluffing Watergate looked at Uchiha Nan, who had come to help, and expressed heartfelt gratitude. In his view, their relationship had soured significantly due to the last selection for the 4th Hokage. After that incident, Uchiha Nan had hardly visited him or Kushina. Watergate also harbored resentment towards Uchiha Nan due to the death of the 3rd Hokage, and they had not communicated much since. However, the fact that Nen could set aside past grievances to help during Kushina's time of crisis deeply moved Watergate. To his surprise, Uchiha Nen shook his head in response to Watergate's words. Don't let your guard down, Watergate. I have other important matters today. I'm only here in the form of a shadow clone. Kushina's safety still depends on you to protect her. The delivery began. In the room, Tsunade held Kushina's hand gently, looking at her sweaty forehead, and comforted her. Kushina, hang in there. As long as you are strong enough, the Nine-Tails won't have a chance to cause trouble. Kushina forced a smile and weakly nodded. Sister Tsunade, don't worry, I will be fine. Since Kushina was chosen as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki after arriving in Konoha as a child, she had been personally taught by the first Hokage's wife, Uzumaki Mikoto, who was Tsunade's grandmother. Due to their similar personalities and Kushina's tragic background, Tsunade genuinely loved this little sister. Watching her lie weakly on the bed, enduring the pain of childbirth while being tormented by the Nine-Tails, Tsunade felt deep sorrow. But there was nothing she could do. Even if she was reluctant, she couldn't heal Kushina. All she could do was use the healing jutsu to alleviate her physical pain. But she was powerless against the Nine-Tails' backlash in the spiritual world. As time passed, a loud baby's cry echoed through the room. "It's here." The people in the room sighed in relief as they took turns receiving the newborn child. Outside the room, Bluffing Watergate, hearing the commotion, wore a joyful expression, pacing back and forth, occasionally raising his arms to push open the door, only to lower them again. "Congratulations, Watergate." "Yeah." After tidying up Kushina's clothes, Tsunade nodded and followed the many preparations they had rehearsed before, instructing the barrier team to come forward and assist Kushina in reinforcing the Nine-Tails seal. As long as they could calm the Nine-Tails, everything would end well. Thinking of this, everyone in the room couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As the members of the barrier team gathered in front of Kushina to reinforce the seal, white arms suddenly reached up from the ground, grabbing them and dragging them into the earth. The barrier in the room was easily penetrated as if it were non-existent. Damn it! Tsunade was about to step forward and use the strength of a 100 technique to smash the ground and stop the enemy when she saw Kushina lying helplessly on the bed. Gritting her teeth, though she was very reluctant, she first pushed Kushina's bed away and then pursued the enemy. After breaking through the ground, she realized the enemy had vanished without a trace, taking several ninjas from the barrier team with them to their deaths underground. Just as Tsunade was about to send someone to continue the pursuit, she heard a voice behind her. "Kushina, be careful." Turning around, she saw a figure in a black cloak appearing next to Kushina's bed. Looking for death, Tsunade stomped the ground and charged at the figure in black. Outside, Uchiha Nan and Bluffing Watergate, hearing the commotion, also rushed into the room. After assessing the situation, Uchiha Nan had several people hide the newly born Naruto. Watergate, to avoid harming Kushina, could only throw out a few shuriken. He intended to force the figure in black back first, but to his surprise, the person stood still without moving. Tsunade's powerful punch hit him, feeling as if it struck an illusion, passing right through. Caught off guard, Tsunade quickly released her strength, stabilizing herself with her toes on the ground. The shuriken thrown by Uchiha Nan and Watergate also missed the figure in black in the same manner, clattering to the ground. "Kamui, I didn't expect these guys to come back, and even Master Obito's Mangeki Sharingan." Uchiha Nan realized who the person before him was upon seeing the figure's abilities. However, knowing didn't help. His main body wasn't here, and without the Mangeki Sharingan's power, he couldn't evade Kamui. He could only watch helplessly as Tsunade and Watergate made ineffective attacks. Seeing Uchiha Fugaku blinking those crimson Sharingan eyes embedded with a windmill, he maintained a long gaze with Kushina, who lay on the bed without the power to resist. Uchiha Nan's shadow clone couldn't determine when he would launch an attack, nor could he strike when the figure materialized. After all, the hypnotic ability of the Mangeki Sharingan only needed an instant to activate. In the gaps of Tsunade and Watergate's attacks, Uchiha Fugaku activated the Mangeki Sharingan's ability and arrived in the space sealing the Nine-Tails. The raging Kurama, pulling on its iron chains, saw the mysterious figure appear in front of it and lunged forward in anger, wanting to tear him apart. However, when the figure looked up and revealed those Sharingan eyes, Kurama's body trembled, and it became stiff in place. The Mangeki Sharingan, it then lost its consciousness, becoming a mere puppet under the Mangeki Sharingan's influence. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Bluffing Watergate and Tsunade, looking anxious, stopped their attacks as a mass of dark, sinister chakra continuously surged from Kushina's lower abdomen. "No, Kushina. Oh no. The Nine-Tails has broken free." In the blink of an eye, a fox with 9 tails transformed into a shadow and, under Uchiha Fugaku's control, broke through the barrier and began rampaging outside. What kind of monster is this? In an instant, screams of terror echoed outside as the Umbu guarding the area had no strength to resist against such a terrifying war weapon as the Nine-Tails. "Ha ha ha." Uchiha Fugaku laughed heartily. Having achieved his goal, he then glanced at Uchiha Nan's shadow clone, noting his inability to resist what he was currently doing, merely watching silently. Suddenly feeling invincible, he wanted to rush forward and kill the little brat to avenge his humiliation but was warned by Kagaya's will. Don't make any unnecessary moves. He is just a shadow clone, and his real body is likely inside the Uchiha clan. Your plan to obtain the Sharingan will fail. He could only follow the original plan, try to weaken Konoha's combat power and stir up chaos in the ninja world. Understood? All right, Uchiha Fugaku nodded, agreeing to Kagaya's request. It's just a shadow clone. Killing it won't bring any satisfaction. I'll return to destroy Konoha and kill Uchiha Nan when I'm stronger. For now, I'll just cause a bit of chaos. Kushina, bluffing Watergate, couldn't care about anything else, rushing to the bedside, grabbing Kushina's arm and looking at her pale face, which was losing vitality due to the Nine-Tails release. His heart ached like it was being cut by a knife. Tsunade glanced at Kushina with pain before recalling her responsibilities as Hokage. Chapter 167. Gossiping Kushina turning to rush out of the room to stop the rampaging Nine-Tails and to track down the mysterious person. Kushina was suddenly pulled back by the shadow clone of Uchiha Nan, who had previously been inactive. Tsunade looked back at him, confused. You and I will heal Kushina. Minato will deal with the Nine-Tails and that mysterious person. You won't be able to do anything about his abilities with space-time ninjutsu. Uchiha Nan certainly wouldn't say in front of so many people that he was worried Tsunade might make a mistake, which was why he forcibly held her back. Moreover, Minato's Flying Thunder God technique was indeed very effective against Kimui, making him the most suitable choice to deal with Uchiha Fugaku. As for the Nine-Tails, its main body was almost finished, and it wouldn't take long to withdraw its hand. Kushina is entrusted to you. After hearing Uchiha Nan's words, Minato reluctantly released Kushina's hand. Meeting her encouraging gaze, he exchanged a glance with Tsunade and swiftly dashed out. He knew he wouldn't be of any help here, rather than watching Kushina's life wither away. It was better to entrust this hope to the two powerful healers, Tsunade and Uchiha Nan. He would take on the responsibility of guarding the village and ensure that the one who harmed Kushina would pay the price. Minato clenched his fists tightly and appeared in front of the Nine-Tails. Watching the fire and lightning thrown by the surrounding Umbu ninjas hit it without effect. The Nine-Tails swatted them away, turning them into mush. Minato threw several kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique, and with a thought, he appeared next to the Nine-Tails, smashing down a brilliant blue spinning sphere. A loud explosion erupted as the Rasengan detonated against the Nine-Tails' body, tearing open the skin on its back, but failing to penetrate further. However, the powerful kinetic energy caused the Nine-Tails to kneel momentarily, kicking up a cloud of dust and momentarily halting its assault, allowing the surrounding Leaf ninjas to catch their breath. Lord Minato is amazing. Be careful, before they could rejoice. The Leaf ninja who had just spoken was crushed into paste by a giant claw emerging from the dust. A terrifying roar echoed, scattering the surrounding dust. The Nine-Tails, controlled by the Mangeki Sharingan, had lost its sanity, leaving only a fundamental desire to kill deep within. It turned to the insect that had harmed it and started moving toward Minato. With a sharp sound of slicing air, the Nine-Tails swung its claw down at the spot where Minato stood. The ground trembled as clouds of dust were kicked up, leaving a massive footprint on the once flat surface. But Minato had already used the Flying Thunder God mark he had just left behind to teleport behind the Nine-Tails. Wind release, Raisen Shuriken. Having witnessed Uchiha Nan use this technique several times, Minato, who already understood the fundamental principles of the Rasengan, easily mastered this move. Terrifying wind blades sliced through the Nine-Tails' back under the powerful wind force. The wound already inflicted by the Rasengan opened further, spewing blood. The surrounding ninjas quickly surrounded the Nine-Tails, using their own ninjutsu to restrict its movements. Meanwhile, Minato had already used the Flying Thunder God to return to the village the moment he launched this attack, leaving only the Nine-Tails' cries of pain behind. Minato expanded his sensing ability and quickly found Uchiha Fugaku, who was rampaging through the village. After reaching his side, he left a mark on the ground with the Flying Thunder God technique and instantly appeared behind the Nine-Tails again, launching another wind release, Raisen Shuriken. The Nine-Tails had just recovered half from its previous injuries when it received another heavy blow. It quickly lay down, breaking the surrounding ninjutsu restraints and rolling to try to crush the little insect behind it. But Minato once again vanished from that spot and appeared in front of Uchiha Fugaku. Several kunai mixed with Rasengan were launched. Uchiha Fugaku merely blinked and, phasing out of existence, dodged this wave of attacks. Seeing Minato appear beside him with the Flying Thunder God kunai, he showed a mocking expression. Damn it! Minato swung a punch that missed, only to disappear again, reappearing behind the Nine Tails to launch another attack. The surrounding ninjas followed suit, restricting the Nine Tails' movements. It seemed that, with his support, the situation was looking up. However, only Minato knew that this was merely temporary. He couldn't continuously restrict the actions of the Nine Tails and the mysterious person. Moreover, the techniques he controlled couldn't completely destroy either of them. They could only barely delay them. The chakra within him was rapidly depleting from repeatedly using the Rasengan, and he couldn't hold out for much longer. Meanwhile, the others in the village could only face the ruthless slaughter. Damn it, Nan, are you not done yet? Meanwhile, in Kushina's room, Uchiha Nan and Tsunade were desperately converting their chakra into life force, injecting it into Kushina. But they could only temporarily slow down her life force loss. They couldn't truly seal the wound. If it weren't for Kushina having the Uzumaki clan's strong vitality, she would have already succumbed to death. In the case of an ordinary person, even with Uchiha Nan and Tsunade's support, they would have long been dead. However, this was only a stopgap. Kushina would eventually die. Nan, what should we do? Tsunade was now frantic. She didn't want to watch Kushina, who was like a younger sister to her, die like this. She could only look at her disciple, hoping for this man who always seemed to create miracles. Oh, what is your relationship with him? Nan, you aren't with. Kushina, who was on the verge of death and nearly slipping into unconsciousness, suddenly sat up in shock as she heard Tsunade's tone toward Uchiha Nan. With a woman's intuition, she sensed that their relationship was not simple. Before this gossip, the flickering flame of her life dimmed a little but was forcibly reignited. She turned her head to look at Uchiha Nan, then back at Tsunade. From what she knew, this little brat, Nan, had been entangled with her good friend Uchiha Mikoto. Moreover, not long ago, Mikoto's belly had been as round as hers. After secretly questioning her friend, she learned that the child was Uchiha Nan's. Now, seeing Tsunade's reliance on Uchiha Nan, Kushina suddenly sensed the atmosphere of gossip. Shut up. Chapter 168. Uchiha Nan takes action. Uchiha Nan hurriedly pinned Kushina down, covering her mouth with his hand. He sighed in relief when he saw Tsunade next to him, blushing and not hearing what she said afterward. To prevent Kushina from continuing to speak recklessly, his brain worked hard and came up with a perfect plan. Teacher, you continue to inject life force into Kushina, and I will go catch the Nine Tails. The only way to deal with the current situation was to fill the pit of Kushina's dwindling life with the Nine Tails and forcibly block the hole with its massive chakra. Then, with your medical ninjutsu, we can continuously treat her and gradually make up for that gap over time. Only then can we successfully save Kushina. After hearing her disciple's words, Tsunade set aside her previous concerns and considered the feasibility of the plan in her mind. All right, let's do it your way. But can you really catch the Nine Tails with just a shadow clone? Uchiha Nan smiled and shrugged. Don't worry, teacher. My main body is almost done with its tasks and will soon be able to stop this disaster. Before disappearing, Uchiha Nan turned his back to Tsunade and cast a threatening glance at Kushina, gesturing with his hand on his neck. If you dare to say more, I'll kill you. Humph. Kushina glared back at him without fear, but thinking that this kid was running around for her safety, she decided not to add to his troubles. She suppressed her curiosity deep inside, planning to clarify things after this incident, to see if this kid really had let her best friend down or betrayed his sister Tsunade. At the Uchiha clan leader's residence, under the soft light, Uchiha Nan stood there, holding his newborn son who had just entered the ninja world, his face filled with surprise, joy, and endless tenderness. He leaned down and carefully kissed Sasuke's forehead, placing the child back next to the sweaty Mikoto. He gently wiped the sweat from her forehead, leaving a tender smile. Mikoto, take a good rest. Mikoto nodded slowly, closing her eyes and entering a peaceful sleep while holding her child. Uchiha Nan clapped his hands, creating a shadow clone with half of his chakra, and nodded at it before disappearing from the house. In the center of the village, the wounds on the Nine Tails' back healed, and it swung its claws and tail, repelling the ninjas who came rushing in. It wreaked havoc, venting its inner desire for destruction. A simple charge on all fours resulted in the deaths of hundreds of civilians. Even the ninjas who couldn't dodge were crushed under its claws, powerless to resist. Damn it, that cursed monster. My poor child. Shouts and cries echoed in what had become a wasteland of a residential area. I'll fight you, monster. A woman in rough clothing, having lost her son, ran toward the towering Nine Tails. It was as if she thought she could shake the heavens with her mere human strength. No, come back. The surrounding ninjas desperately unleashed jutsu to block the Nine Tails' movements, hoping to save the brave mother. But their actions were futile. The jutsu barely affected the Nine Tails, only accelerating the destruction of the ruins. I'm here to avenge you, my child. Under the flickering flames around her, The tearful woman quickly reached the Nine-Tails' paw, which was like a small mountain. She extended her rough, cracked hand, punching the thick fur on its foot. Even though this action was meaningless and couldn't hurt the Nine-Tails at all, she continued to strike with her bloodied fists. "Give me back my son's life!" Roar. The Nine-Tails, annoyed by the attacks around it, swatted away the incoming jutsu. Looking down at the ants scratching its foot, it couldn't help but smile cruelly, raising its paw to stomp down. "No! Quick, save her!" As the ninjas shouted, the Nine-Tails' massive paw came crashing down. The woman watched helplessly as the enormous shadow fell upon her. "It's over. Damn it. Our attacks are useless against this creature." The surrounding Umbu could only watch helplessly as a man collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face, pounding the earth in a futile roar. "I really am useless. I can't even protect the civilians. What right do I have to be a ninja?" In his despair, he suddenly heard a voice from his companions nearby. "What is that? Who is it?" He looked up to see that the Nine-Tails' massive paw had not fully descended. Next to the woman who had collapsed to the ground, a figure stood firmly like a pillar supporting the heavens, holding up the giant paw with one hand. In the reflection of the surrounding flames, that figure flickered in and out, their face deeply imprinted in their hearts. "It's Lord Nan. Lord Nan has come to save us. That mere fox spirit. Lord Nan can easily handle it." Roar. The Nine-Tails seemed to sense the rising emotions of the surrounding ants and let out a furious roar. It was about to stomp down hard, crushing the two ants beneath it and shattering the hopes of this group of insects. "Lord Nan, be careful. Run." As the ninjas shouted, Uchiha Nan smiled calmly, his muscles bulging as he channeled layers of lightning. He gently raised the arm that supported the paw. The Nine-Tails felt a tremendous force surge from beneath its feet, as if it wasn't stepping on ants, but rather that annoying Eight-Tails. The terrifying strength pushed its body back, staggering it. Its forehooves left deep pits in the ground. "Are you all right?" Uchiha Nan repelled the Nine-Tails, retracting the lightning around him before looking at the tearful woman with an excited expression. "Lord, you must avenge my child. I kneel before you." The great mother, supporting Uchiha Nan's outstretched hand, struggled to move her body, wanting to kneel before him. "Sister, that's not necessary." Uchiha Nan quickly stopped her, lifting her up with one hand and flashing to the side. He handed her over to the surrounding Umbu ninjas. Before leaving, Uchiha Nan solemnly promised her, "Sister, don't worry. I will send it back to where it belongs and make it suffer 100 times more pain than you." I believe you." The mother wiped the tears from her eyes, silently watching his departing figure. "Go, Lord Nan. We believe in you." Chapter 169. The Giant. As Uchiha Nan arrived in front of the Nine-Tails and prepared to strike, Minato Namikaze transformed into a flash of yellow light and reappeared. "Nan, you finally made it. I'll handle things here. You go deal with that mysterious person," Minato instructed. "All right, no problem," Uchiha Nan calmly replied. Minato was very satisfied with this arrangement. He had already mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, so dealing with the mysterious person who also wielded space-time ninjutsu wouldn't be difficult. Instead, he lacked direct and effective means to kill the Nine-Tails, and Uchiha Nan's plan was just what he wanted. On the other hand, Minato wanted to ask about Kushina, but seeing the continuous casualties among the civilians and ninjas on the battlefield, he gritted his teeth and forced himself to forget about it. "Come on, Nine-Tails." Uchiha Nan's body was once again illuminated by arcs of electricity as he vanished from his spot. The Nine-Tails sensed the lethal threat emanating from him, raised its head, and bristled its fur in preparation. However, it was of no use. The Nine-Tails only saw a flash of electricity in front of it. A strong pain shot from the corner of its mouth as it was hit by immense force, rolling away like a ball. Roar. As it just steadied itself and shook its head, tried to regain its senses, it was met with a punch right on its forehead. Boom! A huge collision sound erupted, and the Nine-Tails' four claws left the ground, dragging a long scar across the earth. Uchiha Nan continued to unleash punches and kicks, quickly sending the Nine-Tails rolling out of the village like a ball. Once they reached an open area where even a full-blown battle wouldn't affect the village, Uchiha Nan finally stopped his assault. Roar! The Nine-Tails, with a swollen face, stood unsteadily and shook its head, staring intently at the little brat who had it completely at his mercy. Raising its head high, it opened its mouth, and a pitch-black, dark purple sphere began to gather slowly. Seeing the familiar attack and feeling the air pressure around him affected by the Nine-Tails' movements, Uchiha Nan joined his hands together. Dust release. Original world separation. A white beam shot out, with triple amplification from his kaleidoscope Sharingan. It collided violently with the tailed beast ball ejected by the Nine-Tails. The two terrifying attacks capable of easily changing the world, collided with each other. Contrary to expectations, it did not produce a deafening explosion. The dazzling white beam extinguished the surrounding shockwaves and the swirling chakra. The pitch-black, dark purple sphere held on for a few seconds before being pierced through by Uchiha Nan's massive chakra output, leaving behind several fragments of the tailed beast ball that fell to the ground. Boom! A terrifying explosion occurred across the plain, with a column of chakra shooting up into the sky, dispersing the dark clouds. The ensuing shockwave stirred up a sandstorm, uprooting the distant forest. A massive pit hundreds of meters deep was left on the ground. The white beam, after piercing through the tailed beast ball, struck the Nine-Tails' chest with great force. Roar, roar, roar. The Nine-Tails let out a miserable, piercing cry as its fur at the chest vanished, followed by its flesh being continuously disintegrated by the white beam. Even the bones at its chest began to dissolve under the white light. It quickly gathered all of its chakra to resist the white beam at its chest. Uchiha Nen also increased the amount of chakra he was outputting, enhancing the power of dust release. The two forces clashed fiercely within the Nine-Tails' body. Seeing this situation, Uchiha Nen withdrew his dust release attack. It seemed he would have to use that technique. He placed both hands on the ground and activated all of his chakra at an extreme frequency. The earth trembled, and a bright light erupted from beneath his feet. First, a glowing spike protruded from the ground, followed by a rounded face and two egg-sized eyes. Then, a muscular figure, thousands of meters tall, with red and blue stripes, rose from the ground. Dust release. Ultraman Digiform. Uchiha Nen floated in the air, arriving at the position of the light giant, which was radiating white light, and merged into it. This was a new technique he developed based on his past life's anime, and his usage of wood release from Hashirama Senju. Inside the dust release, Uchiha Nen looked at the Nine-Tails, which was bewildered by the towering figure, and controlled the light giant with a wicked smile. He extended his palm and grabbed the Nine-Tails, causing the dust release energy in the giant's hand to clash violently with the chakra on the Nine-Tails' surface, creating swirling white smoke. As the giant's hand tightened, the Nine-Tails was forced to shrink in size, and the chakra within its body was continuously extinguished by the dust release. Uchiha Fugaku's kaleidoscope Sharingan control was also released under this intense suffering. Just as the Nine-Tails regained consciousness, it saw itself slipping from the tiger's mouth only to fall into the claws of a demon again, giving a miserable smile and lying flat in resignation. LOL. It's not like I haven't been captured before. I could just be locked away for a few thousand years again. At this moment, the ninjas who had come to assist from the village finally arrived. Looking at the light giant controlled by Uchiha Nen, they swallowed hard. What kind of technique is that? Is this Lord Nan's power? It's terrifying. But where do the Nine-Tails go? The ninjas, under the terrifying pressure of the light giant, were all filled with dread, but still persevered in searching for the traces of the fox. Look at what the giant is holding. What is that? It's a Nine-Tails. A group of ninjas, suppressing their discomfort, rushed to the side of the light giant and looked at the Nine-Tails, which resembled a chick in its hand, feeling a deep sorrow for it. Earlier, it had been a war machine rampaging through the village, but in Lord Nan's hands. It was like a toy that could be easily controlled. Truly terrifying. But thankfully, this person, who could be compared to the first Hokage, referred to as the god of shinobi, is still one of our Leaf's ninjas. How lucky we are! At this moment, Uchiha Nen also dismissed the light giant, leaving behind a massive arm controlling the Nine-Tails. He slowly floated down and landed beside a ninja dressed in Umbu attire. Where's the sealing team? Have them send someone quickly to control the Nine-Tails and seal it back into the Jinchuriki. Yes, Lord Nan. The fortunate ninja left quickly under the envious gazes of others to summon the sealing team. With the combined efforts of several ninjas skilled in sealing techniques, the Nine-Tails was briefly restrained by black stripes once again. Sir, this is just a simple seal. It won't last long. We need to quickly transfer the Nine-Tails back into the Jinchuriki, or it will break free again. Do we need to select a new Jinchuriki from a village? The leader of the sealing team reported to Uchiha Nen with cupped hands. No need. Just follow me, and we'll send the Nine-Tails back into Kushina. I have a way to save her. At Uchiha Nan's signal, everyone placed their hands on his back and connected together. In a flash of light, several people disappeared with the Nine-Tails. Chapter 170. The death of Namikaze's Minato in the Namikaze's Minato family. Uchiha Nen, along with the QB and the sealing team, broke through the house and reappeared. Looking at the walls toppled by the QB and facing Kushina's unfriendly gaze, Uchiha Nen gave an awkward smile, then quickly turned serious. They had to proceed with the sealing, There was no time to waste. The sealing team members exerted themselves again, forming hand seals, and black symbols began to swirl around the Kyuubi's body. Kushina, using the chakra input from Tsunade, forcibly activated the Uzumaki clan's sealing secret technique, the diamond lock. Golden chains extended from her back and bound the Kyuubi together with the black symbols. Under the dual force of the sealing, the Kyuubi's body began to shrink, being pulled toward Kushina's body. No, I don't want to be sealed again. Dam Uchiha Brat. The Kyuubi struggled desperately, but to no avail. It had been too heavily injured by Uchiha Nan before and couldn't muster much strength. Even though this sealing wasn't as strong as when it was transferred to the Jinchuriki, it was still beyond the Kyuubi's ability to escape. Amid its unwilling cries, it was once again pulled back into Kushina's body, bound by chains in the tailed beast space, only able to look out at the Uchiha brat that caused its failure through the narrow confines. In another battlefield within the village, Minato wielded his flying thunder god kunai, continuously stabbing at Uchiha Fugaku. However, Fugaku simply stood still, allowing Minato's attacks to pass through his body. Seizing the moment when Minato's old strength had waned and new strength had yet to arise, he briefly launched a counterattack at Minato. But Minato dodged with the flying thunder god technique. Namikaze Minato, you can't do anything to me. You might as well retreat quietly and save some chakra. Damn it. After a brief battle, Minato realized that this person's spacetime ninjutsu was incredibly powerful, allowing him to remain intangible for extended periods. No attack could hit him. There was only a fleeting opportunity when he launched his own attack. Images of the recent battle flashed through Minato's mind as he contemplated the mysterious man's vulnerabilities. Suddenly, inspiration struck him, and he threw 3 flying thunder god kunai, moving quickly to follow them. As the 3 kunai pierced through the mysterious man's chest, Minato simultaneously appeared in front of him, seemingly unguarded and face to face. Opportunity. Uchiha Fugaku's heart stirred, causing his body to briefly solidify. His left eye Sharingan flickered, and layers of black mist emerged, swallowing toward Minato. Damn! Minato watched as the chakra on his body was continuously eroded by the surrounding black mist. Even his clothes dissolved in an instant upon contact, and his expression turned grim. Seeing this hard-earned opportunity covered by such a strange mist, Minato gritted his teeth. Thinking of Kushina, who had been stripped of the Kyuubi and was in critical danger, possibly even dead, his expression firmed, and with a thought, he flashed behind the mysterious man. Ignoring the corrosive effects of the mist on his body, he formed a Rasengan and slammed it hard into the back of the solidified mysterious man, leaving a black mark on him with his right hand. Boom! The black mist briefly dispersed. Uchiha Fugaku was struck hard, collapsing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The white Zetsu cells in his body were also largely destroyed, turning into a viscous liquid that flowed down, reaching the brink of serious injury. So powerful. Before Minato could launch a second attack, Uchiha Fugaku activated his intangibility again, causing the surrounding mist to vanish. You only have this one chance. Failing to kill me is your biggest mistake. Uchiha Fugaku vanished in a flash, appearing next to the nearby reinforcements and swiftly taking one down. Namikaze Minato. You can only watch helplessly as I kill them. Ha ha ha. Oh really? A faint smile appeared on Minato's lips, taking advantage of Uchiha Fugaku's next move. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside him, thrusting his kunai toward Fugaku's heart. Uchiha Fugaku also smiled. The mark Minato left on him couldn't possibly deceive him. The seasoned former clan head of the Uchiha clan, he had meticulously studied the flying thunder god technique that had once allowed him to kill Uchiha Izuna. His earlier actions were merely to give Minato the illusion that he could defeat him. You fell for it. At the moment Minato's kunai pierced Uchiha Fugaku's heart and his body relaxed slightly, Fugaku's right hand also plunged into Minato's heart. Feeling the pain in his chest, Minato froze for a moment, then began to laugh. Kushina, I'm coming to find you. As Uchiha Fugaku withdrew his right hand, Minato's grip on the kunai loosened, and with a satisfied expression, he collapsed. Blood gushed from his chest where his heart was, and his vision blurred. However, he no longer cared. He had avenged Kushina by killing that mysterious man. He was exhausted and only wanted to quietly go to the Pure Land to find Kushina. She must be scared being there alone. Kushina, I'm coming. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku, whom Minato believed to be dead, reached out with his left hand to pull out the flying thunder god kunai. The wound on his heart was filled with a mass of white viscous liquid. He propped up his weakened body, looking at Minato, who was already on the brink of death, and couldn't help but smile. The flying thunder god has been lost. After glancing at the surrounding Konohan ninjas closing in, he slowly sank into the ground, disappearing without a trace. In the Namikaze family, Kushina, having absorbed the Kyuubi and receiving continuous life energy from Uchiha, Nan, and Tsunade, suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest. She instinctively reached out to press there and gently rubbed it. "What's wrong, Kushina? Is something wrong with your body?" Tsunade immediately inquired upon seeing this. Reaching out to check her body again. "I'm fine, Tsunade. It's just that my chest feels a bit uncomfortable and I have a strange sense of panic. As if something has happened." Kushina quickly stopped Tsunade's next move, gently saying to her, "It's okay. You and Uchiha Nen have worked hard. Why don't you rest for a bit? My body is stabilized." Tsunade and Uchiha Nen exchanged glances, seeing that Kushina didn't have any other issues, and both relaxed their hands. Tsunade sat cross-legged on the ground to recover her nearly depleted chakra. Uchiha Nen extended his mental energy to sense the battlefield situation, but upon looking, his expression changed. "How is this possible? What happened, Nan?" Kushina and Tsunade immediately asked with concern upon seeing his expression. Chapter 171. Kushina's condition, it's nothing. Just a minor issue in the village. "You all rest here, I'll go take a look." Uchiha Nen glanced at Kushina and gave Tsunade a discreet look, then vanished from the room in a flash. On the way, he used the body flicker technique to accelerate continuously, eventually arriving at the lifeless body of Namikaze Minato, lying in a pool of blood. He pushed aside the surrounding ninjas. Uchiha Nen couldn't help but crouch down and check for a pulse at Minato's neck and sniffed at his nose. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. "He's really dead." "What? Lord Minato is dead? How is that possible?" The surrounding ninjas expressed disbelief. In their eyes, such a powerful Minato had sacrificed himself just like that. Uchiha Nen stood up, also feeling a wave of disbelief. How could a user of the Flying Thunder God technique, Namikaze Minato, be killed? Was it just because Uchiha Bido was replaced by Uchiha Fugaku? But no matter what, Uchiha Nen had to accept this fact. What about the enemy? He grabbed one of the ninjas who stood around with a sorrowful expression and asked, "Lord Nan, the enemy sank underground and disappeared after killing Lord Minato. Search. Organize people to search the village for his whereabouts and ensure he has left the village." "Yes, Lord Nan." Uchiha Nen waved his hand, glanced at Minato's body, and then said, "Regarding Minato's sacrifice, for the safety of the Jinchuriki, I hope none of you spread this news. Let's keep this matter confidential for now." "Understood, Lord." Uchiha Nen then turned and left. He knew that Uchiha Fugaku had already left the village and could not be found again. He did this simply to prevent these ninjas from overthinking and causing unnecessary trouble. Moreover, the news of Minato's death had to be sealed. Kushina must not know. She had just recontained the Nine Tails, and her physical injuries had not fully healed, requiring long-term treatment. Informing her about Minato's death would likely cause her unbearable harm. It seemed he would have to let Tsunade concoct a story about Minato going on a mission outside the village. Under Uchiha Nan's order, the village gradually returned to calm. In the aftermath, it was found that the casualties from this attack were not as severe as imagined. After all, initially, the Nine Tails and the mysterious person were held back by Minato. Later, Uchiha Nen intervened, leaving them with no opportunity to cause destruction. However, there were significant civilian casualties on the battlefield where the Nine Tails fought, and many ninjas responsible for stopping the Nine Tails also sacrificed themselves. After Tsunade emerged from the Namikaze residence, Uchiha Nen immediately found her and briefly explained the situation on the battlefield. "What? Minato has sacrificed himself." Seeing Tsunade's shocked expression, Uchiha Nen could only nod helplessly. "That's true. I'm here to ask you to help come up with a suitable reason for him not to appear in the village for a while. Kushina is in a sensitive state right now. We must keep this from her." "All right." Tsunade reluctantly agreed, then thought of something and said, "Anyway, during this time, Kushina needs one of us to provide continuous treatment. You might as well come by every day. You can check on her health and avoid any dangers. It will also help ease her worries so she doesn't dwell on Minato's situation. What do you think?" Uchiha Nen thought for a moment. He was initially reluctant to do so, since Sasuke had just been born, and he didn't want to leave him alone to take care of Kushina. But he couldn't use that as an excuse to refuse Tsunade, and as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina was indeed very important for the future and needed careful attention. "All right." Seeing him agree, Tsunade returned to Kushina's home to explain that Minato had gone to track the mysterious person and would not be back for a while. Although Kushina was somewhat confused, she chose to believe her. After all, from a normal person's perspective, how could Minato, who possessed the flying thunder god, easily be killed? The next day, Uchiha Nen informed Mikoto about Minato's situation and mentioned Tsunade's task. What? Kushina just gave birth. Can she handle this blow? Uchiha Mikoto, holding Sasuke, struggled to digest this news. She and Kushina were not just casual friends. They had played together since childhood. Whenever Kushina faced any grievances, she would immediately come to her best friend to vent. So now hearing that Kushina's child had just been born and lost his father, it was understandable that she would be so upset. Should I go see her with you? No. Uchiha Nen immediately stopped Mikoto's suggestion. Kushina is in a sensitive state right now. If you visit her for no reason, it might trigger something. Better to wait a few days until her mood stabilizes. Then we can go together with Sasuke. That way, we can help alleviate her emotions. Alright, but you need to be careful and not say anything that could hurt her. Uchiha Mikoto thought about Nan's words and agreed, but she couldn't help but express her concern with a few more reminders. After saying goodbye to Mikoto, Uchiha Nen went out. He arrived at Kushina's house, which had been repaired since that night. Nan, you finally came. I'm so bored. There's no one to talk to, and Naruto keeps crying. As soon as Uchiha Nen entered, Kushina, wearing loose clothing, began to complain to him continuously, but she still stood up and poured him a cup of tea, placing it in front of him. As she bent down to hand him the tea, Uchiha Nen clearly caught a glimpse of her two ample bosoms. The women in the ninja world generally have very strong physical qualities. They can move around shortly after giving birth. Not to mention someone like Kushina, who is a powerhouse. She didn't need to adhere to the norm of needing to be weak for a period after childbirth. How are you feeling? Uchiha Nen took a sip of tea, suppressing his desires, and then asked. Same as always, my life force is still dwindling, but sealing the nine tails has slowed it down significantly. Kushina lay on the bed, idly playing with her long red hair. Her lower body, clad in short shorts, revealed a long leg, shining brightly. Hearing her words, Uchiha Nen set down his teacup, stood up, and approached her, glancing at the area on her abdomen where the nine tails was sealed. Come on, let me treat you first. Kushina, not being shy, readily lifted her shirt to expose her abdomen. Her smooth and beautiful skin, along with her delicate belly, was laid bare before Uchiha Nen's eyes. The slightly reddened navel formed a perfect circle, shining against the surrounding skin. Chapter 172. A special feeling. Uchiha Nen looked at the beautiful scene and swallowed hard. What's wrong? Little brother? Haven't you seen this before? Kushina deliberately puffed out her belly and smiled at Uchiha Nen. She was usually a carefree person and wouldn't care about such small details. Besides, Uchiha Nen was her best friend's man, and she was a married woman. How could she have any improper thoughts? Hearing her say that, Uchiha Nen collected his thoughts and placed his palm, glowing with green light, gently on her belly. The moment they made contact, life energy slowly flowed into Kushina through her delicate skin. In that instant, both of them let out a soft hum and involuntarily shivered, feeling something different. Kushina, who had originally been indifferent, fell silent under this almost instinctive strange feeling, her mind wandering uncontrollably. What is going on? Why does my body react so vigorously when he touches me? I've had many contacts with Minato before, but none felt as exhilarating as this. How strange. Uchiha Nen pressed his hand completely against Kushina's smooth, slightly taut belly. He could perfectly feel the contours of her muscles beneath her skin, which had a certain texture. The life energy converted from his chakra slowly flowed in. The moment it entered, their minds and bodies seemed to merge into one, blurring the boundaries between them in a subtle way. Their souls intertwined in a strange space, as if they could touch each other's innermost softness and tenderness. The contact of their skin intensified this fusion to a climax. It felt as if they could sense each other's heartbeat, with every breath echoing within each other's bodies. Let go, hurry and let go. I can't take it anymore. Under this wonderful feeling, Kushina felt she was losing control of her body. She was overwhelmed with an itch from deep within her soul, almost unable to resist the instinct to leap into Uchiha Nen's arms. In a moment of panic, she quickly spoke to stop it. Uchiha Nen also came back to his senses in time, not having the chance to savor the warmth from before. He withdrew and carefully observed his palm. What is happening? Why is it like this? Could it be that my chakra, transforming into life energy, resonates while repairing Kushina's body? Why didn't this happen when I was with Tsunade? What Uchiha Nen didn't know was that when he was with Tsunade, they were both providing life energy to Kushina, which was not pure and thus couldn't achieve the most harmonious resonance. However, just now, in a one-on-one male-to-female interaction, It fit the natural requirements for creating life, energy, and easily entered a state of spiritual and physical blending. This feeling was even more exhilarating than dual cultivation and would tempt them to continue. After Uchiha Nan's hand left, Kushina's mind settled back down. Logically, as a married woman, she should have felt relieved after escaping that desire-driven state, almost feeling like she was betraying Minato. But instead, she felt a sense of reluctance, staring longingly at Uchiha Nan's palm, hoping it would return to where it belonged. Should we continue? Not only Kushina felt reluctant, Uchiha Nan felt the same, but his mental strength was stronger, allowing him to restrain himself. However, this state was not quite appropriate, so he handed the decision to Kushina. You come back tomorrow. Let's stop here for today. Although Kushina really wanted to continue, thinking of Minato, who was out on a mission, she restrained that feeling. She forced herself to reject the temptation, but still set a date for Uchiha Nan to return tomorrow with a sense of reluctance in her heart. She even made an excuse to herself, saying it was necessary for her own recovery. She couldn't wait for Minato to return from his mission before she was fully healed. Besides, there wasn't too much physical contact. It was just a feeling, and she could manage. That night, after returning home, Uchiha Nan sat cross-legged on the floor and opened the battle records. Defeated the Nine Tails, obtained the Tailed Beast Ball, ready for collection. Oh, Uchiha Nan's heart stirred, and after clicking to collect, a special way of chakra condensing and launching was transmitted into his mind. He extended his right hand and saw countless tiny chakras gathering from his body, gradually condensing and rotating. A deep purple sphere slowly appeared, and the air around it lost even the most basic flow effect in front of this egg-sized sphere. Drawn and captured by that small orb, everything around it danced along. Even the walls of the surrounding houses began to tremble slightly, as if they were about to collapse. Uchiha Nan quickly dispersed the growing tailed beast ball with a thought, and everything around him returned to normal. However, small fragments of stone still fell from above. Uchiha Nan patted his head. Damn, almost destroyed the house. Then he extended his index finger and pressed it against the ground. Earth-style chakra surged out of his body. It gathered along the walls and ceiling of the room, reforming into one solid mass, becoming harder than steel. Only then did Uchiha Nan retract his powers, clapped his hands, and sat cross-legged again, suppressing his inner excitement. He began to explore the formation method of the tailed beast ball, unable to help but smile as his inner feelings surfaced. In fact, the tailed beast ball he obtained from defeating the Nine Tails was not something he valued much. He already had quite a few powerful attack methods in his hands. Having one more or one less than make a difference. What stirred Uchiha Nan's emotions was the way of highly compressing and condensing chakra when forming the tailed beast ball. This was something he had always pursued, but despite multiple experiments, he had never mastered it perfectly. Who would have thought he would find a clue regarding this in the tailed beast ball, showing him how to move forward on his path? As mentioned before, chakra is the most fundamental element determining a ninja's combat power. If you have a sufficient amount of chakra in your body, then the ninjutsu you release will be powerful enough. The same number of people with different amounts of chakra injected will produce different levels of power. Uchiha Nan's current chakra amount was at the top level in the entire ninja world. However, this method could only exist in lower-level battles. Once a ninja's strength breaks through the super shadow level, chakra is no longer the key factor determining victory or defeat. Every strong individual who can reach the super shadow level possesses exceptional skills, combat awareness, and special abilities that stand out in the entire ninja world. The quantity of chakra no longer determines their fate. The best example is the tailed beasts. Each tailed beast possesses chakra levels at the super shadow level. However, they are not invincible in the ninja world. They can only be used as weapons on the battlefield, threatening some mid to low-level ninjas. Chapter 173. The ambition of a hero. Uchiha Nan sometimes felt confused about this, contemplating a stronger path. Of course, some might say that it's just because your chakra isn't strong enough. Once you possess an unimaginable amount of chakra, all enemies become mere chickens and dogs. This idea isn't wrong, but how much chakra is needed to achieve that? Take the Nine Tails as an example. Even if it has only half of its body left, the amount of chakra it contains is comparable to that of the One Tail to the Eight Tails. However, even in its complete state, before Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, it was just a dish ready to be served. Even the 10 Tails, which is the fusion of all 9-tailed beasts, does not possess the power to decide everything. The true power that can influence the entire ninja world is the so-called Six Paths power, named after the sage of Six Paths. Even when facing Kaguya, It was the Sage of Six Paths who helped Naruto and Sasuke unlock this power, which was able to save the world from being destroyed by Kagaya Tsutsuki. What kind of energy is this so-called Six Paths power? Most of the power in the ninja world cannot escape the concept of chakra. The Six Paths power is no exception. So why is it so powerful and completely different from the manifestation of chakra? In Uchiha Nan's view, the Six Paths power should be a higher form of energy above chakra. Based on his years of research, it only requires compressing and refining chakra. By allowing flowing chakra to converge into solid-state chakra, the efficiency can be improved and the power of ninjutsu can be enhanced. This might be a key direction towards transforming into Six Paths power. Of course, there must be other factors involved that Uchiha Nen has not considered. But there's no rush. A meal is eaten one bite at a time, and a journey is taken step by step. He believes that one day he will achieve his wishes. Uchiha Nen then calmed himself and began to think carefully about the method of compressing and condensing chakra using the tailed beast balls. Streams of chakra continuously gathered in his palms, compressing, collapsing, and erupting. The power unleashed from the failed chakra gathering methods destroyed all the furniture in the room. Yet, Uchiha Nen continued to experiment tirelessly, and finally, after numerous failures, the chakra in his hands coalesced into a piece, clear and crystalline. He gently tapped it with his finger, and that seemingly hard crystal spread out, enveloping his finger. He then split that crystal into tiny strands, shaking them on the ground. In an instant, a pit several hundred meters deep, about the size of a thumb, appeared at Uchiha Nan's feet. Seeing this, Uchiha Nen nodded in satisfaction. The newly formed crystalline chakra did not affect its original flowing properties in his body, and its power was enhanced by more than 2 to 3 times compared to before. Uchiha Nen then closed his eyes, preparing to convert all the chakra in his body into this more efficient energy. Just then, his mind accidentally brushed over the battle record panel, and he suddenly caught sight of a line of small text below. Defeat Uzumaki Kushina, obtain diamond block claim. Uchiha Nen was puzzled. When did he defeat Kushina? Could it be? After thinking for a moment, he abandoned that idea. It was too absurd. He then ignored it, clicked to claim, and the Uzumaki clan's secret technique, diamond block, was clearly etched in his mind. Scenes flashed in his mind as if he had been a member of the Uzumaki clan since childhood, diligently practicing this secret technique. And now he had finally mastered it completely, as if it were second nature. The next day at dawn, Uchiha then clapped his hands and recalled all his shadow clones. After inspecting himself, he saw that half of the chakra in his body had been transformed into the more efficient chakra, and he nodded with satisfaction. With his terrifyingly large amount of chakra, which was among the best even when concentrated at super shadow level, achieving such results in one night was impressive. Thanks to his diligent and hard-working companions, he was already quite satisfied. After a brief rest to recover from his fatigue and completing his morning routine, Uchiha Nen bid farewell to Sister Meichin and set off again towards Kushina's home. On the streets of Konoha, a gentle breeze blew, cooling down the hard-working people under the scorching sun. One by one, people dressed in ninja attire worked hard to rebuild the houses that had been destroyed by the Nine Tails. They wore vibrant smiles, full of hope for a better future. Lord Nan, they called. After saying goodbye to them, Uchiha Nen looked at the increasingly close Uzumaki home, and he couldn't help but recall the soft touch that had reached deep into his soul yesterday. Just thinking about it made him a little unable to resist, unable to help but be lost in it. Although he knew that such behavior of coveting another's wife was very wrong. He couldn't help his past love for Cao Cao. I have the ambition of a hero. But Uchiha Nen thought about the plot development and realized something was off. Wasn't he Minato, the blonde-haired one? How did he become the victim? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Uchiha Nen stepped into this familiar place once more. You're here? Kushina, having to take care of little Naruto at home, was still wearing that loose home outfit that slightly revealed her collarbone with any movement. It seemed that she had changed into a pair of flared pants to cover her slender thighs, likely out of precaution against Uchiha Nen, which disappointed him as he lost the opportunity to admire her beautiful curves. Kushina glanced back over her shoulder, seemingly noticing Uchiha Nen's state, her lips curling up slightly. Little pervert, I want to let you off easy. Kushina opened the door and brought Uchiha Nen into the living room, choosing not to enter the bedroom again, as if she had some reservations. She then sat down on the sofa and gestured for Uchiha Nen to sit beside her. Where's Naruto? Uchiha Nen turned to look, but couldn't find the little guy. Yes, in the back room. Why do you care so much? Naruto, ISN to your son. Kushina replied in a bad mood. Of course, she wouldn't say it was because she was afraid of what had happened yesterday repeating itself, leading her to lose control and do something inappropriate that Naruto might see. Let us get started. Uchiha then appeared unconcerned about Kushina's attitude, acting indifferent as he extended his palm. Deep down, he had already made up his mind to show this little firecracker his strength, letting her know that someone with the ambition of a hero is not to be trifled with. Chapter 174, Red Chili Pepper. Uchiha Nan raised his hand, and the green light appeared again in his palm. Watching the lively life force within the glow, Kushina's heart let out a call of desire from deep within. Gulp. She swallowed a mouthful of saliva, gently lifted her shirt over her abdomen, revealing her smooth and delicate alluring belly once more. In an instant, it felt as if the entire room was infused with a different charm. Uchiha then secretly smiled to himself, taking 2 steps forward and slightly bowing his head to place his hand on that smooth abdomen. A wonderful sensation emerged again, a warm current flowing through his entire body, and Kushina could barely withstand the overwhelming feeling. Her body, sitting in the chair, suddenly tensed up, her upper body leaning slightly forward, trying to keep herself in an uncomfortable state to maintain her rationality. But while Kushina was restraining herself, Uchiha Nan was suffering. Originally, Kushina was leaning back in the chair, her body upright, while he stood on the ground, bending down to reach out his palm to treat her. Now, with Kushina's upper body leaning forward, it brought their gazes face to face, their faces almost touching. Uchiha Nan could even feel the warm breath that Kushina exhaled hitting his face, a tingling sensation. He was a young man full of vigor. How could he resist such temptation? And his body immediately reacted. His eyes were fixated on Kushina's face, which was flushed with a rosy hue from the infusion of life force, radiating an unusual allure. Looking at the little brat's naked gaze, Kushina felt a bit shy. But more than that, there was a surge of anger. Goodness, she still hadn't figured out the situation with Mikoto and Tsunade, and he dared to seduce her. She leaned forward even more, pressing her face against Uchiha Nan's without giving an inch. As expected of a red chili pepper. That nickname was truly not given in vain. Uchiha Nan sighed inwardly, thinking about retreating. Just then, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of something different. Due to Kushina's overly loose top, at the moment she pressed down her body, 2 heavy, all-white towering mountains were revealed before Uchiha Nan's eyes. Because she was in the breastfeeding period, her figure had naturally become significantly larger, appearing somewhat plump and particularly eye-catching. Under the influence of gravity, the peaks naturally sagged down. Truly a beautiful sight. 404. All of Uchiha Nan's thoughts were drawn to it, unable to resist the urge to take a bite and chew it fiercely. At this moment, Kushina was somewhat curious as to why this little brat hadn't reacted for so long, just standing there in a daze. Unconsciously following his downward gaze, she suddenly understood everything. One hand quickly covered her chest, while the other hand raised up and struck towards Uchiha Nan's face fiercely. What are you looking at? However, due to the large motion and being in the midst of treatment, her body, which was particularly enjoying the experience, was lazily unmotivated to move, lacking any strength. Therefore, her movement was slow, and Uchiha Nan, who was startled awake, noticed it immediately. He hurriedly extended a hand to catch her palm, which was just a punch's distance from his handsome face. What are you doing? Although Uchiha Nan was caught in the act of wrongdoing, he showed no fear, wearing a righteous expression as if he had no idea what was happening. As long as I have no shame, I am the righteous one. You are simply shameless. I'm going to tell Mikoto and Tsunade about today's events and expose you, you two-timing man. Kushina reached out to push away Uchiha Nan's hand, which had stopped the treatment due to his daze but had not left her side. After regaining a bit of strength, she pulled her hand back, stood up, and reached for a trench coat on the hanger, ready to head out. Uchiha Nan quickly straightened up and looked at her, thinking this could not happen. If this woman exposed his two-timing behavior, not to mention how the gentle Mikoto would react, Tsunade, with her fiery temper, would definitely not be able to stand it. She might even destroy the Hokage building. For the safety of the village, Uchiha Nan absolutely could not let this happen. With a flash of his figure, he appeared in front of Kushina, extending both hands to tightly trap her delicate body in his embrace. The warmth of her fragrant and soft body made him involuntarily take a deep breath of her scent. He wrapped his arms around her, preventing her from causing any trouble. What are you doing? Let go of me. If you keep this up, I'll scream for help. Amidst Kushina's struggles, Uchiha Nan covered her mouth and threw her onto the sofa, tightly pinning her hands behind her back. Don't be afraid. I won't do anything to you. Ouch. Still not being honest, huh? Uchiha Nan turned and lifted Kushina, pressing down her long legs tightly. As her legs lifted, her pants naturally slipped down, revealing her slightly tanned, healthy skin. Uchiha Nan pressed his hand on her ankle, his gaze sweeping over her long, proportionate, and smoothly contoured legs. He sat on Kushina, restricting her movements. Uchiha Nan, you bastard, if you don't let me go, I swear I won't spare you. Seeing the little wildcat beneath him fuming with rage, Uchiha Nan felt a headache coming on. If he let go, she would surely think he had teased her, and, in her anger, would go to tell Mikoto and Tsunade all sorts of nonsense. If he didn't let go, continuing to restrain her wasn't a good idea either. In his anxiety, Uchiha Nan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He remembered the calm and even somewhat welcoming expression Kushina had when he infused her with life force earlier. He quickly flipped her over and lifted her shirt over her abdomen. What are you doing, Uchiha Nan? I am your elder. Minato won't let you off either. As Kushina struggled, thinking he was about to unleash his beastly nature and spouting nonsense, Uchiha Nan firmly pressed his palm against her abdomen. The familiar sensation returned, and Kushina's anxious heart finally relaxed as she closed her eyes to quietly experience that unforgettable feeling. Everything that had happened before seemed to disappear. Uchiha Nan looked at the enjoying Kushina and recalled her earlier fiery expression. With a thought, he decided to change the life force he had infused from ordinary chakra to his upgraded chakra, wanting to see the effect. The new life force entered her body, and Kushina felt a wave of pleasure surge within her that was 10 times greater than before. Her brain filled with feelings of happiness and joy, and her gaze was irresistibly drawn to the man before her. Her heart raced, her cheeks flushed, and when she met his deep gaze, Kushina couldn't help but slowly lean closer to him. Uchiha Nan remained still, quietly watching her. As her body inched closer, his hand on her abdomen slowly retracted. But he kept the connection, working to observe the effects of the special chakra. Chapter 175. The power of the new chakra as the distance between the two closed in tightly. Kushina pressed her chest against Uchiha Nan's. One hand rested on the armrest of the sofa, her head leaning in as she sniffed at his face. While sniffing, she swayed her body, adjusting her position. The soft touch, accompanied by her rising body, slid recklessly against Uchiha Nan's chest, making him reminisce about his past life filled with indulgence. However, unlike the princesses from his past, the woman before him possessed a figure more perfect than theirs, a beautiful face, and a noble identity. This taboo nature stirred something deep within Uchiha Nan, making it hard for him to let go. The warm sensation on his cheek made Uchiha Nan freeze as he watched Kushina extend her delicate tongue, licking and sucking at his cheek. Like a nimble tentacle, it left a trail of moisture in its wake. At this moment, Kushina's hand slid from the armrest of the sofa down to Uchiha Nan's thigh, moving upwards towards. No! Uchiha Nan quickly cut off the life force transmission from his hand and pushed Kushina back onto the sofa. He stood up, wiped the saliva from his face, and patted himself to restore normalcy. Get a grip. A cold voice broke through, pulling Kushina from her pleasant dream. She stared blankly at everything before her. Realizing what she had just done, her face turned beet red as she dove into the sofa cushions, not daring to look at Uchiha Nan again. Oh my god, what have I done? It's all this damn guy's fault, all because of that awful feeling. I'll never let him treat me again. Though she thought this, Kushina couldn't help but recall Uchiha Nan's deep and deadly allure from just moments ago. It felt as if this man was everything to her, like a god, and she would give anything for him. On the other hand, Uchiha Nan gradually calmed his emotions, his mouth twitching slightly. This newly synthesized chakra's power was terrifying. The life force it transformed was enough to enchant Kushina to this extent. It seemed this frightening ability should be used with caution in the future. I'm leaving. We'll talk about the rest tomorrow. Uchiha Nan waved his hand, glancing at the curvaceous Kushina lying on the sofa before turning to head towards the entrance. Oh! A hoarse voice echoed in the room, causing Uchiha Nan to pause momentarily before he pushed the door open and left. Only then did Kushina sit up from the sofa, rubbing her throat in disbelief. The dryness from her desire subsided a bit as she took a breath. She then picked up a sofa cushion and threw it hard against the couch. After hesitating, she took off her shoes, raised her jade-like bare feet, and stomped on the cushion a few times, cursing under her breath. Damn Uchiha Nan, damn Uchiha brat, what a jerk. How dare he take advantage of me? Just wait until I tell Mikoto and Tsunade. But despite saying this, deep down, she knew that after something like this happened, how could she face her two friends? who were like family. What if she spoke ill of Uchiha Nin only for that brat to turn around and spill everything? How could she ever show her face in the village again? Or face Minato? Thinking of Minato only deepened Kushina's guilt. Minato, when will you be back? I miss you so much. This feeling was unbearable. She felt like she was losing control. Meanwhile, Uchiha Nin was walking down a forest path after leaving Kushina's house, feeling pleased that he had defused a ticking time bomb. With this incident, he didn't believe Kushina would dare to proclaim him a scumbag. Hey Nan, you look so lewd when you smile. It was Mike Guy, dressed in his tight green uniform, dripping with sweat, his eyebrows thicker, and his body much sturdier. He came to a sudden stop in front of Uchiha Nan, waving at him. Hey Guy, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll punish you by never letting you become a jonin. Uchiha Nin was caught off guard by Guy, exposing his true nature, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger. How could such a handsome man like him be associated with the word lewd? It was clearly Guy's poor taste in aesthetics that led to this misunderstanding. He shouldn't blame him for using his fists. Soda. No, not that. If I can't become a jonin, that means I can never surpass Kakashi. Sure enough, as Uchiha Nan's words fell, Guy quickly realized his mistake and yielded under the pressure of his punches. By the way, what are you doing here? Hearing Guy back down, Uchiha Nan let go of the matter and instead asked about why he was there. This area was close to where the higher-ups lived in the village. Generally, exercising here was not allowed. Only leisure and entertainment were permitted. Guy's presence here was quite strange. Ah, shoot, I was so busy chatting with you that I forgot. I'm supposed to deliver a secret letter to Lord Hokage. Mike Guy slapped his forehead and then quickly ran towards the Hokage building. What's going on, Guy? Seeing Guy in such a hurry, Uchiha Nin quickly asked, as it was his duty as Hokage's disciple to know some secrets. Moreover, it might not even be something important, considering there hadn't been significant conflicts in the ninja world for a long time. Yun Hidden Village, a team has crossed the border into the land of fire. Guy's voice echoed back from distance. Watching him fade into the distance, Uchiha Nan's brows furrowed tightly. Yun Hidden Village, an invasion? Did he hear that right? After being so badly beaten in the Third Ninja World War, how could the Yun Hidden Village still have the audacity to provoke conflict? Who gave him the courage? Was it Yujin Shiriki? Or did Yun Hidden Village find out that the Nine Tails had broken free from its seal and wreaked havoc in the village? So they were sure that Konoha was severely weakened and had lost the Nine Tails, allowing them to come and invade? If that was the case, he had to admire Yun Hidden Village's intelligence-gathering ability. It had only happened yesterday, and they were already making moves. Impressive, even more so than White Zetsu. However, what Uchiha Nin did not expect was that this news was spread by Uchiha Fugaku and his group through White Zetsu in the ninja world. The next day, before Uchiha Nin had even woken up, he received a message from the Umbu. Lord Hokage has summoned you. Chapter 176. Movements of the Hidden Mist Village. Uchiha Nin shook his head, kicked off the covers, and let the sunlight fall on his perfect figure. He got out of bed only after he was fully awake, since he was worried about accidentally rolling over and hurting his sister Mei-chin. She chose to sleep in another room. So, Uchiha Nin simply tidied up the blankets before heading to the bathroom, washing up while pondering why Tsunade had called for him. At this critical moment, it was likely related to the invasion of the Hidden Cloud Village the day before. Hokage office, what did you say? Someone has freed the Nine Tails from its seal, and Minato has died in battle. Our losses are devastating, and this news is spread throughout the ninja world. Uchiha Nin frowned as he looked at Tsunade, who was sitting on a chair. That's right. I suspect this was done by the mysterious person who killed Minato that day. Their goal is to stir up chaos in the ninja world, making Konoha a target for other nations once again. The team from the Hidden Cloud Village that entered the Land of Fire might be here to investigate our situation. Tsunade supported her chin with both hands, her gaze dark as she spoke. The ninja world has just begun to settle down, and Konoha's wounds have barely healed, yet the signs of war are emerging again. How many lives will the entire village sacrifice this time? With this thought, Tsunade could not help but turn her gaze towards Uchiha Nin. Do you know the identity of that mysterious person? Uchiha Nin thought for a moment in his mind, but did not tell Tsunade about Madara and the Akatsuki organization. I don't know. I only have some guesses. It's not the right time to bring them to light. Well, Tsunade did not pursue the matter further and continued. The team from the Hidden Cloud Village entering the border has been handed over to Kakashi for handling, to prevent you from causing any trouble. When they take further action, I'll send you to engage. I know your husband's impulsive nature. If you were to carry out this mission, those people from the Hidden Cloud Village would be doomed. For now, sending Kakashi to make contact with them to confirm their intentions is better. If it's a misunderstanding, that's fine. But if they intend to start another war, Tsunade will be ready to accompany them to the end. Regarding the matter of Minato, Tsunade's tone became somewhat strange as she continued. The news of his sacrifice must be kept under wraps. We can't let Kushina know. Also, I need to closely monitor the movements of several other countries in case they make any small moves. You have to take care of these things. Don't cause any trouble. Tsunade looked at Uchiha Nan with suspicion and slowly said, Yesterday, for some reason, Kushina came to see me, claiming she didn't want to accept your treatment anymore and wanted to change doctors. This made Tsunade, who usually knew Kushina's generous and carefree personality, feel that something was off. However, given the current situation in the ninja world, as the village leader, she could only put this matter aside for now and address it later. But if Uchiha Nan dared to do anything to Kushina, she wouldn't hold back. With that thought, Tsunade's gaze towards Uchiha Nan gradually turned ominous. Uchiha Nan smiled awkwardly and then left. Once he stepped out of the office, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. From Tsunade's expression and her odd tone when mentioning Kushina, he realized that the silly woman must have caused him trouble. Seriously, don't blame me for dealing with you harshly later. A few days later, Uchiha Nan returned to the Hokage office. As soon as he entered, he saw Tsunade resting her head on her left hand, bored as she lay on the desk, while a signature pen in her right hand danced nimbly across some documents. It seemed that upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Tsunade quickly straightened up, puffed out her chest, and lowered her head to put on a serious work facade, with the pen wobbling on the paper as if she were writing something. Stop pretending, sensei. You haven't even wiped the drool from the corner of your mouth. Uchiha Nan spread his hands and ruthlessly teased her. Upon hearing his words, Tsunade hurriedly dropped the pen, raised her hand to wipe her mouth, but she didn't actually see any drool. Instantly, her eyebrows furrowed as she stared at her teasing disciple with wide eyes. How can you deceive your lovely teacher like this? It's simply outrageous. Ha ha. Uchiha Nan looked at the massive figure in front of him, unable to deny the word lovely. After some playful banter, they finally got down to business. Kakashi had already eliminated the scout team from the Hidden Cloud Village. However, after investigating their brains, the ninjas from the Mountain Clan discovered that this group had already relayed information back to the Hidden Cloud Village. So what? After the incident with the Nine Tails, aside from Minato's death, our other losses aren't significant. The Hidden Cloud Village shouldn't be unclear about the situation to declare war on us. Uchiha Nan tilted his head, asking in confusion. Well, it's hard to say. The key lies in how the Hidden Cloud Village perceives this situation, Tsunade replied helplessly, spreading her hands. From a viewpoint of the Hidden Cloud Village, with Orochimaru's defection, Minato's sacrifice, the deaths of the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo, and my inability to fight due to hemophobia, coupled with the recent Nine Tails incident and the inability to use Jinchuriki, with only you holding up the entire village, who knows what actions they might take. Moreover, you even killed the third Reikage. Truly, Uchiha Nan sighed helplessly. I hadn't realized it until now, but it's quite shocking. Has the village lost so many top-tier combatants? Many of those who have died or left seem to have some connection to me. Oh no, I've become a combination of the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo. Tsunade then spoke, drawing Uchiha Nan's attention back to her. The border guards in the Land of Fire sent a secret report, saying they seem to have accidentally discovered several ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village active along the border. In recent years, the Land of Water, the Land of Wind, and the Land of Earth have had constant friction. While it hasn't escalated into war, there have been many small actions. The Land of Wind, being relatively weak, cannot defend against two countries simultaneously. According to the information returned by our spies, it seems the Land of Wind is considering seeking peace with the Land of Water. In such a situation, we can't rule out the possibility that the Land of Water, having suffered heavy losses, might develop some thoughts. After all, the 7 ninja swords of the Hidden Mist Village were almost completely destroyed by you. At this point, Tsunade's expression seemed even more troubled. Why does Konoha have enmity with every village? Being Hokage is so difficult. I just want to give up. Sexy Tsunade is online and ready to give up. Chapter 177. Yetsong, don't be so pessimistic. Teacher, it's just a small matter. Leave it to me. Uchiha Nan patted his solid chest. Although it wasn't as big as Tsunade's, it was still hard enough. He turned his thoughts back to the situation in the Hidden Mist Village. In the original story, Rin was forcibly sealed into the 3 Tails by people from the Hidden Mist Village and willingly died under Kakashi's Raikiri for the safety of the village. Witnessing all this, Obito's heart shattered, and after working hard on his training and mastering the power left by Uchiha Madara, he slowly took control of the now 4th Mizukage, Keigaki Yetsong. To avenge Rin, Obito ordered Gaki Yetsong to eliminate the bloodline limits within the village. The sad Hidden Mist village had just overthrown the rule of the third Mizukage's blood mist, only to fall under the even more tragic rule of Obito. What a stroke of bad luck. Now everything had changed. Rin was alive. The Three Tails was also unharmed, and Obito had not betrayed them. Did this mean that the Hidden Mist village would no longer fall under the control of Uchiha Madara and his group? However, after thinking it through, Uchiha Nan realized it wasn't necessarily the case. After all, those people were bent on causing chaos in the ninja world, and it was not impossible for them to target the Hidden Mist village again. He wondered if the current fourth Mizukage was still alive. All right, Nan, since you are so confident, the task of scouting the Hidden Mist village's movements is up to you. Tsunade stood up, holding her disciple's hand, her eyes shining. She had been troubled by this matter, but Nan jumped in right away, truly living up to being her good disciple. Suddenly being assigned a task by his teacher, Uchiha Nan initially wanted to refuse. But after some thought, since there seemed to be quite a few bloodline limits in the Hidden Mist village, he reluctantly agreed. Okay, teacher. Then I'll leave Kushina for you to take care of. Uchiha Nen thought for a moment and decided to give Kushina, who had been punished recently, a few days off. When he returned, he would continue to torment this woman who dared to reveal his secrets. Without further ado, Uchiha Nen returned home, briefly saying goodbye to Mikoto before preparing to leave. At that moment, Itachi, who was standing nearby, suddenly ran over and grabbed him. What's wrong, Itachi? Uchiha Nan felt very satisfied with this obedient and talented child. Father, be careful. Mother and I will wait for you to come back at home. Itachi raised his small fist and waved it a few times, smiling as he bid farewell. All right, Itachi, remember to practice ninjutsu well with your brother Shursui these days. I'll check on you when I get back. Uchiha Nan patted Itachi's head and smiled as he left. Since it was his first time going to the Hidden Mist village and he hadn't left a flying thunder god mark there, he needed to travel on foot. However, with his physical abilities, which could reach several times the speed of sound when he ran at full speed, a round trip wouldn't take long. After a short while, Uchiha Nen arrived at the ruins of the Uzumaki Hidden Village. From the direction of the Land of Fire, he took the nearest road to the Hidden Mist Village. Looking at the familiar large pit in the village ruins, Uchiha Nen couldn't help but recall his previous battles with the ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village. Back then, he was just a weakling who could barely kill a jonin, having to carefully watch Sarutobi Hiruzen's expressions. One wrong move could lead to him being swept into the trash heap as an evil Uchiha. He also had to endure the old man's deliberate difficulties. Now, he had finally turned the tables and could hold his head high. While Uchiha Nen reminisced about those glorious past years, a massive chakra once again appeared in his perception. Here it comes again. However, unlike the two jonin from the previous encounter, this time the chakra was stronger, more domineering, reaching the level of a Kage. Uchiha Nen frowned, seemingly recalling something, and quickly hid himself in the shadows, suppressing his presence. Soon a tall, sexy woman with a bun hairstyle and two tufts of brown hair hanging down from her forehead appeared from the direction of the footsteps. The most eye-catching feature was her entire back, which was exposed, with smooth and elegant lines that were even smoother than silk. Her deep black clothing, resembling a belly band, made her skin stand out even more. Even the harsh sunlight in the sand village had not damaged her perfect skin, instead highlighting a healthy, wild beauty. Looking at this iconic scene, Uchiha Nen immediately recognized who she was. Yetsong. As a hero of the sand village, she was a tragic figure betrayed by the village's higher-ups. According to the information he knew from his previous life, Yetsong was sold to the Hidden Mist village by the high-ranking officials of the sand village, led by Raza, at the cost of her life to achieve a peace agreement. This sand village hero was ambushed and killed by people from the Hidden Mist village without any defense. Could it be this time? Uchiha Nen thought for a moment. It was very likely. Should he save her? This seemed like a very profitable transaction. First, saving her would allow her to understand the despicable methods of Raza and others, thereby sowing discord between her and the sand village. Second, Yetsong was a beautiful woman, and under his life-saving grace, it would be easy for him to manipulate her. Uchiha Nen didn't consider himself a kind person. Anyone who received his help would inevitably have to pay a price. However, he currently had no intention of stepping forward to get acquainted with Yetsong, trying to explain the sinister faces of Raza and others to her. Not to mention that with their differing identities and positions, would Yetsong even believe his words? Even if she believed him, so what? Could she feel grateful to Uchiha Nen because of this? Would she harbor murderous intent towards Raza and others? No, until she truly faced death and experienced that feeling. Yetsong, for the sake of the greater good of the village, would likely not take action against Raza and the others, but rather wait for an opportunity in the shadows. As for Uchiha Nan, who openly revealed these things to her, she would probably only feel some gratitude. Moreover, due to their conflicting positions, she might even suspect whether this incident was a conspiracy of Konoha. So, why should Uchiha Nan go out of his way to explain all this to her? It would be better to show up and save her just as she was about to die at the hands of the hidden mist ninjas. That would be the time when he could maximize his benefits from the favor. Perhaps others would see Uchiha Nan's thoughts as wrong. Saving a person is saving a person. Why complicate things with so many nuances about when to save them? Uchiha Nan would tell them that reality is just that realistic, no matter where or what world. The rules and principles are universally applicable. Apart from parents, no one will bestow you with love without reason. All gifts have already been marked with a price in the dark. Chapter 178. The bug caught in the web. Yi Tsang paused her steps on the ground. Her beautiful brows furrowed high. Turning her head, she scanned the surroundings with her keen eyes. After seeing nothing unusual, her brows relaxed. But her feet remained still as she continued to wait quietly. Just as she passed through here, she felt an exceptionally terrifying gaze fixated on her back, making her feel extremely uncomfortable, as if a high-ranking individual were examining a toy in their palm. However, after standing here for a long time, she still did not see that person appear. TCH, was I being overly suspicious? Yi Tsang pouted and withdrew her alert state, stepping onto the ground scattered with gravel as she walked toward the distance. Just as she was about to leave her perceptive range, Uchiha Nan, hidden in the shadows below, followed her. After renting a small boat and a whole day's sailing on the sea, Yi Tsang, feeling slightly uncomfortable, finally set foot on the land of the water country. After landing, she patted her somewhat plump body, which was slightly inferior to Tsunade's, to regain her state. Cautiously checking the gathering location provided by the Mist Village, she hurried toward that direction, grumbling, "What a hassle, just an alliance, couldn't it be completed in the Whirlpool Village? Why insist on doing it on the land of the water country? But for the safety of the village, I guess I have to make some sacrifices. I wonder how that fool, Jinshu, is progressing with his training." Looking at the map in her hand, Yi Tsang raised it to compare it with a fog-filled canyon ahead, flanked by towering cliffs. Her brows furrowed tightly. "It's right here, what a cursed place. Is this Lady Yi Tsang from Sunagakure?" At that moment, a friendly-looking mist village ninja with a warm smile, exuding a sense of approachability, walked out of the fog-filled canyon. Yi Tsang looked at this person without much thought, merely regarding him as a ninja from the mist village here to welcome her, and nodded in response. "Please follow me, Lady Yi Tsang. Your companions for the negotiations arranged by the village are just ahead." The mist village ninja bowed and gestured toward the depths of the canyon. Yi Tsang nodded to him and walked toward the fog without any defenses. The mist village ninja first made a signal to the cliffs on both sides before following her. "Why did your mist village choose to hold the talks on your own territory?" Yi Tsang asked, voicing her previous doubts as she walked. "Of course, it's to ensure our sincerity. This invitation for you to come is the highest expression of our village's etiquette." As the mist village ninja spoke, he was numbing her senses while reaching behind him to retrieve a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, slowly moving it toward Yi Tsang's back. It turned out that, Before Yi Tsang could finish her sentence, a sharp pain shot through her waist. As a seasoned fighter, she recognized that feeling all too well. It was the sensation of a sharp object piercing her body. But why? She couldn't believe it as she reached behind her. But what she saw was the Mist Village ninja pulling out the kunai and jumping back. Why? Why is the Mist Village attacking me? Wasn't it agreed that we would form an alliance? Yi Tsang pressed her hand against the wound on her back, feeling the blood flow out of her body continuously. She swayed unsteadily, nearly collapsing, and layers of blurry shadows appear before her eyes. "You are mistaken, my lady. The alliance is indeed real, but it is not with you. It is with your future fourth Kazekage, Raza. You are merely a token for our alliance exchange." The Mist Village ninja's voice grew increasingly shrill and sinister as he spoke, his expression turning grotesque, clearly harboring hatred for Yi Tsang, whose hands were stained with the blood of his comrades. "Huh, I'm really foolish, how laughable." With a loud thud, Yi Tsang, having lost too much blood, could no longer hold herself up and collapsed heavily to the ground, exposing her entire back within the range of the enemy's attack. In this moment of impending death, her heart was filled with hatred for the village's higher-ups and a fierce desire to tear Raza into pieces. "Jinshu, I'm sorry I can't fulfill my promise to continue teaching you." The Mist Village ninjas, who had long been ambushed on the cliffs, received the precise orders, and began to rain down a flurry of kunai from above. Lying weakly in a pool of her own blood, Itsong could only watch this scene in despair, filled with regret, but unable to do anything about it. Just as the rain of hidden weapons was about to pierce her with countless wounds, a figure wearing the Konoha ninja headband and a black cloak adorned with red and white fan motifs emerged from the ground beside her. He slowly raised his right index finger to his lips and lightly blew at the rain of hidden weapons falling like a shower of flowers. In an instant, a fierce wind swept through the area. The hazy fog covering the canyon was directly blown away. The incoming storm of hidden weapons, along with stones sliding down from the mountaintop, was lifted by that fierce wind, granting them greater momentum as they returned to their source. Clang, clang. Ah, ah. The sounds of clashing metal and the cries of those pierced by hidden weapons echoed continuously. Shadows of those severely injured or who had lost their lives fell from the cliffs, crashing to the ground with thuds. Yitsong weakly watched this scene, tears of relief welling in her eyes. Although her mind was hazy from blood loss, and she couldn't discern who the man beside her was, she knew she was saved. Her life was preserved. At the same time, she silently vowed that regardless of this person's identity, she would repay him with all her strength, no matter the cost. After completing this seemingly trivial act, Uchiha Nan nodded at the Mist Village ninja, who appeared to be stunned in place. A green light glowed from his palm as he pressed down on the wound on Yitsong's back, which was still bleeding. Of course, this was purely a healing technique, different from Kushina's life energy infusion. Damn Konoha ninja, kill him for me. The Mist Village ninja, seeing Uchiha Nan completely disregard him as if he were a mere bystander while treating the murderer of his sister, felt a surge of anger and hatred rise in his heart. He roared at the surviving Mist Village ninjas, giving them orders. The Mist Village ninjas who had already jumped down from the cliffs exchanged glances. Although they knew they were no match for the monstrous boy who had just displayed such incredible skills, staying here would only lead to their deaths. Generally, people would flee in such a situation. However, they were survivors of the blood-soaked policies of the village and understood the terror of how the village dealt with traitors. So, gritting their teeth, they charged toward an enemy they knew they could not defeat. The Mist Village's commanding ninja, blinded by rage, formed hand seals, preparing to unleash ninjutsu to bury everyone present together. Chapter 179. The clever woman. At this moment, Uchiha Nan frowned tightly. He originally did not want to engage in meaningless slaughter, but the person in front of him was too oblivious to the danger. Since that was the case, he would grant them their wish. He gathered the green light in his hands, straightened his body, and a flash of lightning flickered in his eyes. In an instant, he disappeared from his spot. The Mist Village ninjas charging at him only saw their target vanish, followed by a sharp pain in their throats. Without knowing what had happened, their bodies lost control, and they collapsed onto the ground, their vision going dark. The Mist Village commander, who was at the back preparing a jutsu, saw it the clearest. A blur of lightning flashed by, and all of his side's ninjas fell. The person he regarded as an enemy had also vanished. Where? Ugh. Feeling the blood gushing from his throat and the air entering his lungs, he realized that the person had already arrived in front of him. Thud! The Mist Village commander lost all strength and collapsed to the ground. Sister, I've come to find you. Looking at the last fallen enemy, Uchiha Nan relaxed his body. He had just demonstrated a lethal power that was almost on par with the Flying Thunder God technique. He wiped away the non-existent blood on his hands and sighed helplessly. This is war. He then carried Yukura, who had been treated for her wounds but was still faint from excessive blood loss, and left the area. He found a quiet little house by the sea and moved in after giving the homeowner a certain amount of money. In the evening, while sitting by the campfire outside the house, Uchiha Nan was focused on a golden, fragrant roasted fish on a wooden rack. The door of the small house creaked open. Yukura, whose face had regained some color, weakly supported herself against the door as she stepped outside. After waking up, she understood what had happened earlier and caught a whiff of the roasted fish outside. She intended to come out and inquire about her savior while hoping to get a bite to eat. However, she unexpectedly saw the face that had long been feared in the shinobi world. The words of gratitude that had been on her lips suddenly became stuck, and she instinctively called out, "Konoha's Grim Reaper. That's how you address your savior." Uchiha Nan turned around and glanced lightly at Yukura. His red and white eyes gave her an almost suffocating pressure with just a glance. Fortunately, she was not an ordinary ninja and quickly regained her composure after a moment of surprise. "Sorry about that. It was just a reflex. Thank you for earlier," she said as she naturally walked over to Uchiha Nan's side. She reached out to tug at her tight-fitting outfit and sat down sideways. Her ample chest bounced slightly with emotion. This woman knew how to use her advantages. Uchiha Nan silently observed her for a long time, secretly despising her in his heart. During the betrayal of the high-ranking members of her village, and when she was weak and powerless on enemy territory, she cleverly used her advantages to gain Uchiha Nan's protection. In her eyes, this young man, no matter how powerful or how many people he had killed, was just a boy who had never tasted meat. As long as she used some means, she could at least gain some temporary protection. Moreover, since he had saved her, she must have ulterior motives, and there was a possibility of success. I'll help you. With her thoughts racing, Yakura knelt up, bending her fair legs on the soft sand, showcasing her S-shaped curve. She leaned down towards Uchiha Nan, wanting to take the stick with the roasted fish from his hands. As she got closer, her hand accidentally brushed against Uchiha Nan's thinly clad chest. When he looked at her, she returned an apologetic glance. Uchiha Nan was keenly aware of her little movement. He smiled slightly, gently placing the roasted fish down. Then, before she could react, he quickly pressed both hands on her shoulders. At her moment of shock, he suddenly exerted force, pushing her down onto the ground. The oily hand that had been handling the fish also pressed down on Yakura's ample chest, squeezing hard. She let out an uneasy sound, leaving an oily handprint on her previously pristine clothing, which looked especially conspicuous against her large figure. Yakura, you're aware of your situation. Don't try to be clever with me. Otherwise, Uchiha Nan's words were left unfinished as he glanced at the handprint before releasing her. Yakura glared at Uchiha Nan, knowing that he had seen through her little trick. She sat up straight, daring not to act flirty anymore, and obediently sat cross-legged. In her heart, she thought about how this boy seemed to have a heart of stone, showing no mercy to her, a beautiful woman. He really didn't know the worth of a woman. That's right. Uchiha Nan tore off half of the nearly burnt roasted fish and handed it to Yakura. She hesitated for a moment, but recalling Uchiha Nan's abilities, she obediently accepted it and began to eat small bites. After they finished eating, Uchiha Nan finally spoke. Is there anything you want to say about the fact that you nearly died this time? As soon as this matter was mentioned, Yakura's earlier slight displeasure towards Uchiha Nan was instantly thrown out of her mind. Gritting her teeth, she clenched her fists tightly. I want them dead. In her words, she completely disregarded Uchiha Nan's identity as a Konoha ninja, laying bare the conflict with the Sand Village. After all, compared to a village that had achieved peace by selling their own lives, what did Uchiha Nan's so-called Konoha identity mean? Even if she wanted to return to the Sand Village now, the people of Raza and his group would probably not agree. Just based on you? Uchiha Nan's contemptuous tone came, accompanied by a smirk full of mockery. Yakura wanted to argue with him, but the pain in her chest had not subsided, so she could only turn her head away, silently fuming. Yes, just based on herself. How could she seek revenge on Raza, who had likely become the fourth Kazekage by now? He was the Kazekage, an important figure of a village. Even if he made a mistake, to maintain the village's face, others would not acknowledge it. Even those who had supported her before would not support her in seeking revenge against Raza now that he was the fourth Kazekage. Ha. Thinking of this, Yakura laughed desolately, her voice filled with helplessness and sorrow. However, with the crackling sound of the fire, her thoughts were suddenly jolted awake, and a flash of inspiration struck her mind. She turned her head, her eyes fixed intently on Uchiha Nan. You'll help me, right? Chapter 180. Arrangements for Akatsuki. Oh, why would you think I would help you, a soon-to-be traitor ninja of the village, like a wandering ghost? When the Arsasa gang learns that Yakura is not dead at the hands of the Mist Village, they will undoubtedly strike first and label her a traitor ninja. Uchiha Nan's words are not without reason. However, contrary to backing down after hearing Uchiha Nan's words, Yakura moved closer to him. Just because you saved me, because of my special identity, because of my body. By the end, Yakura's voice had lowered significantly. She still felt a hint of shame. You are very clever. Uchiha Nan reached out and wrapped his arms around Yakura's slender waist, pulling her into his embrace. Amid her gasp, he placed his hand on the hand seal and gently kneaded it. The soft yet elastic touch made him feel particularly comfortable. As Yakura lay in his arms, a glimmer of moisture appeared in her large eyes. Uchiha Nan had to admit that the woman in his arms was exquisite. But what he valued more was Yakura's ability to help him better control the Sand Village's identity. Do not think that Uchiha Nan's current strength allows him to easily destroy the Sand Village and look down on them. Yes, with his current power, he could easily kill everyone in the Sand Village. But would that mean anything? Does he need a barren desert country? No. And if he only gets rid of the upper echelons of the Sand Village, will the remaining people listen to him? No, they won tea. Based on the history of bloodshed between the wind and fire countries since the founding of the villages, the two villages have accumulated deep-seated hatred through years of war. Even if he forcefully rules them with military power, it would only bring hatred and resistance, becoming an unstable factor instead. Thus, if Uchiha then wants to make the Sand Village his own in the future, Yakura's identity plays a crucial role. He just needs to eliminate Arsasa and leave behind the upper echelons who support Yakura. Under their leadership, they can gradually align themselves with Konoha. Once their economy and culture are intertwined with Konoha, even if they do not want to accept it, they will have no choice but to comply. After satisfying his urges, Uchiha then stood up and threw the limp Yakura onto the ground. Her previously dazed expression returned when she came into contact with the soft sand. She looked at Uchiha Nan with a puzzled gaze. Yakura initially thought she would not escape today and would have to offer her most precious first time here. Unexpectedly, this little brat actually let her go. It couldn't be. Yakura glanced at Uchiha Nan's high-rise pants. Something was off. What are you thinking? Noticing the woman's gaze on the ground, Uchiha Nan looked at her with a murderous intent, but for the sake of his reputation, he explained, "It's not the time yet. You have more important things to do." Upon hearing Uchiha Nan's words, Yakura reined in her thoughts, stood up from the ground, and listened to his subsequent instructions. "Once you leave here, the Sand Village will surely issue your traitor ninja wanted notice. Will your supporters continue to believe in you?" Listening to Uchiha Nan, Yakura thought for a moment and then firmly nodded. "Yes, no problem. In the village, it's mainly Granny Chiyo and some advisors who support me in becoming the fourth Kazekage. Even if others are swayed by Arsasa, Granny Chiyo will definitely believe in me. Moreover, there are many J Nin and CH Nin I have saved. As long as I appear before them and explain, they will surely believe me. But if Arsasa has already become the fourth Kazekage, even if they believe me, they won't support me, right? No worries." Uchiha Nan explained. "You just need to contact your supporters as soon as possible. Before your traitor ninja identity takes root in their minds, clarify things quickly and wait for the right moment. You don't need to do anything dangerous. Arsasa will be dealt with by others." At this point, Uchiha Nan suddenly paused. He wondered if the third Hokage had died. Would Orochimaru still kill Arsasa and disguise himself as the fourth Hokage to execute the plan to bring down Konoha? Thinking of this, Uchiha Nan couldn't help but smile with interest. Upon hearing his words, Yakura's eyes suddenly brightened. If this little brat is saying this, does that mean he will personally take action to kill Arsasa? A warm current surged in her heart, and her gaze towards him softened involuntarily. I haven't let this guy take advantage of me for nothing." Under the strange gaze, Uchiha Nan didn't have time to think about what the woman in front of him was imagining. He then said, "After you finish your task, go to the Land of Rain and create some big disturbances, waiting for an organization called Akatsuki to recruit you. I believe your traitor ninja identity won't raise their suspicions. At that time, you can hide within Akatsuki, and once the plan succeeds, I will contact you again. You don't need to worry about the Sand Village. When the time is right, I will let you return to the village and become the fifth Kazekage. The Land of Rain is Hanzo's territory, right? What is Akatsuki?" Yakura furrowed her brow and asked. She had heard of the famous demigod of the ninja world. "Hanzo is already dead. You don't need to worry about the rest. Just focus on your task," Uchiha Nan casually explained and didn't elaborate further. All right. Yakura was a bit surprised to hear about the death of the demigod and felt uncertain, but Uchiha Nan clearly didn't want to say more, so she didn't press on. She just hoped to complete this so-called task quickly, to return to the Sand Village, and of course, more importantly, to conquer the man in front of her. Yakura stared intently at Uchiha Nan's face. With her ability to stand out among countless Sand Village ninjas and become a shadow-level powerhouse, she had a set of unyielding beliefs and character. Uchiha Nan, who repeatedly violated her body, had been deeply engraved in her heart. He would either become her man or be completely killed by her. By the way, Uchiha Nan suddenly turned his head, startling Yakura, who quickly withdrew her gaze. Just as she was bewildered, doubting if her thoughts had been seen through, the sunlight in front of her was suddenly blocked, and a figure had come before her. Yakura looked over with a slightly confused expression. She saw a hand as smooth as jade, delicate and slender, slowly pressing towards her. Although Yakura didn't realize what Uchiha Nan intended to do, her body's instincts made her want to dodge. But when she tried to move her body, Yakura was terrified to find that she had completely lost control over it. She could only watch as that nearly perfect jade-like hand slowly pressed down. The surrounding air seemed to freeze at that moment. She felt like an insect trapped in amber, completely powerless to resist waiting for the arrival of the figure before her, radiating endless majesty like a king. Chapter 181. The Land of Water. Under Yi Tsong's soft hum, everything came to an end. Uchiha Nan's hand gripped Yi Tsong's shoulder and pressed against her back, leaving behind a dark, ink-like curse mark. He then left as gently as he had arrived. What is this? As the immense pressure faded, Yi Tsong let out a heavy sigh of relief in her heart. It felt like a drowning person grasping the last straw for survival, desperately looking at the curse mark on her back. She used words to mask her recent panic and weakness, striving to maintain her fragile pride. It's just a mark. It ensures I can find you anytime. Uchiha Nan seemed completely unaware of the weakness in Yi Tsong's words, turning away from her and responding calmly. Flying Thunder God? Seeing the man in front of her turn around, Yi Tsong's strained expression finally revealed the fear she felt after encountering that hand. She stared intently at Uchiha Nan's back, filled with endless admiration for his immense strength. At the same time, because he had once saved her, she harbored a different sentiment deep within. Go do your thing. I must leave now. Uchiha Nan took a step forward, not looking back as he walked toward the inland of the Land of Water. His steps were firm, his posture casual, as if he didn't care about Yi Tsong at all. Crack! The sound of joints colliding echoed as Yi Tsong watched Uchiha Nan's indifferent figure depart, her right hand tightly clenched, making cracking sounds. In her heart, she swore fiercely that one day she would trample this arrogant man underfoot. In a small town in the Land of Water, a street surrounded by circular buildings made of bricks had few passers-by. The people hurried along, as if they were all in a rush to attend to urgent matters, unwilling to stop. The vendors on the street were also alert, glancing around nervously. Even when they occasionally encountered a customer, they would converse while keeping their hands on the table, ready to flee at any moment. Observing this scene, Uchiha Nan shook his head. Under the influence of the third Mizukage blood mist policy, the ninjas of Kirigakure were always on edge. In such a highly oppressive environment, it was hard to ensure they wouldn't run out of the village to vent their frustrations on the surrounding citizens. The people of the Land of Water had long grown accustomed to this situation, naturally staying vigilant against any potential threats to their lives. To them, Uchiha Nan was such a person, even though he had removed the forehead protector from his head and changed into a regular black coat. His handsome features and cold demeanor caused the citizens to avoid him like a venomous snake, casting fearful glances in his direction. This kind of person clearly wasn't one of them. He was definitely another ninja looking for trouble. Seeing this, Uchiha Nan said nothing more, shook his head, and sighed. Just as he thought to leave these suffering people behind without further disturbance, a piercing cry echoed from ahead. Please, ninja sir, don't. This old man has only one daughter. If you let her go, I can give you my life in exchange. Uchiha Nan's brows furrowed tightly, and then his figure flashed, disappearing from the spot, leaving behind the citizens of the Land of Water who thought they had seen a ghost. Old man, you've dirted my clothes. Just letting your daughter accompany me for one night would be a great favor, sneered a pale-faced ninja with fierce eyes and a Kirigakure forehead protector, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth as he forcefully pushed an old man dressed in simple, patched clothing to the ground. The old man, nearing 50, couldn't withstand such force, and the sound of cracking bones echoed as he fell. Dad, are you okay? A girl in a light yellow dress, somewhat beautiful, knelt beside the old man, supporting his arm. She then glared at the Kirigakure ninja with a fierce yet delicate expression, saying word by word, "You're truly despicable. My father didn't even touch you. How could he possibly dirty your clothes? You attacked him without reason. You're going to pay for this. I will report you to the authorities." Ha ha ha. The yellow-toothed man didn't get angry at this scene. Instead, he laughed with delight. After completing a mission, he would seek out beautiful girls to vent his desires. But those girls usually submitted to him, and he was long bored of that. Today, however, a woman dared to resist him, igniting his interest. He planned to punish her severely while her father watched. As for the so-called authorities, he wasn't afraid. He was a ninja from Kirigakure, and those people wouldn't dare to act against him for the sake of a commoner. Such occurrences were far too common in the Land of Water. Come on, girl. I'm going to do it in front of your father. As the Kirigakure ninja lunged forward, the girl in yellow, filled with anger and despair, prepared to bite her tongue to end her life. At that moment, a figure appeared between the two. In the surrounding crowd, a woman who was about to step forward hesitated and withdrew her foot upon seeing Uchiha Nan appear, gazing at his handsome face, unable to resist licking her lips. Don't you dare block my way. The Kirigakure ninja, eager to achieve his goal, failed to notice the anomaly about Uchiha Nan. He thought he was just a foolish commoner trying to play the hero and pulled out a kunai to stab at him. He had dealt with such people before, and he usually ended their lives on the spot to deter others from stepping out of line. But this time was different. The kunai he thrust forward was tightly pinched between two slender fingers. Feeling the resistance in his hand, his alertness slowly rose. He lifted his gaze to meet the handsome youth in front of him, but it was too late. Staring into those distinct black and white eyes, he dumbly dropped the kunai from his hand. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the crowd, he suddenly knelt on the ground, dragging his legs, leaving bloody trails as he crawled towards the father and daughter. As he crawled, he kept banging his head on the ground, repeatedly saying, "It's all my fault. I deserve to die. I'm sorry for you." He even threw his money at the two. Seeing this, the girl in yellow was momentarily at a loss. Fearing the man before her had some strange method to torment her, she was terrified and began to back away. But her father held her shoulder and did not look at the kneeling Kirigakure ninja. Instead, he mustered his strength to approach Uchiha Nan. With his years of experience, he naturally understood who was responsible for this scene. "Thank you, sir, for saving us. Your grace is unforgettable. Please allow me to bow." Chapter 182. In hand after speaking, he was about to pull down his daughter, who was kneeling beside him with a curious expression and slightly shy at the handsome face of Uchiha Nan. But before he could finish his movement, the boy in front of him vanished without a trace. Along with him, the Mist Village ninja who had been continuously bowing also disappeared, leaving only the scattered wealth on the ground and the bloodstains, proving that they were not dreaming just now. What a powerful illusion. A woman wearing a conical hat that concealed her chestnut-red, long hair stepped out from the crowd. She glanced in the direction where Uchiha Nan had disappeared and then chased after him, but she was destined to return empty-handed. At this moment, Uchiha Nan had already rented a room in an inn with the Mist Village ninja he had controlled with his illusion and entered. Then, relying on his powerful mental strength, he obtained the general direction of the current situation in Mist Village from that ninja's mind. Helping that father and daughter was merely a casual act for Uchiha Nan. More importantly, it was for the Mist Village ninja in front of him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have so much kindness. After all, such things were far too common in the ninja world, and it was impossible to stop them. 2 days later, Uchiha Nan had roughly pieced together the situation in Mist Village through several captured ninjas. They were still the same, shrouded in blood mist, with no significant changes. The only noteworthy events were a few. Goju Kichikura successfully contained the three tails, becoming the new Jinchuriki. The elite jonin in the village, Kenpei Gue, reclaimed the great sword Samahata from the traitor Sujetsu Hozuki, becoming the only remaining wielder of the ninja blade. The rising star in the village, Terumi Mei, also obtained the title of elite jonin. Familiar old friends indeed. Uchiha Nan pondered the information in his mind and concluded that the group led by Kurizetsu had likely not yet infiltrated Mist Village. Of course, this might not be accurate, as the few he had captured were at most chunin, and he couldn't obtain any core intelligence. To complete the task assigned by Tsunade and investigate the movements of Mist Village, he had to delve deeper. Uchiha Nan then sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and opened his battle records. Defeated to obtain. Pending collection defeated Yakumo. Obtained Blaze release Kekiai Genkai. Pending collection defeated to obtain. Pending collection after clicking on Yakumo's pending collection, Uchiha Nan felt a surge of heat within his body. It was as if boiling lava was slowly flowing inside him, and he had now acquired the third bloodline limit. That day, he had left the Flying Thunder God mark on Yakumo, not only to leave a trace, but also to heavily suppress her spirit to gain this opportunity for victory. Thus, he obtained a new bloodline limit. He couldn't help but wonder if his luck on this trip to Mist Village would be as good as this time, allowing him to acquire more bloodline limits. The next day, at the misty border of Mist Village, Uchiha Nan stealthily slipped in. With his strength, he entered without making a sound and was completely undetected. The simplest method to understand the movements of Mist Village and complete this task was, of course, to enter the daily office of the Mizukage and steal some confidential documents. Uchiha Nan believed that if Mist Village intended to wage war against Konoha, he would definitely find some clues there. Compared to the Hokage building in Konoha, the Mizukage's office was an independent building made of bricks and stones. 2 ninja guards stood outside symbolically. Uchiha Nan stood nearby, observing for a while, but found no trace of Kurizetsu or Uchiha Fugaku. However, he didn't dare to let his guard down, so he concealed his figure and continued to observe. On the first day, there were too many people coming in and out of the Mizukage's office, so he gave up. Uchiha Nan changed his outfit and enjoyed some local cuisine in Mist Village. On the second day, he still gave up. On the third day, on the fourth day, the sashimi in Mist Village was really terrible. He could hardly endure it. On the fifth day, it was confirmed that Mist Village was not under control. Uchiha Nan, who had been waiting eagerly, finally found a suitable opportunity. Those guys who came to report their work finally quieted down. The third Mizukage also took this opportunity to slack off and fell into a quiet sleep. Uchiha Nan strode to the Mizukage's office, opened his Sharingan, and hypnotized all the guards, allowing them to continue performing their duties without making a sound. Then, he gently pushed open the office door and slipped inside. The entire office was gray and white, supported by 4 columns. The first thing that caught his eye was a mural on the wall with a giant character for water. Below was a wooden desk and chair, where the third Mizukage, with long black hair dragging on the ground, lay quietly, fast asleep. Uchiha Nan smirked and turned to the bookshelf on the other wall. After observing for some time, he noticed that it was filled with various confidential documents from Mist Village. He violently tore open one file after another with light yellow covers, imprinting everything, whether useful or not, in his mind to hand over to Tsunade later. However, as he recorded more and more documents, Uchiha Nan couldn't help but frown. Among all these files, he only saw records of Mist Village recently purchasing military supplies in large quantities. There was nothing else unusual, but this piece of information couldn't serve as conclusive evidence. Uchiha Nan scratched his head, his gaze scanning around to see if there were any hidden secret rooms. But when his eyes landed on the third Mizukage, he noticed that in his drooping hand, he was holding a light yellow document bag. Damn, this bastard really made it easy for me to find. Even asleep, he couldn't forget about the affairs of Mist Village. Uchiha Nan cursed inwardly and quickly walked over. He reached out his hands and slowly pulled the document bag from the third Mizukage's grip. Watching his rising and falling chest, Uchiha Nan let out a sigh of relief. After tearing open the document, he finally found the content he needed. The weapon warehouse within the Land of Water must increase production by 50. Several reconnaissance teams to be dispatched towards Konoha, assassination teams poised to act, etc. Uchiha Nan, satisfied, closed the document and prepared to leave. Did you finish reading? Yes. Did you find what you needed? I found it. Chapter 183 Exposure. The sudden inquiry caused Uchiha Nan to instinctively respond. But then he realized that there was no one else in the room except for him and the third Mizukage. Who was speaking? Uchiha Nan focused his thoughts, used the transformation technique to change his appearance, and turned to look. He saw the already awakened third Mizukage standing up, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth, coldly staring at him. He also glanced at the open file bag in Uchiha Nan's hand. You're awake, huh? Uchiha Nan didn't notice the murderous intent in the third Mizukage's eyes. He casually greeted him as if he were an old friend just waking up. Kid, who are you? Do you realize that stealing village secrets could lead to the most brutal punishment? The third Mizukage's forehead bulged with veins as he walked step by step toward Uchiha Nan. Tell me who sent you. Was it those from the Bloodline clan? Or the new generation who have long been dissatisfied with the Blood Mist and finally couldn't hold back? His voice was deep and suppressed, filled with endless anger from being provoked. Oh, do you think I'm from the Mist Village? A glint flashed in Uchiha Nan's eyes. To stir up conflict in the Mist Village, he quickly thought it through and admitted, of course, it was Lord Yagura who sent me. You have oppressed the people in the village for so long since becoming the Mizukage. Many are already dissatisfied with you. Is that so? Just because he is a newly appointed Jinchuriki with control over the tailed beasts? You were sent by those who have long been unhappy with me, right? Yagura is just a cover. The third Mizukage, upon hearing Uchiha Nan's words, scrutinized him carefully, and his face became much calmer. It seemed his anger had vanished, but in reality, it had shifted deep within him, ready to erupt at any moment. As the leader of the village, how could he not be furious to wake up and find someone had infiltrated his office? It was impossible for a group of elite ninjas guarding the perimeter to make not even a sound. The only explanation was that those people had betrayed him and colluded with those who opposed his policies. They were determined to kill him, the third Mizukage, under the guise of acting for the good of the village. And this kid in front of him was merely a scout sent to test whether he had let his guard down. Kid, I am the village's shadow. You traitors should die. The third Mizukage quickly formed hand seals, and solid water droplets shot out rapidly. Water release, water cannon technique. Uchiha Nan was puzzled, not understanding why the conversation had turned so hostile. However, he wasn't in a good mood either. He waved out a gust of air to disperse the incoming water cannon. To maintain his character, his hands appeared to be forming seals rapidly while he was actually performing a chaotic dance of hand seals. He opened his mouth and released a high-pressure water line. Water release. Water, severing wave. The third Mizukage was surprised to see Uchiha Nen easily counter his water cannon technique while he was still in a state of doubt. Just then, the terrifying high-pressure water line came slicing toward him, causing him to quickly dodge. Unfortunately, the desk and wall behind him were not so lucky. With a slicing sound, the high-pressure water blade cut through them like tofu. Even the huge water character painted on the wall was severed. Such a powerful young generation. Why not submit to me and work together for the village? The third Mizukage glanced at the smooth, mirror-like cut with trepidation. He then turned to Uchiha Nan, attempting to coax him into lowering his guard, while internally he was already filled with murderous intent. For someone like Uchiha Nan, who showed no respect for the Mizukage and casually launched an attack while being so talented, he had to be eliminated to prevent him from becoming uncontrollable and affecting his continued control over the village. Uncle, what are you talking about? I'm a loyal follower of Lord Yagura. How could I betray him? Uchiha Nan persistently added his strength to the division within the Mist Village. He was not swayed by the third Mizukage's coaxing words, especially since he could clearly see that the guy was already forming hand signs for ninjutsu in the shadows. In that case, you shall die. Seeing that he couldn't deceive this kid, the third Mizukage was undeterred. He waved his hand and activated the ninjutsu he had secretly prepared. Streams of water surged from beneath his feet, rising upright and transforming into several figures identical to the third Mizukage, surrounding Uchiha Nan in a bagua formation. At the same time, including the third Mizukage himself, a water flow-shaped void appeared on their chests, and powerful, fast-moving water columns shot out. Water body, water clone technique. As the third Mizukage, he certainly had some signature ninjutsu up his sleeve. However, what might be capable of destroying everything for others was completely insufficient in front of Uchiha Nan. His hands rapidly formed chaotic seals. A swirling vortex rose from his feet, and in the blink of an eye, a water tornado formed that did not affect the room. Water release, water barrier. The spouting water bubbles were absorbed upon contact with the surface of the water tornado, instead becoming a force that strengthened the tornado. As the tornado widened, the third Mizukage's water clones were also sucked in, dissipating into water. Impossible. Which ninja are you from? Although the third Mizukage still had trump cards, he couldn't help but feel disbelief at the sight of the powerful kid before him. How could this guy be so strong and previously go unnoticed? Moreover, such a unique water technique had never been seen in the village. Wasn't the outcome obvious? At this moment, the third Mizukage's eyes suddenly lit up as he recalled that this kid had deliberately used the transformation technique when turning around. He previously thought it was because the kid didn't want to reveal his identity as a village member. But now it seemed he was trying to prevent himself from seeing his face, intending to deliberately provoke conflict within the village. Kid, you are not from a mist village at all. Who sent you? The third Mizukage thought about the contents of the file, and then confirmed. You are from Konoha, and at your age in Konoha, with such strength, you must be that Uchiha Nan, the god of death from Konoha. As he confidently articulated his reasoning, the third Mizukage's voice grew lower, and his expression gradually became grim. It was clear he had realized he was no match for this kid, who had made a tremendous name for himself in the ninja world with terrifying strength. Moreover, the guards outside had likely already been eliminated by Uchiha Nan. Exposing his identity meant handing his life over to this kid. Sighing at the failure of his infiltration, Uchiha Nan prepared to switch to another infiltration mode. Why bother? Chapter 184. The death of the third Mizukage. As the third Mizukage realized the situation was dire and wanted to shout for help from the village, Uchiha Nan's actions were even quicker. He clapped his hands together to erect a barrier, protecting the room and ensuring that everything happening here could not be transmitted outside. The third Mizukage, seeing this, felt a sense of reluctance and unleashed several ninjutsu. Upon realizing he couldn't break the barrier, he turned around and fixed a determined gaze on Uchiha Nan. As the leader of the village, he certainly had the courage to fight to the death. But he couldn't help but wonder if this little brat would massacre the villagers after he died. After all, the brat was so powerful. Who in the village could stop him? Brat, your goal is to stop Kirigakure from attacking Kanehagakure, right? As long as you promise me not to harm the villagers. I can give you my last order before I die. Absolutely do not let the ninjas of Kirigakure step into the land of fire. Huh. To his surprise, Uchiha Nan shook his head and spread his hands. You're confused. After killing you, I can still destroy the entire Kirigakure. What do you think you can use to wage war? Damn it. Hearing the brat's malicious words, the third Mizukage was completely enraged. He slammed his hands on the ground, and in an instant, several streams of water shot up from the ground, rushing towards Uchiha Nan with tremendous force. But that wasn't all. The third Mizukage, drawing on the power of the underground water, created numerous clones. At the same time, he simplified the hand seals for the water dragon jutsu, summoning lifelike water dragons that coiled around the water columns to attack. Trivial techniques. Uchiha Nan clapped his hands, summoning fireballs composed of high temperature and heat that surrounded him. In an instant, they exploded outward, turning the water dragons and columns in the room into high-temperature steam. The underground water was evaporated by the fireballs, leaving the ground covered with dark, dazzling purple obsidian. Scorch release. Overheating. The entire room, under the reflection of the barrier, appeared terrifying as if hell had descended. Meanwhile, our third Mizukage had been cooked into a dried corpse. Really, why bother? Why force me to take action and kill everyone I've seen, completing a perfect infiltration? Isn't it better to be alive? Uchiha Nan clapped his hands again, using Earth Release Ninjutsu to restore the office to its original state. Then he the barrier, preparing to take the third Mizukage's body back to the village. With such a great achievement of decapitating the enemy village's leader, it wouldn't be a problem for Tsunade to unlock a few more techniques, right? He had always wanted to do it in the Hokage's office, so it shouldn't be a problem. But just as Uchiha Nan sealed the third Mizukage's body into a scroll, footsteps were heard outside the office, followed by a knock on the door and a pleasant female voice calling out, "Mizukage-sama, may I come in?" Uchiha Nan glanced at the scroll in his hand, thinking, if you asked the Mizukage, he probably wouldn't be able to answer you now. What to do? Should I use the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the village now? But there are still several bloodline limits from Kirigakure that I covet. If I go back like this, the ninjas outside will definitely notice that the third Mizukage is missing. Then Kirigakure will go on high alert. And to divert attention from the Mizukage disappearance and their internal conflicts, they might even take the opportunity to attack Konohagakure. In that situation, it will be quite difficult for him to obtain the bloodline limits again. Moreover, Uchiha Nan didn't want to trigger an early attack on Konohagakure due to his killing of the third Mizukage. In that case, Uchiha Nan thought quickly and clapped his hands to transform into the third Mizukage's appearance. After looking around to ensure there were no flaws, he sat back down in the chair. Meanwhile, the knocking on the door outside grew more intense. "Mizukage-sama, come in." Uchiha Nan quickly mimicked the third Mizukage's way of speaking. With a creak, the door opened, and a girl with chestnut red hair, revealing only one emerald green eye, wearing a blue strapless dress radiating youthfulness, walked in. "Mizukage-sama," she said, bowing her head, and a flash of white appeared quickly. "It's you, May. What brings you here?" Uchiha Nan easily recognized who was in front of him based on his own intelligence and knowledge from his past life. She would be the future fifth Mizukage who led the villagers to overthrow the rule of the Kirigakure's tyrants. Terumi May, standing upright, suddenly paused, as she had previously led the opposition against the blood mist policy. Usually, the fourth Mizukage would not give her a good face and would directly call her by her full name, never addressing her as May. However, Terumi May suppressed her doubts and stood up to report what she had seen earlier. "Mizukage-sama, while on a mission in the Land of Water, I accidentally encountered a ninja with very strong Jinjutsu abilities. While I tried to pursue him, he disappeared, but based on the powerful Jinjutsu he displayed, he must not be a ninja from our Land of Water, especially since the village is planning to go to war with Konohagakure soon." Terumi May originally came not only to report this matter to the Mizukage, but also to ask him to restrain the village's ninjas from causing trouble. But remembering her earlier suspicions, she swallowed her words. "Oh, you mean there are spies from Konohagakure infiltrating?" Uchiha Nan nodded gravely, but deep down he was filled with regret. If he had known that Terumi May was there at the time, he would have captured that person right away. From Terumi May's report, it was clear that she was well aware of Kirigakure's actions. If he could have directly interrogated her about Konohagakure's information, there would have been no need to painstakingly kill the third Mizukage. But it was too late to regret now. He could only maintain the appearance of the third Mizukage and continue the act. "Yes," Terumi May replied. Uchiha Nan pretended to think for a moment, already contemplating how to transfer this woman away. "All right, then this matter will be entrusted to you. You go lead some ninjas from the assassination unit to find this person." "Yes, Mizukage-sama." Terumi May pretended to act nonchalantly as she withdrew, but deep inside, a chilling feeling surged. Who is this person? It's definitely not the Mizukage-sama. Usually, when it comes to tracking spies, he would only assign it to his trusted subordinates. How could he let someone like Terumi May, who opposed him, handle it, and even mobilize the assassination unit that the Mizukage treasured most? This unit had only ever hunted down traitors and eliminated dissenters. They had never done anything else. However, Even though Terumi may had many suspicions in her heart, she still couldn't make a real judgment. She planned to find her good friend, Ao. She believed that under those Byakugan eyes, the truth would be revealed. If she confirmed that this person was indeed an imposter, with his ability to silently kill the Mizukage, how would she deal with him? Chapter 185. Exposure. On the other side, Uchiha Nan, who had not yet sensed the anomaly, was still relieved that he had finally managed to trick Terumi May. Thinking about how more people would come later, Uchiha Nan immediately hung a do not disturb sign at the door. He happily laid down on the rocking chair that originally belonged to the third Mizukage and fell asleep. As long as he could drag the time until night, it would be easy for him to enter the bloodline clans afterward. Once he succeeded, he would leave behind a letter stating that he had gone out for training, designating Guki Yagura as the fourth Mizukage. When that letter was discovered, all the blame for the fourth Mizukage's disappearance and the attack on the bloodline clans would point towards Guki Yagura, the beneficiary. Even if they guessed it was a frame-up, who could resist the temptation of the fourth Mizukage position? Under such circumstances, Kirigakure would naturally have no energy to invade Konohagakure. After the ninja stationed outside had repelled several waves of visitors, night finally fell. Uchiha Nan continued to disguise himself as the fourth Mizukage and walked out of the office. He chose a direction and headed towards the Kagaya clan. The road at night was silent, with only a few flickering lights illuminating the path. As Uchiha Nan walked along the path, he suddenly heard faint noises coming from ahead. May, are you being too sensitive? How could the Mizukage be fake? His strength is so great. How could anyone kill him silently? You must be under too much pressure lately. We should relax a bit. Enough, Ao. I am 90% sure that the person in the office is fake. Just use your Byakugan to see for yourself later. Really can't do anything with you. Hearing the voices coming from a distance and the figures gradually approaching, Uchiha Nan, disguised as the third Mizukage, smiled. When they got closer, he greeted them. May, has the mission been completed? Why yes, Mizukage. Terumi May and Ao were startled by the sudden appearance of the figure, especially since they had just been discussing him. Moreover, Terumi May had a peculiar worry in her heart, since he suddenly appeared here. Did he overhear what they had said earlier? However, even in this situation, Terumi May remained calm and quickly thought of a response. No, sir. That person is too cunning, and it's hard to find him, so I specially asked Ao to help. As she spoke, Terumi May shot a glance at her friend. Oh, I see. At the same time, seeing the look his friend gave him, Ao sighed helplessly and silently apologized to the fourth Hokage. He then channeled chakra into his one remaining Byakugan. As soon as he looked, he was terrified and felt weak all over, his face showing uncontrollable shock, and he believed his friend's words. The person before him was definitely not the fourth Mizukage. The terrifying chakra within this person felt like an ocean, giving him immense pressure, even surpassing the three tails Jinchuriki, Guki Yagura, whom he had observed before. Terumi May also keenly caught the expression on her friend's face and guessed the outcome of the situation. Her heart sank involuntarily. The Mizukage was really dead. Who was the person in front of her? Terumi May glanced at Uchiha Nan and then lowered her head, reaching out to grab Ao's arm, intending to leave and notify the others in the village to come and surround this person. Mizukage, we have a mission and won't keep you company any longer. Ao also broke away from the panic and quickly nodded, intending to turn and leave with Terumi May. Don't be in such a hurry. Uchiha Nan spoke again, causing Terumi May and Ao to freeze involuntarily. Is there something else, Mizukage? May, weren't you going to use your Byakugan to distinguish my authenticity? Have you seen clearly? Uchiha Nan's voice grew deeper, and combined with the flickering lights around, it created a horror movie atmosphere. Boom! Terumi May and Ao's minds exploded. He heard them. He heard everything. At this point, they were no longer timid and understood that there was no way to escape this situation. They immediately ran a few steps forward and turned around, not wanting to show their backs to the enemy. Terumi May raised her hand, extending her finger painted with red nail polish, carrying a hint of unusual temptation, and gently opened her mouth to exhale a puff of mist. Boil release, dissolving mist technique. Ao also formed seals with his hands, blowing a stream of air to make Terumi May's mist spread faster. Water release, water barrier. Uchiha Nan clapped his hands and tall water walls appeared, but they were quickly corroded by the mist. However, they managed to block Terumi May's attack. May, do you dare to attack the Mizukage? Are you betraying the village? Bastard, the Mizukage is already dead. Reveal your true self. Hearing this, Terumi May fell into a rage. Although the previous Mizukage may not have been on good terms with her, and she did not like that brutal ruler, he was still the leader of the village, the face of the village. To have him die quietly in his own village would only bring ridicule from other ninja villages. Liquid release, Dragon's Tooth. Boil release, Mist erosion. With Terumi Mei's hand seals completed, streams of liquid resembling lava erupted from the ground, biting towards Uchiha, Nen like dragon's teeth, accompanied by a thick, corrosive mist. Fire release, Blazing Sun. Facing the two bloodline techniques assault, Uchiha Nen clapped his hands and threw out a small fireball. However, the moment the fireball came into contact with the air, it immediately expanded and exploded. Flames like solar flares erupted in all directions. The dragon's teeth and mist were swallowed up without even a sound in the special high-temperature flames. Facing the surging sea of fire, Terumi Mei gritted her teeth, channeling all her chakra into the boil-release bloodline technique. She opened her mouth, continuously exhaling puff after puff of corrosive mist. Ao also continuously used water release techniques on the side to mitigate the power of the flames. Boom! The terrifying explosion echoed, startling everyone in Kirigakure from their sleep. Uchiha Nen looked at Ao and Terumi Mei, who had fallen into the pit, and smirked. So weak? He didn't even think that Terumi Mei was only a few years older than him and had not yet grown into the Anne of later generations. Her strength had only barely reached the level of an elite J-nin, and as for Ao, he was even less impressive. The two of them, despite their weaknesses, had managed to achieve such results against Uchiha Nen, which was already quite commendable. To avoid being discovered by the ninjas who would come to check on the situation, Uchiha Nen grabbed both of them and jumped away, continuing towards the Kagaya clan's territory. Not long after, alarms blared throughout Kirigakure. Searchlights lit up, and the sleeping crowd was awakened by the alarm and rushed outside to see what was happening. Uchiha Nen watched this scene with not anger, but rather a hint of delight. With Kirigakure in chaos, the Kagaya clan would definitely send someone out to investigate the commotion, making it a perfect opportunity for him to act. Moreover, Uchiha Nen had already left the appointment letter on the desk before leaving, continuing to stir turmoil in Kirigakure, making them unable to send troops to attack Kanagacore. As long as he dealt with these two, no one would discover any traces of his existence. Chapter 186 The Kagaya Clan Under the Night Sky. The hidden mist village was brightly lit, with piercing alarm sounds echoing continuously. A team of assassins dressed in black swept over the circular rooftops, their expressions serious and tense. Near the territory of the Kagaya clan, Uchiha Nen threw two burdens to the ground, concealing his presence as he watched the ninjas flying overhead without making sound. As the commotion above gradually calmed down, the physically stronger Terumi Mei beside him made the first move. Where's this? After waking up in a daze, Terumi Mei felt the pain of her wounds. Just as she was about to ask what was happening, she met Uchiha Nen's striking black and white eyes, which exuded endless authority. In that instant, she recalled everything. The third Mizukage in front of her was a fake, and both she and Ao had been severely injured by him. Thinking of this, she immediately wanted to shout out loud to attract the village's ninjas and expose the fake third Mizukage. However, Uchiha Nen anticipated her movements. As Terumi Mei's mouth slightly opened, he appeared before her in a flash. He firmly gripped her delicate neck. Ugh! Feeling the choking sensation around her neck, Terumi Mei reached out with her hands, desperately pounding on Uchiha Nen's chest. But she had been severely injured by that scorching technique earlier, and now that she had just regained consciousness, she had no strength to resist Uchiha Nen. The force she exerted was minimal. If Uchiha Nen hadn't known what had happened before, he might have thought that Terumi Mei, this little wildcat, was just being affectionate with him. Mei, you're a smart person. I don't want to kill you, so I hope you can remain quiet and not cause me trouble. Otherwise, before you make a sound and attract the people of the Hidden Mist Village, I will strip you of your clothes and let your companions admire your beautiful figure. Uchiha Nen leaned in closer, observing Terumi Mei's flushed face, which was reddened from the lack of air, and smiled. Then, he released her and threw her back onto the ground. Cough, cough. Terumi Mei slumped weakly on the ground, one hand covering her neck while coughing and greedily inhaling the fresh air around her. Just now, Uchiha Nen's tightening grip and his fierce gaze nearly made her believe she was going to die there. Of course, her death might be insignificant compared to the village's safety. But what about Ao? She glanced at her companion, who was sleeping like a baby, and shook her head slightly. She couldn't let her recklessness harm this good friend. At the same time, recalling the scene of the battle, Mei began to doubt whether her village's companions could defeat this impersonator of the third Mizukage. But she was unwilling to admit this in her heart, shaking her head to push those thoughts deep into her mind. She brushed aside her somewhat disheveled, chestnut red long hair. Wearing sandals, her white, slightly reddish toes pressed down slightly as she struggled to stand up, scanning her surroundings. Very good. It seems you made the right choice. Uchiha Nan smiled at the beauty. What is your purpose? Are you trying to steal the Shikatsu Miyako? After a brief moment of chaos, Terumi Mei's sharp mind regained focus. Just by assessing her surroundings and the continuously ringing alarms in the village, she guessed Uchiha Nan's purpose for being here. Unfortunately, even if she guessed correctly, what did she do? She was severely injured now, and AO was under the control of the enemy. You are indeed very smart, but this is not your concern. You must understand that you are just my captive. Uchiha Nan frowned coldly. He didn't like women who were too intelligent. Such people would surely disturb the peace of his home, if kept there. Humph! Terumi Mei touched her slightly painful neck, but chose not to say anything further. Bring your companion, and follow me. Don't make any unnecessary movements, or else. Uchiha Nan glanced at the surroundings and turned to head towards the Kagaya clan's territory. Terumi Mei gritted her teeth and helped the still soundly sleeping AO up, slapping him twice on the face. Mei, what are you doing? AO, feeling the pain on his face, was momentarily at a loss, but after Terumi Mei explained the situation to him, he understood their current predicament and lowered his head to follow Uchiha Nan. When the three arrived in front of a large door made of bones, Uchiha Nan turned to look at Terumi Mei and AO, raising an eyebrow. A friendly reminder. If you two don't want a hidden mist village to define you as traitors later, it's best to change your appearance. After saying that, Uchiha Nan rushed towards the Kagaya clan's door. As AO hesitated, Terumi Mei formed hand seals and transformed into another person's appearance, following closely behind. Gritting her teeth, AO also changed his form and chased after her. Who goes there? Mizuki-sama. As the three reached the skeletal door, two guards immediately stepped forward to interrogate them. However, upon recognizing the visitors, the two Kagaya clan ninjas were somewhat surprised. But before they could inquire further, Uchiha Nan's figure flashed, and the two Kagaya ninjas were plunged into darkness, collapsing with two large holes in their chests. Seeing Uchiha Nan's brutal methods, Terumi Mei was about to erupt with anger, but AO pulled her back at the critical moment, interrupting her next words. Uchiha Nan glanced at the system panel, but did not receive any prompt about acquiring the Shikatsu Miyako. He then shot a glance at the two behind him. Keep up. With that, he charged into the Kagaya clan's territory, as the alarms throughout the hidden mist village blared loudly. The Kagaya clan members, of course, also lost any thoughts of sleeping, gathering in front of their houses to discuss the situation. Uchiha Nan merely glanced at these people and did not take action against them. At a glance, he could tell they were ordinary ninjas who had not awakened the Shikatsu Miyako. Killing more of them would not yield any bloodline limits. He then released his chakra to sense and selected an area with denser chakra, rushing towards it. The transformed Terumi Mei and AO gritted their teeth and followed suit. In a square of the Kagaya clan, 6 or 7 middle-aged men dressed as ninjas stood together. The village was in chaos, and alarms rang out everywhere. Who cares? The clan leader has already gone out to investigate. It's none of our business. Right. We might as well stay here and wait for news. Hey, Mizuki-sama, how come you're here? At that moment, a sharp-eyed Kagaya ninja spotted the figure of Uchiha Nan, who had transformed into the third Mizukage, and immediately grew vigilant. In this situation, how could the third Mizukage appear in the Kagaya clan's territory without reason instead of dealing with affairs in the village? The others also prepared for battle, moving to surround this third Mizukage. The Kagaya clan was this reckless. Regardless of whether it was real or not, they would attack first and ask questions later. Chapter 187. Achieved. Uchiha Nan let out a cold smile, clapped his hands, and opened his mouth to unleash countless sharp needles made of water that shot out. Water release, 1,000 needle technique. Countless thin, weak hairs, the surprisingly penetrating water needles shot forth. The Kagaya clan members were not to be underestimated either. Those with the bone manipulation ability pressed their palms onto the ground, causing white skeletal structures to rise. Those without the bone manipulation ability also formed hand seals, activating a water barrier for defense. The dense water needles pierced through their water wall, exploding into droplets. They were only stopped when they reached the white bones, but they had already riddled several thick bone pillars with holes, creating a honeycomb effect. So, this is the bone manipulation technique. Impressive power, but this is where it ends. Uchiha Nan clapped his hands once more, and a water column rose behind him, a continuous flow of water surging forth, quickly covering the entire ground. Arrogantly, the Kagaya clan members jumped up, frowning as they stood on the water surface, displeased with the words of this false third Mizukage. intending to teach him a lesson. Bone manipulation, Dance of the Willows. Sharp white bone claws extended from the hands of the two clan members who wielded the bone manipulation. They stepped onto the water surface, charging towards Uchiha Nan. What they didn't know was that beneath the surging water, a swarm of giant sharks, filled with sharp teeth and massive bodies, lay in wait. Suddenly, the water surface broke apart, and a gigantic shark made of water, moving with lightning speed, opened its mouth and swallowed the unprepared Kagaya clan members whole. The rapidly spinning vortex of water blades inside tore them into pieces. Those with the bone manipulation ability only lasted a moment longer before being engulfed by the shark's belly. At that moment, the endless flow of water seemed to sink back into the ground, disappearing without a trace. The ground returned to its parched state, leaving only a few bloodied fragments that represented what had occurred here. Terumi Mei and Ao stared wide-eyed at Uchiha Nan's back. This level of chakra manipulation, they knew they could never achieve. Probably no one in the entire Hidden Mist Village could. This person's strength had likely reached an unimaginable level. Uchiha Nan suddenly turned around and looked at them, causing both to instinctively take a step back. Let us go to the next territory of the Kirigakure clan. The bone manipulation had quietly been added to his battle record. There was no need to linger with the Kagaya clan any longer. Although the Kirigakure clan's water transformation technique was not a bloodline limit, it was still a very magical secret technique with collectible value. Is this it? You came here just to kill? Terumi Mei couldn't help but voice her thoughts. She had previously speculated that Uchiha Nan came to abduct members of the Kagaya clan to obtain their bloodline limit. But now, after only killing a few people, he intended to move on. This made her realize her earlier assumption was wrong, and she had no idea what Uchiha Nan was thinking. You don't need to know so much. Just do as I say. Don't forget, your lives are always in my hands. Terumi Mei was furious at Uchiha Nan's words and wanted to fight back. But recalling the terrifying strength of the man before her, she thought better of it. There was no need to cause unnecessary casualties. She just needed to wait for this guy to achieve his goal and safely send him away from the Hidden Mist Village. Uchiha Nan successfully obtained the water transformation technique from the Kirigakure clan. This technique required a special application of water-type chakra combined with the Kirigakure clan's unique physique to be usable. For anyone else, even if they obtained the water transformation technique, they would be unable to use it. But Uchiha Nan, being a man with a system, found the water transformation technique trivial and easily learned it. Coupled with the boiling release bloodline he acquired after defeating Terumi Mei, Uchiha Nan's objectives for coming to the Hidden Mist Village were fully achieved. As he attacked the Kirigakure clan and the Kagaya clan, the chaos in the Hidden Mist Village intensified. The letter of appointment left in the Mizuki's office was also discovered, shifting everyone's attention to the Three Tails Jinchuriki, Kajutsuneyoshi. Logically, Uchiha Nan only needed to eliminate Terumi Mei and Ao, the two individuals who knew the truth, and then he could leave without a trace. Facing the intense gaze of the third Mizuki, Terumi Mei's expression grew serious, pulling Ao back a step. Since they had just entered the Kagaya clan, Terumi Mei had been contemplating the intentions of the man before them. After witnessing his ruthless actions against the Kagaya clan and the Kirigakure clan, she ruled out the idea that he wanted to abduct them for their bloodline limit. So, what could be the purpose of killing a few insignificant people to him? Terumi Mei's mind raced, and coupled with the alarm ringing throughout the Hidden Mist Village, she began to piece together the truth. The person before them was impersonating the third Mizuki and attacking bloodline clans to throw the Hidden Mist Village into chaos. Then, once she realized this, the remaining pieces fell into place. Who would benefit the most from the Hidden Mist Village falling into chaos? Was it the Wind Country, who had already signed a peace treaty with them, or the Earth Country, who usually ignored them? No, the primary beneficiary was their main target, the Leaf Village, which was planning to instigate this war. After this person achieved all his objectives, he would inevitably eliminate her and Ao, the only two who witnessed the events. Terumi Mei was already prepared to fight to the death. Even if she was not a match for the person before her, she had to ensure Ao escaped. Run, Ao. Go notify the others. Terumi Mei pushed Ao away, forming hand seals to release the ninjutsu she had long prepared. The ground beneath her feet cracked open, and a surge of hot, acidic lava erupted, forming a crimson wave that rushed toward the third Mizuki. Ao, after stumbling slightly, seized the opportunity created by Terumi Mei's desperate effort. Not wanting to look back at his companion, he gathered all his chakra and dashed away. But Uchiha Nan, unfazed amidst the attack, smiled as he watched. His new type of chakra flowed continuously within him, and with a thought, bone spikes extended from beneath his feet at incredible speed, catching up to the fleeing AO in an instant. A towering white bone claw, radiating a chilling light, broke through the ground and ensnared him. The Kagaya clan's bloodline limit was impossible. AO's face was filled with disbelief. He couldn't understand how the person before him could wield the bone manipulation bloodline limit. Could he be one of the Kagaya clan members? But now was not the time for such thoughts. He glanced back at Terumi Mei, who was still fighting desperately. The life that Mei had fought so hard to create could not be wasted in his hands. As long as he was fast enough, he could call for reinforcements. And perhaps Mei would not have to die. Chapter 188. Frightening unfortunately, even with his Jonin-level chakra, when he unleashed the B-rank wind release ninjutsu against the chilling white bone pillar, it only produced a clang of iron against iron, leaving behind a few white scratches and some powder residue, but nothing more. Damn it, Mei, I'm sorry. On the other side, Terumi Mei was somewhat surprised to see Uchiha Nin using the corpse bone pulse, but she did not forget that she was still in a life-and-death struggle. She could only increase her chakra output, infusing it into the acidic lava wave, causing it to expand even more. But Uchiha Nan, with a thought, unleashed his chakra, transforming his physical form into a humanoid shape made of flowing water. He raised his hands, unleashing an endless wave of water that covered Terumi Mei's lava release ninjutsu. The two collided, creating a large cloud of harmful dust. With the enhancement of Uchiha Nan's specially crafted chakra, the waves of water quickly overwhelmed Terumi Mei's desperate lava release ninjutsu. A towering tsunami, several meters high, roared past, knocking her to the ground. The transformation technique was forcibly undone, and her body was drenched by the waves, revealing her curvaceous figure. Coupled with her clothes, which clung to her like thin gauze after getting wet, it created an unusual beauty that was both revealing and modest, extremely eye-catching. Terumi Mei lay on the ground like a helpless little lamb, weakly watching the figure that resembled the third Mizukage approach her, forcing a faint smile. So, you're the Konoha Reaper, Uchiha Nan, right? Although she had never seen an image related to Uchiha Nan and did not know his appearance, after analyzing the situation, she concluded that someone with such motives and immense strength could only be the legendary Konoha Reaper, especially with the top-tier forces of Konoha either fleeing or dead. Although it was incredible that this Konoha Reaper could master the corpse bone pulse and the water transformation technique, Terumi Mei could not think of any other possibilities. I told you long ago, you're very clever. Uchiha Nan stood beside Terumi Mei, looking down at her alluring figure. He could even see through her gauzy clothing, catching a glimpse of the mysterious valley beneath. With a thought, he undid his transformation, revealing his original appearance. Upon seeing the boy she had met once before, Terumi Mei's eyes widened, and she couldn't help but chuckle self-deprecatingly. So it was you. How ridiculous. I thought you were a kind-hearted person when I saw you stand up for that father and daughter pair. I never expected this. What didn't you expect? As she lay on the ground, shaking her head, Uchiha Nin squatted down and stared at her. I didn't expect to kill the third Mizukage, nor did I expect to kill so many of the Kagaya clan and the Kirigakure clan members. Terumi Mei did not respond, but seeing her calm expression, Uchiha Nan felt he was correct. Amused, he involuntarily placed his hand on Terumi Mei's delicate face. If I don't kill them, will I leave these people alive to slaughter our comrades when they wage war against Konoha? Don't you think that that's ridiculous, Mei? And I never considered myself a good person. That time was just a moment of kindness. You can't define my character by that. After hearing his words, Terumi Mei had no room to refute. Indeed, with differing stances, the choices made would naturally differ. She could not impose her standards on this man. However, although she thought this way in her heart, she still felt unwilling and slightly turned her head, avoiding Uchiha Nan's hand. How should I deal with you two? Uchiha Nan paid no attention to Terumi Mei's rejection, wearing a twisted smile as he placed his hand back on her face. At that moment, Terumi Mei could no longer care about the discomfort on her face. She began to contemplate her fate. She knew that after revealing Uchiha Nan's identity, he had even less reason to spare her. Otherwise, would he allow her and AO to return and tell others about everything he had done? That would make all his efforts in vain. The people in the village would also gather together out of hatred and unite to attack Konoha. Although Terumi Mei did not think the village could defeat this terrifying man with various mysterious abilities, why would Uchiha Nin say something ambiguous about possibly sparing them? In Terumi Mei's view, this was merely Uchiha Nan's twisted sense of humor, wanting to humiliate her further before her death. If she were alone, she would definitely choose to die without fear. But Ao's life was also in his hands, and for this unfortunate person she had brought here, who now faced such a terrible situation, Terumi may silently apologized in her heart. Yet, she still hoped for that 1 in a million chance and wanted to try to save his life. What will it take for you to spare Ao? Just tell me, I'll agree to anything. Is that so? Including yourself? Looking at Terumi May's determined expression, Uchiha Nan's hand slid gradually from her face down her proud, slender neck, past her exquisite collarbone, until it reached the valley between her mountains. No, May, you idiot. Let her go. Listening to their conversation, Ao grew increasingly agitated, desperately attacking the bone prison. But neither of the two in the field cared about his feelings. Watching Terumi May's gradually reddening face, Uchiha Nan's smile grew even wider. However, after giving her a firm squeeze, he withdrew his hand. Phew! Terumi May let out a sigh, feeling much more relaxed. But for some reason, when Uchiha Nan's hand was on her, she didn't feel any fear. Instead, after being touched in a vital area, there was an impulse to let him go further. Terumi May didn't understand what was happening to her, but she couldn't suppress the feeling, experiencing a twisted sense of pleasure. Looking at Uchiha Nan's face, he was no longer as detestable as before, but rather had an unusual allure. However, Uchiha Nan did not notice Terumi May's subtle expressions. Instead, he was thinking about how to deal with the two of them. He stood up, spreading his arms, and effortlessly moved the bone prison that trapped Ao closer. He then helped Terumi May up and fixed his gaze on her eyes. I can let you both go back, but from today onward, your lives will forever be in my hands. Aren't you afraid we'll tell the others in the village about you? Although he had obtained the promised assurance, Terumi May still felt somewhat confused and couldn't help but ask, May, you're so clever. Can't you think of the answer? What if we tell the others? Chapter 189 Office. If today's matter gets leaked, I'll kill everyone in the Mist Village. So no one will know, right? Uchiha Nan stared fiercely at Terumi May, continuing in a cold tone, You don't doubt that I can't do this, do you? Terumi May's expression turned grim upon hearing his words. An endless rage surged within her, but at the same time, she felt a chilling dread deep in her heart. She didn't think Uchiha Nan was incapable of killing everyone in the Mist Village. Given his achievements in the ninja world, killing the third Raikage, defeating several tailed beasts, and thwarting the ninja armies of 2 countries, the various legends, even if exaggerated, couldn't hide his brilliance. Furthermore, the magical abilities he displayed today, using the Shikatsumiyaku and the Yagura clan, left her completely at a loss as to how the village should deal with this man. Yet, this did not diminish her anger at Uchiha Nan's casual threat to kill everyone in the Mist Village. They were all vibrant lives, her fellow kin with whom she had grown up. May, the lives of everyone in the Mist Village are in your hands. Uchiha Nan didn't care about what Terumi May was thinking. He only needed to know that when the lives of everyone in the Mist Village were in his grasp, this woman in front of him would surely listen to him obediently. I understand. Regarding today's matter, I will forget everything. Terumi May's fists were tightly clenched, her nails digging into her palms, crimson blood oozing out. But this pain was nothing compared to the hurt she felt for being looked down upon and disregarded by Uchiha Nan. At that moment, Ao also glanced at the two, sensing an unusual atmosphere. However, he didn't think much of it and quickly lowered his head to express his agreement. Me too, May. I know you feel pain and resentment, but it doesn't matter because right now, you're as insignificant as an ant in front of me, and I simply don't care. You must remember today's humiliation. Wait until you become the Mizukage and have enough qualifications and strength to talk to me before you seek revenge. Ha ha! After Uchiha Nan finished speaking, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique and instantly vanished from the Mist Village, leaving behind a grim-faced Terumi May, with blood dripping from her hands, and Ao, who was deeply worried for his friend. They had known each other since childhood and had interacted a lot over the years. He understood how proud this old friend, who possessed 2 bloodline limits and had grown up praised by those around her, was. When had she ever endured such humiliation? Uchiha Nan's contemptuous insult must have been very painful for her proud heart. Just as he was about to reach out to comfort her, unexpectedly, Terumi May suddenly smiled. Even though her smile was so ugly and sad, she opened her arms towards the sky, as if trying to embrace the moon. On the surface, it seemed that Terumi May had walked out of the shadow left by Uchiha Nan. But Ao understood that this was merely an illusion. And as he prepared to step forward to inquire, Terumi May turned around and waved her hand at him, smiling as she said, Let's go, Ao. We should get down to business. What business? Ao looked at Terumi, Mei's spirited figure walking ahead, suddenly confused. Business, of course, is to become the Mizukage. Just like that guy Uchiha Nen said. In Konoha village, Uchiha Nen instantly appeared in his home, looking at his sister Mikoto, who was fast asleep, and his son in her arms. Uchiha Nen paused for a moment, carefully picked up his son, and turned to Itachi's room, pushing open the door. Who is it? Father. Hearing the noise, Itachi immediately sprang up from bed. Before he could reach for the kunai by his pillow, he saw Uchiha Nan's figure and quickly got out of bed to run to his side. Father, you're back. Yeah, Itachi. Uchiha Nan then ignored Itachi, who wanted to get close, and handed Sasuke to him. You have to take good care of your little brother. After that, he left and returned to Mikoto's bed. Itachi looked at his little brother, who was blinking his big eyes at him, and sighed helplessly. Sasuke, it seems I have to keep you company tonight. Meanwhile, in Uchiha Nan's room, the two hadn't seen each other for a long time, and sparks flew between them like thunder and fire. 150,000 word divider. The next day, in the Hokage's office. What did you say? I just asked you to scout the movements of the Mist Village. You killed the third Mizukage and attacked their bloodline clan. Tsunade sat in her chair, mouth agape, looking at her audacious disciple. Calm down, teacher. If you didn't know better, you'd think you were tempting me. Seeing Tsunade's gaping mouth, Uchiha Nen felt a surge of mischief. 404 unlock. Tsunade's eyes, like spring water, rippled as she shot a fierce glare at Uchiha Nen. Are you trying to die? Then she deliberately squeezed her legs together to prevent him from getting too close. Uchiha Nen was enjoying the softness of her thighs, so how could he agree? 404 unlock. He immediately let out a hum, his peach blossom-like face turning even redder, and the flames in his eyes seemed ready to burst forth. Seeing this, Uchiha Nen stood up and patted the nearby desk, giving a glance as a signal. You really know how to tease people. Tsunade glanced at him, but didn't tee refuse, standing up to stretch her perfectly curved figure. 404 unlock. You bastard. If you keep this up, I want to do it. Tsunade glared at him with spring-like eyes filled with resentment. This is a reward for the chaos you caused in the Mist Village, so don't think too much about it. Uchiha Nen grinned wickedly and leaned down, pressing closer. For a moment, the Hokage's office, the most noble place in Konoha village, was filled with a solemn atmosphere. The shadow, representing the highest authority of the village, hummed a little tune, charming and enticing. The murmured voice entered Uchiha Nan's ears, strengthening the desires in his heart and accelerating their intensity, as he quietly scolded. Haven't you eaten? Speak louder. Chapter 190. Strange feelings at noon. The sun hung high in the sky, and brilliant sunlight poured into the office. It shone on Tsunade, curled up in Uchiha Nan's arms, causing her to lazily turn over and wake up a little. Smelling the peculiar scent in the room, Tsunade suddenly came to her senses. Ah, what's wrong? Uchiha Nen looked at Tsunade, who was startled, and couldn't help but pinch her perky buttocks. It was truly an exquisite enjoyment. Hey, stop messing around. Tsunade gently swatted his mischievous hand away and then said, I forgot to tell you this morning, Kushina seems to know that Minato has sacrificed himself. Why didn't you say something sooner? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Nen hurriedly straightened up, not bothering to tease Tsunade anymore. He knew that since Kushina was the Jinchuriki, if she found out about Minato's disappearance, her emotions could easily be stirred up, allowing the Nine-Tails to take advantage of the situation and cause serious destruction to the village. Ah, it's all your fault. If you hadn't been teasing me for no reason, how could I have forgotten such an important thing? Tsunade placed her hands on her hips, looking at Uchiha Nan with righteous indignation. Besides, we don't have any concrete information. It's just a suspicion. Uchiha Nan was met with Tsunade's glare and, realizing he was in the wrong, quieted down. According to the reports from the Umbu, he had accompanied Kushina for a walk yesterday and accidentally overheard someone discussing Minato's sacrifice. Although he had secretly dealt with those people, he hadn't realized whether Kushina actually knew about it. Didn't you go to see her today? Uchiha Nan asked in surprise. No, you came. So isn't it perfect for you to see Kushina? Tsunade looked at Uchiha Nan as if it were a matter of course. Why is it me? Because you're a man. Fine. Uchiha Nan had no choice but to accept the order, though he felt a bit resentful and couldn't help but glance at Tsunade. What about you? Aren't you going with me? Kushina is your good little sister. If I go, who will take care of the village? Tsunade shot him a glance, spreading her hands as if to say it wasn't that she didn't want to go, but the village still needed her. Even though you've dealt with the Mist Village, the Cloud Village is still causing trouble. Damn it, Uchiha Nen could only leave in frustration. Tsunade couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle to herself. Kushina could be said to be her little sister whom she had watched grow up. With such a situation occurring, she naturally felt heartache. However, she had experienced life and death several times and understood that any persuasion from others would have no effect, only intensifying Kushina's inner pain. Either she would come to terms with it herself, or Nan, the little brat, could help heal her, using special means to implant another person's image deep in her heart. As for whether such a result would spark a connection between Kushina and Nan, Tsunade thought about it. But for Kushina's sake and for the stability of the village, she, as Hokage, could only grit her teeth and endure. But she wouldn't say this outright. She would just let Uchiha Nen figure out on his own. However, if Kushina were to be healed and those two dared to show off in front of her, then she wouldn't hold back her anger. On the other side, Uchiha Nen was on his way to Kushina's house, still not understanding Tsunade's intentions and feeling conflicted about what to do. The usually long path from the Hokage's office to Kushina's home seemed short at this moment. Before Uchiha Nen could come up with any ideas, he found his hand on the doorknob of Kushina's house. After ringing the doorbell, footsteps soon echoed from inside, and with a click, the door opened. Kushina peeked out, and upon seeing Uchiha Nan, her face showed a mix of surprise and a fleeting strange emotion. Nan, you're back. Yeah, Kushina. Due to a lack of confidence, Uchiha Nan felt a bit guilty facing Kushina's eyes. But to his surprise, things didn't seem to be developing negatively. Kushina seemed unaware of Minato's situation. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so calm, which relieved Uchiha Nan. He secretly muttered that Tsunade really was useless at everything, the number one in spreading rumors. With this, he no longer had to be cautious, and without Kushina needing to invite him, he naturally sat down on the sofa, patting the space beside him. Kushina, come on, let us start today's treatment. Okay. Kushina still wore a smile and showed no signs of anything unusual as she sat down beside Uchiha Nan. Just like in previous treatments, she lifted her shirt, revealing her cute little belly button. Uchiha Nan placed his hand in the familiar spot, injecting special chakra into her. He then raised his head, staring intently at Kushina, wanted to see if her unusual condition would worsen after several days without receiving his treatment. But to his surprise, Kushina was still smiling at him, as if the person who had been infused with special life energy, gasping and unable to control her desires, was not her at all. Uchiha Nen couldn't help but feel disappointed at this scene. He thought to himself, could it be that after not seeing her for a few days and with Tsunade's treatment, Kushina had developed a resistance to this special life force? He sighed inwardly, compared to this smiling Kushina, who made him feel a bit cold. He preferred the previous one who had her own desires and couldn't help but be overwhelmed. However, what Uchiha Nen didn't know, while focusing on the treatment, was that Kushina was also forcing herself to hold on, using her deep pain to suppress this desire. Her right hand was behind her back, repeatedly reaching into her ninja tool pouch, taking out a kunai halfway and struggling to put it back. Her gaze frequently scanned Uchiha Nan's neck, heart, and lower body, as if searching for something. Soon, under normal circumstances, the treatment was completed easily. Kushina, I'm leaving. Uchiha Nan stood up, wanting to leave this strange place that sent chills down his spine. Nan, wait a moment. I still have something to discuss with you. Unexpectedly, Kushina stood up, grabbing his hand. The cold smile on her face melted away, and she blinked at him alluringly, her delicate fingers scratching his palm. Sit down. I'll get you a cup of tea, and then we can talk slowly. Uchiha Nen didn't understand what Kushina was up to, but the expression she had just shown made him a bit moved. So, he plopped back down on the sofa. In the kitchen, Kushina had a strange expression as she pinched a bit of white powder with her fingers, adding it to the tea she was preparing for Uchiha Nan. She even dipped her finger in to stir it, and after seeing nothing unusual, she lifted her finger to her mouth and gently tasted it. Chapter 191. The Ninetales Out of Control Tea is coming. Kushina held a cup of red tea, leaning down to reveal her delicate collarbone, placing it next to Uchiha Nan. Nan, this is a great tea left by Minato. You must savor it. Really? Then I'll have to enjoy it. Uchiha Nen watched as Kushina wiggled her waist and proudly raised her plump chest, fully displaying the demeanor of a mother. Although he found her actions a bit strange, he didn't take it to heart. After all, Kushina had always been quirky and hot-tempered. Perhaps she had come up with some new idea to tease him. This wasn't tea the first time it had happened. Uchiha Nen took the cup of red tea and drank it without any guard, blinking a couple of times to savor the taste. Not bad. It really is good. I'm glad you like it. Kushina looked at the empty cup with a somewhat unhealthy smile. Nan, do you know? I recently heard some things about Minato. Oh, what happened? What is wrong with Minato? Uchiha Nan smiled casually, but inside, he felt a tightness in his chest. Let me tell you slowly. Kushina gently shifted her body and sat next to Uchiha Nan, their bodies touching, giving him a sense of softness and warmth. She lowered her head, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, Minato, he died a horrible death. At first, Uchiha Nan felt the warm breath against his ear and wanted to hear more. But then came the words, he died a horrible death. She knew. Before he could react, Kushina, sitting next to him, tightly wrapped her arms around him. Her hands were gripping his neck tightly as she shook him violently. Her expression twisted with rage, and a terrifying smile stretched across her lips. Why did you lie to me? Why did you lie to me? Go accompany Minato to the grave. Watching Kushina, whose veins were bulging and trying to strangle him, Uchiha Nan felt a wave of helplessness. With Kushina's physical condition, even if she turned into the Nine Tails, it wouldn't be possible for her to kill him with sheer physical strength. But being strangled like this wasn't a solution either. Uchiha Nan quickly thought, transforming his body into a stream of water, enveloping the collapsing Kushina. After she regained consciousness for a moment, he threw her back onto the sofa and reverted to human form, pressing down on her. Kushina, stop it. I'm also very sad about Minato, but you have to be strong and live on. You bastard, it's easy for you to say, why wasn't it you who died? After being splashed with the water, Kushina slowly regained some clarity and kept shaking her body, trying to break free from Uchiha Nan's hold. But the difference in their physical capabilities was too great. She was utterly powerless. Realizing that resistance was futile, Kushina stared at Uchiha Nan with her red eyes. Sigh, it's not that I intended to hide Minato's situation from you. I was afraid that you would get too emotional and trigger the Nine Tails backlash. Your body just recovered not long ago. You wouldn't be able to handle such drastic ups and downs. You must hold on, Kushina. Don't forget you still have Naruto. Minato wouldn't want to see anything happen to you or his child. Taking advantage of her moment of clarity, Uchiha Nan continued to persuade her. When he first entered, he hadn't realized that Kushina was blinded by hatred, combined with the influence of the Nine Tails chakra within her, leading her to act this way. Therefore, Uchiha Nan didn't plan to blame her, just gently comforting her. Soon, as if she recalled her child, the crimson in Kushina's eyes gradually faded, and her clarity returned. Her voice softened. Nan, I'm sorry. It was all my fault before. You all had your reasons for hiding Minato's situation from me. Now that Kushina had recovered, realizing that she had almost wanted to kill Nan, the brother who once helped her, tears began to fall from her eyes like a broken string. In her utter despair, she leaped into Uchiha Nan's arms. This sudden action heightened the unusual feeling within him. Kushina's clothing was already thin, and under the flow of water, it became even more form-fitting. This sudden rush made Uchiha Nan acutely aware of Kushina's body contours, the smooth lines bringing him a sense of comfort. However, at this critical moment, Uchiha Nan suppressed his desires and gently patted her back. It's okay, Kushina. That wasn't your true intention. I don't blame you. But at that moment, within the sealed space inside Kushina, the Nine Tails silently observed Uchiha Nan, who thought the crisis had passed and was completely unguarded. As it revealed its fox-like grin, it silently activated the blood-red chakra that had already infused every part of Kushina's body. Previously, when Kushina was in chaos, the Nine Tails could have easily controlled her and broken free. But it didn't do so, knowing that the Uchiha brat next to her was incredibly powerful. Even if it broke free again, it wouldn't escape being sealed back. So, the Nine Tails had only released a bit of its malicious chakra to stimulate Kushina, causing her to fall into madness without increasing its control. The moment Uchiha brat saved this woman, thinking the crisis was over and letting his guard down, was the best opportunity for the Nine Tails to strike. With a thought, the blood-red chakra that had spread throughout Kushina's body immediately took over her consciousness. The Nine Tails was unleashed. Lying in Uchiha Nan's arms, Kushina opened her blood-red eyes and spat out the prepared tailed beast bomb. Not good. Uchiha Nan sensed the evil chakra fluctuations of the Nine Tails and immediately realized something was wrong. He pushed Kushina away with a wave of his hand and saw the dark purple-tailed beast bomb at her lips. He thought about the center of the village. If the tailed beast bomb exploded here, he couldn't imagine the casualties it would cause. Uchiha Nan quickly slapped both hands on the ground, raising a barrier radiating flames. At the same time, he wasn't at ease and activated the diamond lock he had previously obtained from Kushina. Golden chains spread out, penetrating the barrier covering the house to reinforce it. Just as he finished all this, the Nine Tails launched the prepared tailed beast bomb. It believed that at such a close distance, even this Uchiha brat would probably not withstand it. However, to ensure success, it readied another tailed beast bomb, this time aimed at the surrounding barrier. Damn it! Uchiha Nen immediately saw this scene, and the kaleidoscope Sharingan in his eyes spun wildly. The next moment, the tailed beast bomb within 5 meters of him instantly transformed into chakra light points and vanished. Then, he lightly stepped to appear in the path of the tailed beast bomb, heading for the barrier. With both hands tightly pressed together, he pushed the power of the corpse bone pulse within him. Chapter 192. Forced to do so, bone spurs continuously grew out from his arms and chest, merging into a gigantic white bone spear that extended endlessly. The bone pulse, Hell Spike. The white bone spear pierced through the energy shell surrounding the tailed beast ball, being destroyed by its terrifying power while continuing to grow under the support of chakra, striking the very center of the tailed beast ball. Boom! A terrifying chakra fluctuation erupted. The stability of the tailed beast ball was disrupted, triggering a massive explosion. The white bone spear that Uchiha Nan was extending was also shattered by this force into fragments. Fortunately, this attack had already negated the energy attack that surged toward him when the tailed beast ball exploded. However, the other directions were not so fortunate. Terrifying energy dispersed outward. Within this small barrier, it constantly compressed and collided. The energy that should have dissipated long ago in such a confined space had its power increased several times. The surrounding barrier cracked with a series of sharp sounds after colliding with this energy. Even the houses outside, protected by the barrier, began to shake slightly. However, the golden chains inside constantly moved, stitching the cracks back together. This was why, after the energy of the tailed beast ball dissipated, the barrier was not destroyed. When the Nine-Tails saw that 2 consecutive tailed beast balls had failed to defeat the Uchiha brat before it, it immediately understood that this escape attempt had failed. However, the longing for freedom consumed its rationality. No, I will not be imprisoned again. On Kushina's beautiful face, sinister chakra patterns spread rapidly. The Nine-Tails crazily drew from its own chakra through the large hole that had been released by Uchiha Fugaku and had not yet fully healed, wanting to transform into its complete form and break free from the cage before it. But Uchiha Nan could not allow it to do so. The Nine-Tails' actions not only disrupted the treatment that he and Tsunade had performed on Kushina, but also expanded the size of that hole. If it fully transformed and restored its original form, Kushina would likely not be able to withstand it and would die immediately. However, even if the Nine-Tails did not do this, Kushina probably wouldn't last much longer. He had to complete the sealing of the Nine-Tails as soon as possible. With this in mind, Uchiha Nen immediately activated his ultimate weapon against tailed beasts. The kaleidoscope Sharingan in his eyes spun wildly. In an instant, the Nine-Tails saw the giant windmill that it would hate for the rest of its life. No, damn Uchiha, even if I am sealed, I will not let you have it easy. Just before its consciousness was controlled by the kaleidoscope Sharingan, the Nine-Tails abruptly withdrew back into the sealing space. However, the vast chakra it had left within Kushina's body was not retracted. With the Nine-Tails losing control, that chakra surged chaotically. Kushina's consciousness was stirred by the evil emanating from it, and her red eyes turned towards Uchiha Nan. Damn it! Faced with this situation, Uchiha Nan's expression became grim. Although he had controlled the Nine-Tails, the chaotic chakra in Kushina's body was not something he could make the Nine-Tails retract. At the moment her consciousness returned to the sealing space, the Nine-Tails immediately severed the control over that part of the chakra, erasing its spiritual imprint within it. This meant that Uchiha Nan could only rely on himself to handle it now. Roar. The frenzied Kushina let out a roar and lunged at Uchiha Nan. He moved his body and dodged the attack. But Kushina was relentless, turning around and lunging again. Concerned about her physical condition, Uchiha Nan stopped dodging. When Kushina pounced on him, he tightly embraced her, restricting her movements. His mental power surged into her body, observing her battered, precarious form and the ever-expanding void of life. Uchiha Nan's heart sank deeper. There seemed to be only one way to save her. He would convert his new type of chakra into life force and inject it into Kushina's body with all his might. Perhaps there would be a glimmer of hope to repair her body. But Uchiha Nan hesitated. Even light treatment had been too much for Kushina before. If he injected high-intensity life force for an extended period, would she be able to remain conscious and endure that strange temptation? Uchiha Nan questioned himself, fearing he wouldn't be able to withstand it either. It hurt so much. But hearing Kushina's heart-wrenching cries and her increasingly weak life force, Uchiha Nan gritted his teeth and threw her onto the sofa. Before she could go mad again, he lunged at her, straddling her waist, and violently tore open her abdomen's clothing. With both hands pressed against her smooth, delicate skin, he transformed the chakra he had completed into life force and violently injected it into her body. Under Uchiha Nan's exceptionally powerful life force, Kushina's consciousness immediately awakened, regaining control of her body. Looking at Uchiha Nan, who was drenched in sweat and anxious, she smiled gently. "Thank you, Nan." Although she had lost control of her body earlier, her consciousness had clearly observed everything. She saw all of Nan's efforts for her. "I'm sorry, Kushina." Uchiha Nan grunted and increased the power of the life force he was injecting. Kushina looked puzzled, not understanding why he said that. But soon she realized. Feeling the life force in her abdomen growing hotter, the suppressed desires within her began to surge. "Nan, what are you doing? Let go of me. This is the only way to save you." "No, that would be unfair to Minato. Even if he is dead, it cannot be." But no matter how much Kushina struggled, Uchiha Nan remained calm and continued to inject life force. She felt her injuries continuously healing. The body pulled back from the pure land of the underworld. However, Kushina showed no signs of happiness. She only felt her consciousness and body becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Facing Uchiha Nan, who emitted an endless allure, she longed to pounce on him and devour every inch of his flesh. "Nan, please let me go. Just let me die like this." But upon hearing this, Uchiha Nan became angry. "What are you saying? Have you forgotten the mission you bear? Have you forgotten your son? How would Minato see you if you just gave up like this?" "Naruto, yes, I still have a child." Unable to control herself, Kushina's arms unconsciously moved towards Uchiha Nan's lower body, and in a daze, she kept whispering Naruto's name. Chapter 193 Departure. As time slowly passed, the chakra fluctuations in the room gradually weakened. Shredded pieces of clothing were scattered across the floor and on the table. The two people on the sofa were tightly pressed against each other, their lips and teeth intertwined, lost in a moment of oblivion. With this close connection, just a few more times would perfect the state of repair. Night. The moon hung high in the sky. Kushina quietly got up, using the moonlight streaming in through the window. Looking at her tender body, she saw the remnants of madness left behind. The bright eyes that once sparkled on her beautiful face now held no glimmer, void of any spirit, with noticeable tear stains at the corners. She glanced at the man beneath her with a complex expression, pouted as if to curse, but swallowed it down. She struggled to move her sore body, propping herself up on the sofa armrest. The small, pale foot stepped on the scattered clothing on the floor, causing her to stumble slightly, almost falling. Noticing the movement, Uchiha Nan, who was pretending to be asleep, immediately opened his eyes and caught the almost falling Kushina. Seeing her expressionless face, he felt a pang in his heart. He had pretended to be asleep to spare Kushina, who had just gone through a traumatic event, the embarrassment. But when she almost fell, Uchiha Nan couldn't help but react. However, Kushina seemed to ignore his presence, frowning and shaking off his hand. With a cold demeanor, she turned and trembled as she stepped into her bedroom. Sighing deeply, Uchiha Nan shook his head. This incident likely left a deep fissure in Kushina's heart, which was still in pain from losing Minato. Their relationship could no longer return to the playful banter it once had. Yet, Uchiha Nan felt no regrets. Minato's death had caused Kushina severe harm. If he hadn't done this, if he hadn't deeply etched his existence into Kushina's heart, she would either have pursued Minato in death or fallen prey to the Nine Tails again, causing irreparable damage. For her sake, and for Naruto's safety, Uchiha Nan did not regret his actions. At worst, he could make amends for Kushina in the future. Looking at the closed bedroom door, Uchiha Nan shook his head and stood up. He pulled out a new set of clothes from his ninja tool pouch and put them on. Standing up, he surveyed the room with a hint of a girl-esque fragrance, found the cleaning tools, and tidied up the mess from the previous day. He then went to the kitchen and skillfully prepared a heartfelt bento. Uchiha Nan hesitated for a moment, but then walked with determination to Kushina's door. He raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. "Kushina, I know you don't want to see me right now, but you're very weak. I just made a bento in the kitchen. Please come out and eat a little." But the room was silent, and no sound came for a long time. Uchiha Nan sighed again, feeling particularly helpless. He placed the bento at the door, glanced back at the door that remained shut, shook his head, and walked toward the front door. Staying here would not allow him to see Kushina, and would only create more pressure. It was better to leave first, allowing Kushina to think alone. Perhaps there would be new changes. In that bedroom, Kushina lay naked on the pink bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought. When she heard Uchiha Nan's voice, she couldn't help but want to get up, but gritted her teeth and lay back down, covering her ears with her hands. She didn't want to hear that man's voice anymore. Her gaze involuntarily fell on her adorable son, looking at his chubby little face. A hint of sweetness surged in her heart. After a long while, the living room fell silent. Kushina touched Naruto's little face, sighed, and got up to press her ear against the door. After ensuring that Uchiha Nan had truly left, she carefully opened the door and peeked out. Seeing the clean and refreshed room, and the sofa cushion washed with water-style jutsu, Kushina pouted and let out a cold snort. Do you think that doing all this will make me forgive you? Just as she was about to retreat and close the door again, she noticed the bento box on the floor. Her expression turned complex as she stood at the door for a long time. Hesitantly, she extended her smooth arm and picked up the bento. As she opened the lid and looked at the exquisite meal inside, she said, "I can't bear to see food wasted. It's not like I want to eat what that guy made." After leaving Kushina's house, Uchiha Nen walked down the stone-paved path lined with blooming flowers on both sides. His mood had changed completely from the anxiety he felt earlier. A smile crept onto his face, and he hummed an unknown tune. Passing by the Hokage building, Uchiha Nen glanced at Tsunade's office, which still had its lights on. Feeling inexplicably guilty, he clapped his hands, creating a shadow clone that looked exactly like him. Then he placed his hands on the clone's shoulders and leaned in. "Brother, I have some matters to attend to. You handle reporting to the teacher. Don't let anything slip." The clone, created from the transformation, rolled its eyes and impatiently pushed Uchiha Nan away. "You don't call me when you're enjoying yourself. I get stuck with the dirty work. You're disgusting." However, despite saying that, the clone still marched towards the Hokage office, filled with a sense of grandeur and determination. Watching the clone leave, Uchiha Nen quietly returned home. He stealthily opened the bedroom door, scanned the room with the moonlight, and, seeing no sign of Sasuke, nodded in satisfaction. Having a son was indeed too troublesome. He leaped toward Uchiha Mikoto, who was still immersed in sleep, unaware of the danger that had come. Chapter 194. Itachi's Pain Days Later. In a small grove, usually used for children's play in the Uchiha clan area. "You lost." Itachi Uchiha held a stick in his hand, positioned like a kunai against the neck of a little boy across from him, who was pouting with a defiant expression. "Oh, Itachi won again. He's amazing. Big brother Itachi is the strongest." A circle of Uchiha children watching immediately applauded, their faces beaming with the familiar smiles of admiration. Clearly, they were not surprised at all that Itachi had defeated his opponent. However, the applause that was music to Itachi's ears was like nails on a chalkboard to the boy opposite him. He waved his arm, knocking the stick away from his neck, and shouted indignantly, "What's there to be happy about? You won, so what? A kid without a dad beating me. What does that mean? You'll never find your real dad." At this, the clapping around them stopped, and the other children looked on in astonishment. After sneaking a glance at Itachi, they huddled together to whisper among themselves. They had heard their elders mention this matter one way or another, but they never expected someone would dare to say it in front of Itachi. "You dare insult my father? I'll beat you to death." Itachi Uchiha did not understand why the boy he had just defeated would say such a thing. He did not comprehend the looks of pity and mockery from his friends. All he knew was that this environment made him very uncomfortable and angry. He also could not allow anyone to insult his father. Without holding back any longer, he channeled chakra, and with a kick to the ground, he threw a powerful punch at the boy still rambling on. Ugh! The Uchiha boy, already weaker than Itachi, could not withstand the punch fueled by Itachi's anger. Enhanced with chakra, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth as if a dye shop had opened there, and 3 of his teeth flew out, loosened from the force. Yet even then, he did not admit defeat, mumbling a curse. "You bastard, you don't even know who your dad is. Ah, even if you kill me, that person isn't your dad." Itachi was infuriated by his words, feeling those sounds prick his heart, while the gazes of his companions felt particularly strange. He could only vent his sadness and anger with punch after punch. However, deep down he was kind. When the boy was left with barely any strength, he finally stopped. Facing the fearful eyes of his companions, he walked in a daze toward home. A road he had walked countless times now felt unfamiliar, and he nearly tripped over unnoticed pebbles several times. He didn't know how he made it back until he reached the familiar doorway of his home, when the tears he had been holding back finally began to flow. What happened to Itachi? Uchiha Nan, sitting in the living room, immediately noticed Itachi's unusual demeanor, tears streaming down his face and bloodstains on his clothes. Although he usually did not pay much attention to Itachi due to his past actions in the anime and being the son of Fugaku, seeing this well-behaved and lovable Itachi in such a state made Nen unable to sit still. He rushed over, placing his hands on Itachi's shoulders, asking what was wrong. But Itachi remained silent, tears only increasing in his eyes, his eyelids turning red. Father. After a cry filled with despair, Itachi buried himself in Uchiha Nan's strong embrace. Good boy, it's okay. What grievance did you suffer? I'll take care of it. Uchiha Nan gently comforted Itachi, but a cold light flickered in his eyes. How dare anyone in Konoha harm his loved ones? They were simply seeking death. As he thought of 18 ways to take revenge for Itachi, the child's next words left him somewhat at a loss. Father, they said I'm not your child. I'm a bastard. Is what they said true? Itachi looked up, his face smeared with tears and snot, with hopeful eyes fixed on his father, seeking a denial. But he was disappointed. Itachi, your biological father is indeed not me. With a bang, Itachi's heart shattered. Everything that boy said was true. He suddenly lost the courage to stand and collapsed to the ground. Deep within, he felt buried under endless darkness and fear, unable to find a glimmer of light. His small body, coupled with the expression of despair on his face, was heart-wrenching to behold. Sigh. Uchiha Nan sighed deeply, reaching out to place a hand on Itachi's head, rubbing it in the way Itachi loved most. He did not wish to deceive Itachi with lies, even if it was for his own good. Lies would eventually be uncovered, and he couldn't forget that Fugaku was still alive. If one day he encountered his son and revealed the truth, would the pain Itachi felt then be even greater? It would be better to let him release all his pain now, preventing him from heading down a tragic path like in the anime. Itachi, listen. Doesn't mean I'm no longer your father, just because there's no so-called legitimacy. Does my dedication to you count for nothing? As Uchiha Nan's words echoed, Itachi, trapped in overwhelming darkness, seemed to see his father's large hand. Realizing there was still hope, he reached out without hesitation. In an instant, Uchiha Nan's figure seemed to transform into a kite adorned with golden lines, carrying him through the layers of darkness to the sea of clouds above. Feeling his father's faith, Itachi's face broke into a radiant smile once more. He lifted his head, leaning into Uchiha Nan's palm. Ha ha ha, silly boy. Uchiha Nan happily spread his hands and rubbed Itachi's head vigorously. Itachi, from today on, if anyone dares to mock you about this, just beat them up. Whatever happens, I'll take the blame. Yes, father, I've realized blood relations are not important. What matters is that you raised me. Uchiha slowly stood up, taking Uchiha Nan's large hand with his small one, speaking with unwavering determination. From today on, I will learn ninjutsu from you. Oh, why? Uchiha Nan couldn't help but be curious. Because you are the true father in my heart, and I will kill anyone who dares to slander you. You child. Uchiha Nan pulled Itachi toward the house. Since Mikoto went to find her good friend Kushina early that morning, they were the only two at home. Uchiha Nan then casually told Itachi the story of Uchiha Fugaku. Of course, in the story, he was always the protagonist. While Uchiha Fugaku was portrayed as a despicable and shameless man who abandoned his wife and children, resorting to any means for power. In the end, with Mikoto's help, Uchiha Nan finally drove that demon away from the village. Father, don't worry. When I grow up, I will kill that demon who abandoned my mother and me, and opposed you. With a face full of rage, Itachi stood up, slamming his hand on the table. In his still somewhat childish voice, he solemnly said to Uchiha Nan, "Ha ha, good. You are truly my good child. I believe you can accomplish all of this." Chapter 195, Goodbye. Kushina. 3 months later, Uchiha Nan handed over Itachi, who had been clinging to him, to Shursui, who had returned from the battlefield of the hidden cloud village for rest. During this time, due to the intercepted intelligence indicating that Konoha was severely damaged and in a transitional state, the hidden cloud village had become bolder, occasionally sending out 2 small teams to harass the borders of a land of fire. This made Tsunade particularly unhappy, but the village simply couldn't spare any high-level combatants to send there for defense. She had even considered sending Uchiha Nan to the front lines to teach the hidden cloud village a harsh lesson. However, this guy couldn't bear to leave his comfort zone and refused, citing the need to take care of Kushina as an excuse. Faced with Tsunade's relentless determination, Nan introduced a few new generation ninjas, such as his old friends Kakashi Hatake and Shursui Uchiha. Their strength, having been nurtured and taught by Uchiha Nan, was only a step away from being at the level of a Hokage. Dealing with a mere hidden cloud village should be manageable. Today was Shursui's day to return for rest, and Uchiha Nan took this opportunity to escape from Itachi, who was fixated on becoming stronger in order to kill Uchiha Fugaku. Although this was a good thing, having to teach a little kid continuously was wearing down Nan's patience over time. Seizing this chance, he hurried outside to relax and also planned to see how Kushina was doing since they hadn't been in contact since that incident. He wondered how much her mood had improved. However, after inquiring with his contact, Mikoto, he learned that Kushina was doing quite well and still had a smile on her face. Did this mean he could take advantage of the situation and proceed with his second treatment for Kushina? With this thought in mind, Uchiha then arrived outside the familiar house. Without saying a word, he gently knocked on the door. "Who is it? Is that you, Mikoto?" A hurried voice from inside indicated that Kushina was rushing to the door. With a click, the door opened. Upon seeing Uchiha Nan's face, Kushina's initially cheerful expression immediately turned cold. She then forcefully attempted to close the door. Fortunately, Uchiha Nan was quick enough to press his hand against the doorframe. Even as Kushina pushed against the door repeatedly, trying to squeeze him out, he did not let go. "What do you want?" Seeing this, Kushina had no choice but to pull the door open with a serious expression, asking in an impatient tone. However, her eyes inadvertently glanced at the slightly reddened palm resting on the doorframe. "Can I say I missed Naruto and came to see him?" Uchiha Nan spread his hands and said with a shameless grin. "What does Naruto have to do with you? He's Minato's child." Uchiha Nan's words, rather than calming her, made Kushina feel he was implying something else. Instantly recalling the crazy scene from that day, her anger surged, and she thought about slamming the door again. Seeing the situation was not good, Uchiha Nan quickly dodged inside, brushing past Kushina and safely landing in the living room. He even stole a glance at Kushina's prominent chest. "Is that a vacuum? You bastard, how dare you say that?" Kushina was even angrier, like a blood-red chili pepper ready to explode. She lunged at Uchiha Nan, attempting to scratch him to death. But with his super shadow-level physical prowess, Kushina's nails barely made an impact. She didn't see this scoundrel react at all. Instead, he looked at her with a gloating expression. In a moment of losing her rationality, ignoring everything else, she grabbed his shoulders and viciously bit down. "Have you gone mad?" Seeing Kushina so fierce, Uchiha Nan quickly dispersed the protective chakra around his body. Otherwise, it would be strange if her row of pearly white teeth didn't break, leaving her a toothless chili pepper. But it seemed Kushina had anticipated that this man would remove his protection. After biting down and tasting the salty iron flavor of blood, she suddenly gathered her chakra in her teeth. Remembering the force with which Uchiha Nan had kicked her that day, she bit down hard. "Ah, you crazy woman, let go." Uchiha Nan felt the long-lost pain and tried to pry Kushina off his face. However, afraid of hurting her if he used too much force, he could only helplessly wave his hands, feeling the agony. Unexpectedly, Kushina noticed his helpless state, and the thrill of successful revenge surged even stronger. Her already tightly clenched teeth bit down even harder, mumbling incoherently, "Die, die." Such a situation was intolerable for Uchiha Nan, who couldn't suffer losses. Although he felt guilty towards Kushina and didn't dare to use harsh methods, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he thought of a good idea. He aimed his right hand at Naruto's little treasure, covered by thin clothing, and squeezed hard. The more force Kushina used to bite, the harder he squeezed. Not letting go. "Huh, they'll just keep squeezing." "Ah, you idiot, let go." Uchiha Nan wouldn't back down. Seeing that Kushina still wouldn't let go, he used his other hand to squeeze as well. Just like that, he had one hand on each side, kneading the dough. As he kneaded, Kushina, who was already sensitive due to being in her nursing period, couldn't hold on any longer with the way Uchiha Nan was treating her. She couldn't help but recall that day when they rolled on the sofa, biting each other, releasing the chakra attached to her teeth. She opened her mouth and tilted her head back, pulling away from the wound that had deep bite marks and blood trails. Ugh! Spitting out the blood that tasted of iron, Kushina didn't care about anything else and suddenly struck Uchiha Nan's outstretched hands. However, this powerful attack unexpectedly missed, and her already flustered body, unable to hold on, fell into his solid, warm chest, which carried a hint of an unusual scent. Uchiha then embraced Kushina's soft body, whose eyes were blazing with anger, and gracefully turned around, dissipating the force she had carried. Lowering his head, while Kushina was still in a daze, he captured her soft lips, which had a slight taste of blood. There was no redder lip than this. In an instant, all of Kushina's anger was suppressed by that gentle and loving kiss. Her jade arms couldn't help but wrap around Uchiha Nan's straight and slightly muscular back. This feeling was so comfortable. At this moment, she was not affected by Uchiha Nan's vitality. She simply followed her instincts, greedily responding to his tenderness. The entire living room was silent, with only the two tightly embraced individuals. Just as Uchiha Nan wanted to take a step further, his disobedient hand continued down her slender waist. In the bedroom, Naruto, who was hungry and waiting for mealtime, suddenly let out a loud cry. Chapter 196. Encountering Hashirama cells again slap. The crisp sound of slap echoed. Uchiha Nan covered the palm print on his cheek, looking at Kushina, who was facing him, her face flushed, with traces of silver threads at the corners of her mouth. "What are you doing? You bastard, don't let me see you again get lost." Kushina struggled to divert her gaze from the man's lips, driving away the longing feeling deep inside her heart. She desperately reminded herself that she couldn't do this. She couldn't betray Minato. Get lost. Seeing Kushina's body tremble continuously, tears shimmering in her eyes, it seemed she was on the verge of another breakdown. Uchiha Nan frowned tightly and chose to step back a few paces, no longer provoking her, letting time heal her wounds. "All right, I'm leaving." He turned and walked out the door without looking back, glancing at the rear with his peripheral vision. He calculated in his heart that this slap could not be left unaccounted for. He would deal with this woman next time. As autumn turned to winter, this year's winter in Konoha was exceptionally cold. The north wind howled, sweeping through the silent streets and stirring wisps of silver threads. In the depths of the Root's office, the harsh cold forced them to light several fires. "Sir, you have arrived." Uchiha Nan seemed out of place compared to others, still wearing a thin windbreaker. With his strength, he paid no mind to such minor cold. Sitting down on the throne belonging to the leader of the Root, he looked down at the two people he had chosen to help him control the Root. One was a ninja from the Oil Woman clan wearing sunglasses, and the other was a ninja transferred from the Uchiha clan. Are the Hashirama cells ready? After a long period of research on Sage Body, Uchiha Nan had fully mastered the gains from Danzo. He only needed to absorb a certain amount of Hashirama cells, and after fusing them with the chakra in his body, the basic Sage Body could be further enhanced, providing him with greater power. It was even possible to master would release. "Please follow me." The Oil Woman Shurjin, who grew up in the Root and was very familiar with it, stepped forward to lead the way. The three of them walked out of the office, using the surrounding lights, along a rugged path for 3 to 5 minutes, until they arrived in front of a stone wall covered in sealing techniques. Shurjin stopped and bowed slightly to Uchiha Nan. "Please wait a moment." He then approached the stone wall and rhythmically knocked on a round depression. After transmitting a special message inward, he returned to the sealing technique, his hands flying as he performed the corresponding solution. Crack, crack, crack. The stone wall began to rumble and slowly parted, stirring up a cloud of dust. Shurjin waved his sleeve to brush away the dust, heading towards Uchiha Nan, then continued to lead the way, the three of them passing through the open stone wall. They entered a brightly lit cave filled with strange machines of unknown purpose. Uchiha Nan looked around, his eyes taking in the researchers in white coats running about, deeply engrossed in their experiments, and nodded in satisfaction. Although he had long known about the experimental base in the Root, he had never imagined it would look like this. The buzzing giant machinery, the robotic arms controlled by the staff, seemed like tools that could not be developed in this era of the ninja world. However, after a few glances, Uchiha Nan lost interest. Following Shurjin, he arrived at a large glass tank filled with a white liquid, far from the laboratory area. "This is it, sir." Uchiha Nan circled the tank, feeling the unique yang release power of the Sage Body within him, yearning for the substance before him, and waved his hand, ordering, "Open it." Shurgin's heart trembled. He saw a different color in the sir's eyes. Could it be that he wanted? Remembering the failed experiments that had turned into lumps of rotten flesh after merging with Hashirama cells, he wanted to step forward to stop him. But after thinking it over, he decided against it. Perhaps he was mistaken, and this leader should not be so foolish. He stepped forward and entered a series of commands on a somewhat sci-fi electronic touchscreen. Ever since Danzo's death, this leader had become the head of the Root, and their lives had improved significantly. Although the tongue-rooted confusion seal had not yet been lifted, they no longer had to be on guard against the assassination of their companions at all times, nor did they have to do things that harmed the village's interests. Their tormented hearts had relaxed a lot. For such a leader, Shurjin held great respect and naturally did not want him to die inexplicably at the hands of Hashirama cells. Whoosh! As the special liquid inside the glass tank disappeared, the lid slowly rose. The mindless Hashirama cells immediately began to absorb energy from the air, proliferating infinitely. Uchiha Nan stepped forward, reaching out his palm to touch that terrifying mass in the eyes of ordinary people. "Sir, no. It's dangerous." Seeing his greatest fear come true, Shurjin immediately stepped forward, standing beside Uchiha Nan, looking at him with concern. "Sir, the Hashirama cells are too dangerous. It's impossible for anyone to successfully merge." You're still so young. Don't do something foolish for that so-called would-release temptation. After Shurgen's words, the Uchiha clan member also realized what their clan leader wanted to do. Although he had not been in the route for long, he had seen the bizarre outcomes of failed Hashirama cell experiments while dealing with the remnants left from Shimura Danzo's time. Clan leader, Shurgen is right. You must think twice. Although their clan leader was young, he had led the Uchiha clan to rise several levels, becoming the strongest clan in the village. They were no longer in the oppressed state of the past. To say he was the one who rejuvenated the Uchiha clan would not be an exaggeration. Moreover, all the honors of the clan now rested on him. If he encountered any mishap while touching the Hashirama cells, he would surely be torn apart by his clan members upon returning. Haha, no worries. Seeing the concern from his two loyal subordinates, Uchiha Nen smiled warmly. Regardless of the reasons behind their words, it showed that his choice of people was not wrong. He then continued to reach out toward the mass of flesh before him. Sir, Shurgen immediately stepped forward to grab his hand. As long as he was there, such a thing could never happen. Touching the Hashirama cells without any precautions would undoubtedly lead to death. He could not let his leader do something foolish. The Uchiha clan member also stepped forward, grabbing Uchiha Nan's other hand. Your safety is more important. The cases of failed merges with Hashirama cells were deeply etched in his heart. He occasionally had nightmares about them at night. He absolutely would not allow his clan leader to participate in such a dangerous and unlikely to succeed experiment. Get away. The desire of the yang release power within Uchiha Nan had reached its peak. He gently waved his hand, freeing himself from the grasp of his two loyal subordinates, and reached into the white mass of flesh. Chapter 197. Seedling in an instant, the air in the laboratory fell silent. The endless proliferation of the white meat mass seemed to freeze for a moment. Then, as if it had tasted something sweet, it began to move wildly. Clusters of white cells rushed eagerly toward Uchiha Nan's outstretched palm, wrapping him up like a large meat dumpling. No, Lord Chief, leader. In this situation, both oily girl Shurgen and the Uchiha elite ninja were filled with fear and rushed to the side of the silent, but desperately energy-absorbing meat mass. They drew their weapons and infused them with chakra to strike. However, the attacks from the two elite, Nin, only produced two dull thuds as they struck the meat mass. Even their weapons, sharp and unyielding with chakra, were pulled by the immense attraction emanating from the meat mass. They exchanged worried glances. Pulling back their arms, they attempted to retrieve their weapons, but were taken aback to find that the white meat mass seemed to have an instinctive ability to absorb the chakra and some substance that could amplify chakra from their fine weapons. In no time, the surfaces of the two weapons, originally glimmering coldly, rapidly turned grayish-white, with patches of rust appearing like holes. Within a few breaths, they were completely covered in rust, turning to dust and scattering away. The two, horrified, quickly distanced themselves from the white meat mass. Damn it. I wonder how the chief is doing. Our attacks are completely useless. This thing seems to devour chakra directly. Oily girl Shurgen stepped back anxiously, circling the white meat mass, trying to find a way to save him. The Uchiha elite Nin prepared to use chakra to leave quickly and seek the elder to solve this matter. The chief's safety was crucial to the Uchiha clan's rise and fall. They could not afford any problems here. Just as they were about to take action, the white meat mass began to slowly writhe again, causing them to pause. The powerful attraction in the air began to weaken slowly. The surface of the meat mass bulged with palm and face imprints, as if someone inside was struggling. The chief is okay. Let's go help him. Seeing this, the two smiled, but just as they were about to act, the white meat mass suddenly collapsed inward, revealing a humanoid shape. Immediately, as they were about to act, both felt a shock in their hearts, a choking sensation in their throats, as if a great crisis was about to occur. Not good, retreat quickly. The Uchiha elite Nin, possessing the three-tomo Sharingan, had much better dynamic vision than oily girl Shurgen. In this terrifying moment, he saw the frenzied energy swirling in the air and the distorted air patterns around them. He quickly pulled his companion away from the experimental platform. The white meat mass, which had been collapsing inward, suddenly expanded in that split second, its weak attraction multiplying several dozen times in the blink of an eye. Everyone in the underground laboratory sensed the energy loss in the air. This fluctuation even caused slight errors in several ongoing experiments, resulting in minor explosions. The natural energy contained in the basement was engulfed by the expanding white meat mass, which opened its gaping maw and swallowed it whole, its volume becoming increasingly bloated. From its original height of one person, it expanded to the size of 2 or 3 houses. Even the surface layer of white membrane was tightly stretched, as if it would burst at any moment. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as a small crack appeared on the surface of the expanding white meat mass, and a seedling sprouted from within. It had a couple of lonely, tender leaves, creating a surreal atmosphere under the gaze of so many people. At this moment, at the edge of the laboratory, a luxurious bed that seemed out of place was quietly situated there. Surrounding it were air conditioning units and water dispensers, and even a carefully trimmed green plant sat on the bedside table. On that big bed lay a short, tubby old man, rubbing his sleepy eyes awake, grumbling. "Which bastard dares to disturb my peace? Do you believe I'll throw you out of the laboratory?" But after waking up, he found no one paid him any mind. In the distance, a group of researchers in white lab coats were gathered, whispering. The old man frowned, thinking a significant discovery was made, and hurried over. "What's going on? Let me see." The old man tried to raise his greasy hands and push the clustered researchers aside at their waist level. Old Huang, Old Huang." The researchers, initially annoyed at being pushed, suddenly changed their expressions to smiles and bowed low to greet him. Oily girl Shurjin, who was examining the white meat mass, brightened upon hearing this name and quickly invited the old man over. Seeing the puzzled Uchiha ninja beside him, he patiently explained, "This Old Huang is the highest authority in the root laboratory. He has helped Shimura Danzo develop many effective items and solved many tricky problems. The Hashirama cells were previously studied by him. With him here, he will surely solve the chief's issues." However, the Old Huang he was referring to interrupted their exchange by raising his hand. "Shut up, don't disturb my thoughts." He pulled out a magnifying glass and began circling the white meat mass, looking very focused. His joy was evident on his face as he murmured, "So that's how it is. This thing can even absorb natural abilities. A miracle it hasn't died. What a powerful body." After his inspection, he even placed his palm on the white meat mass. "Stop. Dangerous." Oily girl Shurjin and the Uchiha elite J. Nin quickly intervened, knowing that their previous weapons had been crushed to dust by this white meat mass. If this old man placed his hand directly on it, wouldn't he be doomed? Of course, their concern was not just for his safety, but if something happened to him, who would ensure the chief's safety? "Move aside, you ignorant fools." The old man, referred to as Old Huang, brushed aside their objections and placed his hand on the white meat mass. Strangely, under the watchful eyes of the two elite Jainin, the white meat mass did not react as it had before. Instead, it remained unresponsive, quiet as a large ostrich egg. "Don't worry, this thing has already absorbed enough energy." Next comes the transformation phase. If I'm not mistaken, the person inside hasn't suffered any harm. Instead, they have perfectly mastered the Hashirama cells. It's time for wood release to emerge. Chapter 198 Mastering Would release the two elite Jonin exchanged incredulous glances. Could something that had disappeared from Konoha for so long really reappear? The original Hokage, Hashirama Senju, had once used wood release to subdue the entire ninja world and establish Konoha. Could the thing that the previous leader of Root, Danzo Shimura, had coveted for so long truly come to be? What does wood release entail? As long as the clan leader is safe, that's all that matters. The strength of the Uchiha clan is not inferior to his. The elite Jonin of the Uchiha clan quickly snapped out of their shock and turned to the old man, who was obsessively gazing at the white mass of flesh, saying that he just wanted to see the clan leader wake up soon. He didn't care about mastering wood release. He just wanted things to return to normal. You don't understand anything. I've studied Hashirama cells for half my life and still haven't figured out how to successfully fuse with them. If your clan leader can succeed, it's already a tremendous blessing due to his uniqueness. Just let it be, the old man, referred to as Huang Lao, said dismissively. Besides, I can't do anything about this situation. We can only wait for him to fully develop and break out on his own. There's no other way. Huang Lao, with a look of obsession on his face, continued to examine the white mass, even contemplating taking a bite to taste it if there weren't so many people around. Hearing such an unreliable response, the elite Jonin of the Uchiha clan immediately became furious. He drew a kunai, intending to press it against the old man's neck, making him think carefully before saying anything else about being unable to help. The oil woman, Shurjin, standing nearby, felt it was best not to intervene. After all, no matter how impressive a researcher might be, they could never compare to the leader's status in the heart of the ninja. You young people shouldn't act impulsively. Watching the Uchiha ninja approach with a fierce look in his eyes and kunai glinting in his hand, the old man began to panic, backing away and waving his hands. He was proud, but not foolish. Just then, a series of cracking sounds erupted. The white mass opened numerous small holes, and green sprouts began to grow out. Those watching quickly stepped back in response to the unfolding scene. The green sprouts rapidly grew in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, they formed thick trunks. More branches also broke out from the white cocoon, causing the outer white membrane to be completely torn apart, revealing the root of the branches and the Uchiha Nan's head, which was the only part left exposed. Retreat. Back away. At this moment, both Shurjin and the elite jonin of the Uchiha clan sensed something was wrong and hurriedly urged everyone to retreat. Not long after the crowd had moved away, the trunks began to grow exponentially as if they had taken steroids. They grew to the thickness of a bowl, reaching heights that several people could not wrap their arms around, piercing through the laboratory's ceiling with ease and spreading further. The ground of the laboratory also erupted with tender leaves, which quickly transformed into robust trunks, winding and twisting like a giant dragon, forming a lush forest that broke through the stone ceiling above and disappeared. Would release truly is would release. Huang Lao gazed at the strange beauty in a frenzy, unable to resist bowing down to this tremendous power. After studying for half a lifetime, he finally had the fortune to witness the true face of wood release. The surrounding researchers, their eyes burning even hotter than his, were not motivated by the same passion. They merely coveted this ability. After all, it was wood release, a power that could dominate the ninja world. Who wouldn't he be envious? However, they could only think about it internally. Anyone standing here had seen the failed samples of Hashirama S cells, and didn't he want to become the next victim? Shurjin and the Uchiha ninjas felt an overwhelming pride as they witnessed their leader's success. Indeed, they hadn't made the wrong choice. This was someone worth following for a lifetime. Meanwhile, above the root, the ground trembled with a roaring sound as towering trees burst through the surface, gathering together and growing taller, causing the surrounding natural energy to thicken. Such a massive disturbance naturally alerted the guarding ninjas of the village. When they saw this terrifying, extraordinary power that didn't seem like something a human ninja should possess, they didn't show any signs of fear. Instead, their eyes were filled with fervor as stories from the previous generation surfaced in their minds. Would release is would release. Go notify the Hokage. No need, Tsunade's voice rang out from a distance. When they turned to look, she was already rushing over, creating a blast of air from her speed. Hokage-sama. Tsunade waved her hand, ignoring them, and looked strangely at the continuously growing forest. She couldn't help but recall the scene from her childhood when her grandfather performed wood release. It wasn't exactly the same, but it was close enough. However, she quickly shifted her focus back to the present. As the village's leader, she needed to investigate the origins of this wood release. Such a phenomenon couldn't appear without reason, and a glance revealed that this was indeed part of the root's territory. Nan, is that you? I hope nothing goes wrong. She immediately directed the surrounding umbu. Seal this place. No one is allowed to enter. The rest follow me to investigate the situation. As they approached the area where the forest had erupted, the nearly 100-meter-tall trees had stopped growing and stood silently, like divine beings. The roots of the trees were so thick that it would take dozens of people to embrace them. Uchiha Nan had awakened and had brought everyone from the root back to the surface. Nan, Lord Nan. So was Lord Nan. No wonder he could master wood release. Strange. Isn't he from the Uchiha clan? In a moment of excitement, the umbu forgot their usual protocols, each voicing their opinions. As umbu, they had seen Lord Nan's strength on the battlefield. To be honest, it wasn't entirely surprising that he could master wood release. They accepted it. However, wasn't wood release supposed to be a Senju clan ability? How could it be mastered by an Uchiha? Shut up. I don't want to hear anyone discussing today's events. Tsunade said coldly, sensing the situation and realizing something. Yes. What they didn't know was that above the desolate forest in the village, a dazzling white light flashed, and two figures fell down in a disheveled state. Chapter 199. Orphanage. Wow, it hurts. A little kid with short golden hair and 3 fox whiskers on each side of his mouth stood up, patted his bottom, and looked at the expressionless face beside him. Master, where are we? Master? He stared at his master, who had not responded for a long time and was just absent-mindedly gazing into the distance. The golden-haired boy followed his gaze and clearly saw the 4 faces on Hokage Rock, the iconic building of Konoha Village. Ah, we're still in Konoha. But why are there only 4 faces on Hokage Rock and not Grandpa's? The expressionless face did not reply, only listening to the continuous voice of a pink turtle on the ground, his expression gradually becoming serious. This is how it is. In the Hokage office, Uchiha Nen embraced Tsunade's voluptuous figure with both arms, lowered his head to take a whiff of her scent, and said, "That means you will masterwood release in the future." Tsunade ignored the dogman who was being unruly in her arms, reluctantly accepted the fact that Shimura Danzo had researched her grandfather's cells, which this guy was enjoying the results of. Damn old dog. I really want to dig him out and kill him again for daring to desecrate Grandpa's bodily cells. Yeah, that old dog really deserves to die. Uchiha Nan spoke elegantly while casually responding. Dogman, go away. I have official business to attend to. Feeling the pain in her chest and already in a bad mood, Tsunade pushed Uchiha Nan out of the office door. Sigh. The duck I had in hand flew away again. As Uchiha Nan stood at the office door sighing, a timid voice interrupted him. Is that you, Lord Nan? Yes. Hearing the sweet voice mixed with a hint of fear, Uchiha Nan immediately turned his head. He saw a tall, well-proportioned woman dressed similarly to a nun, radiating a special glow, timidly looking at him. The black-framed glasses on her face, paired with her small face, added a touch of allure that made one want to lock her away in a little dark room. Pharmacist Yano Yu stood at the entrance of the Hokage building. Feeling the scorching gazes on her body, her already limited courage was dwindling even more. Before coming to find this person, she had heard from her companions that the new root leader was powerful and had a brutal personality. On the battlefield, she didn't know how many enemy ninjas she had killed. There were even rumors that the third Hokage and Lord Danzo were both killed by her. If it weren't for the orphanage's funds being unable to support itself, with even no money to buy new clothes for the children, she wouldn't have come to seek this seemingly difficult new leader. But thinking of those children's eager eyes, and a new child who always yielded to others and even helped her with chores, Yano Yu's resolve strengthened. For the children, I fear nothing. Why, Your Excellency? Uchiha Nan was startled awake by this timid voice, secretly swallowing his saliva. Wow, is this woman intentionally designed to his preferences? Every detail about her resonated with him. What do you want? Lord, I'm a member of Root, Yano Yu. I came to apply for funding for the orphanage. Orphanage? Hearing her say this, Uchiha Nan seemed to recall who the person in front of him was, a tragic woman. Originally a spy under Danzo, her true identity was the head of the orphanage. Later, wanting to escape her identity as a spy, she was set up by Danzo to make her own children kill each other. In the end, she was unknowingly killed by one of those children, which could be considered a great tragedy among Hokage. Yanoyu was startled by Uchiha Nan's tone. She thought the new root leader was just like Shimura Danzo, who did not care about this facility and did not want to waste money. She hurriedly bowed and lowered her body, pleading in a slightly trembling voice, Please, I will agree to any request you have. If it weren't for being completely out of options, I wouldn't come to ask you. If funding isn't allocated soon, the children won't even have food to eat. Looking at this submissive woman, he almost thought of a certain film. Headmaster, you wouldn't want these children to go hungry, right? Uchiha Nen quickly shook his head, dismissing the wicked thoughts in his mind, then thought of the character from the original story, Yao Shirdo, who came from the orphanage and inherited all of Orochimaru's skills. He wondered if that child had joined the orphanage by now, and if possible, would nurture him to become a great pillar of Konoha in the future. Get up. I will go to the orphanage to see if what you said is true. Uchiha Nan pressed gently on Yano Yu's fragrant shoulder, helping her to her feet. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. I represent those children to thank you. Yano Yu stood up, tears of gratitude in her eyes, her smile almost impossible to suppress, and secretly thought, Who says this lord is ruthless? He is clearly a kind and handsome young man. In a corner of a village not far from Root, a dilapidated courtyard with crumbling walls and intersecting cracks was situated. Entering the inner room, the roof tiles were missing in places, even exposing the sky. The facilities inside were extremely rudimentary. The dormitory was overcrowded, the beds were old, and the blankets were as thin as a cicada's wings. Uchiha Nan followed Yano Yu to tour the entire orphanage, an inexplicable anger rising in his heart. What are the higher-ups in the village doing? This is how they treat the future flowers. Looking at the children huddled in the corners, watching him from a distance and not daring to approach, Uchiha Nan's anger intensified. But at this moment, Yano Yu interrupted him. Lord, this facility is under the name of Root. Usually, no one is allowed to approach it. It merely collects orphans who have lost their relatives, so the village doesn't affect this place. Uchiha Nan was taken aback, realizing he had been cursing himself for a long time. Could it be that he had to be responsible for the orphanage's current state? No, everything is Danzo's fault. He merely liberated this group of poor people from the hands of demons. That is great. Yano Yu, don't worry. The fund will arrive tomorrow. and I will increase it tenfold. Thank you, Lord. Upon hearing the good news, Yanoyu's tears sparkled under her black frame glasses, relieved that they would no longer have to live a hard life. Thank you, Lord. A silver-haired boy who had been following behind Yanoyu to help also bowed his head in gratitude. But Uchiha Nan looked at him with interest, observing his clear and bright eyes. This child is called Do, right? Are you interested in following me to learn ninjutsu? Huh? Yaoshi Do was taken aback and couldn't help but raise his head to meet Uchiha Nan's gaze. Deep down, he didn't have much desire to become a powerful ninja, but he understood that in this world, one could not survive without strength. For the orphanage and for the headmaster, he had to become stronger. Moreover, if he agreed to this important figure, the headmaster wouldn't have to worry about the orphanage's funding anymore. But he really did not want to leave this place. Chapter 200. Sasuke and Boruto, don't worry. Uchiha Nan has seen through your feelings for Yakushi Nanoyu. He smiled and comforted. Even if you train with me, you don't have to leave here. I will send shadow clones every day to teach you. Do, this is a good thing. Hurry up and agree. Nanoyu quickly urged, having become very familiar with Do over the past few days. Every time, whether it was cleaning the orphanage or taking care of the other children, he would come to help. Nanoyu had often advised him to take a good rest, but Do always nodded with a beaming smile and continued to do his own thing. Very understanding. Nanoyu felt a mix of love and pity for this child, now that the leader wants to take Do as a disciple. It's a huge blessing that has fallen upon him. How could she not feel happy and excited for Do? Worried that he might not realize the importance of this matter and make the wrong choice, she stepped forward to persuade him. Well, I agree, Master. Do nodded, filled with excitement, agreeing due to his own beliefs and the director's hopes. Okay, as long as I'm free during this time, I will send shadow clones to help you train. I believe you are a talented child. Work hard, and in the future, the orphanage and Nanoyu will be entrusted to your protection. Ichiraku, Ramen Boruto, and Sasuke, bundled up tightly, seemed to be eating noodles, but in reality, they were eavesdropping to gather useful information. In the evening, the two walked along a path in the village, analyzing the information they had collected, with their moods differing, creating a very tense atmosphere. Master, so your father's name is Uchiha Nan. Boruto suddenly looked up, innocently gazing at his master. Shut up. Sasuke immediately reprimanded sharply, making Boruto too scared to speak. Sasuke's heart was very chaotic at this moment. Firstly, he had received the news that the Uchiha clan still existed, that the tragedy had not yet happened, and that his father, mother, and brother were still alive. Secondly, this Konoha's biological father was not Uchiha Fugaku, but a boy named Uchiha Nan. This left him confused and somewhat unable to accept it. In his understanding, his original father had become a rogue ninja of the village. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, and Danzo had also died early, further hinting at something being off. Moreover, Naruto was not an orphan. His mother was living in the village as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, when the world was going on. But regardless of the situation in this Konoha, Sasuke understood one thing. He could never allow Otsutsuki Kinshiki to obtain the chakra of the Nine Tails. Thinking of this, he looked at Boruto. According to the information we gathered, the current Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails is still your grandmother. Without knowing when Otsutsuki Kinshiki will arrive, we just need to follow her and ensure her safety. Okay, then what should we do? Boruto listened to his master's words, immediately throwing aside his worries and no longer entangled by the fact that his dad wasn't an orphan. The two excitedly made their way to Kushina's home, carefully avoiding other acquaintances to prevent causing any temporal disturbances. Meanwhile, at Kushina's house, Uchiha Nan stood at the door, hesitated for a moment, then pushed the door open and entered. Who are you? You bastard, why are you here again? Looking at the deeply engraved face, Kushina thought she had forgotten the memories that had resurfaced over time. Familiar scenes came rushing back. As your attending physician, of course I'm here to check on your condition. Uchiha Nan stepped forward and pushed past Kushina, who was blocking the doorway, and sat down on the familiar sofa. He glanced at Kushina, who was furious and ready to explode. You. Seeing that familiar location, even if she was very angry, she was startled and hesitated, not daring to approach. What's wrong, Kushina? Come over here. If you come over, I'll let you hit me once to vent your anger. This statement made Kushina even angrier, but with the setting adding to her irritation, she gritted her teeth and fetched a chair from the bedroom, sitting at a distance from Uchiha Nan. Speak. How can you get lost? Don't be so impulsive. I already said, I'm just here as a doctor. As long as you let me treat you again to ensure there are no after effects, I will leave immediately. Uchiha Nan spread his hands, looking sincere. Before coming this time, he had carefully thought about their relationship and felt that it couldn't drag on any longer. Kushina's physical condition was one aspect. On the other hand, with the passage of time, Uchiha Nan was afraid that Kushina would forget what had happened between them, burying their beautiful memories deep in her heart. If the gap he had painstakingly opened were to close completely, it would be filled with the sorrow of Minato's death. After all, no one could compare to someone who had already passed away, especially someone who had left recently. Could he expect Kushina to figure this out by herself? That would be as unrealistic as a fairy tale. It was impossible to succeed. Today, Uchiha Nan came here with the mindset of either succeeding or dying trying. You think it's that beautiful? Why don't you go die? Kushina was not lightly agitated by shameless words and stood up suddenly, ready to explode. But she found that he didn't seem very angry. Being tangled up by this guy made her heart feel a bit sweet. But this thought was immediately shaken off and thrown out of her mind. No, she couldn't betray Minato. Uchiha Nan also didn't want to drag it out any longer. Continuing to talk would only further provoke Kushina's rebellious mindset and wouldn't lead to any qualitative change. So it was better to rely on his actions, to let Kushina choose for herself. Uchiha Nan's expression changed, and an immense dignity radiated from him. An enormous amount of chakra surged forth, filling the entire room. Kushina felt as if she were a fly trapped in amber, unable to move at all. However, her gaze remained unchanged, showing no sign of concern for her own safety. Because she knew that this man, no matter how powerful he claimed to be, would never harm her. Sitting on the sofa, Uchiha Nan waved his hand, and a golden chakra chain appeared out of thin air, making a clattering sound as it tightly bound the immobile Kushina, pulling her into his embrace. Uchiha Nan approached, using the diamond prison, and casually tore open the fabric at Kushina's abdomen. After a slight pause, he placed his hand on it. "Bastard, stop!" The diamond prison loosened, and Kushina regained control of herself. But looking at the white, flawless hand that resembled jade on her abdomen, she was filled with excitement. This bastard only knows this move. Chapter 201. Take it a soft hum escaped, and Kushina found that familiar feeling once again. The desire deep within her heart surged and ebbed, and her arms instinctively wrapped around Uchiha Nan's neck. With dazed eyes, she gazed at him, greedily inhaling his scent. Deep down, there wasn't a shred of desire to resist. She unconsciously lowered her head to bite at the collar of Uchiha Nan's clothing. Gently tilting her head back, she tore a piece of fabric with a soft rip. But just as she wanted to continue, Uchiha Nan suddenly pressed her head down. "What's wrong?" Kushina asked in confusion, but was met with a pair of teasing eyes. In an instant, she became fully aware, her expression filled with terror. How could she wake up so easily? Why? Kushina took a step back, distancing herself from Uchiha Nan. Standing there in a daze, she didn't know what to say amidst the turmoil of her thoughts. "Admit it. Admit that you have feelings for me," Uchiha Nan pressed on. "No, that's impossible. How could this happen?" Kushina shook her head in panic, looking as if she couldn't accept it. However, Uchiha Nan continued to close in, stepping down from the sofa and approaching her. "I didn't inject any life force just now. Every action was your own desire. Then what else is there to say? What excuse can you come up with? You bastard. You must have confused me. How could I do something to betray Minato?" Kushina pointed at Uchiha Nan, saying words she didn't even believe, her heart already unable to hold back. "How could this be? How could this happen? Do I really like this guy? Minato, please help me. What should I choose?" As Kushina hesitated, Uchiha Nan no longer indulged her. "Since you can't make up your mind, let me help you." He closed his arms tightly around Kushina, pinning her against the wall. Lowering his head, he fiercely pressed his lips against hers, capturing her agile tongue and sucking it hungrily. Ugh! It was unclear whether it was Uchiha Nan's words that shattered her heart or if she truly realized something. Kushina responded with an unusual intensity. This made Uchiha Nan very satisfied. He lowered his hands to wrap around Kushina's slender legs, lifting them up around his waist. While kissing her, he pushed open the bedroom door. With a wave, he sent a shadow clone to move Naruto, who was curiously staring at them with wide eyes, to the living room. With a bang, the bedroom door closed. This startled Kushina, who had been lost in ecstasy. She glanced around at the familiar environment, a bad feeling welling up inside her. "Bastard, what are you doing? You can't do this here. Let's go outside, okay?" "No," Uchiha Nan said as he began to strip Kushina's top and toss it to the ground. He scanned the room and spotted a photo on the table with a bright, sunny smile. His eyes lit up, and without thinking about his next move, he picked up Kushina and placed her on the table next to the photo. Kushina was still puzzled. Why was this pervert being so slow today? Didn't he usually pounce on her right away? But as she drowsily glanced at the photo of Minato, she was suddenly jolted awake. In her eyes, the photo seemed to come alive, smiling at them. Those bright, piercing eyes were particularly striking. No, no. We need to get out of here. Nan, I'm begging you. Let's go somewhere else. No, I want you. You bastard. 30,000, word division line. As the sun set, two sneaky figures were hiding in the grass outside Kushina's house, vigilantly watching their surroundings, ready to prevent any potential attacks. Master, I'm so hungry. Boruto sighed, swatting away a mosquito buzzing near his ear. Shut up, don't move. The enemy could arrive at any moment. We must stay on high alert and not let anyone enter your grandma's house. Sasuke remained motionless, his usual poker face hidden among the grass. Don't worry, master. Anyone who dares to approach my grandma will be killed by me. Inside the room, Uchiha Nen looked at himself in the mirror, feeling the imprint of a hand on his face. This time, unlike last time, Kushina was genuinely angry and had slapped him hard. Fortunately, he was tough enough to withstand it, or someone else might have had their head knocked off. Suddenly, Uchiha Nen chuckled, recalling the scene at the last moment when Kushina was crying and covering her face with her hands. This time, it was worth it. Using palm technique to heal the wounds on his face, he still bore a bright red handprint. Finally, he peeked around the corner of Kushina's bedroom door. Stealing a glance at Kushina, who was buried under the covers as if she couldn't face anyone, he shamelessly laughed. Bang! A pillow suddenly flew at him, hitting him squarely in the face. Uchiha Nen picked up the pillow from the ground nonchalantly, dusted it off, and returned it to its original place on the bed. He then lifted the blanket, revealing Kushina's furious face glaring at him. Bastard, you dare come back? Do you think I can't beat you? Calm down, calm down. I just wanted to ask if you want a heart-shaped bento. Uchiha Nen pretended to look pitiful, touching the supposedly red but already pain-free handprint on his face. Seeing this, Kushina's gaze softened slightly, but she still pulled the blanket tightly around herself, leaving only a small gap for her eyes to peer through. She couldn't face the person in the room and curled up in that position. Go make me something, and while you're at it, take that thing away. What thing? Uchiha Nen feigned ignorance, spreading his hands. Bastard, you know exactly what I mean. Kushina grew angrier and couldn't help but pull the blanket a bit wider. What? Just say it clearly. Uchiha Nen continued to play innocent. Kushina lay under the blanket, remaining silent, glaring at him, seemingly planning to kill this shameless person with her eyes. Say it. If you don't, I'm leaving. Uchiha Nen teased, even taking 2 steps back dramatically. The photo. You bastard. Kushina finally couldn't hold back, shouting in frustration. The photo? Whose photo? Yours or Naruto's? There are plenty of photos in this room. Uchiha Nen continued to smile and ask. Minato's. Minato's. Hurry up and throw it away. Kushina had given up entirely, her mentality completely toyed with, lazily lying on the bed like a stinky salted fish. Why couldn't you just say so? Seriously. Uchiha Nen obediently walked over to the collapsed table, picked up the photo with a strange smell, and carefully stored it in his ninja tool pouch. Why throw away something so good? From now on, I'll call it the special tool for Kushina. Chapter 202 meeting here. Eat up. Uchiha Nen brought a simple bento to Kushina. At this moment, she had completely liberated herself after losing the suppression of the props. Dressed in loose clothes, she sat up from the bed. She stared at Uchiha Nen's face, contemplating whether to give him a lesson in love to teach him a lesson about his arrogance. However, after a moment of hesitation, she remembered her weak and soft body and decided to let it go, accepting the bento and starting to eat. By the way, I have something to take care of outside. You rest well, and I'll come back to keep you company in the evening. Uchiha Nen suddenly spoke. Get lost, get lost. Don't let me see you again. Kushina waved her hand impatiently. But after Uchiha Nen left, she couldn't help but sit up straight and watch his back through the window as he walked away. Sigh. With a bang, she closed the door. As Uchiha Nen walked out of the courtyard, he felt his pants slipping down and suddenly remembered something. He was too rushed. He hadn't even fastened his belt. He lifted his shirt at the waist and tied a nice bow with the string. Meanwhile, Boruto and Sasuke, hiding in the bushes, exchanged glances. Their faces filled with disbelief as they watched a figure walk out of Kushina's house, tightening his belt while mumbling to himself. Who is he? My grandpa? Boruto asked with a face of disbelief. Impossible. From the information we got, the 4th Hokage has been dead for a long time, Sasuke replied, pondering something, his expression twitching slightly. Naruto, it seems like you're getting a new dad. He glanced at Boruto beside him. Kid, you might be getting a new grandpa too. This thought brought some balance to his heart. Finally, it wasn't just his father who was being replaced. and Naruto's new dad clearly looked like a shady character. That lecherous guy. Should we beat him up? I really don't like the way he looks. Boruto couldn't take his master's strange gaze anymore. Frustrated, he prepared to take out his anger on that man. After all, that guy wasn't really his grandpa, so his father probably wouldn't be angry, right? No. Sasuke, with a blank expression, pressed Boruto back down, frowning and saying with righteous indignation, "Our goal is to protect the Nine Tails chakra. We mustn't do anything unnecessary, let alone something that could cause a time-space disturbance." Once Boruto obediently lowered his head, the corners of Sasuke's mouth slightly curled up, revealing his good mood. Such opportunities were rare. He couldn't let Boruto ruin it. He wanted to continue watching and uncover the relationship between this person and Kushina, which he could later use to tease Naruto. After concluding their discussion, the two continued to crouch in the bushes, silently watching the lecherous man walking toward them. What is going on? You won't discover us, right? No, impossible. Hey, you two sneaky guys hiding there, what are you up to? Are you plotting something? Uchiha then pulled up his pants and strode toward the bushes where the two were hiding. As soon as he walked out of Kushina's house, he felt two malicious gazes. He then noticed the two hidden in the trees, sneaking glances at him. He felt puzzled. Who in Konoha dared to treat him this way? Who gave him the courage? Using his perception ability, he scanned them and found that these two were not simple. One of them was surrounded by an immense amount of Yin release chakra, the strongest he had ever seen, even surpassing his Sharingan. However, the chakra amount seemed unstable, making it hard to gauge its true strength, but its foundation was extremely robust. As for the little guy next to him, his strength was average, but he had some potential. This discovery instantly put Uchiha Nan on guard, his muscles tensing up as he moved, ready to spring into action at any moment. With such massive Yin release chakra, he thought only Uchiha Madara could have reached that level. However, considering the current timeline, Sasuke had been born for quite some time, so Madara should have long been dead. Could there be a mistake? Don't act impulsively. We're coming out. Sasuke quickly spoke up from the bushes, feeling a mental energy locking onto him. If he didn't express that they meant no harm, they would face a thunderous strike. Moreover, he was feeling a sense of unease in the face of this person's pressure. How could that be? Although his chakra had been drained by Urashiki, he wasn't someone an average shadow-level expert could deal with. The seemingly young boy in front of him possessed the strength to threaten him, so he shouldn't be nameless in the village. But why had he never heard of this person? Had he sacrificed himself? But the most important thing now was not to think about these questions, but to show they meant no harm. Sasuke then grabbed Boruto and jumped out, presenting the explanation he had prepared. Sorry, we mean no harm. We are ninjas from another village. Boruto nodded along, but he kept using his peripheral vision to observe the young man in front of them. He wanted to see what kind of person in this timeline's Konoha could be his grandpa. After hearing Sasuke's words, Uchiha Nan's eyes grew brighter, and his gaze toward the two was filled with mockery. Keep on lying, you two. If it weren't for the clips of Boruto I saw online, I might have believed you. When you two jumped out just now, it felt oddly familiar. I couldn't remember where I'd seen it before. After hearing what my son said, I understood. It's the plot of the so-called Boruto, the next generation. Recognizing their identities, Uchiha Nan retracted the pressure he had placed on them, allowing Sasuke and Boruto to breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, he thought about the troublesome abilities of the upcoming Otsutsuki Urashiki. With a frown, he separated several shadow clones and left. Then he thought of something interesting and smiled, walking up to them and nodding, I believe you. However, to verify if you have the strength to protect the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, let's have a spar. Chapter 203, Eternal Kaleidoscope, Sparring Indeed. The Sasuke before him is from the future and naturally possesses the 6th Tomo Rinnegan, which is currently in a fragmented state. If I can defeat him, is there a possibility that he might unlock the Rinnegan? If that's the case, it would significantly reduce the difficulty for me to advance to the 6 paths level in the future. However, a flicker of hesitation crossed Sasuke's face as he wanted to refuse. After all, he wasn't sure if this would cause a disruption in the time-space continuum, and he didn't want to fight against this seemingly malicious individual in front of him. No buts. If you want to stay in the village, you have to listen to me. Uchiha then waved his hand and boldly declared himself the king of the village. All right. Hearing such a shameless statement, Sasuke gritted his teeth. Fine. You were the first to be unkind, so don't blame me for being heartless. Let's go outside the village to avoid causing too much destruction, Uchiha Nan suggested. No, that's not necessary. Sasuke pointed to his own eyes. I've lost my chakra, so I can only temporarily use these eyes to fight. It won't cause that much destruction. Uchiha Nan narrowed his eyes, sensing that his son might be hiding something troublesome, but he couldn't find any excuse to stop him. Then let's do it this way. As he finished speaking, he waved his hands, and a purple-red barrier rose around them, enclosing them inside. Wow, that's impressive. Seeing this technique, Boruto immediately opened his mouth wide. He can use ninjutsu without hand seals. I want to learn that. Even Sasuke narrowed his eyes. Let's begin. Uchiha then wanted to test Sasuke's strength and clapped his hands. Summoning 4 large fireballs formed from lava release that circled around him. But that wasn't all. He also utilized the boil release ability he obtained from Edarumi, infusing a layer of corrosive mist around the fireballs. Combined bloodline fireballs unleash. Suddenly, the temperature in the barrier skyrocketed, causing the ground to crack. Boruto couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead, worried for his master. Swish! The 4 fireballs formed a straight line and shot toward Sasuke, who had opened his 6th Tomo Rinnegan. Facing the attacking fireballs that distorted the air, unique patterns surged in his eyes. Celestial Hand. Swish! Sasuke swapped places with the last fireball, appearing not far from Uchiha Nan. Boom! The high-temperature fireballs exploded against the barrier, sending up a cloud of ashes and smoke, while the corrosive mist pierced through the barrier, creating numerous holes. Neither side paid attention to these minor details. They were focused on each other. Sasuke unleashed his eye power, channeling an illusion technique into Uchiha Nan's heart through his gaze. Success. This was Sasuke's plan. Now that he had lost all chakra and was disgusted by Uchiha Nan, the only thing he could think of was to use the Rinnegan to cast an illusion, making this arrogant guy suffer a bit. But could things really go as he wished? Upon facing Sasuke's illusion, Uchiha Nan opened his blood-red eyes, hiding the great windmill within. What? This guy is from the Uchiha clan and possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan? Sasuke was even more surprised, not expecting Aunt Kushina to choose a Uchiha as her husband. He knew how severe the situation was for the Uchiha in the village at this time. But so what? How could your Sharingan compare to my Rinnegan? Yes, normally, the Sharingan would not be a match for the Rinnegan, but he was Uchiha Nan after all. Sensing the invading illusion power in his eyes, Uchiha Nan combined his ocular power and mental strength and forcefully collided with it. Boom! In his mental space, the vast and destructive power of the Rinnegan's ocular technique was violently torn apart by the strength within him, disintegrating and vanishing. How is this possible? Sasuke felt a pain in his eyes and realized that his illusion had been dispelled and his ocular power had backfired. He quickly wiped away the blood tears flowing from his eyes, feeling a wave of disbelief. I was defeated just by your Mangekyo Sharingan? Child, sometimes the strength of the eyes doesn't determine everything. The Rinnegan also relies on your own strength to unleash greater power. Uchiha Nan approached Sasuke like a kind father, smiling gently as he wiped away the blood tear from the corner of his eye. I lost. Sasuke stood there in a daze, not having received such gentle care for a long time. He didn't know what to say for a moment, and he couldn't help but think of his long-deceased father. Aunt Kushina found a good husband. I hope you can treat Naruto well in the future. Having witnessed the strength of his best friend's new father, Sasuke lowered his head in silence. With such powerful strength, Naruto would definitely become even stronger under his guidance, and maybe even surpass him one day. Don't be disheartened, child. You'll never know whether an accident or a surprise comes first. Uchiha Nan noticed his inner unwillingness and patted Sasuke's shoulder, saying meaningfully. Then he looked at the battle record. Defeated Sasuke, future, obtained eternal Mangekyo, awaiting collection. What? Uchiha Nan was initially delighted to see the eyes drop, marveling at his good luck today. As expected of my son, whatever I think of, I get. However, he soon realized that what he obtained was not the Rinnegan, but the eternal Mangekyo. What does this mean? Does upgrading the Sharingan have to be done step by step? Can't it just skip this stage and give me the Rinnegan directly? Damn system. With Sasuke still present, Uchiha Nan didn't directly click to collect. He simply arranged for the two of them to return to guard outside Kushina's house. He then went to find Tsunade to explain the situation and urge the shadow clones he had sent out to work harder. 3 days later, in a residential area of Konoha, a flash of white light appeared in the sky, and a person dressed in a white robe, entirely white, holding a fishing rod, slowly descended from the sky. Is this Konoha from before? Naruto, I'm coming. Otsutsuki Urashiki floated in place, preparing to ask someone for directions. Hey, who are you? Noticing the commotion, a nearby ninja approached cautiously, watching the mysterious figure. Where's Naruto? Who is Naruto? The person being questioned looked confused. He had only come over to check the noise after buying something nearby, and genuinely had no idea who Naruto was. Not everyone in the village would know the name of the son of Minato Namikaze. If you won't tell me, then die. Urashiki swung his fishing rod, and a hook glimmering with a cold light pierced through the person's abdomen. Just what I needed to replenish my chakra. Urashiki gently pulled, and a surge of fresh chakra flew into his fishing basket. The ninja collapsed to the ground, losing control and bleeding from his abdomen. Stop! Who are you to attack someone so recklessly? The Umbu, alerted by the commotion, arrived late and witnessed Urashiki preparing to strike again. Chapter 204. Spacetime Powers. Where's Naruto? Upon seeing the group of black-clad figures, Urashiki's eyes lit up as he found another target and floated towards them. The Umbu members heard his inquiry and realized something when they saw his attire. One of them said, "Not good. Send a signal quickly. This is the wanted criminal that Lord Hokage mentioned." With a whoosh, a firework shot up into the sky. Sasuke and Boruto, stationed outside Kushina's house, also noticed the signal. Urashiki has appeared. Let's go help. Uchiha Nan and Tsunade also saw the firework and, at that moment, put aside their current tasks and hurried in that direction. It's all your fault for causing a scene. What if something happens to Kushina? Tsunade scolded with righteous indignation on the way. Since you want to die, then I'll grant your wish. Urashiki seethed with rage upon seeing the firework signal. He whipped his fishing rod, causing the lines attached to it to whip wildly in the air. With incredible speed, he bound a group of Umbu members who couldn't dodge in time, causing them to collapse one by one onto the ground. Urashiki continued to pull the fishing rod as the hooks pierced through their abdomens, and with a gentle tug, he collected their chakra into his fishing basket. What a wonderful taste. Don't get cocky. Once Lord Hokage and Lord Nin arrive, you're dead. One of the fallen Umbu gritted his teeth in pain, looking at the arrogant Urashiki, and said, "Ha, Urashiki Otsutsuki, you're looking down on the current state of Konoha. Even if that Hokage and your so-called Lord Nin arrive, what can they do? Just 2 more people to die. No one can stop me from getting the 9 tails here." Is that so? Sasuke, who was closer, arrived first with Boruto. Wielding a ninja blade, he slashed at Urashiki. With a clang, Urashiki raised his fishing rod to block it, while simultaneously using his right hand to forcefully push Sasuke back. His left hand lifted, creating a layer of black shockwaves that dispersed the fireball thrown by Boruto. You 2 reckless fools, go die. For these 2 who repeatedly thwarted his plans, he intended to kill them without hesitation. Urashiki swung the fishing rod, and the hooks effortlessly pierced through Sasuke's chest. However, Sasuke acted as if nothing had happened, completely unconcerned about the injury, and continued to slash with his ninja blade, only for strange patterns to flicker behind him. Unaware of your own mortality, caught by my treasure, and still dare to counterattack? Urashiki pulled back the hook, which came out of Sasuke's body, but aside from the blood that flickered, it did not take any chakra. How is this possible? Urashiki was stunned. Why does hook fail? Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke brought his ninja blade down hard, aiming to split Urashiki in half. Inside, he couldn't help but think that Naruto's father was indeed reliable. He had only informed him of Urashiki's abilities. It didn't take long for that person to find a countermeasure. The sealing technique indeed worked, but the blade did not hit the target, as Urashiki's figure flickered and appeared beside him. With a swift motion, Urashiki flung his fishing rod again. Tensubba Meteor. The original fishhook split into dozens under the tremendous force, creating dark flashes in the air as they rushed downward. Wood release. Wood wall. At the critical moment, Uchiha Nen arrived, clapping his hands together to create a wooden wall that shot up to block the attack just in time. Boom! The wooden wall shattered, and Sasuke had already flashed to Uchiha Nan's side. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, he looked at this person with a more peculiar gaze. If he wasn't mistaken, that was wood release. How could it be mastered by a member of the Uchiha clan? Oh, a strong one from Konoha? Interesting. Thank you for returning the plow to me, but I want to play with you this time. I'm off to find the 9 tails. Urashiki glanced at the pink turtle that had fallen to the ground when Sasuke disappeared and picked it up. The blue glowing ring eyes blinked gently, and a pitch-black space crack appeared behind him. With a contemptuous smile on his face, he was about to float into it when 4 shadow clones of Uchiha Nan, each guarding a corner of the village, formed unique hand seals. In an instant, a peculiar wave spread throughout the village. As Urashiki retreated, he found that the scene before him had not changed. Those people still looked at him with mocking eyes. What is going on? Urashiki turned his head to see the pitch-black crack opened by his ocular technique, H-Zuki, flickering incessantly. The dark space appeared and disappeared as if bound by some power. Keep pretending. Uchiha Nen clapped his hands together, stepping forward towards Urashiki. After recognizing Sasuke and Boruto a few days ago, He had known he would have to confront Urashiki. So since then, he had split off several shadow clones, bringing with them Obito's Kimui Sharingan. And over the past few days, he had set up a barrier that prohibited unidirectional space travel. Although the difficulty of space-time ninjutsu meant it could only last for an hour, it was enough to prevent Urashiki from escaping. Sasuke and Boruto looked at his back with admiration and followed closely. They had only shared a few bits of information, and this teammate had managed to counter Urashiki's multiple techniques. This teammate was just too reliable. Damn it, do you think you've got me? Urashiki's face turned grim. But he still tried to act tough, swinging his fishing rod towards Uchiha Nan, who had the highest hatred value in the arena. However, Uchiha Nan did not dodge. He simply extended his palm, attempting to catch the fishhook. Be careful. No, Sasuke and Boruto quickly warned, fully aware of the danger. Doing so would only result in chakra being drained. Seeing this, Urashiki's face showed a smile, unaware of your own mortality, tremble beneath my Otsutsuki feet. But to everyone's surprise, Uchiha Nan easily grasped the fishhook in his hand. As Urashiki attempted to pull the fishing rod to extract this person's chakra, Uchiha Nan stood completely still, with all his muscles tensed, leaving only the tightly stretched fishing line and curved fishing rod. What? Urashiki was in disbelief. His fishing rod had been countered by sheer physical strength. Sasuke and Boruto looked on joyfully. Indeed, he was the most reliable teammate. Come down. Seeing Urashiki still struggling, Uchiha Nan's right hand tensed up and pulled hard. The immense force transmitted through the fishing line to the rod, pulling it tight like a bowstring, and it seemed ready to snap. Fortunately, Urashiki could not withstand this force. His floating body stumbled and fell towards Uchiha Nan. The fishing rod slipped from his hand, arcing down to the ground. Hey! Uchiha Nan threw the fishhook and clenched his fist, delivering a powerful punch to Urashiki's face as he flew towards him. Whoosh! It was empty. Urashiki disappeared again. TCH, what a troublesome ability. Uchiha Nan lowered his arm and looked at Urashiki, who had appeared in midair. Mortal, your abilities are ineffective against the Otsutsuki clan. Chapter 205, Judgment of the Dust Escape, Heavenly Kingdom Die. Uchiha Nan raised his right hand high, gathering terrifying chakra power above it. Too slow. Before Uchiha Nan could finish his words, lightning flickered around him, and a punch that had missed earlier was unleashed with hatred. Boom! The immense force, heightened by monstrous strength and lightning chakra mode, struck heavily against the red protective shield that appeared beside Uchiha. That thin layer of red light blocked the power capable of destroying a mountain. Mortal, do you think you can harm the noble Tsutsuki? Uchiha Nan, through that layer of red light, looked mockingly at Uchiha, a silent smirk on his lips. Just watch how I wipe you all out. Is that so? Uchiha Nan, with lightning swirling around his face, locked eyes tightly with Uchiha. The terrifying chakra within him surged forth, re-injecting into his tightly clenched fist, causing waves of pressure to rise around him, pushing Tsunade, Sasuke, and others who couldn't intervene aside. Crack! A faint sound echoed as Tsutsuki's gaze gradually solidified. How is this possible? A tiny crack appeared on the red shield, quickly spreading like a spiderweb. Puff! Blood and flesh splattered as the punch, capable of shaking space, shattered the shield and struck heavily against Tsutsuki's chest, creating a hollow the size of a soccer ball, its force plowing a white line across the sky, dividing the azure clouds. Bang! Tsutsuki's body crashed heavily to the ground, his empty chest narrating everything that had just happened. Did I win? So amazing. Boruto immediately ran over, full of admiration, shaking Uchiha Nan's arm. Uncle, can you teach me that move? Sasuke also sighed in relief, wanting to step forward, but saw Uchiha Nan's expression change, throwing Boruto aside. Before he could understand what happened, he saw Tsutsuki's corpse vanish, reappearing intact in the place it had floated before. How could this be? Tsunade, standing on the battlefield's periphery, clenched her sweaty hands tightly. She knew she couldn't help in this battle and could only silently pray. Nan, please be safe, hang in there. A technique capable of manipulating time. How troublesome. Uchiha Nan shook his head. In his view, Tsutsuki's technique could rewind his own timeline through the Rinnegan, returning his body and chakra to a state from a few seconds ago, making it quite difficult to deal with. Uchiha Nan shook his head and gathered his chakra again, wondering if his ocular technique, universal decomposition, could counter this move. Let's give it a try. With a clap of his hands, several white light beams shot out. But Tsutsuki merely smiled slightly, his figure flickering. Seizing the opportunity, Uchiha Nan activated his kaleidoscope Sharingan, his universal decomposition spinning wildly. Suitsuki, who was in the midst of using his ocular technique, froze for a moment, sensing something was off. In a rush, he opened his mouth to decompose a beam of white light, but was caught off guard as another dust release technique sliced his body in two. Then he quickly used the Rinnegan's ability to return to a few seconds prior. No way. Can't the expulsion of chakra in that space affect the Rinnegan's ocular technique? However, Uchiha Nen wasn't overly disappointed. He had anticipated this outcome. The bloodline of the kaleidoscope Sharingan left by Tsutsuki Kagaya couldn't possibly affect the Tsutsuki clan's Rinnegan. But through the recent exchange and Sasuke's recounting, he discovered the flaw in Tsutsuki's Rinnegan. He could only rewind himself to 3 seconds ago. This meant that as long as he ensured Tsutsuki remained within the range of his attack, if he faced lethal threats for 3 consecutive seconds, the Rinnegan's ocular technique would lose its effect. As for the Rinnegan's ability to absorb chakra, Uchiha Nen found it completely insignificant. No matter how much it could absorb or dispel, there were limits in that instant, and having limits meant there was a way to break through. Moreover, the chakra within him wasn't ordinary. It was solidified and compressed, making it far more powerful. His resistance to the Rinnegan was naturally stronger, just as Tsutsuki had only decomposed one dust release technique before being sliced by the remaining attack. Thinking of this, Uchiha Nen immediately withdrew the chakra, enhancing his body, and prepared his dust release ninjutsu. With a light tap of his toes on the ground, he instantaneously arrived next to Tsutsuki, arms outstretched as he lunged forward. Tsutsuki sensed something was off but didn't care too much. As a noble Tsutsuki with an invincible time ocular technique, he didn't believe this group of mortals had any means to harm him. He reached into the fish basket at his waist and launched the chakra he had previously fished, transforming it into brilliant flames. Uchiha Nen's left eye kaleidoscope spun, and universal decomposition reappeared. As the terrifying fire dragon flew towards him, it transformed into chakra light points and vanished. He then appeared in front of Tsutsuki, grinning at him. As his right eye's kaleidoscope reached its peak, dust release, 10-fold amplification. Prepare to meet your death, Tsutsuki. Swish! A dazzling beam of light shot from him, one end penetrating deep underground, the other shooting into the sky, piercing through the clouds and disappearing. Dust release, judgment of the heavenly kingdom. In the blink of an eye, as Tsutsuki realized something was wrong and prepared to flee, the white beam expanded instantly. It enveloped a radius of several dozen meters, becoming a thick energy pillar reaching from the ground to the heavens. The earth above was obliterated, and soil molecules constantly dispersed, shrouding the entire Konoha sky in a yellow haze. What is that? Villagers in the village heard the commotion and rushed out, staring dazedly at the dazzling light beam, unable to help but kneel, repeatedly bowing and praying for divine forgiveness for their sins. Even Sasuke, who had witnessed grand scenes before, was dumbfounded, his mouth agape, unsure of what to say. Has he never seen such a massive amount of chakra? No, he had. Has he never seen dust release? No, he had. He just never expected such a tremendous transformation to occur when the two were combined. Of course, Uchiha Nen's right eye technique played an indispensable role. The consequences were terrifying, as he magnified most of his chakra 10-fold, nearly draining the ocular power from his eyes, making his kaleidoscope Sharingan nearly blind. But it was okay. He still had an eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan resting in his battle record. Tsutsuki, gazing at the endless dust release ninjutsu surrounding him, felt his body disintegrating along with those white light points, unable to suppress his low growls. Chapter 206, Fatal Crisis. Otsutsuki Pushur utilized the Rinnegan to absorb the chakra energy, transforming the surrounding dust release into chakra to alleviate his crisis. Just as he reached the limit of absorption, his body continued to disintegrate and disappear, prompting him to rewind his body to a moment 3 seconds prior when he was unharmed. However, the crisis around him did not dissipate. The vast white dust release light column still existed. Pushur could only continue to absorb while reverting his severely damaged body to a safe moment. But what left him in despair was that the white dust release seemed to be endlessly released. The 3 seconds of time that his Rinnegan could influence was almost exhausted. Lowly commoners, you have forced my hand. Otsutsuki Pushur's face showed a mix of grief and anger as he gritted his teeth and used the last bit of his time to restore himself to full condition. He glanced at the empty fish basket and plunged his hands into his eye sockets, prying out his 2 blue Rinnegan and swallowing them with a gulp. Boom! A violent chakra fluctuation erupted around Pu Shi, dispersing the dust release around him. A vertical crack opened on his forehead, revealing a golden Rinnegan within. Soon, a golden light gate slowly rose from beneath his feet. As Pu Shi passed through it, his originally hollow eye sockets were covered by a pair of radiant golden Rinnegan, shining with intense light. His pupils were deep, resembling black holes that swallowed all surrounding light. 2 white feathered eyebrows sprouted from his forehead, and his face was covered with symbols containing special power. His hands transformed into a pair of white wings, leaving faint golden afterimages as he waved them. "Oh, boss is enraged," Uchiha Nen remarked as he retracted his outstretched hands. The towering white light column lost its support and slowly shrank back until it disappeared, leaving only a clear, mirror-like sky devoid of life above and a circular pit on the ground, measuring several tens of meters in diameter and filled with bubbling lava after losing the suppression of dust release. Pu Shi let out a sharp explosion of sound, flapping his wings and dashing forward with incredible speed, launching a series of fierce attacks like a raging storm. Uchiha Nen flickered, dodging or using punches and kicks to deflect his onslaught. The figures intertwined, causing the onlookers to see only afterimages, unable to discern the situation on the field. "Damn it, Uncle, you have to win," Boruto shouted, jumping up and down in place, completely unaware that the person before him was his grandfather. After a brief exchange, the two stood apart. Pu Shi squinted his golden eyes, looking at the disheveled feathers on his body, feeling a surge of retreating intention. He had suffered heavy losses. Not only had he failed to capture the Nine Tails, but his treasure had been confiscated and the blue Rinnegan form had vanished, leaving him with only his last desperate means. But he was a noble Otsutsuki. Why should he fight desperately with this reckless man before him? The pair was already within reach. He could wait a while longer for his energy to recharge. If he changed to a time and space where this reckless man was dead, wouldn't he be able to seize the Nine Tails without facing such great risks? Thinking this, Pu Shi felt a stir in his heart and flapped his wings, intending to fly away. "Commoners, we shall meet again." Trying to escape? Uchiha Nan's mind moved, and white smoke erupted beneath him as he shot forward like an arrow. He reached Pu Shi faster than Pu Shi could react, delivering a punch that sent him flying into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. "Where do you think you're going? Accept your death." Compared to Pu Shi's blue Sharingan form, the Birdman Pu Shi before him had stronger physical qualities and greater destructive power in his energy attacks. However, overall, Uchiha Nen still felt that his previous time-eye technique was more unresolvable. Now that Pu Shi had transformed into this form, he could only be trampled. "Do you really want to fight to the death with me?" Covered in dust and looking disheveled, Pu Shi stood up from the pit, gazing at Uchiha Nen in the sky with a grim expression. The escape route above was blocked. He had no choice but to negotiate with this lowly commoner. "If you let me go today, I swear by the noble name of the Otsutsuki that I will not pursue your offenses. Moreover, I can grant you the power to become stronger." "What did you say, Grant?" Uchiha Nen dug at his ear and landed in front of Pu Shi, emitting white steam from his feet. "That's right, I can grant you greater power. Don't be fooled by my equal strength with you now. I have not yet obtained the true power of the Otsutsuki clan. That power is beyond your imagination. So how about it? Submit to me, commoner. You're worthy of following me." Pu Shi thought that this reckless man was moved and quickly intensified his promises, looking eagerly at Uchiha Nen. If this commoner truly agreed to become his servant, he would reluctantly grant him a title of follower. After all, this person's strength was not insignificant and wouldn't tarnish the Otsutsuki clan's reputation. With the help of this servant, he could easily obtain the Nine Tails chakra. Once he had control over the entire ninja world, he could let this servant rule the world. "Ha ha ha, you don't really believe that, do you? You're killing me with laughter." Uchiha Nen laughed loudly. When he saw Pu Shi's face darken and become incredibly ugly, he continued, "Who do you think you are? Just a mere Otsutsuki, always acting all high and mighty. Who are you trying to impress? Let you go and not pursue my offenses? No way." Uchiha Nen stepped in front of Pu Shi, leaning in to stare at his trembling body from anger. "Commoner, I'll give you one more chance to organize your words." "And no need." Pu Shi stammered. "How about this? I let you go, and you become my slave. I will grant you the power to become stronger in the future." Uchiha Nen grinned and spoke the extremely arrogant proclamation. Sasuke and Boruto were stunned. They had only seen the Otsutsuki clan say such things to others. When had they ever seen a commoner dare to say they would make an Otsutsuki their slave? This was simply unheard of. They were eager to spread this news back to the village to mock the Otsutsuki clan. You're seeking death. Boruto and Sasuke could not accept this, let alone Otsutsuki Pushur. His wings sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, striking with tremendous force at the one who dared to insult their Otsutsuki clan. Boom! Pushur charged forward at an even greater speed, crashing back into the ground and creating a massive, deep pit. The surrounding houses collapsed in countless numbers under the violent tremors. Fortunately, no one was injured as the residents had already been evacuated to shelters by the Umbu. Uchiha then retracted his fist, looking at the bloody wound on it and smirking. The bones of the Otsutsuki clan were indeed tough. He wondered what treasures he would gain after killing him. With anticipation, he took step after step toward Pushur in the pit. But as he neared his target, Uchiha then narrowed his eyes, realizing the situation was not good and becoming vigilant. From the pit where Otsutsuki Pushur had fallen, a terrifying, purple-red energy ball the size of a small mountain shot into the sky. Chapter 207. The shattered kaleidoscope. Compared to that terrifying energy sphere, the floating Pushur seemed insignificant, like an ant. But he swung his right hand fiercely, and a snake-like monster appeared, larger than the mountain-sized energy sphere, blocking the entire sky of Konoha. It opened its enormous maw, capable of swallowing the heavens, and bit down hard on the energy sphere from behind, pushing it towards Uchiha Nan. Heavenly Spiral Meteor. Dragon Palace Otsutsuki Pushur stood weakly on the ground, silently watching this scene. This move was equivalent to his desperate strike, containing all of his chakra. Uchiha Nan's earlier words had completely enraged him. He wanted Uchiha Nan to witness his family and friends, everything in Konoha, turn to ashes in this strike, forcing him to spend the rest of his life in endless regret. To achieve this, Pushur had left not a single drop of chakra. If he failed, he would perish. Damn it! Uchiha Nan looked at Pushur, who wore a mocking expression and still had the audacity to look at him, his heart burning with anger. But he couldn't think of a good way to defuse this crisis. He might be able to withstand this so-called heavenly spiral meteor and wouldn't face a fatal crisis. But he had no way to stop the terrifying shockwave released upon the collision of the techniques. The collision of the two techniques would unleash energy that even so-called shadow-level experts would be easily torn apart by. For anyone in the village besides him, it was a crisis that could be fatal. This world-destroying attack not only contained all of Pushur's chakra, but also drained the power of his Rinnegan. Nan, take care of yourself. Tsunade had already smiled and come to Uchiha Nan's side. Looking at his troubled face, she raised her hand to smooth out his tightly furrowed brow, her eyes full of reluctant affection. She had already anticipated that she might die here under this crisis. To be honest, she felt no fear of death in her heart, only a deep reluctance for Nan. Sasuke and Boruto also came to his side, bowing their heads in guilt. I'm sorry, it's our fault. If it weren't for us, you wouldn't be facing this crisis. Kushina, Mitarashi Anko, and those related to Uchiha Nan also stared blankly at the terrifying scene in the sky, waiting for death's curtain call. No, it's impossible. Konoha cannot be destroyed by my hand. I am Uchiha Nan, a traveler who can solve everything. I will never let this happen. Uchiha Nan pounded the ground with his fists, his mind racing, constantly contemplating ways to break the deadlock. Universal decomposición? No, it won't work. Such massive energy has exceeded the limits of decomposition. Not to mention the power of the Rinnegan. Even if my left eye goes blind, it won't stop it. Flying Thunder God? No, it won't work. Such a massive energy fluctuation cannot be displaced with just the Flying Thunder God seals. What other methods are there? As Uchiha Nan frantically pounded the ground, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him, recalling the scene where he had sealed spatial fluctuations to prevent the entrance to the underworld. Yes, that will definitely work. Amidst the curious, confused, and doubtful gazes of everyone, he used the Flying Thunder God to disappear and reappear, retrieving the Kimui Sharingan from his shadow clone. Relying on you now. Uchiha Nan clicked the button for the eternal kaleidoscope in the system. In an instant, a sharp pain surged through his eye sockets, a unique power pouring into his eyes, causing blood tears to flow uncontrollably from the corners. The two large windmills continued to spin and change, finally evolving into a hexagonal shape of the eternal kaleidoscope. The Hashirama cells within his body seemed to have been stimulated, desperately devouring the surrounding energy, making Uchiha Nan's body stronger and increasing his chakra reserves. On the system panel, the chakra amount kept changing, displaying numbers: 410, 510, 610, 1010. Eventually, it became, with the words super shadow level continuously fluctuating, wanting to become something, but ultimately settling there. Indeed, the Six Paths level could not be attained merely by accumulating chakra. Uchiha Nen clenched his fists, feeling an unprecedented powerful force within his body, and broke into a proud smile. Now he had a greater chance of resolving this crisis. He opened his right hand and crushed the glass culture dish. Carefully, he took out Obito's kaleidoscope Sharingan from it, placing it in midair and extending his fingers to mix his own ocular power and chakra into it. Commoners don't struggle. Do you think a mere kaleidoscope can change their doomed fate? Accept reality obediently. This is the price you pay for defying Otsutsuki. Pusher watched Uchiha Nan's earlier helplessness, and his sense of pleasure surged. He also didn't believe that just one kaleidoscope could dismantle his heavenly spiral meteor. He felt that Uchiha Nan was making a futile attempt, at most adding some amusement to his attack. Can this method work? If it really saves these people, I'll admit you're my grandpa. Boruto was anxiously pacing nearby, helpless, hoping that his grandpa could succeed, even swearing a vow. But the speaker had no intention, while the listener took it to heart. Even in this crisis, Tsunade clearly caught the words grandpa. With a smile, she approached Boruto and patted his head. Don't worry, kid, he will definitely succeed. Also, can you tell me about your situation? Standing aside, Sasuke wanted to step forward to stop her, but was met with Tsunade's death glare. Recalling the fifth Hokage's deadly punches from their youth, he silently kept his mouth shut. After all, this current timeline had already been completely disrupted by Pusher's attack. Even if these people survived, it was impossible to erase everyone's memories. No matter how much Boruto revealed, it probably wouldn't have any significant impact. Let be Sasuke, just lie there and give up. Under the gaze of many, the Sharingan hovering in mid-air had already developed cracks. Uchiha Nan's input of ocular power and chakra was too massive. It was just a kaleidoscope and couldn't withstand it. But the effect Uchiha Nan wanted was precisely this. He reached into the faintly emerging Kamui space around the Sharingan. One hand increased the injection of ocular power and chakra, and finally, with a crack, the kaleidoscope completely shattered. With his affinity for time and space and the technique enhanced by the Flying Thunder God, Uchiha Nen grasped the expanded Kamui space created by his ocular power and chakra. He struggled to control this familiar sensation, grabbing it and throwing it towards the giant snake in the sky. The Kamui space, which had expanded many times, lost its anchoring point in the external environment as the kaleidoscope shattered. Under Uchiha Nan's control, instinctively approached the giant snake. As the two sides gradually drew closer, the space rift torn by the Kamui space grew larger, with black lines continuously appearing in the external world. This caused the surrounding space to shatter into pieces, constantly being swallowed by the Kamui space. As this continued, at the moment of contact between the giant snake and the pitch-black space. Chapter 208. The entire sky collapsed. Originally, when using the kaleidoscope Sharingan to activate Kamui, only a small opening could be created. Under such reckless destruction, that opening expanded infinitely, engulfing the entire sky above Konoha. It shrouded the monstrous energy serpent that posed a lethal threat to everyone in the village. In an instant, the entirety of Konoha was plunged into extreme darkness, all light devoured. It was so dark that one could not see their own hand, only hearing a faint cracking sound from the horizon, as if something was being chewed and consumed. Many civilians fell to the ground in panic and confusion, unsure of what was happening. Even those ninjas, despite having chakra, were not much stronger than them. They simply stood in place, silently praying that the powerful figures would defeat this terrifying enemy. Fortunately, this process only lasted 3 to 5 seconds. The Kamui space that covered the entire sky consumed the entire energy serpent, becoming completely filled. Uchiha Nen then burned the bridge, dissipating the chakra and ocular power within it. This caused the Kamui space to lose its support, collapsing inward and colliding with the energy serpent. With a loud boom, the sound echoed. The sky above Konoha returned to its original state, not a trace of mist or a single bird left, all swept away by the Kamui space. No. How could this happen? Otsutsuki Urashiki knelt weakly on the ground, unable to believe what he had just witnessed as the Kamui space finally closed. Feeling the connection to Tenku Saberyu completely severed, he lifted his head, tears in his eyes, looking at Uchiha Nan. I lost. I never expected it. I escaped the pursuit of my clan, only to die at the hands of a bunch of worthless commoners. Come on, kill me. But I believe there will be other Otsutsuki clan members to harvest your worthless lives. Then you will come to accompany me. With a swift motion, Uchiha Nan grabbed Urashiki's head and yanked it off, along with a piece of his spine. Enough with the nonsense. If you're going to die, die quickly. Do you still hope someone will save you? He then threw Otsutsuki Urashiki's body into a sealing scroll for later use. Such a hard-earned prize cannot be wasted. It is only fitting to make full use of it, worthy of the Otsutsuki name. Meanwhile, in the distance within the Akatsuki organization, Uchiha Fugaku felt a sharp pain in his right eye. The Sharingan that originally belonged to Obito felt as if it was about to explode, blood streaming from the corners of his eyes. The pain caused him to roll on the ground several times. What happened to you? The matured Konan, who had not been seen for a long time, descended with her origami wings but did not approach. Instead, she stood at a distance, watching the mysterious figure claiming to be Uchiha Madara, her thoughts racing as she contemplated whether to take this opportunity to eliminate him. But just as Konan was about to act, Uchiha Fugaku had already stood up. What are you doing? His dark face, with blood tears, exuded a chilling atmosphere. Konoha village. Did you just kill him like that? Sasuke walked over in a daze, recalling the scene where Uchiha had ripped off Urashiki's head. Although he had experienced many grand scenes, he still found it hard to accept. Yes, what else? Should I wait for him to pull out more tricks to eliminate all of you? Uchiha patted his adopted son's shoulder, speaking in a tone akin to that of a father. Child, when dealing with enemies, you must cut through the chaos quickly, leaving them no chance to survive. Don't rely on mere words. However, Sasuke, upon hearing this, did not reflect, but instead felt a sense of discomfort, as if something was very wrong. Isn't he Naruto's father? Why is he speaking to me like this? Man, come here, I have something to discuss with you. At this moment, Tsunade, with a smile on her face, approached, dragging Boruto, who wore a desperate expression. Not good, there's killing intent. Uchiha Nan, relying on his understanding of Tsunade, easily noticed the deadly aura hidden beneath her expression and quickly said to Sasuke, not good, I was severely injured when I used that move. I need to lie down for 2 years, so let's not meet again. Goodbye. Then he took a step forward and ran into the distance. Stop. Tsunade, realizing her intentions had been exposed, immediately threw Boruto like a ball, causing him to roll on the ground. Then she stomped the ground, launching herself after him like a cannonball. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke stood frozen in place, his mind in chaos. Did the 5th Hokage just call him Nan? Is he a member of the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Nan, no, it can't be. I must be under a Jinjutsu. Sasuke stood there, shaking his head frantically, unable to accept the reality. Naruto's dad is also my dad. No, it can't be. Oh, master, what are you doing? We haven't even gotten the plow from Grandpa yet. Hurry up and chase. Boruto patted his behind and stood up, looking at Sasuke. But Sasuke seemed to have lost his soul, standing there in a daze, mumbling to himself. Impossible, impossible. Boom. A house that had survived the previous battle was shattered into pieces by Tsunade's emotionally charged punch. Uchiha Nen crawled out from the pile of debris, patting his chest. So terrifying, I almost died. Uchiha Nen, stop right there. Hearing the deadly voice from behind, he dared not linger and ran along the village. Help! The Hokage is going to kill someone. Is there anyone to manage this? Help! The Hokage is forcefully demolishing. Where are the Umbu? As the two ran, they caused massive economic damage to Konoha. Uchiha Nan, you must give me an explanation today, or don't expect to see me again. Hearing her choked-up tone, Uchiha Nan sighed and stopped. Turning to look at Tsunade, whose eyes were glistening with tears, his heart involuntarily ached. She was once the pride of heaven, the princess of the land of fire, the future 5th Hokage. Yet, she encountered a scoundrel like him. What a misfortune. But despite these thoughts, Uchiha Nan had no intention of letting anyone entangled with him off the hook. Run. Why aren't you running anymore? Tsunade, her eyes glistening with tears, lunged into Uchiha Nan's embrace, desperately hitting the man she was destined to meet. I'm sorry for you, teacher. Uchiha Nan gently patted Tsunade's back and softly said, you little brat, I don't care about you. If you don't explain the matters concerning Kushina and Mikoto today, just wait. Chapter 209. The disobedient child Hokage office. Tsunade lay disheveled on the large desk meant for two, weakly raising her hand to glare fiercely at the little brat beside her. Water teacher, how about this explanation? Uchiha Nen touched the strawberry mark on his collarbone, raised his hand, and conjured a water ball, gently tapping it on Tsunade's red lips. You brat, wait until I regain my strength to deal with you. If you can't give a reasonable explanation, just see what happens, Tsunade said, pressing her lips together, which had slightly regained some elasticity thanks to the water ball. She pushed against the desk, trying to stand up, but her upper body only lifted a little before collapsing back down. She was just too exhausted. At that moment, a knocking sound came from outside the door. Hokage-sama, are you in there? Oh no, this is bad. Tsunade's expression turned frantic. If her subordinates saw her like this, who knows what rumors would spread throughout the village the next day. She couldn't help but shoot a fierce glare at Uchiha Nan, signaling him to stay quiet and act like there was no one there. The threat was clear. If this matter got out, she would kill him. Uchiha Nan was in too deep with his debts to be worried. Seeing his teacher still daring to threaten him in such a situation, he raised an eyebrow and lightly floated toward the door, pretending to put his hand on the doorknob. Don't. Tsunade's eyes widened as she shook her head desperately. But looking at the doorknob about to turn and her disciple's teasing gaze, she gritted her teeth, her expression suddenly softening as she pleaded in a low voice. Nan, please don't. Uchiha Nan then nodded in satisfaction and lowered his hand. But just as Tsunade let out a sigh of relief, thinking the crisis had passed, click, the door was open from the outside. Oh no! In an instant, Tsunade's heart sank, and her mind raced, contemplating whether she should resign as Hokage ahead of time. But just then, Uchiha Nan stepped forward, pushing the little head that was poking in from outside back out. He squeezed through the crack of the open door, closed the office door behind him, and resolved this social death crisis. Who told you to barge in like this? Before Uchiha Nan could finish his scolding, he saw the little girl who looked puzzled at first, but then had her face filled with joy upon seeing him. Shizune, what are you doing here? I've been called by Lady Tsunade to help handle some official business. I have important information to report to her. By the way, Nan, how come you're here? After explaining, Shizune's expression shifted from joy to suspicion. This is Lady Tsunade's office. Why were you in such a hurry to come out? Could it be Shizune thought of the sound she had overheard that night outside the room? Her mouth opened wide in surprise, unable to control her curiosity. She took a small step closer, her cute little nose twitching as if trying to catch evidence. Seeing this silly girl, Uchiha Nan directly extended 2 fingers and gently pinched her nose, smiling at her. It's just as you think. Do you want to go in and take a look? Shizune had just shaken her head and freed her nose from his grip when she immediately heard Uchiha Nan's admission. For a moment, she couldn't help but recall the scene she caught a glimpse of and the devilish whispers that accompanied it. A flush crept on her fair face, and she pouted, letting out a soft hum. She threw the documents she was holding into Uchiha Nan's arms and swiftly turned to run away. After running far, her sweet voice called back. Please hand the documents to Lady Tsunade, and take care of yourself. Uchiha Nan shook his head with a smile, casually opening the file and taking out a few documents. In his mind, he remembered what he had seen when he came out of Tsunade's bedroom that day. This silly girl didn't even know how to think. She could stand outside for so long in that situation. Whenever he met her, she always had that bashful look, making one want to tease her. But then Uchiha Nan recalled the chaotic relationships around him, and his smile immediately faded. Sighing, he took out the intelligence report. It recorded the recent encounters between the village and the ninjas from the Land of Lightning. Under the leadership of Kakashi Hatake and Shursui, they had back-and-forth skirmishes with a small troop from the Cloud Village, resulting in mutual victories. However, the following intel was not good news. Reports from the front line indicated that scouts within the Land of Lightning had been going missing one after another, cutting off their source of information. The front line suspected they might be planning something big. As a precaution, they sent someone back to request assistance from the village. After finishing reading, Uchiha Nan gently closed the file, feeling that the Cloud Village probably wasn't up to any good. He thought about the complex situation at home and Tsunade's ravenous expression. He made up his mind to head to the battlefield to cool off the hot-headed fools and, at the same time, find a bit of peace. He pushed open the door, tossed the intelligence report to Tsunade, and left a parting remark before making his escape. After organizing his gear and bidding farewell to Mikoto and Kushina, Uchiha Nan slung his pack over his shoulder, preparing to use the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport. But then he heard shouting from a distance. Wait! Turning around, he saw a younger version of Sasuke and Boruto running towards him. You two haven't left yet? Uchiha Nan scratched his head, thinking these two would have run away after defeating Urashiki, but seemed they were still here. Want to leave too? Sasuke said, a complicated look on his face as he stared at the man before him. Ever since he learned that this man was both his and Naruto's father, he had been engulfed in self-doubt. It was only with Boruto's persuasion, using the reasoning that this wasn't their timeline and everything was fake, that he managed to return without collapsing his resolve. Right, this Konoha isn't even our village. Similarly, Uchiha Nan isn't our father-grandfather. Thus, the two reached an agreement, expressing their desire to never see Uchiha Nan again and just wanted to go home as soon as possible. But when it came time to act, a problem arose. The plow was missing and they couldn't go home. At that moment, they remembered that during the battle, The plow had been picked up by Otsutsuki and subsequently taken by Uchiha Nan without ever being returned to them. Now, they had no choice but to harden their resolve and come find him. Could you please return the plow? It's an important tool for us to get home, Sasuke said, looking conflicted, unsure how to address the man before him. After much stuttering, he finally managed to say those words. Boruto nodded vigorously, his eyes wide. Sigh with a sigh. The surrounding space suddenly felt desolate, and a few yellowed leaves fell slowly to the ground as if in sync. Uchiha Nin turned around, resting his arm against a large tree, the breeze rustling his clothes. Kids these days are disobedient. They won't even call me dad anymore. Chapter 210. Trap. Uchiha Nin leaned against a large tree, his back to the two of them, his shoulders occasionally shaking. He looked just like an old father whose heart had been broken by his son. If this acting weren't happening in the ninja world, it would be more than enough to win an Oscar in his past life. That's enough. Sasuke, with a face full of displeasure, tightly clenched his fists, feeling an itch in his hands, wanting to hit someone. But remembering Uchiha Nan's terrifying ability to destroy the giant dragon that overshadowed the sky, he loosened his grip, glancing sideways, unable to endure it any longer. With a thud, he knocked Boruto, who was also shaking his shoulders, down to the ground. And Sasuke finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a bit better. How can you hit a kid? If you knock him silly, who will save the world? Hearing the noise, Uchiha Nin suddenly turned around, bent down, and picked Boruto up, gently rubbing the large bump on his head with a pained expression. Good boy. Grandpa will rub it for you, and it won't hurt anymore. Boruto, who had initially been enjoying it, immediately changed his expression, and his smile shifted to Sasuke's face. An hour later, Uchiha Nin took the pink turtle out of the sealing scroll, holding it to his heart and handing it to the trembling pair. This was a treasure that could traverse time and space. It was really heartbreaking to just return it like this. He had always been the one to snatch from others, never the one to give away. But he couldn't keep it either. He couldn't let these two big boys stay here, could he? Could that other timeline rely solely on Naruto to hold on? Goodbye. Sasuke snatched the little turtle from Uchiha Nan's hand, his trembling form relaxing slightly. Who knew what kind of humiliation he had suffered in this hour? He didn't want to wait even another minute. Boruto looked at Sasuke with a face full of hope. He never wanted to see Uchiha Nan again in his life. With a flash of white light, the two instantly disappeared from spot. Really, I raised these two little brats for nothing. They won't even say goodbye. Be careful. I might come to find you both for a close chat later. As the white light was about to vanish, Uchiha Nan pulled out another pink turtle to record this time node. Oh no, or rather, another parallel world. This thing was one of the two rewards he obtained after defeating Otsutsuki Urashiki. Moreover, it was activated and could be used without Otsutsuki bloodline. When he first got this thing, Uchiha Nan was somewhat dissatisfied, thinking what use this broken item had. It would be better to give him a pair of Rinnegan or Urashiki's Tensouba meteorite. But then he figured it out. This thing could travel through time and space. With it, he could have whatever he wanted as long as he went to other timelines to snatch it. With this thing, if Uchiha Nan could fight, he could have as many Rinnegan as he wanted. However, this little turtle had just been activated and needed some time to accumulate energy before it could travel through time and space. Uchiha Nin took this opportunity to deal with the situation in the hidden cloud village and let time cool down for Tsunade. At the border of the land of fire, dozens of ninjas wearing hidden cloud village and Konoha headbands faced each other. The leader of the hidden cloud village, Karabi, grinned, and the sharp light in his eyes was revealed beneath his sunglasses. Today is your death day, Konoha ninjas. The blood feud of the third Hokage will be paid with your lives. Oh really? Just you? Uchiha Shursui raised his great sword in response. After witnessing the death of a comrade that unlocked his Mangeki Sharingan, he had become much quieter and colder than before, no longer as naive as he once was. He raised his arm and waved. Kill. In an instant, shurikens, kunai, and various ninjutsu clashed together. Karabi and Shursui also collided with swords in this chaotic battlefield. Clang! The sound of iron striking iron rang out as the two exchanged a few moves. Shursui, utilizing the extraordinary dynamic vision of his Mangeki Sharingan, seized an opening and, catching his opponent off guard, left a long wound on his chest and kicked him back. Damn Uchiha brat, you're dead today? Karabi's eyes turned crimson as he wiped the wound on his chest, using the chakra of the Eight Tails to heal it rapidly. Looking at those blood-red eyes, he couldn't help but recall the moment when his mentor and father figure, the third Raikage, died. The same Uchiha attire, the same peculiar eyes, the same youth. The Uchiha Shursui before him was simply a replica of that guy. Oh really? It seems you're not enough on your own. Shursui didn't let down his guard. He raised his great sword and cautiously moved forward to expand his gains. But he saw the corners of Karabi's mouth slightly lift, and an intense sense of danger suddenly surged from behind him, making his heart race. At the critical moment, the Mangeki in Shursui's eyes spun rapidly, and skeletal ribs appeared around him, blocking the lightning arc that pierced the air with explosive sounds and flickering dazzling light. Crack! A faint cracking sound came, and one of the ribs of the lowest stage, Susanoo, was broken. The weakened lightning struck Shursui's back, but with a bang. The figure that was struck by the lightning did not bleed. Instead, it turned into white smoke and vanished. As expected of Shunshin Shursui, as the smoke cleared, the much more mature fourth Raikage appeared on the battlefield, quickly stepping over to Karabi's side. Around the battlefield, many ninjas wearing hidden Cloud Village headbands surged in, roughly estimated to be in the thousands, surrounding the dozen or so Konoha ninjas. The Raikage's lightning release is quite impressive. Shursui also walked out from the smoke, coming to his somewhat uneasy teammates to comfort them. However, his condition was a bit off. His body trembled slightly, and a drop of blood teardrop flowed from the corner of his eye. That sudden lightning release had caused him significant damage. Kid, don't be tough. You're dead today. After we kill you, we'll attack Konoha and kill Uchiha Nan to avenge my father. The fourth Raikage raised his arm, and the crackling lightning appeared again. Karabi opened his mouth, and a dark purple chakra sphere stirred the surrounding air. Damn it, you all go first. Find Kakashi for help. Shursui felt the two extremely threatening attacks and waved his hand to his teammates. My lord, what about you? How can we leave you alone to face the hidden Cloud Village ninjas? Yes. The remaining few Konoha ninjas surrounded Shursui, looking at him with worried expressions. For Uchiha Shursui, a powerful leader who usually didn't act high and mighty, they respected him sincerely. How could they let their leader hold the rear at this critical moment while they fled alone? Don't worry, I have my ways. Feeling the increasingly heavy threats ahead, Uchiha Shursui touched the area around his eyes, making a decision in his heart to ensure that this group of companions could leave safely. He could only disobey Lord Nan's orders and use that technique that might cause him to go blind for an extended period. He never wanted to experience the feeling of losing comrades again. Chapter 211. The killer move of the hidden Cloud Village, Susanoo. The air in the center of the battlefield trembled violently as Uchiha Shursui's crimson eyes shed streams of blood tears. A dark, sinister mist that radiated fear appeared, chilling chakra sweeping across the field. Following this, dark purple glowing skeletons emerged from a mist, forming a half-body skeletal giant. Uchiha Shursui stood at the torso of the giant, surrounded by eerie chakra, gently waving his hand. The towering Susanoo, radiating a murderous aura, mimicked the same movement. Raising its skeletal right arm, it struck down towards the encircled ninjas of the hidden Cloud Village who had fallen into panic, aiming to create an escape route for his comrades. A piercing sound of air being sliced through echoed, casting a shadow over the battlefield. Those ninjas within the attack range could only despairingly close their eyes and wait for death. Just like ants could not shake the might of the heavens. Boom! The ground shook continuously, stirring up a murky wave of air. A massive handprint appeared on the ground, the palm imprint clearly shaped by ocular power, with bright red fragments within telling the fate of those ninjas. Hurry! Blood tears continued to flow from the corner of Uchiha Shursui's eyes, but he still waved to his comrades. Sir, wait for us. The dozen or so ninjas from Konoha glanced sadly at Shursui, commanding Susanoo, his figure providing cover for them. Go! Don't let the master's intentions go to waste. Gritting their teeth, they infused chakra into their bodies, becoming afterimages as they rushed toward the gap. If they moved quickly enough, they might still be able to relay the message to Konoha's other top fighter, Hatake Kakashi, before Shursui's sacrifice. And there might still be hope for turnaround. Sir, wait for us. It's not that easy to leave. The fourth Raikage, having maximized his physical strength, curled his lips into a cruel smile. In a flash of lightning, he blocked the escape route that Shursui desperately created for them, with speed far surpassing that of the Konoha ninjas. I want all of you to accompany the fallen sons of the hidden Cloud Village to the grave. Seeing this, Uchiha Shursui attempted to wield the skeletal body to rescue them, but Killer Bee would not give him that chance. The tailed beast ball, which had been charged for a long time in his mouth, spun and shot out. Those terrifying energy balls drew a dark purple light path in the air, heavily striking the skeletal giant, which could only raise one arm in defense. Crack, crack, crack. The crisp sound of shattering echoed across the battlefield as the arm of Susanoo shattered inch by inch, transforming into eerie chakra energy and disappearing. Several ribs in the chest area were also broken to absorb the impact of the tailed beast ball. Uchiha Shursui knelt within the remnants of Susanoo, blood flowing uncontrollably from his eyes due to the backlash of his ocular power, causing his vision to blur to the point of near blindness. Sir! The Konoha ninjas who were blocked off saw Shursui's miserable state, their eyes bloodshot, fists clenched tightly, even digging their nails into their flesh without feeling it. It's over. Everything is over. After the sacrifice of Shursui, the entire frontline battlefield would be equivalent to losing half of its strength. Relying solely on Hatake Kakashi would be even more unable to stop the advance of the Hidden Cloud Village, and the village would be in danger. Fight back. Let's fight back. Even if we die, we can't let the Hidden Cloud Village have it easy. Konoha has no ninjas who fear death. Standing at the forefront of the team, Akimichi CHG raised his kunai with a fierce expression, facing the fourth Raikage. Kill, let us fight them. The remaining Konoha ninjas also raised their weapons, stepping forward, ready to unleash their power. You're seeking death. The fourth Raikage's eyes flashed coldly as he raised his right hand, palm flat, intending to eliminate this group of trapped fish. The excitement in his heart was hard to express. They, the Hidden Cloud Village, had been preparing for this day for a long time. After eliminating Uchiha Shursui, the next target was Hatake Kakashi, and then his greatest enemy in this life, Uchiha Nan. He wanted to dismantle that person's bones piece by piece to honor his father's spirit. In the midst of this, a flash of lightning appeared as the third Raikage arrived in front of the most vocal Akimichi CHG. Seeing his unprepared and clueless expression, the palm surrounded by lightning pierced out with a cruel smile. This is just the first one. But to his disappointment, a breeze swept by. Akimichi CHG vanished, replaced by a figure he was all too familiar with, one he wished to engrave in his heart. That person simply raised a hand, effortlessly catching his full force thrust. The lightning covering that hand was merely touched by that person's body before it shattered and dissipated. Uchiha Nin. The fourth Raikage's eyes turned red with anger, his face instantly contorting in rage as he glared at the enemy he wished to defeat day and night, suddenly bursting into laughter. Ha! You actually made it here. Today you're definitely going to die. Oh, is that so? Uchiha Nin released his grip on the fourth Raikage and, as the latter realized and attempted to retreat, lightly pressed a palm against his electrically charged chest. Swish! The dazzling yet dangerous current was effortlessly transformed into chakra particles with no resistance. The fourth Raikage, crashed into the massive handprint left by Uchiha Shursui, leaving a long mark on the ground. Sir Nan, Akimichi CHG, and the ninjas behind him finally reacted, recognizing this renowned figure in the village known as the Grim Reaper of Konoha. A glimmer of hope ignited in their hearts, and relieved smiles appeared on their faces. Everyone on the battlefield knew of this person's strength. With Shursui as well, they had a chance to leave here alive. Don't worry, I will definitely ensure your safe departure from here today. Looking at the rekindled hope in everyone's eyes, Uchiha Nen waved his hand. It was not difficult for him. Is that so? I don't think so. You're going to die here today, too, Uchiha Nen. The fourth Raikage stepped out from the massive handprint, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and gently clapping his hands. Come out, Woodman. In an instant, the entire battlefield fell silent, and Killer Bee, who was engaged with Shursui, also stopped, gathering with the assembled ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village next to the Raikage. Uchiha Shursui, eyes closed and with a large blood mark on his shoulder, approached Uchiha Nan while pressing on his wound, nodding at him. Lord Clan Leader, the situation is dire. If it becomes impossible, you should leave first. You are the hope of the entire clan and village. Uchiha Nan shook his head. Chapter 212. The turn of the tide as the troops from the Hidden Cloud Village, forming a circle, slowly parted. A small path appeared. A teenage girl, with white cloth wrapped around her hands and dressed in a ninja outfit, walked up to the Raikage and nodded at him. She then turned to look at Uchiha Shursui, pouting slightly as a terrifying pressure emanated from her. The cruel aura caused Uchiha Shursui and the other Leaf ninjas, who had just begun to feel hope, to sink back into despair. Tailed beasts, once again. 2 tailed beasts, plus the fourth Raikage. Akuto Rijin gave a miserable smile, his hand gripping the kunai, drooping down. It wasn't just him. The remaining dozen or so Leaf ninjas also lost their hope of resistance. If one-tailed beast was enough to overwhelm Shursui, how could they stand against two, along with the highest combat power of the Hidden Cloud Village, the fourth Raikage, and thousands of ninjas surrounding them? Even with Lord Nan, they probably wouldn't stand a chance. Don't give up, we still have hope. Uchiha Shursui knew they were in danger, but he couldn't show it. It didn't matter if he died. The clan leader couldn't be put in danger. He couldn't show a hint of weakness. Even if it cost his life and that of his teammates, he had to ensure the leader's escape. He was the hope of the Uchiha and the village. With a brighter future ahead, he couldn't die here. Only by returning to the village would he have the chance to stop this attack from the Hidden Cloud Village. Fight through a bloody path with me. Uchiha Shursui gritted his teeth against the pain that threatened to blind him and once again summoned Susun, hoping to create a way out for his leader. Akuto Rijin and the others raised their weapons and followed suit, mentally preparing for the worst. Are we just walking to our deaths? Killer Bee chuckled, patting the head of the wooden figure that had sprouted blue cat ears. Let's use that technique to defeat them together. The wooden figure shook its head, shrugging off Killer Bee's large hand. Watching the skeletal giant and the leaf ninjas charging into battle, it sighed, despite feeling reluctant, and began to charge its tailed beast bomb. Swish! Two attacks powerful enough to destroy several small mountains struck heavily against the skeletal giant. Uchiha Shursui, already heavily injured, could barely activate Susanoo, which only barely held up against the two-tailed beast bombs. After a brief struggle, he managed to redirect the attacks of the two-tailed beast bombs, causing them to explode in the sky, sending out a dazzling wave of energy. Lord Shursui, how are you, my lord? Akuto Rijin rushed forward and caught Shursui as he fell from the skeletal giant. Looking into his dim, lifeless eyes, Rijin felt a wave of sorrow wash over him as he looked up at the sky. If even Lord Shursui had failed, it seemed they were destined to die here today. The dozen or so leaf ninjas surrounded him, falling silent and bowing their heads, awaiting death. Although the Reaper of the Leaf had not yet made his move, they all understood that no matter how powerful he was, what could he do? Could he possibly match two-tailed beasts, the fourth Raikage, and thousands of ninjas? Even if he stood still and let them attack, he would be overwhelmed. After I kill you, I will thoroughly destroy the Leaf Village. The fourth Raikage waved his hand, and the Hidden Cloud ninjas behind him, wearing mocking expressions, stepped forward, ready to enjoy the thrill of killing their enemies. But the sound of footsteps echoed in their hearts, causing them to pause and look up. A figure, marked with the Uchiha fan symbol, handsome and tall, stood in front of them. The Leaf ninjas stared blankly at the figure blocking the path of thousands of Hidden Cloud ninjas. What did he think he was doing? Did he really believe he could break through? But as they were lost in thought, Uchiha Nan had already collided head-on with those Hidden Cloud ninjas. He clapped his hands together, and sprouts broke through the ground, rapidly growing into towering trees, enveloping the entire battlefield. Wood style, birth of the world of trees. As the Hidden Cloud ninjas froze in shock, the branches of the trees suddenly elongated and pierced through their bodies, ending their lives, leaving behind only unwilling and terrified expressions. Oh, what is this? Wood style, the legendary wood style. Lord Nan can use wood style. Akuto Rijin set down Uchiha Shursui's body and stared blankly at the scene. Watching the sudden appearance of the sea of trees and the Hidden Cloud ninjas desperately trying to attack the trees with kunai, only to be powerless and killed. His hope for survival surged fiercely, and a different light flickered in his murky eyes. The Leaf ninjas gaped, dumbfounded, at this massacre unfolding before them. Uchiha Shursui, lying on the ground, was awakened by the shouts of his comrades and opened his blurry eyes. He barely managed to see the scene of the Hidden Cloud ninjas collapsing and shook his head, turning his gaze to the towering figure controlling the sea of trees. His heart swelling with boundless pride. Every time I see him, this clan leader always manages to pull off something new, heavily refreshing my understanding of the ninja world and its powerhouses. Damn it, stop him. Killer Bee watched his companions being slaughtered without resistance, his eyes turning red as he roared inwardly. Eight Tails, I need you. The bull demon sighed in the ceiling space, knowing that after encountering that Uchiha man, such events were bound to occur. It didn't believe that the one who had once defeated it would be trapped by this so-called small situation. Now that it had truly happened, it could only reluctantly lend its power. Killer Bee was enveloped in crimson chakra, slowly transforming from a human into a giant beast with a bull's head and 8 tails. Roar! Letting out an angry roar, the 100-meter-tall beast lunged into the sea of trees, swinging its sharp claws and agile tails, shattering tree after tree. But against the endless expanse of trees that continued to grow, The number of people he could save was merely a drop in the bucket. Seeing the true nature of the battlefield, the wooden figure's small face, marked with feline features, was filled with astonishment, her mouth agape. She didn't understand. Wasn't victory just around the corner? Why were her village comrades being killed without resistance? This scene was too cruel, making her unable to accept it as someone who had just stepped onto the battlefield for the first time. For her, having been implanted with a tailed beast since childhood and living in the village for the first half of her life, it was terrifying. Yomu, what are you still doing? Go kill Uchiha Nan, and the other hidden cloud ninjas retreat from the sea of trees. The fourth Raikage shouted at Yomu and the powerless ninjas, charging towards Uchiha Nan. Now, the tide had turned, and it was up to him, the fourth Raikage, to hold back the hidden cloud ninjas and prevent Uchiha Nan from expanding the sea of trees further. Chapter 213. Catgirl Yomurin watched as the fourth Raikage struggled to shatter giant trees, his figure wrestling against the green sea. Gritting his teeth, he cheered himself on internally. Yomurin, you can do this. You need to protect the village. You are the strongest. Closing his eyes, he sank into the ceiling space, where a massive raccoon cat covered in blue flames and marked with black stripes lay quietly by a chakra pond. Upon seeing his host arrive, it lazily stood up and walked over with graceful steps. Little Yomurin, did you come play with your sister today? Yururi, I need your power to protect the village. Yomurin extended his left hand with determination. TCH, so troublesome. Yururi helplessly leaned forward, offering her head. In that moment, her blue chakra flames flared up, flowing into Yomurin's body through his palm. The adorable little girl instantly vanished, replaced by a cat girl with amber vertical pupils, pointed cat ears, and a tail with patterned segments. I'm off now. I'll come back to see you next time, Yururi. In the real world, Yomurin raised her hand, sharp claws extending, blue chakra swirling around them, adding to her imposing presence. What a powerful force. Although not as strong as Brother Killer Bee, it's enough. Thinking this, she couldn't help but glance at the man controlling the sea of trees, who was already engaged in battle with Killer Bee and the fourth Raikage. Her vertical pupils momentarily dazed. Roar. Fully transformed into a tailed beast, Killer Bee let out a furious roar, shattering the surrounding vines. Swinging his claws to snap trees harder than iron, and charging towards Uchiha Nan. The fourth Raikage was no slouch either. He brought his index and middle fingers together, lightning chakra swirling around them, raised his arm, and cut through the tree sea like a bolt of lightning. Wood release, multiple wooden pillars. Uchiha Nan clapped his hands, and 3 thick wooden walls, several meters thick and extremely sturdy, burst from the ground, blocking the path of the 2 attacks. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded as one wooden wall trembled and fell, followed closely by the second. The third shook but managed to hold its ground. However, a shadow flickering with blue light swept over the tree sea, tearing a massive claw mark in the air, crashing down and shattering the last wooden wall. Oh, is that the 2 tails? Seeing the 3 gathered together, Uchiha Nan finally showed some interest, although Yomurin couldn't fully transform due to her body's insufficient strength. She could still add some fun to his game. On the battlefield, the only place untouched was a massive platform formed by dozens of trees gathered together, each several meters high. Uchiha Shursui and other Konoha ninjas sat leisurely on chairs specially formed from the platform. Watching the distant battlefield, Akimichi Choji suddenly stood up, looking at the boy wrapped in bandages like a dumpling. Shursui, do you think Lornan can win? Although Wood Release has always held a legendary status, being the power that the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, used to end the Warring States era, they had never truly seen it. They had only heard of it through word of mouth. The tailed beasts, however, had always been revered as the village's ultimate weapon. The chaotic scene of a Ninetales was something they had experienced firsthand, clearly understanding its terrifying destructive power. Now, seeing Lornan fighting with Wood Release against 2 tailed beasts made them somewhat doubtful. Don't worry, the clan leader will definitely not lose. You have to believe in him. The victor of this war will surely be us, Konoha. No one can defeat him on the battlefield. In the center of the sea of trees, Uchiha Nan instantly dodged Killer Bee's tail, which had smashed into the ground, creating a deep pit. He kicked away the fourth Raikage, who was charging in with a hellish thrust that created sonic booms. With a casual grab, he caught the cat paw extending from Yomurin's shadow, pressing down hard on her shoulder and pinning her to the ground, playfully rubbing her adorable cat ears. The fluffy sensation was nice. "Oh, let go of me." Yomurin's face was pressed tightly against the ground, distorted from the pressure. The cat girl form had a sensitive nose, allowing her to clearly smell the fragrance of the earth and the spilled blood on the battlefield, making her nose itch and feel uncomfortable, prompting her to sneeze. Achoo! That cute expression made Uchiha Nan, who was pinning her down with one hand, unable to resist rubbing her more. So cute. What is so good about the Cloud Village? It's a poor and harsh place. Why not come back to Konoha and enjoy life instead? Raising a cat girl would be wonderful. You wish. Let me go. Or I'll have Yururi bite you. Rawr. Yomiuri opened her small mouth, pretending to bite, with her little tiger teeth glimmering. Unfortunately, she was suppressed by Uchiha Nan with one hand, forced to eat dirt. Let her go, you bastard, or I'll kill you. Killer Bee howled to the sky, charging fiercely at Uchiha Nan. In the village, due to both being Jinchuriki, Yomiuri had grown close to him. Now, seeing her in danger, how could Killer Bee remain indifferent? The fourth Raikage, after crashing through a few trees, got up, brushed off the footprints on his abdomen, gritted his teeth, and seized the opportunity to attack. Kill me. Ha, 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 ha. What a big mouth. I'm just playing with you. Do you really think that's all I've got? A fierce light flickered in Uchiha Nan's eyes as he made a hand sign. Would release, with dragon technique. In an instant, the entire tree sea fell silent, and then it began to sway wildly. Trees shot up from the ground, continuously extending and changing their shapes, coalescing in midair into a giant dragon with 2 horns on its head, 5 claws on its belly, and shimmering scales. Realizing the danger, Killer Bee quickly halted, opening his large mouth. A crimson-tailed beast ball coalesced and shot towards the wooden dragon in the sky. However, facing an attack capable of destroying a small village, the wooden dragon merely swayed its body in the air and flicked its tail, producing a series of whooshing sounds as it met the attack. Boom! The tailed beast ball exploded, creating a shockwave in the sky. Yet, the wooden dragon only had some dents in its tail scales, and with a flash of green light, it completely restored itself. Under Uchiha Nan's control, it flashed a mocking smile at the stunned Killer Bee below, lowering its body and moving in an unusual curve. It pounced towards him. Damn it, do you think this can defeat me? You're too arrogant. Killer Bee planted all 4s on the ground and leaped at the wooden dragon. But after just a simple collision, the wooden dragon spiraled around Killer Bee's tailed beast form, binding him up like a dumpling, draining his chakra, and causing him to fall unconscious. Chapter 214. Defeat. The fourth Raikage felt a wave of despair as he saw the 2 tails and 8 tails captured by Uchiha Nan. Looking around, he saw his comrades wrapped in cocoons formed by vines sprouting from giant trees, and he let out a bitter smile. They had lost yet another war for the Cloud Village. I'll fight you. The fourth Raikage could not accept this outcome. His eyes turned red with anger as he extended a finger and charged at Uchiha Nan, trying to replicate his father's actions. However, Uchiha Nan merely scoffed, waved his hand, and a massive wooden palm shot up from the ground, slamming down and knocking the fourth Raikage unconscious, leaving only a handprint embedded with a human figure. Oof. Even with injured Leaf Village ninjas to suppress the wooden man, I, Uchiha Nan, am still invincible in the ninja world. He then lowered his body and gently patted the stunned wooden man. Have you made up your mind? Will you come back to the Leaf Village with me? Or will you end up like these rebellious Cloud Village ninjas, killed by me here? Uchiha Nan released one of his hands, allowing the little girl to lie on the ground to think it over. As for killing all the people from Cloud Village, he hadn't really considered that. After all, even without thinking about future plans, he had to consider the matter of getting stronger. Why uproot such good resources as Cloud Village? Moreover, he wasn't the kind of person who was crazed for bloodshed. However, he did enjoy scaring the little girl. Uchiha Nan glanced at the wooden man, who was alternating between closing and opening her eyes, struggling with a look of despair. He made some noise and approached the fourth Raikage side. He took out a kunai and gestured it near his chest and then near his head, seemingly contemplating where to strike. From a distance, standing on a platform in the sea of trees, Uchiha Shursui and others watched everything that had transpired in such a short time, their mouths agape in shock. Is this real? Am I under a genjutsu? Shursui, pinch me. Lornan only used 2 or 3 moves to take care of them all. Aki from the back rubbed his eyes, his face filled with disbelief. Ouch, what are you doing? Uchiha Shursui withdrew his hand. It hurts, it's real. And what is this? I told you before, the Lord will definitely win. Actually, when Shursui saw this scene, he couldn't believe it either. Even though he had a lot of confidence in the clan leader, he firmly believed that the victor of this war would be him. However, in Shursui's imagination, it would be after the clan leader used would release and went through a tough battle, along with their support, that they would barely defeat the enemy. who knew that in just a few moves, and not much time passing, the Cloud Village would be completely annihilated. It seemed that after returning, he would need to ask the clan leader for his secret to becoming stronger, hoping that one day he could also become that powerful. On the other side, even after the wooden man lost her restraints, she still lay on the ground, her mind going through intense struggles, feeling helpless. Should she follow him to the Leaf Village? He seemed to have a high status, so she probably wouldn't have to worry about food and drink. Slap. The wooden man slapped herself hard in the mind, realizing that this was not the time for such thoughts. How could she save Lord Raikage? How could she save her comrades' lives? Tears filled her amber vertical pupils, and she couldn't bear to look at the kunai flying in Uchiha Nan's hand and the unmoving Raikage. Hey, have you made your choice? If you don't hurry, you'll miss the best time for me to kill them. Uchiha Nan glanced back, startling the wooden man into closing her eyes again. Despite her mature catgirl figure, she was so timid. After hearing his words, she cautiously opened her eyes. For her comrades and her village, she had to make a sacrifice. I agree to go with you to the Leaf Village, but you have to swear not to harm Lord Raikage and the others. After a fierce internal struggle, the wooden man finally made up her mind, planning to exchange her life for her comrades' lives. She silently vowed that after following him back, she would oppose the detestable Uchiha Nin every day, not listening to him, scaring his friends, and stirring chaos in the Leaf Village before sneaking back to the Cloud Village. Seeing her thoughts nearly written on her face, Uchiha Nan could easily guess. Looking into her pure eyes, untainted by knowledge, he decided to let her experience the harshness of society. Oh, really? I've changed my mind. What if you go to the Leaf Village and secretly run away one day? And why do you think your life is more important than the lives of so many people from Cloud Village? Uchiha Nin cruelly mocked, raising the kunai as if to strike down. Wait, I won't run away. I'm very valuable. The wooden man panicked as she saw him about to make a move, throwing aside her previous thoughts and desperately promoting herself. I can swear that without your permission, I will never leave the Leaf Village. You can watch me, and I can do laundry, cook, serve tea, and massage. I'm very valuable. You won't lose out. You can just keep watching me. Uchiha Nin waved his hand, and before the wooden man could breathe a sigh of relief, he said calmly, if you dare to leave the Leaf Village, I will destroy Cloud Village. This calm, yet exceptionally fierce aura stunned the wooden man, her pretty face smeared with dirt, frozen in place. Why could this person say such ruthless words? Then, Uchiha Nin no longer paid her any attention. He had originally planned to release the Cloud Village ninjas. With a clap of his hands, he lifted the restrictions on these people and swaggered out with Uchiha Shursui and the others, facing their fearful gazes. Hey, what are you still thinking about? If you fall behind, I'll start killing people. Uchiha Nan's voice woke the wooden man from her thoughts. She glanced worriedly at the unconscious Killer Bee and Fourth Raikage. Under the complex gazes of her comrades in the village, she hurriedly chased after them. The group of Cloud Village ninjas sent someone to awaken Raikage while listening to the distant voice. After returning, if your actions don't match your words, just wait and see how I deal with you. Cough, what is going on? The unconscious Fourth Raikage and Killer Bee woke up one after the other, asking their comrades beside them. Lord Raikage, the Grim Reaper of the Leaf Village, has left. He spared us. An elite J. Neen reported cautiously, head lowered. Huh, what disgrace. The Fourth Raikage pushed away the person supporting him, enduring the bone pain to stand tall, scanning his lowered-headed comrades. Today's events are the greatest humiliation in the history of Cloud Village. You must remember this deeply. It is because the enemy pities you that they let you go. When the surrounding ninjas felt so ashamed that they could barely stand straight and collectively fell into silence, he continued, but likewise, this arrogant behavior is also the beginning of the downfall of the Leaf Village. Today he spared us. It is the greatest mistake he has ever made in his life. And you must remember this day, understand? Yes, Lord Raikage. Under the Fourth Raikage's encouragement, the ninjas of Cloud Village finally regained some morale. They would ultimately take revenge on the Leaf Village for today's events. And what about the wooden man? Chapter 2:15. Generous Mikoto, but this sudden question plunged them back into silence. She followed the Konoha Reaper and left. Since the ninjas from the hidden Cloud Village were hanging around in the trees, they were not aware of the agreement reached between Yuki and Uchiha Nan. They only saw her figure leaving with the group from Konoha. Useless, useless. After arranging for Shursui and the others to report the incident to Tsunade, Uchiha Nan led Yuki back to his doorstep. Welcome back, Nan. Who is this little girl? As soon as he stepped through the door, Uchiha Mikoto, hearing the commotion, came out with a surprised smile. Her beautiful eyes scanned him back and forth, circling around him, and only after confirming he wasn't injured did she relax. Don't mind him, he's a trophy. Just treat him like a maid. Just as Uchiha, Nan was about to embrace Mikoto and express his longing. She twisted her ways to dodge him, also shooting him a reproachful look. Oh my, you really are something. You go to the battlefield and come back with a little girlfriend. A familiar, sarcastic voice came from inside the house. Kushina, dressed in a light green dress, raised an eyebrow and walked out. Haha, Kushina is here too. Uchiha then scratched his head awkwardly, thinking to himself that he really returned at the wrong time. If he had known the two of them were together, he would have gone to see if Tsunade was in a better mood. Why can't I come? Am I interrupting your date with your new girlfriend? Kushina stepped closer, glancing at Yuki, who looked like a delicate flower, and inwardly thought, green tea BTC. She walked up to Uchiha Nan and stared at him intently. The initial joy she felt upon seeing him quickly turned dark. These past few days, she had been so worried about that bastard's safety that she couldn't eat, running to Mikoto's place every day, hoping to get news about him. Yet, he brought back a woman who clearly wasn't a good one. At that moment, Yuki was startled by Kushina's intimidating gaze, shifting her feet and hiding behind Uchiha Nan, which only strengthened Kushina's belief that the girl was a green tea BTC. All right, Kushina, don't argue with Nan. Don't be scared. She is not usually like this. Uchiha Mikoto stepped in, displaying her hostess demeanor, wrapping her arms around her friend's waist and gently urging her back into the house. She then smiled kindly at Yuki, pulling Uchiha Nan aside. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on him, making Uchiha Nan feel a bit uneasy. Mikoto, what is wrong? Nan, about your situation with Kushina, Tsunade has already told me. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Nan was taken aback and blurted out, is it only about Kushina? Who else is there? Uchiha Mikoto immediately became suspicious. She recalled how hesitant Tsunade was when she mentioned it, asking her opinion now and then, and finally asking if she had seen through Nan's true nature and whether she wanted to leave him. Could it be that Tsunade? Uchiha Mikoto was startled by her own thought, but upon further reflection, the various unusual signs and this man's mysterious nature made it possible. No. Uchiha Nan nervously rubbed the back of his head, feeling unable to hold up under Mikoto's gaze, and quickly changed the subject. Mikoto, since you know about Kushina, why would you still bring her home? Uchiha Nan was very curious about this matter. Mikoto's feelings for him were undeniable, having passed his test. But what he couldn't understand was why Mikoto would bring a rival home. Hearing his question, Uchiha Mikoto smiled sweetly and gently explained, Nan, I know my status doesn't match yours, and I never thought of monopolizing you. As long as you have a place for me in your heart, that's enough. Mikoto, you. Uchiha Nan wanted to say something, but Uchiha Mikoto raised her hand to cover his lips. You don't need to explain. I know my own situation. Kushina is a good woman. She has been coming to our place these days, subtly asking about you. Don't let her down. As soon as Uchiha Mikoto finished speaking, Uchiha Nan, deeply moved, tightly embraced her and kissed her on the lips. Nan, don't do that. There are others watching. After kissing for a while, he was pushed away by a blushing Mikoto, but even so, he still held her firmly with one hand. By the way, what is your relationship with that girl? Uchiha Mikoto, unable to escape Nan's strong arms, knowing he felt guilty toward her, didn't struggle further. Instead, she asked about Yuki, who kept peeking over at them. Could it really be that she is your new girlfriend? I'm fine with it, but I just don't know if Kushina will accept it. What nonsense! She is really just a trophy, just like Kushina. Both are tailed beast Jinchuriki. Uchiha Nan raised his hand and gently pinched Mikoto's tender face as a punishment for her reckless words. Is that so? Uchiha Mikoto gently allowed his big hand to play with her face, but deep down, she couldn't deny it. Nan was great in every way, but his flirtatious nature easily attracted young girls. Even if they didn't have anything now, as they spent more time together, issues would naturally arise. So she had a plan ahead. What Uchiha Nan didn't know was that Mikoto had secretly labeled him as lecherous in her heart. He led her over to Yuki. All right, starting today, you'll live here and be responsible for taking care of my and Mikoto's daily lives. Do you understand? If you don't do well, don't blame me for dealing with the Hidden Cloud Village. I understand. I promise to do well. Yuki trembled at his words, quickly agreeing. After the three entered the living room, Uchiha Mikoto finally removed Nan's large hand from her waist. Kushina was still angry. They couldn't provoke her like this. Seeing this, Uchiha Nan sighed inwardly, feeling even more pity for Mikoto. However, he quickly thought that since Tsunade had approached Mikoto, could she have privately approached Kushina as well? If that were the case, Would Kushina flip the table later? But then he thought again that probably not. Kushina already knew about his relationship with Mikoto. Tsunade probably wouldn't disclose a relationship with him like a junior would. Once everyone sat down in the living room, the atmosphere fell into silence. Uchiha Mikoto stood up, walked over to Kushina, and signaled her with her eyes, gesturing for Uchiha Nan and Yuki to wait. You two take a break first. We'll go make dinner. Chapter 216. Mikoto versus Kushina in the kitchen. Once her best friend released her hand, Kushina put away her unhappy expression and, recalling her friend's earlier gaze, asked Mikoto, "What's wrong? Is there something going on?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Mikoto blinked with a strange expression. You still have the nerve to ask me what's wrong? Although she didn't care about Nan being with other women, it felt like outright betrayal that Kushina, her best friend, hadn't hinted at such a thing. Thinking of this, Uchiha Mikoto decided to scare her a bit. Kushina, I know about your relationship with Nan. Boom! A thunderclap rang in Kushina's mind. She knew. She was found out. What to do? Mikoto was her best friend, and she had actually seduced her boyfriend. How shameless could she be? Would she ever forgive her? Mikoto, you have to let me explain. Seeing her friend in a flustered, babbling state, Uchiha Mikoto nodded in satisfaction, thinking, let's see if you dare to hide things from me again. Kushina looked helplessly at her friend, who had her hands on her hips and wore an indifferent expression, and suddenly felt overwhelming sadness. Her heart was in agony. What sin had she committed? First, Minato died, then she was bullied by Uchiha Nan, and just when she finally accepted it, her best friend found out. Forget it. Since this matter was exposed today, let it end here. It was time to sever her relationship with Uchiha Nan. This would be better for Nan and Minato, and it wouldn't disrupt Mikoto's family either. Kushina felt lost inside, her eyes vacant, like a walking corpse, and she turned to leave. From now on, her life would only have her son. Her friends were gone. Her best friend was gone, and even Nan was gone. Stop! Uchiha Mikoto suddenly spoke, turning to block the kitchen door and stopping Kushina. Kushina was taken aback, then quickly understood. Looking at her former best friend, her heart ached even more. Forcing herself to appear calm, she said, if hitting me will make you feel better, then go ahead. Don't worry, I want to fight back. Seeing her friend's almost breaking expression, Uchiha Mikoto finally vented her frustration. Letting you steal my friend's man is your punishment. After leaving her alone for a while Kushina was still at a loss, Uchiha Mikoto smiled and embraced her. Two domineering beauties pressed against each other, their peaks colliding, creating waves. Unfortunately, such beauty had no one to admire it. Only the cold kitchen utensils accompanied them. Kushina, you're like a rag doll, Uchiha Mikoto said, holding her friend in her arms without any resistance. But Kushina still couldn't understand how things had developed to this point. Shouldn't Mikoto have slapped her hard? Thank me, Kushina. I want to blame you for this, but you've betrayed me, so you have to agree to a few conditions before I can forgive you. Uchiha Mikoto had initially planned to forgive her friend directly, but then thought that would be too easy. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and it always exhausted her every night, leaving her sore and unable to get up the next day. Now that this matter with her best friend had come to light, it would be a shame not to let her share the burden. No problem, don't mention a few, even 100 is fine. Kushina, seeing that her friend wasn't angry, excitedly patted her chest and confidently agreed. What she didn't know was that these casually agreed words would bring her immense suffering. Ignoring what was happening in the kitchen, Uchiha Nan sat on the sofa with his eyes closed, opening the battle records. Defeated, gained, pending collection. Defeated, gained, pending collection. Defeated, gained, pending collection. Defeated Killer Bee, gained 8 Tails Chakra, pending collection. Defeated the Wooden Man, gained CH Neen physical quality, pending collection. Defeated the 4th Raikage, gained Shadow level physical quality, pending collection. After claiming these rewards, Uchiha Nan glanced at the Wooden Man lying on the sofa and thought to himself, what a waste. He then looked at the most prominent piece of information in the battle records. Defeated Otsutsuki Urashiki, gained the Treasure Tool Plow, collected, gained Otsutsuki Bloodline, not collected. Uchiha Nan hesitated for a long time about whether to claim this bloodline. He didn't know what kind of changes it would bring to his body after merging with it. Would it further enhance his strength, evolve his eyes into Rinnegan, and grant him the 6 Paths power? Or would it conflict with the Senju and Uchiha bloodlines within him, leading to some adverse changes? Furthermore, after merging this bloodline, would he be sensed by Otsutsuki Kagaya, Black Zetsu, and the Sage of 6 Paths in the Pure Land? If it were the first 2 cases, Uchiha Nan wouldn't be too worried. One was sealed, and the other posed no threat to him. But the latter was different. Although Kagaya had been dead for 1,000 years and claimed not to interfere with the current world, it was merely talk. The Sage of Six Paths had been monitoring the changes in the ninja world all along, with his involvement behind every major event. Much like in the final arc of Shippuden, a more direct manifestation was his two sons, Indra and Ashura, constantly reincarnating with his help, influencing the process of the ninja world. What if the Sage of Six Paths noticed this suddenly emerging Otsutsuki and feared he would pose a threat to Indra and Ashura, taking action to eliminate him in advance? Although Uchiha Nan was confident in his strength, he had never encountered Six Paths level power and couldn't say for sure that he could defeat the Sage of Six Paths. Even if we set those concerns aside, the changes brought by the Otsutsuki bloodline were positive. But this thing had dropped from Urashiki, whom Uchiha Nan had personally killed, so one could imagine the strength involved. It was more than sufficient against those above him, but insufficient against those below him. The upper limit of the Otsutsuki bloodline that dropped from him had already been determined. Without devouring the God Tree fruit, it was just like that. Not worth the risk for Uchiha Nan to absorb it. Moreover, he still had the plow, a treasure that could traverse time and space. The Otsutsuki bloodline wasn't that hard to obtain. So for safety's sake, it was better to keep this bloodline as a trump card. With that thought, Uchiha Nan stood up, shook his body to adapt to the new power within him, ensuring he wouldn't crush the utensils during dinner. He then opened the system panel. Battle system name: Uchiha Nan. Age: 16 years. Talent: Super Shadow Level Chakra. Body Strength: Super Shadow Level 510. Mental Strength: Super Shadow Level 410. Sharingan: Eternal Mangeki Sharingan 17. Evaluation: Unrivaled beneath the Six Paths. Chapter 217. Uchiha Mikoto's Little Thoughts. Uchiha Nan divided his Super Shadow Level spiritual power into threads and injected them into every muscle tissue of his body. He carefully sensed the strength and resilience of each muscle to ensure that there would be no loss of control during use. The dishes are ready, let's eat. Mikoto and Kushina came out carrying several simple dishes. Uchiha Nan also finished his training, retracted his spiritual power, and sat down. After dinner, Uchiha Mikoto pulled Nan, who was about to go out, and smoothed the wrinkles at his collar, stealing a glance at her oblivious best friend, and gently said, "Come back early tonight. I have a surprise for you." "What surprise?" "A surprise is a surprise. I'll tell you when you come back tonight." In the evening, Uchiha Mikoto took Yuki to a room next to her in Nan's bedroom, opened the door, and clapped her smooth hands. "Yuki, this will be your room from now on. If you need anything, you can find me or Nan. By the way, Nan may seem fierce on the surface, but he's actually very easy to talk to." "Is that so, sister?" Yuki was momentarily stunned, feeling a surge of affection for this beautiful older sister with a unique aura. However, she disagreed with her statement. How could someone like Uchiha Nan be a good person? After quickly tidying up the room and buying some daily necessities, Yuki was settled in. "Mikoto, it's getting late. I need to go home." Kushina wiped the sweat from her forehead, which she had worked up while helping to clean, and cautiously glanced at her best friend. Ever since she was forced to sign an unequal treaty, she had lost her previous carefree nature, and now she had to consider Mikoto's mood before doing anything. It felt strange, as if she were a concubine to Mikoto's lady. "No, Kushina, you can't leave." Uchiha Mikoto quickly pulled her and dragged her to the corner of the room, peeking outside to make sure Yuki and Nan were not around. Then, shyly blushing, she looked at the bewildered Kushina and said, You said you would agree to several of my conditions, right?" "Ah, are you using them now? What are the conditions?" Kushina was taken aback, not expecting her best friend to want her to fulfill the conditions they had just agreed upon. But it didn't matter. She had no intention of going back on her word. She just stared at Mikoto, hoping she would say something easy to accomplish. It's just what?" Seeing her best friend hesitate, Kushina grew anxious, thinking that Mikoto was embarrassed to say something difficult. She immediately put on a serious face. "Just say it. No matter what it is, Kushina, will definitely get it done." "Okay, you promised this, so don't say I trick you later." Uchiha Mikoto gave her a strange look, feeling somewhat guilty, but then remembered the betrayal that Yuki had done behind her back, gritting her teeth and convincing herself. After all, she wasn't harming her. Kushina would probably enjoy it too. "You will sleep with me tonight." "Oh, I thought it was something serious. What's there to be embarrassed about? You kept me in suspense for so long." Kushina waved her hand nonchalantly, although they had never shared a bed before due to her status as a Jinchuriki. Now that Uchiha Nan was in charge in Konoha, she could do whatever she wanted. Such a small matter, no one would dare make things difficult for her. "Okay, you said it." Uchiha Mikoto secretly smiled to herself, tagging Kushina as someone who didn't know what she was getting into. I'll just have to mess with you first. At night, Uchiha took a stroll outside and returned home, arriving at the bedroom door. Just as he was about to push the door open to lovingly embrace Mikoto, he heard 2 strong heartbeats and whispered conversations between 2 women inside the bedroom. He frowned and listened carefully. Isn't that Kushina? Why hasn't she gone home? Could it be? Uchiha then recalled how Mikoto had pulled him aside before he left, saying something strange about a surprise. Could this be the surprise? How did Mikoto convince Kushina? But this shouldn't be something he needed to worry about, right? Uchiha hesitated for a moment, but then made up his mind and pushed the door open. They had both expressed their intentions, so how could he back out? Nan, what are you doing here? This is my house. Yes, Kushina, this is Nan's house, right? Mikoto, you're tricking me. 500,000 words separation line. In a land of thunder, cloud-hidden village, the 4th Raikage and Killer Bee looked at the 20 elite ninjas they had carefully selected and couldn't help but sigh. Everyone, this mission to negotiate war compensation with Konoha is just a facade. Remember your true purpose. You must either bring her back or kill her. Yes, Lord Raikage. The sound echoed thunderously. Each of them knew that this was a mission from which they might not return, and even if they died, they could not implicate the village. To save the 2-tailed beast, Yuki, from Uchiha Nan, who had once defeated them, or to kill her in Konoha would be an incredibly challenging task. However, they still went forward without hesitation. Someone had to sacrifice for the village and the future. The next day, a gentle breeze blew through the gaps in the window, lightly brushing against Uchiha Nan's satisfied cheek. Ah, so comfortable. He sat up, stretched lazily, and rubbed his eyes, revealing his 8 perfect abdominal muscles. Looking at the 2 blushing beauties on either side of him, he smiled in satisfaction. He couldn't help but recall the delicious meals from last night. Hand-pulled chicken, mouth-watering chicken, chicken breast, kung pao chicken. Dining was truly a delightful way to relax. After getting out of bed and washing up, Uchiha Nan walked out of the room and saw that the door next to him had also opened. Yuki, who had just moved in yesterday, appeared with dark circles under her eyes, her head clearly tilted, as if she had woken up with a stiff neck on her first day in the new house. She sneaked out like a thief. Upon seeing Uchiha Nan, she froze for a moment, her delicate, tired face turning bright red, her heart pounding. In a panic, she retreated back into the room and slammed the door shut. What the heck? Uchiha Nan shook his head in confusion and walked toward the living room. Leaning against the wooden door, Yuki let out a sigh of relief only after hearing his footsteps fade away. Her legs went weak, and she squatted down against the door. In her mind, the annoying sounds from the adjacent room last night resurfaced. Chapter 218. The dark circles of Yomiuri Shi and Uchiha Nan are the same age, already 16. No longer children. Back when she was in the Hidden Cloud Village, she had learned about these matters through some special means, but had never experienced them in practice. Who would have thought that on her very first day in Konoha, she would receive a vivid lesson from Uchiha Nan? At first, she found it very interesting. Lying on the bed with her little head raised, exposing her fair and smooth collarbone to the air, listening intently. She even secretly mocked that the gentle big sister from earlier in the day was secretly this wild. But when she heard another person's voice, she understood. She had mistaken the person that bastard Uchiha Nan was actually with. How shameless. However, even though she was cursing him in her heart, she still listened carefully to this first encounter with such matters. She thought it would last only a few minutes, or at most half an hour. But who knew she listened for over 2 hours without it ending, making her neck stiff. After listening for a long time, the voice finally stopped, and Yomiuri suppressed the thoughts in her heart, covering her head with a pillow to prepare for sleep. Who knew that an even louder sound erupted, and their conversation was transmitted through the not-so-thick wall. It unlocked several new positions that were not recorded in any of the comic books, subjecting her to both psychological and physical torment, resulting in a sleepless night. Meanwhile, Uchiha Nan was unaware of all this. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, he took out a small pink turtle from a ninjutsu scroll. He carefully observed it under the sunlight. The dark patterns on its shell had covered nearly 80% of its back. Almost done, almost fully charged. 3 days later, as Uchiha Nan was preparing to go home to play some enjoyable games, he caught a glimpse of a ninja wearing a fox mask and a black cloak, sending a chill down his spine. This is bad. He had been too busy playing duo with Mikoto and Kushina these past few days and hadn't gone to find Tsunade. She must be very angry. However, Uchiha was curious as to why Tsunade hadn't come to find him personally, but sent an Umbu instead. Was she unwilling to meet with Mikoto and Kushina? At the same time, the Umbu ninja also noticed him and jumped over in a flash. Lord Nan, the Hokage has ordered you to keep an eye on the Two Tails Jinchuriki and to prevent any small-time thieves from taking advantage. Additionally, here, the Umbu ninja seemed to hesitate, unsure if he should say the next part, but then remembered it was the Hokage's order. The Hokage said that once he finishes his work in a few days, he will make sure you have a good time. What does that mean? What do you mean by making me have a good time? I don't even know what you're talking about. Uchiha then awkwardly scratched the back of his head, secretly complaining that Tsunade was really something. How could she publicly discuss the intimacy between couples? However, in front of the Umbu, he still pretended to be righteous. Yes, I will convey your words to the Hokage without missing a word. The Umbu ninja looked at him with a strange expression, smiled, but inwardly mocked. So you're henpecked, huh? Not even willing to admit it. After saying that, he prepared to turn and leave. Hey, wait a minute. Uchiha Nan grabbed the Umbu's shoulder, firmly holding him in place. Is there anything else, Lord Nan? The Umbu ninja turned back, his thick eyebrows twitching under the mask, as if provoking him. You. Uchiha Nan opened his mouth and then closed it again, instead asking about another matter. What's the situation with the Two Tails? Why'd I need to be cautious? The Umbu finally spoke seriously. A few days ago, the Hidden Cloud Village sent someone to negotiate post-war compensation. It was supposed to be a normal affair. However, their terms were very low, showing no sincerity, and after multiple negotiations, they still wouldn't budge, which is quite unusual. So the Hokage thought of your capturing the tailed beast Jinchuriki and speculated that their true purpose for coming to the village might not be negotiation at all, but rather to target the Two Tails Jinchuriki. I see, I understand now. Uchiha Nan released his grip on the Umbu ninja. Of course, he didn't forget to display his fist in front of the Umbu, making him wisely forget about the previous matter. He then turned his thoughts to the delegation from the Hidden Cloud Village. There was no need to think too much about it. There must be a problem. That group of brutes wouldn't let things slide, especially not over something as significant as stealing the Two Tails Jinchuriki. Just looking at the original anime, they dared to steal the Byakugan and kill Hinata Hayashi despite being the defeated side, showing how bold they were. He just didn't know what shameless means they would use this time. However, no matter what, he had to ensure that Yomiuri was safe. No one could take her away. That was what Uchiha Nan said. In a magnificent mansion next to the Hokage building, specifically for housing envoys from other villages. The leader of the Reikage village delegation, a burly middle-aged man named Aoi Maria, slammed his hand down on the table, shattering it in anger. Damn Konoha, they actually want our village to pay such a high compensation. They really want to destroy this place. Calm down, Maria, don't forget our objective. Let's drag out the negotiations as long as possible. A small, dark-skinned man with a sinister look stood up to advise him. By the way, have you found any information about the Two Tails? Maria took a deep breath to calm his anger and turned to the others. Have you found out anything? Why is the scout so tongue-tied? Just spit out. If you delay the village's affairs, can you bear the responsibility? Maria's anger flared up again as he stared at the scout in front of him. At the home of the Grim Reaper in Konoha, according to our information. He has been at the Grim Reaper's house in Konoha all along. The subordinate lowered his head as he reported the information. However, after he finished speaking, he raised his head and looked around, only to find that everyone in the room, whether it was the small man with a smug expression or the furious leader, fell silent upon hearing the name Grim Reaper of Konoha, as if someone had pressed the mute button. After a long time, the small man finally spoke up. We need to create a big commotion to draw the Grim Reaper away. Continuing, Maria's eyes lit up with a glimmer. In these days, I've learned that Hinata Hayashi, the head of the Hyuga clan, has a daughter. If we kidnap her and cause a stir, we might be able to draw him away. And the rest can handle Yomiuri. The small man's eyes gleamed with a cold light as he glanced at his companions, and continued, Moreover, if this matter is handled properly, we might even get a pair of Byakugan from the main family. But to accomplish this plan, someone will have to make a sacrifice. Who will it be? The room fell into silence as everyone began to look at each other. Chapter 219. Reversal of Fortune the next day. Uchiha Nan and two others were sitting on the sofa, enjoying a delicious lunch. Only the wooden person knelt on the smooth floor of the living room, one hand holding a cloth and the other holding a bucket, carefully cleaning the stains. From time to time, she would turn her head and cast a resentful glance at Uchiha Nan, who was deliberately smacking her lips. What are you looking at? Hurry up and clean. If you can't get it done, you won't get dinner. Uchiha Nan pretended to glare at her and slapped the table. Is this really okay, Nan? Why not let her eat first? Uchiha Meichin put down her bowl and chopsticks, feeling a bit reluctant to see the little girl suffer like this. It's fine. Enduring hardship now will make her stronger in the future. She's still young. As long as she's willing to endure, she'll have a better life ahead. Uchiha Nan casually patted her full belly, preparing to continue watching the wooden person work for amusement. But when she looked up, she saw Mei-chan's pleading eyes beside her. All right, I can't take it anymore. Let's eat first, she relented. But suddenly, an ear-piercing buzzing sound filled the air, causing the expressions of the few who understood its significance to change drastically. Oh no, it's the village alarm. There's an invasion. Kushina put down her bowl and stood up, wanting to go out and check on Naruto's situation. However, she was stopped by Uchiha Nan, who was deep in thought on the sofa. Wait, she said, glancing at the wooden person again before continuing. Kushina, Mei-chan, you two take Itachi and Sasuke and go Naruto's side to ensure his safety. I'll go check the situation. Wooden person, you stay here, understood? Uchiha Nan thought for a moment that this incident was likely related to the Cloud Village, and he made this arrangement to see what would happen. But Mei-chan, not knowing this, felt a bit reluctant to look at the wooden person and wanted to persuade Uchiha Nan to take the little girl with them. However, to their surprise, the wooden person forced a smile and waved her hand. It's fine, Mei-chan, you guys go. I'm very strong, so don't worry about me. Although she said so, everyone present saw through the disappointment in her eyes. Even Kushina could no longer sit still and slightly opened her mouth to plead for her. All right, no need to say more. Just do as I say. The others had no choice but to part ways. Before leaving, Uchiha Nan gave the wooden person a meaningful look. Stay safe, got it? Outside the Hyuga clan territory, Hyuga Hizashi had a dark expression, holding his recently recovered daughter tightly. He stared intently at the ground, where a robust young man, wearing a Cloud Village forehead protector, lay dead with blood oozing from his 7 orifices and a fist imprint on his forehead. Hizashi recognized this person's identity as a negotiator from the Cloud Village and realized that this could be a trap targeting the Hyuga clan. But the incident had already occurred, and with no better options, he could only hope that the Hokage would support the Hyuga clan. 5 minutes earlier, while resting, Hyuga Hizashi suddenly heard the cries of his servants. When he activated his Byakugan, he saw a shadow snatching away his 2-year-old daughter. In a panic, he immediately scaled the wall and chased after her. With his elite Jonin strength, he quickly caught up to the shadow. Worried about his daughter's safety, he raised his hand and executed a gentle fist technique, intending to injure and subdue the shadow. Unexpectedly, the person suddenly slowed down, turning around defensively and taking the gentle fist strike with his head. By the time Hizashi realized something was wrong and attempted to lessen his strength, the strike he delivered in anger could not be stopped. He easily killed the unresisting shadow, likely crushing its skull, where he rescued his daughter and lifted the shadow's mask. The current scene unfolded. Big brother, are you alright? Hearing the commotion, Hyuga Hayashi also chased out. Hyuga Hizashi shook his head, explaining to his brother what had just happened. While he was still thinking of ways to resolve the situation, a commotion arose in the distance, followed by the village's alarm sounding. They could faintly hear cries of grief. Hokage-sama, you must take charge for our Cloud Village. Kato is still so young. He has gone missing in your Konoha. How will I explain this to his parents and Reikage-sama? Calm down, Matsushita. I believe your people won't encounter trouble in Konoha, Tsunade said, scratching her head in frustration. She was already upset over Uchiha Nan's matters, and now the delegation from the Cloud Village was being uncooperative, further aggravating her already volatile temper. If it weren't for the hard-won peace and the influence of the will of fire she had heard since childhood, she would have long since struck these people dead. As negotiations made no progress, the frail-looking, all-black Matsushita abruptly burst into the Hokage's office, crying that their people had gone missing. He even brought a significant portion of Konoha's upper management along, all rushing toward the Hyuga clan territory. My friend, this is the Hyuga clan territory. Surely you have heard of their Byakugan. How could your people come here? Narashikaku scratched his head with a reluctant expression. He had been sleeping in comfortably at home when he was called here to look for someone, which was a hassle. Meanwhile, Matsushita ignored him, glancing around the Hyuga clan territory, recalling the place they had agreed on yesterday, and ran in that direction. Sigh. Tsunade could only sigh and lead everyone to follow him. Kato, you died so miserably. Matsushita had yet to see his companion's condition when he recognized Hyuga Hizashi from a distance and rushed over, crying uncontrollably, throwing himself onto the corpse on the ground without fear of making a mistake. After waiting for a while, when Tsunade and the others arrived, he lifted his head, pretended to wipe his eyes, and pointed at Hyuga Hizashi. You are the murderer. You killed this child. He was only in his teens. How could you be so heartless? Tsunade-sama, as Hokage, You must seek justice for our Cloud Village. Otherwise, Reikage-sama will not let this matter pass so easily. Matsushida's cold eyes swept over Hyuga Hisashi as he threatened Tsunade. That's not how it is. He infiltrated the Hyuga clan territory first and kidnapped my daughter. And I only acted in response. Hyuga Hisashi realized the situation was very unfavorable for them and immediately looked at Tsunade to explain. It was the Cloud Village who attacked first. Shut up. You are slandering us. My good man from the Cloud Village came to Konoha only for negotiations. There was never any intention to harm, let alone kidnap your daughter. You clearly killed him cruelly and are now making such a poor excuse. Hokage-sama, will you just let these people speak nonsense? If that's the case, I will report this to Reikage-sama and let him come and discuss this with you, Konoha. Uchiha stood quietly on the outskirts, watching this farcical scene unfold. Chapter 220. Disgusting Hinata. After Tsunade understood the ins and outs of the situation, her expression turned grim. She had just assured that the people of the Cloud Village would not cause trouble in Konoha, and now she was being slapped in the face so quickly. However, even so, no one could threaten Konoha. With a dark expression, she glanced at the Hyuga brothers. Then her gaze fell on Matsushita from the Cloud Village. You think you can threaten Konoha with this? Do you think I'm afraid of the Cloud Village? Don't forget, you are the ones who lost this time. As for who is lying in this matter, I will definitely find out. Although Tsunade said this, she did not want the two countries to reignite war, causing Konoha to sacrifice more lives. However, this matter was difficult to handle. As Hokage, she was naturally inclined to believe what Hyuga Hisashi said. But people from the Cloud Village had indeed died, and at this critical moment in the negotiations, the Cloud Village's delegation had seized the opportunity, putting Konoha in a passive position. Moreover, coincidentally, from the state of the corpses on the ground, the brains had clearly been destroyed, leaving no chance for the Yamanaka clan's ninjas to investigate. Tsunade slapped her forehead, feeling as if her head might split open. Meanwhile, Matsushita from the Cloud Village glanced outside the crowd and paused when his gaze swept over Uchiha. He then stood up, pointing at Hyuga Hisashi with a face full of indignation. Hokage-sama, don't say I'm making things difficult for you. I have heard of the Yamanaka clan's powerful interrogation abilities, which can forcefully extract thoughts from the brain. As long as we investigate this Hyuga clan leader's brain, won't the truth be clear? If I am indeed mistaken this time, I will commit suicide on the spot to apologize to Konoha. But I wonder if this Hyuga clan leader dares to do the same. Before Tsunade could speak, Hyuga Hayashi stood up and blocked in front of his elder brother. My brother is the leader of the Hyuga clan, and there is much important information in his mind that cannot be casually probed. Hyuga Hisashi looked gratefully at his brother. Indeed, the memories in his mind absolutely could not be leaked. Among them were even the jutsu used by the main family to control the branch family. What is there to say? You dare not do it. You are the murderer. Hokage-sama, as the envoy of the Land of Lightning, I demand a life for a life. His corpse must be handed over to us. Hearing this, Hyuga Hisashi finally woke up. The entire sequence of events was merely for the sake of their main family's Byakugan. But now, even if he understood, what could he do? He had already fallen into the trap, with no room to struggle. He could only place his hopes on the Hokage and the village's higher-ups. However, he knew in his heart that this time they were likely in danger. The war between Konoha and the Cloud Village had just ended, and everyone hoped for a peaceful and stable future, not wanting to reignite disputes. That guy from the Cloud Village had a tough attitude, as if he would start a war if he did not get the corpse. The village might really hand him over for the sake of stability, and the Hyuga clan could not withstand the pressure from all of Konoha. Hyuga Hayashi also understood his brother's predicament. If things went wrong, he could very well become the fuse for the war between Konoha and the Cloud Village. All right, I understand this matter, but what Hayashi said makes a lot of sense. Further investigation is needed. Tsunade also understood that this was a special operation planned by the Cloud Village, named negotiations, but in reality, it was to seize the Byakugan. However, there was no good way to respond. This was an obvious scheme. As long as you did not want to go to war, you had a hand over the Byakugan. What to do? At this time, many people had been summoned by the alarm and gathered around. The elder of the main family of the Hyuga clan also approached. Upon learning the ins and outs of the situation, several old men gathered together to discuss. This matter must be punished. They could not let the Cloud Village and the village catch hold of the Hyuga clan's weakness, which would affect their clan's status in the future. What should we do? Sacrifice Hisashi? No, Hisashi is the clan leader. The old men merely discussed for a moment, and before Tsunade made a decision, they had already settled the matter and waved for Hyuga Hisashi to come over. What do you mean it's not possible? Hayashi is my brother. What brother? He is just a branch family member. Making sacrifices for the clan is his honor. Soon, the old men brought Hyuga Hizashi to Tsunade's front and informed her their thoughts. No, the matter isn't clear yet. How can we make such sacrifices so easily? Tsunade felt a surge of unnamed anger rise within her as she found it utterly unreasonable. She had not realized it before, but now she understood how disgusting the main family of the Hyuga clan was. However, that group of old men was not swayed by Tsunade's words and darkly said, "This is our Hyuga clan's family matter. There is no need for Hokage-sama to worry. Just do as we say." Uchiha Nan stood quietly on the outskirts, wearing a mocking smile. The main family and branch family. How could such a system exist for so long? A few elders of the Hyuga clan approached Matsushita and spoke. "I believe this matter is our clan's mistake, and we will impose punishment ourselves." They then looked at Hyuga Hayashi, who stood among the crowd with a grim expression. "Hayashi, it is time for you to sacrifice for the Hyuga clan. Let your death atone for your elder brother's mistake." "What? How can it be like this?" The Hyuga clan's old men. Before Hyuga Hayashi could react, the surrounding crowd could not hold back anymore. Forget whether this matter was Konoha's fault. The one who acted was indeed Hyuga Hizashi. Just because he was the clan leader and could not be in trouble, does that mean he could send others to die for him? Moreover, this was still his own younger brother. But they were just outsiders and could not speculate much about the Hyuga clan's affairs. They could only mutter a few complaints, unable to change the course of events. Hyuga Hayashi, hearing the elder's words, first reacted in disbelief, then turned to look at his brother, who was lowering his head and not speaking, unable to face him. "Ha ha ha, how ridiculous. Fine, if you want my life, then take it." Hyuga Hayashi, feeling like a dead man, pulled out a kunai with hollow eyes, aiming it at his heart. "Humph, seeing as you all have put on such a splendid show, I from the Cloud Village will agree to this compensation." Although Matsushita did not get the desired Byakugan and was not very happy, their purpose was not here. Being able to discuss Konoha like this was considered a victory. Hyuga Hayashi aimed the kunai directly at his heart. No, it was only at this moment that Hyuga Hizashi raised his head and looked at his brother, extending his hand with a face full of grief. Chapter 221 Appearance. A noise of friction sounded, resembling the sound of two pieces of steel being pressed together. Everyone turned to look at the source of the sound and saw that the kunai aimed at Hyuga Hizashi's chest was held by a pair of delicate, white hands. Lord Hizashi's hollow gaze slightly regained some light, yet he still stared blankly at the man in front of him. Tsunade also showed a look of joy. With this troublesome person here, the matter would surely be resolved perfectly. "What do you mean, Uchiha-nan?" However, not everyone was pleased with his appearance, especially the few old Hyuga men. They stepped forward to surround Uchiha-nan, glaring at him with furrowed brows. "This is a matter of the Hyuga clan, unrelated to your Uchiha clan. Let go of that. Who are you to interfere in the affairs of the Hyuga clan?" Hizashi, holding the kunai, clenched his left fist tightly, his expression growing increasingly indifferent. How ridiculous it was that an outsider like Uchiha Nan was saving him, while his own clan members wanted to force him to death. Was there anything more despairing than this? "Lord Hizashi, please move aside. Perhaps there's nothing left in this world for me to be attached to." Hizashi gripped the kunai tightly, intending to end his own life. But unexpectedly, even after saying this, Uchiha Nan's hand did not loosen. Instead, it gently closed around the kunai. Crack! The special kunai made of fine iron shattered into pieces under his slender, seemingly powerless hand. Uchiha Nan's expression was solemn, his sharp gaze sweeping over the old men around him. Tsunade, noticing that Uchiha Nan was angry and seemed ready to strike those ignorant old men, realized the situation was dire. But this was in a village, in front of many eyes. What would others think? If he could kill members of the Hyuga clan today, he could kill others tomorrow. Just as Tsunade stepped forward to intervene, a guy from the Cloud Village named Matsushita rushed in front of Uchiha Nan, looking displeased as he stared at him, glancing at the crushed kunai. "Konoha's Grim Reaper, I've heard of your reputation. What do you mean by this? Are you trying to let this murder go? Do you want to start a war with my Cloud Village?" Matsushita raised his hand, pointing at Uchiha Nan, and began to scold him. Tsunade's previous concession and the explanation given by the Hyuga clan had given this advisor from the Cloud Village a surge of confidence, making him arrogant. He believed that even the famous Konoha Grim Reaper would admit defeat when faced with his accusations. He thought that for the sake of the village's greater good, Uchiha Nan would regret his impulsive actions due to the threat of war. Matsushita stepped even closer to Uchiha Nan, pointing at Hizashi as he shouted, "I want you to personally execute this criminal. Otherwise, I will report to Lord Raikage and declare war on Konoha." Damn Cloud Village. How dare you threaten Lord Nan? As Matsushita finished speaking, the crowd of onlookers couldn't help but clench their fists in anger at this little man. How dare he threaten Lord Nan, who had accomplished countless feats for the village? They all hoped that Lord Nan would do to this Cloud Village ninja what he had done to those who threatened Konoha in the past. But they knew it was just a wishful thought. This involved the honor of two nations, and any misstep could lead to war. Even Lord Nan would likely endure it. Though they knew the outcome would be this way, they couldn't help but want to see their hopes fulfilled. Did you hear me? I want you to personally execute him. Seeing Uchiha Nen still not moving, Matsushita felt embarrassed and raised his voice even more. As his words fell, the crowd of onlookers saw Uchiha Nen's body move. He pulled out a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. Sigh, it seems that Lord Nen can only do this. There is no other way to prevent another war between the two nations. What a pity for Hisashi. But what happened next exceeded their understanding. With a sharp sound, a piercing noise of a weapon entering flesh echoed. The kunai in Uchiha Nen's hand stabbed downward, not towards Hisashi, but into Matsushita's forehead, penetrating his brain. You. Matsushita's face was filled with disbelief as he pointed at Uchiha Nen, then collapsed to the ground with a thud. His wide-open eyes seemed unable to comprehend, even in death. How dare he kill him, the envoy of the Cloud Village? Didn't he fear provoking a war between the two nations? Perhaps his recent experiences in Konoha, along with the friendly attitude of Tsunade and others, had made him forget how the last war was lost by the Cloud Village. It was a battle single-handedly won by Uchiha Nen. Why would he think Konoha's Grim Reaper would fear him? The sound of Matsushita's body hitting the ground also startled Hisashi and the other old Hyuga men. You! How dare you? They pointed at Uchiha Nen, their faces filled with rage. Hisashi was their designated criminal, the person they decided to hand over to the Cloud Village for venting their frustrations. Yet Uchiha Nen had killed a member of the Cloud Village in front of everyone. Wasn't this a slap in their faces? In front of so many people in Konoha, how could they lead the Hyuga branch family in the future? Uchiha Nen must provide an explanation for today's events. Otherwise they wouldn't let it go. Faced with their accusations, Hisashi did not see a hint of regret on Uchiha Nen's face, only impatience. This startled him. Uchiha Nen had that same expression when facing Matsushita from the Cloud Village before he acted. Hisashi secretly thought to himself, no way. He wouldn't really strike at these old men, would he? In the arena, Uchiha Nen slowly raised a hand, gently grasping it. Suddenly, several white beams of light appeared out of nowhere, shooting forth. Huh! Several screams of pain rang out as Hisashi turned to look. The old clan members who had just raised their hands to point at Uchiha Nen were now clutching their severed arms, rolling on the ground in agony. What noisy bunch! You old fools, if you want to die, you can keep shouting. I don't mind sending you off early. Uchiha Nen walked step by step towards those old men rolling on the ground, their once pristine white robes now smeared with dirt. The arrogance and innate nobility that had been on their faces earlier vanished completely. One by one, they raised their hands to cover their mouths, not daring to speak, fearing that this killer would crush them with a mere gesture. TCH, how boring. Uchiha Nen looked at these people without a hint of interest, nodded at Tsunade, and left with large strides, leaving behind the crowd that gazed at his receding figure in admiration. Meanwhile, Hisashi stood in place, watching the once noble clan elders rolling in the dirt. A different feeling awakened within him. Chapter 222. The mouse shows its head half an hour ago. At the Uchiha Nanja residence, Yuki sat on the sofa with a sullen face filled with resentment. With one hand hugging a cushion, she raised her other delicate little fist, pounding it repeatedly on the cushion's head, muttering incessantly. Stupid Uchiha Nen, dead Uchiha Nen, how could you leave me, this cute, beautiful, smart, and lively girl, all alone at home? You deserve to be beaten to death outside. At first, she had acted very carefree when rejecting Uchiha Mikoto and Kushina, showing that she could manage on her own. But after all, she was still a 15 or 16-year-old child, just arriving in a strange environment. Sitting on the sofa, looking at the silent room, and hearing the blaring alarm outside, it was inevitable that she felt a bit helpless and aggrieved. Suddenly, a faint sound of a door opening was heard. That annoying man is finally back. Upon hearing the noise, Yuki immediately threw down the cushion and happily ran towards the door. You're back. Wait, it's you. The person outside was not the detestable Uchiha Nen, but a former companion from the village who had bullied her, Fujiwara Jisue. The sudden appearance of this companion, coupled with the piercing alarm outside, made Yuki, even if she was slow on the uptake, understand what was happening, her face filled with surprise. I finally found you. Quickly, while the Reaper Konoha is not home. Come with me. Fujiwara Jisue's expression was tense, ready to guard against any potential Konoha ninjas. Speaking in a commanding tone he had used when bullying Yuki in the past. Where to? Yuki asked blankly, her mind in a jumble, filled with both the surprise of seeing a companion and a sense of bewilderment. Of course, back to the land of lightning, back to the village, back to your home. Fujiwara Jisue looked around, relieved when he didn't see any Konoha ninjas, stepped into the house, and grabbed Yuki's arm, trying to drag her away. Oh, okay. Yuki managed to break free from his grip, her face lighting up with happiness. She could go home. Although she had been doing well here, with Uchiha Mikoto and Kushina taking good care of her, only Uchiha then occasionally bullied her. But how could that compare to the temptation of returning to her village? However, just as Yuki followed Jisue to the door, her footsteps suddenly halted as she recalled Uchiha Nan's cold threat on the battlefield. If you dare leave Konoha, I will annihilate the hidden cloud village. That thought made her heart race in fear, and she hurriedly retreated back into the room. No, I can't go with you. Hearing Yuki's words, the figure hiding in the room stopped the actions he had prepared. Are you sure? Fujiwara Jisue turned back to look at Yuki. Remembering the advisor's previous instructions, his eyes flashing with a cold glimmer, but he still asked one last time. Are you sure you want to stay in Konoha? I'm sure. I promise someone that I can't leave. Yuki nodded her small head firmly, confirming that for the safety of the village, she must stay here. Fine. This is your own doing. Truly stubborn. Fujiwara Jisue cruelly smiled at the little girl he had bullied who had shown no growth, throwing out the prepared scroll from his hand. The scroll opened, and a strange purple light shone upon the bewildered Yuki. What are you doing? Before she could finish her sentence, Yuki immediately understood the purpose of the scroll. She felt the seal of the two tails inside her vanish, or rather, melt into her chakra pathways. It restricted her completely, leaving her unable to move. Seeing the scroll take effect, Fujiwara Jisue pulled out a large knife from his bosom. While keeping an eye on the surroundings, he approached Yuki, placing the cold blade against her delicate neck. Don't blame me. This is a command from the village. If you must blame someone, blame yourself for being the Two Tails Jinchuriki, for being a monster. Yuki, feeling the sharp edge against her neck, was filled with despair, tears streaming down her face. She didn't understand why. In the name of protecting the village, she was being restrained by Uchiha, Nan, and forced away from home, only to end up in such a situation, betrayed by the village and threatened by a companion's blade. The destruction and harm this caused to her fragile heart was far worse than the blade at her neck. Why? Only those who betray the village have a dead end. Fujiwara Jisue was completely unmoved by Yuki's tears. Instead, his smile grew even more delighted. He enjoyed watching the despair and pain of these people before their death, as it ignited the passion within him. Fujiwara Jisue swung the long knife, the sharp blade cutting through the air, ready to behead Yuki. But out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw a figure darting through the house like a spirit cat, appearing before him. Bang! The sound of air bursting came. Uchiha then retracted his fist and slowly lowered it. With a blank expression, he looked at Fujiwara Jisue, who was beaten and hanging on the wall, his chest caved in and bleeding from all 7 orifices. You Hidden Cloud Envoy members are truly like rats, sneaking in everywhere. You might as well kill them all. Uchiha had previously worried that the Hidden Cloud Village was using a strategy to lure him away. So he had specially arranged for Mikoto and the others to leave, leaving only a shadow clone to watch over Yuki. Sure enough, he had caught this group of rats. Uchiha then turned around and looked at the sealing patterns on Yuki's body. With a clap of his hands, 8 golden chains spread out from behind him, making a clattering sound in the air, diving into the sealing point in Yuki's abdomen. Since he had previously sealed the 9 tails, he was familiar with the process. And in just a few seconds, Uchiha then pulled his hands apart, the golden seal disappearing, leaving only Yuki standing in place, tears in her eyes, looking at him with resentment. You were hiding here all along, weren't you? That's right, the shadow clone nodded obediently. Then why didn't you act sooner? Did you want to see if I would keep my promise? By the end of her words, Yuki was gritting her teeth, realizing that this scoundrel was just as rotten as she thought, planning to secretly bite him to death another day. The shadow clone turned away without answering Yuki's question, clapping its hands, transforming into a puff of white smoke, disappearing from the spot. As Uchiha then reached the door, his body paused as he received all the memories of the clone. He opened his eyes, revealing 2 bright glimmers, pushed open the door, and raised his hand to conjure a fireball, turning the corpse on the wall to ashes, then turning to look at Yuki, who was crying like a flowered cat. You can stay here in peace from now on. Your only identity will be my Uchiha Nan's maid, no longer a member of the Hidden Cloud Village. After saying this, he left again to eliminate the members of the Hidden Cloud Village envoy, leaving Yuki stunned by his domineering presence. Chapter 223. Time travel. The house where the delegation from Cloud Hidden Village was staying suddenly exploded with a loud bang, sending fragments of the door flying and startling the few people anxiously pacing inside, waiting for news. A bad feeling immediately settled in their hearts as they armed themselves and approached the entrance. Who is it? The one who will kill you. Uchiha Nen stepped in, white steam billowing from his feet as he entered. The death god of Konoha, it's you. As the others recognized his face, their hearts sank. They wanted to explain, but Uchiha Nen didn't give them a chance to argue. With a thought, he raised one hand. Shoo! Thick white bone spikes erupted from the ground, piercing through the defenseless members of Cloud Hidden Village, leaving a trail of blood in their wake. 3 days later, Uchiha Nen sat on the sofa, watching Hinata Hizashi kneeling on one knee, head lowered, afraid to look at him, as he slowly exhaled. Have you decided to follow me and work for me? Yes, my lord. From now on, I will use my life and loyalty to protect you. No matter what difficulties I face, I will not back down. Hizashi lifted his head, his eyes filled with admiration. After this life and death event, he had become a devoted fan of Uchiha Nen and deeply realized that in the ninja world, only strength mattered. Since he lacked strength, why not ally with the strongest? Moreover, at this moment, Hizashi felt a growing dissatisfaction with his clan and a yearning for freedom. He wanted his children to never be trapped like caged birds. Good. Go find the elder of the Uchiha clan and tell him about the previous matter. He will help you. Uchiha Nen waved his hand casually, considering it a trivial matter, simply tossing it to the elder. Yes, my lord. Hizashi turned and left. Uchiha Nen sat quietly for a moment, retrieving the pink turtle from his back, covered in black patterns and pulsating with spatial waves. He infused it with his powerful mental energy and vast chakra. Gradually, the power of the spatial fluctuations grew stronger, weaving a dense web of blue-violet energy. Uchiha Nen scanned through it with his mental energy, capturing a green light point. As he focused on the light point, scenes began to unfold before him. There were images of Boruto and Sasuke landing, Sasuke mocking Naruto after returning, and scenes of a ninja world facing crises. Oh, is this the parallel universe I located earlier? Uchiha Nen observed closely for a moment before retracting his thoughts. He didn't plan to go to the parallel world he had captured, but intended to find a new world that might bring him surprises. As he infused more chakra and mental energy into the pink turtle, the dense web of energy began to glow with weak green light at each intersection, gradually intensifying. Images of the ninja world projected out, but for some reason, they were obscured by a thin mist, making it impossible to see their true nature. Uchiha Nen tried to continue infusing chakra and mental energy, but it only became slightly clearer before he sighed and gave up. He chose the green light point that attracted him the most and focused his consciousness into it. Time travel. In an instant, a white light appeared, engulfing his body. In the dimly lit Konoha village, the Ichiraka ramen shop lit up with orange lights. I'm sorry, but I'm actually not hungry at all right now. Let us eat together, Senior Naruto. Uchiha Nen stood in the snow, watching this scene. He saw a girl dressed in a white fluffy coat with pink lining, holding a blue bag, and her face looking dim as she smiled gently. So this is where it is. He then stepped forward, crunching the snow beneath his feet. Hello. Can I get to know you? My name is Uchiha Nen. Hinata stared blankly at the tall, handsome boy in thin black clothes standing in the wind and snow. Extending his hand to her, she hesitated internally, wondering if she should reach out. But had she ever seen him in the village? Would not reaching out seem rude? Hinata struggled for a moment, but her good upbringing made her lift her pale, delicate hand, trembling as she placed it on the tips of the boy's fingers. Why you? Hello. I am Hinata Hyuga. He really was just like in her memories. Uchiha Nen smiled and said something without context, unsatisfied with just this brief contact. He opened his palm and gently clasped her bony hand. You. Hinata's mouth fell open, staring blankly at Uchiha Nen. Feeling the warmth of his palm against the cold wind, she didn't know what to do. Inside, she was conflicted, wondering how this person could be like this. Hinata, hey, who are you? I've never seen you in the village. At that moment, a girl wearing a brown fur coat and sporting short pink hair rushed over, pulling Hinata out of her struggle. Hello, I'm Uchiha Nen from the Uchiha clan outside the village, and I'm a friend of Hinata. After releasing her hand, Uchiha Nen smiled politely at Sakura, but didn't raise his hand. There are still Uchihas outside the village? Never mind, this isn't the time to discuss that. When Sakura heard the name Uchiha, an image flashed in her mind. She quickly dismissed it, casting a curious glance at the two before playfully linking her arm with Hinata's and gently squeezing her hand. Good job, Hinata. I thought you were feeling unwell and ran out without eating. Turns out you're here on a date with a handsome guy. Although she didn't know their true relationship, she saw their tightly clasped hands when she approached and assumed they were at least good friends. To help Hinata forget her earlier sadness, she decisively changed the subject. Come on, Hinata, let us go eat. Hinata's face turned slightly red at Sakura's words as she opened her mouth to explain, but Uchiha then suddenly interrupted. Sure, I want to eat barbecue. Sakura immediately replied. Hinata sighed helplessly as she watched the two, realizing she had no chance to interject. It seemed she would have to explain later. On the way, Sakura continuously asked Uchiha Nan about his relationship with Hinata, but he evaded the questions with ambiguous answers, leaving Sakura with the impression that they were very close friends. After the meal, see you. Sakura waved goodbye and turned to leave, leaving behind the two whose shadows were connected under the streetlight. Why did you do that? Hinata held the blue paper bag, her head lowered so her face was unclear, as a voice filled with dissatisfaction and a hint of confusion emerged. That night, Uchiha Nana continually said misleading things to Sakura and repeatedly interrupted Hinata's explanations. Chapter 224. Uncomfortable Hinata. Why? Of course, it's because I don't want to see a girl who is secretly saddened for others. Uchiha then took 2 steps towards Hinata, lowered his head, and breathed a warm puff of air near her ear. If you keep doing this, I won't hold back. Hinata felt a tickle in her ear, looked up to see a face so close it startled her, and quickly jumped back, clenching her small fists, threatening weakly. Huh? Uchiha Nan smiled, swiftly appearing beside Hinata, casually grabbing the tightly held blue paper bag from her hands, and retreating to his original spot. Get back to me, Hinata exclaimed, hurriedly chasing after him, as it contained the gift she had knitted for Naruto. But Uchiha and wouldn't let her catch him so easily. As Hinata lunged towards him, he swiftly stepped back to avoid her. In front of Hinata, he tore open the blue paper bag with a loud rip, pulling out a hand-knitted scarf with Naruto's name on it. It looks good, doesn't it? Uchiha then dodged Hinata as she lunged at him again, holding the scarf high and saying, if you want this scarf, then knit one with my name on it to exchange. I will come to find you then. After saying this, Uchiha Nan vanished into the dim light, leaving Hinata feeling a strange mix of anger and happiness. Seriously, Uchiha Nan, right? This guy is really annoying, she thought. The next night, Hinata tightly held a paper bag of the same color in the snow, constantly looking around, afraid that something would appear again to snatch away the scarf she had knitted for Naruto. After returning home last night, the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. That Uchiha Nan was too despicable, actually taking her gift for Naruto. But did he think that this would stop her, Lady Hinata? He even said to knit another one with his name to exchange. How could that be possible? That night, Hinata worked through the night, pricking her fingers a few times, but quickly knitted a brand new scarf. When it came time to inscribe the names, she hesitated between Naruto and Uchiha Nan, wondering whether to include his name, but then dismissed the thought. He doesn't deserve it. Encouraged by her sister, she decided to ask Naruto to confess again. However, what she didn't notice was that from a distance on a rooftop, Uchiha Nan stood quietly, shaking his head. This silly girl really isn't obedient, he thought, contemplating whether to snatch away her newly knitted scarf to let Hinata experience the cruelty of people's hearts, thinking it would make her break down. However, he quickly discarded that idea. If he did that, how could he pursue Hinata? It was better to quietly watch the events unfold. Soon after, Hinata turned and ran away upon seeing Naruto wearing a scarf. Uchiha Nan's figure flickered like a ghost as he followed. In the park, Hinata sat sadly on a swing, holding the scarf, tears dropping from her eyes like droplets. She was completely unaware of the several shadowy figures surrounding her. When Uchiha Nan arrived, he saw several stiff, motionless figures in black capturing Hinata. Among them was a curly-haired boy in a white robe with closed eyes. Upon seeing this scene, Uchiha Nan stepped forward, and sharp bone spikes erupted from the ground, piercing through the black-clothed figures holding Hinata. But the curly-haired boy vanished like a mirage. Uchiha Nan didn't have time to deal with him. He flashed to Hinata's side, and with a single palm strike, shattered the puppet still clutching her into countless pieces. He embraced Hinata, gently wiping the tears from her eyes. Are you okay? I'm fine, but how did you get here? Hinata, weakened from having her chakra drained by the puppet, tried to struggle to stand, but could only weakly lean into Uchiha Nan's embrace. Because I like you and worry about your safety. I've been watching you all along. Huh? Suddenly hearing a confession, Hinata's face flushed red as she froze in his embrace. Unsure of what to say. Throughout her life, she had never encountered such a situation. What should she do? Agree? No. She couldn't agree. She liked Naruto. But at that moment, the sounds of battle drew a hurried Naruto, who heard Uchiha Nan's words and saw him holding Hinata. For some reason, he felt uncomfortable. But Naruto didn't think too much about it. With a smile, he approached them and laughed. Hinata, I heard everything. Congratulations, a handsome guy is confessing to you. Don't forget to send me wedding candy. Ahahaha. Hinata, lying in Uchiha Nan's embrace, turned pale upon seeing Naruto struggling to rise and say something. But before she could explain, she was tightly held by strong arms. Before she could speak, Naruto's words deepened the pallor on her face, causing her heart to ache as she began to think wildly. Did Naruto not like her at all? Was he really suggesting she marry someone else? Recalling the years, she realized she had only given unreciprocated affection to Naruto, never receiving anything in return. So it was true. Naruto didn't have a place for her in his heart. He only saw her as a friend. In an instant, Hinata felt as if her heart had died, losing all awareness of the outside world, feeling as though she was being abandoned by everyone, constantly falling into a deep abyss. The red scarf in her hand fell to the ground, stained with patches of dirt wet from the snow. Meanwhile, Uchiha Nan was chatting happily with Naruto, introducing his background and even planning to introduce Sasuke to him someday, to reclaim Hinata. But at that moment, an angry low growl echoed in the empty surroundings. Dozens of expressionless figures, like those black-robed men, leaped from the rooftops, and even more appeared in the sky, holding orange glowing projectiles aimed at them. Damn, there are intruders. Nan, Hinata, you two get out of here. Leave it to me. Naruto wiped his nose, stepping forward to prepare for a fight, but Uchiha Nan waved his hand. Leave it to me. With one arm tightly around Hinata, resting her head on his chest, he raised his other hand. Dots of white energy appeared, gradually merging into a light sphere the size of an egg. In an instant, it expanded into a white cube, enveloping the three of them, capturing the orange attacks, the puppets on the ground, and the ones in the sky. Chapter 225. Kakashi's embarrassing moments. Swish, the cube barrier dissipated, and in Naruto's incredulous gaze, everything except for the three of them vanished. Even the ground had been scraped away. Amazing, but is this dust release? Although Naruto was a bit surprised, he quickly recognized that this was not the technique of the old man Noki. Isn't Nan from the Uchiha clan? How could he use dust release? Even Hinata was startled awake by the changes around her, resting her head in Uchiha Nan's warm embrace while watching the scene unfold. But before she could make any explanation, that curly-haired boy appeared again. The apocalypse is about to descend. What nonsense are you talking about? Having just witnessed Uchiha Nan's prowess, Naruto was unwilling to fall behind and raised his fist, charging at this obviously villainous guy. Swish! As Naruto swung his fist, the curly-haired boy vanished like a bubble, reappearing in the sky. Before the descent, I must whoosh. A bone-like bullet cut through the air, and the curly-haired boy disappeared again. Uchiha Nan lowered his arm, which was still smoking slightly. Have we eliminated him? Naruto scratched his head, somewhat confused. That was just an illusion. His real body isn't here. Besides, I think what he said might be true. You all better prepare yourselves. Uchiha Nan helped Hinata, who had regained some strength, to stand straight, extending his hands to pull up her collar against the cold wind. After hearing his words, Naruto, who was somewhat dismissive, soon saw a golden, shooting star falling from the direction of the moon, crashing heavily to the ground and igniting a ball of fiery clouds that illuminated the entire Hidden Leaf village. Even the ground beneath their feet began to tremble slightly. What? Naruto and Hinata stared at the scene, their expressions turning grim. If such an attack were to land in the center of the village, they couldn't even imagine the consequences. Soon, the sharp sound of alarms echoed throughout the village, and a group of Umbu rushed toward the direction of the falling meteorite. Naruto glanced over and ran in that direction, while Uchiha Nan looked at Hinata, whose worried gaze was fixed on the distance, gently squeezing her hand and saying, "Let's go too." Okay. Hinata withdrew her hand from his grip, putting away her disappointed expression, and smiled at Uchiha Nan. By the time the two arrived, they saw a group of Umbu ninjas wearing various masks, staring at the nearly 1,000-meter deep pit. At the bottom of the pit, Uchiha Nan spotted an old friend, Kakashi, still in his unchanging attire, but looking slightly more mature. He was standing at the bottom of the pit with Naruto, staring at a piece of meteorite debris. Uchiha Nan jumped down with Hinata. This is a piece of the moon. There's nothing to see. Who are you? Kakashi turned his head, staring at Uchiha Nan's face, which held a strange smile. A hint of lightning began to swirl around his hand as he sensed a strong threat from this young man. Kakashi. He's not a bad guy, Hinata said, sensing the unusual atmosphere in the air. In a moment of instinct, she stepped forward to stand in front of Uchiha Nan, but immediately regretted it, her ears turning red as she felt a bit flustered. Why did you make such a move, especially in front of Naruto? Haha, Kakashi. We're old friends now. Uchiha Nan bypassed Hinata, glancing at her unexpectedly, then pulled her behind him and walked gently toward the now extremely tense Kakashi. He smiled, staring into Kakashi's sharp eyes. For some reason, facing this strange person, Kakashi had a very bad premonition, feeling that he would say something quite embarrassing. Sure enough, Uchiha Nan opened his mouth as expected. Kakashi, have you forgotten that time when you hid in the stairwell and watched? Shut up. Kakashi's face turned beet red, and he could no longer maintain his serious expression. He lunged forward to cover Uchiha Nan's mouth, glaring fiercely at Naruto and the Umbu eavesdropping nearby. Don't you guys have anything to do? Get back to your posts. Under the threat of the Hokage, the surrounding Umbu reluctantly dispersed, lingering as they left, hoping to hear more juicy gossip. I didn't expect the Hokage to be like this when he was young. I thought. Uchiha Nan pried Kakashi's hand away and continued. So, how about I help you remember that time by the fish pond? Shut up. I believe you. Kakashi's face was flushed with anger, his fists cracking as he wanted to punch the smirking face in front of him. At the same time, Kakashi was also curious. He had always ensured that no one was around when doing those things. So how did this guy know so much? Of course, Uchiha Nan wouldn't tell him that he had accidentally seen those moments when he went to visit Kakashi back then. The next day, in the Hokage's office, Kakashi sat behind his desk with a dark expression, looking at the special operations team composed of Naruto, for others, and Hinata. You guys will handle the fireworks matter. Additionally, he turned to Uchiha Nan, who was sitting on the desk, and shouted, Get down from there. Since last night, this guy had been surrounding him, recounting his embarrassing past, making Kakashi wish he could just kill him on the spot. Today, he even sat on the desk representing the authority of the Hokage while Kakashi was speaking. This was too much. What? Uchiha Nan reluctantly jumped down from the desk and walked over to Hinata. He usually claimed that desk as his exclusive seat when in the Hokage's office. And even Tsunade wouldn't dare say much. Kakashi actually dared to treat him like this. If it weren't for Hinata being worried about her sister's safety and in a bad mood, Uchiha Nan would have gone to Hokage Rock to promote the glorious deeds of his sixth Hokage. Are you going to join us? Hinata suddenly fixed her gaze on Uchiha Nan's face and asked. Of course. How could I let you go on such a dangerous mission alone? Uchiha Nan suddenly took Hinata's hand in front of everyone and said with deep affection, You. Hinata instantly turned into a steam engine, her brain stopping as she emitted white steam. The people in the room looked at the two of them, casting strange glances at Naruto. What is wrong, everyone? Naruto looked around, wondering how it was related to him. Subsequently, Uchiha Nan and the six left the Hokage's office. Before they left, Kakashi tossed a special clock to Shikamaru and whispered in his ear, Be careful of that guy named Uchiha Nan. He's not simple. Although this guy could clearly recount many of his embarrassing moments from childhood, it didn't mean Kakashi truly believed him. Chapter 226, Underworld Yes. Lord Hokage, I will be careful. Nara Shikamaru turned to glance at the figure at the front and nodded. Uchiha Nan, however, scoffed and pulled Hinata closer to him. Stay a bit closer to me. What if we run into danger? Hinata, blushing and looking down, allowed Uchiha Nan to lead her ahead. For a girl who was quite oblivious to matters of the heart, Uchiha Nan believed that as long as the groundwork was laid well, there was no wall that couldn't be dug through. A little later, Sai, with a poker face, took out several scrolls from behind and opened them. The scrolls depicted large, lifelike birds in dark ink. Sai formed hand seals, and the images suddenly came to life, struggling to escape the scrolls and transforming into several real large birds in midair. Very good technique. Uchiha Nan activated his Sharingan and glanced at the birds. Realizing they were almost indistinguishable from real creatures, only slightly less durable, he nodded in satisfaction, thinking this would be perfect for when he and Hinata had children in the future to pass the time. As for its offensive capabilities, Uchiha Nan shook his head. Let's go. He then took Hinata and jumped onto one of the birds, following the traces Sai had tracked earlier. They flew a considerable distance in the sky before successfully arriving at a snowy pine forest. Hinata, it's up to you. Nara Shikamaru glanced at the two, protected by a chakra shield and unaffected by the wind and snow, and sighed enviously. This Lord Hokage's Uchiha Nen really has a vast amount of chakra. Throughout the journey, he had been hugging Hinata under the chakra shield, hardly resting at all. Unlike them, the Nara family couldn't last long in battle without running out of chakra. Let me try. Hinata weakly struggled to rise from Uchiha Nan's embrace, but he held her tightly. Throughout the journey, Uchiha Nan had occasionally told her little stories. And thanks to the intimacy they had built over the past few days, he smoothly kept her in his arms. Hey, Nan, don't interfere with our mission. In this snowy weather, without Byakugan, how could we possibly find the enemy's traces in such a vast area? Shikamaru frowned, dissatisfied. That's because you can't handle it. Leave it to me. Uchiha Nan stood up, still holding Hinata with one arm, while bending down to place his other hand on the back of the snow eagle. Whoa! The giant bird created through ninjutsu immediately froze in midair. Its creator's consciousness solidified in its gaze. Sai sensed this change and immediately controlled the snow eagle to fly closer. While Sakura curiously approached them, looking at Uchiha Nan, she was very interested in this suddenly appearing, mysterious, and handsome man. Under everyone's watch, a sharp light flashed in Uchiha Nan's eyes, and an invisible pressure emanated from his sturdy body, intimidating Naruto and Shikamaru. What terrifying power! Facing him, I actually feel more strained than when I was battling the Ten Tails on the battlefield. Nara Shikamaru's face was filled with horror, feeling the pressure in his chest as he controlled the snow eagle to retreat a bit before recovering. Sakura and Sai felt the same way. Only Naruto could withstand this pressure and remain in place, but to prevent the super beast pseudo-painting beneath him from collapsing, he moved closer to Shikamaru. His strength is probably even stronger than mine. Before Shikamaru could say anything, a massive mental energy radiated from Uchiha Nan, enveloping the entire forest below, sweeping back and forth several times. Uchiha Nan then stood up and said, "Follow me." The group followed him through a dark cave and arrived at a green pool of water. Is this the place? I'll be the first to jump in. Naruto took off his scarf, stretched his muscles, and prepared to jump in. Wait a minute. Uchiha Nan suddenly spoke, walking to the edge of the lake and bending down. What's wrong? Don't you want to hurry and rescue Hanabi? After witnessing the closeness between Uchiha Nan and Hinata, Naruto felt a bit less friendly towards Uchiha Nan, who he had just met. Hearing his words, he immediately shot back in annoyance. Because this is a trap. Uchiha Nan turned around, giving Naruto a look that suggested he was foolish. He sensed something from Naruto's tone, but didn't care. Once he dealt with the memories hidden within the lake and prevented Naruto from realizing Hinata's true feelings, there would be no chance left for the two of them. Moreover, Uchiha Nan didn't think he would feel any psychological burden from this. Naruto saw Hinata's various worries and sacrifices in the illusion, and, out of pity, he began to confront his feelings for her, leading to their relationship. In Uchiha Nan's view, such feelings were not good for Hinata. Constant self-sacrifice would only erode her individuality. Rather than that, it would be better to hand this poor girl over to him and let him take care of her. While Naruto was secretly angry at Uchiha Nan's condescending tone, Sakura suddenly stepped forward, scooping a handful of water from the pool and carefully examining it. Is it an illusion? Exactly. Uchiha Nan pressed his hand on the lake's surface, opening his spinning eternal Mangeki Sharingan, mixing mental energy and ocular power into it. Through the amplification of his eyes, a massive amount of in-release energy spread throughout the pool water. The others nearby only heard a cracking sound, as if something had shattered. All right, let us go. Uchiha Nan pulled a compliant Hinata and jumped into the water. What a conceited guy. Naruto pouted, about to say something, but Shikamaru patted him on the shoulder. Let us go. Uchiha Nan pulled Hinata, and after passing through the layer of green water, he surveyed the remaining solid spheres around them. He continued deeper, and the others quickly followed. Before long, they saw an exit formed by a blue water surface. Are we there? Shikamaru and the others paused on a solid sphere before the exit. We're here, but we need to deal with the enemy first. Uchiha Nan turned his head and, while they were still dazed, casually waved a chakra blade at a shadow nearby. Swish! The crescent-shaped chakra blade, glowing blue, sliced through the air, heading straight for the shadow. Along the way, it easily cut several stone pillars and circular spheres in half, their cross-sections smooth as mirrors, showcasing the sharpness of the attack. Oh, have you been found? The previous white-robed, white-haired, curly-haired boy appeared again. However, this time, his hollow eye sockets were finally filled with a pair of deep blue eyes. He avoided the chakra blade, floating to stand before Uchiha Nan and the others, his eyes fixated on Hinata, and opened his mouth with an uncomfortable voice, saying, "Byakugan princess you." How unpleasant. Uchiha Nen flashed in front of Hinata, blocking Shear's gaze. With a displeased expression, he casually swung a fist imbued with monstrous strength. "Weak mortal, do you really think you can break my body?" Chapter 227. The strange old man Otsutsuki Shurin made no attempt to resist, chuckling lightly. Soon after, Shikamaru and the others heard a crisp cracking sound. Under their disdainful gazes, Otsutsuki Shurin's body shattered into pieces, leaving only his cracked face filled with disbelief. His remaining thoughts could even sense the ridicule in the eyes of those around him. "Is this it? What the hell? With such a tone, I thought he was impressive. What is the point of pretending with this level of strength?" What Shurin found hardest to accept was that even the Byakugan princess, Hinata, revealed that same glimmer of mockery in her eyes. "Damn it, I must kill you." Shurin's face was one of despair, his fiery eyes unabashedly revealing a chilling, killing intent. "I must." Crack. Uchiha Nen stepped forward, crushing the mouth that had tried to make threats under his foot, then casually dug at his ear with his pinky and said nonchalantly, "What a load of nonsense." Seeing the head get crushed, Shikamaru and the others shook their heads. They had noticed from the moment Shurin appeared that he had a different attitude towards Hinata. They had hoped that this guy would put on a good show against Uchiha, Nana's rivals. Who knew it would turn out like this? They were truly disappointed. Thud! Under Uchiha Nan's lead, the group passed through the water surface exit and arrived at a shore piled with crystal balls. Naruto chose a direction to run off, while Uchiha Nan took Hinata to explore another path. Shikamaru and the others carefully examined the surroundings, and he clapped his hands, looking at his two teammates and saying, "These bubble balls are likely the reason why there were illusions in that lake. Is that so? Then the question is, why did these bubble balls appear?" Sakura shrugged her hands towards Shikamaru, shaking her head. Just then, Sai walked past them, pointing toward the dark part of the cave. "I know it's that." Immediately after, a tremor shook the ground, and Sakura and Shikamaru turned to look. A gigantic crab, comparable in size to a tailed beast and capable of filling the entire cave, marched over on its 8 legs, waving its massive pincers as it charged at them, looking starved and long overdue for a meal. Quick dodge! Shikamaru rapidly formed hand seals, and several black tentacles extended from his shadow, wrapping around the crab's pincers to barely block its attack. However, before Sakura and Sai could react, the shadows were broken by the immense force of the pincers. Freed from their restraints, the pincers, under the crab's control, came crashing down towards them with a deafening sound. Boom! The violent noise echoed throughout the entire cave. Following that, the ground shook violently, and debris fell from the ceiling of the cave, with even the distant surface of a lake creating ripples. "Are you okay?" Nara Shikamaru jumped away from the deep pit created by the giant crab's pincers, brushing off the flying debris. He then took a moment to look around for Sakura and Sai. They're not dead. He saw the two standing up from different directions, likely having dodged the attack like him. Seeing this, Nara Shikamaru let out a sigh of relief and turned to face the giant crab. But how do we deal with this thing? Tulp, tulp, tulp. While Nara Shikamaru was pondering, unusual footsteps echoed clearly in the cave. He turned to see 2 figures emerging from the darkness. Uchiha Nan was hugging Hinata as he approached. Then he saw Uchiha Nan release Hinata and walk alone toward the giant crab. Seeing him unguarded and having experienced the crab's power, Shikamaru hurriedly shouted, "Be careful, this guy." But before he could finish, he saw Uchiha Nan clap his hands. With a rumbling sound, the ground trembled once more. A gigantic wooden hand, larger than the giant crab, rose from the ground. The giant hand casually waved, and a tremendous howl of air, being torn apart, echoed throughout the cave. The crab, which had instilled fear in them, was met with a loud crack as its pincers were easily smashed into pieces by the wooden hand. Its shell, inscribed with strange runes and incredibly hard, shattered layer by layer from the point of contact. Without its protective shell, the crab's body was crushed into a pile of mush when the wooden hand closed in. Gulp! Shikamaru and the others exchanged glances, gulping in fear. Is this guy really still human? I found it. I found the exit. Naruto, who had run back from another direction, brought good news. The group followed his path, traversing an underground space filled with strange stone pillars, arriving at an eye-shaped opening. As they reached the entrance, they felt the sunlight streaming down from the sky. After climbing up, Sakura couldn't help but look up in confusion. No way. The underground world has a sun and an ocean? Whatever, saving Hanabi is the priority. Naruto looked around and turned to Sai, who immediately understood and released those giant birds again. Following Uchiha Nan's mental guidance, They flew for a day, moving faster than in the original story, arriving at a deserted village that had existed for hundreds of years. Following his lead, they came directly to a damaged Buddha statue. Shikamaru held up an oil lamp, illuminating the writings around the statue moon. Destruction. Just then, a faint sound suddenly came from another passage in the hall. Uchiha Nan's expression changed, and he quickly moved to Hinata's side, pulling her into his arms. Nan. Although Hinata had become more comfortable with Uchiha Nan after spending days together, this was a critical moment in tracking down the culprit who kidnapped her sister, and she really couldn't focus on anything else. She'll look over there. Uchiha Nan placed a finger to her lips, gently tapping, then pointed ahead. They saw an old man, ragged and disheveled, with hollow eyes like a vagabond, struggling to move as he walked towards them step by step. Watching him move, Shikamaru and the others worried that the old man might fall apart halfway. But that didn't happen. He reached in front of them, glanced at Hinata, and spat out a glowing orb. The orb quickly entered Hinata's body through her forehead. Uchiha Nan simply watched this scene quietly, making no attempt to stop it. The orb would impart knowledge about the Otsutsuki on the moon to Hinata, along with some unnecessary memories. It also contained deeper applications of the Byakugan. This was a double-edged sword for Hinata, but overall, it was more beneficial. The overwhelming influx of memories caused Hinata to sway, losing control of her body and nearly collapsing to the ground. Luckily, Uchiha Nen had prepared in advance and caught her with one arm. The two were pressed closely together, and Uchiha Nen immediately felt a substantial, soft warmth pressing against him, comparable to Tsunade. Chapter 228. The Sudden Slap Before Long. Hinata woke up with a somewhat pale face. She felt fear from the scenes she saw in her mind, the enormous Rinnegan that had completely destroyed the Otsutsuki clan, and the ability to control the moon. It made her feel an immense pressure, unsure of how to face such a powerful opponent. With just the 6 of them, could they really resolve this crisis? But as Hinata lifted her head, she saw Uchiha Nan's eyes filled with encouragement and concern. Hinata forced a smile, wanting to say she was fine. But Uchiha Nan reached out and gently rubbed her head, then smiled and said to her, "It's okay. I will be here for everything. No matter what danger comes, we will face it together." Hearing his words, Hinata's inner unease was suppressed, and a smile appeared on her face. For the first time, she took the initiative to place her hand in his large hand. That night, while resting, Uchiha Nan heard a faint sound of footsteps and immediately opened his eyes, standing up alertly. As he looked towards the source of the sound, he caught a glimpse of a curvy silhouette. Hinata? Uchiha Nan felt puzzled. He didn't understand why she would sneak out at this hour, so he restrained his presence and stealthily followed her. After taking just a couple of steps, he saw Hinata sitting beneath a cave. She had her forehead veins bulging, clearly having activated her Byakugan, using the faint moonlight filtering through the cave above. Her hand was swiftly moving 2 knitting needles, and a red scarf was slowly taking shape. The next day, after resting for a day, everyone boarded the Super Beast imitation picture again and flew towards a distant village. They landed in a village filled with many strange trees, and Shikamaru and the others dispersed to search for traces of the enemy. Only Uchiha Nen quietly sat on the village's city wall, looking up at the artificial sun, which was not glaring to him. He was already fully aware of the location of Otsutsuki Shinjiro. The reason he did not lead Shikamaru and the others directly to attack was twofold. First, he wanted Hinata to receive the clan's gift to enhance her future strength. Second, he aimed to seize the opportunity to draw out Shinjiro's main body, not giving him the chance to control that enormous Rinnegan, and to eliminate him in one fell swoop. Uchiha Nan was confident that he could defeat him in a one-on-one duel before Shinjiro fully mastered the Rinnegan. However, if he went directly to Shinjiro's lair, once Shinjiro sensed danger, he could take control of the giant Rinnegan, and Uchiha Nan would likely not be his match. Fortunately, his long wait had not been in vain. At night, while everyone was asleep, Hinata stealthily stood up again. She walked over to Uchiha Nan, hesitating for a long time as she gazed at his handsome face, then sighed and took out the scarf she had knitted overnight from behind her. She gently touched the 4 characters Uchiha Nan embroidered on it, bent down to place it down, and reluctantly turned to leave. But what Hinata didn't know was that just as she turned around, Uchiha Nan opened his eyes. He watched her leave and quickly retrieved the scarf, chasing after her. Under the bright moonlight of the night, it shone beautifully on a clear pond, making the surface of the lake exceptionally bright. Standing on a flying device, Otsutsuki Shinjiro looked at Hinata approaching from afar and smiled, floating towards her. "I'll come and pick you up." But before his arm could touch Hinata, a seemingly inconspicuous dark purple sphere came speeding toward him, spinning rapidly. Otsutsuki Shinjuru's expression tightened as he sensed the explosive chakra contained within the ordinary-looking small ball. He quickly raised his hand, and a few small black spheres floated behind him, merging under his control to create a small protective shield, trying to protect himself and Hinata. However, he suddenly felt a slight fluctuation of chakra appear in front of him, and a figure emerged, moving with lightning speed. With a loud slap, it struck him hard on the face, leaving behind the words, "Shameless thing, dare to steal my wife." Then the figure disappeared with Hinata in his arms. Otsutsuki Shinjuru touched his swollen cheek, his anger not yet fully surfacing. The spinning purple sphere followed closely behind. Boom! The purple sphere exploded, and a brilliant light erupted. A massive fireball engulfed thousands of acres of lake water, and countless high-temperature steam surged into the sky, accompanied by a mushroom cloud. The explosion reverberated throughout the underground. At this moment, Hinata was still in a daze, simply being held in Uchiha Nan's embrace. It wasn't until she sensed the two sharp gazes beside her that she lowered her head, her small hands entangled behind her back, softly saying, "Why yes, I'm sorry." Sighing deeply, Uchiha Nan tightened his arms, pulling Hinata closer to him, feeling her soft body, as they were almost merging into one. Uchiha Nan lowered his head and pressed against Hinata's forehead. Looking in her pitiful white eyes, he kissed her deeply, capturing her rosy lips and gently biting them. Ugh! Hinata's body reacted instinctively. A feeling she had never experienced before surged within her. The pain mixed with stimulation made her unconsciously want to resist, but her body felt weak and powerless. After a long while, Uchiha Nan finally released her lips, which had a hint of blood on them. He straightened up, waking Hinata. Looking at her blushing face, he gently spoke, "This is your punishment. If you do it again, I will." Uchiha Nan's following words were barely audible. Only Hinata heard them clearly, but did not understand his meaning until she felt the foreign object beneath her. In an instant, Hinata felt even more embarrassed. Quickly lowering her head and burying it in Uchiha Nan's embrace, her flushed face almost dripping with water. "Damn it, let her go." Otsutsuki Shinjuru, with a swollen palm print on his face, tattered clothes, and blood at the corner of his mouth, let out a painful wail at the sight before him. Just moments ago, when the protective shield formed by the truth-seeking balls fell, he had been stunned by Uchiha Nan's slap, failing to defend in time. He had taken the full force of a tail beast ball. Now, seeing the woman he had chosen since childhood in a vulnerable, utterly submissive state, Otsutsuki Shinjuru felt that his other injuries were nothing compared to this. His head felt heavy, and under the moonlight, a faint green glow emanated from him. Chapter 229, Blushing Agreement. Oh, you're not dead yet? Uchiha Nan patted his butt, pulling Hinata from his arms and setting her aside. He then turned to approach the grim-faced Otsutsuki Shurin. On the surface, Uchiha Nan appeared nonchalant, not taking him seriously, occasionally throwing out provocative remarks, but deep down, he was prepared for a tough battle. After all, this guy had the Rinnegan, a power at the level of the Sage of Six Paths. Although due to the short time and incomplete adaptation, Otsutsuki Shurin couldn't unleash its full power. He was still not to be underestimated. Otsutsuki Shurin raised his hand, and several beads on his wrist floated up, emitting a green light, forming a rotating halo. With a casual wave, he sent it flying towards Uchiha Nan. Bead Shuriken. Uchiha Nan's movement paused for a moment as he clapped his hands down onto the ground. Eightfold Gate of Hell, a series of massive wooden doors, painted with ghostly faces, rose from the ground, blocking the path of the bead shuriken. Boom, boom, boom. In just a simple collision, the bead shuriken shattered 3 ghost-faced doors in quick succession. Boom, boom. After breaking 3 more, its momentum finally weakened slightly, leaving a large hole in the remaining 2 doors without destroying them. By the time it reached Uchiha Nan, the green light had dimmed significantly. With a wave of his hand, it scattered. Somewhat capable, Otsutsuki Shurin's anger had calmed down a bit, and his face returned to a bland expression. Only the twitching corner of his eye and his puffed cheeks indicated that all of this was just an act. Is that so? Then you won't be able to handle it. Uchiha Nan wore a mocking smile as he stepped closer to Shurin, the distance between them narrowing. Heh, sharp-toned. Let me use the true power of the Rinnegan to kill you, and then take Hinata back. Otsutsuki Shurin touched his eye socket, a look of obsession appearing on his face, and waved his hand. Several truth-seeking balls began to rotate in front of him, forming a vortex. Its power had not fully unleashed, but it was already stirring the clouds in the sky, even affecting the surrounding ground, causing chunks to float up. D. Silver Wheel Rebirth. In an instant, the situation changed dramatically. Otsutsuki Shurin screamed, covering his eye socket with both hands, his body trembling uncontrollably. The truth-seeking balls also vanished into thin air after losing his control. Good opportunity. Uchiha Nen knew this was due to the rejection between Hanabi's eyes and Otsutsuki Shurin's bloodline, causing a temporary loss of control over the Rinnegan. He certainly wouldn't let this opportunity slip away. He was enveloped in a dense array of lightning. His somewhat thin body under his clothes had muscles bulging. In a flash of lightning, he appeared in front of Otsutsuki Shurin, raising his fist towards his heart. The terrifying force, boosted by chakra, created a blue-red trajectory in the air, even causing the surrounding space to wrinkle and distort. Bang! Under Hinata's astonished gaze and the incredulous expressions of Naruto and Shikamaru, this punch directly turned Shurin's Otsutsuki body into a meat paste. Among the flying scarlet, not a single large piece of flesh could be found. Only the head, sensing danger and disconnecting early, shot up toward the moon with this force. As Uchiha Nen exhausted himself, it fled into the sky, leaving behind a series of resentful and unwilling voices echoing in the air. Damn it, daring to destroy my flesh. I will grind you to dust. Still did not leave anything behind. Uchiha Nen frowned and waved his exposed arm, recovering some strength, due to that punch's immense force. The clothes on his arm had been shredded into particles. Are you okay? Hinata saw Uchiha Nen's uncomfortable expression and quickly ran over. She reached out her small hands to anxiously feel around his body. This wasn't the first time she had witnessed such a powerful physical attack. On the battlefield before, Might Guy had once executed a kick that nearly shattered Six Paths Madara. But that kind of power had surpassed human limits. And Might Guy had also burned his life force to unleash that move. Hinata was now worried that he had also used a similar method to push his body to the limit. But Uchiha Nen simply waved his arm, the numbness gradually fading, and his body returned to normal. This restoration was fine, but as soon as it happened, he felt Hinata's small hands with a cold touch wandering on him, which made Uchiha Nen's heart flutter, and his gaze became heated. The breath behind him brushed against Hinata's anxious face, making her sense something was off. You. But before she could react and step back, Uchiha Nen, in front of Naruto and the others, sealed her soft little mouth with his own. At the same time, he held her curvy waist tightly and slid his hands down to squeeze her enticing peach. Ugh! To Uchiha Nen's surprise, Hinata did not allow him to bully her this time, as she had in the past when he caught her doing something wrong. Instead, she pushed against his waist with all her strength and struggled free. Bowing her head, she turned away from Uchiha Nen, standing still. Only her weak voice could be heard. Don't do this, everyone is here. After her words fell, the dry lakeside fell silent. Hinata stood with her back to him for a long time without receiving a response. And in her distress, she couldn't help but turn her head to sneak a glance at him. But all she saw was his expressionless face. Hinata was taken aback, as if she felt her rejection had angered Uchiha Nen. She bit her lip, her blood-red face glowing softly as her small mouth slightly opened, pleading in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Wait, after we go back, can you behave? Hearing Hinata's words, Uchiha Nen's mouth broke into a wide smile. But he still suppressed his excitement, walking steadily towards Shikamaru and the others, maintaining a calm voice as he said, All right, you said it. Hinata didn't respond, lowering her head and gloomily following behind him. Has the enemy been eliminated? Shikamaru and the others stepped forward, revealing excited expressions. They had felt the pulling sensation from that punch, even from a distance. With such an attack, that mysterious person should have been reduced to ashes, right? Does this mean that the crisis on Earth has been resolved? Meanwhile, Naruto stood in the back, gritting his teeth as he looked at Hinata's flushed face and slightly swollen lips. For some reason, his inner anger grew more intense. He felt as if he had lost something important. Sorry to disappoint you. That guy only escaped with his head. Uchiha Nen spread his hands. Oh, that's fine. He wasn't your match, even with a complete body. And now that he is just a head, he is even easier to deal with. Shikamaru felt a tightness in his chest when he heard that the enemy had survived such a powerful attack, but then he received good news. In his view, this was already stable. Uchiha Nen alone could force the enemy to flee with only a head left. With their 5 helping, wouldn't that make it even easier? Chapter 230. Taking the lead, however, Uchiha Nen raised his hand to release his spiritual perception and quickly poured a bucket of cold water on them. No, what we are about to face is an enemy even stronger than before. While Shikamaru and the others were momentarily stunned, they suddenly noticed the moonlight pouring down from the sky began to flicker, and the entire land intermittently fell into darkness. They looked up and saw that the originally brilliant and bright moon, like a jade plate, was gradually sinking into darkness. The ground beneath their feet was also cracking with deep fissures that seemed bottomless. On the other side of the ninja world, Kakashi looked at the moon that had stopped approaching in the sea of stars, and just as a smile appeared on his face, preparing to raise his hand to notify the four Kages, dazzling meteors streaked across the sky, crashing down into the village with destructive force. Boom! Kakashi lowered his hand, his expression heavy as he looked up at the sky. He saw the moon, which had stopped, now approaching the ninja world at an even faster speed. What was worse was that pieces of meteorites were splitting off from the massive sphere that obscured the entire sky, rapidly destroying the ninja world. Had they failed? In the moon portal, Uchiha Nan retracted his hand. The space channel maintained by the Rinnegan had begun to crack and collapse. This proved that the giant Rinnegan had been shattered. Otsutsuki Shuren's injuries were too severe. He had to destroy that eye to absorb the Byakugan power contained within it to restore his body. This meant that Uchiha Nan and the others had completed half of their mission to save the moon. The giant Rinnegan that controlled the moon's course towards the earth had been destroyed by Shuren himself. As for the remaining crisis, they only needed to defeat Otsutsuki Shuren and return the other pair of Rinnegan and his eyes to Hanabi, and everything would be over. Let's go. Uchiha Nan led a few people aboard the flying bird and flew towards the now dim moon. After several hours of flight, they finally arrived at a magnificent and ancient castle manor. Compared to its massive area, Tsunade's mansion seemed insignificant. Be careful. Suddenly, Hinata, veins popping on her forehead, used her Byakugan to scan the surroundings and cried out. Shikamaru and the others immediately became alert. They saw countless puppet figures surging out from the surrounding canyon peaks and castle windows, an endless tide. Looking at the sea of puppets rushing towards them, Shikamaru swallowed hard. The sheer number of puppets was serious. It could easily destroy a ninja village. However, even so, they did not back down, each using their abilities to confront the oncoming wave. But against that terrifying number of puppets, Shikamaru and the others were quickly submerged. Only the sporadic flashes of ninjutsu could be seen, indicating they were still fighting. Except for Naruto, who, with his body radiating orange light, entered the Nine-Tails chakra mode, charging through, defeating every adversary in his path. Puppets were either melted or dismantled. Uchiha Nan, on the other hand, used his perception to lock onto the massive yet somewhat unstable chakra source in the distant palace. Then he glanced at the few struggling in the sea of puppets, shook his head, and clapped his hands. Wood release, flower tree world descends. The chakra waves, resembling a vast ocean, flashed and vanished. From the ground beneath the puppet army, countless vines and flowers erupted, climbing up the bodies of the puppets and tightly binding them. With a crunch, these intricate creations were mercilessly crushed to pieces. Seeing this, Shikamaru and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief and gave a thumbs up to Uchiha Nan in the sky. However, Uchiha Nan had no time to say much to him and rushed towards the entrance of the palace with Hinata. But just as they were about to enter the towering gate, Uchiha Nan suddenly pulled Hinata back, halting their movement. They saw that the rocky ground at the entrance of the palace collapsed with a rumble. Amidst the dust, a stone hand, much larger than the palace gate, thrust up into the sky. Following that was the sound of the ground shaking. When the dust finally settled, Hinata saw a stone giant, hundreds of meters tall, with a human face standing before them, blocking their view. Nan. Hinata nervously grabbed Uchiha Nan's hand, looking at him with concern. Don't worry. Leave it to me, Uchiha Nan said, patting her head reassuringly. He then bent down, placing one hand on the ground, and the raging chakra within him surged wildly, a glint flashing in his eyes. Dust release, Ultraman form. From a distance, Shikamaru and the others caught a glimpse of Uchiha, Nan, and Hinata, dwarfed by the giant stone figure, gathering tiny points of light around them. Under their watchful eyes, those lights coalesced into a light giant, towering and matching the stone giant in height. The glowing figure sat cross-legged, hands together, exuding a dignified aura that pushed away the surrounding air. Clearly a figure of great compassion. Roar! Feeling threatened, the stone giant let out a furious roar. The massive sound wave surged forth, shredding the nearby careless puppets. At the same time, several small, floating islands in midair were reduced to dust. Then the stone giant began to pound its chest, creating deep craters with each step as it charged towards the glowing figure. Uchiha Nan, pulling Hinata to sit atop Ultraman's head, smiled as he focused his thoughts. Behind the light giant, a massive glowing hand extended. Following that, a second, third, and hundreds of hands emerged, striking forward like a thousand-handed Buddha. Dust release. Thousand-handed Ultraman. The charging stone giant was momentarily stunned, its mind blank. Report. Someone is cheating. Boom. A terrifying explosion erupted, and a dazzling white light shot into the sky. Shikamaru and the others felt the ground tremble beneath them. The terrifying shockwave surged from afar, crushing the puppet army beside them into fragments. This caused Shikamaru and the others to change their expressions drastically, quickly hiding behind a sturdy tree and using all their might to perform hand seals. Adding several layers of defensive ninjutsu, they sat quietly, experiencing the sensation of being crushed back and forth by several trucks. However, they did not notice a figure in orange slicing through the terrifying shockwave, dashing into the palace gate. Before entering, the figure glanced back at Uchiha Nan, who appeared indifferent, as if smugly saying, "I'm going ahead." Chapter 231. Fusion of the Otsutsuki bloodline. As everything settled down, Shikamaru and the others pushed aside the rubble above them and stood up, covered in dust. They paid no attention to their disheveled appearance and quickly ran towards the giant of light who was sitting cross-legged. When they gathered together, each of them gaped in awe at the scene before them. They saw that the thousands of arms behind the giant of light had retracted one by one. The stone statue giant, which had posed a terrifying threat to them, had turned to dust and dissipated into the air, leaving only a massive pit with a radius of several hundred meters. The pit was marked with large, long impressions. Shikamaru and the others turned to look at the thousands of arms behind the giant of light that were gradually disappearing, each swallowing hard. It was indeed a cheat. "Where's Naruto?" At that moment, Sakura suddenly looked around and spotted a glimmer. "He has already gone in. Let's go." Uchiha Nan waved his hand, as he had already seen Naruto sneak in while he was fighting the stone statue giant. He felt no anger about being overshadowed, and even found it somewhat amusing. Since Naruto wanted to test the purity of Otsutsuki Shurin, wasn't that something to be welcomed? Following the wide stone path within the palace, Uchiha Nan and the others arrived at a brightly lit hall. The moment Naruto entered, Shikamaru spotted him lying motionless on the ground, blood flowing from his chest. He hurried over, cradling him in his arms, treating his injuries while remaining vigilant of their surroundings, watching for enemy movements. How could this happen? Sakura and Sai also rushed over, squatting down to help treat his injuries. Only Hinata hesitated for a moment, glancing at Naruto, but ultimately chose to stand beside Uchiha Nan. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed. The candle flames in the room flickered as if influenced by an unseen force. Uchiha Nan looked in that direction and saw a terrifying figure emerge, its body covered in pairs of white eyeballs that blinked unsettlingly as it walked. Only the eye sockets on its head revealed two gaps, through which one could see its peculiar eyes filled with endless rage and killing intent. "Uchiha Nan, you finally came. I will crush every inch of your bones and make you pay for your previous actions." "Oh, may I ask who you are, eyeball monster?" Uchiha Nan spread his hands, looking innocent. "I want you dead." The name Eyeball Monster deeply pierced Otsutsuki Shurin's heart. He had once been a graceful and handsome young man, but now, due to Uchiha Nan's actions, his body was shattered, and he could only barely survive with these eyeballs. He could never return to his former appearance. Yet at this moment, the culprit, Uchiha Nan, dared to add fuel to the fire, causing Shurin's killing intent to reach its peak. With a wave of his hands, an invisible force surged. In the hall, the jade stone-paved floor rolled up, forming a dragon that writhed and surged. Uchiha Nan felt a powerful repulsive force applied to him, pushing his body backward. His black combat suit moved without wind, tightly adhering to his body, making a loud sound. "This kind of trick won't work on me." Uchiha Nan bent his knees and pressed down, cracking the ground beneath him, and a massive pillar of chakra shot up into the sky. It crushed the rolling floor into powder, and the invisible repulsive force was shattered. Seeing that the repulsive force was ineffective, Otsutsuki Shurin snorted coldly, spreading his hands and pulling them in toward his chest. The repulsive force transformed into an attractive force, and the towering pillar of chakra emanating from Uchiha Nan was affected, collapsing like a twisted column toward Shurin. He himself was also pulled forward, leaving two deep footprints. "Do you want it? Then I'll grant your wish." Uchiha Nan suddenly relaxed his resistance, channeling chakra into his muscles, rushing forward under the influence of that gravitational pull, to defeat Shurin, who possessed the Rinnegan. Physical combat was the best approach. "Do you think the same method will work a second time?" Let me show you the technique that was left unfinished last time. A terrifying smile crept across Shuren's face, covered in white eyes. Silver wheel rebirth explosion. He raised one hand, and several black, truth-seeking orbs floated in front of him, forming a circular pattern and beginning to spin systematically. An invisible wind circle stirred the surrounding air, causing the entire palace to shake, with walls and floor tiles mixing together. Rushing toward the incoming Uchiha Nan. What terrifying power! The defense of this castle could withstand the catastrophic destructive force generated when the Earth collided with the moon. If this happened outside, even the entire moon would be affected. Even Shikamaru and Hinata, who were in the arena, could no longer hold on. Quickly dragging the heavily injured Naruto toward the corner of the palace, relying on the dim, flickering chakra light on the palace walls to avoid being affected. Damn it! Uchiha Nan sensed the terrifying force of the tornado ahead, which was warping and shattering the surrounding space, and felt a sense of dread. With his physical condition facing such a powerful attack capable of splitting the moon in half, he feared he wouldn't be able to withstand it. He would be torn to pieces by the six paths power within. At this critical moment, Uchiha Nan gritted his teeth and opened the record page. He clicked on the claim option behind the long-sealed Otsutsuki bloodline. In an instant, a powerful and domineering bloodline erupted from his heart, enveloping his entire body. The highly aggressive Hashirama cells within him fled in panic upon encountering this bloodline, like mice fleeing from a cat. However, faced with the Otsutsuki bloodline that covered every part of Uchiha Nan's body in the blink of an eye, there was nowhere to escape, and it could only obediently be devoured and fused. The bloodline originally belonging to the Uchiha was also mercilessly consumed. The complex and unique bloodline boundaries did not escape this fate either. With the sound of swallowing, they disappeared. Following this, the Otsutsuki bloodline seemed to have had its fill. The originally thin bloodline, derived from Otsutsuki Urashiki, after fusing with these various chaotic elements, suddenly elevated by several levels, and the bloodline density increased dramatically. What followed was the feedback given to Uchiha Nan. The chakra within his body, which was originally like a vast ocean, was swallowed by the Otsutsuki bloodline and then spewed out again. Uchiha Nan's already high-quality chakra, after being purified, had its quality and quantity tripled. Streams of 7 attribute chakra, shining like twinkling stars, flowed through his veins, coalescing into a unique power that Uchiha Nan had never seen before. Is this the power of the 6 paths? The line on the system panel that referred to chakra also changed, confirming his guess. Chakra amount. 6 paths level. Chapter 232. Killing the gray bones in Uchiha Nan's eternal Mangeki Sharingan, under the nourishment of the 6 paths and power. It instantly transformed into a purple Rinnegan with concentric circle patterns. Inside his body, those absorb techniques such as lava release, corpse bone path, boil release, dust release, and others were merging to give birth to an entirely new power. While flying in midair, Uchiha Nan opened his purple concentric eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a silent smile. Let us see my Rinnegan, illusion eye reflecting moon. In his left eye, a uniquely charming purple Rinnegan flickered and, in the blink of an eye, transformed into a rebirth eye radiating blue and white light. He raised both hands, summoned the same truth-seeking ball, and unleashed the same silver wheel rebirth explosion. Creak! The 2 identical ocular techniques collided, and the opposing whirlwinds began to twist and disintegrate as they drew closer. However, they were unable to withstand the collision of the powers belonging to the 6 paths, resulting in a piercing, unpleasant tearing sound. The surrounding space was twisted and shredded by the 2 forces, leaving only a pitch-black void. The palace, which contained powerful defenses, began to collapse from the top down, being gradually sucked into the center of the collision like sand. Before long, the winds calmed, and the 2 tornadoes had disappeared, leaving behind a palace that was almost in ruins, with only a few crumbling walls remaining. Only a few truth-seeking balls still hovered in the air. Hinata, Shikamaru, and the others hurriedly seized the opportunity to crawl out from the corner where only the wall remained, rolling out and fleeing. Such a scene was not a place for small fries like them to stay. They didn't even have the qualification to remain as cheerleaders. How could you have a rebirth eye? The Otsutsuki Shuren's face, covered in eyeballs, fluctuated and cracked open several gaps, revealing his unsettled inner turmoil. The rebirth eye was something only the descendants of Otsutsuki village were worthy to possess. How could it appear on this mortal? Oh, is that what you're talking about? Uchiha Nan pointed to his eye socket, where the eye had turned back into the purple concentric pattern, and continued. This is not a rebirth eye. but the Rinnegan of my Uchiha clan. Ha ha ha. Uchiha spread his arms wide, laughing wildly. Of course. Hiwunti explained to Otsutsuki Shurin that this was the ability of his left eye's ocular technique, illusion eye reflecting moon, which could perfectly replicate all ocular techniques he had seen without a flaw. It might even be more powerful. Moreover, this ocular technique could even replicate abilities like the Wheel of Hell, Infinite Tsukuyomi, and others that Uchiha had seen in his previous life in the anime. Since you're unwilling to speak, then take this secret to hell. Otsutsuki Shurin certainly didn't believe Uchiha Nan's nonsense, snorting lowly, preparing to eliminate everyone present. Hinata didn't matter to him anymore. He wanted only one thing now, to destroy everything in front of him so that Otsutsuki Shurin could forget his ugly face. Ha! As he slowly raised his hands above his head, an invisible might surged into the sky, scattering all the clouds above them. The Byakugan on Otsutsuki Shurin's body trembled, each eye shriveling and rotting, spreading from his toes to his waist. The entire process was extremely nauseating, making Shikamaru and the others tremble, feeling discomfort in their stomachs. Unable to hold back and bending over to retch, they simply couldn't endure this perverted moon man any longer. But the expression leaking from the cracks in Otsutsuki Shurin's face grew colder. A yellow light burst forth from the hands formed by his Byakugan, followed by a beam of light shooting into the sky. The sharp aura instantly swept across the entire moon. Shikamaru and the others felt a chilling light pass by their necks as they instinctively covered their throats, stepping back in fear. Only Hinata, with her forehead veins bulging, strained to maintain her Byakugan, anxiously watching the man who had given her hope. Man, you must hold on. Hinata will always be with you. In the arena, Otsutsuki Shurin held the towering light beam, and one Byakugan after another withered away, revealing a body that was left with only a head. A cruel smile appeared on his face as he fixed his gaze on Uchiha Nan. Say goodbye to the world. Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion. Is that so? With an attack capable of splitting the moon in two, Uchiha Nan raised both hands, blinking his left eye. An invisible force surged from his hands. His right eye, however, unleashed a long and used ocular technique. Super Shinra Tensei with 10 times amplification. Boom! The explosive sound resonated throughout the entire moon. Under the collision of the two Six Paths powers, the entire moon trembled in space, swaying as if it were about to collapse at any moment. The overwhelming Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion encountered the Super Shinra Tensei amplified tenfold. A series of cracking sounds erupted as segments shattered from the top, transforming into golden light points that disappeared on the moon. The remaining repulsive force, under Uchiha Nan's control, deliberately avoided Shurin's head and surged toward his rear. Whoosh! The remnants of the castle ruins were completely erased. The floating islands in the sky were also crushed entirely. The continental plate, which accounted for 1/3 of the moon's surface area, was torn apart by the immense repulsive force, creating a space sandstorm. Gulp! Shikamaru, hiding behind, swallowed hard, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Was this truly a power achievable by humans? Lord Kakashi actually made him watch such a divine being. Was he really not afraid of something happening? Didn't his conscience hurt? Talp, talp. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed on the flattened surface of the moon. Uchiha Nan lightly stepped forward to Otsutsuki Shurin's head that had fallen to the ground. Bent down to pick it up. You kill me. Puffed. Uchiha Nan raised his right hand and dug out the pair of eyes that belonged to Hanabi. With a slight movement of his left hand, a bone spike radiating a chilling and deadly aura pierced through Shurin's occipital bone, emerging from his mouth, interrupting the words he was about to say. A gentle breeze blew by, and that head turned to dust, scattering across the surface of the moon, killing the gray bones. Not killing you. Should I worship you instead? Uchiha Nan glanced at the gray bone spike in his hand, which was completely different from the corpse bone path. With a thought, he retracted it. The bloodline limit formed by 7 types of chakra was indeed different. He then turned around, clenched 2 Sharingan in his hand, and walked toward Hinata. But before he could take 2 steps, intense pain surged from all over his body. The world in his Rinnegan turned blood red, and shadows appeared. Chapter 233. Hinata Hanabi Uchiha then emitted a faint purple light as the bloodline belonging to Tsutsuki began to sever one by one. The originally strong and robust veins shrank and wilted, retreating along the path they had entered, curling into a purple sphere the size of a yellow bean at the heart, which was then expelled from the body. It rolled onto the ground. Uchiha Nan's condition finally stabilized, and the intense pain receded like a tide. "Nan, what's wrong?" Hinata, who was closely watching him, immediately sensed something was off and ran over to grab his arm. Shikamaru and the others, seeing Hinata's action, also abandoned Naruto and surrounded him. "It's nothing, don't worry." Uchiha Nen waved his hand, dragging his weakened body as he sat cross-legged on the ground with Hinata's support. After looking inward, he couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Inside him, the chakra amount had tripled after merging with its Tsutsuki bloodline, like an ocean. But it continuously transformed into light points that vanished. Only the original amount, hardly larger than a river, remained. His body, which had been enhanced to the pinnacle of the super shadow level, also returned to its original state, feeling completely limp and powerless. The bloodline web nurtured from 7 types of pure chakra lost its support and split apart, leaving only a small seed. Even the Rinnegan in Uchiha Nan's eyes, having lost the 6 paths power, became dim and lifeless, no longer holding the supreme might that could destroy the moon. Uchiha Nan exhaled deeply, pondering for a long time before finally arriving at an answer. The Tsutsuki bloodline he obtained from Urashiki was too weak. Under his forced push, after devouring the chaotic contents within him, it briefly erupted with 6 paths level power before withering away like a flash in the pan. In simple terms, it was like overreading and causing oneself to burst. Even though Uchiha Nan understood the reason, he could only feel a sense of frustration. At that moment, facing the silver wheel rebirth explosion, he encountered the greatest life and death crisis he had ever faced. It was only as a last resort that he forcibly merged with the Tsutsuki bloodline. Who would have known that the bloodline left by Urashiki would be so ineffective? Bursting under pressure was truly useless. If the deceased Tsutsuki Urashiki knew that Uchiha Nen dared to arrange things this way, he would surely be furious enough to jump out of the Pure Land. What was wrong with his bloodline? Although it was somewhat weak, it was still Tsutsuki. Normally, anyone who obtained the bloodline he left behind would carefully nurture it, planning to merge beneficial materials to grow. Who would be like him, directly elevating to the 6 paths level in such a short time? Not to mention, he even fed it all sorts of chaotic things. Did Uchiha Nen not know that the things inside him added together were enough to kill and Tsutsuki? In a very short time, he consumed all those chaotic things. It was already fortunate that he didn't die on the spot after the battle, and he was still unsatisfied. On the other side, after regretting, Uchiha Nen carefully assessed everything within him and revealed a hint of joy in his eyes, as it didn't seem as bad as he had imagined. Aside from the bloodline web that had left a small seed, it only needed to be continuously nourished with the 7 types of pure chakra. Following its original path, it could regrow. The shrunk chakra within Uchiha Nen was only diminished in quantity, but the quality remained. This meant that the chakra within him was still at the 6 paths level, having crossed the threshold of the super shadow level. If he harvested more, he could still restore it to its previous scale. The dim Rinnegan in his eyes had merely lost the enhancement of the 6 paths power, so its power had decreased a bit, but the ocular techniques he previously possessed still existed. After this assessment, Uchiha Nen felt that this might actually be a good thing. He had hesitated to merge with the Tsutsuki bloodline in the ninja world due to concerns about the risks it posed and the threat from the Sage of 6 Paths, which made him wary of this power. However, after what happened today, he not only fully received the benefits brought by the Tsutsuki bloodline, but also expelled all the hidden dangers from his body. In the future, not to mention returning to the ninja world, even standing before the Sage of 6 Paths, he would not emit any Tsutsuki bloodline. Wasn't that a great thing? Having thought it through, Uchiha Nen stood up and tidied his disheveled robes. At this moment, Hinata and the others approached, bringing along Hanabi, whose eyes were covered with a white cloth. As they got closer, Hanabi, with her eyes covered, hopped away from her sister and ran towards Uchiha Nen, circling around him. A smile appeared on her delicate face. "Are you my brother-in-law? Did my brother-in-law save Hanabi?" Hanabi. Hearing this, Hinata could no longer hold back, her face turning red as she ran to Uchiha Nan's side, but dare not look at him, covering Hanabi's mouth with her hand. "You silly girl, what are you saying? Woo, brother-in-law, help!" Sensing her sister's killing intent, Hanabi grabbed Uchiha Nan's arm tightly and held on, refusing to let go. Ha ha ha! The others, including Shikamaru, burst into laughter at the scene. Only Naruto stood in the back with a sullen expression, clenching his fists. However, he quickly let go of his frustration and thought to himself, "I can't be angry. Nen is my friend, and Hinata is also my friend. I should bless them instead." After some playful banter, everyone gathered together, holding hands beside Uchiha Nen. As he activated the Flying Thunder God Mark left in Konoha, everyone vanished from the moon in a flash of lightning. A few days later, sunlight streamed through the glass window into a luxurious room in the Hyuga clan. Uchiha Nan lay on a soft bed, casually reaching out, grabbing a large mass in his hand, and enjoying it as he squeezed and kneaded it leisurely. No, Hinata, pretending to sleep beside him, shook her body but couldn't escape the large hand on her chest, her face turning red as she let this bad person continue. After returning from the moon, the two had naturally rolled into sheets after spending several days together. Uchiha Nan's various techniques led to a blissful night for Hinata. Waking up early in the morning to be tormented by him was quite enough. "Sister, brother-in-law, what are you doing?" Suddenly, a voice appeared by the bed, startling Hinata and causing her to hurriedly pull the blanket around herself, covering her perfect figure and Uchiha Nan's wicked hand, leaving only her head exposed. Then, with a flushed face, she turned to where the voice came from. She saw Hanabi blinking her big, watery eyes, grinning as she looked at the two of them. "Hanabi, how did you get here?" Chapter 234 Separation. Hinata became even more flustered upon seeing her younger sister, wishing she could pull the blanket over her head. "Hee, of course. I sneaked in." Hanabi winked at her shy sister, her lively eyes darting around. She secretly glanced at the exposed abdominal muscles of Uchiha Nan, sharply defined under the sunlight. She even shifted her position, intending to look further down. "You little brat, where are you looking?" Uchiha Nan noticed that Hanabi's gaze was becoming increasingly inappropriate and quickly pressed her little head down onto the bed. Hinata also sensed something was off and shot her a stern look. "Help! Help! Sister, brother-in-law, is trying to harm me." However, even facing the two of them, this mischievous little girl didn't hold back and shouted loudly. "Hey, you think I can't handle you?" With one hand pressing her head down, Uchiha Nan turned and sat up on the bed. He raised his leg and stuffed his toes into the mouth of the screaming Hanabi, blocking it tightly. Seeing this scene, Hinata didn't stop it and couldn't help but laugh, as she often found herself at her wits' end with her sister. She couldn't hit or scold her. So today was just right for Uchiha Nan to teach her a lesson. Whoa! Hanabi struggled harder with a foot stuffed in her mouth. Uchiha Nan even felt a bit of dampness under his foot. This girl was drooling. 5 minutes later, "You little brat, do you still dare to shout?" Uchiha Nan performed a high-difficulty maneuver, pressing Hanabi down with one hand and foot while leaning forward with a smile on his face. "No, I won't." Hanabi shook her head desperately with his toes in her mouth, her big eyes showing a hint of pleading. Only then did Uchiha Nan release her and pull back his foot, wiping off the saliva with a look of disdain and a smile. "You little brat, still drooling, what? Do you want to eat?" "Huh." Hanabi spat out, quickly opened her white eyes, glancing at Uchiha Nan before running out with a flushed face. This left Uchiha Nan, who was wiping his foot, momentarily at a loss for whether to be happy or angry. "Nan, Hanabi is just a bit childish. Don't take it to heart," Hinata said, not noticing Hanabi's last action. Seeing her man's strange expression, she thought he was angry at her sister and quickly comforted him. "It's fine. How could I be angry at my sister-in-law?" Uchiha Nan waved his hand, feeling even more uncomfortable inside. He was determined to give this girl a serious lesson next time. A month later, Uchiha Nan sat cross-legged on the bed, with Hinata fainted beside him. Closing his eyes and focusing his thoughts, he opened the battle records. Kill Puppet A. Gain, pending collection. Kill Puppet B. Gain, pending collection. Kill Puppet D. Gain Puppet D, pending collection. Can they drop their own? Uchiha Nan was momentarily taken aback, then tossed the thought aside. After all, these puppets were of no use to him. He continued to look further down. Kill Otsutsuki SH10. Gain Rinnegan. Gain Super Kaga level physical strength, pending collection. Only then did Uchiha Nan show some interest and first clicked on the physical quality. He felt a warm current surge into his body, then it was gone. Super Kaga level physical quality was no longer enough to move his experienced body. Uchiha Nan sighed and looked at the remaining Rinnegan. This was the first time the system had dropped an I not belonging to the Sharingan system, making him hesitate to collect it. Uchiha Nan didn't know how this pair of Rinnegan would enter his body. Would it create 2 more eye sockets on his head, turning him into a 4-eyed sage? Or would it directly extract the 2 types of ocular techniques from the Rinnegan and fuse them into his Rinnegan? Too many thoughts left him uncertain about which to believe. Moreover, Uchiha Nan didn't know how much help this pair of eyes would bring him, or if it would allow him to regain 6 paths level power. If it only added 2 ocular techniques, there was no need, as he could already use both techniques with his left eye. What Uchiha Nan cared more about was the overall enhancement brought by the Rinnegan. He shook his head and decided not to think about it anymore. Reaching out to click on the collection button, a surge of heat, several times larger than before, flowed into the eye area of his body. Uchiha Nan closed his eyes and pondered for a long time before finally opening them, revealing a hint of disappointment on his face. The anticipated truth-seeking ball did not appear. It made sense. Otsutsuki SH-10 could only use the truth-seeking ball by merging Hanabi's high-purity Byakugan with the Otsutsuki bloodline power. Just having a pair of eyes probably wouldn't be much stronger than his Rinnegan, let alone creating a truth-seeking ball. It merely increased the amount of chakra in Uchiha Nan's body by 2 Super Kage powers, but it was still an improvement, and he now possessed the Byakugan's ability to see through. Then Uchiha Nan closed his eyes again, and when he opened them once more, his Rinnegan with circular patterns had disappeared. In its place was a pair of Rinnegan radiating blue and white light. As Uchiha Nan's chakra flowed into his eyes, his vision penetrated through walls and passed through pedestrians on the street until he saw a white expanse before he closed his eyes. However, as he closed his eyes, he instinctively looked up and seemed to see Hanabi's face. After spending a few more days with Hinata, Uchiha Nan stood at the entrance of the Hyuga clan's territory, saying goodbye to the 2 sisters, Hinata and Hanabi. He had been out for a long time, and it was time to return to check on things. If something went wrong at the old nest, it wouldn't be good. As for this side, with the presence of the plow, which had already anchored this space-time, he could travel freely without worrying about not being able to return here after leaving. Are you really leaving? Brother-in-law, Hanabi said, her small face filled with reluctance as she clung to Uchiha Nan's arm, even pushing her sister aside. Don't worry, it's just a short farewell. I will be back soon. Uchiha Nan lowered his head and kissed Hinata on the face. He smiled again, looking at Hanabi, who was eagerly holding up her face, and kissed her as well. Nan, you need to stay safe. Filled with reluctance, Hinata didn't pay attention to her sister's actions, her heart solely focused on this man. Don't worry, I'll take care of myself. See you later. The 3 waved goodbye to each other. A flash of light enveloped Uchiha Nan, and he disappeared, holding the pink little turtle, leaving behind the 2 sisters with reluctant gazes. In the original time-space village, Uchiha Nan appeared in front of the Hokage building, looking at this familiar, yet slightly strange place, scratching his head in confusion. Weird, something seems off, until his peripheral vision caught sight of an advertisement posted on a nearby utility pole. He froze in place. It clearly stated, Konoha and Sunagakure jointly hold the Chunin exam starting today. Chapter 235. Nin exam. Upon seeing this news, Uchiha Nan was stunned. He even doubted whether his Rinnegan was playing tricks on him, and raised his hand to rub his eyes, but the article remained unchanged. This made Uchiha Nan grit his teeth in frustration and suddenly pulled out the little pink turtle from his ninja tool pouch, gripping its neck tightly with both hands. He asked darkly, what is going on with this timeline? The little turtle, feeling the immense force that could crush its shell, shook its head and hurriedly explained. The flow of time between each parallel world is different. It seems like only a month has passed in another world, but in this world, over a decade has already gone by. What? Uchiha Nan tightened his grip even more, and the turtle's shell emitted cracking sounds. Then he suddenly remembered the promise he made to Hinata when they parted, and his expression darkened. He asked sternly, does that mean that after several months have passed here, Hinata's world will also experience over a decade? Thinking of how the 2 sisters had waited for him for over a decade and still hadn't he seen him. Looking at him as if he were a scumbag, Uchiha Nan felt as if his heart was being twisted by a knife. And no, that's not it. The little turtle, sensing its life was in danger, desperately shook its head and provided the opposite viewpoint. Uchiha Nan finally breathed a sigh of relief, his grip loosening significantly, making the little turtle internally exclaim, I'm alive. Before it could catch its breath, it felt another weight added to its shell and quickly explained, the other world has already been marked and recorded by me. After you return here, the flow of time will align with this world, and the previous situation won't occur. Uchiha Nan pondered the implications of its words, and then keenly noticed something was off. He furrowed his brows and stared at it, continuing to question, by your logic, this current time node should also have been marked by you, otherwise how could we accurately return to this world? Why has the timeline here jumped ahead by over a decade? Are you up to something? Unexpectedly, the little turtle, who had been feeling guilty, suddenly raised its head and made eye contact with him. The reason for all this is because of you. Huh? Uchiha Nan was confused. What does that have to do with me? Don't you remember in the living room, when I had just replenished my energy, you couldn't wait and activated the time travel? This caused me to only have time to mark points here, without anchoring the time, the little turtle said, blinking its tiny eyes with a bit of resentment. This. Realizing it was his own fault, Uchiha Nan felt a bit embarrassed but couldn't show it. He casually put the little turtle away and headed toward the busiest part of the village. CH exam finals venue in a lush green forest. 3 viewing platforms reflecting a brilliant golden light stood tall. In the middle platform, Tsunade and the 4th Kazekage sat below, intently watching 2 figures engaged in battle at the bottom of a deep pit. The other 2 platforms were also filled with people watching below and cheering. On the central corridor, a much more mature, silver-haired Kakashi and the ever-enthusiastic Minato guy, arms crossed and sporting his watermelon head, maintained order with some umbu. In the pit, a handsome young man wearing the Uchiha attire and a Konoha headband stood still, watching as the shuriken he threw was easily deflected by a sandball. Blinking, he used a body flicker technique to dodge the extending sand tendrils. Sasuke wiped the sweat from his forehead, breathing heavily. What powerful defense! Nearby, in a viewing area closest to the pit, a familiar black-haired beauty exuded charm, nervously watching the situation in the arena. She grabbed the arm of her friend with long crimson hair, looking quite pleased. Kushina, do you think Sasuke will win? Kushina looked at her best friend's tightly clutched arm and pulled her into her embrace, smiling as she said, "Of course. Sasuke has been training hard. He will definitely win. Then let my Naruto compete with him to see who is the first in the CH exam." As the 2 joked around, the allure of the mature beauty caught the attention of many behind them. However, they dared not look openly, only sneaking glances. After all, the red-haired figure was infamous for her bad temper in Konoha. Previously, anyone who tried to flirt with her would get beaten up. Later, for some reason, her temper got worse. It escalated to the point where anyone who merely glanced at her would end up with broken ribs. If that was the case, it would be one thing, but there were many powerful people in the village, and someone with a temper like Kushina's would eventually provoke someone strong enough to retaliate. Though she had beaten up thought the same and silently hoped for that day. However, what happened next made them all despair. There was an elite J-nin in the village who prided himself on his strength and severely criticized Kushina's actions under the banner of maintaining peace. Then, he ended up bettered for a full 6 months. After that, Kushina became famous. People would avoid her on the streets. In the pit, sweat dripped from Sasuke's feet like beads, pooling into a small puddle. His gaze occasionally flicked to his left arm as he thought to himself, "There's no other way. Do I really have to use my internal technique? If that is the case, then let us do it." With a roar that echoed throughout the arena, he unleashed. Lightning release, Chidori. The dazzling electric light shot forth, piercing through the indestructible sandball. He truly is my son, Uchiha Nan, mingling in the crowd. Glanced at Sasuke's teacher, the cold-faced Kakashi, who wore a look of satisfaction. He elegantly squeezed through the crowd, stepping toward the 2 nervous women who were huddled together, and raised his hands to rest on their shoulders. The commotion in the arena also caught Kakashi's attention, and he turned to look. He saw the 2 audacious hands resting on Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto's shoulders. Realizing the potential trouble, he frowned, intending to rush over and stop it. He had heard of Kushina's actions in the village, and although he somewhat disapproved of her attacking fellow villagers as a junior, Kakashi felt he couldn't interfere with this openly established matron. However, today Kushina absolutely could not act out. This was a CH exam held by multiple villages, and Kakashi could not allow Konoha to become a laughingstock in front of the other villages. But just after taking 2 steps, he spotted the 2 figures connected to those hands, causing him to pause and his body to tremble slightly. Chapter 236 Reunion. This familiar feeling, could it be you? No, it can't be wrong. It must be. Ignoring the delirious Kakashi, those in the arena who were paying attention to this side were gradually getting excited. Their hands were tightly clenched, waving continuously, and the excitement in their hearts had reached its peak. They couldn't wait to see blood-red Chili turn around and punch that pretty boy into serious injury. But what happened next shocked them into silence. Blood-red Chili and the black-haired beauty turned around, and upon seeing the pretty boy, completely disregarded everyone's gaze and lunged into his arms. One on the left and one on the right. No way. The crowd couldn't help but wail in their hearts. Is this still blood-red Chili? They had already prepared for a fight, and you actually let this happen. Can someone just be handsome and do whatever he wants? Is there no justice left? Was blood-red Chili beating up those people before just because they weren't as good-looking as this pretty boy? Meanwhile, Uchiha Nan, who was bearing the envious gazes of the crowd, felt a mix of emotions. Both Meichin and Kushina had indeed thrown themselves into his arms, and not just that, they were crying as they did so. However, the hands they were hiding in the shadows were simultaneously pinching the soft flesh at his waist. One hand pinching the other did not stop, continuously hitting his chest. The powerful force made Uchiha Nan feel a bit overwhelmed. You heartless person. You disappeared for over a decade. Did you forget us? Nan, why did you come back only now? Do you know how worried I've been all these years? Sighing, Uchiha then tightened his hold on the two women, silently enduring as they vented their pain. This matter was indeed his fault, and he could only use his future time to make it up to them. Meanwhile, a flurry of pure white, yet insubstantial feathers fell from the sky, drifting like fluff in the wind. The technique of illusory nirvana caused everyone it touched to involuntarily fall into a deep sleep. This sudden change also woke Uchiha, Meichin, and Kushina, who looked up at the falling feathers. They couldn't help but cast worried glances at Uchiha Nan. Leave it to me. Uchiha Nan patted their shoulders and pressed them back into their seats. His gaze swept over the crowd that had fallen asleep and landed on Kakashi, who was standing there in a daze, staring at him. Uchiha Nan suddenly smiled, his lips moving. Long time no see, old friend. On the other side, sitting in the main seat, the fourth Kazekage appeared on the surface, but in reality, it was Orochimaru, seeing the established plan set in motion. His body couldn't help but tremble, and a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. Teacher, did you see that? This filthy village, I will destroy it today. Let Uchiha Nan, who harmed you, and that traitor Tsunade, die a miserable death before your eyes. Thinking of this, Orochimaru touched the scroll behind him, and, through his mind, saw the 5 coffins within, causing his trembling body to gradually calm down. Back then, he didn't know who leaked the news about him conducting live experiments on fellow village ninjas to his teacher. This led to his expulsion from the village. And on the escape route, if it weren't for his teacher's help, he might have died long ago. Therefore, Orochimaru had complex feelings towards his teacher, both hatred and love. He hated him for not choosing him as Hokage back then. The love stemmed from the little moments spent together as teacher and student, as well as the kindness of letting him off the hook in the end. After escaping the village, Orochimaru silently vowed to find a way to achieve immortality. He would kill the person who betrayed him and return to Konoha with his achievements, making his teacher proud once more. But what Orochimaru didn't expect was that it wasn't long before he heard the news of his teacher's death. That day, he was heartbroken, smashing the entire laboratory, feeling that living had no meaning. However, he was Orochimaru after all, and he quickly adjusted his mood. On one hand, he continued his experiments, and on the other, he searched for the cause of his teacher's death. It wasn't long before he learned that his teacher's death might be related to Uchiha Nan. Moreover, the one who betrayed him back then was also Uchiha Nan. After all, Danzo was dead. Who else could it be? The new hatred combined with old grudges caused Orochimaru's killing intent to reach its peak. However, he had fought Uchiha Nan several times and knew he could never be his opponent. Therefore, over these years, he had tirelessly researched through all the scrolls of Konoha and found one technique that could possibly help him take revenge: impure world reincarnation. After relentless research and continuous theft of corpses for experiments, he finally succeeded. He successfully performed the impure world reincarnation of Konoha's past Hokage, giving him the power to take revenge. However, Orochimaru knew well the strength of Konoha and persuaded Tsunade to join in a united operation. On the surface, it was to hold the Chunin exams, but in reality, it was to execute the plan for Konoha's collapse. Moreover, to ensure nothing went wrong, he killed the 4th Kazekage and replaced him to get closer to Tsunade, all to better eliminate Konoha and deal a fatal blow to Tsunade. But after entering the village and through days of investigation, Orochimaru received unexpected news. Uchiha Nan had not appeared in Konoha for many years. It seemed like this person had disappeared in a thin air. When Orochimaru learned this news, he felt very unhappy. It meant he couldn't kill that guy for revenge on behalf of his teacher. But it didn't matter. He could first destroy Konoha, kill the traitor Tsunade, and one by one eliminate the people Uchiha Nan cared about. Sooner or later, he would be unable to resist appearing. And now was the first step in the plan. Orochimaru suddenly attacked, swinging his fist toward Tsunade. Tsunade reacted quickly, dodging the attack, and with a puzzled expression, exchanged blows with the suddenly crazed 4th Kazekage. The two moved to a rooftop covered in golden tiles. Meanwhile, chaos erupted below, and the people from Tsunade took the opportunity to act. 4th Kazekage, what do you mean? Tsunade's expression was heavy as she clenched her fists tightly, not understanding why it had come to this. Did Tsunade want to go to war? Ha ha! A low, cold laugh sounded, causing Tsunade's body to freeze momentarily. She raised her head in disbelief, looking at the figure before her, and painfully uttered 3 words. Orochimaru, did you guess it? You traitor. The 4th Kazekage chuckled coldly, not removing his disguise, as he still needed the assistance of Tsunade's people. Taking advantage of this moment, smoke suddenly rose around the two of them. For ninjas dressed in Sound Village attire stood at the corners of the rooftop, raising a barrier that glowed with a crimson-purple light. The Umbu ninjas below sensed something was wrong and rushed to the barrier, but their bodies suddenly ignited with purple flames, turning them to ash. 4 Purple Flames Formation. Chapter 237. The handsome big brother Tsunade coldly uttered the name, raising her hands in preparation for battle. Orochimaru, where's the 4th Kazekage? What do you want to do today? What do I want to do? Of course, I want to kill you, the traitor, and destroy Konoha. As for the 4th Kazekage, you'll have to look for him in the afterlife. Orochimaru's icy tongue flicked out as his aura grew stronger step by step. Hearing his words, Tsunade's expression darkened. It seems you're the true traitor of the village. Yes, I am a traitor, but I'm not despicable enough to kill my own teacher. As Orochimaru said this, the chill in his eyes intensified. What nonsense are you talking about? What does my teacher's death have to do with me? Upon hearing the topic of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Tsunade suddenly trembled, and some unwilling memories surfaced in her heart. On the surface, the teacher and those advisors committed suicide using the 4-symbol seal because of a scandal. But in reality, there were many doubts about this matter. Why would Hiruzen and the other 3 do such a thing? Were they controlled by someone? Even if it was voluntary, how could a usually cautious Danzo Shimura commit suicide for a bit of face? But if they had previously conspired against someone, and that person possessed powerful Jinjutsu abilities, wouldn't it make sense? Uchiha naturally became the suspect behind the scenes. Tsunade, who became Hokage, was clearly aware of this situation, yet she turned a blind eye and chose to live alongside the enemy who killed her teacher. These matters had always been buried in her heart. She simply did not want to face them. Now, however, Orochimaru brought these words to the surface, making her momentarily unable to confront them directly. In Orochimaru's eyes, Tsunade's various abnormalities were a manifestation of her painful betrayal of her teacher. Die, Tsunade! Orochimaru tore off the skin of the 4th Kazekage from his face, revealing his pale visage. On the other side, outside Konoha village, the ninjas on guard looked grimly at the nearly 100-meter-tall serpent with 8 heads. Damn it. We have no way to stop this thing. Kunai and explosive tags are ineffective against it. Another person gritted his teeth, raised his kunai, and resolutely charged forward. There's no other way. The village needs us to protect it. Meanwhile, Uchiha Nan walked over to Kakashi and greeted him, ignoring several ninjas that had jumped out from the crowd to obstruct them. He stared intently at the disappearing figures of Sasuke and Gaara below and couldn't help but sigh. What a hassle. Then he clapped his hands, and a shadow clone appeared beside him. Uchiha Nan turned and instructed it, follow them. In the field, Kakashi, Might Guy, and the surrounding Umbu were confronting the enemy. Suddenly, they spotted Orochimaru revealing his true form on a nearby rooftop. Bad news, Hokage-sama is in danger. Kakashi thought for a moment and said to Sakura, you go wake up those ninjas under Jinjutsu. Since he had already seen Uchiha Nan's clone go after Sasuke, he felt reassured about his disciple's safety. Dodging a kunai that sliced through the air, Kakashi and Might Guy moved towards the enemy, leaving Sakura and Uchiha Nan standing with grave expressions. Sakura glanced at the handsome guy beside her with a strange look, her nervousness slightly alleviated, and couldn't help but remind him, big brother, be careful. It's dangerous here. You should find a place to hide. Although she hadn't seen this person before, she noticed his eye exchange with Kakashi-sensei earlier, indicating they were good friends, which prompted her to offer a warning. There is really not much in this world that can threaten me. Uchiha Nan shrugged nonchalantly. You're just boasting. I'm ignoring you. I have a mission to complete. Sakura looked at the young man who was only a few years older than her, lacking any aura of a strong person, and couldn't help but smack her forehead. In her eyes, this handsome big brother was probably just a guy who talked big. Now that even Hokage-sama was in danger, and Kakashi-sensei could only barely protect himself, how could he say such a thing? She then disregarded him and slowly moved away, using the chair as cover. Seeing Sakura regard him as a fraud, Uchiha Nan suddenly sighed. Why is it that no one believes the truth? He stretched out his hand, pinching his fingers together, creating a soft snap. Suddenly, an invisible wave spread throughout the area, awakening those who had been ensnared by the Jinjutsu one by one. What is going on? Why did I suddenly faint? Me too. As Sakura carefully crawled on the ground, she suddenly heard the commotion around her. Looking up, she saw those who had previously been under Jinjutsu waking up one after another. What is happening? Sakura stood up, puzzled, and turned to look beside her. She saw the big brother who had been boasting before smiling at her. No way. Sakura opened her mouth in disbelief, a wave of absurdity flooding her heart. Could it be that Guy wasn't just boasting? No, that's impossible. How could anyone be strong enough to disregard everyone else in the world? Even Hokage-sama couldn't do that. This must just be a coincidence. Yes, a coincidence. Sakura found a rational explanation in her heart, absolutely refusing to believe that the young man, only a few years older than her, possessed such power. But just as she was lost in thought, everything before her suddenly turned dark. A figure wielding a kunai had appeared in front of her. The gleaming blade shot downwards. At that moment, Sakura finally reacted, but it was too late. She was so frightened that she tightly shut her eyes, waiting for death to come. But the pain Sakura anticipated did not come. She only felt a gust of wind rush past her, blowing her pink hair wildly. A tragic scream echoed in her ears. Sakura slowly opened her eyes, and the handsome big brother, who had a charming smile, had come to her side. However, his smile had vanished, replaced by a calm expression. Following his gaze, Sakura saw the enemy that posed a lethal threat to her had turned into a pool of blood and mud, splattered across a seat in the viewing area. Sakura then shifted her gaze back, staring blankly at the handsome face that bore a calm demeanor. She felt her heart racing. That face was deeply engraved in her heart, something she would never forget in her lifetime. Chapter 238. Lornan, all right, stop daydreaming and go hide over there. Uchiha Nan patted Sakura's head, which was sparkling with heart-shaped gleams in her eyes, and pointed to Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto, who had already joined Naruto. I understand, big brother. Can you tell me your name? Sakura placed her hands on her chest, cradling her head in a love-struck manner. My name is Uchiha Nan. You could just call me Nanji. Uchiha Nan suddenly felt that the little girl in front of him had an odd look in her eyes, but he didn't think much of it. Looking at the enemies causing chaos around, Uchiha Nan raised his hand and opened his mouth to shout, "Universal pull." Sakura blinked, and then saw Big Brother Nan's eyes transform from a pair of deep black and white pupils into dazzling purple eyes adorned with circular patterns. So handsome. Next, she witnessed a unique ninjutsu she had never seen before in her life. The enemies fighting against Kakashi-sensei and Might Guy suddenly stopped moving, floating mid-air, struggling to no avail. Carried by some invisible force, they were drawn to the palm raised by Uchiha Nan. Following that were the sounds of twisting and the desperate cries of the enemies. Those dozen ninjas were helplessly crushed into a compressed meatball by Uchiha Nan's delicate palm. Seeing this gruesome scene, aside from Sakura, who continued to gaze at Big Brother Nan with infatuation, those who had awakened from the illusion couldn't help but take a few steps back, looking at the meatball and the young man's calm expression. Even Kakashi and Might Guy's expressions turned somewhat grim. They hadn't expected that after more than a decade. Their former comrade had become so ruthless. However, it was just a slight discomfort. The bonds forged in battle would never be forgotten. Thud! Uchiha Nan retracted his hand, and the meatball bounced down, rolling beside chair. The people around immediately scattered in fear. Uchiha Nan ignored them and approached Kakashi, facing the fearful gazes of the crowd. You guys go bring support to the village. I'll handle things here. Kakashi and Might Guy exchanged glances and nodded at the roof engulfed by the four purple flames formation. Be careful. On the rooftop, Orochimaru formed hand seals, extending a thick snake-like tongue. Hidden shadow, snake hands. Tsunade's eyes shifted, and she spun around on her toes, dodging the snake head that revealed its sharp fangs. She then aimed for its 7-inch mark, tightening her fist and striking with a whoosh. Bang! Green blood splattered as the snake split in half, the upper half crashing onto the rooftop with a heavy thud. Tsunade's expression darkened as she dodged, watching the green poisonous blood sizzle as it hit the ground. Damn it, do you really want to fight me to the death? Orochimaru chuckled coldly, pressing his hands on the ground as more poisonous snakes emerged, roaring with their gaping mouths. Traitor, today is your day to die. Konoha will be destroyed today. Tsunade formed hand seals and opened her mouth to unleash a massive wind blade, obliterating the snake swarm in front of her. Wind release, vacuum wave. She turned her gaze towards the distant Orochi, rampaging through the village, her hope gradually sinking. With a push from her toes, she aimed to break through the formation and take down that beast. But Orochimaru saw through her intentions, smirking coldly. Open the inner barrier. The four sound ninjas, standing in the corner, immediately formed hand seals. A shadow that perfectly matched theirs appeared behind them, and the same four purple flames formation materialized. Damn it! Tsunade recognized their movements and thought it was bad, but she steeled herself, choosing a corner position, pouring chakra into her right arm. and using strength of 100 to strike with a punch. Bang! A violent sonic boom erupted, and the purple wall merely shook while Tsunade was sent flying back. She looked down at the scars on her arm, corroded by the flames, and worry surged in her heart once more. Ha ha! Don't waste your effort. No one has ever broken this formation in Konoha, not even Uchiha Nan. Outside the barrier, the Umbu ninjas watched the commotion inside, their worry spilling over. But they had no means to deal with the purple firewall, only hoping that the Hokage could eliminate the intruders inside. Suddenly, a gentle breeze blew through. One of the Umbu ninjas caught a glimpse of something with his peripheral vision and turned his head. He saw a remarkably handsome young man, wearing a Konoha forehead protector and a black windbreaker, standing in midair, walking step by step towards them. Who are you? The Umbu ninja, having never seen such a technique, immediately raised his kunai, looking on guard. Just because he wore a Konoha forehead protector didn't necessarily mean he was one of them. The other Umbu also noticed the commotion and turned to look at the unfamiliar figure. Who is that? I've never seen him in the village. Is he an enemy? Prepare to fight. As the Umbu ninjas drew their weapons and focused, their leader, an elder who had worked in the Umbu for over a decade, trembled and took a few steps forward. Captain, what are you doing? Are you under a jinjutsu? Amidst the confused gazes of the other Umbu, he knelt on one knee before the young man who had reached the rooftop and lowered his head. The next moment, a hoarse voice emerged. Lord Nan, you've returned. Who is Lord Nan? Have you heard of him? I seem to have some impression. I've heard the older generation mention him. The Umbu ninjas, upon hearing their captain's words, understood that the young man before them was from Konoha and seemed to hold a high position. They all sheathed their weapons, their expressions turning to confusion. This lord is so young and holds such a high position. How come we've never heard of him? Get up. A cold voice came as Uchiha Nan walked over to the kneeling Umbu, raising his hand. An invisible force lifted the man up. He then walked past them towards the indestructible four purple flames formation. Approaching closely, he raised his fair hand, poised to touch the barrier glowing with purple flames. Lord, be careful. Watch out. The Umbu ninjas, witnessing this scene, urgently called out to stop him. Although they didn't know this lord's strength, they could tell from his age that he couldn't be that strong. Even their comrade had been turned to ash without resistance after touching this barrier. Isn't this young man seeking death? Shut up, what do you know? Don't disturb Lord Nan. To their surprise, their captain sternly reprimanded them. Captain, you shut up. Just watch quietly. Though the Umbu ninjas were at their wits' end with worry, their long-standing career in the Umbu made them hesitate to defy their captain's orders. They could only watch in frustration, secretly praying that this Lord Nan wouldn't encounter any mishaps. Meanwhile, the four inside the barrier also noticed the farcical scene outside. With cold smiles, they watched this oblivious young man, anticipating his cries of despair as that fair hand reached out to touch the edge of the barrier. Chapter 239. Impure World Reincarnation. The sound of the barrier shattering echoed throughout the arena, a crisp and melodious sound with a peculiar rhythm. With their arms outstretched, the four members of the Sound Ninja Village struggled to maintain the barrier, their smiles frozen in place as they stared in disbelief at the scene before them. How is it possible that the four Crimson Flames formation has been broken? The expressions of the Umbu ninjas, praying in their hearts, also changed to one of bewilderment. Could it be? Had their prayers been answered? They glanced at the young boy and then at their captain, whose face was filled with joy. They sighed inwardly. No wonder the captain seemed so confident. He must have witnessed the strength of this Lord Nan before. They were like frogs at the bottom of a well, looking at the sky from a limited perspective. Before them, the indestructible barrier, aflame with purple flames, was now riddled with intersecting cracks. The source of this destruction was merely a delicate white hand, belonging to the unconcerned boy. With a thunderous crash, the four Crimson Flames formation was completely shattered by that hand. The four members of the Sound Ninja Village spat out blood and fell heavily to the ground. The backlash from the broken barrier severely injured them. However, the fallen individuals paid no mind to their injuries, their gazes fixated on the young figure. Why? But Uchiha Nan ignored them, leaving behind a few unwilling figures lying on the ground. He stepped forward, approaching Orochimaru, and then revealed a smile. I heard you were looking for me. Hearing that unforgettable voice from behind, Orochimaru felt as if his ability to move had been stripped away, frozen in place. While inside, he was roaring with madness. This shouldn't be happening. Move, damn it. He was the enemy who killed my teacher. I should turn around and tear him apart with the cruelest methods. How could I be paralyzed by fear? Uchiha Nan pushed Orochimaru aside, who staggered backward as if he had lost all strength, falling heavily to the ground with a vacant stare at the sky. Uchiha Nan took a few steps forward. his eyes complex as he stared at the figure that had been bowing its head and clenching its fists tightly since his arrival. "Tsunade, I'm late." Uchiha then raised his hand and placed it on her trembling shoulder, clad in the Hokage robe. "Get away from me. Where have you been for the past 10 years? Tsunade slapped Uchiha Nan's hand away and stepped back, her tear-streaked face filled with anguish. Just as Uchiha Nan was about to explain, a loud thud echoed behind him. Turning around, he saw Orochimaru's grim face and the 4 coffins standing upright before him. "Uchiha Nan, you murderer of my teacher, I will kill you here today." Orochimaru glared at the 4 reincarnated ninjas before him. Feeling his confidence return, he raised his hands. Creaking sounds rang out as the coffin lids slid open. Amid swirling white mist, 4 figures stepped out. As the mist cleared and the 4 figures became visible, the Umbu in the crowd, watching from distance, could not help but gasp in shock. They turned to look at the Hokage rock statues, then back at the 4 figures, falling into a stupor. Kushina, standing beside her son, stared at the last of the 4 newcomers with tightly clenched fists, her face paling. "Great-grandfather, second grandfather, how can it be you?" Tsunade also snapped out of her sadness, rubbing her red eyes, realizing that everything before her was not a dream. Her 2 elders had truly returned from the Pure Land. "This is Konoha, little Tsunade." In a suit of red armor, Hashirama Senju patted his head, surveying the surroundings that were all too familiar. Then he spotted his granddaughter, who had grown much, but still bore the resemblance of her childhood. However, before Hashirama could express his joy at their reunion, he saw Tsunade's white robe suddenly jump up. "Why is the Hokage robe on you? Don't tell me you're the Hokage now." Hashirama could hardly fathom that his granddaughter, who had developed a gambling habit just like him since childhood, had become Hokage, potentially risking the entire village. "Little Tsunade, you've grown up." Tobirama Senju greeted her with a smile. But his expression changed as he turned to give Uchiha Nan a cold glance, then looked at Orochimaru. "Young man, did you use impure world reincarnation to summon us?" Impressive. Understanding the situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen also cast a complicated glance at Uchiha Nan, looking at his disciple with concern. "Orochimaru, you summoned us from the Pure Land. What evil plan do you have?" The last figure, Minato Namikaze, curiously patted his body. "What a fascinating ability. Teacher, as your loyal disciple, all I want to do now is avenge you, kill Uchiha Nan, destroy the traitor Tsunade, and obliterate the entire Konoha." Orochimaru ignored the others, his gaze fixed intently on his teacher. "Bastard, there's no need to bring up the past. Destroying Konoha is too much." Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth twitched as he recalled past events, but since he was already dead, the grievances had faded, and he naturally did not want anyone to bring them up again. Konoha was the dream he had worked for all his life, and he would not allow this disciple to destroy it. "Ha ha ha, today's events won't be left to you. This filthy village will disappear." Orochimaru raised his hands, and the 4 bodies lost control, leaving only their consciousness to observe everything. "I'm sorry, little Tsunade. Uchiha, young man, be careful." Tobirama blamed himself, blaming Hashirama for leaving behind such a technique as impure world reincarnation. "I've said before that life and death cannot be connected." Hashirama cast an apologetic glance at his granddaughter and Uchiha Nan, then reproachfully looked at his brother. Tobirama wanted to retort to his brother's words, but he was already under Orochimaru's control, walking toward Uchiha Nan, leaving only a resentful gaze behind. "Let me see the strength of the second Hokage." Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and raised the control rune in his hand, forcing him to make an attacking motion. "Second grandfather, that damn Orochimaru." Tsunade shot a pained glance at her second grandfather, who was looking at her with an apologetic expression, and fixed her gaze on Orochimaru, wishing to tear apart this bastard who desecrated her relatives' corpses. But just as she was about to take action, she suddenly felt an arm around her waist, followed by immense strength, pulling her back toward the area where the Umbu were. After landing, Tsunade turned to see Uchiha Nan smiling at her, retracting his arm. Chapter 240, Strong Confrontation, Part 1. "Leave this to me. You should take a good rest." Uchiha Nan smiled as he withdrew his gaze, and then clapped his hands together. A barrier, several times more powerful than the previous 4 Red Yang formation, suddenly appeared, blocking Tsunade's attempt to rush in. "Scoundrel, let me in. Why should you face such a dangerous situation alone?" Tsunade glared at the irresponsible man, collapsing weakly in front of the barrier, tears streaming from her eyes as she helplessly pounded on the bright yellow barrier. "Let me face this danger with you. What's your relationship with that evil Uchiha brat?" Senju Tobirama furrowed his brows, showing a puzzled expression. Although he was being controlled by Orochimaru, he could still sense something from their actions and attitudes. He couldn't believe that his granddaughter had developed feelings for the evil Uchiha brat. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Orochimaru's cold voice came again. He raised a hand holding a control talisman, sneering as he said, Lord Second, your lovely granddaughter is just one of this Uchiha brat's many lovers. And she even conspired with him against my teacher. Lovers, is it? Senju Tobarama glanced at the third Hokage, and upon seeing him silent, he understood. His sharp gaze swept back and forth between Uchiha Nan and Tsunade. So what? Uchiha Nan shrugged nonchalantly, narrowing his eyes as he locked gazes with Senju Tobarama. Young people have their own desires. You don't need to meddle. As for the third, he can only blame himself for being unclear. How arrogant. The Uchiha clan is indeed evil. Let me teach you how to respect your elders. Senju Tobarama was enraged by Uchiha Nan's words, immediately abandoning his control over his body, wanting the little brat in front of him to suffer a bit. He swiftly formed hand seals, creating a technique. Water release, exploding water colliding wave. The air inside the barrier suddenly became humid, countless droplets gathering together, condensing into a water vortex in the blink of an eye. With tremendous destructive power, it shattered the roof tiles and surged forward. If Uchiha Nan hadn't set up a barrier on the ground, this attack could have caused the entire observation area to collapse. As expected of the second Hokage, he could unleash a water technique powerful enough to alter the terrain even in this setting. The Umbu ninja, watching from outside, felt deep concern upon realizing the identities of the few people inside. They silently sweated for Lord Nan. Child's play. Uchiha Nan snorted coldly, clapping his hands together, causing several specially made high-temperature fireballs to swirl around him. Scorch release, steaming murder. The fireballs collided with the water wave, and the terrifying temperature erupted. In an instant, the entire water vortex evaporated into mist, along with the vast ocean summoned by Tobarama, which dried up and vanished under the intense heat. The scorching steam rolled back, pushing Senju Tobarama, who had an ugly expression, several meters away. Be careful, Lord Second. This Uchiha brat is no simple opponent. Orochimaru's sinister laughter echoed from behind. Damn it. Senju Tobarama was unwilling to accept that he was defeated by such a young Uchiha. Snorting coldly, he continued forming seals. Water release, water severing wave. A high-pressure water line surged forth from his mouth. Tobarama watched eagerly, hoping this repeatedly modified water technique would split the evil Uchiha brat in half. However, when the water line reached in front of him, Uchiha Nan merely raised a hand, infused it with chakra, and gently slapped forward. Bang! The moment his palm struck, the space seemed to vibrate. The high-pressure water blade was directly dispersed into water molecules by the surrounding pressure, falling to the ground drop by drop. Senju Tobarama felt a tremendous force surge against his chest, sending him flying backward to roll beside Senju Hashirama. He lay on the ground, staring blankly at the wound on his chest that had shattered and healed, unable to believe it. This Uchiha brat had easily defeated him without even opening his Sharingan. While it was true that this body couldn't exert his full strength, it did not mask his defeat. Tobarama, just as Senju Tobarama was in a daze, Senju Hashirama suddenly reached out to pull him up. Don't be careless. This Uchiha Jr.'s strength can't be underestimated. Indeed, Lord Second, although I am very reluctant to admit it, this Uchiha brat's power is among the top in the entire ninja world. Sarutobi Hiruzen also walked over to Tobarama's side, looking toward Uchiha Nan. Minato, also controlled by Orochimaru, joined them, casting a helpless glance at Uchiha Nan. With Orochimaru waving the sealing symbols in his hand, Senju Tobarama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Namake's Minato stood together, preparing for battle, while Senju Hashirama stood with his arms crossed. Lord First, as the god of shinobi, you should make your move last. Orochimaru's long tongue flicked out, his gaze becoming sharp. Attack! Minato and Tobarama raised their hands, launching countless specialized kunai, preparing to control the field with Flying Thunder God. Sarutobi Hiruzen formed hand seals, unleashing a combination of earth and fire attacks to buy them time. Combination ninjutsu, earth and fire dragon bullet. Damn it! Outside the barrier, Tsunade watched this scene, her worry intensifying, her fists tightly clenched. The combined power of my grandfather, teacher, and Minato is enough to destroy a large nation. Can you handle it, Nan? The Umbu ninja beside her watched with dry mouths, secretly swallowing saliva. Lord Nan, you must win. Otherwise, with our little bodies, we might not be able to withstand these divine beings inside. Boring tricks. Unexpectedly, facing the combined attack of fire and earth, Along with Senju Tobarama and Namikaze Minato, who were constantly flickering in the air, Uchiha then spat out a mouthful of saliva. Since the battle began, his calm eyes finally became sharp for the first time. He put away his lazy demeanor, slowly raising both hands. A dark purple flame appeared on one hand, and as the flame danced, intense heat distorted the surrounding air, creating mirages. A white mist appeared on the other hand. When floating objects in the air touched this mist, holes appeared on their surfaces, silently corroding them clean. Uchiha then brought his hands together and pushed forward. The fireball and mist tightly compressed against each other, then exploded violently. Combination blood technique, burning heaven. Bang! There was no thunderous explosion, only a muffled sound spread out. The front half of the barrier was covered by a greenish-blue shadow, formed by the mist and fireball. The sky full of kunai vanished. The combined ninjutsu of earth and fire disappeared. Even Senju Tobarama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Namikaze Minato all disappeared with a cry. Outside the barrier, Tsunade looked at this scene, her worried face revealing a look of shock. She had never known that Nan was this powerful. The Umbu ninjas also felt relieved, unable to help but mutter a few words. Boss, we thought you were already strong, but in reality, you're even stronger than we imagined. Even Senju Hashirama, watching this scene, had his smiling face slightly stiffen. Meanwhile, Orochimaru seemed to have anticipated everything, his expression remaining unfazed. He had been defeated by Uchiha and then several times and knew he wasn't so easily beaten. He merely tightened the talisman in his hand and glanced at Senju Hashirama. Lord First Hokage, it's your turn. I hope you won't disappoint me. Chapter 241, Forceful Showdown, Part 2. Orochimaru waved his hand, and Senju Hashirama lost control of his body. He moved forward toward the figure in the black robe. Uchiha's juniors should be careful. Behind Senju Hashirama, special runes danced in the air. The revived Uchiha Tobarama and the others also reappeared. They all looked at the black-robed figure with grim expressions, clenching their fists in unwillingness. Three powerful figures, renowned in the ninja world, teamed up to deal with a junior, only to be wiped out in one move. Even though they were in the impure world reincarnation state. Not at their peak, it still didn't make them feel any better. The three glanced at Orochimaru again and noticed he had no intention of letting them continue to fight. They could only suppress their unwillingness and find a spot to watch the upcoming peak battle of the ninja world. Meanwhile, Senju Tobarama and Sarutobi Hiruzen were also hoping that their elder brother, the first Hokage, could teach this ignorant Uchiha a lesson to avenge their inner hatred. In the arena, Senju Hashirama's gaze was firm. Holding a kunai while clad in red armor, his figure shot out like lightning. Uchiha took this legendary first Hokage seriously. Chakra surged within him, and the air around crackled with fine sounds. In the blink of an eye, blue lightning surged from his body. Uchiha appeared in front of Senju Hashirama, his fist pulled back to his abdomen and then thrusting forward. Senju Hashirama raised his left hand to intercept the punch, while his right hand gripped the kunai, aiming for Uchiha's neck. However, the collision of their hands was beyond his expectations. A tremendous force emanated from that seemingly weak fist. The arm that collided with it made a cracking sound. Senju Hashirama's body jolted under that force, causing the kunai to slow down slightly. Uchiha seized this opportunity and grinned. He bent his knees and lunged forward with a powerful kick, the air crackling as he aimed for Senju Hashirama's lower body. Senju Hashirama's face changed drastically. He suddenly felt a bit more control over his body. He couldn't care less about his attack. He clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and struck down toward the incoming leg. Winning or losing didn't matter. His vital parts were what mattered. Even as an impure world reincarnation body, Senju Hashirama didn't want to take that kick head-on. With a crunch, the moment their fists and legs collided, the powerful force shattered Senju Hashirama's arms, just as it was about to penetrate his vital area. Senju Hashirama used that force to flip backward, retreating several steps. A sense of relief washed over him, having avoided a man's greatest pain. Your tricks are truly shameless. Junior. Even after narrowly dodging that kick, Senju Hashirama couldn't help but feel a bit of fear. If that kick had landed, perhaps his impure world reincarnation body wouldn't have been afraid of anything. But in front of so many people, the reputation of the god of ninjas would be ruined. Throughout his life, Senju Hashirama had experienced countless battles. But even during peak showdowns with Madara, he had never been dealt with in such a despicable manner. Even a nice guy like him couldn't take it anymore. He took 2 steps back and realized that after the recent struggle, the external control had weakened significantly. It seemed that as long as he continued to fight, he would no longer be controlled and could fully rely on his own abilities. This realization brightened Senju Hashirama's eyes. Orochimaru's control was good, but ultimately, it was no match for his own performance. After all, it was his own body, only he could maximize his combat power. As their fists collided, the armor on him rattled. He turned his head, looking at Uchiha Nan with malicious intent. You enjoyed your earlier attack, right? Now it's my turn. Senju Hashirama clapped his hands, and thick wooden spikes burst forth from the ground, continuously surging forward. After experiencing the earlier shadow, he had no intention of engaging Uchiha Nan in close combat again. Uchiha Nan tapped his toes on the ground, retreating to avoid the wooden spikes emerging beneath him. However, the ground beneath continued to undulate, with an endless stream of wooden spikes. As Uchiha Nan's mind raced, he clapped his hands down onto the ground. Earth Release, Tectonic Core Technique. A buzzing sound emerged, and Senju Hashirama felt the ground beneath them moving as if it had come to life. The surface divided into 3 layers, each flowing in different directions. The wooden spikes that had just appeared underground were torn into 3 pieces by forces coming from different directions. With his ninjutsu being countered, Senju Hashirama showed no signs of dissatisfaction. Instead, he smiled. Now this is a proper duel. He clapped his hands again, channeling his chakra through his body into the earth beneath him. The restless underground was penetrated by roots that took root and stopped moving. Then, at the motion of Hashirama's eyes, thick vines began to absorb chakra and nutrient from deep within the earth, expanding rapidly, growing from the thickness of a thumb to a point where they could hardly be wrapped around his waist, continuing to grow wildly. Thick roots burst forth from the ground, intertwining in a manner that formed a magnificent and fierce dragon body hundreds of meters high. Would release, would dragon technique. Are you serious now? Then I want to hold back. Uchiha Nan smirked, injecting his ocular power into his eyes. His black and white pupils transformed into striking purple eyes. Rinnegan. Those who recognized those eyes in the arena couldn't help but feel a shock, struggling to believe it. The legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths were indeed real. Senju Hashirama paused for a moment, recalling the records he had seen in ancient clan teachings. The one who founded the ninja sect and spread chakra throughout the ninja world actually existed. Orochimaru, hiding behind, could no longer contain his shock. He sent this information out. Then he rubbed his forehead to relieve some discomfort. He had seen these eyes before, on the leader of the Akatsuki in the Land of Rain. Now, there was a second pair in the ninja world, and it was in Uchiha Nan's hands. This made him ponder and speculate. Ha ha ha, the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. Let me see if he is as powerful as the legends say. Senju Hashirama laughed boldly, raising his hands and pushing forward. The wooden dragon, with a might that could block out the sun, roared, shattering the clouds above. Then it pressed down toward Uchiha Nan. The terrifying pressure made the ANBU outside the barrier clench their fists involuntarily. Chapter 243, Fierce Showdown, and the wooden dragon's claws, extending several meters, stirred up a gust of wind that fluttered Uchiha Nan's clothing. In the face of such a terrifying figure, he remained unfazed, merely blinking his left eye lightly. The eye, adorned with circular patterns, transformed into a pupil radiating blue and white light. Uchiha Nan raised his hand, and several illusory black orbs floated out, beginning to spin in mid-air as he spoke. Silver Wheel Rebirth Explosion. A terrifying storm tornado burst forth. The people within the barrier felt their bodies uncontrollably pulled towards the tornado by an invisible force. Even the bright yellow barrier, which had remained unmoved throughout the long battle, showed signs of distortion. The wooden dragon, facing this terrifying ninjutsu, began to twist and contort from its extended claw, becoming a series of wooden splinters. Following that, its head, body, and everything else was engulfed by the vortex. Outside, all that could be heard was the sound of cracking collisions. Seconds later, the tornado dissipated, and clarity returned to the barrier. The massive wooden dragon that had obscured the sky had vanished, leaving only a shower of wooden splinters as evidence of its existence. Impressive. Is this the power of the sage's eye? Senju Hashirama chuckled, not feeling uneasy despite Uchiha Nan being his enemy. Instead, he sincerely praised the eyes, devoid of any falsehood. There's something even more powerful. Would you like to see? Uchiha Nan found Hashirama's grandfather very interesting and replied, after putting his hand down. All right then, let me show you my strongest move. If you defeat me, the title of God of Ninjas will be yours, Hashirama said, a radiant smile on his face. He clasped his hands together and looked down at his wrinkled skin, shaking his head with a sigh. I hope this body can hold up. Then, the smile faded from his face, and an invisible aura surged forth, creating an oppressive atmosphere within the barrier. The sky was affected by his power, with dark clouds forming a heavy shroud. It was at this moment that Senju Hashirama revealed the immense strength that could be called the god of ninjas would release. Wooden Man technique. Endless chakra was extracted from this body, infusing the roots beneath the ground, making them grow even stronger. A gigantic wooden figure, several times larger than the previous wooden dragon, slowly appeared. In comparison, the former wooden dragon was nothing more than a toothpick. The reanimated Senju, Tobirama, and Sarutobi Hiruzen watched the giant figure with burning eyes, glancing at Uchiha Nan, who seemed smaller than an ant beside it. Their excitement was barely containable. This time, we will definitely defeat him. Yes, what can this little brat use to defend himself? Although they knew that once their elder brother defeated Uchiha Nan, Konoha would no longer be able to stop Orochimaru's power and would face destruction. They couldn't help but want to trample and humiliate the Uchiha Nan who had previously defeated them effortlessly. Even if it was Hashirama who defeated Uchiha Nan, not them. Outside the barrier, both Tsunade and the Umbu watching the battle, as well as Uchiha Mikoto and Uzumaki Kushina in the distance, looked on with deep concern. Even though they had previously held confidence in Uchiha Nan, seeing the wooden figure capable of crushing the entire Konoha with a single palm, the fear within them surged uncontrollably. But there was nothing they could do. They could only anxiously gaze at the figure cloaked in black. Is this body reaching its limit? Hashirama thought as he looked at the now-stopped wooden figure, sighing inwardly. Although others would see this would release technique as godlike power, he still felt somewhat dissatisfied. This body was unable to use sage techniques, making it impossible to evolve his strongest move, the Buddha transformation. Fighting against the sages, with these limitations, felt imperfect. However, it was too late, and he could only control the wooden figure to raise its foot. Under the gaze of many, it began to stomp down towards the boy possessing the sage's eye. Don't let me down, Uchiha Jr. Facing this looming foot, Uchiha Nen gently patted his shoulder, brushing off the falling wooden splinters. Then he raised his head to look at the wooden figure, his blue and white eyes shimmering once again. Uchiha Nen also raised his right hand. Golden will rebirth explosion. The dazzling yellow light dispelled the heavy dark clouds and the tense atmosphere. A pillar of light shot up from Uchiha Nan's right hand, an invisible chill illuminating the entire village of Konoha. Everyone felt an invisible sword of Damocles hanging over them, ready to take their lives at any moment. The wooden figure's descending foot was turned to dust by the yellow light. Uchiha Nen raised his calm eyes and gently waved his right hand. Although this attack lost the enhancement of the Six Paths power, it was still more than enough to slice through small Konoha. Of course, he would never do that. A torrent of yellow light poured down within the barrier, visible to everyone in Konoha. Even those who raised their arms for defense vanished silently from head to toe the moment they touched the yellow light. Even Senju Hashirama, who was struck by the yellow light, merely revealed a strange smile before disappearing in the blink of an eye. Below, the somber-faced Sarutobi Hiruzen and Senju Tobirama clenched their fists, unwilling to accept that their elder brother, the first Hokage, was so easily defeated. Meanwhile, Minato, who sat nonchalantly on the ground, looking past the barrier towards Kushina, was also turned to dust by the descending golden light. The once steadfast barrier was smoothly split in half and collapsed. Outside, Tsunade, who had been anxiously watching, rushed to Uchiha Nan's side as soon as she saw the barrier shatter. She pulled Uchiha Nan into her embrace, worriedly checking for any injuries on him. The Umbu, having regained their composure, rushed in to stand protectively in front of Nan. Each of them glared fiercely at Orochimaru in the distance. Under our protection, you won't lay a finger on Lord Nan. Though Lord Nan could crush them with a mere pinky, they could not forget their duty. On the other side, Orochimaru's face, resembling that of a corpse, showed no signs of emotion. Even with the previous pillar of golden light nearly striking him, leading to his doom, he did not change his expression. Instead, the light in his eyes grew increasingly fiery and greedy, as if he were staring at a precious treasure, fixated on Uchiha Nan and his eyes. A moment later, after the several reanimated bodies had recovered, he held a few control seals. A chilling smile crept across his face. Next time, boom! Chapter 244. Temari Uchiha Nan looked at Orochimaru, who had been blown apart by his punch, and curled his lips. Is he dead? Tsunade stepped forward to look at the fresh red blood on the ground. No, that guy is very cunning. The one he sent out at first was just a snake clone, and his real body has long since run away. This is why he didn't choose the easier way to kill Orochimaru at the beginning. Uchiha Nan bent down, disdainfully reaching his hand into the pile of flesh and blood beneath him and stirring it slightly. Several dark red talismans, soaked in blood, appeared in his hand. He glanced at the talismans and then at Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama, who had regained their forms but lost control of their bodies, leaving only their eyes rolling around. Uchiha raised an eyebrow and picked out a talisman with 3 characters written on it. He pressed down with his fingertip, and the talisman cracked and turned into red dust, blown away by the wind. Sarutobi Hiruzen's complex expression froze, and the body of the impure reincarnation also turned into a pile of white sand, the soul returning to the Pure Land. Nan Tsunade raised her hand, opening her mouth to say something, but in the end, she sighed and fell silent. After all, the master was already dead. Being able to return to the Pure Land could be considered his resting place. However, Tsunade looked towards the immobile Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama. How would Nan handle her grand uncle and second uncle? While she was lost in thought, she suddenly noticed a hand appear in front of her. Tsunade turned her head to see Uchiha, Nan smiling at her, extending his palm, which held 2 blood-red talismans. Here, the first and second Hokage are entrusted to you. Really giving them to me? Tsunade couldn't suppress her inner joy, her hand already halfway extended. But she still looked at this man in disbelief. Of course, Uchiha Nan replied with slight surprise. You are the Hokage of the village and my woman. Who else should I give this to? Thank you, Nan. Tsunade took the talismans, wiped away the joyful tears at the corners of her eyes, and after giving Uchiha Nan a hug, walked towards her grand uncle and second uncle. Uchiha Nan also breathed a sigh of relief. This could be considered compensation for Tsunade after he had been missing for so many years. He hoped it would make her feel a little better. As for Minato's talisman, half an hour ago, in a dark forest dense with branches and leaves, several figures leaped from the tree, trunks one after another. The gust of wind brought a few leaves swirling down to the ground, landing near a figure in a black cloak. These little guys really have some strength. Uchiha Nan flipped his palm, transforming the leaves in his hand into sharp swords, nailing them to the tree trunk. Looking up at the sky, he could see a mass of dark clouds surging toward him through the gaps left by the interlaced tree crowns. The wind is picking up. Damn it. Temari gritted her teeth, forcing herself to sit up on the ground, her arms propping her up as she tried to stand. But there was a long wound on her voluptuous and sexy leg, with crimson blood slowly oozing out. The pain forced her to grit her teeth and endure. But she couldn't muster any strength. What a resilient girl. A sudden voice startled Temari. Gritting her teeth, she placed her hand on the large fan behind her and turned to look in the direction of the voice. A rustling sound came from the bushes. A remarkably handsome young man dressed in a black robe and wearing a Konoha forehead protector stepped out. A Konoha ninja? Encountering me, Temari, is your death sentence. Suddenly coming across a Konoha ninja, Temari feared that her weakness would be discovered by the enemy. Gritting her teeth, she forced every bit of chakra out of her body and stood up abruptly, pulling out the large black fan from her back. Her face, which had a hint of heroism, took on a fierce expression. Is that so? I really want to see. Uchiha Nan's lips curled up, revealing a cat-like smile. He stepped forward at a leisurely pace. Temari's heart sank suddenly. The enemy had not been fooled. It seemed she would sacrifice herself in Konoha today. However, even so, Temari did not give up. She extended her weak hands and grasped the black iron fan, which was half her height. Trembling, she raised it and hurled it toward the figure in black ahead. As Temari made this move, she instantly drained the last bit of her strength. After throwing the iron fan, she collapsed to the ground, left to be slaughtered. However, from the corner of her eye, she still looked at her weapon with hope, wishing it could kill that young man. The sound of slicing air came. Uchiha Nan's eyes remained fixed on Temari, seemingly oblivious to the massive fan that could easily smash a brown bear. As the fan came before him, just a punch's distance away, in Temari's increasingly bright gaze, Uchiha Nan gently raised his hand and extended a long, slender finger to point at the fan's rib. Ding! A sound like iron colliding echoed. The fan, made of special material, was actually pierced by that fair finger. All the momentum disappeared, and it simply hung quietly on that finger. Uchiha Nan waved his hand gently, and the fan was thrown away, crashing to the ground far away. Seeing this scene, Temari completely lost the will to struggle. Lying on the ground, she closed her eyes, already reminiscing about her past life. But some questions puzzled her. Why was she so lucky? Just executing a mission, and she encountered 2 young prodigies from Konoha. First, Uchiha Sasuke, and now this guy. Each one's strength was more terrifying than the last, especially the latter, who could pierce her weapon made of special metal with sheer physical strength. What a freak! Even if she hadn't been injured, She probably wouldn't be a match for this monster. But just as Temari closed her eyes waiting for death, a piercing voice suddenly rang out. "Hey, Lady Temari, didn't you say today was my death day? Why are you lying on the ground pretending to be dead? Bastard." Temari opened her eyes and turned her head to glare at the handsome face. "You can kill me, or do whatever you want. Why humiliate me? Kill you? I never said I would kill." While Temari was in a daze, Uchiha had already grabbed her shoulder and lifted her up. The two locked eyes. When Temari looked at the boy in confusion, she suddenly saw the hand gripping her shoulder emit a green light. A warm vitality flowed into her body, nourishing her drained chakra and restoring some of it. The wounds on her body also stopped bleeding and slowly closed. "You." Temari stared blankly. Wanted to ask Uchiha Nen why he was doing this, but she noticed that his eyes suddenly became serious, staring directly at her chest. Temari thought something was wrong with her body and hurriedly looked down. Chapter 245. "Sasuke, you bastard." Temari angrily cursed. She quickly covered her chest, where her clothes had been torn in the recent explosion, revealing a glimpse of her figure. The good impression she had just formed after being healed by Uchiha Nen had already dropped to a negative score. What's the big deal? My family S is bigger than yours." Uchiha Nen scoffed. "What S wrong? It's not like I did it on purpose." After Temari hid behind a tree to change her clothes and picked up her damaged weapon, ready to support Gaara, Uchiha Nen swiftly flashed to her side, gripping her shoulder and immobilizing her. He dragged her forward. Uchiha Nen pressed one hand down on the trembling Temari, who was watching Sasuke, weak and lying on a branch. "It seems like he still can't do it. Without the Uchiha clan massacre S training, even with my excellent hereditary bloodline and the activation of the two Tomo, he would be a match for a Jinchuriki. Since that is the case, it's time for this old man to step in. Bullying my son is not acceptable." Uchiha Nen pushed aside the grass in front of him and took a step forward, but didn't move. He turned back to see Temari slumped on the ground, her hands tightly clutching his thigh. Seeing the look in Uchiha Nen's eyes, Temari froze for a moment, seemingly puzzled as to why she was doing this. But she quickly realized and desperately shook her head at Uchiha Nen. "Don't go out. Gaara is going to turn into a monster, and you'll be killed by him." "Oh, really? But it's already too late." Uchiha Nen shrugged helplessly. Temari released her grip on him and turned to look. She saw that the others in the arena had heard the commotion. Kankuro, with a face full of makeup, initially looked pleased, but then his expression changed upon realizing the situation. He hurriedly ran over. Gaara and Sasuke also noticed the commotion. Sasuke, injured and sitting still, didn't move much. However, the nearly unconscious Gaara, who was more than half transformed into a tailed beast, revealed a cruel smile. "It's over. We've been discovered." Temari sat on the ground, her eyes vacant, mumbling, "Hey, pull yourself together." Uchiha Nen lifted Temari and walked toward the center of the battlefield, casually tossing her into Kankuro's arms. He then turned around, facing Gaara with his back to Sasuke. He walked step by step toward the injured Sasuke, squatting down in front of him, completely unconcerned about the potential danger. "Do you remember me, kid?" Uchiha Nen reached out and stroked Sasuke's short black hair. Looking at his face, which resembled his own by 7 parts, he couldn't help but smile. You are father." Uchiha Sasuke recalled the voice that had echoed in his ears since childhood and the photo his mother had treasured at home. He recognized that the person before him was his father, who had been missing for over a decade. Uchiha Sasuke now felt a strange emotion that was hard to describe. He had originally thought that when this irresponsible father, who had disappeared for so many years, appeared before him, he would coldly reject him. But at this moment, Sasuke was stunned. Feeling the gentle hand on his head, his eyes couldn't help but become a little moist. The blood-red two-tomo Sharingan in his eyes quietly split into a comma. "Truly my bloodline." Uchiha Nen nodded in satisfaction. But Sasuke didn't immerse himself in this joy. In his peripheral vision, he caught sight of a sharp claw aiming at his father's back. "Father, watch out." Uchiha Sasuke wanted to push his father away, but his whole body ached, and he couldn't move at all, allowing the claw shadow to reach for Uchiha Nen's back. Even Temari and Kankuro silently thought to themselves, "It's over." But suddenly, they felt a shadow flash before their eyes. Uchiha Nen, who had originally been facing away from Gaara, turned to face him. He raised his hand, and his loose black robe fell away, revealing his fair, muscular arms. He collided with a massive claw. "No, father." In Sasuke's anguish shout, something shocking happened. The expected splatter of flesh and blood didn't occur. When that fair arm collided with the giant claw, it pierced through like a steel nail through wood, easily penetrating the claw and causing it to disintegrate into dust. vanishing into the sky. In Gaara's bewildered gaze, Uchiha Nen retracted his fist, the tips of his toes touching the trunk as his leg bent slightly. A whip-like kick shot out, striking Gaara in the abdomen. Bang! The sound of flesh colliding echoed. Gaara's body trembled, and the tailed beast parts on his surface were shattered by the overwhelming force. Even the protective shield on his body cracked. He was sent flying back like a cannonball, crashing into hundreds of ancient trees before finally hitting the ground. Gulp! Sasuke swallowed hard, his handsome face turning slightly red. If he had known his father was this strong, he wouldn't have yelled. How embarrassing. Although he had often heard his mother talk about how powerful his father was, it was only today that he gained a direct understanding. Temari and Kankuro, hiding at a distance, exchanged glances, their throats feeling dry. Temari rubbed her throat and spoke up. What kind of monster is this? He actually defeated Gaara with just his body. It's not that simple. Kankuro was also shocked, but didn't he think Gaara would be so easily defeated? His gaze turned toward the dozens of broken trees. Whoosh! An invisible wind blew through the air. The breeze, which could only stir the leaves, gradually expanded into a wind blade that could leave deep marks on the trunks. It was accompanied by swirling yellow sand that filled the sky, casting a yellow hue over everything. A terrifying aura surged from the direction Gaara had fallen. Father, can you handle this? Sasuke supported himself and came to Uchiha Nen's side, looking at him with concern. This is just a small scene. Uchiha Nen ruffled his hair and continued. Today, let me show you the true power of our Uchiha clan. You're just boasting. The Uchiha can't compare to the tailed beasts. Hearing their conversation, Temari felt a bit scared in her heart, but still retorted. Kankuro also shook his head with disbelief. Roar. At the same time, a fierce roar shook the falling leaves in the sky. A monstrous figure nearly 100 meters tall rushed toward them, uprooting the trees in its path with endless yellow sand. Chapter 246. The Lesson of Gaara Enraged. Gaara underwent complete tailed beast transformation, becoming a giant cat demon nearly 100 meters tall, with a head resembling that of a raccoon and covered in blue patterns. I will kill you all. He swung his massive claws down, casting a huge shadow over Uchiha Nen and Sasuke. As Sasuke froze in fear, Uchiha Nen stepped forward and raised his hand. You little brat, just because you've been hurt doesn't mean you can act recklessly. Uchiha Nen formed a hand seal with one hand, his sharp gaze fixed firmly on Gaara's brutal beast eyes. Would release. Would dragon jutsu. Crack, crack, crack. Invisible chakra spread throughout the forest. The tall trees seemed to come alive. In the terrified eyes of Temari and Kankuro, they swayed and took off into the sky in front of Uchiha Nen. Is this really the power of the Uchiha clan? The two exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. This power might actually be able to defeat Gaara. Sasuke stared blankly at the trees, merging into a wooden dragon that roared to the sky. So strong. The several 100-meter-long giant dragon circled in the sky above Uchiha Nen. As Gaara's massive claw came down, a flash of contempt flickered in the giant eyes of the wood dragon. It swayed its body, and the dragon's tail, wrapped in green scales, stirred up a cloud of dust as it slammed down. Boom! A loud sound echoed as Gaara's tailed beast form was struck heavily on the head by the massive dragon tail, sending him crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Seizing the opportunity, the wood dragon dove down and coiled around Gaara, ignoring his frantic shouts and struggles. The scales beneath the wood dragon opened, extending several wooden spikes that pierced directly into Gaara's tailed beast form. His formidable defensive power, brought on by the tailed beast transformation, was utterly powerless against these wooden spikes, which broke through with ease. Furthermore, as the spikes entered his body, they not only caused intense pain, but also continuously drained his chakra, as if they were voraciously consuming it. Before long, the brutality in Gaara's beast eyes gradually faded. His body, once towering at several tens of meters, slowly shrank back to that cute little kid with the character for love written on his forehead. Uchiha Nen waved his hand, and the wood dragon vanished. An invisible force attracted the unconscious Gaara into his hands. Behind Uchiha Nen, Sasuke, who had witnessed his father's ability to summon the wood dragon, felt a fiery excitement in his eyes as he fixed his gaze on the broad and imposing figure of his father, which seemed infinitely tall in his heart. Father, is this the power of the Uchiha clan? I want to learn. Huh? You want to learn would release? Uchiha Nen awkwardly scratched his head at his son's request. He thought to himself that he should have shown off with Susanoo earlier. He had really created a difficult situation for himself. Is that not possible, father? Sasuke sensed his father's dilemma and felt a bit disappointed. It's not impossible, just a small difficulty to overcome. Uchiha Nan quickly patted his head and agreed, secretly thinking, it really only requires overcoming a small challenge, as long as he can survive after merging with Hashirama's cells. At this moment, Temari and Kankuro also ran over, anxiously looking at the unconscious Gaara in Uchiha Nan's hands, wanting to take him away from the Konoha ninja. However, they recalled the terrifying wood dragon from earlier inside. You two came at the right time. Come back to the village with me. Uchiha Nan looked at the two who had walked into the trap and lightly snapped his fingers. Several vines fell from the sky, easily binding them. Just as Uchiha Nan was about to carry the two back, a voice suddenly came from afar. Sasuke, a small child with yellow hair appeared. It was Naruto Uzumaki, worried about his best friend's safety, who had rushed over. Panting, he landed in front of the group, casting his gaze at Sasuke. Are you okay? How could I possibly be in trouble? Sasuke intended to mock Naruto, but upon seeing his father, he suddenly quieted down. Uchiha Nan's eyes lit up as he walked over to Naruto and patted his head. You came at the right time. It's time for your talk no jutsu to shine. This guy's up to you now. Uchiha Nan tossed Gaara into Naruto's still-dazed arms, allowing him to use his words to persuade Gaara. This poor soul with a tragic background. If Gaara didn't respond rationally after waking up, Uchiha Nan could also teach him a lesson. After everything was settled, Uchiha Nan bent down, placing his hands on the ground, and an invisible spatial force enveloped the area. The group vanished from the dense forest. When Uchiha Nan's clone returned with them, the chaos in the village had already calmed down. The enemies had been completely wiped out by Kakashi and the recent up-and-coming ninjas in the village. Everyone entered a post-war recovery phase. On the other side, at the Uzumaki household, the reanimated body of Minato Namikaze walked ahead with an excited Naruto. Curious about his father suddenly appearing before him, Naruto pulled on him, asking lots of questions, his eyes shining with a different light. Only Kushina followed behind awkwardly, her face filled with anger as she couldn't help but complain in her heart. What was Uchiha Nan thinking by bringing Minato back? He had already disappeared for over a decade, and she hadn't even settled the score with him yet. And now he had thrown this big trouble back. If it had been over a decade ago, when Minato had just passed away, Kushina would have wished for him to return quickly. However, she had already chosen Uchiha Nan, and the feelings between her and Minato had long faded after more than a decade. Now, when Kushina saw Minato again, all she felt was endless awkwardness. When the three returned home, Minato, back in a familiar place, wanted to reminisce and immediately looked at the wall on the east side of the living room. There, he expected to see his and Kushina's wedding photo hanging. But when he looked at it, a look of astonishment and confusion appeared on his face. The photo on the wall had not disappeared. It still existed. However, the people in the photo had changed. The original wedding photo of him and Kushina had been replaced with a picture of a handsome young man embracing Kushina. Minato recognized this person. It was Uchiha Nan, who had just defeated him along with the other three Hokage. At this moment, Naruto, who had been following his father, also noticed his rigid body and looked at the photo, scratching the back of his head. Father, is there something wrong with this photo? It's been here since I can remember. Just then, Kushina, who had just closed the door, froze in place upon hearing this, her heart thunderstruck as she stood there stiffly. Chapter 247. The sudden appearance of Jiraiya listening to his son. Minato Namikaze felt an uncontrollable pain surging from the heart that had been brought back to life by Edo Tensei. It slowly eroded his thoughts. However, he still couldn't believe that all of this was real. It was just a photo. It couldn't prove anything. It was possible that Kushina had encountered some difficulties, and Uchiha Nan had helped her out of gratitude. Kushina had once loved him so much. Minato didn't believe that all of this was true. She must still love him. Suddenly, Minato had a flash of inspiration and thought of a place. The bedroom. There would definitely be a photo of him and Kushina there. He turned and rushed towards the bedroom he had once shared with Kushina. Father, what's wrong? He ignored Naruto's confusion and pushed open the door, frantically scanning the room. The bedside table, the walls, every photo they had together had been replaced with ones of Uchiha Nan. Minato couldn't accept this. He turned and was about to rush to Kushina for answers. But suddenly, a wave of spatial distortion came, and a figure in a black trench coat appeared next to Kushina. He pulled her into his embrace, looking at Minato as he charged forward. Uchiha Nan smiled and raised his hand, crushing a red curse mark in his palm. Minato's body remained in a forward-leaning stance. The outstretched arm was almost touching the two of them, but in an instant his body froze in place. The eyes filled with pain and anger gradually dimmed, and his body began to turn gray. Even his clothes were no exception. The sound of cracking stone echoed. Uchiha then gently blew on Minato's petrified form, and it shattered into a pile of rubble scattered across the living room. "Father, what happened to you?" Naruto rushed over, squatting down to pick up a piece of stone. "It's nothing, silly child. Your father has just returned to his rightful Pure Land," Uchiha then said, crouching down to ruffle Naruto's hair. "Really? Mother?" Naruto didn't understand the identity of the person holding him, who looked so much like Sasuke, and could only shift his gaze to his mother. Seeing her son's somewhat sad eyes and the mischievous hand at her waist, Kushina glared at Uchiha Nan, then smiled at Naruto. "He's right, kid. Your father has just returned to the Pure Land, back to the world he belongs to. All right, Naruto, I heard Sasuke is practicing a very powerful jutsu at home. If you don't want him to surpass you, go and disturb him." At this moment, Uchiha Nan, holding Kushina, spoke with ulterior motives. He wanted to do something naughty and needed to find a way to send Naruto away. What? Naruto's attention was indeed diverted, and he clenched his fists, sprinting out of the house. That guy Sasuke actually dared to secretly get stronger behind my back. Uchiha Nan nodded in satisfaction at this scene. However, seeing that their son had left, Kushina naturally wouldn't indulge him any longer. She slapped away the hand at her waist, crossed her arms, and walked towards the bedroom with a cold expression, not wanting to say another word until that damn brat apologized. Uchiha then looked at the sulking Kushina and then at the white fragments on the ground, his eyes lighting up, and a wicked smile crept onto his lips. With a swift motion, he lunged at Kushina, pinning her down on the living room floor. "Brat, what do you want to do?" "Kushina." In the following days, Uchiha then spent time with his several women, making up for their worries and fears over the past decade. One day, Uchiha then appeared on the streets of Konoha with dark circles under his eyes. He had just left Tsunade's place and was planning to catch up on sleep at Kushina's house when he was suddenly called out by a voice. "You haven't changed at all in over a decade." Uchiha then turned around and saw Jiraiya, now with a head full of white hair and looking quite weathered, walking out from under an eave. "You haven't changed much either, Jiraiya." "Haha, what, sir? I can't afford that title." Jiraiya laughed self-deprecatingly, stepping in front of Uchiha, Nan, and staring intently into his eyes. "Tell me, did you really kill the third Hokage?" After returning to the village, Jiraiya had heard about his master's death. Although he was somewhat surprised, he accepted it calmly. After all, those who toy with conspiracies will eventually face retribution. His master was dead. It was just his early departure to the Pure Land to atone for those he had harmed. However, since he was his master, Jiraiya needed to find out the truth behind his death. After a period of investigation, he easily learned about Uchiha Nan. Regarding this powerful young man who had taken Tsunade's strength, Jiraiya had complex feelings. His choice to leave the village was also largely related to this matter. Not wanting to see the person who caused him pain again. But now that he found out the cause of his master's death was related to Nan, as his disciple, Jiraiya had to come to ask, isn't this matter already settled? So many people witnessed it back then. Their scandals were exposed, and Shimura Danzo, unwilling to be humiliated, chose to commit suicide to preserve his innocence. What does that have to do with me, a mere nobody? Uchiha Nan shrugged, spreading his hands with an innocent look. Do you think anyone believes that? Jiraiya gritted his teeth, glaring at Uchiha Nan. His clenched fists were itching to punch that arrogant face. However, after hesitating for a long time, Jiraiya sighed, released his grip, and continued, "Forget about that. Explain your relationship with Kushina." In recent days, he had discovered Naruto's talents, which matched the prophecy of the Sage of the Toads regarding the savior of the ninja world. So, Jiraiya had been trying to convince Naruto to become his disciple. He had also heard about what happened at Naruto's house that day. As Minato's master, he could not allow his disciple to be so humiliated, especially having his wife taken away after death. My relationship with Kushina. Upon hearing Jiraiya's question, Uchiha Nan's previously smiling face finally turned serious, and he impatiently replied, "We have a normal relationship between a man and a woman. Love between men and women. Don't you understand, old man?" Hearing Uchiha Nan say this, Jiraiya could no longer contain his anger. He took a step forward, reaching out to tightly grab Uchiha Nan's collar. His eyes filled with fury. Chapter 248, dealing with Jiraiya and reviewing gains in a normal man-woman relationship. Kushina is Watergate's wife. Moreover, don't you think what you're doing is a bit disrespectful to Tsunade? He likes you so much, yet you do such things. The more Jiraiya spoke, the angrier he became. To him, Tsunade was a being that could not be desecrated. How could that little brat, Uchiha Nan, not cherish being with Tsunade? He even dared to get involved with Watergate's wife, Kushina, just when Jiraiya wanted to take it a step further and teach that bastard a good lesson. A sharp pain shot through his abdomen. Immediately after, he felt as if he were riding on clouds. His whole body flew backward, crashing into the ground and leaving a long trail, kicking up a cloud of dust. As Jiraiya lay on the ground, he noticed a footprint on his abdomen and couldn't help but cough up some blood from the corner of his mouth. Uchiha Nan walked over with a light step, straightening Jiraiya's disheveled collar as he approached. He looked down at the man, filled with hatred in his eyes. Jiraiya, I'm calling you Lord out of respect. But if I'm in a bad mood, you're nothing. Do you really think too highly of yourself? What qualifications do you have to interfere in my personal affairs? Uchiha Nan stepped on Jiraiya's chest, and the powerful force from his abdomen made Jiraiya cough up more blood. However, he remained unyielding, still glaring at Uchiha Nan with hatred. This little pain wouldn't crush his will. Interesting, Uchiha Nan remarked, finding Jiraiya's attitude amusing. He turned his eyes and said, Let me tell you the truth, Jiraiya. My woman is not just Kushina. There are several others, and Tsunade knows all about it. She doesn't blame me. In fact, we are together. At this point, Uchiha Nan seemed to recall something delightful, unable to resist licking his lips as if savoring the moment. Then, he ignored the furious Jiraiya and hurried toward Kushina's house. Bastard, I will not let you off. Jiraiya's anger peaked, and tears of pain streamed down the corners of his eyes. Lying on the ground, he contemplated and had already made a decision in his heart. He needed to take Naruto away. He absolutely could not let Watergate's child, the savior of the ninja world, remain in Uchiha Nan's hands. He would cultivate this child until he reached his peak, and then return to kill that bastard Uchiha Nan. In a dark, damp underground cave far from the land of fire, Orochimaru supported himself against the moss-covered walls. His feet stumbled on the muddy ground, and the pain in his body was becoming unbearable. Yet, he gritted his teeth and relied on the flickering light above to grope his way to a stone door covered in patterns. Crack! It was unclear what Orochimaru did, but suddenly the stone door opened, revealing a beautifully adorned, high-tech laboratory inside. However, in his distraction, he stepped on something and slipped, falling to the ground. Hearing the commotion, someone inside rushed out. Orochimaru-sama, are you all right? On the other side, after several days of effort, Uchiha Nan finally calmed several women down. Relaxing on his bed, he opened the battle records to review the gains from defeating the first Hokage and others that day. Since they were in the Edo Tensei state, initially, only the defeated state was counted. Uchiha Nan had not expected much from them, but later, when he destroyed the control runes of the third Hokage and sent his soul back to the Pure Land, he unexpectedly received a kill status. This suddenly piqued his interest. The same went for Minato Namikaze, who Uchiha Nan personally sent away. The first and second Hokages, after observing Konoha's development over the years with Tsunade, expressed their desire to return to the Pure Land. After all, they were already dead. Even after Edo Tensei, they were out of place in the world of the living. Although Tsunade was reluctant, she could not go against their wishes. After discussing with Uchiha Nan, she handed the runes to him, which he personally destroyed. Calculating this way, Uchiha Nan received 2 more kill rewards. Defeated Senju Tobarama, obtained Water Release, Hard Spiral Water Blade, pending receipt. Defeated Tsurutobi Hiruzen, obtained 5 Elements Great Bomb, pending receipt. Defeated Minato Namikaze, obtained Shadow Level Chakra, pending receipt. Defeated Senju Hashirama, obtained a die he dropped, pending receipt. Seeing these worthless items, Uchiha Nan couldn't help but curl his lips. Only Little Son had provided something useful. The others were useless. However, he wasn't too disappointed. He had never expected much from the defeat rewards and had long gotten used to it. He then looked at the kill rewards below. Killed Tsurutobi Hiruzen. Obtained Shadow Level Physical Quality, Shadow Level Chakra, pending receipt. Killed Minato Namikaze. Obtained Shadow Level Chakra, Shadow Level Mental Strength, pending receipt. Killed Senju Tobarama. Obtained Super Shadow Level Chakra. Obtained Ninjutsu Development, pending receipt. Killed Senju Hashirama. Obtained Super Shadow Level Chakra. 1 Super Shadow Level and 10 Super Shadow Level are not the same. Obtained Complete Sage Body, pending receipt. Seeing so many good things popping up, Uchiha Nan's eyes lit up. He raised his hand and selected all to receive. In an instant, a powerful warm current surged into his body. Uchiha Nan felt that he already possessed some chakra with 6 paths characteristics. After merging these gains, he felt as if he were stuffed to the brim, undergoing a transformation. After all the hard work of harvesting so much, combined with the gifts from Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama, he was finally seeing this day. But he wasn't sure when he would truly transform into the power of 6 paths. As for other aspects, his physical quality and mental strength also advanced a step. His advanced sage body after merging the new gains, also reached a perfect level. This allowed Uchiha Nan's would release ninjutsu to finally rival or even surpass Senju Hashirama. Similarly, the perfect sage body also provided him with a boost in physical strength and mental energy. Chapter 249. Blushing Temari. The development of ninjutsu unleashed from the body of Senju Tobarama made Uchiha Nan's mind clearer. The ninjutsu he usually controlled solely through brute strength became smoother to use, providing great help for developing techniques more suited to him in the future. After digesting this wave of gains, Uchiha Nan was about to go out for a stroll when he ran into a woman. "Temari, what are you doing here? You bastard. How can you even ask that?" Temari looked at Uchiha Nan with a puzzled expression and immediately fell into a rage. This guy had brought her back to Konoha and then ignored her completely, leaving her there. The others in Konoha didn't plan to intervene either, as he was the one who personally captured her. So aside from Gaara being taken away by that blonde kid, she and Kankuro had been wandering around Konoha for half a month without a place to stay. If it weren't for the little money they had left, the two of them might have starved here. As for the thought of escaping, they didn't even dare to think about it. With Uchiha Nan's strength, even if they escaped back to Sunagakure, he would probably catch them again. But after half a month of suffering, Temari could no longer hold it in. At the same time, the envoy from Sunagakure came to Konoha to explain the situation. Whether she and Kankuro could go home depended entirely on Uchiha Nan's decision. Temari inquired with some Konoha villagers and then headed to Uchiha Nan's house, wanting to get an explanation from him about how he intended to handle the two siblings. Who would have thought this guy would be in such a state? How could he even ask her why she was there? I remember now. Facing Temari's murderous gaze, Uchiha Nan patted the back of his head and finally recalled. "You two can leave Konoha and return to Sunagakure." You're just letting us go like that?" Uchiha Nan's straightforwardness left Temari stunned. Originally, after their operation in Sunagakure failed and the fourth Kazekage was killed by Orochimaru, she thought that coming to Uchiha Nan to request leaving Konoha would cost a huge price. Who would have thought that this guy would decide to let them go without even thinking about it? For a moment, Temari doubted whether Uchiha Nan had taken a liking to her and was trying to increase her favorability with him. Is there a problem? Uchiha Nan tilted his head, hands spread out. "You guys from Sunagakure lost the fourth Kazekage this time, and you must have already prepared an excuse when you came, cleanly shifting the blame onto Orochimaru. There's nothing to leverage here. Moreover, Sunagakure is so poor that you don't have any resources to compensate Konoha. You can't possibly expect to move sand to Konoha as a scenic spot, can you?" Hearing Uchiha Nan's explanation, Temari's pretty face turned red with anger. While it was true, how could this guy say such things in front of her, a ninja for Sunagakure? Furthermore, the fourth Kazekage was his father. Although there was no affection between them after Gaara's incident, was it really okay to casually talk about her deceased father in front of a girl? She had thought that Uchiha Nan was being so straightforward to increase her favorability, but who would have known that he had even prepared an excuse for Sunagakure? This made Temari feel ashamed of her previous thoughts. But just as she was secretly resenting him, Uchiha Nan suddenly moved. He lowered his body, looking at Temari's flushed face, then suddenly leaned down and pecked her fiery red lips. As if that wasn't enough, he fiercely sucked on her lips before letting go. "What are you doing?" Temari reacted belatedly, feeling the hot sensation on her lips, and her face immediately flushed with embarrassment. She quickly stepped back, creating distance between her and Uchiha Nan. "Consider this as the payment I wanted for taking care of you earlier. I'll come find you in Sunagakure later." Uchiha Nan waved his hand without looking back as he walked outside, leaving Temari behind, wiping her mouth while hopping in frustration. "Bastard, when you come to Sunagakure, I will definitely tear you apart." A few days later, the advisor of Sunagakure, Chiyo, left Konoha with an uncontrollable smile on her aged face, having returned with a bountiful harvest. Before coming to Konoha, she had been filled with sorrow and anxiety, unsure of what price they would have to pay for the failure of this mission to appease Konoha's anger. But who would have thought that after arriving, Tsunade would only give them a few light reprimands? She then released the captured Sunagakure ninjas and even signed a friendly cooperation agreement between the two villages to jointly hunt down Orochimaru. Their gains didn't stop there. The two children of the fourth Kazekage were brought back as well. Gaara, the one-tailed Jinchuriki, was also returned. Furthermore, Gaara didn't even know what had happened in Konoha. The cold, cruel character he once had disappeared, transforming him into a friendly child who smiled at everyone. After careful inquiry, Chiyo learned that this child had been influenced by a boy named Naruto Uzumaki. Not only did he no longer pursue the matter of his father's death with Konoha, but he also actively promoted the friendly and peaceful development between the two villages. How strange it was. After the Sunagakure team left, Uchiha Nen sent a letter to Yakura, who was far away in the Akatsuki organization, informing her that Rasha had died. As for what to do next, whether Yakura chose to continue as an undercover agent in the Akatsuki or return to Sunagakure to inherit the position of the 5th Kazekage, it had nothing to do with Uchiha Nen. He originally arranged for Yakura to enter the Akatsuki, thinking she would be a chess piece at a critical moment. But plans couldn't keep up with changes. With Uchiha Nen's current strength, he could easily wipe out the Akatsuki. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't want to bear the blame for seizing the tailed beasts and also wanted to see how beautiful the legendary Kagaya Otsutsuki was, Uchiha Nen would have long since captured Konin and eliminated the others in the Akatsuki. Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye, 2.5 years or 1 full season had passed. During this time, many things happened. Konoha held another Chunin exam. Naruto lost to Sasuke, who was carefully taught by Uchiha Nen. He followed Jiraiya to train. Yakura left the Akatsuki and returned to the village to become the 5th Kazekage. Orochimaru selected the strongest test subject for his reincarnation. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki began their actions, capturing the 5 tails and 7 tails. They also set their sights on Sunagakure, both to deal with the traitor Yakura and to capture the 1-tail Jinchuriki. Chapter 250, Naruto's Discontent One Day. A letter delivered by a carrier pigeon disrupted the tranquility of Konoha. In the Hokage's office, you actually applied to go to Sunagakure on your own? Tsunade pushed away Uchiha Nen, who was lying on her, and asked with surprise. This guy usually has such a lazy personality. Why is he suddenly so interested today? Aha! It's been too long since I've moved around. I'm starting to rust. I want to go out and see the world. Uchiha Nen casually made up a reason. He couldn't just say he had stayed in the village too long. He wanted to go to Sunagakure to relax with Yakura and Temari. During this time, aside from using the plow to traverse time and space to accompany Hinata and her sister in another parallel world, he had mostly stayed in the village and felt the need to unwind. All right, are you going alone? Tsunade, though somewhat skeptical, didn't say much. She already knew this guy wasn't trustworthy. If she couldn't keep an eye on him, it was better to let him go free. Maybe I'll take a few people with me. Uchiha Nen thought for a moment and decided to choose a few companions to bring along. They would go to rescue Gaara, and he would take the opportunity to help Yakura and Temari sort out their feelings. Uchiha Nen picked a few people from the group, choosing his old friend Kakashi Hatake and his team, Team 7. That was enough. Kakashi, stimulated by Uchiha Nen, had been training hard over the years and had truly achieved elite-level strength. Under his guidance, Sasuke's abilities had also significantly increased. After undergoing intense training from Jiraiya, Naruto had returned to the village a year ago. Although he often lost to Sasuke during their sparring sessions, his strength was still decent. As for Sakura, as Uchiha Nen's new fan, she had taken plenty of opportunities to get stronger while he was teaching Sasuke. Plus, she had already apprenticed under Tsunade, making her medical ninjutsu and super strength impressive. The next day, having received the order yesterday, Naruto and the others, who had gathered and were ready to set off, were sitting on the ground together, talking idly. Seriously, Kakashi-sensei is late again. I guess I shouldn't have expected anything, Naruto sighed. Just wait patiently. There's no need for so much talk, Sasuke replied. You arrogant guy. Do you want to compete again? Naruto challenged, rolling up his sleeves as he prepared for another showdown with Sasuke. Just then, Kakashi finally arrived, looking around as soon as he got there. Seeing only Naruto and the others, he couldn't help but scratch his head in surprise. That guy hasn't arrived yet? I thought I could make him wait a bit longer. As the 3 kids wondered who Kakashi-sensei was talking about, a voice came from a distance. Kakashi, an important person must always make a grand entrance. Uchiha Nen walked over leisurely, step by step. When he reached them, he draped his arm over Kakashi's shoulder with a mischievous smile, tightening his grip on his arm. Ugh, let go of me, Kakashi exclaimed, patting the arm that was choking him as he struggled to breathe. Father, Nan-sama. At that moment, Sasuke and Sakura ran over with expressions of surprise, surrounding Uchiha Nen. TCA, it's you, Naruto said, pouting as he reluctantly approached. Over the years, he had been training outside with Jiraiya and had heard countless stories about how evil Uchiha Nen was. Jiraiya even instructed him to take care of this guy once he became strong enough. However, Jiraiya never explained why, probably fearing it would tarnish Naruto's ever-optimistic heart. But Naruto's complicated feelings toward Uchiha Nen were not solely due to Jiraiya. It was also because this guy often appeared around his mother, dragging her away for no good reason. Although Naruto didn't know what happened between them after he left, he assumed it wasn't anything good. All these reasons led to Naruto's dislike for Uchiha Nan. You dare treat father like this? Do you want to duel with me? Sasuke declared, not caring about any of that, only knowing that his father was the best and refusing to allow Naruto to insult him. Sakura stepped forward, glaring at Naruto. How can you treat Nan-sama like that? During this time, she had received a lot of care from Uchiha Nan. Plus, having been saved by him before, she had long become one of his fans. You guys. Naruto sighed helplessly, crossing his arms and shrinking back to the back, not saying a word. All right, everyone, it's time to set off. Uchiha Nan released his grip, allowing Kakashi to finally catch his breath. Kakashi immediately jumped to the side, looking at his old friend with a resentful gaze. Don't sweat the small stuff, Kakashi. Rescuing Tsunagakure is the priority. Uchiha Nan waved his hand and ordered them to set off. Naruto rushed out ahead, eager to rescue his good friend Gaara. But just as he took a couple of steps, he felt a large hand grab the back of his neck, and he was instantly teleported back to his original spot. What are you doing? Naruto turned to see Uchiha Nan retracting his arm, having already held a grudge against him. Naruto was even more displeased that he was stalling instead of hurrying up. Don't rush, Naruto. Nan has a faster way to travel, Kakashi said, noticing Naruto's impatience and stepping forward to pat his shoulder. Watching you, we? Hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto was puzzled. He had carried out so many missions with Jiraiya and had never seen any new way to travel. Was this guy trying to fool him? But just as Naruto doubted in his mind, he suddenly felt a vast amount of chakra enveloping his body, making him feel as if he was facing a terrifying beast. Afraid he would be torn apart, he tightly closed his eyes. A flash of light came, and when Naruto opened his eyes again, that terrifying feeling had disappeared. The environment around them had also changed. They were no longer in the village's lush green surroundings with pleasant weather. Instead, they were under a blazing sun, with scorching rays illuminating the surrounding yellow sand, making the temperature soar. They had arrived at Tsunagakure. Naruto was stunned, realizing he had gone from Konoha to here in the blink of an eye. What a terrifying ability. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Uchiha Nan, complex emotions flickering in his eyes. Just then, Uchiha Nan also looked over and smiled at him. Naruto felt his surprise was completely exposed in front of those distinct black and white eyes. Remembering his earlier dissatisfaction when leaving the village, his face turned red. He opened his mouth to Uchiha Nan and finally shouted, I admit it, you're amazing, but I will definitely become Hokage in the future. Ha. Chapter 251, Arrival. Uchiha Nan stood on a towering sand dune, looking around before turning to a few people and saying, We are almost at the outskirts of the Land of Wind. If we walk a bit further, we will reach Tsunagakure. As for why Uchiha Nan didn't directly teleport them into Tsunagakure, it was simply because there was no flying thunder god mark left there. The reason they were able to reach the outskirts of the Land of Wind was due to his visit during the Third Shinobi World War, where he had left a flying thunder god mark here out of curiosity. As for the flying thunder god mark on the 5th Kazekage, Yakura, Uchiha Nan couldn't activate it. He couldn't just suddenly teleport everyone next to the 5th Kazekage. Otherwise, Tsunagakure might start figuring out how to deal with them. The sun slowly sank in the sky. As they approached dusk, they reached the edge of the Land of Wind. Just as they were preparing to continue their journey, a dark cloud that blotted out the sun began to spread towards them. What is that? Sakura said, placing her hand on her forehead to look in that direction. Her voice filled with confusion. The others also turned their eyes to the sight. Kakashi's puzzled expression flickered before he slowly said, That seems to be a sandstorm. Do we need you to tell us that? Naruto replied, watching the approaching dark cloud, feeling the increasing suction around them and the towering sandstorm vortex that stood between heaven and earth. He couldn't help but complain, Quick, find somewhere to hide. It seems we won't make it to Tsunagakure today. Kakashi sighed as he looked at the terrifying force that could reshape the surrounding terrain. But just as they turned to use ninjutsu to create a shelter, Sasuke suddenly noticed that Uchiha Nan was missing. Where did father go? At that moment, Kakashi and the others also realized that the man had disappeared the moment they saw the sandstorm. Look over there, Nan is there. Sakura suddenly raised her hand and shouted. Everyone immediately stopped what they were doing and looked in the direction she was pointing. They saw a figure in a black robe standing between them and the destructive sandstorm. His clothes were blown back fiercely by the strong winds, but he showed no sign of retreat or fear. He can't be thinking of resolving this sandstorm by himself, right? Naruto stood frozen, staring at that figure, uttering an absurd guess. He should be able to, right? That thought also crossed Sakura's mind, but she wasn't sure if Nan and Ai could really succeed. Father can definitely do it. This was Sasuke's blind admiration for Uchiha Nan. Don't worry, he never does anything without confidence, Kakashi said as he walked up to them, nodding confidently while looking at that figure. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Uchiha Nan raised his hands together. A hum followed, and then everyone noticed a blinding light flashing in front of their eyes, forcing them to tightly shut their eyes, though tears still involuntarily trickled from the corners. When they opened their eyes again, the distant landscape had become sunny. The dark clouds that had covered the sky and the towering sandstorm had completely disappeared. Even the desert surface they could see in that direction had become incredibly smooth, with no sand dunes visible anymore. As if a divine being had used great power to flatten the ground in that direction. All right, the obstacle is gone. Let's continue on our way. Uchiha Nan floated back to them, as if he had just accomplished a trivial task. After overcoming numerous obstacles, they finally arrived at Sunagakure before nightfall. Meanwhile, in a hospital, Chiyo of Sunagakure was pacing back and forth in a room, her face filled with worry as she occasionally glanced at Yakura, who was sitting upright on the edge of the bed in Kazekage robes. Kankuro is too deeply poisoned, and there's nothing this old woman can do. In the entire shinobi world, only Tsunade can save his life. But she's the fourth Hokage. How could she possibly come to our Sunagakure? Moreover, even if she could come, it would take 3 days. What should we do now, Kazekage? Compared to the anxious Chiyo, Yakura, sitting beside Kankuro, was wrapped in thick bandages around her chest, with faint blood stains visible in the area of her heart. Though she wore an expression of anger and unwillingness, she remained calm overall. Now all we can do is wait for assistance from Konoha. On the night when Gaara was captured, Yakura also fought back. But the Akatsuki sent out 3 S-rank shinobi. Their goal was not only the one-tailed Jinchuriki, but also to kill Yakura, the traitor. If it weren't for Gaara's desperate resistance, heavily injuring one of the Akatsuki members, Yakura wouldn't just be sitting here with bandages. She would be lying in a coffin waiting for Konoha's people. Therefore, she was particularly concerned about the safety of her younger brother, who had a gentle temperament and had saved her life, personally sending a request for assistance to Konoha. Don't expect anything from Konoha's support. Chiyo's restless pacing stopped, and a hint of sarcasm appeared on her wrinkled face. They will probably only send a few kids over. We might as well find a way ourselves. No, I believe he will come. Yakura clenched her fists, recalling the man who had defeated her. He will definitely come. Alas, Chiyo sighed, not understanding what was happening. Why does everyone have so much confidence in Konoha? That brat Gaara was impressed by Konoha's people. It's understandable that he has a good impression of them. But the current 5th Kazekage Yakura has been hiding in the Akatsuki after being deceived by Rashi to Mist Village. How can she be so close to Konoha after returning to the village and taking over the Kazekage position? Chiyo simply couldn't figure it out. Just then, a ninja, panting with excitement, rushed into the room. After entering, he directly knelt in front of Yakura and Chiyo, gasping for breath, his face filled with ecstasy. Madam, the reinforcements from Konoha have arrived. Arrived? So what? Is it necessary to be so excited? Who do they send? Chiyo raised her cane and tapped the ground, somewhat dissatisfied with the ninja's expression. It's just someone from Konoha. What's so exciting about that? Upon hearing Chiyo's words, Yakura also perked up her ears, secretly listening, clenching her fists, waiting for the answer she longed for. Will he come? The messenger ninja patted his chest hard, calming himself down before finally speaking. Chapter 252, Treatment Yes. It's the Konoha Grim Reaper himself who has arrived. Then hurry and invite him in. Why are you kneeling here? Yes, my lord. The discontented expression on Chiyo's face was instantly replaced with joy upon hearing the name. Her face lit up with happiness, and the wrinkles seemed to bloom like chrysanthemums. The Konoha Grim Reaper is a figure who can rival the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. He once made a name for himself in the ninja world. Chiyo never dared to imagine that Konoha would send such a person to Sunagakure. However, after the messenger left, Chiyo thought for a moment and felt that it might not be appropriate to just send a ninja to welcome him. She picked up her cane, pushed open the door, and prepared to go greet him personally. But just as she stepped over the threshold, she thought of something. Shouldn't she let the Kazekage accompany her to welcome the Konoha Grim Reaper? As this thought just crossed her mind, Chiyo turned to ask the Kazekage for his opinion, only to find that the figure in that seat had already vanished, leaving only an empty chair. Their Kazekage had dashed out the moment he heard about the Konoha Grim Reaper. At the entrance of Sunagakure, a dozen ninjas wrapped in white headbands were joyfully welcoming the Konoha team. The Konoha Grim Reaper has arrived, Isn't their Lord Gaara saved now? What nonsense, Akatsuki. They're no match for the Konoha Grim Reaper. However, Naruto, who was following behind, had his arms crossed behind his head, continuously smirking. These guys only know how to flatter Uchiha Nan, unaware of my prowess. Just wait and see how I'll show off my strength and scare them. Kakashi and the others couldn't help but shake their heads and chuckle at his words. But as the group of Sunagakure ninjas led Uchiha, Nan, and the others into the village, a familiar figure kicked up a cloud of dust as he rushed over from a distance. Who is this? He looks a bit familiar. This is Kazekage-sama. Upon recognizing the figure, the few Sunagakure ninjas couldn't help but exchange glances. Why has Kazekage-sama come? Did he come specifically to greet them? They stepped forward, just about to bow to the arriving Kazekage, when that figure directly passed them and appeared in front of the Konoha Grim Reaper. You've come. I have come. I thought you wouldn't come. Hearing that you were injured, how could I not be worried? The Sunagakure group stood up and turned around, looking at the gradually softening expressions and the ambiguous conversation between their Kazekage and the Konoha Grim Reaper. They couldn't help but exchange glances and blink, communicating silently. What is going on? How would I know? Could it be that these two are involved? Isn't that a bit too outrageous? Kakashi and the others behind Uchiha Nan also looked confused. What's going on? When did this guy get close to the fifth Kazekage? Only Sakura bit her lip quietly, her face filled with dissatisfaction. Another competitor has emerged, that damned old woman. Seemingly sensing the peculiar gazes from everyone, Yakura stepped out of that strange atmosphere. A hint of unusual flush appeared on his oval face. He turned around and walked ahead to lead the way. You all follow me. There are some matters that need your assistance. Okay. Uchiha Nan smiled and followed along with the others. They followed Yakura to the room where Kankuro was resting. As soon as they entered, Chiyo looked at Kazekage with an expression of dissatisfaction. You ran really fast. Aha. Wasn't I worried about Kankuro's safety? Yakura scratched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly. Now, friends from Konoha, can you treat this child? Chiyo didn't press too hard. The Kazekage turned his gaze towards Uchiha, Nan, and the others. With the Konoha Grim Reaper present, her mind became much clearer. There was no mix-up of Kakashi being mistaken for Konoha White Fang. The group moved closer to Kankuro, and Sakura, as Tsunade's apprentice, stepped forward. She carefully examined his injuries, and her beautiful brows furrowed. She turned around and said to everyone, the toxin has already invaded the heart area. Treatment is possible, but will take a very long time. You all should step outside for now. Everyone nodded at Sakura's words, preparing to turn and leave. Even Chiyo, after learning that Sakura was Tsunade's disciple, didn't voice any objections and got ready to go out. But at that moment, Uchiha Nan stepped forward and waved his hand. Too troublesome, let me do it. Brother Nan, can you? Sakura immediately looked puzzled. In terms of strength, she wouldn't stand a chance against him even if there were 100 of her. But in terms of medical ninjutsu, she was someone who was frequently praised by Tsunade. The others also stopped in their tracks, looking at him in confusion. Seeing this, Uchiha Nan smiled and walked up to ruffle Sakura's hair. You silly girl, did you forget that I'm your senior? We are both disciples of Tsunade-sensei. Huh? Sakura finally reacted, recalling that Tsunade had mentioned something about having a very powerful disciple, which turned out to be Brother Nan. At this moment, the others also realized it. Yes, over a decade ago, Uchiha Nan had been active in the ninja world under the identity of Tsunade's disciple. However, after he became famous, people had forgotten this identity and only remembered his earth-shattering strength. Uchiha Nan walked over to Kankuro's side without asking everyone to leave. He simply placed his hand on the heart area that Sakura had previously examined. He infused his spiritual energy into Kankuro's body and performed a simple scan. He found that, indeed, as Sakura said, the situation was very tricky. As for Uchiha Nan's medical ninjutsu, there's no need to mention it. Although he had trained with Tsunade for a long time, he had never put in the effort to practice hard, and his medical ninjutsu was probably still below Sakura's level. But Uchiha Nan dared to stand up in front of everyone, naturally confident. He extended one hand, and a green light began to emit from his palm. Sakura only needed to take one glance to understand that this was a sign of the activation of the palm healing technique. However, what puzzled her was that this ninjutsu was typically used to cut off the body's meridians for some inconvenient surgeries. In this situation, using the palm healing technique could only provide a trace of minimal vitality that might help Kankuro's condition. Why would Brother Nan choose this method of treatment? Could it be that this ninjutsu had some uses she was unaware of? Standing nearby, Chiyo, who also had a high level of medical ninjutsu, noticed this issue as well. Just as she was beginning to suspect whether Uchiha Nan was a quack, a vibrant green light burst forth from his fair palm, filling the entire room. Chapter 253. Pursuit. Everyone in the room felt a warm vitality flowing into their bodies, making them feel as if they had become a few years younger. Even Yi-Song felt that the injuries to his heart were beginning to heal. A few seconds later, all the toxins in Kanjuro's body were forced out by the extremely rich vitality and mercilessly burned away by a flame. Uchiha Nan retracted his hand and let out a long breath. As everyone had guessed, the healing technique was indeed not very effective for Kanjuro's injuries. However, Uchiha Nan did not intend to utilize its efficacy. He was only interested in the slight vitality that this ninjutsu brought along. It didn't matter that he was not proficient in medical ninjutsu. It also didn't matter that the vitality from the healing technique was insufficient. With his large chakra reserves, he could create miracles. He only needed that slight characteristic of life creation. He could forcefully revive Kanjuro. A soft hum was heard as Kanjuro, lying on the bed, slowly opened his eyes to the bright light above him. The surrounding people looked at Uchiha Nan with admiration. He truly deserved the title of the God of Death from Konoha. The injuries that the entire Sunagakure had no solution for, Lady Tsunade's other disciple required over 10 hours to heal, were resolved by Konoha's God of Death in mere seconds. This was the difference. Sakura also looked at Uchiha Nan with admiration, realizing her previous doubts when he used the healing technique were misplaced. The current results proved that she had underestimated the depth of Uchiha Nan's actions. Sakura, you have much to learn. Don't let a little superficial knowledge make you arrogant. While others were in awe of Uchiha Nan's medical ninjutsu, only Chiyo noticed something amiss. She couldn't help but internally criticize what high-level medical ninjutsu. It's clearly just relying on his abundant chakra to forcibly inject vitality to save Kanjuro. How could Tsunade teach such a disciple who misleads others? However, these thoughts remained unspoken as Konoha was there to help Sunagakure. Still, Chiyo labeled Uchiha Nan as unreliable in her heart. Excuse me, everyone. I have a lead on the enemy. The awakened Kanjuro suddenly spoke, drawing everyone's attention. He then pulled out a piece of torn cloth from his pocket. I obtained this from the enemy. I hope it can help in saving Gaara. Thank you for your hard work. Leave it to us. Uchiha Nan took the cloth from him and handed it to Kakashi. This small matter is entrusted to you. I still need to treat Yi-Sang's wounds and won't be joining you. Just as Uchiha Nan was about to back out and seek a moment alone with Temari and Yi-Sang, Kakashi grabbed him and stared intently into his eyes. Can you bear to let your good brother go alone? Uchiha Nan felt embarrassed under Kakashi's gaze and was about to make an excuse when he noticed the hopeful expressions of the surrounding Sunagakure ninjas. Yi-Sang approached and placed her hand on his shoulder. My injuries are not serious. Saving Gaara is more important. I should accompany you. No way, Kazekage-sama. You need to rest properly. The surrounding Sunagakure ninjas immediately stepped forward to stop her. They had already lost the Jinchuriki. Kazekage-sama could not make any mistakes. Uchiha Nan also gently took her hand and patted it. Listen to them. You stay here and rest well. Don't worry about me. I'll bring Gaara back safely. At this moment, Temari, standing at the back of the crowd, looked down in disappointment. You bastard, talking about getting stamped first. And now you're in the village without even looking for me, just focusing on sweet-talking with Kazekage-sama. I really misjudged you. Though she felt very sad. At this critical moment, Temari still squeezed through the crowd to stand beside Uchiha Nan and shot him a fierce glare. I want to participate in this operation too. I want to go. Kanjuro, lying on the bed, also propped himself up, worried about Gaara's safety and wanting to join as well. All right, there's no need to argue. Just as Uchiha Nan was feeling a headache, Chiyo struck the ground heavily with her cane, silencing the room. She looked at the younger generation of Sunagakure and at Yi-Sang, who was wrapped in bandages. All of you stay behind to protect Kazekage-sama in case other enemies appear. Let me and the Konoha people go this time. Some matters need to be resolved. As she spoke, Chiyo's mood visibly sank, and she let out a barely audible sigh. Seeing that Chiyo had spoken, the others dared not say anything further. Temari merely shot Uchiha Nan a reluctant glance before turning and walking out to find a place to sulk. Yi-Sang, who had been watching from the back, seemed to sense something and cast a puzzled glance at Uchiha Nan, but received no response. Uchiha Nan, fearing to engage, waved his hand and ordered, "Let us go." Kakashi clapped his hands together to summon the ninja dog Pakin, handing him the torn cloth. Pakin sniffed and nodded before running off. Uchiha Nan and the others followed closely behind. They all kept pace with Pakin, not stopping along the way and under the cover of night. They chased out of the Wind Country's borders into a dense forest. Meanwhile, at a cave chosen temporarily by the Akatsuki organization, 7 illusory figures, along with the solid forms of Sasori and Deidara, were constantly releasing chakra, extracting one-tailed chakra from Gaara's body and injecting it into a monstrous outer path statue with 10 closed eyes. Suddenly, the leader, Pain, opened his eyes, having received a message from Black Zetsu. Someone is approaching here. The god of death from Konoha, Uchiha Nan. Oh, it's him. How terrifying. Hoshigaki Kisame's clone tightened his grip on his sword, showing a hint of fluctuation in his expression. He had heard of this guy's reputation, who had easily defeated the last generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen and destroyed their 6 legendary swords that had been passed down for many years in the Mist Village. Leaving only the sword in his hand, Samahata, he had also eliminated the 3rd Mizukage and left without a trace. In the underground exchange, his head was the most valuable. Kakuzu's clone, tempted by this enormous reward, couldn't help but touch the bounty notice he had kept in his backpack. In that case, you two go and intercept him first to buy us some time. Pain pointed at the two, though Kisame and Kakuzu felt somewhat reluctant. They couldn't defy the leader's orders and stood up to leave. Meanwhile, Pakin, who was leading the way ahead, suddenly halted. There's an enemy's scent. The group stopped, and Uchiha Nan's sensing ability quickly captured the two waiting ahead. A smile crept onto his face. Akatsuki, how we finally met? Chapter 254. Gunpei the ghost shark and Jiao do the sound of rushing water echoed as a wave crashed against the pile of stones on the shore. Members of the Akatsuki organization stood on either side of the riverbank, facing off against Uchiha Nan and his group. Konoha's Grim Reaper, I've heard a lot about you. Gunpei the ghost shark waved the shark skin in his hand as a greeting. Uchiha Nan looked at this guy, feeling a stir of emotions. Gunpei the ghost shark had indeed joined the Akatsuki. Could it be that Terumi may fail to become the 4th Mizukage? While he was still pondering these things, the impatient Naruto charged forward, shouting, "You bastard, give me back Gaara!" Rasengan. A blue sphere burst forth from his hand, carrying immense destructive power as it slammed toward the two on the opposite riverbank. What a rude little brat. Just as Gunpei was about to make a move, he was stopped by Jiao Du formed hand seals and opened his mouth to unleash a continuous stream of dazzling lightning. The lightning release, False Darkness, which was merely a B-rank ninjutsu, possessed S-rank power in Jiao Du's hands. The surging lightning cut through the river, swallowing the violent whirlwind unleashed by the Rasengan, and rushed towards Naruto. What an idiot. Seeing his good friend in danger, Sasuke, who had been prepared, scolded him but was already in motion. Lightning particles gathered densely in his left hand, causing the surrounding air to crackle. In an instant, accompanied by a sharp sound, Sasuke leapt up, meeting the incoming lightning that was about to engulf Naruto. Lightning release, Chidori. The sizzling sound echoed as 2 dazzling bolts of lightning vanished simultaneously, leaving behind the gradually closing river and several scorched deep pits along the shore. Sasuke pulled Naruto back in front of Uchiha Nan, grumbling, "Idiot, how annoying." But before they could finish, the river in front of them suddenly became turbulent. A massive wave surged into the sky, transforming into countless sharks that charged towards their group. Gunpei the ghost shark raised the shark skin in his hand with a smile. Water release, 1,000 feeding sharks. Seeing this, Kakashi, who was prepared, rushed forward and pressed his hands against the ground. Earth release, earth flow wall. The ground shook with a rumbling sound. A wall of earth, over 10 meters high and carved with 5 dog heads, rose up on the riverbank. Countless ferocious sharks crashed against the wall one after another. Utilizing the water's help, Gunpei ultimately managed to shatter Kakashi's earth flow wall. But waiting for him was a ninjutsu identical to Sasuke's. Lightning release, Chidori. A louder, more piercing sound erupted, shattering the rushing wave of sharks. Not bad, you've got some skills, but my target today isn't you. Jiao Du pulled out a bounty notice featuring Uchiha Nan's likeness from his ninja tool pouch. After a careful comparison, he looked at the numbers below, and drool uncontrollably flowed from the corner of his mouth. Konoha's Grim Reaper, I'll be taking your head. As soon as he said that, the scene fell silent. Kakashi, Chiyo, and others couldn't help but give Jiao Du strange looks. They couldn't fathom how this guy dared to speak such words. Has he never faced death? You bastards. What do you mean by that? Jiao Du was enraged by the contemptuous gazes from Kakashi and the others, his anger boiling over. While forming hand seals, he said, I once fought against Senju Hashirama, so don't underestimate me. Upon hearing this, even his partner Gunpei was somewhat surprised. The name of the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama, was known throughout the 5 great nations. To think that his partner had actually fought against him and survived. It seemed he was indeed not simple. The expressions of Kakashi and the others became much more serious. They understood the strength of the first Hokage well. Oh, is that so? At that moment, Uchiha Nen lazily walked out, yawning. He then looked at Jiao. Aren't you the ninja who threw a shuriken at the first Hokage from thousands of meters away and ran off? You bastard, what are you saying? I'm going to kill you. Jiao was hit right in the heart, instantly furious, and unleashed the ninjutsu he had been accumulating in his hand. Fire release, head hardening. Facing a raging sea of fire that was far stronger than the previous lightning release, Uchiha Nen simply waved his hand casually, opened his mouth, and gently exhaled. In an instant, an endless gale surged forth, effortlessly extinguishing the sea of fire and covering Jiao and Gonpei. If it weren't for Gonpei, who had just spent half a minute forming the 44 hand seals for the water dragon bullet, they would have been crushed by the breath that Uchiha Nen casually blew out. Puffed. I really can't hold it in anymore. Throwing a shuriken from thousands of meters away. That's just hilarious. Kakashi and the others were surprised by the scene, but having witnessed Uchiha Nen's terrifying strength multiple times, they weren't too shocked. Instead, they found his earlier words amusing, especially Sakura, who couldn't help but laugh out loud. I'll definitely kill you all. However, that laughter was particularly grating to Jiao's ears. The mockery from those people overwhelmed his fear of Uchiha Nen's strength, prompting him to leap out regardless of Gonpei's warnings and charge towards the group. But it was also possible that Jiao intended to use his own characteristics to get close and eliminate the powerful enemy, Uchiha Nen. Earth Release, Earth Spear. During his leap, Jiao continued to form hand seals, applying a reinforcement-type ninjutsu to himself, enhancing his body's hardness to rival that of fine iron. Boring tricks. Rest in peace. Uchiha Nen stepped forward, lightly raised his hand, and punched Jiao's arm. A cracking sound echoed. Uchiha Nen's fair fist easily shattered Jiao's arm and, without losing momentum, struck his heart. Thud! Uchiha Nen withdrew his hand as Jiao, with a large hole in his heart, collapsed to the ground, making several gagging sounds before falling still. What the heck is that? I could do that too. Naruto, overly concerned about Gaara's safety, scratched his nose and intended to cross the river to deal with the remaining enemies. But Uchiha Nen suddenly reached out and pulled him back. Naruto was about to get angry, but immediately quieted down. This scene felt familiar. It seemed he had experienced it somewhere before. Was the next development going to be him glaring at Uchiha Nen and telling him not to block the way, only to find himself in danger and be saved by Uchiha Nen, proving his foresight? Then Kakashi, Sasuke, and the others would stand on Uchiha Nen's side and scold him a couple of times. Wouldn't that make him a clown? Humph. Uzumaki Naruto. Will definitely not do that. Chapter 255. The arrogant Nagato Uchiha Nen looked at Naruto, who suddenly crossed his arms and stood still instead of charging out like before. He couldn't accept that Naruto, who was supposed to be sharp-minded, was finding this Hokage role too difficult. Uchiha Nen punched Naruto on the head from behind, causing a sharp bump to rise on his forehead, steaming from the impact. Kid, you have exceptional talent and the demeanor of a prodigy, he said. You brat, Uchiha Nen. In response to Naruto's thanks, Uchiha Nen simply patted him lightly on the shoulder, pinning him to the ground, leaving only his head sticking out. He then turned around and said casually, "No need to thank me. It's what I should do." Kakashi, who was watching this scene, suddenly wiped the sweat from his forehead, recalling a time when he had been tricked by this Uchiha Nen. He couldn't help but shiver. Uchiha Nen, unaware of Kakashi's thoughts, walked up to Kakuzu and glanced at his fallen figure. "Stop pretending. If you don't get up, I'm going to crush you." But Kakuzu's body remained motionless, lying on the ground in a daze. Seeing this, Uchiha Nen suddenly smiled, lifted his foot, and lightly pressed down on Kakuzu's body. Crack! Even though Kakuzu felt the terrifying force and opened his eyes to dodge, he still couldn't avoid that seemingly light kick. He felt as if a massive mountain had slammed down on his chest, and then he lost consciousness. To Kakashi and the others, it looked like Uchiha Nen's foot came down and Kakuzu turned into shattered pieces scattered everywhere. Now, even if he had 100 lives, it wouldn't matter. The riverbank beneath him also cracked open, and the section close to the riverbank collapsed, crashing into the water below, causing the entire river to widen nearly twice its size. Guru. On the opposite riverbank, the dry pay ghost shark swallowed hard, staring blankly at this scene. Is this the power of the Konoha Reaper? Even the shark's skin in his hand couldn't help but retract its spikes, seemingly recalling the terrifying scene when it faced Uchiha Nen's overwhelming dust release. It's your turn now. Ghost Shark. Uchiha Nan smiled and stepped onto the waves as he walked towards the opposite side. Although the dry pay ghost shark was an illusion body and unafraid of death, facing that figure in the black robe, he ultimately couldn't muster the courage to resist. At that moment, he suddenly heard the voice of pain from the Deva path. "What are you doing?" This question snapped the ghost shark out of his fear, and he took a deep breath. Huh. He raised the shark skin in his hand, pointed it at that figure, and grinned with a mouth like a shark's. "Konoha Reaper. Come on." The ghost shark crouched down and plunged his large blade into the water surface. It was as if he was controlling the entire river, with countless streams of water rolling back along the flowing sides. The rushing water crashed against the riverbanks, producing a thunderous sound. "You've got some guts, so I'll indulge you." Uchiha Nin glanced at the river on both sides, clapped his hands, and unleashed a fire release technique. Fire release. Great fire destruction. The bright orange flames erupted from his mouth, and with the endless chakra support, they transformed from orange to a hotter white, and then to a deep blue that could distort the surrounding space with just its flickering. Boom! The blue fire sea erupted, and the rolling river was evaporated in an instant. The ghost shark turned to ashes upon seeing that flame. The riverbanks melted away for thousands of meters, and the wide river transformed into a sea of magma, fire, emitting high heat. Chiyo raised her hand to shield herself from the heat wave. Her murky eyes narrowed deeply, and she felt a storm of emotions within. This terrifyingly powerful ninjutsu could probably destroy Sunagakure with a single blow. Looking at that figure who appeared calm and left not a drop of sweat behind, she couldn't help but shake her head. With such an attack, the Konoha Reaper could probably unleash many more times. With this thought, she made up her mind. As long as the Konoha Reaper was alive, the alliance between Sunagakure and Konoha would never be severed. The position of Kazekage in the Leaf Village would remain unshaken. "Let's go." Uchiha Nin raised his hand, waking everyone from their stupor. He continued to have Parker lead the way forward, heading towards a location between the land of wind and the land of rivers. At this moment, Pain, who was in the final stages of sealing the One Tail, also received the news from Black Zetsu that Kakuzu and the Ghost Shark had been defeated. Useless. Devapath Pain couldn't help but curse angrily. "You can't even hold on for this little time. Luckily, this sealing is almost finished." Cough cough. Is it possible that it's not just those two useless ones, but that Uchiha Nin is too powerful? Black Zetsu, however, unusually defended Kakuzu and the Ghost Shark. Long ago, he had fought against Uchiha Nan and knew how terrifying that guy's strength was. Now, after more than a decade, considering his growth rate, it wasn't surprising how strong he had become. And Pain had only sent Kakuzu, who had 30 of his original power, and the Ghost Shark to intercept. How could that possibly succeed? Thud! The One Tail was finally sealed, and the lifeless Gaara fell to the ground. Everyone also dispelled the shadow clone technique, disappearing into the cave. Only Pain received a sudden message from Black Zetsu as he was leaving. Uchiha Nan is about to find this place. Leaving Sasori and Deidara here would mean certain death for them. Do you want me to take them away early? No. After hearing Black Zetsu's words, Pain shook his head. Weaklings have no right to survive in Akatsuki, and besides, I don't believe that so-called Uchiha Nan is as powerful as you say. As the wielder of the Rinnegan, Nagato considered himself a god and no longer looked down on those ninjas in the ninja world. The so-called Uchiha Nan was just a relatively powerful ninja in his view. Not impressive at all. If Sasori and Deidara were killed, it could only be blamed on their lack of strength. At worst, he could just replace them later. Seeing Nagato's arrogance, Black Zetsu secretly shook his head and fell silent, disappearing. Meanwhile, Sasori and Deidara stood up, ready to face the approaching pursuers. "Sasori, let's see whose art shines brighter." "Idiot, take it seriously, or you'll die facing the Konoha Reaper." "TCH, is he really as powerful as you say?" Chapter 256. Confrontation under the leadership of Parker, Uchiha Nan and the others arrived at a mountain wall supported by a river. Their trace was right here. "Great. I'll leave the rest to you, Parker." Naruto clenched his fist, stepped onto the river, and punched the mountain wall fiercely. In the speechless gaze of the others, Naruto covered his fist and fell headfirst into the river. How embarrassing. Sasuke rushed over to pull him up. Kakashi approached to examine the stone wall, then furrowed his brow and turned to the others, saying, "It's a sealing technique that requires us to stand in specific positions to simultaneously release the seal. That's too complicated." Uchiha Nin walked to Kakashi's side, some chakra gathering on his arm. With a thought, he released his mental power, penetrating into the mountain's interior to check the general position and strength of the seal, determining how much corresponding force he needed to input. After all, sometimes one can't be reckless. What if he punched too hard and flattened the entire mountain? Uchiha Nin wasn't someone who casually destroyed the surrounding environment. A few seconds later, he withdrew his mental power, extended a hand, and gently placed it on the surface of the mountain, curling his fingers into a claw-like grip. With a gentle pull, bang, the sealing technique, composed of 5 types of energy and capable of withstanding attacks from shadow-level experts, shattered silently like a bubble, revealing a dark and deep cave. 2 figures in black robes embroidered with red clouds slowly walked out. Wow, so organized. Are they here to welcome us? After seeing so many powerful ninjas, Deidara's brow furrowed slightly. However, he still pretended to be indifferent and casually joked, "You too, Hanovergara." Naruto, worried about his good friend's safety, wouldn't say much to them. He stepped forward and blue light shone in his hand. Rasengan. But to Deidara's surprise, he actually felt delighted at this moment. A smile appearing on his face as he opened his arms and rushed forward. He allowed Naruto's arm holding the Rasengan to easily pierce through his body, distorting his form. So this is Akatsuki? Not much to it. Hand over Gaara, and I'll spare your lives. Just as a proud smile appeared on Naruto's face, preparing to withdraw his arm, he suddenly felt a powerful suction force that firmly held his arm in place. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't move an inch. What's going on? What the hell is this? As Deidara collapsed and turned into a mass of white clay, it crawled up Naruto's arm like it was alive, wrapping him into a white meatball. Clay clone. At this moment, the real Deidara jumped out from beside Sasori, a proud smile on his face as he formed a hand seal. "Little brat, try my art." Boom. However, Deidara's smile immediately froze. The white clay ball that had engulfed Naruto remained completely still, showing no reaction to his explosion technique. What is happening? You fool. You've been played and don't even realize it. The large puppet, Haiden, standing beside, saw the clues and scolded his foolish teammate. Although Deidara was a bit unwilling, he carefully inspected. He then discovered that numerous fine lightning patterns had already erupted on his clay ball, completely destroying its explosive properties. Following those lightning patterns under the sunlight, Deidara barely caught a glimpse of a thin thread extending from the clay ball, directly adhering to the sleeve of that young man in the black robe. Seeing Deidara's murderous gaze, Uchiha Nin smiled at him. He raised his arm, hooked the thin thread, and gently pulled. The clay ball burst open, and Naruto, who had been electrocuted, flew out from within. With a bang, he rolled onto the ground. Uchiha Nin then disconnected the thread in his hand, pretending to be shy as he smiled. "Sorry, I accidentally broke your ninja technique." "Damn it, it's art. Deidara was provoked by Uchiha Nin's nonchalant tone. His expression was as if his art was nothing but garbage. His eyes turned red, and his fists clenched in rage. Die under my art." Deidara waved his wide sleeves, and countless clay spiders and flying birds emerged from within, creating a dense swarm that seemed to block out the sun. Sakura, standing behind Uchiha Nin, felt her hair stand on end at the sight of so many insects, and goosebumps rose all over her body. This is too terrifying. Even Kakashi and Sasuke felt uncomfortable witnessing this scene. Meanwhile, hiding within Haiden, Sasori took this opportunity to throw out a scroll marked with 3 characters. A puppet concealed by the wide sleeves fell to the ground. Haiden's fingers moved slightly, and the figure raised its palm. Countless iron sands flew up from the ground, forming sharp spikes. Mixed within Deidara's sea of insects, they shot out. The 3rd Kazekage. Chiyo, who had been watching her grandson's movements, immediately understood why the 3rd Kazekage, who had always been at the peak of power among the Kazekage, had been missing for so long. It turned out this traitorous grandson of hers had turned him into a puppet. Seeing Chiyo's reaction, Sasori's stiff face revealed a long-lost smile. "Surprised, Grandma? Your grandson is already this impressive." Faced with Uchiha Nin and these 2 special attacks, he thought for a moment and decided not to directly use the Rinnegan's abilities to eliminate them. He didn't want Kagaya to know that another pair of Rinnegan had appeared in the ninja world just yet. Uchiha Nin was waiting to surprise Uchiha Madara during the great battle. So, he simply clapped his hands. The river beneath him immediately surged, forming several water dragons dozens of meters long. They danced and spun in the air, wrapping all the clay bombs and iron spikes together, forming a tightly sealed giant water ball. Water release, great water prison technique. Even though those clay insects exploded under Deidara's control, they couldn't escape the continuously converging water prison. No wonder they call you the Shinigami of Konoha, a skilled one. Sasori saw his methods being resolved and wanted to say a few words to ease the situation, but Uchiha Nin impatiently waved his hand. Chapter 257. The death of Gaara. The giant water prison suddenly moved, rushing towards Scorpion and Deidara with a whoosh. The clay bug sealed within seemed to be manipulated by some invisible force, heading towards an explosion. Scorpion cursed under his breath, calling it a breach of rules. However, he didn't dare to ignore this attack. The chakra strings in his hand gently twisted, and the third Kazekage's puppet immediately joined its hands together, summoning an endless stream of iron sand from the ground, which gathered in front of them to form an iron curtain. It met the incoming water prison head-on with immense force. The sand iron jutsu, an unbreakable iron wall, was originally a bloodline limit technique used by a shadow-level powerhouse, and a mere water jutsu should not be able to break through it. Scorpion and Deidara thought so too. But what they didn't know was that Uchiha Nan's chakra quality had already approached the level of the Sage of Six Paths. Even a seemingly ordinary water jutsu, when activated by him, possessed earth-shattering power. As the water sphere collided with the iron curtain, it easily shattered it into countless flying fragments. The explosion erupted in front of the incredulous eyes of Scorpion and Deidara. With a loud boom, the water droplets from the explosion followed the path created by the blast and returned to the flowing river. Kakashi and the others who were watching quietly sighed at this terrifying power. Meanwhile, Chiyo was worried about her grandson's safety and looked up. She saw that the cave, which could originally accommodate a tailed beast standing dozens of meters high, had expanded several times due to the recent explosion, now towering several hundred meters high. The walls of the cave, washed by the post-explosion water flow, displayed peculiar traces, as if they had been exquisitely hewn by human hands. In the center of the cave, the third Kazekage puppet, which had exuded a big boss aura upon its appearance and was not to be underestimated, now had its robe completely torn away, leaving behind uneven holes. Its arms and head, as well as other body parts, were also twisted in irregular shapes. The gears in its joints had been completely destroyed in the recent explosion. Beneath it lay a thick layer of black iron sand, which had also been blasted into disarray, leaving only a thin layer. With a bang, the layer of iron sand shattered. A thick, bloated arm, covered in cracks, reached out. Following that, a severely damaged body, with one eye missing from its face, burst forth. It was the scarlet-eyed Hiryu. However, as soon as it stood there, before it could make any move, a cracking sound came from its body. The massive form quickly shattered, with pieces falling off it. Soon, a handsome boy with bright red hair and a pale face was revealed. Seeing the true appearance of his grandson, Chiyo couldn't help but shout. But Scorpion remained unmoved, standing still with his eyes closed. At that moment, a figure, covered in dust, jumped out of the pit it had just emerged from. Coughing, Deidara brushed off the dust from his clothes and walked over to Scorpion's side. Looking at the black-robed figure in the arena, a sense of fear surged in his eyes. If it weren't for Scorpion controlling the third Kazekage puppet and setting up a layer of protection for them, and placing Hiryu on top to absorb most of the impact from the explosion, Deidara would have been taken out by the residual blast long ago, which was something he cannot accept. Dying in someone else's art would not showcase his greatness. You two are no match for us. Hand over Gaara and you might just save yourselves. Naruto, awakened by the recent explosion, said confidently as he jumped in front of Uchiha Nan, pointing at Scorpion and Deidara. Wanted to say more, but he soon realized something was off. He looked at the enlarged cave and then turned to Uchiha Nan, uncertainly asking, You didn't kill Gaara with that last attack, did you? Kakashi and Chiyo also looked at Uchiha Nan with doubtful expressions. A technique capable of causing such a drastic change in terrain must have had a terrifying area of effect. Naruto was genuinely worried that Gaara had been killed by that last move. Uchiha Nan raised an eyebrow at Naruto's questioning gaze. Don't worry, he wasn't killed by me. Upon hearing his response, the Leaf team let out a sigh of relief. Naruto confidently turned around, ready to continue threatening Scorpion and Deidara. But he soon heard that figure behind him continue. He was already killed by the Akatsuki members. Besides these two, I haven't detected any more life fluctuations in this cave. What did you say? Impossible. Uchiha Nan's words struck Naruto like a thunderclap, leaving him petrified. After a moment, he turned around, running to Uchiha Nan with red eyes, wanting to grab his collar and question him about the truth. But under the gaze of those emotionless black and white eyes, he ultimately didn't dare to act. Only trembling as he asked again, You must be lying, right? Gaara, he can't be. Uchiha Nan shook his head and remained silent, raising one hand to form a hand seal. Suddenly, a sound echoed from the depths of the cave. Scorpion and Deidara, fearing that Uchiha Nan was about to unleash another powerful jutsu, turned to look. They saw a stone pillar extending from the cave, its tips supporting a figure dressed in the sand village robe, with the character for love drawn on its left forehead. The figure was motionless, held up by the stone pillar, and flew into Naruto's arms. He placed Gaara on the ground and crouched down, placing his trembling palm under Gaara's nose. Feeling no breath, Naruto's eyes turned red, filled with disbelief. He then placed his palm on Gaara's neck. But the cold, motionless pulse told him a cruel answer. No, Gaara. Naruto fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. In this life, although he was not the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and had not endured the same suffering as Gaara, guided by Indra's chakra, he had only interacted with Gaara for a little over 10 days. Yet he had already saved this boy who had lived in misery since childhood and forged a deep friendship with him. Therefore, when he heard that Gaara had been captured, Naruto was the most anxious one, wishing he could fly directly to the Sand Village to deal with the enemy and rescue his good friend. But now, under the overwhelming power of Uchiha Nan, who was about to eliminate the enemy and save his friend, reality struck him like a heavy blow. Gaara was dead. His good friend lay there, cold on the ground, unresponsive to Naruto's desperate calls. All right, whatever it is, take it outside. Let me deal with these two first. Uchiha Nan waved his hand, causing ripples to spread across the water surface. Kakashi, Naruto, and the others were all moved to the shore. Chiyo, stretching out her hand, wanted to say something, but she found herself immobilized, unable to move. She could only feel anxious in her heart. Chapter 258, Strange Naruto. At this moment, Uchiha Nan saw that the troublesome guys had all been sent away. He shrugged his shoulders, moved his body a bit, and coldly looked at the two people in front of him. How do you two plan to die? Deidara, an artist, couldn't stand being mocked to his face like that. He clenched his fists, wanting to rush up and blow up this bastard in front of him, while also giving Brother Scorpion a chance to escape. But Scorpion reached out to stop him. Big brother, you go first, leave the rest to me. Chiyo's Scorpion didn't respond. Just used his arm to push Deidara's body back a bit. He then waved his hand, throwing out hundreds of scrolls. The sound of explosions continued to ring out. 100 mechanical puppets fell into the cave. Scorpion opened a small wooden door on his chest. Hundreds of blue chakra threads fell onto these mechanical puppets. Secret technique, 100 machine manipulation. What are you still standing there for? Hurry and go. Scorpion looked at Deidara, who was biting his lip and staring at him. A hint of anger appeared on his otherwise expressionless face, and he shouted angrily at him. Yes, Brother Scorpion. Deidara wiped away the tears that had streamed down his face, summoned a giant clay bird, and flew out of the sky. Before leaving, he couldn't help but glance at Chiyo's Scorpion. Big brother, I will definitely avenge you. Fool. Scorpion also glanced at the sky, then lowered his head to look at Uchiha Nan, blinking in confusion. Aren't you going to stop him? He had already prepared to self-destruct the nearly 100 puppets if Uchiha Nan made a move, to buy Deidara one last bit of time. But who knew that Uchiha Nan just quietly watched them say goodbye, not making any move. This was not like the decisive nature of the legendary Konoha Reaper. Seeing Scorpion's confusion, Uchiha Nan shook his head. I'll let him go because I still need him to do some things later. It's not time for him to die yet, and I can also let you go, but I know you want to die here today. Ha, what nonsense are you talking about? After hearing Uchiha Nan's words, Scorpion's heart, which had grown accustomed to life and death, suddenly surged with a bit of fear. It was as if everything about him was seen through those black and white eyes. However, he still forced a cold smile. He secretly glanced at his grandmother in the distance and gritted his teeth. Controlling nearly 100 mechanical puppets, he charged towards Uchiha Nan. This man was inscrutable to him, and from his words earlier, it seemed he was also plotting something with the Akatsuki organization. He couldn't let such a dangerous factor harm his grandmother, so he decided to use his highest skill to end this guy's life. Swish, swish. Hundreds of mechanical puppets moved vividly under Scorpion's control, almost like real people. In their hands were various hidden weapons and specially crafted arms powered by machinery. With precise coordination, they continuously attacked Uchiha Nan's vital points, step by step, without giving him a moment to react. But facing all this, Uchiha Nan closed his eyes. Under his eyelids, those black and white eyes transformed into a pair of purple eyes with circular patterns. They then shifted to eyes containing blue and white hues. Uchiha Nan used the power of the Rinnegan to look around, confirming that Black Zetsu had disappeared before opening his eyes again, revealing a hint of a smile. Scorpion also noticed the change in the Konoha Reaper's eyes. Although he was puzzled, wasn't he from the Uchiha clan? Why could he change his eyes to look like that? There was no time to think more during this critical moment. He could only control the puppets to quickly eliminate Uchiha Nan. As the kunai flashing with cold light pierced towards Uchiha Nan's heart, he suddenly raised his hand and gently squeezed. The power of the Rinnegan surged wildly. An invisible gravitational force appeared. The hundreds of chakra threads, controlled by Scorpion, suddenly became rigid and collapsed toward the point. The puppets he was controlling were also pulled towards Uchiha Nan's pale, white hand under the strong gravitational force. As that hand gently closed, the pulling force on the hundreds of puppets increased. Their limbs creaked as they tightly pressed against each other. With a piercing sound, they were crushed into a pile of scrap. Scorpion was also pulled down to the ground by the gravitational force. His self-modified puppets, which could be considered powerful weapons among shadows, had no effect under this invisible power. He could only press himself tightly against the ground, unable to lift his head, and could only hear Uchiha Nan's footsteps getting closer, until a pair of black boots appeared in front of him. "Do you see the gap between us?" Uchiha Nan leaned down and asked, but he didn't give Scorpion a chance to respond. He casually pressed down. The gravitational force on certain parts of his body increased. A slight cracking sound was heard. All the weapons inside Scorpion's body had been destroyed. Even his joints had fractured, rendering him unable to control them anymore. At this time, Uchiha Nan's eyes returned to normal. He lifted Scorpion with one hand and crossed the river to stand in front of Kakashi and the others. He threw him down in front of Chiyo. "It's up to you now." Meanwhile, Naruto, who was crying beside Gaara, heard his words and suddenly stood up. He quickly ran to Uchiha Nan's side, his red and swollen eyes fixed on him. "You're so powerful. Is there any way to bring Gaara back?" "Bring him back?" Uchiha Nan stroked his chin and smiled. "Of course there is." Then he looked at Naruto's expression turning to joy and his mouth opening to speak, but suddenly interjected. "But why should I do that?" "You." Naruto's joy quickly turned to anger upon hearing this. "You have such powerful abilities. Why not use them? Gaara is my best friend and the Jinchuriki of Sunagakure. Helping him would bring our Konoha and Sunagakure closer together, contributing more to peace in the ninja world. Since you can do this, you should try your best to do it." At this moment, Naruto was blinded by anger, forgetting Uchiha Nan's immense strength. He took a big step forward, reaching out to grab his clothes, only thinking about having him revive Gaara. But Uchiha Nan was not lenient. He raised his hand and slapped him to the ground. He then walked over to him, coldly staring into his angry eyes. "Have you ever thought about how difficult it is to cross the line between life and death? Have you ever considered what kind of price I would have to pay to do this?" But even after Uchiha Nan asked, Naruto still disregarded everything and grabbed his ankle underfoot. "No matter what the cost, I'll compensate you after bringing Gaara back." Chapter 259, Rebirth. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Nan suddenly laughed. He had realized that the kid in front of him seemed to have some issues, no longer like Naruto from his previous life as Hokage. Although he had a very kind heart, there were still some bottom lines. This lifetime, free from the torment of the Nine Tails, allowed him to more smoothly integrate with the chakra of Indra within him. At the same time, he was also more deeply influenced by Indra, and his personality had become more like Indra's. He was no longer a person capable of independent thought. Uchiha Nan now wanted to perfectly revive Gaara. The previous method of infusing life force was no longer sufficient. He had to call his soul back from the Pure Land. The only ability Uchiha Nan relied on to do this was the power of the Rinnegan. By using the Rinnegan's innate technique, he could bring Gaara back from the Pure Land, reviving him without any side effects. But the key was that this technique required a life for a life. Even for the wielder of the Rinnegan, using this ocular technique would result in their own death. So why was Uchiha Nan so foolish as to revive someone unrelated to him? Was it just for the sake of Naruto's so-called better relationship between Konoha and Suna? Or for the so-called peace in the ninja world? What use were these false notions? Alright, stop arguing. This is Naruto's fault. The technique to revive others definitely has extremely harsh side effects. How can it be used casually? Kakashi, seeing the two about to clash, immediately approached with a stern face and reprimanded Naruto. He also signaled Uchiha Nan with his eyes, indicating not to argue with him. Sasuke also came over and stood beside him. Uchiha Nan then lifted his foot, releasing the still dissatisfied Naruto from his gaze. He didn't understand. He had already said that as long as Uchiha Nan could save Gaara, he would be willing to pay any price. So why wasn't this guy willing to help him? On the other side, Chiyo had summoned the puppets of Scorpion's parents. The four of them stood together, seemingly discussing something. In the end, a brilliant smile appeared on Scorpion's cold face as he took the hands of his mother and father puppets and pierced through his own heart, ensuring they would stay together forever. Chiyo sighed, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and took out a scroll to collect the three corpses. Although her grandson realized the mistakes he had made and had returned to the right path, he still had to be punished for his actions in killing the third Kazekage. Having him killed by the puppets made from his two relatives might be the best choice for Scorpion. Chiyo turned around and walked towards them. She had heard the argument between Naruto and Uchiha Nan. From the perspective of her village, she would naturally follow Naruto in reprimanding Uchiha Nan for his inaction. But from the other side's perspective, she felt that Naruto was somewhat foolish. It was a miracle that a child like him had survived and grown up, thanks to the recent lack of wars in the ninja world. Chiyo couldn't understand how Konoha's education could produce both the ruthless and decisive Uchiha Nan and the innocent, somewhat foolish Naruto. However, it was the time to think about these things. Chiyo glanced at Gaara's body, sighed deeply, and squatted down beside him. She gently patted Naruto's shoulder and said kindly, "Child, I can save Gaara. Let me do it." "Really? Granny Chiyo?" Naruto wiped away the tears in his eyes and looked at her in surprise. "Haha, what would an old woman have to gain from lying to you? But you must promise me to take good care of this child in the future, and also promise me that if Suna faces any crises, you will help as much as you can." Although Chiyo thought Naruto was a bit foolish, she still kindly told him, "This little guy may have been bullied by enemies before, but that doesn't mean his strength is weak. Those previous guys were all top rogue ninjas in the village, all at the level of Kage. For Naruto to last a few moves against them was already impressive. The key is that this little guy is still young and has a lot of room to grow. He has a good relationship with Gaara. Saying this now is to ensure that he will take care of Suna in the future. Don't worry, Granny. Gaara is my friend. If he ever faces danger, I will definitely come to help him first. You can count on that." After saying this, Naruto turned his head and shot a proud glance at Uchiha Nan, as if to say that even if he didn't help, someone else would. Chiyo nodded and silently recalled the forbidden technique that required a life for a life. Now that Scorpion's heart not had been resolved, her wish had been fulfilled. She had no more attachments, and her life was nearing its end. Since Gaara was still young and the future of the village needed them, it would be better to use her life to bring back this young child, ensuring that the village would still have some strength in future crises. Thinking this, she extended her hand, looked at Uchiha Nan from afar, and silently closed her eyes. She continuously poured her chakra and life force into Gaara's body. The rebirth technique was a ninjutsu researched by the top puppet masters of Suna Village decades ago. Initially, they aimed to use this technique to create living puppets that could fight independently, which would significantly enhance Suna's overall strength and perhaps even allow them to dominate the entire ninja world. However, in the end, although the technique was successful, its cruel method of use led it to be banned and classified as a forbidden technique. The rebirth technique could revive the dead or puppets, but the price was equally unbearable. To pull a dead person's soul back from the Pure Land, the caster also had to pay an equivalent price. They had to sacrifice their own soul and life force to achieve the desired effect. As time passed, the wrinkles on Chiyo's aging face increased, and her eyes gradually dimmed. When Gaara let out a soft groan and opened his eyes, Chiyo simultaneously lost her life, her eyes closing as she collapsed to the ground. "Gaara, you've finally woken up." Naruto only glanced at the fallen Chiyo, thinking she was just tired from reviving Gaara and had fallen asleep. He turned back to look at his good friend with tearful eyes. "Naruto," Gaara smiled, opening his arms, and the two embraced each other. The next day, after a night of rest, everyone carried Chiyo's body and gathered around Uchiha Nan. "Let's go. There's nothing left to linger on here." Chapter 260. Tamari's farewell. The fireball in the sky cast down a blazing light, while endless yellow sand swirled on the ground. The people of Sunagakure held back tears as they carried Granny Chiyo's body to a specially constructed place in the village for fallen ninjas to rest temporarily. After Yakura and Tamari took care of all the chores, they approached Uchiha Nan and bowed deeply to him. "Thank you, Nan. Without you, Gaara probably wouldn't be able to return to the village." They then turned and bowed to a few others from Konoha as well. "Thank you all too." After a brief expression of gratitude, Yakura found a few ninjas to lead Uchiha Nan and the others to a resting place. Temari also took Gaara to check on Kankuro's injuries. Uchiha Nan sat idly in the room, and after a moment of contemplation, he vanished from his spot. Wind Shadow office in the large room. Only Yakura was seated on a wide sofa, meticulously handling some administrative matters. She was thinking about finishing her tasks and then properly arranging Granny Chiyo's funeral. Suddenly, she felt a hand on her shoulder. Yakura exclaimed, instinctively gripping her pen tightly, breaking it in the process. Just as she turned around with a cold glint in her eyes, ready to act, Uchiha Nan's face appeared next to her ear. "It's me." You, what are you doing here? Trying to scare me to death. Even knowing it was Uchiha Nan, Yakura was still indignant. Her temper had never been particularly good, and the schemes within the Akatsuki over the years had only further aggravated her personality. After becoming the village leader, the villagers treated her with more respect, allowing her to experience the feeling of being above thousands, making her even less restrained. All of this had made her forget the fear Uchiha Nan had instilled in her back then. But that was fine. The next moment, she would feel again. Uchiha Nan listened to Yakura's words, paused for a moment. Then a cruel smile appeared on his lips as he unleashed his overwhelming presence upon the proud woman dressed in the wind shadow robes. Is that so? Then where should I be? The overwhelming aura bore down on Yakura, causing her vision to darken, as if she were falling into an endless abyss. Drops of sweat began to pour from every part of her body like rain, soaking the wind shadow robe that clung to her body. Uchiha Nan could even appreciate the graceful figure beneath her thin clothing. Under the terrifying pressure, Yakura's mind finally cleared a bit. She recalled the helpless fear she felt when facing Uchiha Madara. Even though her strength had significantly improved over the years, and she was no longer weak among the shadows, in front of this person, she still felt utterly powerless, allowing him to toy with her at will. Thinking of this, Yakura's defiance immediately faded, and she relaxed, no longer resisting. I was wrong. Oh, what did you do wrong? Uchiha Nan asked with a playful smile, leaning down to look at Yakura's sweat-drenched face. He enjoyed this feeling of conquest, relishing in the way others had to submit before him. I shouldn't have gotten angry at you. Yakura gasped for breath, feeling ashamed as she answered this man's question, satisfying his shameful obsession. Ha ha! Uchiha Nan laughed with satisfaction, then released his hold on her. He picked her up and swept the documents off the table, placing her on the surface. He then sat down on the chair, still warm from her body, a wicked smile on his face. With a rip, the soaked wind shadow robe was effortlessly torn apart by Uchiha Nan's hands. What are you doing? This is the wind shadow office. Oh, and what of it? Amid Yakura's constant dodging, Uchiha Nan leaned in closer. A beautiful melody unfolded in the most prestigious place of Sunagakure, on the body of the most honored person. 50,000 word division line. In the evening, a refreshed Uchiha Nan finally appeared outside the room arranged for him in Sunagakure. Just as he placed his hand on the doorknob, he paused. He sensed a tense and hurried breath coming from inside the room. Interesting, Uchiha Nan thought to himself as he pushed the door open and locked it behind him. Where have you been? Why have you only just returned? Temari, who was sitting in the room, immediately stood up, her large, captivating eyes fixed on him with a look that seemed to say, if you don't have a good excuse, I'll make you regret it. However, Uchiha Nan ignored her and took off his black robe, hanging it on the coat rack, revealing his muscular upper body. He then turned to sit in the chair and finally looked up at Temari. May I ask who you are? What gives you the right to interfere in my affairs? Hearing Uchiha Nan's cold words, Temari felt a rush of grievance swell in her heart, losing even the desire to secretly admire his perfect physique. She plopped back down onto the bed, a tear escaping from the corner of her eye out of sheer frustration. Recalling her hard work, she felt a wave of worthlessness. She had arranged everything for her brother early in the morning, worried that Uchiha Nan, the jerk, might not be comfortable in Sunagakure. She hurried to the room arranged for him, wanting to make his stay more pleasant. Who would have thought that upon entering, she wouldn't even see a glimpse of that jerk? After inquiring around Konoha and failing to find out his whereabouts, she quickly realized that Uchiha Nan was unfamiliar with Sunagakure. He must have gone out to find that vixen Yakura. Thinking of this, Temari should have angrily left and stopped caring about Uchiha Nan. But she couldn't help but recall the stamp he had given her when she left Konoha and the words he had said. Lost in thought, she naturally sat on the bed, waiting to see when this guy would finally return. Who knew that waiting would take all day? Finally, when she did wait for him to return, Uchiha Nan acted like he didn't recognize her and had the audacity to adopt an attitude of who are you to care about me? This made the grievance in Temari's heart boil over, and tears flowed uncontrollably. All right, I was just joking with you. Uchiha Nan, seeing that he had made this silly girl cry, immediately softened his earlier attitude. He walked over, bare-chested, sat down beside her, and pulled her into his embrace, gently raising his hand to wipe away her tears. Humph, don't touch me, go find that vixen Yakura. Temari struggled against Uchiha Nan's embrace, refusing to let him touch her, even shaking her head to prevent him from wiping her tears. The scent of Yakura clung to him, making her gag and feel even angrier. Chapter 267, Harvest Uchiha Nin thought for a moment, rolled his eyes, and spat out a ball of water, giving the two a bath. It also helped Hanabi wake up a bit. What are you doing? Now it has no flavor. Uchiha Nan threw Hanabi onto the bed and got up to press down on her. 500,000 words later. 7 days later, after playing around for 7 days, Uchiha Nen was finally satisfied, and the people of Konoha also set off on their journey home. At the entrance of Sunagakure, Gaara and Naruto hugged each other reluctantly. Take care, Naruto. You too, Gaara. After spending these few days together, their bond had grown deeper, almost as if they were in the same pants. Gaara felt heartbroken at Naruto's departure and wished the Konoha delegation could stay a few more days. On the other side, Uchiha Nen stepped out under the gaze of two resentful looks and walked towards the crowd, sending off its Sunagakure, under Gaara's surprised gaze. He pulled Hanabi out and then went to pull Yakura out as well. Under the puzzled looks of everyone and the awkward expressions of the two, he hugged both of them tightly, kissed each one, and laughed heartily. Don't worry, this farewell is only temporary. I will come back to see you often. The onlookers, whether they were ninjas from Sunagakure or Kakashi and others, were already confused about Uchiha Nen holding two women. Now seeing him kiss each one and hearing his words, they suddenly understood something, and disbelief surged in their hearts. No way. Impossible. That's the daughter of the last Kazekage and the current Kazekage. How could they let him be so frivolous, and with both of them at the same time? But the subsequent actions of Yakura and Hanabi completely shattered the worldview of this group of people. The two exchanged glances and snorted coldly. Although they both knew about each other's existence through their time with Uchiha Nan, it was still hard to accept when it was brought to light. They both thought, why does she get to compete with me? She's just an old woman, she's just a little girl. Oof. X2, but in front of each other. Neither was willing to admit defeat. They immediately moved, one on each side, and kissed Uchiha Nan on the cheek, refusing to give in. The crowd around them was already dumbfounded. They all exclaimed, why? Why does this guy get to have two perfect women like this? Especially the people from Sunagakure could no longer hold back. These two were both goddess-level figures in their village, with high statuses. One was the village's Kazekage, and the other was the daughter of the former Kazekage. How could they be taken away by someone from another village? Wouldn't he, that means Sunagakure, would become Uchiha Nan's Sunagakure? Think twice, ladies. What do we lack compared to Uchiha Nan? Meanwhile, Gaara, who had originally hoped that Naruto and the others would stay a few more days, saw this scene and felt his young heart shatter. In his eyes, his gentle and caring sister, who had always looked after him, was competing for a man with Yakura, whom he had always viewed as a goal to chase, who was strong and beautiful. This was simply absurd. At the same time, his feelings shifted. Konoha should just leave quickly, the farther the better. They shouldn't step foot in Sunagakure again. As the people of Sunagakure glared at them, Uchiha Nan and the others activated the Flying Thunder God technique and returned to their village. Honestly, we came here to help those guys from Sunagakure, and they weren't even grateful at all before we left. Uchiha Nan pouted, crossing his arms, walking at the village gate, unable to help but complain. Do you know why? Nan. Kakashi looked at this shameless guy, adopting a victim's attitude, and couldn't hold back anymore. Would this have happened if you hadn't seduced the Kazekage of Sunagakure and Gaara's sister? Sasuke covered his head, feeling a bit of a headache. He didn't know how to explain these affairs about his father to his mother when he got back. Sakura also looked troubled. Those two guys were clearly not that great. So how could Nen like them? And what was the reason he didn't make a move on her? After reporting the mission to Tsunade, Uchiha Nan's life fell into calmness. The premise was that he didn't mention Yakura and Hanabi and used force to strictly forbid Kakashi and the others from bringing it up in the village. The next day, Uchiha Nen crawled out of bed and looked at the fragrant Mikoto with satisfaction, nodding his head. He then opened the battle records to check his previous gains. Killed Kakuzu's doppelganger, gained Earth Grudge Fear, gained Shadow Level Chakra X5, pending collection. Killed Hashigaki Kisame's doppelganger, gained Super Shadow Level Chakra, gained Water Attribute Affinity, pending collection. Defeated Deidara, gained Secret Technique Explosive Clay, pending collection. Defeated Sasori, gained Pupe Manipulation Technique, pending collection. Oh, Uchiha Nan's eyes lit up. This time he got some good stuff. Although some of the items wouldn't greatly enhance his combat power, they would provide him with new means. After clicking to collect, Uchiha Nen noticed that the chakra in his body, which was in the gestation phase, had grown a bit stronger, but it still seemed to be some distance away from hatching. Furthermore, even if he continued to invest chakra into it, it seemed to require a long time to nurture the power of the six paths. This left Uchiha Nen somewhat puzzled. Logically, his chakra had once reached the level of 6 paths. Even if the Tsutsuki bloodline collapsed and regressed, it should still retain some seeds. As long as the chakra amount was replenished, it shouldn't be difficult to reach the 6 paths level again. So why did it take such a long time? Unbeknownst to him, this was actually a normal phenomenon. The power of 6 paths completely transcends chakra. Being able to be nurtured over a long period is already something to be grateful for. This is an opportunity that countless people could not even ask for. Uchiha Nan felt that the time was very long, but it was only because his growth speed was too fast. He had crossed into the 6 paths level in just a few years, which is why he was dissatisfied with this transformation that relied on time. After contemplating for a long time, he felt that this wouldn't work and should use some means to accelerate this transformation. The only thing that could help him cross the power of 6 paths was the 10 tails. However, this thing was under the close watch of Kaguya. If Uchiha Nan tried to make a move, it would easily cause unnecessary trouble. But it's okay. They're another place in the ninja world that has fragments of the 10 tails. Uchiha Nan didn't need much, just a bit would be enough. Chapter 268. Star Village, Bear Country. This country is located at the intersection of 2 great nations, with most of its terrain consisting of stone forest areas. The entire border is surrounded by a canyon filled with toxic gas, remaining undisturbed for years. In this country, there's also their own ninja village, Star Village. A group of ninjas established this village 200 years ago after a meteor fell. From that meteor, they can absorb a special energy that makes their strength much greater, even reaching the level of a Kage. Since the establishment of Star Village, their greatest wish has been to become the 6th great nation in the ninja world, always believing that relying on that meteorite from the sky would lead to success. Uchiha Nan, standing on a peak, exuded white mist as he soared in the sky, releasing chakra to sense the situation below in the village. After observing for a while, his brow furrowed tightly. All the ninjas in Star Village, whether old or young, had problems with their bodies. The chakra within them was being manipulated and eroded by a higher level energy. If that energy within them continued to grow one day, these ninjas from Star Village would die in endless pain and torment. Is this the characteristic of the 10 tails chakra? It's indeed tyrannical. From knowledge acquired in his previous life, Uchiha Nan understood what the meteorite that could make them stronger was. It was a fragment of the 10 tails outer path statue that was sealed on the moon, which fell after a failed impact on the seal. Coincidentally, it was picked up by a group of ninjas at that time, who discovered its power to enhance their strength, leading to the establishment of this village. But how could the energy of the 10 tails be harmlessly absorbed by ordinary people? Even a trivial part of it would only make them very strong in the early stages, even comparable to Kage level power. However, it wouldn't be long before those people would die from the backlash of this energy. Some in Star Village understood this outcome, but in pursuit of power and status, they could only choose to continue. In the sky, Uchiha Nan chose a place with the strongest sensed energy to slowly descend. At the bottom of a circular deep pit stood a solitary shrine. As soon as Uchiha Nan pushed open the wooden door, he saw 7 or 8 children surrounding a purple stone sphere, continuously drawing power from it. Who are you? There's an intruder. Quickly notify Lord Chixing. One child, wearing arm sleeves and a purple hood around his neck, stepped forward as the leader. He first directed another child to go out and report, then focused on guarding against this outsider. Uchiha Nan glanced at them and ignored them, continuing toward the meteorite fragment. He had come to Star Village to seize the 10 tails fragment. Although his original intention was to save this village from the continued persecution of the 10 tails chakra, he also had a small selfish thought of wanting to become stronger. However, this village was an ally of Konoha, and he couldn't blatantly rob them while wearing the Konoha forehead protector. So he used transformation jutsu to change his identity and came in a black outfit. But while Uchiha Nan ignored them, the children did not think the same way. This meteorite was the foundation for their village to become stronger, and their dream of becoming the 6th great ninja village depended entirely on it. How could they just watch as a man in black took it away? Under the leadership of the child leader, several of them clasped their hands together, and a circle of purple light ropes burst forth from their hands, binding towards Uchiha Nan. Peacock technique. Seeing these children using this unique power of Star Village piqued Uchiha Nan's interest. He casually reached out, and the purple rope was drawn into his hand by an invisible force. After picking it up and observing it closely, he found that it was formed by chakra mixed with a special energy. Uchiha Nan immediately lost interest and tightened his grip on the purple rope. With a bang, he crushed it, causing purple light to dissipate. The children were also hit by the backlash, one by one collapsing to the ground, looking at Uchiha, Nan in terror. They didn't understand how their village's most powerful technique could be easily resolved by an outsider. Among those children, only the leader named Ong still struggled to stand up. The purple light shone in his hand again, his eyes fixed on Uchiha Nan, seemingly contemplating another attack. Brave, Uchiha Nan praised him, then opened his mouth to exhale a gust of wind. An invisible wind rushed toward Ong, sending him tumbling back and completely robbing him of his power to resist. Uchiha Nan then approached the meteorite, raised his hand, and took it from an orange claw-like pedestal. As soon as he held it in his hand, Uchiha Nan sensed a peculiar power reacting with the six paths chakra that was developing within him. Just as expected, as long as I completely devour this thing, the chakra in my body can surpass that long gestation period and transform into the power of the six paths. Who are you to dare steal the treasure of Star Village? The child who had just run out to report had returned with a group of people. Dozens of Star Village ninjas, under the command of the acting star Shadow Chixing, rushed over. An outsider? Chixing looked at Uchiha Nan, who, despite wearing a black robe, still had the youthful face of a boy. He asked in surprise. He originally thought it was the traitor Summer Day who remained outside the village, still unwilling to give up and came to steal the meteorite to hinder the village's development. Unexpectedly, it was an outsider. However, even so, Chixing did not intend to let this guy leave Star Village alive. Anyone who dared to covet their village's secrets and hinder their development must be eliminated. Attack! Chixing waved his hand, and the dozen or so Star Village ninjas surrounded him with malicious intent from both sides. Among them a fat and a thin ninja who displayed cruel smiles. Outsider, perish. Peacock technique. Suddenly, the dozen or so Star Village ninjas clapped their hands, and countless purple arcs erupted from their bodies like tentacles. The overwhelming chakra power contained within was not something those little kids could compare to. Dozens of tendrils tore through the air, making cracking sounds as they swept toward Uchiha Nan. Uchiha Nan smirked, and his indifferent eyes quickly switched to the Rinnegan. He slowly raised his right hand, the circles and lines in his eyes constantly undulating. Shinra Tensei, a repulsive force capable of easily crushing a mountain, emerged. The Star Village ninjas only felt a terrifying wave of energy rushing toward them. Even the peacock technique they had been using in mid-air was shattered by that invisible power. But that wasn't the end. The powerful repulsive force did not deplete, but instead continued to surge into the sky. With a loud bang, the entire shrine that housed the meteorite began to crack and disintegrate inch by inch from the roof. The support pillars, as thick as a person's arm, were uprooted, and the surrounding walls collapsed. All that was left were the Star Village people, stunned and speechless. Chapter 269, Devouring Good of the Peacock Mysterious Technique, has been broken. What a powerful ability this outsider from the village is using. As the dozen ninja from Star Village felt anxious about Uchiha Nan's displayed strength, only their acting star Shadow Chixing remained calm. He looked serious, fixating on the peculiar eyes within Uchiha Nan's eye sockets. The greed in his eyes was almost uncontrollable. As the person in the village who absorbed the most meteor energy and was the strongest, he immediately recognized that the powerful ninjutsu just used was released through Uchiha Nan's Rinnegan. If he could kill this mysterious person in front of him and extract his eyes for himself, his strength would surely multiply, allowing Star Village to become the sixth great nation in the ninja world with ease. Even eliminating the other 5 nations and unifying the ninja world wouldn't be a problem. With this thought, Chixing's desire to kill the mysterious person intensified. Ignoring the fear in the eyes of the village's ninja, he waved his hand. Attack! He can't use that technique indefinitely. The Star Village ninjas turned their heads, exchanging fearful glances with each other, hesitating to advance. What are you afraid of? Attack! Chixing observed the invisible pressure rising from his companions, pushing down on them, secretly thinking, these useless wastes are of no help at all. Well, I'll use you to exhaust this mysterious person's chakra and create an opportunity for myself to defeat him. Under Chixing's pressure, the Star Village ninjas seemed to recall the cruel punishments he often inflicted on others. Fear arose in their hearts, overpowering the awe they felt towards Uchiha Nan's earlier display of power. Gritting their teeth, they shone with purple light once more. Stubborn and unyielding, Uchiha Nan raised an eyebrow. He had already held back. Otherwise, with a full-force Shinra Tensei, there wouldn't be a single person left in Star Village. But this group didn't show gratitude and dared to attack him, truly courting death. He waved his hand again. Shinra Tensei, an invisible repulsive force, surged forth, crushing forward. The purple light that had illuminated the ninjas after using the Peacock mysterious technique was easily shattered, and the powerful repulsion sent them flying one by one. After spitting out a mouthful of blood mid-air, they crashed down like rolling gourds beside Chixing. They were barely alive, gasping for breath. If they didn't receive immediate treatment, they would likely die on the spot. What a bunch of useless trash, utterly worthless. Chixing's anger surged even more as he witnessed his teammates' frailty. At the same time, he yearned even more for those magical eyes. However, Chixing wasn't a fool. He understood that he alone could not possibly match the strength of the mysterious person before him. Biting his teeth secretly, he glanced at the fallen companions beside him. Useless ones, it's time for you to serve the village. I will not forget you. Chixing's expression grew increasingly deranged and twisted. He clapped his hands, and a purple creature resembling a serpent or dragon appeared behind him. The dark purple light it emitted caused the chakra energy in the entire pit to surge outward, showcasing its terrifying power. The Peacock mysterious technique beast. At this moment, the unconscious Ong was awakened by the powerful chakra wave. He first glanced at his small companions, finding them all breathing strongly, and he secretly sighed in relief that they were just unconscious. Then he looked towards the unusually calm figure in the black robe standing in the arena. A wave of fear surged through Aang's heart. He couldn't help but look at the formidable Lord Chixing. This strongest attack within the Peacock mysterious technique couldn't possibly be resisted by this mysterious person, right? This move would surely defeat him. But just as Aang was deceiving himself, something unexpected happened. The dark purple long creature behind Chixing split into several parts in the blink of an eye. However, instead of attacking Uchiha Nan, it coiled around the group of fallen ninjas. The ninjas, barely clinging to life, felt the purple energy wrapping around their bodies, continuously draining their chakra. Soon, their hard-earned chakra energy was completely sucked dry, and it began to consume their lives as well. Ah, Lord Chixing, what are you doing? Stop it. You won't have a good end. Amidst the crowd's curses, Chixing paid them no mind, methodically draining them into dried corpses, then contentedly withdrew his tentacles. The layer of purple chakra cloak surrounding his body expanded about 5 times after absorbing so much energy. His overwhelming aura even affected the surrounding weather, dimming the clouds above. Standing behind Uchiha Nan and witnessing all this, Aang was nearly driven mad. Lord Chixing Yu, he couldn't believe that the man who previously claimed to be focused on the village's development was now devouring the lives of his comrades before his eyes. Ha 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 ha. Watching Aang's face crumble, Chixing laughed heartily, then spoke with righteous indignation. All of this is to defeat the enemy and ensure better development for the village. The clansman will surely not blame me. In reality, his murderous intent towards the little brat before him had reached its peak. Originally, he had kept on around to restrain the summer day outside the village. Now that his strength had multiplied, after killing this mysterious person and transplanting his eyes, Chixing couldn't imagine what level of power he would reach. Naturally, he wouldn't fear that summer day anymore. Aang, this guy, didn't need to be kept alive, especially since he had witnessed him killing his comrades. After a brief consideration, Chixing decided to eliminate everyone present. When others in the village asked later, he would say it was the invaders' doing. That way, he would still be seen as the acting star shadow dedicated to planning the village's development. He could even take credit for defeating the invaders and potentially become the 4th-generation star shadow. Ha ha! As Aang fell into endless pain and Chixing reveled in his fantasies. A voice interrupted their thoughts. Hey, have you finished your last words? Uchiha Nan strolled forward leisurely, his purple rinnegan fixed intensely on Chixing, bringing him immense pressure. You trickster. Today, you shall die under my Peacock mysterious technique, atoning for the comrades who died for the village. Chixing snorted coldly, saying a few righteous words that almost convinced himself. He clapped his hands. Chapter 270, Summer Day Behind Chixing. The dark purple long worm that had swollen several times let out a roar that shook the low-hanging clouds and stirred up the surrounding poisonous mist. It lowered its body and dove toward Uchiha Nan in the arena. Meanwhile, Aang, who was behind it, was so overwhelmed by the powerful momentum that he couldn't move. He could only force his eyes wide open, tears filling them as he watched this scene. He desperately hoped that this mysterious person could kill the disgusting Chixing, to prevent him from bringing even greater destruction to the village. But Aang also knew deep down that this was just wishful thinking. The power of the Peacock technique was among the strongest in the entire ninja world. Not to mention that Chixing had absorbed the strength of so many compatriots. There was probably no one in the ninja world who could subdue him now, and the black-robed figure in front of him likely couldn't either. Uchiha Nan stood quietly. Exudino invisible. The air within 3 feet around him had completely solidified, undisturbed. Compared to the swirling dust and sand on the ground stirred up by the long worm in the sky, it was like a tranquil room. He slowly raised one hand. The sunlight from the sky reflected off his fair wrist and onto Aang's tear-streaked face, warming his heart. Shinra Tensei. A faint sound reached his ears. The invisible pressure vanished, and Aang moved his body in a daze, looking ahead. In that moment, he witnessed an unforgettable scene. The entire sky seemed to shatter beneath that gently raised fair hand. An invisible wind surged forward, and the dark purple long worm, before it could come close, was crushed into dark purple light spots and disappeared. Along with it, the colors in the sky vanished. The crater walls formed by the powerful impact of the falling meteorite also disappeared like dust. A huge gap opened up, leading straight to an unseen distance. The entire ground had vanished dozens of meters high. With a thud, Aang, with a satisfied smile in his eyes, collapsed onto the ground. Looking at the clouds and the distant sky, he felt he had found contentment. With such godlike power, Chixing was doomed, and the village would no longer suffer his persecution. As for the village's treasured meteorite, let it be. It didn't matter whether they had it or not. After all, even if they trained with the meteorite for 10 years, the combined strength of Star Village wouldn't be a match for the person in front of him. If that were the case, what was the use of so-called dreams? It was better to just lie flat. In contrast to Aang, Chixing stared blankly at the scene just witnessed, his eyes hollow and lifeless. He was knocked to the ground by the fierce wind unleashed during Shinra Tensei, landing atop the comrades he had turned into dry corpses, unable to move. When Uchiha Nan had made his move, he deliberately avoided this guy. But the power of Shinra Tensei swept past him, already scaring him to the point of losing his wits. Chixing couldn't understand why such ninjas existed in the ninja world. Was this the true strength of the 5 great nations? And why, having gained such power, would they come to steal the village's meteorite? Uchiha Nan merely glanced at the 2 collapsed figures on the ground, then said nothing more. The matters of Star Village would be handled by its own ninjas. It had nothing to do with him. As he prepared to activate the steam technique to leave and return to the village to absorb the 10 Tails fragments, a huge purple butterfly danced down from the sky, landing on the ground with a puff. A mature and beautiful woman dressed in Star Village attire emerged. She scanned the surroundings and, upon seeing the villagers turned into dry corpses and the fallen Chixing, her pupils involuntarily constricted. When she saw Aang and his group of collapsed companions, her robust figure swayed slightly. Xiali felt a deep despair at her heart. With the death of her son, her entire world had collapsed. She and her husband had been the ninjas guarding the meteorite. Having seen too many comrades die from practicing the peacock technique, they were determined not to let it harm the village any longer. Thus, they teamed up to steal the meteorite. However, they were caught by the third Star Shadow and the Umbu halfway. Fortunately, Lord Star Shadow also understood the dangers of the meteorite and was determined to stop the practice of the peacock technique in the village. So, he did not make things difficult for the couple, but merely took back the meteorite, leaving them to pretend to be dead and watch over the normal development of Star Village. Only their son was left in the village to continue his training. But after a while, Xiali's husband died due to the backlash of the peacock technique, leaving her alone. Today, sensing a powerful chakra fluctuation near Star Village, Xiali came out to investigate and found her comrades dead. Even her son was gone. Xiali had not accompanied her son in growing up over the years and felt guilty about it. Now, with the news of his death, she felt that everything in life had lost its meaning. All she wanted was to kill the murderer and take revenge for him. Thus, her gaze naturally shifted to the only standing figure in the arena, the black-robed figure. I want you to accompany Aang in death. Xiali clapped her hands, and a momentum that was faintly stronger than the Chixing who had just absorbed his comrades' lives burst forth. The same purple long worm from the peacock technique surged into the sky behind her. The difference was in the magnitude of its power. With her heart feeling lifeless, Xiali had infused all her chakra into it, seeking only to kill the enemy before her, completely disregarding her own safety. The move she unleashed was far stronger than Chixing, who had forcibly absorbed the lives of his comrades to reach this point. Uchiha Nan looked at this inexplicable woman who was fighting him with all her might, somewhat at a loss. However, he was not one to have a good temper. He would not simply allow her to attack without retaliation. He saw the muscles in his right arm bulging as he clenched his fist, electric sparks crackling around it. He raised his arm and threw a punch. Boom! The sound echoed like a bubble bursting. The purple long snake was caught in the airflow generated by his ordinary punch, passing through from its head to its tail. Along the way, it struck Xiali in the abdomen. Ugh! The purple long worm dispersed in the sky. Xiali knelt on the ground, clutching her abdomen. Yet even so, her eyes were still filled with endless hatred as she glared at Uchiha Nan. Bastard! I will make you accompany me in death. Seeing this crazy woman about to burn her own life force, Uchiha Nan quickly stepped forward, raised his hand, and slapped her face, which was filled with hatred and a unique charm. He also injected a few strands of chakra into her body, disrupting her chakra flow. After doing all this, Uchiha Nan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, a surge of anger rose in his heart. Based on his memories from his previous life, he had roughly figured out who this woman was and why she was desperate as soon as they met. However, that was not a reason for Uchiha Nan to easily forgive her. Uchiha Nan slowly lowered his body under Xiali's gaze, filled with hatred. He reached out a hand to lift her chin, connecting with her in that way. Uchiha Nan pulled her up, half kneeling on the ground. Oomph. Chapter 271. Six Paths. Uchiha Nan lifted Xiali's chin with one hand, bending down to meet her face to face, their eyes locked. The overwhelming pressure he exuded made her recall some unpleasant thoughts, some cruel punishments targeted at female ninjas. You can kill me or torture me. Do as you please. Please, just give me a decent way to die. Although she was resigned to her fate, Xiali had lost her motivation to live. But if she could leave this world with dignity, who would want to suffer humiliation before death? Moreover, Xiali was deeply loyal to Aang's father and could not bear such disgrace. Ha ha! Uchiha Nan felt the delicate face in his hand trembling. Looking at Xiali's fearful yet stubborn eyes, he couldn't help but smile wickedly. Just as Xiali had closed her eyes, bracing herself to accept her tragic fate, the hand that was holding her chin slid down her exquisite collarbone, gliding down to her shoulder. Then, with a forceful motion, he threw her away. With her eyes still closed, Xiali felt as if she was soaring through the clouds. Before she could even open her eyes, she felt pain as her body made contact with the ground. Oomph! She couldn't help but cry out in pain, opening her eyes to rub her rear end that had hit the ground. Just as she was pondering what this devil intended to do, her peripheral vision caught sight of her son's lifeless body lying motionless beside her. Could it be? A terrifying guess surged in Xiali's mind, causing the fear she had suppressed for so long to explode. You pervert! I would rather die than endure this humiliation. Uchiha Nan, speechless, slapped his forehead. Seeing that he couldn't explain himself to this foolish woman, he decided to ignore her. With a thought, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport back to Konoha. Xiali, who was prepared to sever her own chakra and die to prevent Uchiha Nan's scheme from succeeding, was stunned to see the enemy suddenly disappear. How'd this guy leave? Meanwhile, the corpse beside her moved its fingers and let out a soft groan. In a quiet room underground in the root organization of Konoha, to avoid making too much noise during the absorption process that could damage the building, Uchiha Nan deliberately chose a remote location. This way, even if there was a disturbance, it would be underground and wouldn't cause panic. Uchiha Nan continuously tossed the piece of meteorite, or rather, the fragment of the 10 tails, in his hand, analyzing its main components. He decided to start absorbing it only after ensuring that it would only benefit him without causing any harm. He infused his mental energy into the meteorite, first guiding a small stream of 10 tails chakra through his arm into his body. Once he slightly adapted to the energy's characteristics, he directed it to his dantian. Throughout the process, wherever the 10 tails chakra flowed, Uchiha Nan felt a tingling sensation. The energy seemed to be attempting to enhance his physical attributes. However, the power was too weak to have any significant effect on his already maximally enhanced body. It wasn't until the 10 tails chakra flowed into the gathering place of chakra in his dantian, which was undergoing a transformation towards the power of the 6 paths, that a strange change occurred. The speed of the chakra's transformation within Uchiha Nan's body suddenly accelerated. A powerful attraction was born, rapidly siphoning the chakra energy from the meteorite through his arm. Sensing this change, Uchiha Nan's expression immediately turned cold, ready to stop the process. He didn't know whether swallowing the 10 tails chakra all at once would harm him. However, after a careful examination of his body, he discovered that it was merely a natural absorption of beneficial energy during the birth of the 6 paths power, which wouldn't cause any destruction. Only then did he relax and continue the absorption. After a long while, subtle changes that were difficult to see with the naked eye occurred in the quiet room of the root organization. The dark spiders and centipedes hiding in the corners of the room had grown more than 3 times larger. They all opened their gaping maws, moving toward the figure in the room, instinctively wanting to absorb more energy to evolve into a stronger form. Meanwhile, the poorly nourished vines that had been struggling to grow in the dark underground were nourished by the peculiar energy in the room, seemingly gaining a sense of consciousness. The branches and leaves grew, silently spreading across the ground to the backs of the enlarged insects. Like a patient hunter, they found the best opportunity to pounce, tightly wrapping around the insects and dragging them back to their root as nourishment. At this point, the meteorite in Uchiha Nan's hand had lost its luster, leaving only the last trace of purple energy that flowed into his body through his pale hand. The sound of cracking echoed as the Ten Tails fragment turned to ash and vanished in the quiet room. The gathered chakra ball within Uchiha Nan's body also shattered, releasing an energy that radiated a special aura, even disturbing the space around it, flowing out like a stream. The once dull Rinnegan in Uchiha Nan's eyes was nourished by this power, emanating an invisible pressure. The plants and animals in the room that had been nourished by the power of the 6 paths were instantly wiped out, leaving only their broken shells behind. However, the changes within Uchiha Nan weren't limited to the Rinnegan. The bloodline web that was born from the combination of 7 different chakra energy properties quietly revealed itself. Additionally, 3 black Dao jewels composed of yin-yang shields slowly emerged behind Uchiha Nan. He gently raised his hand, and one of the black orbs immediately flew into his palm, transforming into a pitch-black staff. 6 paths mode? Although it's not yet perfect, I have finally entered this realm. Compared to others who had 6 or 9 Dao jewels flying around during the Great War, Uchiha Nan only had a pitiful 3. But it didn't matter. As long as he harvested more, 12 Dao jewels would not be a problem. Moreover, he looked up at the sky, his eyes glinting with a hint of brilliance. At this moment, in the Pure Land, the Sage of 6 Paths, who was playing with 2 soul entities, seemed to sense something. His forehead, adorned with 2 horns, furrowed tightly as he opened his mouth, a deep voice slowly resonating. A variable that disrupts the ninja world arrangement has appeared. Who is it? It seems I need to hasten Indra's awakening. Meanwhile, Uchiha Nan, underground in the root organization, opened his palm, dispersing the Dao jewels behind him and the staff in his hand. In that brief moment, he felt an ominous gaze from an unknown space filled with malice. No matter what kind of monster you are, if you dare to come, be prepared to die. Chapter 272. Red Bean. A few days later, Uchiha Nan followed the agreement and arrived outside a park not far from home. He saw a girl, Red Bean, anxiously pacing back and forth with her hands tightly clasped in front of her chest. Red Bean, you were in such a hurry to find me. Is there something wrong? Uchiha Nan greeted Mitarashi. He had been at home these days, experiencing the nourishment brought by the 6 paths power to his body and spirit. However, he received a message from Red Bean asking to meet. Uchiha Nan thought about this silly girl who had come to see him since Orochimaru attacked the village. Concerned that she might have some difficult issue, he willingly agreed to meet her. Red Bean looked at her old friend, who hadn't changed at all in appearance over the past decade. Her hands, now slightly sweaty from gripping tightly, couldn't help but loosen. She greeted Uchiha Nan and then awkwardly said, I want to ask if you have any news about Orochimaru's teacher. She almost blurted out the word teacher, but remembering Orochimaru's recent public threats to kill Uchiha Nan, she quickly changed her words. Since that incident, as Orochimaru's disciple, she felt she had no face to confront Uchiha Nan. Even though there had been a moment of ambiguity between them, Red Bean could only suppress her feelings and stop looking for him. Until recently, the curse mark left on her shoulder by her teacher had been emitting a strange energy, causing some changes in her body. This made Red Bean increasingly fearful, yet she couldn't find anyone who could solve this issue. In desperation, she resolved to seek out Uchiha Nan. But upon meeting him, she didn't know how to start. Uchiha Nan looked at her and couldn't help but shake his head. He took a few steps closer to her, catching a faint sweet scent. Placing a hand on Red Bean's shoulder, he gently pulled her back until they found a secluded stone bench. Only then did he press her down to sit, ignoring her flailing hands, and coldly said, Don't move. He then used his nourished spiritual energy from the 6 paths to probe into her body. Uchiha Nan understood that Red Bean was embarrassed to come to him after what happened with Orochimaru. So, today she must have made a significant decision to meet him, indicating she was facing a considerable challenge. Given that she was in such a powerful village as Konoha, there shouldn't be external disturbances bothering her. Thus, the issue must come from within herself, especially considering her recent inquiry about Orochimaru. Uchiha Nen naturally thought of the curse mark left by Orochimaru on his good disciple in the original storyline. With this in mind, Uchiha Nen decided to stop talking and directly investigate her body. His delicate spiritual energy swept through Red Bean's body like silk. While he enjoyed the view, he also located the curse mark on her shoulder that emanated natural energy. Following that mark inward, Uchiha Nen suddenly felt his spiritual energy obstructed. A piece of soul fragment, resembling a white snake and containing strong personal will, was hidden deep within that curse mark. "I found you, Orochimaru." The white snake was startled by Uchiha Nen's spiritual energy. Its body, covered in numerous small white phosphors, coiled and rose upright. Roar! It opened its mouth and let out a sharp roar at Uchiha Nen. At the same time, Red Bean, sitting on the stone bench, seemed to sense something, her body trembling like a sieve. Her face turned pale, and beads of cold sweat dripped down her forehead. "Calm down." Uchiha Nen pointed his fingers like a sword, with the other hand also pointed, pressing it against Red Bean's forehead. He sent a gentle, yet powerful 6 paths energy to suppress the disturbances within her. Red Bean's complexion improved significantly, and her body stopped trembling. Meanwhile, the hand that was transferring spiritual energy to her shoulder also tightened slightly. More spiritual energy surged forth, pouring into the curse mark. In the dim yellow space of the curse mark, Uchiha Nen's spiritual energy gathered into an enormous face hovering above. Coldly, it stared down. Although it took on the form of a snake, it morphed into a monstrous head resembling Orochimaru. As that huge face opened its mouth to issue a cold shout, an invisible sound wave containing 6 paths power was released. The monster harboring Orochimaru's soul fragment below didn't have time to react before being obliterated by that invisible force. After seeing the task completed, the enormous face in the sky slowly dissipated. Once he left, the dim yellow world of the curse mark began to crack apart with a loud sound. The natural energy contained within spread through Red Bean's shoulder and into her body. Uchiha Nen, outside in the real world, also noticed this scene. He reinvigorated a bit of 6 paths power to guide the natural energy within Red Bean to restrain its destructive force and nourish her body. Under the control of the 6 paths power, this natural energy, which was far stronger than chakra, slowly nestled within Red Bean's body like a baby, showing no resistance. With time, it would be perfectly absorbed by her without any burden. Although it wouldn't immediately allow Red Bean to master Sage Mode, it laid a solid foundation for her future training. A gentle breeze blew, lifting Red Bean's long hair and brushing softly against Uchiha Nen's face. The slight tingling sensation stirred something within him, prompting him to withdraw his hand from her shoulder. He then looked at the girl, who had grown quite a bit over the years, now full and curvaceous. "Thank you, Nan," came her faint voice as Red Bean opened her eyes, which shimmered like autumn water. "What do you plan to do to thank me?" Uchiha Nen smiled and shook his head, fixating on the rosy hue of her lips. I'll treat you to some dango." Red Bean noticed Uchiha Nen's gaze and recalled the joyful times they had spent together. Unfortunately, the incident with Orochimaru had occurred, and they could never return to the past. She would be content just to be friends. With that thought, Red Bean lowered her head in sadness. "Oh, that one to-do." Uchiha Nen keenly noticed the change in her emotions and understood her concerns. But that was Orochimaru's mistake. What did it have to do with her? Uchiha Nen continued, "What I want as a reward is you." "Huh?" In Red Bean's room, Uchiha Nen picked up the dazed girl and tossed her onto the bed. With a mischievous smile, he transformed into a fierce beast and pounced. The curtains? The curtains aren't drawn. The creaking of the rocking bed accompanied the blooming of spring all around. In this bedroom, he left an unforgettable first experience for this woman. Chapter 273. Sage Techniques in the Underground Laboratory of Root. Uchiha Nen followed behind a short old man with a sycophantic expression. They passed rows of experimental rooms and arrived at several large glass jars. Among those jars, 2 were particularly peculiar. One was filled with a blue-purple cultivation liquid, inside which floated a tiger glowing blue with black stripes. The other was a small fox with lifeless eyes, covered in brownish-yellow fur and possessing 9 tails. The cultivation of the tailed beast's split bodies is quite good. Uchiha Nen nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the 2 jars. In order to smoothly complete the plan of resurrecting the 10 tails in the future without harming Kushina and Yamato, he had already extracted a portion of the tailed beast power from both of them and entrusted it to the scientists at Root for cultivation. Finally, results had been achieved. Although some flaws were still evident, After Uchiha Nan's difficulty in infusing the six paths power for disguise, the resurrected Ten Tails might be somewhat weaker. But it would definitely fool Kagaya's subordinates. Oh, it's all thanks to your leadership, Lord Nan. Without your guidance from behind, how could we have conducted this research? The once arrogant fat man who could command the winds and rains in the root laboratory had become exceedingly obedient after witnessing Uchiha Nan's control over wood release. He always personally implemented his orders and took on tasks himself. After confirming there were no issues here, Uchiha Nan entered another secret room and took out a peculiar scroll from his ninja pouch. The cover of the scroll was covered in black array symbols, emanating a strange energy. After opening it, Uchiha Nan quickly scanned it, wrote his name after Tsunade Senju's name, and pressed his handprint down. Then, he pressed his hands together, used a small amount of chakra, and with a thought, a burst of white mist rose. A creature resembling a half-human, half-slug appeared. It squinted its small eyes and cautiously looked at the person who summoned it. Upon sensing the faint six paths, power emanating from Uchiha Nan, the slug immediately lowered its head and crawled before him, speaking in a soft voice, Lord Nan. Seeing this, Uchiha Nan reached out and rubbed its soft head, smiling as he said, "No need to be so nervous. We will interact just like we did back when we were with Teacher Tsunade." "Yes, Lord Nan." The slug straightened up a bit and nuzzled Uchiha Nan's palm with its small head, feeling a bit happy inside. Back when Uchiha Nan was learning beside Tsunade, he often got injured for various reasons, and it was the slug that helped heal his wounds. They had a joyful companionship together. At that time, the slug had high hopes for Uchiha Nan's talent, believing he would become a powerful ninja capable of standing on his own. However, it never expected the child's growth rate to far exceed its expectations. The slug sensed a power within Uchiha Nan that could completely kill it. It should be noted that it was different from the creatures of Miyaboka Mountain and Ryuchi Cave. It had only one true body, while the others were just clones. It had existed for an incredibly long time, silently devouring natural energy to grow stronger, already possessing terrifying strength. Yet in just over a decade, Uchiha Nan had acquired the ability to kill it. Such a terrifying rate of progress could only be compared to the legendary sage of six paths. While the slug was lost in thought, Uchiha Nan did not forget the reason for summoning it. He gently flicked the slug's small head and asked, "Did you bring the scroll for practicing sage techniques from the Wetbone Forest?" That's right, Uchiha Nan summoned the slug to fill the last gap in his body. Sage technique. Once he mastered this, combined with the six paths power, he would be on par with Sage Obito in the decisive battle. "Lord Nan, the scroll is here." The slug lowered its body and opened its mouth to spit out a scroll wrapped in slime. However, its harmless little face twitched slightly. Cautiously glancing at Uchiha Nan, it hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Lord Nan, are you really not planning to go to the Wetbone Forest to practice sage techniques? The natural energy there is very abundant, and the probability of successfully entering sage mode is much higher than in the outside world." Uchiha Nan shook his head, picked up the scroll, opened it, and said, "It's okay. For me now, it doesn't matter where I practice, I will definitely succeed." The slug looked at the determined Lord Nan, its mouth slightly open as if it wanted to say something, but ultimately closed it. It recalled Uchiha Nan's terrifying rate of progress. He was a genius who could not be judged by common sense. Perhaps he really would succeed as he claimed. However, the slug still felt a bit worried. After all, the probability of failure in practicing sage techniques was too high, and the consequences were dire. Unlike the failure in practicing sage techniques in Miyaboka Mountain, where one would turn to stone, practitioners in the Wetbone Forest would turn into a puddle of slime, becoming nutrients for the surrounding environment. It did not want this talented young man to meet such an end. Thus, the slug remained motionless, watching Uchiha Nan begin his practice. As soon as he showed any signs of failure, the slug would immediately interrupt him and prevent Uchiha Nan from continuing. On the other side, Uchiha Nan carefully reviewed the cultivation methods on the scroll. He placed it on the ground, closed his eyes, and meticulously simulated the process of entering sage mode in his mind. Then, with a thought, he filled his body with six paths power, preparing for the possibility of failure in his practice. His spiritual energy expanded outward, freely driving away the surrounding natural energy, continuously gathering it into his body. Meanwhile, the slug, closely watching Uchiha Nan, sensed the fluctuations in the natural energy around them. It immediately became alert, adopting a serious expression on its previously amused face. Having seen many people practicing sage mode and understanding the changes in the surroundings, it realized that Uchiha Nan had reached the crucial first step, absorbing natural energy into his body. Although it was the first step, it was also very dangerous. Many had perished here. When absorbing natural energy, the body instinctively produces a rejection to this unfamiliar substance, and the chakra within would also react against the intruder. The combination of the two could cause significant harm to the practitioner's physical body. Only by firmly suppressing the body's instincts and the chakra's reactions with one's consciousness could one successfully pass the first step. Chapter 274. The Death of Asuma, but that was not the end. After controlling bodily instincts and chakra came the second step. Practitioners also needed to adapt to the erosion of natural energy on their bodies. Without a strong body to withstand the erosion of natural energy, even the most gifted individuals would meet their demise. The slug had witnessed many geniuses perish at this stage. To prevent Uchiha Nan from falling like them, the slug even moved closer, settling on his leg to constantly sense any changes in Uchiha Nan's body. However, what happened next left the slug's small, bean-sized eyes wide open in disbelief. In its perception, the wild and ferocious natural energy that entered Uchiha Nan's body was as gentle as a puppy. There was no conflict with his body or chakra, smoothly passing the first hurdle. The so-called second hurdle of erosion didn't even occur. The tamed natural energy directly skipped to the third stage, rapidly integrating into Uchiha Nan's body. Witnessing all this, the slug began to doubt whether it was experiencing hallucinations due to old age. It couldn't help but move its tentacles on its head, bending them down and slapping them against its chubby face. The pain brought back the realization that everything was real. So this is what genius is? The slug was so shocked it couldn't take it anymore, turning into a puddle and lying on Uchiha Nan's leg, giving up completely. The dangers of training in Sage Mode were not enough to stop Uchiha Nan's progress, and the subsequent challenges were even less significant. The slug just needed to quietly observe. After Uchiha Nan fully integrated the natural energy into his body, he let out a long sigh and began to refine Sage Chakra using the method he usually used to refine chakra. Sage Mode was actually this simple. Once the body adapted to the integration of natural energy and resonated with mental energy, the chakra refined in the usual way would transform into Sage Chakra. After a period of accumulation, once a certain critical point was reached, he would enter Sage Mode. At that time, all ninjutsu cast would experience a significant increase in power due to the infusion of natural energy, presenting some special effects. However, this accumulation time meant that, no matter how talented Uchiha Nan was, as long as he didn't have a way to draw out all of the natural energy in the entire Hidden Leaf Village in an instant, he could only accumulate and absorb steadily. 7 days passed in a flash. Uchiha Nan suddenly stood up, causing the slug, which had been resting on his leg, to lose its support and fall to the ground with a thud. Awakened by the pain, it stared blankly at Uchiha Nan, who now had a completely different aura. Invisible air currents swirled around him, and his short black hair was mixed with streaks of strange purple. A round black pattern appeared on his forehead, and his eye sockets exuded a captivating glow. Has he succeeded? The slug rubbed its sleepy eyes and sighed as it looked at the monstrous boy before it. This guy was the fastest person it had ever seen to train in Sage Mode, breaking the record in the wet bone forest. The slug, as a sage, would call Uchiha Nan the strongest. Yes, it was quite simple. Thank you for your hard work during this time, slug. Uchiha Nan bent down, retracted his Sage Mode, and gently rubbed its little head with a smile. Not at all. The slug lowered its head to accept his affection, feeling a bit shy inside. After confirming that Uchiha Nan was safe, it realized it had spent these days sleeping, not feeling tired at all. Just as Uchiha Nan was about to say something more, a sudden knock sounded from outside the door, causing him to furrow his brows tightly. Uchiha Nan knew that training Sage Mode would take a long time, so he had informed the root ninjas not to disturb him unless absolutely necessary. Given the current situation, did something happen in the Hidden Leaf Village? Uchiha Nan lifted the slug onto his shoulder and opened the door, only to see a breathless figure dressed in umbu attire, bent over. Master, the Hokage sent me to inform you that the Akatsuki has reappeared and killed Asuma, Saratobi. He hopes you could take action. Uchiha Nan frowned slightly, clarified the location of the Akatsuki's activity, and waved his hand to the umbu, saying, I understand. You can leave now, and tell Tsunade I will go. After the umbu ninja left, he slowly walked out of the house, his mind involuntarily recalling Asuma, the tragic figure. Since the end of the Nin exams, Uchiha Nan had been dating Hong, going out on dates, and shopping from time to time. This left Asuma, who had witnessed his goddess being taken away, in distress. Subsequently, in a bad mood, He had a big fight with his father and chose to go to the Land of Fire to serve as a guard for the feudal lord's 12 ninja warriors. Originally enjoying a carefree life there, one day he suddenly heard his father's dying words, leading him to resign in deep sorrow. After returning to the village and attending the memorial service, he heard the ignorant villagers talking about his deceased father and those explosive past events with the advisors. Asuma finally couldn't hold on any longer and, in a breakdown, wanted to leave the village for a while. However, Tsunade refused to let him go. She couldn't bear to see her teacher's son become a good-for-nothing. So, after discussing with Ino Shikacho, she made him the leader of the team with Shikamaru and the others. This helped Asuma gradually emerge from his shadow, and he even smiled more. Who would have thought that just a few days later, he would be killed by members of the Akatsuki? Uchiha and deeply felt guilty towards this big brother. He would personally take revenge for this. However, as soon as Uchiha stepped out of route, he saw Shikamaru, Ino, and CHG with somber expressions not far away. Lord Nan, upon seeing him, the three of them teared up and bowed deeply. Then they suddenly knelt down, lowering their heads, and spoke with painful voices. Lord, please take us with you on this mission to eradicate the Akatsuki. We want to take revenge for our teacher. Sigh. Uchiha let out a long sigh. Looking at Shikamaru, whose usual carefree demeanor was completely different now, he couldn't help but secretly marvel that hatred truly was the greatest ladder for human progress. All right, you guys can come with me. Killing Kakuzu and Haiden was not difficult for him at all. Since these kids wanted to take revenge themselves, he would take them along. Besides, it wouldn't take much time. Chapter 275. The Exchange House. In an underground exchange house at the border of the Land of Fire, Kakuzu and Haiden, dressed in the Akatsuki's black cloud-patterned robes, swaggered up to a counter without any pretense. Kakuzu pulled out a head that exuded a foul odor of decay from the scroll in his hand. With his other hand, he spread out a bounty notice featuring Asuma Sarutobi's likeness. Exchange this. The staff behind the counter, also clad in black robes and wearing a demon mask, glanced at the two with indifference. He then casually accepted the already decaying head. After inspecting it carefully and confirming it was genuine, he set it down. A hoarse voice tinged with a hint of amusement came from behind the mask. The item is correct, but you two are quite bold to hunt down a Leaf Village ninja. Aren't you afraid of the Reaper of Konoha coming after you? What does it matter to you? Fool, just give me the bounty. The mention of the Reaper of Konoha seemed to trigger some unfriendly memories for Kakuzu. His green pupils sharpened suddenly, and his gaze, glinting with cold light, fixated on the exchange house staff. Ah, my apologies, I meant no harm, just a joke. Feeling the murderous intent directed at him, the masked figure sensed a chilling aura surrounding him. He immediately dared not say anything further and respectfully retrieved 30 million ryo from the drawer beneath him, bowing as he handed it to the two. Umph. Kakuzu snorted coldly, snatching the money and counting it carefully to ensure everything was correct. Only then did he take a glance at the drawer that held the cash, reluctantly pulling Haiden away as they turned to leave. Now was not the time to turn on them. Once the organization's plans were complete, he would rob the exchange house entirely. Just imagine the profit. With one hand clutching the cash box, Kakuzu walked along the path from the exchange house, not forgetting to take out a bundle of fragrant bills. He held it under his nose, taking a slight sniff, as if that wonderful scent could bring him a different kind of joy. But just as the two reached the entrance of the exchange house, Kakuzu spotted a figure he never wanted to see again in his life, the Reaper of Konoha. Kakuzu quickly put the bills back into the box and closed the lid. Even at that moment, he still made sure to secure it in his ninja tool pouch. Only then did he lift his head to face the expressionless figure in a black robe before him, along with three others behind him, their eyes filled with hatred, yet not worthy of his attention. All that remained in Kakuzu's eyes was the shadow of Uchiha Nan. His body trembled uncontrollably, involuntarily recalling that day, the moment when his shadow clone was easily destroyed by a mere flick of Nan's hand. The image of being effortlessly crushed came flooding back. For a long time, the fear of death that he hadn't felt in ages filled Kakuzu's heart, robbing him of the will to continue fighting and prompting him to seek a chance to escape. However, Haiden had never witnessed Uchiha Nan's power and did not believe anyone could break the immortality granted to him by the Lord of the Evil Gods. He swaggered up to Nan, brandishing his scythe. A sinister smile appeared on his black and white painted face. Hey brother, how about joining the Evil God cult? Watching Haiden's reckless behavior, Kakuzu couldn't help but slap his forehead. This idiot. Inside the underground exchange house, others soon noticed the commotion at the entrance and rushed over. Upon seeing the Konoha symbol above Uchiha Nan and his companions, their expressions turned cruel as they laughed to one another. Look what we have here. A pure and weak little Konoha ninja. How dare they enter our territory? It's our lucky day. Don't steal them. I saw them first. They're my prey. Get lost. As bounty hunters who had long frequented the underground exchange house, they lived by assassinating ninjas from the 5 great nations for bounties. They were a group of ruthless individuals, familiar with bloodshed. Hence, the Konoha headbands did not instill any fear in them. Rather, it piqued their interest in slaughter. Arguments arose over whose turn it was to claim the bounty on Uchiha Nan's head. But not everyone was foolish. Some powerful individuals in the underground exchange house realized the true identity represented by Uchiha Nan's face and contemplated whether to escape through the back door of the exchange house. However, it was already too late. Ignoring the clownish Haiden, Uchiha Nan scanned the surroundings, ensuring there were no good people present. With a clap of his hands, a vast purple barrier rose from the ground, enveloping the entire exchange house, ensuring no one could escape. The surrounding ninjas, hoping to cause trouble for Uchiha Nan and trade their heads for bounties, were left pale and trembling at the sight of the powerful barrier. What is happening? We're trapped inside the barrier. Is this Konoha's pretty boy really that strong? Please, spare me. This has nothing to do with me. I was just here to watch. The sounds of questioning and pleading filled the air. Seeing Uchiha Nan's actions and understanding the Konoha identity he represented, the exchange house personnel realized he intended to eliminate them all. As some capable ninjas tested the barrier's strength and confirmed it was beyond their means to break, all the underground exchange house personnel rushed to Uchiha Nan's side, pleading for their lives. But Uchiha Nan remained unfazed by their desperate cries. Every one of these individuals had blood on their hands, and not a single one could be considered innocent. Their deaths would mean one less scourge in the ninja world. Uchiha Nan ignored their pleas, floating into the air, and glanced at the crowd before speaking for the first time. Those who dare target my Konoha ninjas for bounties have chosen the path to death. No one will leave this place alive today. Please, I have never harmed a Konoha ninja. Spare me, esteemed Konoha Lord. As that cold voice fell, many terrified individuals could no longer hold back and fell to their knees, begging for mercy, hoping Uchiha Nan might grant them a chance for survival. Meanwhile, some who had personally killed Konoha ninjas and worked for the underground exchange house, knowing they had no hope of being spared, instead felt their bloodlust rise amidst the life and death crisis. Chapter 276 Annihilation. Don't be afraid. We are united. He is just one person. We can win. Yes, he can never kill all of us before exhausting his chakra. Oh, Uchiha Nan, floating in midair, glanced at the person who uttered the classic line. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He used the power of the 6 paths to scan the surroundings, confirming that there were no traces of black Zetsu or white Zetsu. Uchiha Nan's eyes, black and white, transformed into the purple Rinnegan adorned with concentric circles. At that moment, Kakuzu and Haiden were in disbelief when a cold voice rang out. Shinra Tensei! Boom! Within the area covered by the barrier, a terrifying roar erupted. The power capable of destroying the heavens and the earth exploded in this small space. All the buildings in the underground exchange were flattened by the terrifying destructive force of Shinra Tensei. The ninjas standing in place were reduced to pools of blood, pressed into the ground by the overwhelming pressure. The person who had uttered the classic line was also specially taken care of by Uchiha Nan, further pressed down. The entire ground of the underground exchange caved in several dozen meters. The muddy ground was compressed to be harder than concrete. Even the dust that should have been raised was pressed into the ground. Shikamaru and the others behind Uchiha Nan were already stunned. For the first time, they witnessed how powerful the man, known as the Grim Reaper of Konoha, truly was. Previously, they had only heard Naruto, Sasuke, and others in the village talk about such power. Shikamaru, who had a clever mind, was initially skeptical, thinking that all of this was just boasting and that no one in the ninja world could truly possess such world-destroying power. But the scene unfolding before him shattered his understanding, revealing to him that there are always people beyond others, realms beyond realms, and showing him how powerful one person's destruction can be. This scene would be etched in Shikamaru's memory for a lifetime. At that moment, however, the chubby CHG stood up, looking at the slowly descending figure in the sky. He swallowed hard and asked with confusion, "Didn't Lord Nan say we would take revenge ourselves?" This CHG pointed at the incredibly flat ground around him, unsure of what to say. Shikamaru and Ino also regained their senses, remembering their true purpose for coming here. It was to avenge Asuma-sensei. Now, who were they supposed to seek revenge on? The ground beneath their feet. After hearing their words, Uchiha turned around with a light laugh and pointed to a spot not far away. How could I forget what I promised you? Those two guys are not dead yet. Don't you think so, Kakuzu and Haiden? As his words fell, Shikamaru and the others turned their gazes to the place he was pointing at. Below, the duo pretending to be dead, Kakuzu and Haiden, understood that their ploy had been discovered. There was no way to avoid facing the Grim Reaper of Konoha now. Squeak! Several pieces of compressed flesh gathered into a river of blood, and a black, monster-like figure emerged from the ground. It transformed back into Haiden and Kakuzu. After they surfaced, the two exchanged glances, seeing a hint of fear in each other's eyes. They immediately understood that they might be doomed today. Even Haiden, who had a mysterious confidence in the immortality granted by Lord Jashin, did not dare to say he could survive against Uchiha Nan. Moreover, the Grim Reaper of Konoha also possessed those same eyes as their leader, the legendary renegade of the Sage of Six Paths. As members of the Akatsuki organization, they were all unruly characters. They had often been dealt with by their leader using those eyes, so they naturally understood the power of the renegade. Analyzing the current situation, they realized that the only way to survive was to capture these three revenge-driven kids. Perhaps there would be a glimmer of hope. Thinking of this, the two exchanged glances again. Kakuzu stepped forward and said to Shikamaru and the others, "You three think you can take revenge? Train for another 2 lifetimes." Haiden also swung his scythe and laughed loudly. That guy Asuma Sarutobi died with his eyes wide open, very peaceful. Such insulting words instantly angered Shikamaru and the others. With red eyes, they rushed out from behind Uchiha Nan, first throwing a wave of shurikens. Then, taking the opportunity, they unleashed their respective secret techniques. Shikamaru brought his hands together, extending 2 fingers in front of him. Black tentacles spread out from the shadow beneath his feet. Shadow imitation jutsu. CHG threw a pill into his mouth and roared, his right arm suddenly enlarging several times, transforming into a giant hand. Multi-sized jutsu. As they launched their attacks, Kakuzu and Haiden did not stand idly by. Haiden stepped forward, swinging his scythe to deflect the incoming shurikens. Kakuzu took the opportunity to form hand seals and unleashed a sea of fire to disperse the shadows on the ground. Meanwhile, the giant hand in the air also slammed down, covering the two of them. In the meantime, Ino, with her blonde hair, took this chance to clasp her hands in front of her, forming a triangle. Mind transfer jutsu. Facing the gigantic hand, Haiden swung his scythe, intending to draw its blood. But just as he jumped up, he felt his body lose control and fell to the ground with a thud. What is happening? Useless. Kakuzu glanced at him, cursing under his breath, and looked up at the giant hand in the sky, clapping his hands together. Earth release, earth spear. With a massive amount of chakra, enhancing him, Kakuzu's muscles bulged. His skin became tight and rough like armor. He raised both hands and collided heavily with the descending giant hand. Boom! A gigantic shockwave radiated from their point of contact. Did we take him down? Shikamaru turned to CHG. The chubby boy, with a serious expression, shook his head. The giant hand shrank while being retracted. The 3 of them focused intently on that direction, waiting for the dust to settle. When it cleared, they saw Kakuzu with his hands clasped in front of his chest, looking completely unharmed. Only the 2 deep footprints beneath him were enough to prove what had just happened. At this moment, Ino no longer hesitated. She turned her head, swung her golden ponytail high, and closed her eyes. Meanwhile, Haiden, who had been lying on the ground and was not hit by the earlier attack, stood up. He stiffly turned his body, waving his scythe toward his teammates. Shikamaru and CHG each unleashed their jutsu and charged at Kakuzu. He, truly useless. Kakuzu sneered and opened his mouth wide, unleashing an endless current of electricity. A dazzling storm of lightning shot out, striking the ground and leaving scorch marks. Facing this attack, Haiden, along with Shikamaru and CHG's ninjutsu, were all blown to pieces. The sea of lightning continued to spread forward, with dark purple lightning filling the area. At the same time, Kakuzu did not forget about the troublesome Uchiha Nan. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he rushed into the sea of lightning, hiding within. Chapter 277. Choice let me watch as the raging sea of lightning approaches. Dingji swallowed a red pill and clapped his hands, causing his body to swell 5 or 6 times its size. He transformed into a round plum ball and moved in front of Shikamaru and Ino, who had just regained consciousness after their techniques were disrupted. He planned to withstand this lightning attack with his physical body. Shikamaru and Ino watched their friend's actions with hearts twisted in worry for his safety. However, They understood that this was the best response they had at the moment. If Dingji did not block this wave of attacks, the three of them would likely be completely annihilated. With this thought, tears welled in their eyes as they prepared to launch their next attack, their hands moving rapidly and leaving behind fleeting afterimages. The terrifying sea of lightning struck Dingji's broad back. The electric arcs pierced through the chakra surrounding his body and penetrated the thick layer of fat within. It brought Dingji immense pain, but he did not give up, striving to use the last bit of chakra within him. Gritting his teeth, he charged toward the sea of lightning. The blue-purple electric light was extinguished by Dingji's massive body, but char marks appeared all over him. Shikamaru and Ino felt heartbroken, their tears blurring their vision. Dingji, I'm fine. Dingji forced himself to raise his palm, leaving a radiant smile for his teammates. Then, he closed his eyes and fell into unconsciousness. His body began to shrink back to its normal size as he lost control. We will avenge you. Although Shikamaru and Ino were in pain, they understood that this was not the time to grieve. They raised their ninjutsu, aiming at the spot where Kakuzu had just stood. However, Shikamaru's pupil shrank as he realized that Kakuzu's figure had already vanished. Haha, I'm right here, you fools. The two looked toward the source of the voice, and an event that made their eyes widen in horror occurred. Kakuzu appeared next to Dingji, laughing as he lifted Dingji's charred figure. A shuriken gleaming with cold light appeared in his hand, placed next to Dingji's neck. Brat, what are you going to do? If you dare harm Dingji, we will never let you go. Shikamaru and Ino were frantic, but they did not dare to attack Dingji, who was being held hostage. Gritting their teeth, they dispelled their ninjutsu. Well done, Kakuzu. The revived Haiden walked out from behind and stood beside Kakuzu. Kakuzu glanced at him, but said nothing, turning his gaze to the man in the black robe who stood quietly, seemingly indifferent to everything that was happening. The calm demeanor of this man made Kakuzu's heart burn with anger, but even more so with a sense of unease and fear, as if all his actions were laid bare before those eyes. Uchiha-nan, let us go or I will kill this little fatty. Kakuzu's fear deepened, more terrifying than the time when he had glimpsed the first Hokage from 800 miles away. He instinctively lifted Dingji to shield himself, the shuriken leaving a bloody mark on Dingji's tender neck. Speak. You have to talk. At the brink of life and death, Kakuzu realized that his long life might truly end here, and his nerves were tightly wound, not missing any chance of survival. His eyes were fixed on Uchiha-nan, avoiding the possibility of falling into an illusion while fearing any small movements. Meanwhile, Ino and Shikamaru were anxiously worried about their friend's safety. On one hand was the blood feud with their teacher, and on the other was the safety of their friend. In this difficult decision, they could not help but look at Uchiha-nan. In an instant, everyone in the arena looked at the figure in the black robe. They saw him open his mouth, revealing 8 white teeth as he softly spoke. I said, no one will leave here alive today. His light words fell, and Shikamaru and Ino's eyes dimmed. Kakuzu, under the pressure of impending death, finally broke down. With a distorted face, he let out a wild laugh, gripping the shuriken tightly and thrusting it forward, aiming to pierce 2 holes in Dingji's neck. Ha ha ha, you forced my hand. Let this little fatty accompany me in death. But just as the shuriken pierced Dingji's flesh, Kakuzu suddenly felt a cool sensation sweep over his shoulder. He turned to see that the arms he had around Dingji had detached from his shoulders, now hanging around Dingji's neck. This sudden change caused both Kakuzu and Haiden to widen their eyes. But before they could react, a pain shot through their chests. 2 blood holes appeared out of nowhere, crimson blood gushing from the severed blood vessels. Against the backdrop of that blood, they seemed to see a blurred figure. Wheel of Punishment. Uchiha-nan's Rinnegan, glowing with purple light, paused. Controlling the hidden figure that no one could see, he pulled the unconscious Dingji back. Dingji, thank you. Lord Nan. Ignoring the two who were tearfully thanking him while holding Dingji, Uchiha-nan floated into the air, looking down at Kakuzu and Haiden below. At this moment, the large holes in their chests had not yet fully healed, leaving them helplessly staring at the figure above them that could crush them at any moment. You win. Go ahead. Kakuzu, having endured the torment of life and death, had calmed down significantly, gazing at the figure in the sky without struggling anymore. But upon hearing his words, Haiden shot him a meaningful glance. Kakuzu, you actually gave up. Since that's the case, let me offer you to the Lord of Evil. I'm sure he will be pleased. Haiden chuckled nervously. You. Kakuzu was about to curse this madman. How could he still mention the Lord of Evil at a time like this? But before he could finish his words, he saw Haiden bite his left index finger and draw a bloody pattern in the palm of his right hand. He then slapped it onto his heart, which was already in a weakened state. Uchiha Nan was also curious about this so-called Lord of Evil, quietly hovering in the air and watching the two's movements. In an instant, Kakuzu felt a terrifying pulling force emanating from the hand on his chest. That power, like the ruler of souls, easily suppressed Kakuzu's resistance. Chapter 278. Evil God. As a result, Kakuzu could only lie motionless with hollow eyes, feeling his soul, flesh, and chakra being absorbed by an exceptionally powerful force. He even lost the chance to enter the Pure Land. Ugh ugh ugh. Kakuzu's gradually shriveling body emitted a series of low, helpless sounds from his throat, but it was of no use. The only remaining 3 lives of the Geto Mazo were instantly drained by that power, causing Kakuzu's body to become withered and sunken. Slowly, only a layer of skin remained on the ground, and his unwilling eyes turned into a layer of shriveled skin membrane. The entire Geto Mazo was also devoured by the mark in Haiden's hand, accompanied by the sound of crunching and chewing. Standing in the sky, Uchiha Nan frowned as he watched this brutal scene. But before he could take any action, Kakuzu was drained completely. Haiden's body radiated a powerful force, nourished by Kakuzu's complete sustenance. The blood hole in his chest was restored to its original state in the blink of an eye. Even his black, cloud-patterned robe was reshaped by some inexplicable power. Ha, what a delicious sacrifice! An invisible force spread through the surrounding air, filling the entire exchange center with a strong smell of blood. Haiden's body was also lifted by an invisible force, bringing him level with Uchiha Nan. His originally black and white eyes turned completely red. Uchiha Nan could even see an endless sea of blood within those eyes, with countless beings struggling inside. Shikamaru and Ino were already stunned by the smell of blood, trembling in place. They felt a force many times stronger than chakra pinning them down, awaiting the impending death. In midair, Uchiha Nan sensed the situation behind him and raised an eyebrow. He waved his hand behind him, and a pitch-black seeker's pearl appeared out of nowhere, transforming into a huge bubble that enveloped the 3 of them. Shikamaru and Ino finally breathed a sigh of relief, tightly holding on to Choji in their arms. Just moments ago, facing the resurrected Haiden, they felt as if they were about to die. They had never encountered such a terrifying enemy before. Meanwhile, the 2 of them looked at Uchiha Nan with worry, unsure if this gentleman could cope with such a horrific enemy. You're not weak either, daring to snatch my sacrifice. Haiden felt displeased when he saw that the sacrifice he had just chosen was taken away by the person before him. Even though this person exuded a dangerous aura that could threaten his host's safety, he still spoke up. After all, he was a deity ruling countless worlds in the cosmic void. How dare a mere native from a small world provoke him and seek death? You are the so-called evil god. Uchiha Nan raised an eyebrow, unbothered by Haiden's tone, and asked. He felt a pressure emanating from Haiden, but it was merely pressure. It seemed that this so-called evil god was not that strong after all. That's right, native. I am the most powerful existence in the cosmic void. So, how about offering your world to me as my lackey? I will grant you even greater power. Haiden grinned wildly. He was a powerful being who had destroyed countless worlds. Even though he was currently just a clone, he could still see at a glance that the person before him harbored great ambition and an innate thirst for power, willing to go to any lengths to obtain it. He had seen many such people before. With just a small trick, he could deceive Uchiha Nan into offering his world as a sacrifice. Then, he would devour him after completing all the preliminary steps, enjoying the sight of him having given everything only to realize he was deceived, culminating in his helpless wails before death. How amusing it all was. Only such things could add a bit of fun to his long life. Just as Haiden was feeling triumphant and seemingly successful in his plan, ready to burst into laughter, he suddenly sensed a gust of wind approaching, followed by a sharp pain in his eye socket. With a cry, he fell to the ground. Haiden rubbed his bruised eye socket, disbelief written all over his face. He, the evil god who had destroyed many worlds, was actually struck by a native. Even if it was just a clone, it shouldn't have happened. Endless rage surged within Haiden. He floated back into the air, coldly staring at Uchiha Nan, opening his mouth to spit out a voice filled with icy intent. You bastard. Haiden raised his hand to block Uchiha Nan's incoming punch, feeling a sense of pride and grinning broadly. Using the same method against an evil god is suddenly. Haiden looked down to see an invisible hand piercing through his heart, leaving a hole that went straight through. Shameless. Are you the evil god? Or am I the evil god? Hayden roared, endless blood surging around him, pushing Uchiha Nan and his Rinnegan clone back. His blood-red pupils fixed fiercely on the figure in the black robe. He was about to explode with anger, having never seen such a shameless person. Even more shameless than himself as an evil god. He vowed to twist this guy's head off and use it as a chamber pot, while making Uchiha Nan watch him destroy this world step by step. Why talk so much? Just fight. Uchiha Nan's gaze shifted, and the Rinnegan in his eyes burst forth with light once again. Shikamaru and Ino, who were hiding in the bubble formed by the Seeker's Pearl, sensed the familiar technique and immediately showed excited expressions. This move, even that so-called evil god wouldn't be able to block, right? Shikamaru turned to look at Ino, seemingly seeking her opinion. But from the tremor in his eyes, it was clear he needed some reassurance in this dangerous environment. Ino smartly understood everything and nodded. He definitely can't block it. Shinra Tensei. The infinite repulsive force reappeared. Unlike before, this time, Uchiha Nan minimized the attack range as much as possible, pouring all his power on Hayden. Sensing the gathering force in the air, Hayden was no fool. He extended his right hand and placed his finger to his lips. The sound of crunching came. To Shikamaru and Ino's stunned disbelief, Hayden actually swallowed his own fingers along with his entire palm, accompanied by terrifying chewing sounds. Blood dripped from the corners of his mouth. The entire scene was eerie and terrifying. But what made the two even more desperate was that it was not over yet. After gnawing his palm to nothing, Hayden frowned and glanced at the sky. He then stuffed his remaining arm into his mouth, calmly swallowing it up to his shoulder, finally revealing a satisfied smile. Next, the blood flowing from his mouth floated up, forming a demonic face with two spiral horns and sharp teeth in front of him. Blood River Devouring. Chapter 279. New ability. The blood-colored demon head let out a silent, maniacal laugh with its mouth wide open. Under the influence of that sound wave, the surrounding space began to show faint distortions. The walls and floor of the entire underground exchange center cracked with numerous fissures. Debris and dust fell down in a cascade. If it weren't for the reinforcement from the Shinra Tensei, it would likely have collapsed by now. Directed by Hayden, the demon head flew in the air and collided with the successfully condensed Shinra Tensei. Buzz. First, a piercing buzzing sound rang out. Invisible shockwaves twisted into existence, only to be swallowed by the surrounding black cracks. The blood-colored demon head began to shatter inch by inch from the two sharp horns on its head under the immense repulsive force, until its entire visage was crushed into oblivion. Although the invisible repulsive force was mostly extinguished, it continued to surge forward, shattering half of Hayden's body in mid-air into fragments. The remaining half of the evil god screamed as it crashed to the ground. With only one crimson eye left, it glared at Uchiha Nan and emitted a venomous roar. You dare to harm this god? Your death is already sealed. Wait, I will turn your world to ashes. Then it moved its remaining arm, intending to send this thought back to its main body. Although in the vast sea of stars, even if this thought returned to its body, it might not be able to locate this world. But returning was better than being lost here. After all, it was an evil god. It never made a losing deal. How noisy, just die quietly. Uchiha Nan sensed the intent of the creature before him to escape. Immediately, he raised his palm, and a golden light burst forth from his hand. Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion. Under his deliberate control, this light was only a little over 2 meters high, lacking the overwhelming presence it had before. The light beam fell in sync as he swung his arm down. The evil god, who hadn't had time to flee, was easily torn apart by the Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion, which contained the power of the 6 paths. Even Hayden, who possessed immortality, had his physical body shredded into molecules and disappeared. Before leaving, he only had time to let out a scream. Damn it, I remember you. I will definitely return. Uchiha Nan coldly observed everything with an expressionless face. He did not take the creature's threat seriously. The world outside the ninja realm was vast and boundless, let alone whether this evil god could find it. Even if it did, so what? The Otsutsuki clan in the starry sky was not to be trifled with. The ninja realm he inhabited had been marked by this clan before. This so-called evil god could still snatch meat from their plates. Let's not forget that the Otsutsuki clan had a being, Otsutsuki Kagaya, who transcended the multiverse. This so-called evil god probably wouldn't amount to much in their eyes. Even if it could sneak over, who knows how long that would take. With Uchiha Nan's speed of becoming stronger, by the time this guy found the coordinates of the ninja realm, he would probably be slapped to death unexpectedly. Shikamaru and Ino each supported CHG's arms as they exited the protective shield of the truth-seeking orbs, turning their heads to look around. They couldn't help but wave their hands to disperse the pungent smell of blood in front of them. Is that guy dead? Shikamaru steadied himself and glanced around before asking Uchiha Nan. That Haiden was too terrifying. The power he displayed brought immense psychological pressure to Shikamaru, to the point where he felt a bit paranoid. Ino tucked her bangs behind her ear and also looked over curiously. Dead, I guess. That guy just now was equivalent to a shadow clone of that outer evil god, and I've taken care of it. Outer evil god. The two were left in a muddle, wondering what that was, having never heard of it before. Uchiha Nan didn't elaborate further. He stepped forward and distributed chakra to the three of them. In a flash of lightning, they had already returned to the village. After handing over the mission report to Tsunade, Uchiha Nan specifically bought a white flower and went to the memorial stone, finding the tombstone of Asuma Sartobi, bowing slightly to place it down. Goodbye. The next day, Uchiha Nan sat cross-legged on the sofa in the living room, with his eyes closed. He opened the battle record page. 3 solitary pieces of information lay there. Defeated Haiden, received Death God Summoning, pending collection. Defeated Kakuzu, received Wood Element Heart, pending collection. Since both Kakuzu and Haiden died as sacrifices to the evil god, the system did not count their kills towards Uchiha Nan. It merely counted 2 insignificant defeats. Fortunately, Uchiha Nan didn't care about these small fries. He flicked his fingers to look below, where it was prominently written, Killed Evil God Clone, received Blood Sea Energy, pending collection. Looking at this novel item, Uchiha Nan moved his fingers to click on Collect. A stream of heat emerged within his body. A peculiar seed appeared out of thin air beside the chakra in his dantian. It seemed insignificant compared to its size, like the difference between a soccer ball and a soybean. But it was good enough to have it. Uchiha Nan concentrated, channeling 6 paths-level chakra into the soybean-sized red dot. As the chakra continued to transform, it slowly began to swell. Once it reached a certain size, Uchiha Nan raised his finger and looked over. A river of blood appeared at his fingertip, with tiny vengeful souls seemingly wandering and roaring within it. Seeing this, he raised an eyebrow and flicked that energy away. In an instant, the miniature blood river came into contact with a porcelain vase placed on the table. In the blink of an eye, its surface, which had been flawlessly white, turned into a patch of dry, cracked yellow. Then it crumbled into a pile of dust that fell onto the table. Not bad. Uchiha Nan nodded. This blood sea energy, in certain aspects, was even more powerful than the 6 paths power. Of course, only in certain aspects. In most, it was still inferior. However, the evil god that Haiden worshipped had been able to destroy numerous worlds with this method, indicating it had its merits. Uchiha Nan secretly nodded, planning to find time to expand the scale of this energy. The next day, after handling Asuma's affairs, Uchiha Nan sought an opportunity to invite Kurenai Yuhi out. They chose a commercial street near the property as their meeting place. Arriving 10 minutes early, Uchiha Nan reached the agreed spot. Turning around, he saw a mature woman with a graceful figure and long legs walking over. Nan, long time no see. The two greeted each other face to face, and Kurenai Yuhi revealed a warm smile. However, as she stared at Uchiha Nan's handsome face for a moment, a complex expression flashed beneath her smile, and she seemed a bit uneasy. What's wrong, Kurenai? Uchiha Nan keenly caught this hint of emotion and asked in surprise, is it Asuma's matter that makes you so sad? But as far as he knew, there didn't seem to be any relationship between the two. No, that's not it. Chapter 280. The thoughtful Red hearing Uchiha Nan's misunderstanding. Yuhi Kurenai quickly began to explain in a fluster. However, she hesitated to reveal the reason after talking for a while. While observing Uchiha Nan's expression, she added, I just feel a bit unwell today. Oh, okay. Uchiha Nan raised an eyebrow, seeing that he had no intention of continuing the conversation, so he decided not to ask further. Since the other party was unwilling to elaborate, he couldn't force the issue. Do you have any plans for today? Uchiha Nan asked, putting a smile back on his face. Kurenai carefully observed his expression and, seeing that he wasn't angry, quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Patting the not-so-small front armor, she smiled and said, come with me. I know a restaurant in the village that serves great food. I'll take you to try it. As Kurenai led the way, she thought about what had been on her mind. A few days ago, during a gathering with her best friend, Akamichi Karui, Kurenai noticed that Karui had completely changed her previous gloomy demeanor since the incident with Orochimaru. She was all smiles and full of energy. Sometimes, she would sit still in one place, lost in thought with a rosy complexion. As Karui's good friend, Kurenai naturally wouldn't miss out on such gossip. After much questioning, she received a piece of news that made her heart ache. Nan was actually with Karui. This news struck her like a thunderbolt. Although their relationship had been good since Karui was a little girl, Kurenai could see some signs. Initially, she didn't care much, but Uchiha Nan was too charming, pulling her into the mix. From then on, Kurenai could only hide in the shadows, watching the two of them being affectionate while she could only grit her teeth in silence. Kurenai believed she would never have a chance in her life and could only silently wish the two well. After the Orochimaru incident, Karui, being his disciple, was deeply pained and often cried to her best friend about feeling guilty towards Nan and how she could never face him again. Although Kurenai felt some sympathy for her friend's pain, deep down, she was secretly pleased. Did this mean that her biggest competitor, Karui, had voluntarily withdrawn? Was Nan now hers for the taking? However, it wasn't long before Kurenai discovered that the two were back together, which pained her greatly, forcing her to continue hiding in the shadows, watching them be affectionate. To avoid unnecessary discomfort, she had tried to reduce the chances of the three of them appearing in the same scene. However, Kurenai didn't have an excuse to invite Uchiha Nan out alone and could only suffer in silence. Unexpectedly, today the opportunity presented itself, and she had to seize it. Even if a forced situation isn't sweet, it would still quench her thirst. When Kurenai first met Uchiha Nan, she felt a bit regretful about her feelings, thinking she was betraying her friend, but she couldn't express this to Nan, which added to her distress. However, after chatting and laughing with him along the way, Kurenai solidified her resolve. No one could stop her. In the restaurant, Kurenai chose a private room and walked in. Although Uchiha Nan found it a bit strange for the two of them to use a private room, he didn't say much. This girl is clearly acting strangely, he thought, choosing to observe silently. After they took their seats, Kurenai ordered a few signature dishes from the restaurant without looking at the menu, clearly a frequent visitor. In the end, she even blushed as she told the owner, "Add a few bottles of sake, please." Uchiha Nan couldn't help but look at her, thinking, "What are you up to, girl?" Kurenai lowered her head, not daring to meet his gaze. Soon, the owner brought the dishes and drinks. As they discussed previous events, they enjoyed the food. Kurenai took a drink every 3 bites, and before long, she had finished everything she ordered. A unique charm appeared on her delicate face as she became tipsy. Uchiha Nan decided to end the meal at the right moment and carried the intoxicated Kurenai back to her home. As passion ignited, a fierce battle was about to unfold. Time passed slowly like a breeze. Due to the continuous actions of the Akatsuki organization, the situation in the ninja world grew increasingly tense. One day, a few months later, 2 pieces of intel landed on Tsunade's desk. Uchiha Nan looked at her slumped in her chair and frowned. Reaching out to pick up the papers, he was met with 2 eye-catching headlines. The 8-Tails Jinchuriki from the Land of Lightning is missing, and the 6-Tails Jinchuriki is missing. TSK, TSK. It seems it's almost time for Konoha, he mused. In the Rain Country, at the Akatsuki organization's base, the rain continued to pour from the sky, splattering on the ground and sending up sprays of water. In the damp air, Konan, wearing a black cloud-patterned robe and looking much more mature, anxiously watched the Nagato-like pain puppet in front of her. A hint of worry appeared in her eyes as her clear, pleasant voice broke the silence. "Nagato, are you really planning to attack Konoha? The god of death in Konoha is..." Konan looked at the young man in front of her, hoping to change his mind. However, deep down, she couldn't help but think back to years ago, to the boy who saved her in her darkest hour. Ripples stirred in the calm lake of her heart. "Don't worry, Konan. I have complete control over the power of the Rinnegan. This time, I will flatten Konoha to the ground." The pain puppet waved his hand expressionlessly, signaling her to stop talking. Under the gaze of his Rinnegan, all things were equal. No one could defeat him, not even the so-called god of death from Konoha. But Konan thought of that gentle, yet slightly mischievous man. Hearing Nagato's intention to completely destroy Konoha, she couldn't help but struggle. On one side was the wish to bring peace to the entire ninja world, and on the other was the boy who had left a profound mark deep in her heart. Conan's mind was thrown into chaos. What should I choose? Konoha was bright and sunny, perfect for an invasion. The figures of Pain and Konan flew from afar until they reached the barrier over Konoha. Looking at the obstacle in their way, Pain raised his palm, activating his Rinnegan. How many floors can a bag of rice carry? Boom! The Konoha barrier was shattered from above. The harsh alarm immediately echoed throughout the village. The Umbu responsible for the village's safety quickly set out, locking onto the figures of the Akatsuki members in the sky. However, for the 6 paths of pain, these Umbu ninjas were merely easy prey. As soon as a few Umbu ninjas rushed towards the fallen Shiryu, ready to eliminate the invaders, they saw its fingers spread open, revealing numerous holes on its hands. Dozens of small missiles erupted forth. The Umbu ninjas, who had never seen such a thing, were instantly taken down. In front of the human path puppet lay several Umbu bodies as it extended its hand over their heads, absorbing their souls to locate the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's position. Chapter 281. Invasion. The Nine-Tails resided in the center of the village, sealed within a woman named Kushina Uzumaki. The human path pain withdrew his hand from the head of the Umbu ninja, causing him to crash to the ground with a thud. Turning to the others, he relayed this information. Kill them all. Let this country feel the pain endured by those small nations. The Deva Path Pain waved his hand and walked forward with a blank expression. The Azura Path grinned and raised his right hand, detaching his left arm to aim at a nearby house. Swish, 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 countless rockets flew out, blowing the houses to pieces and igniting a large fire in the process. The Animal Path clapped his hands, and countless black tadpole-like symbols formed a circular chain. Several centipedes, covered in crimson scales and possessing countless claws, emerged, towering over 10 meters high. Their numerous claw shadows flickered, supporting their bodies and obliterating the surrounding houses. Fortunately, a portion of the residents had already been evacuated while the Umbu were holding back this group. Otherwise, it was unimaginable how great the casualties would be for Konoha. Only a few slow-moving individuals were either blown apart by the rockets or swallowed by the centipedes. Damn it! Seeing the invaders wreaking havoc in the village, Kakashi rushed over upon receiving the news. His masked face was filled with an endless rage. He looked at the enormous centipedes, particularly noticeable among the chaos. Slowly raising his right hand, an infinite amount of lightning gathered on it, illuminating a large area even in the daytime. Zing! A streak of lightning flashed through the air, accompanied by a foul smell of burning. Roar! The summoned centipedes cried out in pain as their bodies turned into puffs of white smoke and vanished. After eliminating these monsters, Kakashi brought a group of Umbu in front of Pain and the others. Who are you? Why are you invading Konoha with such ruthless methods? The destruction of his most important village ignited Kakashi's anger. He just wanted to understand their purpose and then kill them. What a joke. Are you angry already? The Deva Path Pain stepped forward indifferently, stopping a few steps away from Kakashi. The Umbu behind him immediately tensed up, prepared to confront this formidable enemy. What do you mean? Kakashi's anger flared even more at his words. He stepped forward, pointing at the destroyed houses and the charred remains in the flames. Does all this mean nothing to you? He couldn't fathom how this person could say such cruel words so calmly. Ha ha ha. The Deva Path Pain's expression remained unchanging, but a low, mocking laughter escaped him. He took another step forward and continued. Shouldn't these be commonplace events for you Konoha ninjas? The Deva Path Pain stepped forward again, locking eyes with Kakashi. When you shinobi from the 5 great nations wage war, how often do you not harm the surrounding small nations? Haven't you done enough of this? Facing those purple eyes, Kakashi's heart shook, unsure how to respond. Even the Umbu behind him relaxed their grip on their kunai slightly. But then they quickly reacted, redirecting their sharp gazes back at the Deva Path Pain. This person was engaging in sophistry, regardless of how he spoke. He had caused harm to Konoha and could not be spared. What else wrong? Is it laughable that such things can happen in those small nations, but not in Konoha? After the Deva Path Pain finished speaking, Kakashi narrowed his eyes. Perhaps he felt a twinge of guilt and regret about the mysterious person's words. But these were insignificant compared to his belief in protecting Konoha. Oomph. Kakashi snorted coldly, lightning dancing in his hand as Chidori gathered once more. He thrust it directly at the mysterious person who had stepped in front of him. Ha! Konoha ninjas are really domineering. I knew you executioners wouldn't change. The Deva Path Pain raised a hand, and just as the flickering lightning was about to strike him, his purple Sharingan slightly shifted. Bang! Kakashi's pupils constricted, realizing something was wrong. The air before him suddenly burst outward with invisible force, exploding in all directions with sharp cracking sounds. His Chidori was also intercepted by that force, scattering into bolts of lightning that shot out in all directions. It was easily neutralized. That invisible force not only shattered Chidori, but also violently broke Kakashi's finger bones. Fortunately, he sensed the danger and quickly retracted his arm, avoiding the loss of his entire limb. However, The force still struck heavily against his chest. Kakashi coughed up blood, knocking over several umbu behind him and leaving a long trail on the ground. Ugh! He struggled to sit up despite the pain in his collapsed chest, trying to say something, but only managed to spit out more blood. Feel the pain, Konoha ninja. The Hell Path Pain raised his arm, a circular opening appearing on his outstretched index finger. Swish, 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 several orange-gold bullets sliced through the air, aiming to end Kakashi and the umbu's lives. Wood release, wood wall. A voice came from behind Kakashi. A brown wooden wall shot up from the ground, deflecting the bullets with a series of clangs. The Hell Path's brow furrowed as he opened his fingers, countless cannons emerging from his arm. Swish, 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 missiles spewing white smoke shot out, aiming to shatter that wooden wall and kill Kakashi. Boom! The continuous explosions rang out. As the smoke cleared, the Hell Path's pupils constricted. The brown wooden wall stood intact, with only a few black scorch marks visible, showing no signs of being bombarded by missiles. Kakashi, you were lucky? Uchiha Nan walked over briskly from behind. A green glow appeared in his hand as he slapped it onto Kakashi's chest, then pulled him up, looking at him with a teasing expression. You bastard! Have you been here all along, just watching me get beaten? Kakashi was infuriated by Uchiha Nan's tone. He couldn't help but think of this guy's bad character and directly suspected that he had arrived at the same time but chose not to intervene. Wanted to see him suffer. Hearing his speculation, the surrounding umbu ninjas looked at Uchiha Nan's handsome face in disbelief, wondering if it could really be true. According to what they knew, this guy was a prominent figure in the village, always maintaining a noble and upright image. How could he resort to such underhanded tactics? It must be that Lord Kakashi was mistaken. Chapter 282 Goodbye, where are you going? You are my beloved friend and brother. How could I just watch you get seriously hurt? Uchiha Nan, standing nearby, was extremely displeased that Kakashi dared to expose his secrets in front of so many people. He had to hide his feelings and could only smile widely while patting Kakashi's shoulder hard. The immense force caused a cracking sound from Kakashi's shoulder, making him spit out another mouthful of blood. Wiping the corner of his mouth, Kakashi struggled to hold on to his injuries and staggered away from Uchiha Nan. He could already tell that his good brother had arrived long ago. After being exposed, he was dissatisfied and wanted to take revenge on him. The clever members of the Umbu Ninja began to realize that Lord Nin seemed to have a dark side. Hey, are you the Grim Reaper of Konoha? Pain of the Six Paths glanced at Uchiha Nan with dissatisfaction. Just a moment ago, those ninjas had looked at them with fear in their eyes, but now, with this man's appearance, they were joking around. It was as if they didn't regard him as a god at all. If that was the case, then they deserved to die. Pain of the Six Paths raised his hand and aimed forward. Shinra Tensei. No. Next to them, Conan had been in a daze since Uchiha Nen appeared. Memories of the little earthen house in that heavy rain flooded her mind, along with what had happened during the treatment that day. When she saw Pain about to attack, her heart filled with panic, fearing that Uchiha Nen would be killed by the Renegade's techniques. Instinctively, she jumped forward and grabbed his hand. What's wrong, Conan? Nagato, who was controlling Pain from behind, was puzzled by this scene. They had agreed to destroy Konoha together. Why was she stopping his attack? Uchiha Nen also noticed the commotion and turned around, walking step by step toward Pain and the others, scanning them. He locked eyes with Conan and smiled at her. Long time no see. You become much prettier. Hearing Uchiha Nan's words, Conan felt happy knowing he hadn't forgotten her over the years, but she didn't respond immediately. Nagato, controlling Pain, couldn't hold back any longer. A fleeting ugly expression crossed his pale, malnourished face. You know Uchiha Nan, and it seems like your relationship is quite good. Would this leak information about the organization? As he thought about this, he controlled Pain to turn and coldly look at Conan. Are you very close to him? Originally, we grew up together. We've been through life and death as partners. Nagato didn't want to be suspicious, but recalling her expression when she resisted destroying Konoha and her attempt to stop him from killing Uchiha Nan, he felt shaken. Conan's smile faded as she glanced at Uchiha Nan and then at Pain. After a moment of silence, she nodded, yes. But just as Conan wanted to explain further, Nagato had already lost interest in listening. He waved his hand, controlling Pain. You go stand aside and watch me kill Uchiha Nan and destroy Konoha. Then you can leave Akatsuki. Although Nagato felt some pain in his heart, he still coldly finished his sentence. They had grown up together and experienced many things. But no matter what happened, Nagato would not let Yahiko's dream of peace in the ninja world go unfulfilled, not even by Conan. You. Conan opened her mouth, looking up, her face full of astonishment. Nagato actually said such cold-hearted words to her. They had grown up together. At this moment, endless sorrow surged within her, mixed with a hint of confusion. She didn't understand what she had done wrong or what she should do next. Since her parents died, she had lived with Nagato and Yahiko. The three had witnessed countless tragedies, and under Yahiko's leadership, they decided to bring peace to the ninja world and end all wars. Conan had always worked hard for this goal, never giving up even after Yahiko's death. But now Nagato wanted to drive her away. Conan couldn't understand why she couldn't save the man who had once saved her. What is wrong with that? Suddenly, a soft voice broke through Conan's crumbling emotions. It made her look at the man who had saved her life. What a show of power to casually decide the fate of the organization's members. But it doesn't matter. If you dare to destroy Konoha today, you're finished, and your words mean nothing. Uchiha Nan leaped out, appearing in front of the still-dazed Conan. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist and, with incredible speed, returned to Kakashi and the others. Only then did he take the time to feel the soft touch of the beauty in his embrace. Uchiha Nan lowered his head, gently looking at Conan and smiling to comfort her. Stay here and don't move. Once I kill him, everything will be fine. Uchiha Nan released her waist. But just as he was about to turn around, Conan grabbed him. You'll die. Conan glanced at Pain in the distance, and then back at Uchiha Nan, speaking timidly. She knew well how powerful Pain of the Six Paths was, capable of easily destroying the entire Konoha. She really didn't want the man who held a special place in her heart to die like this. Don't worry. Uchiha Nan brushed her hand away from his clothing and smiled as he walked away. Conan stood there dazed, watching that figure walk further away. Don't worry. He asked very strong. Kakashi approached at that moment, looking at Conan and offering some words of comfort. Although he didn't know what relationship this woman had with Uchiha Nan, he could guess a little based on that chaotic lifestyle. He still held some goodwill towards Conan, who had come to Konoha with those strange people but hadn't made a move, so he comforted her. Do you have a lot of courage? Nagato glared coldly at the black-robed figure approaching. His heart was filled with anger, mixed with a hint of sorrow. This guy not only dared to tempt Conan, but also had the audacity to take her away in front of him. He simply did not regard him as a threat at all. Azura Path Pain stepped forward, bending down, and a large cannon barrel emerged from the opening in his back. The cannon's diameter was even wide enough to fit a durian. With a hiss, orange flames ignited from within. A massive missile was launched, streaking through the air and leaving a long smoke trail behind. Interesting, Uchiha Nan thought, clapping his hands together. Would release triple wood domes. Just like before. 3 brown walls emerged one after another from the ground, intercepting the missile right in front of it. Boom! A small mushroom cloud shot up into the sky. The scorching orange light shattered one wall, then the second. It stopped before the third, ultimately failing to break through. You have some skill, but before God, you are nothing. Pain of the Six Paths spoke coldly. The people behind him prepared to attack. Chapter 283. Battle. The rigid face of the Azura Path Pain showed a slight fluctuation. He grabbed the black, cloud-patterned robe on his body, tore it off, and threw it into the sky, where it fluttered. His bare, pale upper body began to move irregularly. Forearms slowly grew out from his back. 2 pale faces sprouted on either side of his head. He transformed into a 3-faced, 6-armed monster. Hungry Ghost Path Pain raised his hands in a fighting stance, his mouth wide open, ready to devour any attacks that came his way. Hell Path Pain clapped his hands, causing a purple light to emanate from the ground. A 10-meter-high, fierce-looking, and quite mysterious King Yin head rose from the earth. The remaining 3 Pains did not continue to attack, but prepared to disperse in all directions to continue searching for the whereabouts of the 9 Tails Jinchuriki. The Beast Path Pain even summoned 5 or 6 summoning beasts from another dimension, each several dozen meters tall. Amidst the thunderous sounds, they wantonly destroyed the surrounding facilities, completely disregarding Uchiha Nan, and had no intention of participating in this battle, believing that just 3 Pains were enough to kill this so-called Konoha death god. On the other side, as the Hokage of the village, Tsunade rushed over with Umbu and the new generation of ninjas, including Naruto. She glanced at the 3 Pains confronting Uchiha Nan, then looked at the summoning beasts wreaking havoc around. Tsunade's expression immediately darkened, and she shouted to Uchiha Nan, "Leave those 3 and the summoning beasts to us. You focus on dealing with the other enemies." She was worried that the enemy's numbers were too great, which could overwhelm Uchiha Nan. After all, from the intelligence gathered earlier, all 6 invaders were formidable opponents. Even she, as Hokage, could not confidently say she could defeat one of them. "Let us get started. Let me show you what a true god is like," Deva Path Pain coldly said to Uchiha Nan. In the face of the Rinnegan, the so-called Konoha death god was just a joke. Nagato was determined to use the cruelest means to kill Uchiha Nan, the one who took away Konan. I really underestimated you. Uchiha Nan waved his hand to Tsunade and Naruto, who wanted to help. You don't need to trouble yourselves with these small fries. He coldly glanced at the rampaging summoning beasts. With a clap of his hands, would release. Insertion technique. The summoning beasts in the distance suddenly stirred. Seemingly weak branches, like delicate young shoots, gently broke through the ground. They looked completely harmless. But as soon as they touched the surrounding air, they suddenly hardened, their weak appearance vanishing. They transformed into swift and sharp black spears, piercing upward through the defenseless summoning beasts. They didn't even sense the crisis before being ruthlessly pierced. They couldn't even return to their original dimension, forced to allow the vines rooted in their bodies to drain their chakra and life force, blooming blood-colored flowers. In no time, those summoning beasts, over 10 meters tall, were drained into thin, withered skins, hanging on the branches that flourished with life force. The ninjas watching from behind Uchiha Nan couldn't help but shiver and step back a few paces, all frightened by this cruel method. In the distance, Nagato couldn't help but frown, controlling Deva Path Pain to speak. You ninjas from great nations are indeed as cruel as executioners. Huh. Uchiha Nan didn't care about others' evaluations. He stared into Deva Path Pain's eyes, shooting out a sharp and cold gaze that made even Nagato behind feel uncomfortable. I said, anyone who dares to invade Konoha will be killed by me, no matter who they are. I will use the cruelest methods to deter those with ulterior motives and show them what the consequences will be. Uchiha Nan spoke these words in a cold tone. The ninjas who had come to support him behind couldn't help but cast admiring glances at him, each one genuinely respecting this Lord Nan. Only the increasingly abnormal Naruto couldn't help but furrow his brow, feeling worse about Uchiha Nan. He thought he should heed the words of that elderly voice deep inside him and quickly master the power within his body to stop Uchiha Nan's actions. It's useless to say more. You will die. Deep inside, Nagato was focused on collecting the tailed beasts to fulfill Yahiko's dream and was not moved by his words at all. Since Uchiha Nan didn't want the other three Pains to leave, they should gather together to quickly eliminate him and not delay the process of collecting the tailed beasts. Human Path Pain kicked off the ground and shot out fiercely, wielding a blade made of special materials that gleamed with a cold light and was incredibly sharp. It sliced through the air with a sharp whistling sound, aimed at Uchiha Nan. Azura Path Pain also closed his eyes, merging the 6 arms behind him. 3 Gatling gun barrels exuding a cold, heavy aura formed together, spewing forth a line of fire capable of tearing apart everything. The Beast Path also recontracted several summoning beasts, directing them to charge at Uchiha Nan. Be careful. Konan, from the back, watched the terrifying attacks and couldn't help but shout in worry. In this critical moment, Uchiha Nan still had the time to respond, waving his hand at her. Then, with a fist clenched in the other hand, he punched out. With a series of sounds of breaking air, it collided with the extraordinary blade in Human Path's hand. Clang! Although it was a clash between flesh and weapon, a sound akin to iron clashing rang out. Under the incredulous gaze of the Umbu ninjas, Uchiha Nan's fist appeared as if it were a treasure forged through countless hammerings. When it collided with the sharp blade, not only was it unharmed, but it also pressed down with its enormous brute force, causing the blade to bend back. It tore a slit in the Akatsuki robe on Human Path. If he hadn't T-dodged quickly, he would have likely been split in half on the spot. After forcing back Human Path, Uchiha Nan formed a hand seal with one hand and pressed it to the ground. Thick white bone spikes erupted from the ground, standing unmoving in the face of the steel torrent. They were struck, bursting into clouds of white bone powder. Occasionally, if one was broken, it would continue to spread, growing endlessly. As for the summoning beasts charging forward, Uchiha Nan raised his other hand's index finger to his lips. Chakra continuously circulated within him as he opened his mouth, unleashing a crimson fire dragon. The fire dragon appeared in the sky, growing larger with the wind, transforming into a magnificent, lifelike dragon over 10 meters tall. But that wasn't the end. It then split into several equally sized dragons, scorching the air and bringing waves of heat, roaring as they pounced on the summoning beasts, spiraling and entangling around them. Chapter 284. Second battle, a terrifying surge of heat erupted, and several summoned beasts were bound by the fire dragon before they could unleash their power. The scorching flames penetrated their hard scales, causing horrific damage to their insides. After letting out a miserable shriek, these summoned beasts that appeared on the battlefield vanished into white smoke without showing any signs of resistance. The Rinnegan is nothing special. Uchiha Nan smiled gently, provocatively looking at Pain. Damn it. How could Nagato, who prides himself on being a god, tolerate such provocation? He immediately manipulated the Rinnegan to command several other Pains to move forward. 6 figures surrounded Uchiha Nan from all directions, aiming to encircle him on the spot. Xiao Nan, who was watching the battle next to Kakashi, couldn't help but feel her heart tighten again. She admitted that Uchiha Nan's displayed strength truly deserved the reputation he had built over the years. But could he really handle the 6 paths of pain? She was uncertain in her heart. Seeing the enemy make a move, Uchiha Nan did not hesitate and charged forward. He also used his powerful sensory abilities to scan the underground surroundings, preventing White Zetsu and Black Zetsu from discovering his true position and causing unforeseen changes in the final showdown. Thus, Uchiha Nan did not use the Rinnegan or any forbidden powers, relying solely on ninjutsu and some bloodline limits in battle. Sure enough, in just a moment, Uchiha Nan caught a hint of unusual aura underground. This made the corners of his mouth curl up. Bang! In a flash, Uchiha Nan landed within the encirclement of the 6 paths of pain, dodging the punch from the Azura path. He countered with a palm strike that sent the human path flying. Then, using a scorpion tail kick, he kicked the animal path away. Afterward, sensing a different fluctuation, he narrowed his eyes and jumped high into the air. A terrifying shockwave crushed the ground and shot outwards. Oomph! Seeing that he missed, the Deva Path of Pain raised one hand, aiming at Uchiha Nan in the sky, and activated the Rinnegan. Universal Pull. In an instant, the familiar gravitational pull appeared, and Uchiha Nan's body, falling under the influence of gravity, was controlled by an invisible force, pulling him downward toward the hand raised by the Deva Path. The remaining 5 Pains also employed their techniques to target his descent path with their attacks. With Uchiha Nan's physical capabilities, even if he was captured by gravity, he could easily struggle free with a mere effort. However, to avoid alarming Black Zetsu, Uchiha Nan clapped his hands and activated the Flying Thunder God technique. He reappeared at the spot where he first appeared, causing the attacks from the 6 paths of pain to miss. In the distance, Nagato's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed, "The Flying Thunder God technique." He, along with Xiao Nan and Yahiko, had learned about this S-rank forbidden technique from Jiraiya. He understood its power and knew how troublesome it was. It basically allowed one to remain undefeated in battle. This was not good news for them. However, as he pondered, a sudden idea flashed in his mind. He raised his right hand and pointed toward the crowd of Konoha ninjas watching from afar. Then he turned to Uchiha Nan on the rooftop, expressionless, and said, "You can dodge, but can they?" Shinra Tensei. The invisible roar reappeared, and Tsunade and the others watched as the ground was torn apart by the attack. They quickly formed hand seals and launched various ninjutsu. But in the face of the Shinra Tensei activated by the Rinnegan, these techniques were utterly ineffective. They shattered upon impact, leaving only fiery debris and electric sparks. What is this? Are we going to die? The surrounding ninjas, seeing that their ninjutsu could not stop such an attack, felt a sense of despair. This is truly suicidal. Uchiha Nan's expression turned cold. How dare they use Tsunade and the others to threaten him? Did they really think he had no temper? 7 heavenly breaches. A series of strange giant doors adorned with ghostly faces rose from the ground, forming a barrier before Shinra Tensei, creating a protective screen for Tsunade and the others. Boom, boom, boom. The series of heavenly breaches were violently shattered by the repulsive force. After smashing through 7 ghostly giant doors, the invisible power finally dispersed into the world, leaving only a gentle breeze brushing against the faces of the ninjas. They narrowly escaped death and couldn't help but swallow hard, casting grateful glances at Uchiha Nan. At this moment, he had already disappeared from the rooftop, stepping closer to the edge of the battlefield. He clapped his hands, and several scorching fireballs fiercely shot out, illuminating the sky. However, in the distance, Nagato coldly smiled, controlling the hungry ghost path to move forward and open its mouth wide. An invisible suction force emerged, and the surrounding air formed swirling vortices that rushed into its mouth. The several scorching fireballs did not escape this fate, shrinking as they were drawn into the body of the hungry ghost path. Not enough to eat. The hungry ghost path wiped its chin and gave Uchiha Nan a cold smile. "Oh, then you better catch this." Uchiha Nan's mouth curled up as he clapped his hands. The sage chakra stored within his body rapidly replaced his ordinary chakra, and strange patterns appeared on his forehead. Sage mode activated. Sage art, thunderclap wave. A wave of lightning energy mixed with natural energy, rippled outwards, distorting the air as it approached the enemy. The hungry ghost path scoffed disdainfully. "Fool! Don't you know that ninjutsu can only fill my belly?" It opened its mouth wide, maintaining its swallowing posture, trying to absorb this ninjutsu. Then it planned to eliminate the ignorant Uchiha Nan. But what terrified it happened. The strange lightning wave was unaffected by its suction and struck directly at its chest and limbs. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of lightning accompanied by distortion echoed. The hungry ghost path's limbs shattered, and a huge gash opened in its chest. It fell motionless to the ground. One down. Tsunade and the others couldn't help but show delighted expressions. But just as they regrouped, Xiaonin coldly interjected, "It's not that easy." Before Tsunade and the others could say anything, they saw the decimated body of the hungry ghost path being ensnared by a long tongue, dragged into the giant, peculiar head that had remained motionless from the beginning. Its rows of teeth clashed as it chewed a few times. What happened next made Tsunade and the others' pupils shrink in shock. The hungry ghost path was spat out as if it had not been attacked at all, slowly rising from the ground. "This is cheating. This thing can't be killed, can it? Lord Nan is in danger." Seeing the scene, Tsunade and the others were filled with worry, looking at the black-robed figure blocking them, silently urging, "Come on." Chapter 285. Warm up and a gentle breeze passed through, and the atmosphere in the arena became tense. Tsunade and the others wore serious expressions, their eyes fixed on the reappearing hungry ghost path pain, and they couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Humans could never comprehend the power of the divine. Tendo Pain raised his arm and waved, and the Azura Path and the other five immediately charged forward, launching their attacks. Uchiha Nan smiled, crossed his fingers, and shook them a few times. His entire body emitted crackling sounds. The game was over. It was time to get serious. "Oomph." The sharp-tongued Nagato, who was manipulating from behind the scenes, allowed a cold snort. "Today is your death day." The Azura Path, who was rushing across the ground, suddenly stopped, bringing his hands together. The modified part of his head was immediately lifted, revealing a metal-glowing modified brain beneath his scalp. Two hollow places at the top of his skull gathered blue light. In the blink of an eye, two lasers shot out at a speed that was impossible to capture with the naked eye, leaving behind twisted burn marks in their wake. Uchiha Nan narrowed his eyes, sensing the threat in the air. With a thought, a bone wall appeared in front of him. The two lasers struck the bone wall, and blackened marks quickly appeared. They then effortlessly pierced through, as if encountering no obstruction at all. Uchiha Nan's expression shifted, and a white dust escape light gathered in his hand. He raised one arm, extending his palm forward, allowing the white light mass to collide with the lasers, extinguishing them in the air. Is the power of technological weapons really this strong? They can actually break through the corpse bone path. Uchiha Nan raised an eyebrow. He had had the Rinnegan for so long, but had never researched this aspect. He never expected this thing to give him a surprise. But now was not the time to think about this. Uchiha Nan clenched his hand, and a vine shot up from the ground, striking the Azura Path, interrupting his ability to continue firing lasers. He then clapped his hands together. Dozens of white light masses gathered and formed in front of him, shooting out with terrifying destructive power. Dust escape, blind princess's rampage. The white light masses extended in the air, transforming into sharp spears. Wherever they passed, whether it was the summoned beast from the animal path or the fearless human path charging forward, they were easily pierced and destroyed. The animal path behind them did not escape either, receiving several large holes that passed through it. Only the hell path, being closer to the hungry ghost path, ruthlessly absorbed the white light form from dust escape. Don't struggle, mortals. It's all in vain. Gods can be resurrected and cannot be killed. Tendo Pain waved his hand, and two black-purple tongues extended from the King of Hell, binding the waists of the animal path and human path, attempting to pull them back for resurrection, rendering Uchiha Nan's previous actions futile. Resurrection? I don't believe you can resurrect after turning to ash. Snap! Uchiha Nan smiled and snapped his fingers. The human path and animal path, dragged in midair by the two black-purple tongues, suddenly encountered problems. A spark of light illuminated the large holes that had been pierced by dust escape in their chests, gathering into a white hexagonal barrier, which rapidly expanded to cover the two of them. In the blink of an eye, the barrier vanished, and the massive King of Hell's head retracted its two broken tongues. The human path and animal path also vanished into the air, leaving not a trace of their existence. Damn it! Nagato in the distance couldn't help but slap the armrest of his wheelchair. The Hell Path could resurrect the other 6 paths of pain only if they still had bodies. Even if it was just an arm, But now, with the human path and animal path turned to ashes, they could no longer be resurrected. And the other pains were held back by Uchiha Nan, with no time to use new bodies to recreate them. This sudden turn of events made Nagato, who had been confident of victory, feel a bit of pressure. No, I must not lose. For Yahiko, for my dreams. Nagato clenched his dry palm, silently resolving himself. I must capture the Nine Tails, I must kill Uchiha Nan. In the arena, Tendo Pain's Rinnegan flashed with a glimmer of light. In the next battle, he would go all out to quickly end this fight. The Azura Path also broke free from the suddenly appearing vines on the ground. The Hungry Ghost Path opened its mouth wide, ready to devour the incoming ninjutsu attacks. Uchiha Nan glanced at the Hungry Ghost Path, realizing that this guy was restricting some of his techniques. Forget it. I'll just use physical techniques to smash these guys. Crackling electricity surged from Uchiha Nan's body, coursing through every muscle and cell, filling him with energy. The slender figure beneath the black robe also swelled up. Crack! The ground cracked open, and a layer of yellow dust was stirred up. Uchiha Nan shot out like a bolt of lightning, arriving in front of the Azura Path in the blink of an eye. With a hand surrounded by thick lightning, he slammed down toward its chest. Such terrifying speed should be impossible for anyone to react to. But the six paths of pain all possessed Rinnegan and had terrifying dynamic capture abilities. Even before Uchiha Nan made his move, the Azura Path had already analyzed the direction of the attack. It turned sideways to dodge the grab, counterpunching towards Uchiha Nan's abdomen. But unexpectedly, the lightning-wrapped hand suddenly transformed into a claw and yanked back fiercely. The Azura Path was caught off guard and was torn in half. The upper body lost control and fell to the ground, leaving only two thighs standing there. Shinra Tensei, Tendo Pain saw this situation and quickly executed a big move to prevent the destruction of the Azura Path's corpse. Cut! Uchiha Nan glanced at Tendo Pain, exerting force under his feet to swiftly escape the range of Shinra Tensei's attack. He appeared in front of the Hungry Ghost Path, which was also dodging Shinra Tensei. In that instant, he shook his shoulder and delivered a fierce elbow strike to the head adorned with Rinnegan. Crack! Under immense force, countless fragments flew out. The headless corpse of the Hungry Ghost Path swayed and fell with a thud. Damn it, the Hell Path will bring them back. Tendo Pain's expression darkened as he rushed forward to intercept Uchiha Nan, wanting to buy time for the Hell Path to resurrect the two. The two faced each other, their eyes locked in a fierce clash. Even though Tendo Pain had witnessed Uchiha Nan's terrifying physical techniques, he was confident he could defeat him in a direct confrontation. Previously, when facing Shinra Tensei, this guy had been running away in panic. At such close range, he couldn't escape this time, could he? Chapter 286, The Six Paths Annihilated. Nagato takes action in the eyes of pain. The figure of Nagato, there flickered a cold light, and the Rinnegan pulsed in response. An invisible repulsive force in front of him rippled through the air, striking outwards. Did he really think I couldn't handle this technique? Uchiha Nan snorted coldly, clearly underestimating him. He pushed down hard with his legs, and the ground beneath him immediately cracked, leaving two deep imprints. Uchiha Nan brought his hands together, forming a cannon fist raised above his head, and fiercely slammed it down towards the invisible wave in front of him. No! The small Nan behind him cried out in panic, realizing what he intended to do. Knowing the power of Shinra Tensei, she was extremely anxious and blurted out. But something unexpected happened. Crack! A crisp shattering sound echoed. Pain's Rinnegan widened in disbelief, and even Nagato in the distance wore an expression of incredulity, as if witnessing an incomprehensible phenomenon. Uchiha Nan's hands, which should have been shattered by Shinra Tensei, were perfectly intact, clasped together. The invisible force that should have been present now took form in reality. Clusters of repulsive power wrapped around the air, shattered into pieces, and rained down around him. Then, they transformed into the most basic particles and scattered. Shinra Tensei was shattered by a physical body. The small Nan was so frightened that her mouth fell open, her expression completely out of control. The power that could easily destroy a radius of hundreds of meters was actually crushed by Uchiha Nan's hands. Is he really still human? You've seen too little girl. This is all basic operation. Tsunade stood beside the small Nan, smiling nonchalantly, as if this was all normal. In reality, she was just as worried moments ago, but after realizing Uchiha Nan was no longer in danger, she resumed her bold demeanor. Meanwhile, the Hell Realm took this opportunity to manipulate the King of Hell to pull the Azura and Hungry Ghost Paths into the fold for repairs. Since they were dead, there was no need to bring them back to life. Uchiha Nan did not take advantage of the cooldown of Shinra Tensei to attack Pain. Instead, he flashed in front of the Hell Realm and struck it in half with a backhand slap. Then he brought his hands together, summoning several bolts of lightning as thick as barrels, obliterating the 3 pieces of Pain's body into ashes, completely vanishing from Konoha. Only then did he turn around to deal with the now-cooled Pain. Shinra Tensei. The terrifying repulsive force reappeared, and Pain defiantly raised his hand once more. He could not believe that what had just happened was real. He felt that he had not executed the technique properly, that there must have been some mistake in using the Rinnegan. This time, he was fully prepared to crush the man before him into pieces. Child's play. Uchiha Nen coldly snorted, seeing that there was only one Pain left in the field. He didn't even bother to pretend. Instead, he stomped down hard on the ground and shot forward, his entire being transformed into a sharp sword, crashing directly into Shinra Tensei. Crack. This time, it was even more decisive than before. He directly created a large hole in the middle of the repulsive wall. Uchiha Nen passed through it and appeared in front of Pain, dodging his 2 resisting hands. One hand pierced through Pain's chest, while the other reached out, grabbing his head. Pain's head cracked under Uchiha Nan's terrifying grip, producing a series of cracks. However, he was a puppet and felt no fear from this. Under Uchiha Nan's control, the 2 locked eyes. Bastard, look me in the eye. I said, anyone who invades Konoha will die. Crack. Pain's head was crushed, and his body was shattered into pieces by Uchiha Nan. Lord Nan is too powerful. Lord Nan is the strongest in the ninja world. Seeing their enemy completely eliminated, the observing ninjas rushed forward, surrounding Uchiha Nan, cheering and jumping. They silently marveled at the scene. No wonder Lord Nan was feared throughout the ninja world, earning the title of Konoha's Grim Reaper. Such a powerful enemy was easily destroyed by him. Truly the guardian of Konoha. Everyone calm down. The enemy isn't dead yet. Uchiha Nan reassured the surrounding ninjas, urging them to create a path. He then looked up towards the Hokage rock. Everyone followed his gaze and saw a figure in an Akatsuki robe flying towards them, slowly landing on the ground. As they got closer, the ninjas could see the pale, sunken face and the emaciated body beneath the clothing. But that did not hinder them from sensing the terrifying destructive power emanating from this person. One by one, they retreated, leaving the battlefield once again to the 2 major figures. Nagato, why are you here? But the small nin did not retreat. Although she had been scolded by Nagato earlier and felt a bit resentful, seeing her longtime friend continuing to fight despite his already burdened body made her unable to bear it. Get lost. You are no longer one of us. Nagato did not give the small nin a good look, directly scolding her angrily. With the 6 paths of Pain completely destroyed, losing the ability to capture the 9 tails, and with Yahiko's dream hanging by a thread, he could only forcefully drain his own life force and push himself to Konoha, deciding to take matters into his own hands. You will die. The small Nan, tears streaming from her eyes, stood beside Nagato, not daring to approach. Get lost. What does it have to do with you? Nagato paid no attention to the small Nan's actions, his eyes fixed firmly on Uchiha Nan. Only his occasionally trembling body beneath his clothes betrayed that he was not as calm as he appeared. Since you've come, die here. I can't just let someone who has harmed Konoha go unpunished. Uchiha Nan waved his hand, controlling the small Nan, throwing her into Tsunade's arms. He wanted her to calm down for the moment, then turned to face the battlefield. Do you know that I was able to become a ninja thanks to the teachings of Konoha ninjas? Nagato forced himself to stand, as if recalling something, raising his hand. Is that so? Once I kill you, I'll take down Jiraiya as well. He is responsible for raising a disciple like you. Uchiha Nen shrugged, seemingly indifferent. Bastard. You really deserve to die. Nagato was nearly furious. He had intended to bring up the topic of Master Jiraiya to discuss the suffering endured by their small nations over the years. But he did not expect this guy to completely disregard his words and not follow his lead. He even thought about killing Master Jiraiya next. Is everyone in the 5 great countries like you? You truly deserve complete annihilation. Nagato's Rinnegan was filled with rage, and his withered palm clenched tightly. Haha, the tragedy you suffered is due to your lack of strength. In the ninja world, strength is king. Whoever has the biggest fist has the final say. If you're not strong enough, then don't talk. Uchiha Nan's gaze gradually sharpened, clenching his fist and charging forward. Strength? Nagato glanced at the sky, then lowered his head, taking a battle stance. Chapter 287, Black Zetsu in action. What a pity. The kid from the Uzumaki clan is so useful, yet he's going to die here. After this, the remaining people will have to push the plan forward. Hidden deep underground, Black Zetsu gazed at the battle above, coldly shaking his head. He no longer had faith in Nagato, a member of the Uzumaki clan who had most of his life force drained by the Rinnegan and the Outer Path Ghetto statue. It was impossible for him to defeat someone as extraordinary as Uchiha Nan. How could such a person exist in the ninja world? He was neither Ashura nor the reincarnation of Indra. It was a change in circumstances. Black Zetsu pulled along the foolish white Zetsu beside him, using the floating technique to sink another 3 or 4 meters underground. He was already contemplating how to extract Nagato's Rinnegan after his defeat. He would bet his life to fulfill his dream. Nagato floated into the air, standing high above. A bag of rice should bear how many floors? Did the highest technique. From the previous battle, Nagato had realized that conventional means were no longer effective in killing this Konoha Reaper. With a firm heart, he directly activated the most powerful technique of the Rinnegan. A small black-purple sphere floated up from his hand, suspended under the sun. At noon, the scorching sunlight shone down, making Tsunade and the others squint when they looked at the black sphere, feeling a bit dazzled. Be careful. Konan looked at what was happening in the sky, silently sighing in her heart. Crack, crack, crack. On the battlefield, the dust and small stones on the ground suddenly floated up, gathering towards the black sphere under the sunlight. What is going on? Such a powerful gravitational force. Amidst the Konoha ninjas' exclamations, the power of the black sphere in the sky grew larger. The ground echoed with cracking sounds, and rocks the size of houses floated into the air, soaring towards the sky. Even a nearby, small mountain fractured at the top, splitting into dozens of pieces, with massive boulders blocking out the sun as they converged towards the sky. Nagato flew in the air, arms outstretched to bask in the sunlight, watching the gradually enlarging meteorite, unable to help but smile. Seriously, the environment of Konoha cannot be destroyed like this. A voice that Nagato would never forget echoed in his ears. He looked down and saw Uchiha Nan also floating up into the air. After glancing at him, he clenched his fists and shot straight towards the sphere in the sky. Ha! Truly unaware of the danger. You don't plan to destroy a divine technique with sheer brute strength, do you? Nagato couldn't help but snicker, watching Uchiha Nan's back, feeling that the other party was seeking death. No one has been able to stop the Deidara technique since it began. Just let me watch you get crushed. Nagato coldly fixed his gaze, not missing a single movement from Uchiha Nan. The corner of his mouth had even begun to curl up in a smirk. Stop. Uchiha Nan felt the meteorite in front of him trying to swallow him. He shook his body to stabilize himself in midair, then raised his arm, infusing chakra into it and swinging it around twice before striking forward with great force. Boom! The terrifying noise startled everyone. No, how is this possible? Under the sunlight, a shadow pierced through the meteorite from the front and shot out from the back. The massive gravitational force in the sky began to dissipate. Nagato helplessly watched as the meteorite shattered and rocks began to scatter down. He felt as if his entire worldview had collapsed. Both techniques of the Rinnegan had been cracked. Everything was a lie. He shook his head desperately, unable to believe it. This was the power of a god. How could it be broken by an ordinary ninja? Until a fire dragon descended from the sky, swallowing the debris and turning it into floating black ash. At that moment, a shadow appeared before Nagato. You, looking at Uchiha Nan, who effortlessly had his hands behind his back. Nagato wanted to say something, but gave up. At this moment, Conan's betrayal, the destruction of the Six Paths pain, and the breaking of the Rinnegan's techniques had already pushed him to the brink of collapse. Ha ha ha, since that's the case, then let it be destroyed. Nagato's face twisted as he raised his hands. His body, weaker beneath his clothing, exuded a diminishing life force. Yet the light of his Rinnegan grew brighter. No, Conan's legs went weak, kneeling on the ground, helplessly reaching towards the sky. She knew Nagato was about to drain his life force to unleash his strongest move. But if this continued, he would die. Nagato's life force continued to dwindle. As his consciousness faded, he glanced down at Conan, smiled, and seemed to silently utter 2 words. Take care. Then he turned his head and fixed his gaze on Uchiha Nan. Shinra Tensei. Boom. The sky over Konoha suddenly darkened in an instant. An immense pressure crushing down on everyone. What happened? Even the villagers hiding in the shelter felt an invisible force attempting to kill them, panicking and becoming restless. It seems to be something big. The Umbu ninja beside Tsunade looked at the scene in the sky, cold sweat rolling down his forehead. This is terrifying, but I can't let you destroy Konoha. Facing Nagato, Uchiha Nan also spread his arms wide. In his starkly contrasting black and white eyes, Endless green light seemed to burst forth. Would release, true thousand hands. Invisible waves of chakra surged forth. From the ground of Konoha, numerous hands burst forth, almost every 7 or 8 meters. They then soared into the sky, growing into slender, bamboo-like poles. After reaching 7 or 8 meters above the ground, ensuring they wouldn't damage the village's buildings. Their tips continued to grow, suddenly expanding into massive wooden hands resembling small mountains, each standing over 10 meters tall. In total, Konoha had nearly tens of thousands of these hands. They all unified, reaching towards the sky, seemingly bearing some weight. Seeing this, Uchiha Nan nodded in satisfaction. Feeling the invisible pressure in front of him, he floated up and charged towards it, with a single point breaking through the surface. Accompanied by a cracking sound, the massive Shinra Tensei was pierced through by his resilient body, creating a small hole. Yahiko, our wish will remain unfulfilled. Nagato watched this scene, losing all thoughts. Uchiha Nan had already prepared everything. The final move not only failed to kill him, but also meant that Konoha could not be destroyed. Nagato closed his eyes tightly, his entire body losing control, falling from the sky. He had poured all his life force into that Shinra Tensei, but he never expected this would be the outcome. Nagato's life and the belief in his heart had already died. And before his body hit the ground, the massive Shinra Tensei fell first. Chapter 288, A Monstrous Reincarnation I-Boom. The repulsion force covering the entire Konoha collided with the giant wooden hands that had sprouted. The sound of cracking echoed continuously. Under the immense, suppressive force, those wooden hands couldn't help but shatter from the palms. However, with the support of Uchiha Nan's chakra, they regrew. They continuously consumed the power of the super Shinra Tensei, ultimately extinguishing it in midair. Oh, Lord Nan has won. I knew Konoha would surely win. The ninjas watching from below cheered loudly as such a powerful enemy was defeated. Even Tsunade let out a sigh of relief, silently gazing at that figure in black robes. You really did it. Among everyone in Konoha, only Konan bore a sorrowful expression. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and walked toward the direction where Nagato's body had fallen, murmuring to herself, "Why were you so foolish? I'm the only one left." The grievances she had suffered before paled in comparison to the death of her companion, who had grown up with her. As Konan cried, she approached Nagato's body. Just as she was about to turn him over to preserve the body, a dark figure suddenly emerged from the ground. The figure grinned widely, transforming into a mass of pitch-black substance that covered Nagato's body, glancing at Uchiha Nan in the sky before completely sinking beneath the ground. Nagato's body vanished right before Konan's eyes without a trace. Who are you? Bring Nagato back. Konan watched this scene, her vision darkening with grief, her body swaying as if she might fall. However, at the last moment, she managed to summon a mass of white paper, striking down at the place where Nagato had disappeared. Those white papers, made of an unknown material, were as sharp as knives, cutting through the ground as if it were tofu. In the blink of an eye, the ground was left in ruins. But no matter how much Konan used her origami technique to strike the ground, Nagato's body ultimately disappeared. No. Konan nearly collapsed to the ground, heartbroken, using her delicate hands to frantically dig through the soil, trying to unearth Nagato. Uchiha Nan, who had been hovering in the air, immediately flew down upon seeing this. He pressed down, gently patting Konan's shoulder, tenderly yet forcefully pulling her into his embrace. He held her tightly, stopping all her actions. What Konan needed most now was comfort. Nan, Nagato is dead. Even his body has been taken away. What should I do? Woo-woo. Konan fell into Uchiha Nan's arms, a dignified, shadow-level powerhouse, resembling a little girl. Sad and helpless, she could only cry silently. Don't worry, I will definitely bring back Nagato's body. Uchiha Nan gently patted Konan's back, comforting her. He waved his hand for the Umbu ninjas to track down the dark figure. But he knew deep down that it was a futile effort. How could these people catch up to the rapidly moving black Zetsu underground? He only did this to prevent Konan from feeling too sad. Uchiha Nan looked at the girl in his arms who had already fainted from crying. He gently kissed her forehead and silently vowed, "I'm sorry for today. I will definitely help you bring back Nagato's body." Night fell at the Uchiha clan's estate, in a rather luxurious courtyard. Uchiha Nan sat by the bedside, looking at the unconscious Konan on the bed, letting out a soft sigh. He reached out to caress her slightly twitching body. This was another property of Uchiha Nan, usually unoccupied. Today it happened to be useful. He couldn't just bring Konan in front of Mikoto, after all, although she already knew about the existence of other women and had even fought alongside some. Bringing Conan directly home felt a bit inappropriate to Uchiha Nan. Taking advantage of this idle time, Uchiha Nan opened the battle record panel. There was only a solitary name listed. This made Uchiha Nan let out a disappointed sigh. He had thought that the 6 paths of pain he killed in this battle would also count for kill rewards, just like the first Hokage and others who were previously reanimated. If that were the case, he could have gained a lot of useful things at once. To his surprise, the system did not give him the opportunity to exploit this. Only Nagato was counted. Uchiha Nan thought for a moment and guessed it might be a soul issue. The first Hokage and others had their souls summoned to the ninja world. After being freed from the reanimation, their souls were sent to the Pure Land, effectively dying again. However, this time, only Nagato's body was destroyed, and only his soul was sent to the Pure Land, which is why it didn't succeed. However, now is not the time to dwell on these matters. One soul was still a soul. Uchiha Nan continued to read. Kill Uzumaki Nagato. Gain a portion of Rinnegan Ocular Power. Gain Uzumaki Clan Physique, pending collection. After clicking to collect, Uchiha Nan felt a warm flow within his body and nodded in satisfaction. The Rinnegan in his eyes, after receiving another portion of ocular power, began to glow with a purple light that gradually grew stronger. The pressure emanating from his gaze intensified. Beside the swirling patterns, a black Magatama emerged. Uchiha Nan could feel that the next time he used the ocular technique from the Rinnegan, its power would be nearly tripled. What a good thing. It directly accomplished the one Magatama Rinnegan. If he could get a few more, would he reach Kagaya Otsutsuki's 9 Magatama? As for the remaining Uzumaki bloodline, it only slightly increased the chakra within him and had no significant effect. After all, Uchiha Nan's chakra had already transformed into a vast ocean at the level of the 6 paths. A mere Uzumaki clan physique naturally wouldn't provide much enhancement. It was becoming increasingly difficult to grow stronger. Uchiha Nan scratched his head. What's wrong, Nan? A weak, hoarse voice sounded. Conan, lying on the bed, opened her eyes and gazed at the man beside her, complex emotions flowing through her heart. Nagato was dead, killed by Uchiha Nan. Logically, Conan should hate the man who killed her childhood friend to the bone. However, he had saved her life before, and there was some ambiguous connection between them. Moreover, Nagato came to destroy Konoha, and Uchiha Nan was forced to retaliate. Conan couldn't blame Uchiha Nan. This led to her lying on the bed with hollow eyes, unsure of what to do next or where to go. Stay and recuperate at ease. Uchiha Nan noticed her confusion and hesitation and gently reached out to stroke her blue hair. Chapter 289. Someone is acting. Time flows like water, never to return. It has been 3 months since the village was attacked. Nan, you've been in trouble these days, said Xiaonan gently as she gradually emerged from her sorrow. Sitting on the couch in the living room, she wore a blue-purple low-shoulder, high-slit long dress. The sunlight illuminated her translucent collarbone, and her skin on her chest seemed to glow white. Sitting quietly there, her long, smooth legs crossed elegantly. Her small, cute feet, slightly pink, peeked out from a blue slipper. What's the problem? Anyway, Nagato is dead, so starting today, you can stay in the village. Uchiha Nan yawned, stretching out and sitting closely beside her. He reached out to play with her blue hair, enjoying its smoothness and softness. Is that okay? I'm not from Konoha. After all, Xiaonan had felt Uchiha Nan's actions and suddenly stiffened. A wave of discomfort washed over her. She couldn't help but uncross her legs. Stealing a shy glance at Uchiha Nan, her face flushed. This is indeed a bit of a problem. Uchiha Nan lowered his head, stroking his chin, pretending to think. Noticing the blush on Xiaonan's face, he teased, how about saying you're my wife to the outside world? That way, you have a reason to stay. You shameless. Hearing this, Xiaonan's head lowered even deeper. She stretched out her small hand into a fist and lightly punched Uchiha Nan. Her face now flushed all the way to her delicate collarbone. The cold white skin had turned slightly red. Even Uchiha Nan, who had seen much, was captivated and stared for a long time. After feasting his eyes, he still wasn't satisfied. He pulled the still shy Xiaonan over and lowered his head to suck hard on her delicate collarbone. As soon as his lips touched that tender white skin, a strawberry mark immediately appeared. Hey, what are you doing? Xiaonan jumped up like a startled rabbit, her long legs retreating nervously, her cute toes curling up tightly in her slippers. She admitted that although she had a vague fondness for Uchiha Nan deep down, and their interactions over these months had elevated her feelings to a certain level, being suddenly attacked like this still made her instinctively afraid. Haha, it's useless to be scared. Little rabbit, you can't escape with wings, Uchiha Nan said with a fierce expression, stepping forward to corner this fragile little rabbit. But what he didn't expect was that this rabbit really had grown wings. In this dire situation, Xiaonan quickly formed hand seals with her hands. A series of special white papers appear behind her, forming a pair of paper wings. Flapping twice, she dove towards the window, wanting to escape this den of monsters. "Hey, you little girl." Uchiha was caught off guard and almost couldn't react. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, his eyes transformed into the Rinnegan. With a single hand, he activated Universal Pull, a massive force pulling Xiaonan back. She landed directly in Uchiha Nan's arms. "Let go of me." Xiaonan's face was flushed, struggling faintly. Her feelings were complicated. She understood her situation. She wanted to get close to Uchiha Nan and be consumed by him, but deep down, she was also somewhat afraid and didn't know what to choose. Xiaonan looked up at Uchiha Nan's handsome face, recalling the various incidents they had encountered together. She couldn't help but sigh, leaving the decision to him. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Nan gently placed Xiaonan on the bed. He spread his arms and pinned her down, staring intently at her radiant face under the sunlight. The heat in Uchiha Nan's eyes was almost uncontrollable. "Xiaonan, I want you." A nearly inaudible response came. Uchiha Nan grinned and pounced on Xiaonan, who turned her head away, not daring to look at him. With a gentle movement, their clothes disintegrated into fragments and vanished. Their smooth bodies pressed tightly together. Uchiha Nan lowered his head, burying it between Xiaonan's neck, deeply inhaling her tranquil fragrance, letting out a wolf-like growl. 6 hours later, Uchiha Nan got out of bed, carrying the weak Xiaonan into the bathroom. The sound of running water drowned out the harmonious melody. The sound was like cat claws scratching at one's heart, making one unable to resist, wanting to delve deeper. "Are you not tired?" Xiaonan bit her teeth and weakly complained. The next day, Uchiha Nan got up, washed up, and patted Xiaonan's sleeping face with a smile, shaking his head. This girl was exhausted yesterday. He then dressed and planned to go out to buy some breakfast for her. But suddenly, a strange piece of information invaded his senses. "Are these guys so restless?" Uchiha Nan raised an eyebrow and turned to look at the central area of the village below. About 20 or 30 meters off the ground, in the narrow, dark soil, two figures moved freely, unconcerned about their surroundings. "Uchiha Fugaku, this operation to capture the Nine Tails and Two Tails relies on you. Be very careful. You must not be discovered by that guy. Otherwise, our plan will fail," Black Zetsu cautioned the shadow beside him. "Okay, I understand. Stop nagging," Uchiha Fugaku, with an increasingly cold expression, impatiently replied. "Be cautious. The success of the Moon Eye plan and the possibility of peace in the shinobi world depend on the success or failure of today's operation. This is a matter of everyone's safety," Black Zetsu said, watching Uchiha Fugaku's indifferent demeanor, his anger boiling over. However, there were no suitable pieces to use at present. He could only rely on him to rescue his mother. Got it, Uchiha Fugaku waved his hand, frowning. In his heart, he thought, what nonsense, Moon Eye? What nonsense peace in the shinobi world? I only care about gaining powerful strength to help me kill Uchiha, Nan, and destroy Konoha. As for peace in the shinobi world, what does it have to do with the Uchiha? In no time, the two approached the area of the Uzumaki household, preparing to take action. When the time comes, I'll draw his attention, and you use that Kimui Sharingan to quickly pull her into the other dimension. No problem, right? Black Zetsu asked, checking the movements on the ground and turning to look at Uchiha Fugaku. Chapter 290, Chaos No Problem. Although I didn't know why before, that Shinjutsu Sharingan seemed to have suffered a tremendous attack, nearly shattering the alternate space. But over the years, it has slowly recovered. Capturing a woman is not an issue. Uchiha Fugaku thought of the powerful abilities of the Shinjutsu Sharingan and nodded. Meanwhile, Uchiha Nan sensed the movements of the two from a distance. After glancing over, he couldn't help but touch his forehead as he looked at Kushina, who was soundly asleep in bed. He gently snapped his fingers. The pair of Rinnegan that emitted a shimmering purple light instantly transformed into a blood-red windmill. A vortex of alternate space suddenly appeared, engulfing both Kushina and her bed. Then Kushina reappeared, and even the wooden clone within the Uchiha clan's territory was captured without resistance. A wooden clone took her place. At this moment, the unsuspecting Kurizetsu had just arrived underground at Kushina's house. He used his floating power to sweep upwards, confirming that the target possessed the power of the Nine Tails. With a sudden burst, he drilled out of the ground and threw several shurikens at Kushina. Uchiha Fugaku also took the opportunity to poke half of his body out of the ground, blinking his left eye, which had a blood-red kaleidoscope. The vortex appeared, swallowing Kushina, who had not resisted. Quickly, before Uchiha Nen could react, could they capture the two tails as well? After a brief underground maneuver under the same routine, the wooden clone was also sucked into the vortex of alternate space. Hurry up, soon our dream will be fulfilled. Kurizetsu glanced into the distance, and a long-lost smile finally appeared on his dark face. After all these years, the Moon's Eye plan was finally nearing success. Mother, you'll soon be liberated too. Before leaving, Kurizetsu couldn't help but sneer in the direction of Uchiha Nen. No matter how strong you are, without brains, you're ultimately useless. The two slowly descended underground, heading towards the Akatsuki base. Unaware of the danger, Uchiha Nen scoffed at Kurizetsu's parting words. You will regret this. Uchiha Nen looked at the still sleeping Konan, turned, and walked out, entering another property of his. He snapped his fingers. The dazed wooden clone and Kushina, still in bed, were expelled by the vortex once more. What is happening? Uchiha Nen ignored the two fools. The two chakra replicas he had carefully cultivated over the years were now in the hands of Akatsuki. They would not realize that the captured two tails and nine tails were incomplete. Kushina and the wooden clone were no longer in danger. Even if Kurizetsu's group discovered this and tried to capture them again, Uchiha Nen would definitely make them taste pain. He could safely use those two clones to awaken the Ten Tails and prepare for his own ambitions. If there were any extra thoughts, humph, Uchiha Nen turned and left. Konan had just come of age today. He couldn't just abandon her for other women. That would make him a scumbag. After simply buying some breakfast, Uchiha Nen returned home, looking at the scattered blankets on the floor and the drowsy Konan twisting and turning in bed. He couldn't help but go over and pat her perky bottom. As the waves rippled, Uchiha Nen remembered that the plan for the day should start in the morning. He turned and set the breakfast aside, unbuttoned his clothes, and pounced. Please, just let me die. Konan's desperate voice came through, and her struggles added a different kind of charm. Meanwhile, in a dark underground cave, Uchiha Fugaku sat cross-legged with the remaining Akatsuki members. Together, they exerted their power, sealing the two tails host within the cold, sinister outer path statue. Suddenly, Uchiha Fugaku sensed something was off. The chakra energy of the two tails seemed somewhat flimsy. However, under the concealment of Uchiha Nen's six paths power, he didn't think too much about it. After resting for a while, he continued sealing other tailed beasts. As long as the time span wasn't too long, or it wasn't the nine tails with its unfathomable chakra, the six paths power wouldn't have problems in a short period. 3 months passed. In the ninja world, another year was coming to an end, approaching the spring festival. Of course, the people here didn't have this custom. However, under Uchiha Nen's influence, those around him had gradually gotten used to this holiday over the years. Under his organization, they would gather together. Today was no exception. On New Year's Eve, Tsunade, Uchiha Mikoto, Kushina, the wooden clone, Mitarashi Anko, Yuhi Kurenai, Konan, and others gathered together. Everyone sat around a huge round table filled with various Chinese dishes. But no one moved their chopsticks. The girls exchanged glances, and the atmosphere gradually became tense. Unable to hold back, they directed their gazes toward Uchiha Nen, who shamelessly prepared to dig into a golden, fragrant chicken wing. What are you looking at? Uchiha Nen said, putting the chicken wing in his mouth, chewing a few large bites while surveying the girls around him, nodding in satisfaction. Life is like this. What more could you ask for? What do you mean by that? Feeling proud of yourself? Tsunade and Kushina glared at him, fists clenched, unable to resist the urge to smash his face. Although they knew he had other women outside, none of them could have imagined there would be so many. All right, it seems this meal won't go well. Let's just start. Uchiha Nen glanced at Tsunade and Kushina, causing them to have some bad premonitions. But Uchiha Nen didn't indulge them. In a flash, he grabbed both of them and planted a kiss on each of their faces. Since Uchiha Nen dared to gather the girls together, he naturally had confidence. He spun around, giving the rest of the girls a sweeping smile, dragging Tsunade and Kushina toward the room. What are you doing? You, ignoring their struggles. Uchiha Nen forcefully threw the two fiery girls onto the bed. He even called out to the others outside, "You guys wait a moment." With a clatter, the remaining girls hurriedly pushed aside their chairs and stood up in a panic. Seeing this scene, they all guessed what would happen next and dared not linger. One by one, they rushed toward the exit. Usually, it was fine, but in front of so many people, how could they dare to do such things together? However, when they reached the door, they desperately found that a barrier had already blocked the way. The entire room was sealed tight. No one could escape. "You bastard! I'm going to fight you." With such a cry, everyone could only accept their fate. Chapter 291. Demon Hunting Action. You really are a jerk. You should be killed. You guy. At this moment, the incandescent light overhead in the room emitted a warm glow, dispelling the silent night. It allowed Uchiha Nan to carefully appreciate Tsunade and Kushina. Even if they were dissatisfied, they had no thoughts left, completely lacking any room for resistance. They could only use their only flexible eyes to stare at him, expressing their discontent. But ultimately, it was just a bit of dissatisfaction. After all, they had been together for so many years, and some things were understood between them, so they didn't care much anymore. Uchiha Nan smiled as he approached the bed and leaned down to kiss the flushed face. Then he turned around and went out. In the living room, several people found that the barrier covering the house was indeed indestructible, with no loopholes. Each of them could only lower their flags and force themselves to be brave. You push me, I push you, trying to drag that jerk Uchiha Nan out and make him open the barrier. But as they got closer, hearing the strange noises coming from the room, several women exchanged glances, and a blush involuntarily rose to their faces. No one felt comfortable going in under such circumstances. People tend to follow the crowd. With no one willing to be the first, they could only sit back down beside their chairs, red-faced, and absent-mindedly eat the exquisite dishes on the table. Those dishes were originally carefully prepared by Uchiha Nan, but now they were being wasted as if they were nothing. The women occasionally whispered among themselves, but they were always straining to listen to the sounds coming from the bedroom. They would glance over there from time to time, momentarily frozen in place, until Uchiha Nan came out, looking at their faces, which were filled with ill intentions and selective scrutiny. The women lost all thoughts of wanting to catch him and force him to open the barrier. One by one, they wanted to shield the others in front of them, hoping the next target wouldn't be themselves. Usually, wanting to be together was one thing, but with so many people today, no one wanted to lose face in front of their sisters. Uchiha Nan swaggered closer to the few women, watching them shrink back like little sheep. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Where are you running to? He casually grabbed the awkward little Nan, who had just integrated into Konoha and had no friends outside, and pulled her over. He caught the redhead, who was glaring at him with a huff. The two of them were inherently gentle and virtuous, with no tendency to resist. They just felt a bit embarrassed in front of so many companions. Bowing their heads, they disappeared under everyone's gaze. Just as the remaining people outside breathed a sigh of relief, they heard an embarrassing sound coming from inside. Ugh, how shameless. Uchiha Nan, that jerk when he comes out, will give him a good beating. Yeah, the melodious music sounded like a 3D surround, making it seem like some terrifying experiment was happening inside. And the remaining few did not escape Uchiha Nan's clutches. 500,000 words later, the demon hunting operation took a full 7 days to conclude. When Uchiha Nan came out of the room, he couldn't help but touch his waist and sighed helplessly. Looks like I need to become stronger, otherwise. What will happen with the future Otsutsuki Kagaya? A month later, a letter arrived at Konoha. Uchiha Nan placed his hands on Tsunade's shoulders, just about to say something when she opened it. Get off, don't touch me. Ever since that day, Tsunade had become this furious. Uchiha Nan couldn't even touch her, only sighing helplessly. He turned around and picked up the letter from the Land of Thunder, reading it carefully. Finally, the 5 Kage Summit? These people are really slow to react. The Akatsuki has almost resurrected the 10 Tails. 10 Tails? What 10 Tails? Is there a 10th-tailed beast in the ninja world? The sulking Tsunade caught the key information from Uchiha Nan's mouth. She couldn't help but stand up, turning around to stare at him intently. What else do you know? Spill it all. She had previously thought Nan was mysterious and had not pursued it. But now it seemed to involve the tailed beasts lost by the 5 great nations, and Tsunade suddenly became interested. All right, you don't need to worry about these things. I will handle them well. Uchiha Nan realized he had let something slip, raised an eyebrow, and walked over to Tsunade, forcibly pressing her back down into her seat. These matters regarding Uchiha Madara and the Moon Eye plan were too significant. Even if he told Tsunade and the others, it would only make them anxious and worried all day. Why bother? It would be better to resolve everything himself at the final moment. But I'm the Hokage. The tailed beast matter involves Konoha. How can Tsunade just sit by and do nothing? However, she found that this kid behind her had quite a lot of strength. And no matter how she struggled, she was obediently pressed back into her chair. Don't worry, I will handle this well. With me here, no one can harm Konoha. As for this 5 Kage Summit, I will go. Uchiha Nan patted Tsunade's shoulder for comfort and turned to leave the Hokage office. He couldn't help but think of Terumi Mei. He wondered if she had achieved her goals. 3 days later, in the land of iron, the north wind howled, bringing with it a chill. The drifting hexagonal snowflakes swayed like leaves in the wind. Uchiha Nan, wearing sandals, stepped into the thick snow. What a terrible environment. He complained a bit, then determined his direction and soared into the sky, weaving through the vast snowstorm along the direction he had just identified. This time, Uchiha Nen came alone for the Five Kage Summit to save trouble. He didn't bring anyone. Even Naruto, who had been constantly shouting about wanting to see Gaara again, he found too annoying and left him in the village. The snowstorm in the sky gradually stopped. Uchiha Nen slowly floated down, arriving in front of two samurai clad in white armor at the gate. Lord Nan, as Uchiha Nan was about to take out the Konoha insignia, unexpectedly, the two armored samurai immediately clasped their fists and bowed to him. The sound of their armor clanking echoed. "Do you know me?" Uchiha Nen paused, curiously scanning the two. "Of course, my lord. Your reputation spreads across the ninja world. Who doesn't he know you?" Another armor knight raised his head, looking at him with admiration. "Yes, the bravest figures like you are the ones we, the people of the Land of Iron, admire the most. We will notify Lord Mifune to come greet you." Chapter 292. Hot-tempered AI no need. I'll go in by myself. Uchiha Nen stopped the two's movements and walked inside alone. He had never been one to adhere to such formalities. Moreover, since others had already been so polite to him, there was no need for him to act overly grand. Passing through a towering palace, Uchiha Nen encountered Mifune, the leader of the Land of Iron, who was waiting at the entrance to greet him. Mifune was an old man dressed in a samurai robe, with a bandage wrapped around his head. Upon seeing Uchiha Nen, Mifune was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure. He gestured and walked with him towards the conference hall. "Lord Nan, you have arrived." As the leader of the Land of Water, Mifune was unaware of why the Hokage of Konoha did not attend the Five Kage Summit this time, and only sent a Konoha Reaper in his place. However, since this was ultimately a matter of the five great nations, he did not wish to meddle. If it had been someone else from Konoha, he might have interjected, but this time it was the renowned Konoha Reaper. He did not want to be on the bad side of someone who could hold a grudge over having their head cut off the night before. Mifune pushed open the doors to the conference room, and Uchiha Nen walked in, scanning the room. As the initiator of this Five Kage Summit, the fourth Reikage, AI, had already arrived with Darui and a few others. Upon seeing him enter, their expressions immediately soured, and they sat there with their arms crossed, silent. Uchiha Nen ignored them and looked to the other side, where Terumi may have been staring at him since he entered. Even her jade-like hand was clenched tightly, the veins on her hand visibly bulging. Lord Nan, the person beside her, Ao, immediately stood up and nervously nodded towards Uchiha Nen. Even though a considerable amount of time had passed and his strength had significantly increased, the events that transpired back in the village were still firmly etched in his mind. Faced with the terrifying Uchiha Nen, Ao had no intention of resisting. Only the three of them were present in the reception hall. The representatives from the other two villages had not yet arrived. Uchiha Nen raised an eyebrow and walked over to the seat next to Terumi Mei. As he passed by the people from Kimogakure, Uchiha Nen even flashed a smile at the three with serious expressions. Bang! The fourth Reikage, AI, suddenly stood up and smashed the table in front of him with a fist. His eyes glinted with bloodlust as he stared intensely at Uchiha Nen. "Do you want to die?" Mifune and Terumi Mei were both startled by the fourth Reikage's sudden outburst. However, their reactions were different. Terumi Mei remained seated, crossing her voluptuous legs, her wine-red hair covering one eye, watching the conflict between the two sides with great interest. Meanwhile, Mifune hurriedly stepped in front of the Reikage, firmly holding his arm and frantically advising him. "Lord Reikage, what's going on? Let's discuss this calmly. Don't forget this Five Kage Summit was initiated by you." While calming the Reikage, he did not forget to offer a forced smile towards Uchiha Nen. "Lord Nan, please don't take it to heart. AI just has this temperament." The two behind the fourth Reikage were also very displeased with Uchiha Nan's somewhat meaningful smile. However, for the sake of the overall situation, they had to step forward and restrain the Reikage. "Don't forget the main business of this summit, Lord Reikage." But even with the three of them together, they could not quell the fury burning within the fourth Reikage. His eyes were wide as saucers, staring at Uchiha Nen. The previous smile was in his eyes, the contempt of a victor toward the loser, which was why he was so enraged. "Do you dare mock Kimobikure? Are you out of your mind?" Uchiha Nen glanced at the furious fourth Reikage, feeling a bit wronged. That was clearly a smile of relief. "I don't even care that I once personally killed the third Reikage. I chose to reconcile with you lot. You dog, how dare you not appreciate it? Do you want to die?" Uchiha Nen, furious, took a few steps forward, placing his hands on the already broken table. Leaning slightly forward, he looked down at the fourth Reikage, ready to strike at any moment. You. The fourth Reikage, hearing Uchiha Nen's words, felt his anger surge, and his vision blurred. He was almost about to faint from rage. How could this guy be so shameless, saying he wouldn't hold the killing of the third Raikage against them? Shouldn't it be Kyumogikure showing magnanimity in letting this go? How could he have the face to say such things? The fourth Raikage was on the verge of losing his rationality, wishing to break free from the grips of the others and tear Uchiha Nen apart. But he couldn't help but think of the missing Killer Bee and everyone in the village. Their lives were in his hands. He couldn't act impulsively. Moreover, he really couldn't win. Thinking of this, the fourth Raikage reluctantly loosened his tightly clenched fists, forcibly suppressing his anger. Fine. It was my misunderstanding. He gritted his teeth, each word coming out with difficulty. Are you very enlightened, Lord Raikage? It's fine. I was just a bit wronged. Uchiha Nen nodded in satisfaction, and then waved his hand to continue. Just apologize to me, and I one T hold it against you. You. The fourth Raikage was about to explode, his eyes filled with bloodshot anger as he stared at Uchiha Nen. His fists were so tightly clenched that his nails nearly dug into his palms. How could someone be so shameless? But thinking of the village and his brother, he still compromised. In an instant, the tall figure of the fourth Raikage seemed to hunch over a bit. He bent down and bowed to Uchiha Nen, saying, I'm sorry. It was my mistake. That's right. This is the fourth Raikage I know. Being able to bend and stretch is what allows Kyumogikure to develop and grow. Uchiha Nen patted his shoulder, smiling as he walked over to sit beside Terumi Mei. He placed his hands on the armrests, leaned back, and propped his legs up on the conference table, looking like a big shot. Mifune couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, silently choosing a spot to sit down without making things awkward. He had almost been scared to death, fearing that if things went poorly, Uchiha Nen would kill the fourth Raikage and then, in a fit of rage, take him down too. Fortunately, both sides restrained themselves. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster today. Mifune silently vowed that if there were any future five Kage summits or similar events, he would never agree to hold them in the Land of Iron again. It was far too dangerous to walk on the edge of life and death. Let those guys go wherever they wanted. At this moment, Uchiha Nen, lying there, suddenly felt a bit bored. He lowered his legs, sat up straight, and turned his chair to move closer to Terumi Mei, ignoring her probing gaze. He grabbed her wine-red hair, which covered half her face, and tucked it behind her ear. Chapter 293 One Provocation. After another, this looks much better. Uchiha Nen nodded in satisfaction. Terumi Mei silently watched him, not saying a word. Sweat continued to flow down Sanbyun and the blue-haired man's forehead. Especially Sanbyun, the lord of the Land of Iron, couldn't help but silently pray in his heart. Lord Nan, could you be a little quieter? You've just dealt with the people from the Land of Lightning, and now you're already starting trouble with the Land of Water. Please spare my old life. Qing, what do you think? Uchiha Nen avoided Terumi Mei's gaze and calmly turned to look at Qing. Haha, clearly it's much better. Lord Nan's taste is really good. Ha ha ha. I told you, how could I be wrong? Uchiha Nen laughed heartily and patted the table. You're still so shameless. Terumi Mei glared at him sideways, then withdrew her gaze, closing her eyes and leaning back in her chair. However, her hair by her ears did not relax, clearly indicating her acceptance of this hairstyle. Phew. Sanbyun, sitting in the main seat, sighed in relief, thankful that these two ancestors did not clash. He then rolled his eyes, stood up, patted his butt, and said sorry before leaving. This room was no longer suitable for him. He should go outside to welcome the people from the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind, to avoid being caught up in a bloody storm at any moment. Before long, the door to the conference room opened again. Sanbyun led the increasingly aged Onoki and several ninjas from the Land of Earth into the room. Coincidentally, the leader of Sunagekure, Yetsong, and Gaara also walked in at the same time. After entering, Gaara glanced around and, not seeing Naruto beside Uchiha Nen, lowered his head again. Clearly, he was not in a good mood after not seeing his good friend. Please take your seats. The 5 Kage Summit will start shortly. Sanbyun saw that everyone was present and hurriedly arranged the seats, eager for this grand event to start and end quickly. He wanted to go through the process quickly. He didn't want any more incidents. But some things happen precisely when you least want them to. Uchiha Nen resumed his arrogant sitting posture. Onoki, at your age, aren't you planning to change to a new Suchikage? I see that tall leg beside you looks quite good. She qualifies to be a leg Kage. Are you looking for death? Before Onoki could respond, the tall and graceful Kuratsuchi, with her heavenly long legs, couldn't hold back any longer. She stomped on the floor and rushed to Uchiha Nen. Dressed in fishnet armor, her long legs lifted with a whoosh and came crashing down. Smack! Kuratsuchi's pupils contracted as a large hand firmly grabbed her ankle, stabilizing her move. A peculiar chakra emanated from the point of contact. It felt as if the connection between her muscles and nerves had been severed. In an instant, Kuratsuchi's long leg lost its control. The tense muscles of her fair leg relaxed in an instant, and this ability continued to spread along her leg, quickly reaching her entire body. Show some mercy. In the blink of an eye, seeing his granddaughter about to be subdued, Onoki hurriedly spoke up. However, Uchiha Nen ignored him. Ugh, losing all her strength in an instant. Kuratsuchi couldn't help but slump down. But Uchiha Nen suddenly stood up, raising the hand that held her ankle high. In a moment, he executed a split. The distance between them shrank instantly, almost bringing them face to face. Uchiha Nen instinctively glanced at a certain spot, then disdainfully curled his lips. What's this? Wearing leggings. Who are you trying to guard against? In an instant, he lost all interest, and with a disgruntled expression, he let go of her smooth, delicate long leg. He then hugged Kuratsuchi's slender waist, pulling the defenseless Kuratsuchi into his arms and patting her pert backside. He tossed her onto the adjacent seat. Thank you. Onoki, along with several other ninjas from the village, hurried over to protect his granddaughter, cupping his hands towards Uchiha Nen. Although he felt very displeased with this little brat who had once defeated him, he was still inferior in strength, and it was his granddaughter's fault first. To avoid Uchiha Nen continuing to press the issue, Onoki had no choice but to adopt a low posture. TSK, keep an eye on your granddaughter. If you can't handle it, just send her to Konoha. I'll take care of her. Uchiha Nen curled his lips, since Onoki was so understanding. He didn't want to continue being tough. He tidied up his disheveled robe from the earlier scuffle and turned to sit down. But he could still feel a malicious gaze. When Uchiha Nen looked up, he saw Kuratsuchi, who had just been controlled and had not yet recovered, sitting in that chair, glaring at him as if her eyes were spewing fire. Occasionally, there was a sound of her grinding her teeth. What's the matter? Are you still not convinced, long legs? Uchiha Nen provocatively smiled at her, speaking in a disdainful tone. He wanted to see if this little girl would come looking for trouble with him. Sure enough, Kuratsuchi, who had been spoiled since childhood and was the granddaughter of the Tsuchikage, could not tolerate this grievance. Even if she had little strength left, she still gripped the armrests of her chair and forced herself to stand up. Sit down. Onoki sensed the atmosphere was off and slapped Kuratsuchi's head, suppressing her back down. He then turned to Uchiha Nen and smiled. The child doesn't understand. Please don't take it to heart. With this, Onoki directly reduced Kuratsuchi to a junior, elevating Uchiha Nen to the same generation as him. It was clear he wanted to use morality to suppress him, making it difficult for Uchiha Nen to argue with a younger person. However, whether morality exists or not ultimately depends on the individual. Someone like Uchiha Nen, who had a flexible moral bottom line, clearly wouldn't be bound by this. But the situation in the room was clearly not right. He had already sensed the death glares from Terumi, Mei beside him, and Yet Song in the distance. The chill contained within made Uchiha Nen shiver in his heart. He immediately sat up straight. Sanbyan, standing to the side, was already numb. He had turned his head toward the position of Tsunagakure. He had already thought about which side Uchiha Nen would clash with next. In just a short while, this Konoha Reaper had indeed not been idle. First, he provoked the Village of Lightning, then forced them to apologize. He bullied the Mizukage Terumi Mei, making her not utter a word. Then he provoked Onoki's granddaughter, causing the third Tsuchikage, who had dominated the ninja world, to smile and apologize. Chapter 294. Awareness Mitsuba was wondering if Uchiha Nen would beat the fifth Kazekage on the spot and knock her down. He kept glancing back and forth between the two parties. Uchiha Nen looked confused, casting a questioning glance at Mitsuba. What's going on? Aren't they going to fight? Mitsuba scratched his head, and seeing that neither side was moving, he suddenly realized he had guessed wrong. He couldn't help but smile apologetically at Uchiha Nen. Deep down, he reflected that he shouldn't have arranged this. He had misjudged her. The god of death from Konoha wasn't as aggressive as rumored. After all, the people from Tsunagakure didn't fight, right? Uchiha Nen was completely puzzled, not understanding what this old man was thinking. All right, everyone is here. Let's begin. Mitsuba then delivered a lengthy speech that made Uchiha Nen drowsy. What's going on? Why so many words? He couldn't help but shift his gaze to Terumi Mei's wine-red hair, lightly twirling a few strands around his fingers. The soft touch made Uchiha Nen feel playful. As he touched, he couldn't resist pinching Terumi Mei's rosy earlobe. It was soft and quite pleasant. Bang! Terumi Mei couldn't hold back any longer and slammed her palm on the table in front of her. What's wrong? Mitsuba stopped his speech, nervously glancing at Terumi Mei, secretly reflecting on what he might have said wrong. Why did this Mizukage look ready to flip the table? The other three families were also baffled, looking over. It's fine, you continue. I just thought of a very annoying person. Terumi May smiled apologetically and remained silent. After the speech started again, she turned her head with a cold glint in her eyes, looking at the lecher still trying to touch her earlobe. Do you want to die? May, your temper is growing. Uchiha Nen chuckled. The girl had gained confidence after becoming Mizukage and dared to challenge him. But before Uchiha Nen could think of a way to teach Terumi May a lesson, Mitsuba's speech suddenly stopped, and the fourth Raikage stood up. Everyone, I've said what needs to be said, so let's get to the point. The tailed beast from our village has been captured, with the Raikage leading. The others began to speak up. Our village's tailed beast is also missing. Ours has been missing for a long time. Even Terumi May acknowledged this fact. Now, all eyes turned to Uchiha Nan, who had not spoken yet, wanting to know how the tailed beast from their villages fared with him. The god of death from Konoha present. The tailed beast from Konoha is also lost. Uchiha Nan withdrew his hand from the strands of hair and calmly said to the crowd, when it comes to lost village weapons, of course. You lost one and I lost one. There's no way Uchiha Nen would tell the truth and put Konoha in the spotlight. What? You couldn't stop them either. The leaders of several villages gasped, making an irreconcilable contribution to the warming of the ninja world. Then, one by one, their expressions turned grim. In their eyes, although Uchiha Nan was not a good person, no one present dared to say anything about his strength. Didn't they see that even the third Raikage and Anoki were bullied by him and endured it? But even someone as powerful as him had their tailed beast captured. What terrifying enemies would they face in the future? Don't worry, those guys just took advantage of my unpreparedness and used special means to capture the 9 tails and 2 tails. They aren't necessarily stronger than me. Seeing the panic in the group, Uchiha Nen still tried to offer some comfort. Next, the group discussed how to eliminate the Akatsuki organization and retrieve their lost tail beasts. While everyone was discussing, Uchiha Nen sat there seriously, not distracted at all, instead nodding in agreement. However, next to him, Terumi May's beautiful face changed colors frequently, not knowing what was happening. Upon closer inspection, he noticed an evil hand on her tightly pressed backside, moving back and forth, administering some necessary punishment. On the other side, at the Akatsuki base, everyone was gathered, channeling chakra into the outer path divine tree, continuously extracting power from the tailed beasts that had lost their ability to resist. With the last 9 tails, our plan can be completed. Uchiha Fugaku replaced Nagato's position, sitting at the highest point with both hands raised. The Akatsuki members below finally breathed a sigh of relief. The continuous sealing of tailed beasts had exhausted them. Since Konoha suffered a blow, Orochimaru, who had been hiding in the Akatsuki, revealed a hint of coldness in his golden slit pupils. Let me see what this so-called Eye of the Moon will bring. After a brief rest, everyone rain-fused chakra into the 9 tails, intending to extract its power when they suddenly felt an unusually smooth sensation. Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but raise his head in confusion. What's going on? Isn't the 9 tails the strongest among the tailed beasts? Why is it so easy? Beside him, Black Zetsu was also puzzled but didn't notice anything unusual. Could it be giving up resistance? Despite their doubts, they continued to extract. But just a few minutes later, a cracking sound echoed. The 9 tails, which should have contained an exceptionally abundant chakra and would take several days to seal, cracked open. As the last trace of chakra from its body was injected into the outer path divine tree, the concealment power disappeared. Several artificial fragments fell from the sky and crashed to the ground. What's going on? Black Zetsu stood up in a fit of rage. The resurrection of the 10 tails was right in front of them, yet such a thing happened. He thought for a long time in his mind, and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Could it be that this 9 tails is fake? He exchanged glances with Uchiha Fugaku, and suddenly thought of something. He hurriedly went to the top of the outer path divine tree to channel chakra in to examine it closely. Sure enough, he discovered that along with the 9 tails, they had also captured and sealed the 2 tails, which had already weakened and lost its previous vast energy source. Damn, Uchiha Nan. Just when they were about to obtain the power of revenge, they were outsmarted. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes turned red, and his hatred for Uchiha Nen deepened. No, something feels off. Black Zetsu suddenly frowned and spoke, hesitating for a moment before continuing. It seems the 10 tails has already fully recovered, and the flow of power has become continuous, but its strength hasn't reached its peak yet. Chapter 295, The Complex Kagaya Otsutsuki, an incomplete 10 tails? Since that's the case, should we directly launch the plan? Uchiha Fugaku felt a significant reduction in his anger upon hearing this unexpected answer. No, we can't. We must capture the 2 tails, 8 tails, and 9 tails to obtain a complete 10 tails. Kagaya's Black Zetsu recalled the mother sealed on the moon. The plan must not have even the slightest error. Even if they have an incomplete 10 tails and are already 80 successful, they must not let their guard down. Everyone, prepare for battle. Black Zetsu waved his hand to the people below, a strong aura surging from his body. After years of patience, the dawn of success was finally in sight. Even he felt a surge of excitement within. Then, Black Zetsu turned his gaze to Orochimaru, who had been silent, staring at the outer path golem. How was the strength collection from the Edo Tensei? This is crucial for the victory of this war. No problem at all. But I have one request. I want Uchiha Nan's head personally. Orochimaru extended his long tongue to lick his lips, recalling the detestable Uchiha Nan, and his expression darkened. It seems we have the same goal. Uchiha Fugaku stepped forward, staring intently at Orochimaru. Do as you wish. I only require the plan to succeed. Black Zetsu waved his hand, jumped down from the head of the outer path golem, and concealed himself in the shadows to plan his own strategy. Uchiha Fugaku walked to the center of the field, spreading his arms, enjoying the last moments of freedom and peace. He turned to White Zetsu and said, "The 5 great nations are supposedly having a meeting, right? Go notify them. War is about to begin, and they should prepare to welcome death, haha." Meanwhile, at the Iron Country's conference table, after enduring numerous hardships, it was finally decided that each village would send elite ninjas to form a ninja alliance to completely destroy the Akatsuki organization and reclaim their respective villages' treasures. Roar! I'm making my entrance. After receiving news from a distant clone, White Zetsu, who had been lurking in the conference room, immediately burrowed up from the table. Standing on the table, White Zetsu looked around at the ninja from the 5 great nations with a playful smile, occasionally twisting his waist and scratching his backside. One eyesore. Although Uchiha Nen knew this guy's nature well, he couldn't stand it anymore. He picked up a chair from under him and, infused with chakra, swung it fiercely. Thud! White Zetsu's entire lower body was smashed into a puddle of mud, with only a head remaining, thanks to Uchiha Nan's precise control. Now, tell me your purpose for being here, or you 1T get another chance. Uchiha Nan jumped onto the table, holding the remaining head and shaking it in the air. After a careful look, he confirmed that this guy had no brain. No wonder he never thought things through. The leaders of the other 4 ninja villages frowned at his cruel demeanor, secretly mocking him. No wonder he was so arrogant. It seemed he was just targeting them earlier. This was how he usually acted. However, they were also curious about the origins of this thing. Their gazes fixated on that head. Prepare for war. The Akatsuki will defeat all of you. After a lengthy self-introduction, Uchiha Nen gradually exerted force in his hand, and with a pop, he crushed the head, leaving the leaders of the great nations with increasingly serious expressions. Everyone, I believe you have your own plans in mind, so I won't say much more. Since the Akatsuki wants war, let us grant them that. He then summoned a slug to relay the events that had transpired to Tsunade. The other Kage also used their means to notify their villages to prepare for war actively. That night, Kagaya, Otsutsuki, and Ao were sitting on a protruding rock, looking towards the land of water. Ao, do you think the land of water will win this war? Under the moonlight, Kagaya, Otsutsuki sat cross-legged on the rock, feeling somewhat lost about the village's future. Of course, Lord Mizukage will lead us to victory against the Akatsuki. Ao replied firmly, then caught sight of a figure in a black robe, and added, moreover, with Lord Nan here, the Akatsuki is nothing to fear. Uchiha Nen approached and jumped onto the rock, patting Ao's shoulder. Well said, but you don't need to be here anymore. You can go down. Yes, Lord Nan. Ao, with a flattering expression, bowed and leapt away into the night. You really have no shame. Kagaya Otsutsuki's mature face was puffed up in anger. She opened her mouth, unsure whether to scold Ao or Uchiha Nan, or perhaps both. Don't worry, I will ensure the safety of the land of water. Uchiha Nan sat down next to Kagaya Otsutsuki. Who asked you to meddle? Kagaya Otsutsuki recalled the previous meeting where this guy had offended her and angrily turned her head away. As she thought more about it, she became even angrier, standing up and wanting to leave. Uchiha Nan quietly watched, and when Kagaya Otsutsuki had taken a few steps back, he calmly spoke. Then let us destroy the land of water. After all, it's not that important in the ninja world. Those plain words entered Kagaya Otsutsuki's ears, stirring up huge ripples in her heart. It reminded her of the time when Uchiha Nen killed the 3rd Mizukage in the village, threatening her and Ao that if they didn't obey, he would destroy the land of water. You bastard, is that all you can do is threaten me? Kagaya Otsutsuki turned back with red eyes, sitting down next to Uchiha Nan with gritted teeth. her eyes, filled with tears, fixed on him, as if she wanted to tear this man apart and eat him piece by piece, whether it's a threat or not, as long as the method works. That's enough. Uchiha then looked up at the crescent moon in the sky, reaching out to pull Kaguya Otsutsuki into his embrace. Curious about what kind of life Kaguya Otsutsuki had on the moon, but soon he stopped caring about anything else. Uchiha then looked at the pitiful woman in his arms and gently kissed the corner of her sparkling eyes. Following her face down, he arrived at her rosy lips and fiercely sucked on them. "Ugh, you bastard!" Kaguya Otsutsuki's peripheral vision observed this greedy man. Her heart was filled with complex emotions. She felt deeply wronged by this bastard who constantly threatened her with the land of water. Yet she was also deeply attracted to his powerful strength and charming confidence. Unable to extricate herself from it, Kaguya Otsutsuki knew very well that with the strength of the land of water, it would not survive in the upcoming massive tide. Not to mention the future ninja world war, just the power displayed by the Akatsuki now was enough to easily destroy the land of water. Chapter 296. Second exploration of the Grass Kagami. Mei wants to ensure that the hidden mist village survives this crisis, and to do so, she must find a powerful force to rely on. Since she has to choose someone, why not choose the visually pleasing Uchiha Nan? Although this guy always bullies her, he is ultimately a reliable person. Plus, Kagami Mei has harbored a distorted admiration for power since she was young. Ever since Uchiha Nan easily killed the third Mizukage and defeated her and Ao over a decade ago, he has captured Kagami Mei's heart. Over the years, her efforts to become Mizukage were also motivated by the desire to impress this man when she stood before him again. "I hope you won't disappoint me." Kagami Mei supported Uchiha Nan's head with her hands, staring into his eyes filled with desire, and took a deep breath. "Mei, I will never let those who believe in me down. I will send clones to lead the teams from the land of water and ensure their safety." Uchiha Nan gently kissed her forehead in response. With a soft hum, Kagami Mei closed her eyes, seemingly prepared to completely surrender herself to this man. Just as Uchiha Nan was about to take the next step, a faint rustling sound suddenly emerged from the nearby grass. Both of them were shadow-level experts, and at such close proximity, even the smallest noise could be detected. Kagami Mei, who had finally mustered her courage, was startled by the sound and suddenly realized there was a third person present. Her face turned red, and she didn't even dare to look at Uchiha Nan, running away like a frightened rabbit. Under the moonlight, Uchiha Nan, with a gloomy expression, glanced at the now calm grass and couldn't help but sigh. "Aren't you going to come out?" The rustling sound reappeared from the moving grass in the darkness. A woman wearing a backless outfit emerged from it. The moonlight illuminated her smooth and delicate back, making it appear even more radiant, like shimmering jade in the night. "Yezong, what are you doing here in the middle of the night?" Uchiha Nan shot her a frustrated glance. "Oh, you're so unhappy. Did I interrupt the date of our Konoha Grim Reaper?" Yezong crossed her arms in front of her chest, her lips curling up into a high smile, as if she could hang an oil pot on them. She jumped onto a rock and sat next to Uchiha Nan, her expression full of displeasure. "You bastard. It's been so long since I've seen you, and you didn't come looking for me the moment the meeting ended. Instead, you want to pick up girls. You're simply the worst." Previously, when they were in Sunagakure, having one of her wasn't enough. He even had to involve Temari. Now, even during a meeting in a land of iron, he couldn't stay still. If she hadn't just jumped out, she would have been captured by the fifth Mizukage. "No way. I was just waiting here for you." Uchiha Nan awkwardly smiled, sensing the sour smell in the air. He reached out and picked up Yezong, placing her on his lap. The friction between her perky butt and thigh immediately created a wave of heat. "What are you doing? Let go of me." This made Yezong panic, and she began to struggle lightly. However, upon feeling the increasingly dangerous glint beneath her, she hesitated and didn't dare to move. "What do you think, my little treasure?" Uchiha Nan's palm gently brushed over her smooth back. The delicate sensation made him even more excited, and he couldn't help but pull Yezong tightly into his embrace. With Kagami Mei scared away, let her suffer instead. "You." Yezong looked around at the vast environment and the increasingly dangerous feeling beneath her. In this urgent situation, she rolled her eyes and forced herself to appear calm, speaking coldly. "Don't move. I'll go find your Kagami Mei." "Did you hear what you just said? Isn't it disgusting? What do you mean you'll ensure the safety of the land of water? What about our wind country? You'll just forget about us after the play, right?" While pretending to be cold, Yezong also tried to break free from Uchiha Nan's embrace. She jumped down and stood on a rock, preparing to escape at any moment. Uchiha Nan was taken aback. He didn't know whether this woman was making excuses or genuinely angry, so he quickly reassured her, "Don't worry. How could I forget about you? I'll send clones to ensure your safety as well. You really are a charming playboy. Your words are flawless, and you still remember Temari. Yazong seized the opportunity to half-jokingly criticize Uchiha Nan's actions. While venting her anger, she kept moving her feet, continually taking small steps backward. Finding what she believed to be a suitable moment, she unleashed her chakra and darted away. Under the moonlight, she transformed into a shadow without looking back, heading towards the accommodations arranged for the 5 great nations by Mitsuba. As she disappeared into the night, she shouted, "Let's call it a day here. We'll talk about it tomorrow." Her voice attracted the attention of people in the distance, causing Uchiha Nan, who wanted to forcibly bring this mischievous woman back, to abandon that thought. After a while apart, Yazong, that silly woman, has become clever. I'm completely at her mercy. Uchiha Nan looked up at the sky with great regret. He silently cursed himself for not seeing through Yazong's tricks earlier and acting sooner. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a patch of grass and tiptoed over. After approaching quietly, Uchiha Nan saw a girl with high ears trying to eavesdrop on the ongoing conversation. He smiled expressionlessly and suddenly reached out, grabbing the girl by her smooth neck and lifting her off the ground. "Look what I caught, a wild little eavesdropper. Why were you eavesdropping on me?" Uchiha Nan held the tall girl by the neck, shaking her as she tried to keep up with his height. Given Yazong's previous sudden appearance from the grass, Uchiha Nan cautiously scanned the surrounding area. To his surprise, he really caught a little mouse. In reality, even with the presence of the leggy girl, if Yazong hadn't used tricks to escape, Uchiha Nan wouldn't have done anything in front of her. He just let her go with the flow. Now, with just the two of them left, this tall girl was at his mercy. "Let go of me. Who was eavesdropping? I just couldn't sleep at night and came here to cool off." Heitu struggled with her long legs, continuously arguing. She had come here because she saw Yazong sneaking around, thinking she was up to something, and followed her to lurk. Who knew she would encounter Uchiha Nan? The guy who bullied her before, and the story between him and the 5th Mizukage? Heitu initially wanted to be a spectator, secretly watching a live performance. But just as the plot reached its most exciting part, both female leads had run away. Just when she was about to sneak away, she unfortunately got caught by Uchiha Nan. Chapter 297, Tenacious Haida, let me go, or I'll scream for help. Haida shook her long, beautiful legs, kicking towards Uchiha Nan. However, he seized the opportunity to grab both her ankles. His grip was so strong that it left a red mark on her fair skin. "You stubborn girl. Still not learning your lesson, huh? Let me tell you, a barrier has been set up here. Even if you scream your lungs out, no one will hear you." Uchiha Nan clamped her long legs under his arms, pretending to look wicked, his mouth wide open as if he were a big pervert who had caught his prey. Haida's face turned pale with fear, trembling as she thought, "No way. After 2 good shows, I'm going to become the female lead. Bastard. If you dare do anything reckless, my grandpa won't spare you." "Reckless? What do you mean by that?" Uchiha Nan laughed as he extended a finger, teasingly gliding it over Haida's fair thigh. The delicate touch made her heart skip a beat. Her eyes, initially filled with defiance, turned into misty, tear-filled doe eyes at the strange sensation. Uchiha Nan's fingers slid down her thigh, reaching her soft, slightly pink soles. With a snicker, he tossed aside her obstructive sandals from her tense little feet. He continued to scratch Haitu's soles with a mischievous grin. His finger on her fair foot created an ambiguous feeling, making her eyes glaze over, her shouts gradually fading away. She looked like she was in a daze. Her cherry lips slightly parted, not knowing what to think. "Really? Is this all it takes to break you?" Uchiha Nan retracted his finger and released her long legs. Suddenly letting go caused Haitu, with one bare foot, to stumble into the dirt, which brought her somewhat dazed consciousness back to reality. After steadying herself, she instinctively glanced at Uchiha Nan's agile finger. Her mouth opened slightly as she licked her lips with her little tongue. "Hiss, you little girl don't have any special preferences, do you?" Uchiha Nan gasped, stepping back dramatically, hiding his finger behind him, feigning a scared expression on his handsome face. You. Haida was infuriated by his expression, her chest aching with anger, not knowing what to say. It was clear she had suffered a loss. Yet this bastard was acting like this. She wanted to hit him, but knew she couldn't, grinding her teeth in frustration. Her striking black and white eyes stared daggers at Uchiha Nan, as if she could kill him with her gaze. "What's wrong? Still not convinced, little girl?" Uchiha Nan stepped forward, poking her shoulder lightly with his finger. "The Konoha Grim Reaper is trash, a despicable little man." Haida knew her skills and that she couldn't possibly be his match, so she didn't even try to hide. She fixed her gaze on him, continuously spewing curses. "What has Noki been teaching? Such a beautiful girl has gone astray. Let me educate you instead." Uchiha Nan was not someone who could tolerate being insulted like this. Since his title as the Konoha Grim Reaper spread, no one in the ninja world dared to speak to him that way. His face flushed with anger, and in a flash, he disappeared from sight. Huh? Haida screamed as he caught her in his arms. Uchiha Nan found a stone-carved bench, subdued Haito, flipped her over, and laid her down on it. He raised his right hand high and brought it down hard on her developing buttocks. Smack! The crisp sound echoed in the night, resonating with the whispers of the wind through the lush trees. You bastard, if you dare to kill me, I will never submit. Haito felt both pain and humiliation wash over her as she turned her head, blushing fiercely, staring at Uchiha Nan as if challenging him to kill her. Still acting tough. Huh? I see you one shed tears until you see the coffin. Uchiha Nan raised his hand mercilessly, striking the same spot again. The flesh under her shorts rippled, transmitting the impact to her long legs. Smack! 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 The crisp sound continued. Haito remained silent, gritting her teeth to endure it. Only the tears in the corners of her eyes betrayed her. Do you dare? Do you dare? Uchiha Nan playfully slapped her a few more times, then finally stopped. Feeling satisfied, he walked in front of Haito, ready to ask her if she would dare to make mistakes again. But Haito clenched her jaw tightly, her delicate chin resting on the stone chair, two long tear streaks trailing down her face, mixing with the dust and mud on the bench. She looked like a little flower cat, softening Uchiha Nan's heart a bit. His anger retreated somewhat as he helped Haito up, placing her back on the bench. During this process, Haito kept her head down, silent like a puppet, allowing Uchiha Nan to manipulate her. It wasn't until her bottom touched the stone bench that she seemed to regain her senses and stood up straight. Huh! Uchiha Nan watched this little girl, her expression finally showing some fluctuation, and couldn't help but chuckle. Who would have thought that upon hearing his laughter, Haito would turn her head, her eyes glinting like swords, staring fiercely at Uchiha Nan, as if she had forgotten who had just punished her so badly. Uchiha Nan noticed the cold glare of Haito and thought, since he had bullied her so much today, maybe he should make some concessions to make her happy. But Haito merely glanced at him before turning her head to the distance. Suddenly, the surroundings fell silent, leaving only the sounds of cicadas echoing in the night sky. This atmosphere lasted for half an hour. Uchiha Nan quietly admired Haito's beautiful figure, contemplating whether those long legs could be played with for a year. Suddenly, Haito moved, expressionless as she slowly walked over to him. She reached out a neat little hand towards Uchiha Nan. What are you doing? Uchiha Nan was completely baffled and momentarily at a loss. At this moment, Haito softly opened her cracked lips and whispered two words, Shadow Clone. Chapter 298, The Abnormality of Haito? Clone, I want one too. Uchiha Nan scratched his head for a long time before finally understanding. Previously, he had promised Hermime and Yeet Song that he would send a clone to protect the land of water and the land of wind, which Haito overheard. Now, after suffering a loss, she wanted to take the opportunity to ask Uchiha Nan for one as well, to ensure the safety of the land of earth. After realizing this, Uchiha Nan smiled and looked at her expressionless face. Why should I give you one? Mei and Yeet Song are my women, and you? Haito silently bit her lower lip, not saying anything, and let her outstretched hand drop as she turned to walk towards the brightly lit house. Stop! Seeing her like this, Uchiha Nan suddenly shouted. When Haito's figure stopped, he followed her and walked in front of her. He gently touched her tear-streaked cheek with his finger, then slid down to grab her slender arm. He handed her a significantly smaller, sealed clone puppet that wouldn't lose chakra. Remember, this is what you owe me. Uchiha Nan stepped aside, and Haito said nothing, gripping the little puppet tightly as she silently walked into the house. Watching her retreating figure, Uchiha Nan shook his head and muttered softly, what a quirky little girl. What's wrong with you? In the resting area arranged for the land of Earth, Anoki was worried that Haida hadn't returned so late and was sitting alone in the living room waiting. Suddenly seeing the tear marks on his granddaughter's face and the dust on her clothes, he couldn't help but ask with concern. I'm fine, don't worry, Grandpa. Haito's expressionless face in front of Uchiha Nan suddenly flushed with a hint of color upon seeing her family. She hurriedly ran into the house. Hey, this girl. Anoki shook his head, deciding not to say more. Let the young people figure out their own matters. After Haito returned to the house, she quickly washed up. With damp hair hanging down, she wore a slightly form-fitting light yellow nightgown. She placed the little puppet that Uchiha Nan had given her on the bedside, stared at it, then pulled back the covers and lay down. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The next day, at the 5 Kage Summit, Uchiha Nan yawned and stretched his arms as he walked in. He was the last to arrive, The other 4 villages had been waiting for a long time. As soon as Uchiha Nan entered, he keenly sensed 3 gazes filled with different meanings. This immediately woke him up. Uchiha Nan looked in order. Terumi may look shy, occasionally stealing glances at him. Yitsong's eyes burned with anger, clearly unhappy about being disturbed yesterday. What intrigued Uchiha Nan the most was that Haito was also secretly observing him. When he directed his gaze toward her, she pretended nothing had happened and averted her eyes, as if she hadn't just been peeking but had merely glanced over by accident. Just as Uchiha Nan was planning to keep his gaze fixed on Haito, waiting for her to look back so he could scare her a little, the 4th Reikage suddenly stood up and spoke. Everyone, now that everyone is here, I'll speak frankly. The Akatsuki organization's purpose in capturing tailed beasts is unclear. Currently, only the 8 tails has escaped unharmed. To thwart Akatsuki's objectives, we must protect the 8 tails, but relying solely on my Kumogakure may not be enough. I hope everyone can lend a hand. Everyone except Uchiha Nan pondered for a moment and thought it was feasible. After all, since they still didn't know the enemy's intentions, making efforts to disrupt their plans was a good choice. Onoki, Terumi Mei, and others all spoke up, agreeing with the Reikage proposal. Now, everyone's gaze turned to Uchiha Nan, who had not yet expressed his attitude. He thought for a moment, and since personnel were to be dispatched to protect the 8 tails, why not send Kushina and the wood release user there as well? Didn't Kumogakure have a real waterfall that could help Jinchuriki become perfect hosts? If so, why not take advantage of this opportunity? Uchiha Nan immediately stood up, overturning what he had said yesterday. Everyone, I think the Reikage proposal is excellent and should be strongly supported. We in Konoha also have the 2 tails and 9 tails Jinchuriki. To prevent the Akatsuki from having any ulterior motives, Reikage, why not send all 3 of them to the real waterfall in Kumogakure for training? After finishing, Uchiha Nan directed his gaze at the 4th Reikage. Didn't you say yesterday that the tailed beasts from Konoha have already been captured? The 4th Reikage slammed the table and glared at Uchiha Nan. I must have remembered wrong. Uchiha Nan yawned and pretended to reflect on himself. You brat. The 4th Reikage was furious again, feeling that Uchiha Nan was truly unreasonable. When he mentioned the tailed beasts yesterday, he didn't want other villages to be wary. So he said the tailed beasts had already been captured. Today, when it was his topic, needing other villages to send people to protect Karabi, he had to bring it up as a benefit. Yet Uchiha Nan immediately jumped out to say that Konoha's tailed beasts were still there, and even shamelessly wanted to borrow Kumogakure's sacred site for training. The 4th Reikage was about to explode. However, given the current situation, he couldn't say much, only gritting his teeth. He lowered his head and tacitly accepted the proposal. Fine, I agree. Each word was almost going to crush his teeth like diamonds. Other 3 ninja villages also shot unkind looks at Uchiha Nan. Damn it, only pops up when their essay benefit. Truly shameless. But Uchiha Nan didn't care about that, sitting down with an indifferent expression. In a moment of distraction, he even threw a flirtatious glance at Haito, who had secretly turned her gaze. You brat. Now, it was Onoki's turn to slam the table. Last night, he had felt something was off with Haito, and today he noticed his granddaughter was constantly gazing at that guy Uchiha Nan, clearly looking troubled. Originally, Onoki didn't want to interfere much, but when he caught a glimpse of Uchiha Nan's gaze, it was simply disgusting. A meeting ended amidst many unhappy expressions. Uchiha Nan immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the village. He brought Kushina and the wood release user to Kumogakure and educated them on a shadow clone. After bidding farewell to the 2 and leaving, he casually glanced at a shark in the sea outside Kumogakure. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Within a few days, the entire ninja world was thrown into chaos. The major ninja villages continued to assemble teams to reorganize the ninja coalition, gathering suitable ninjas together and heading toward the Akatsuki organization. The Ninja World War was about to break out. Chapter 299. Enemies approaching on the surface of the sea. A giant tortoise, comparable in size to a small nation, drifts with the waves. Its massive head casts a shadow over the water, while sharp claws extend from its limbs, idly waving and stirring up waves dozens of meters high. In the dark depths of the ocean, a shark ignores the surface disturbances, waiting for the right moment to leap up and land on the tortoise's patterned shell, which is thicker than a human. I found a Jinchuriki. Kisame, dressed in a black robe with cloud patterns, raised the samahata in his hand, a rare smile appearing on his shark-like face. Is that so? Then you really are lucky. A voice that once instilled endless fear in Kisame etched deep in his heart and unforgettable for life, reached his ears. The smile that had just formed on his face froze. His body jerked around to look in the direction of the voice. Uchiha Nan. Bingo, you got it right. Uchiha Nan wore a faint smile as he hopped a few times on the hexagonal shell pattern before landing in front of Kisame, greeting him with a smile. Aren't you supposed to be in the land of iron? The Samahata in Kisame's hand drooped as he reined in all hostility, looking at Uchiha Nan. But then he thought of something, and his fierce eyes turned to him. You're just a clone. As he spoke, Kisame, increasingly convinced he was right, reluctantly raised the Samahata and pointed it at Uchiha Nan. The power of the Konoha Reaper is indeed formidable, but if it's just a clone. Ha, what? Do you look down on me? Uchiha Nan stepped forward without fear, causing the spikes on the Samahata to droop limply. Don't be afraid, he's just a clone. Today, we might just be able to slaughter the god. Kisame continuously infused chakra into the Samahata, forcing it to regain some vitality. As he spoke, a cold glint flashed in Kisame's eyes as his hands moved rapidly. Water release, great waterfall technique. With the surrounding environment enhancing it, water molecules in the air continuously gathered, making everything damp. A massive waterfall erupted from Kisame's mouth, transforming the area on the tortoise's back into a vast ocean. It carried unmatched impact, creating towering waves hundreds of meters high. Facing this attack capable of destroying a mountain, Uchiha Nan remained unfazed. He lightly tapped the water's surface with his toes, lifting a water sphere into the air. He opened his mouth and gently exhaled a stream of air. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying hurricane roared past. Even a bored old tortoise in the sea felt a chill. The water stream was blown into droplets the size of soybeans, dispersing into thousands, colliding with the massive waterfall. What should have been a scene of a mantis trying to stop a chariot? But those tiny water droplets easily pierced through the hundreds of meters high waves, creating house-sized cavities in the towering waves. As they reached Uchiha Nan, they were blown by an invisible wind, splashing down into the water beneath his feet. Yet, not a single ripple was stirred. Uchiha Nan's dark attire remained untouched by even a single droplet of water. Kisame watched in horror at this scene, recalling the day Uchiha Nan easily defeated him. His heart grew heavy. After this strike, the Samahata saw through its master's recent lie. The entire weapon became listless. Shortly after landing on the island, Kushina, alongside the puppet master HG and Killer B, also sensed the battle occurring here and hopped over. What's happening? Is there an enemy? It's Nan. He's fighting against Akatsuki. Uchiha Nan. The three of them lightly tapped the water surface and jumped over to Uchiha Nan's side. Aside from the hatred in CHG's eyes, Kushina and the puppet master gave him sweet smiles. Do you need help, Nan? No need, it's just a small matter. Uchiha Nan waved his hand, signaling them to step back. Kushina and the puppet master understood his strength and obediently moved aside to watch. However, CHG kept looking left and right, occasionally pondering whether they could team up with Akatsuki to take down this guy. Water release, 1,000-feeding shark. Though Kisame recognized his predicament, he had no intention of surrendering. He swung the half-dead Samahata into the water, causing thousands of lifelike sharks to continuously emerge. Their dorsal fins broke the surface, creating swirling currents as they charged forward. Boom! Uchiha Nan looked at all this, raising his foot to lightly step on the water surface. An invisible force accompanied by chakra ripples emanated from beneath his feet. From the surface of the sea, Kushina and the others observed as if Uchiha Nan had merely stomped his foot without making any other movements. Just as she and the puppet master hesitated about whether to step in for assistance, the depths of the ocean suddenly roiled violently, a circular wave pushing the water forward with force. The gathered sharks with their sharp teeth and hungry mouths were hit by the circular wave, instantly shattering into droplets, merging back into the sea. Meanwhile, CHG, who had not heeded Uchiha Nan's advice to stay further back from the battlefield, suddenly felt a powerful undercurrent surge beneath him, flipping him over and pulling him into the ocean. Kushina and the puppet master breathed a sigh of relief, even having time to mock CHG, who emerged from the depths covered in mud. I lost. As expected of you, Uchiha Nan. Even as a clone, I'm no match for you. Kisame looked at the figure in the black robe as if facing an abyss capable of swallowing the entire ninja world, unable to see any limits. A heavy weight pressed down on his heart, and he sighed deeply. Then he shifted his tone. But even so, you won't get a single piece of information from me. Kisame tightened his grip on the Samahata, communicating with it through his will. The Samahata seemed to sense its master's call, glowing faintly blue in response. even when facing an enemy that could easily destroy it. All right, let's have a good fight here, just the two of us. Kisame swung his large blade heavily. The entire tortoise's back trembled slightly. Kushina and the puppet master, along with the unfortunate Sage G, felt the undercurrents beneath their feet and their expressions turned uncertain. A very powerful technique. He's going all out. In the depths of the ocean, a blade of dark energy surged forward with unstoppable force, crushing any reefs and corals in its path, splitting the ocean floor apart. Chapter 230. Those who seek death with a roar. The dark current surged up from beneath the sea, leaping towards Uchiha Nan with the force of a tidal wave, crashing down with tremendous might. The ceaseless underwater currents swirl below, providing an endless source of power. Justi Alreadi. In the distance, Killer Bee watched this scene with a heart full of hatred for Uchiha Nan, the one who had killed the third Raikage and slaughtered his village comrades. He hoped to see Uchiha Nan perish right here and now. Unfortunately, things did not unfold as he had anticipated. Facing the desperate attack from Kisame, Uchiha Nan's expression finally turned serious. He extended his previously folded arms and gently brought his hands together. A blood-red orb of light appeared before him, shifting and changing its trajectory as if moved by the wind, lightly colliding with the sword-like dark current. In an instant, the entire dark current seemed to be infected by some terrifying disease. From the point of contact with the blood-red orb, the crimson hue began to spread through the deep blue sea, as if a layer of dark red paint had been laid over it. Kisame, who was pushing the water flow from behind, was stunned. He swung the Samahata in his hand repeatedly, but felt no response. The sword-like dark current had lost control after being invaded by the blood-red energy. Uchiha Nan waved his hand lightly. The dark red water surged skyward, reaching a height of 100 meters in the blink of an eye. With a loud bang, it exploded, turning into a magnificent rain of light that fell from the sky like a large firework display. The brilliant glow attracted the fish in the sea, causing them to gather towards the surface, leaping out in droves. This energy obtained from that foolish evil god is quite useful. It truly deserves to be on par with the power of the Sage of Six Paths, Uchiha Nan thought to himself. However, witnessing this scene, the light in Kisame's eyes dimmed completely, and he smiled self-deprecatingly. How could a mere mortal compete with a god? I was too delusional. As he contemplated ending his own life to avoid being captured and revealing Akatsuki's secrets, a pale hand suddenly landed on his shoulder, giving it 2 gentle pats, as if greeting an ordinary person. But Kisame felt every part of his body lose control, leaving only his eyes rolling around in shock. Then Uchiha Nan's figure appeared, and words with a hint of warmth came from his mouth. Kisame, you're quite remarkable. After Akatsuki's downfall, would you be interested in continuing to work with me? Uchiha Nan looked down at Kisame with a smile. It was hard not to be tempted by this diligent and loyal talent. Akatsuki has fallen. Kisame looked up at the sky, as if he had never considered this possibility, having devoted his whole life to it. If I do not destroy Akatsuki in this war, you naturally wouldn't need to do anything. If I win, you forget about Akatsuki and work under me. How about that? This is one of the few times I will show kindness, so cherish it. Uchiha Nan patted his shoulder again. Kisame instinctively moved his body, realizing he had regained control. He looked at Uchiha Nan's smiling face and pondered deeply. Akatsuki's dream was vast, but equally difficult to achieve. If they won and the ninja world achieved peace, then even if he died, it wouldn't matter. But if, as Uchiha Nan said, Akatsuki lost, wouldn't those ideals have to be realized by himself? With this thought, Kisame felt moved and nodded towards Uchiha Nan. All right, I agree, but I have one condition. Oh, Uchiha Nan smiled inwardly, surprised that an enemy dared to negotiate conditions with him. Such boldness. But since he had already shown kindness, he might as well see it through. Go ahead. Em listening. Kisame blinked and took a deep breath. My future lies in the land of water, to bring peace there. All right, I agree. Uchiha Nan smiled and turned around. Even if Kisame hadn't said that, he had no intention of taking him away from the land of water. After all, once the future ninja world war ended, he would unify the entire world. Naturally, a reliable and loyal person would be needed to manage the land of water, and Kisame from a mist village was an excellent choice. As for Meitarumi, she would follow him around the world. There was no need for her to suffer as a Mizukichi. Seeing Uchiha Nan agree, Kisame knelt on one knee and deeply bowed his head, shouting, Master. Although Akatsuki had not yet failed, and he was not guaranteed to become Uchiha Nan's subordinate, for some reason, Kisame suddenly wanted to do so. as if he had seen the downfall of Akatsuki through the layers of time and space. Uchiha Nan waved his hand nonchalantly and walked towards Kushina and the others. Killer Bee, with his arms crossed, watched this scene, his face darkened with displeasure, showing his unhappiness. Akatsuki members are truly useless. Why not just kill Uchiha Nan directly? Letting this damn guy live is an insult to the Cloud Village. Suddenly, a loud slap echoed. Under the surprised gazes of Kushina and Yamato, Uchiha Nan slapped Killer Bee hard across the face. The terrifying force made him spit blood from his mouth and nose, his body crashing heavily against a nearby, protruding rock. You dare to attack, ah! Killer Bee's words were cut off as Uchiha Nan leaped over, stomping heavily on his chest. He couldn't finish his sentence before he spat out another mouthful of blood. Trash, I know exactly what you're thinking. Do you think you're fearless because you're ignorant? Or do you really want to die? Uchiha Nan raised his foot and stomped on him a few more times. Kushina and Yamato nearby could even hear the cracking sound of his ribs breaking. Uchiha Nan coldly smiled, placing his foot on Killer Bee's face and rubbing the sole of his shoe insultingly. Useless. The fourth Reikage was humiliated by me in the land of iron and didn't dare to retaliate. What are you? So what if I killed the third Reikage? It's only his fault for being inferior in skill on the battlefield. If you dare to pull any tricks that I find out about, you're dead. Uchiha Nan casually kicked Killer Bee, sending him splashing into the sea. During this time, the eight tails sealed within him felt as if it had died. No matter how Killer Bee shouted, it did not provide him with even a shred of power. Clearly, the tailed beast understood that, facing Uchiha Nan, even a mere clone had no chance of victory. Nearby, Kisame watched everything unfold and couldn't help but smile. The new boss was strong and domineering, which was very much to his liking. Only someone like this could flatten the entire ninja world and bring peace. Uchiha Nan waved to everyone and drifted over to the head of the giant turtle. He sat quietly, surveying the entire sea surface. He was merely a clone and didn't need to consider other matters. As for Killer Bee, after the Ninja World War ended, he was doomed. Chapter 231, The Ninja World War, Part 1. In a certain underground cave of the Akatsuki organization, two figures walked through it. One of them had a cold expression, with narrow vertical pupils scanning the surroundings, occasionally raising an eyebrow. What exactly does Uchiha Fugaku want me here for? I don't have that much time to waste with you. Orochimaru waved his hand impatiently. Uchiha Fugaku, however, was unfazed by his attitude and chuckled lightly. I'm here to have you witness a miracle. Then you better be quick. My patience is running thin. The two continued walking through a dimly lit passage until they arrived at a massive underground chamber. With the help of the flickering lights on the cave walls, Orochimaru noticed deep grooves in the cave, as if a gigantic creature had once moved through this place. He raised an eyebrow and carefully analyzed the marks in his mind. His expression shifted slightly. Could this be where the outer path golems were stored before? You guessed right. Uchiha Fugaku walked to the center of the cave, lowered himself, and pressed down on the ground. The flames on the surrounding stone walls suddenly expanded as if they had come to life, shifting into various terrifying shapes. Fortunately, both men were mentally strong and remained unfazed by these external phenomena. As Uchiha Fugaku's chakra gradually transmitted, a black curse mark in front of him began to twist and disappear. The ground there also collapsed, and a pitch-black coffin slowly rose upright. Uchiha Fugaku's mouth widened in excitement as he stepped forward and lifted the coffin lid. A figure, old and with closed eyes yet exuding immense pressure, revealed itself in the underground cave. Orochimaru instinctively took 2 steps back under that overwhelming presence, his vertical pupils widening in shock, like a lower being forced to submit to a higher one. This is Uchiha Madara. Quickly, Orochimaru recalled the image of this legendary figure who once roamed the ninja world alongside the first Hokage. You want me to revive Uchiha Madara? After a brief adjustment, Orochimaru became immune to the pressure and instead walked up to the body of Uchiha Madara with fiery eyes. Unable to resist, he raised his finger and lightly tapped on the red armor of the legendary ninja. He had long sought after the corpse of this ninja hero after learning the reanimation jutsu, but to his surprise, he found it here in the Akatsuki. Yes, let us begin. Let the ninjas of the 5 great nations witness the might of the Uchiha ancestors. Ha ha ha. On the other side, the ninjas of the 5 great nations had gathered and were ready to go. Uchiha Nan arrived beside them using the Flying Thunder God technique. Originally, he intended to fulfill the agreement he made with Kuratsuchi, Yatagame, and Terumi Mei to send a clone to ensure the safety of their respective village ninjas. However, The armies of the 5 great nations had already dispersed. According to the characteristics of each ninja, they had formed several special teams. Seeing this situation, to fulfill his promise to them, Uchiha then gritted his teeth and created several clones to ensure that each team had one. He then used the Flying Thunder God technique again to meet with the 5 Kage, sitting high above and watching this unprecedented battle in the ninja world. In a forest at the border between the Fire Country and the Rain Country, Kanjuro, Sai, and Omoi went ahead to scout the situation. The ambush team, ready for battle, encountered the first batch of reanimated ninjas. Led by the remnants of Akatsuki, Deidara, along with a product of Orochimaru's bloodline experiments, they faced off against the likes of Sasori. Brother Sasori, it's been a while. I'm so excited to see you again. Deidara couldn't help but rush to Sasori's side, putting his arm around his shoulder happily. He held deep respect for this brother who once risked his life to buy him time to escape. Sasori, who had previously experienced familial affection with his grandmother's help, had already let go of desires and was ready to move on to the Pure Land. But who would have thought that he would be summoned again by Orochimaru? At this moment, he wore a displeased expression and pushed Deidara away. Meanwhile, the figure in the black robe said nothing, remaining silent, making it hard to distinguish whether he was a reanimated ninja or a living person. Kanjuro and the others noticed the enemies appearing before them, waved to their companions behind, and drew their swords. Seeing the lifeless face of their opponents, Kanjuro's expression became much more serious. Everyone, prepare for battle. Orochimaru, who was secretly observing, felt excited. This was his creation. How could he not be thrilled for the first battle after coming out of hiding? Kanjuro waved his hand, spreading 3 scrolls on the ground and clapping his hands together. 3 clouds of smoke appeared, revealing the ant, crow, and pepper fish, 3 grotesque puppets connected to Kanjuro's fingertips by blue chakra threads. Are these toys? Though he was very reluctant to engage his former comrades again, Kanjuro could not tolerate the fact that Deidara had brought out his childhood toys. Just as Sasori was about to scold his younger brother, he suddenly lost control of his body, already taken over by Orochimaru's control. Be careful, they're being controlled. Saitoro opened the scroll on his chest, pulling out an ink-painted eagle, and in an instant, a cold light flashed in the arena. Kanjuro and the others were unaware of what was happening, as Sai's eagle turned into a puddle of ink that spread across the ground, staining a large area black. Kanjuro swallowed hard and pulled on the chakra threads in his hand, but suddenly he realized something, his pupils constricting as he shot backward. With a crack, the ground split open, and a gigantic mechanical fist smashed down. How is this possible? Kanjuro's face was filled with disbelief. His 3 puppets had lost control, and all the chakra threads attached to Sasori's delicate fingers. Deidara waved his sleeve and released a swarm of clay insects, a dense mass of white bugs rushing towards the shocked faces of Kanjuro and the others. It seems you still need to train more. A cold voice echoed in the arena. A beam of sunlight pierced through the dense foliage above. A figure, illuminated by this light, suddenly landed on the ground. The place where he landed cracked violently, collapsing downward. A circular shockwave shot out, forcing Kanjuro and his companions to raise their sleeves to cover their chests, continuously retreating under the pressure. The dense swarm of clay insects was also prematurely detonated by the shockwave, exploding into brilliant sparks. Countless craters were left on the ground, and the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Uchiha Nan, Lord Nan, Chapter 232, The Ninja World War, Part 2, as the dust settled before them. Kankuro and his companions gazed at the figure in the black robe in the arena, their eyes filled with surprise. Among them, Sai was the most excited. This was the legendary Konoha Reaper, who had nearly single-handedly ended the Third Ninja World War, a figure he had long admired. In contrast, Deidara stood across from them, retreating as if he had seen something terrifying. If it weren't for his brother Scorpion's Edo Tensei body being present, he would have likely found a way to escape. Faced with this terrifying man, Deidara couldn't muster even a hint of fighting spirit. Even Orochimaru, who controlled the Edo Tensei body, looked very grim. Uchiha Nan, you actually appeared here. The Edo Tensei body of Scorpion stepped forward, manipulating the 3 puppets he had taken from Kankuro and launching various agile attacks. After his base was destroyed, don't you have any new tricks, Scorpion? Uchiha Nan waved one hand forward. Vines burst forth from beneath the feet of the 3 puppets, binding them tightly at a speed they couldn't react to. Crack, crack. The tightening vines crushed them into countless parts that scattered everywhere. You shouldn't embarrass yourself with such things. Uchiha Nan lowered his hand and tidied up his somewhat disheveled collar upon entering. Damn it, even though Orochimaru was controlling him. Scorpion couldn't help but feel provoked by Uchiha Nan's taunt. Who was it that destroyed all his savings? However, the Edo Tensei Scorpion, even without his previous puppets, was still a powerful top-tier fighter. Don't forget, Scorpion was someone who dared to perform puppet modifications on himself. Scorpion raised both arms, and countless puppet mechanisms burst forth from his arms. Seeing this, Deidara gritted his teeth and charged forward, splitting into several shadow clones to follow the movements of the puppet mechanisms. Lord Nan, let us handle this. Sai pulled Kankuro and his companion toward Uchiha Nan, wanting to showcase their own strength. Uchiha Nan looked at their eager expressions and then scanned the last ninja among the enemies, raising an eyebrow. You three deal with him. Sai and the others glanced at the guy who clearly wasn't a strong opponent. They looked reluctantly at Uchiha Nan, hoping to negotiate for another chance. Go! The merciless voice brought them back to reality. The three could only hang their heads in disappointment and move toward the last member of the Akatsuki organization. That guy was quite considerate, stepping away from a group to face the three of them alone. As for the attacks in front of him, Uchiha Nan charged right in. The hidden weapon attacks launched by the puppet mechanisms could not break through Uchiha Nan's defense, which was close to the 6 paths level. The projectiles that could pierce shadow-level fighters were sent flying in all directions upon impact with Uchiha Nan. Only when he caught sight of 2 clones that had expanded several times and were about to explode did Uchiha Nan's figure flicker, using Flying Thunder God to disappear from the spot. In the blink of an eye, he appeared next to Kankuro. A pale hand reached out. Uchiha Shin, who was on guard against the enemy, would never have expected that this legendary Konoha Reaper would launch a sneak attack. The bloodied hand passed through his chest to his back, becoming transparent. Uchiha Nan withdrew his hand, and Uchiha Shin fell to the ground unwillingly. Lord Nan, this. Kankuro and the others swallowed hard. What? Have you all forgotten the true essence of a ninja? It's not about straightforward confrontation. Uchiha Nan scoffed. He had previously left a Flying Thunder God mark on Kankuro's sleeve, precisely to eliminate this enemy. Why use extra effort to kill an opponent easily? Uchiha Nan waved his sleeve, and the fierce wind generated crushed the clay insects that Deidara had launched. He stepped forward and flashed out. As Deidara's life flashed before his eyes, Uchiha Nan appeared before him with a chilling smile. Puff. Also through the chest, also transparent front and back. Deidara looked down at the large hole in his chest, unable to help but let out a bitter laugh as he fell. However, waiting for death was not his style. Deidara used the last of his strength to lift his arm, gripping Uchiha Nan's hand tightly. He tightened the muscles and bones within his body, keeping that hand embedded in his chest, then grinned widely. Look at my shining art. His body suddenly inflated, muscles expanding like they were being blown up, tearing his clothes apart as he grew larger. In no time, he broke through the confines of the forest, inflating into a giant, emanating an incredibly terrifying and dangerous aura. Birds in the sky were frightened, flapping their wings and flying away. Is art a big star? Uchiha Nan was lifted into the air by the inflated Deidara, only then managing to withdraw his arm. Looking at the ground below, he clapped his hands. I can't let you have your way. 4 towering walls, burning with purple-red flames, rose up, sealing Deidara within. As the dazzling white light and terrifying fire waves erupted, the reinforced barriers trembled under the terrifying power contained within, with small cracks spreading across their surfaces. What a pity! Your art is still not big enough. Uchiha Nan flashed to Scorpion's side, his arm glowing with green chakra, forming a blade of cold light. With a casual swing, sharp explosions echoed in the air. Meanwhile, the Edo Tensei Scorpion, caught completely off guard, was instantly reduced to several scattered fragments on the ground. Uchiha Nan dispersed the chakra surgical knife from his arm. He opened his 5 fingers, then clenched them tightly. Chains shining with golden light extended from his back, producing the sound of iron clashing. Scorpion's reassembled body was bound tightly, turning him into a large bundle. Sai, very perceptive, stepped forward with a sealing scroll, placing the large cocoon inside and looking up with an expression seeking praise. Uchiha Nan patted his head, offering some words of encouragement. Meanwhile, in another direction, Uchiha Nan's main body gathered with the 5 Kage. He closed his eyes, watching the battle records refresh with good loot, the corners of his mouth lifting. The feeling of gaining without effort was delightful. With so many clones fighting outside, the main body just needed to lie still. Once this war ends, the skills to farm in the ninja world would surely be nearly maxed out. He wondered just how much his power would swell. On another battlefield, The ninjas led by Kuratsuchi and Tsuchikage also encountered their opponents. The battlefield was densely packed with countless white humanoid creatures, all looking identical. Even the well-experienced ninja coalition felt a chill, including Kuratsuchi and the Tsuchikage. Chapter 233 The Ninja World War 3. Suddenly, the ground deep below bulged like a volcano. 20,000 white zetsu were spat out like insects. The yellow earth and black earth exchanged glances and stepped back a few paces, coming to stand in front of the ninja coalition. Black earth raised an eyebrow and threw a small puppet she had been holding tightly onto the ground. You, don't forget your promise to me. It's time to take action. As the puppet approached the ground, it suddenly expanded. A handsome young man dressed in a black robe appeared on the scene. Is having long legs a reason to be rude? Uchiha Nan stood up straight, slightly displeased as he looked at Black Earth's long legs. But Black Earth hadn't said anything yet. The rugged yellow Earth stepped forward, blocking the gaze between the two and interrupting their eye contact. He looked puzzled, glancing at his daughter behind him, then at the ill-intentioned Uchiha Nan, and couldn't help but frown. What do you have to do with my Black Earth? Although Yellow Earth's expression was very calm, the ninjas behind him had already sensed the anger buried beneath that calmness, and they instinctively took a few steps back. Relationship? Does touching her thigh count as a relationship? Uchiha Nan scratched his head with a foolish expression and smiled at Yellow Earth, as if he had no idea what kind of consequences such a statement would provoke. Damn it, don't talk nonsense. Dad, don't listen to him. Ignoring Black Earth's anxious warnings, Yellow Earth's face and neck were already flushed with crimson. He looked like a furious red shrimp. Legs. He spat out with great difficulty, breathing heavily through his nose. He pushed aside his daughter's obstruction and stepped closer to Uchiha Nan. He raised his large hands, contemplating how to tear Uchiha Nan into smaller pieces. Haha, father-in-law. Don't be so excited. I'm embarrassed, Uchiha Nan said with a silly smile while placing his hands on Yellow Earth's bulging muscles, which were already prepared for battle on his shoulders. No matter how much Yellow Earth struggled, he could only stand there, easily suppressed by those two hands. In front of so many people, since he had called him father-in-law, Uchiha Nan couldn't just slap him down. He could only pretend to be amiable and keep patting Yellow Earth's shoulder. The terrifying strength made the ground beneath Yellow Earth sink slightly, as if trying to pin him down. Let go, you bastard. Fortunately, Black Earth saw the signs and hurried over, slapping Uchiha Nan's arm away. She looked at her father's already swollen shoulder with pain. Dad, don't listen to him. It's all lies. Black Earth didn't know how many good words she had to say to calm Yellow Earth down. But this middle-aged man was still standing in front of the ninja coalition, his eyes fixed on Uchiha Nan, his mind racing, seemingly contemplating how to make the Konoha Grim Reaper die unexpectedly on the battlefield. Just after calming her father down for a moment, Black Earth approached Uchiha Nan with a dark expression. Her charming eyes glanced at him. Bastard, I called you out to help, not to stir up trouble. Uchiha Nan scratched his head, replying seriously, Stir up trouble? How could I stir up trouble? Isn't what I said the truth? Your legs, Ugh. Black Earth, looking annoyed, lunged at him, pressing her delicate hand firmly over Uchiha Nan's mouth. I should have known this bastard was no good. I shouldn't have let him talk so much. Just get to work. She turned around and saw her father, who had calmed down earlier, now glaring at Uchiha Nan with fiery eyes. Black Earth quickly released Uchiha Nan's mouth, not even bothering to wipe away the saliva, and pushed him towards the 20,000 white zetsu. You hurry up and kill them. The fact that she even swore showed just how angry this well-mannered young lady had become. The ninjas behind Yellow Earth and Black Earth, who were watching the show, were enjoying the spectacle. They sighed in their hearts that this trip was worthwhile, as they had actually encountered the Konoha Grim Reaper and the big drama of a Wagakure. One by one, they looked at Yellow Earth, whose face was serious and silent, with teasing eyes, the meaning obvious. Uchiha Nan, who had been pushed out, helplessly pursed his lips, watching the rushing 20,000 white zetsu. He reached out to adjust his sleeve, and then his gaze turned cold. He slammed both hands onto the ground. Earth style, ground movement core. In the astonished eyes of the ninja coalition and Yellow Earth and his daughter, the ground before them collapsed as if struck by a divine axe. The ground for hundreds of miles suddenly caved in, revealing a pit dozens of meters deep. The white zetsu running on the surface were caught off guard, suddenly stepping into thin air, one by one flailing their bodies as they fell in. Even those who were somewhat prepared were powerless against the pit, falling into the same fate. But that wasn't the end. Falling from dozens of meters likely wouldn't kill this group of freaks. Uchiha Nan raised his hands from the ground and clapped them together in front of his chest. A wave of yellow chakra swept across the ground. Crack, crack, crack. The wide, deep pit was as if being pressed inward, with the cliffs on either side being pushed by an invisible force. They continued to converge towards the center, causing the surrounding mountains to rumble and collapse. The group of white Zetsu at the bottom of the pit could only helplessly watch as the surrounding cliffs continued to close in. Within the area specially created by Uchiha Nan, even their so-called floating technique could not be activated. They could only futilely attempt to delve into the ground. A group of white Zetsu squeezed together, as if being pressed in a meat filling. One by one, they exploded and died. In no time, the terrifying pit that had previously existed was flattened as if it had never been there. Even the ground that had closed up was many times harder than before. Gulp! Behind Uchiha Nan, a synchronized sound of swallowing echoed. Such a miracle had left the ninja shocked, unsure of how to describe it. They would probably never forget this scene in their lives. The way they looked at Yellow Earth was no longer the same as before, but filled with jealousy. Many silently whispered, "This big guy is really lucky to have found such a good son-in-law. Who told him to have such a good daughter? Damn it. My daughter is also very beautiful. Lord Nan, can you take a few more looks?" For someone like Uchiha Nan, who could single-handedly erase a nation, these people looked at him with a mix of admiration and fear. If someone close to them could establish a connection with him, they could walk freely in the entire ninja world. The envy these ninjas felt towards Yellow Earth and his daughter was almost unbearable. They wished they could beat them up and take their place. Chapter 234, The Ninja World War, Part 4. At this moment, both Huang Tu and Hei Tu had their own thoughts. For Hei Tu, her eyes sparkled as she locked onto Uchiha Nan, filled with excitement and secretly marveling. As expected of her, she had casually wandered into a small forest and found such a powerful man in Uchiha Nan. With his help, wouldn't the land of Earth be worry-free? Who would dare to cause trouble with this guy around? Indeed, in Hei Tu's heart, she had already designated Uchiha Nan as her man. For this well-educated, strong-willed girl who had never faced any setbacks. Uchiha Nan had dared to decisively deal with her a few times and even touched her. Hei Tu had already made up her mind to marry no one but this scoundrel. That was why she could calmly ask Uchiha Nan for a shadow clone to protect the land of Earth. However, Huang Tu was different. From the perspective of a father, he was filled with resentment, gritting his teeth. Uchiha Nan, that dog, not only killed the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails in front of him, but also got beaten up himself. That could be overlooked, as they were all fighting for survival on the battlefield. Huang Tu had nothing much to say about that. Now that the five nations had allied to resist the Akatsuki organization, the previous grievances had been wiped clean. But Uchiha Nan, that dog, dared to lay hands on his little cotton-padded jacket. Huang Tu could not tolerate this. After all, she was his beloved daughter whom he had raised since childhood. Someone he feared would melt in his mouth or break in his hands. Even if Uchiha Nan was incredibly strong, Huang Tu did not want his little cotton-padded jacket to have any entanglement with this guy. He had heard about the chaotic private life of the Konoha Reaper, but the development of events was clearly not in Huang Tu's control. On another battlefield, Kakashi, Might Guy, and others encountered Zabuza and Haku, leading the 7 ninja swordsmen. Old rivals, Kakashi, Zabuza said as he clashed with Kakashi, one wielding a long knife and the other throwing shurikens, creating a loud crash. Through the sparks flying from their weapons, both saw nostalgic expressions in each other's eyes. A special bloodline limit, Ice Shield, Ice Spike, erupted from a very pretty young boy's hands. Kakashi frowned and swiftly dodged. "I'm sorry, Kakashi-sama, I can't control myself," Haku said, hands emitting a faint chill with an apologetic look in his eyes. On the other side, the reanimated 7 ninja swordsmen surrounded them, each displaying cruel smiles. Many of them had inexplicably died in the past due to someone's hatred for Konoha's ninjas. At this moment, even without Orochimaru's control, they sharpened their knives and surrounded Kakashi and the others. "Ah, this is youth." Might Guy raised his eyebrows, facing opponents who once posed a life-and-death crisis for him. He felt a surge of heat within his body, almost burning him up. 8 gates. "Stop, Guy, don't fight recklessly here," Kakashi interrupted Guy's 8 gates technique. With a smirk, he threw a small puppet into the air. Zabuza and Haku looked at each other in confusion, not understanding what their old rival was doing. Only the 7 ninja swordsmen recognized the puppet's face. Even as reanimated corpses, their expressions darkened, their eyes filled with a chilling coldness. "You think throwing a puppet will scare us? Are you insulting the 7 ninja swordsmen?" PK's Raiga gritted his teeth and drew his long knife, flashing in front of the puppet, intending to cut it in half. Seeing this, Kakashi smirked and revealed a mischievous smile. Swish! The blade flashed, and the cold light cut through the air. Hikei's Raiga's eyes narrowed. The shiny blade was actually caught gently by a pale hand, without revealing any sharpness. Following that hand, Hikei's Raiga's gaze fell on a familiar face. "You Uchiha Nan," he shouted, fear flooding his mind, even breaking through the control of the reanimation technique. He continuously retreated, abandoning his long knife and distancing himself by several dozen meters. Zabuza and Haku exchanged confused glances. Then Zabuza's face darkened as he spoke. "Hikei's Raiga, to flee in battle like this, do you deserve to be a member of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen? Such a disgrace to the village." Before he could finish, Zabuza noticed something even stranger. The remaining 6 members of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen were also desperately retreating, even running farther than Hikei's Raiga. Haku speculated that if it weren't for the limitations of the reanimation, this group would have long disappeared. "Don't embarrass Kirigakure any further." Zabuza's expression turned completely black as he raised his long knife, pointing it at the 7 Ninja Swordsmen. "What qualifications do you juniors have to say that? Do you know who he is? Do you know how powerful he is? Crushing you two would be effortless." Kurasame Tsukumo dared not look at the figure in the black robe, trying to escape but unable to move. He could only speak to the junior who dared to insult them. "Oh, is someone very powerful?" Zabuza and Haku looked at Uchiha Nan in confusion. Uchiha Nan smiled at them, wearing an expression that seemed harmless. "Isn't this just a gentleman? What is there to be afraid of?" This time, even Haku couldn't help but react. He couldn't understand why this polite and handsome young man, even in the face of enemies, was so terrifying. It's not surprising, though. When Uchiha Nan made his name, Haku and Zabuza were still small fry and had never heard of him. By the time they gained some experience and ventured into the ninja world, Uchiha Nan had disappeared for over a decade. When he returned, these two had already died. Thus, it was understandable that Haku and Zabuza had not heard of Uchiha Nan's reputation. "We have nothing to say to fools." Suigetsu Zuki, covered in cold sweat, raised his long knife with a serious expression. Since they couldn't escape, they could only fight. Let me see how powerful your fearful enemy is." Zabuza swung his large knife, stepping toward Uchiha Nan. Haku was also ready to assist with ninjutsu. After all, they were elite ninjas. And even though they fundamentally did not believe what the 7 ninja swordsmen had said, they still maintained the necessary vigilance. "Please, give me your guidance." Zabuza gripped his knife, facing Uchiha Nan head-on. "Don't worry, I'll go easy on you," Uchiha Nan said, revealing 8 teeth in a perfect smile. He waved his hand gently. Zabuza's pupils constricted, and he realized why the 7 ninja swordsmen were so afraid of this young man. Chapter 235. The immortal technique transforms into a Buddha Creek. The sound of metal grinding echoed. Zait Bujan stared blankly at the long knife in his hand, which trembled incessantly in the grasp of the figure in the black robe, producing a harsh noise. Uchiha Nan opened his hand, and the upper half of the steel long knife had already been crushed into metallic particles by powerful pressure, scattering in the wind and falling onto Zai Bujan's dazed face. Before he could react, the pale hand reached forward, about to land on Zai Bujan's head. Surely, his head couldn't be harder than that renowned steel knife. "Be careful." Bai, watching from a distance, was on the verge of bursting with rage as he saw Zai Bujan in danger. He hurriedly released the prepared ninjutsu from his hands. An ice shield, a corner of a white whale, had an unlimited supply of chakra thanks to the Edo Tensei body. Bai was unafraid of depleting his chakra and unleashed his strongest ninjutsu that he could currently master, all to deal with that monstrous young man. In the void, under the sunlight, a crystal-clear ice construct covered the entire sky. A piercing chill descended as the head of the giant whale crashed down, causing the onlookers to hastily step back to avoid being affected. Uchiha Nan glanced at Zai Bujan's head while also having the leisure to look up at the sky. Interesting. With a bang, Zai Bujan's head was lightly slapped by that hand, splitting open like a watermelon. Uchiha Nan promptly took the broken long knife from his hand. He looked at the corner of the white whale that was about to land with a faint smile and raised his arm to gently wave. In an instant, everyone on the battlefield felt a chill sweep through. A dazzling light burst forth in midair. A blade mark, nearly cutting through the sky, erupted. The blade mark emanated an unstoppable aura, rapidly advancing and shredding the massive whale, blocking its path into a cloud of icy powder. The momentum did not stop and surged straight into the sky. Where it passed, the clouds were sliced open, leaving behind a clear blue sky. Even the tail of the blade mark had a dark streak that devoured everything around it. The sky was torn apart. Might Guy stared blankly at the blade mark, then looked at his own fist unsure of what he was thinking. Meanwhile, Zaibujan, having restored his body, had retreated to Bai's side, watching everything in horror. If it weren't for the harsh words he had said earlier, he would have grabbed Bai by the neck and joined the 7 ninja swordsmen. Haha, Junior, why are you hiding so quickly? Heichue Leia laughed mockingly at Zaibujan's movements. Aren't you looking down on us and talking big? You're nothing special. Shigua Mountain's blowfish ghost chimed in. Shut up. Zaibujan clenched his fist tightly, wishing he could personally kill these cowardly individuals. He was just being cautious, not retreating. In the blink of an eye, their group lost control of their bodies, all taken over by Orochimaru. Orochimaru was nearly furious. He couldn't understand why Uchiha Nan, that bastard, always appeared to ruin his plans, continuously sealing his subordinates whom he had painstakingly resurrected with Edo Tensei over the years. This intense hatred made Orochimaru wish he could dismember Uchiha Nan. All right, don't rush. Uchiha Fugaku stepped out from the void vortex, comforting Orochimaru. Uchiha Nan's clones are numerous, so let's throw them down. When the time comes, he'll suffer. When the final battle begins, the dangers of multiple shadow clones will be enough for him to handle. Maybe we can take the opportunity to kill this major threat. You're right. Orochimaru thought of this too, and a smile appeared on his face. Wait for death, Uchiha Nan. On the battlefield, Zaibujan and the others, under Orochimaru's control, fully demonstrated their style of consuming energy without a hard fight, providing alternating cover to avoid being sealed. Uchiha Nan punched Bai's beautiful upper body to pieces before the sealing could even begin. Zaibujan charged forward without any defense, desperately hacking at Uchiha Nan. The remaining members of the 7 ninja swordsmen assisted from the side, with Shigua Mountain's blowfish ghost dragging Bai's remaining body away, waiting to reassemble not far away. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Uchiha Nan's clone was getting pulled to the limit, his expression darkening. He clapped his hands, and the sage chakra factors gathered deep within his dantian immediately became active. Uchiha Nan closed his eyes, and strange patterns appeared on his face, with a dark comma emerging on his forehead. Then his eyes, shining with cold light, opened. A unique pressure of sage art radiated out, causing the expressions of those present to change. Even Zaibujan and the 7 ninja swordsmen, who were resurrected with Edo Tensei, felt a certain influence. Sage art, transforming into a Buddha. As Uchiha Nan's voice fell, a gigantic wooden figure sitting cross-legged suddenly appeared, with a bright light blooming behind its head, as if hanging a small sun. Uchiha Nan levitated up, arriving atop the giant's head. He extended a hand, pressing downwards. The massive wooden figure mirrored the action. But unlike before, the light behind its head instantly enlarged, covering its entire body. From it extended nearly 1,000 shadowy arms, moving slowly in sync with Uchiha Nan's actions. Boom, 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 boom. Under the gaze of the Ninja Alliance and the despairing eyes of Zaibujan and others, nearly 1,000 arms pressed down, shaking the earth. Giant, deep pits appeared, and those ninjas who hadn't reached the shadow level lost control of their bodies, being bounced high into the air by the immense force from the ground, then crashing back down. When they tried to stand up, the same wave of force hit them again. Up and down, the cycle repeated endlessly. By the end, those people even stopped resisting and changed into a comfortable position mid-air, waiting to crash back to the ground. 5 minutes later, the tremors of the earth finally ceased. The wooden figure vanished, and Uchiha Nan slowly floated down from the sky under the fearful gazes of everyone. In a vast pit filled with handprints, fragments occasionally gathered together, trying to coalesce into a human form. However, it seemed to be thrown into chaos by the continuous attacks, forgetting what its body parts looked like. It could only drift continuously in the air, sometimes forming a triangular head, sometimes gathering into a round body. Even Edo Tensei, under such continuous multiple attacks, found its so-called immortality disrupted. As expected, quantity is everything. Uchiha Nan clapped his hands and waved towards the distance. Chapter 236. The old predecessor, a vast expanse of golden chains flew out from behind Uchiha Nan, continuously extending into the deep pit ahead, driving the fragments of the reanimated bodies into one place. They intertwined and formed a giant, shimmering golden bell. Since it was impossible to distinguish who was who, it was best to seal them all in one place to avoid any omissions. Let those souls, who were almost extinguished, fight it out inside. As for whether the eyes of White would be placed on Zabuza's head, or the legs of the pufferfish ghost from Watermelon Mountain would be attached to the arms of Haikureya, that was no concern of Uchiha Nan's. Truly, you're something else, Nan. Kakashi and Might Guy jogged over, excitedly watching the giant bell made entirely of diamond chains. Kakashi, do you think I will forget that you threw me out to block a knife? Uchiha Nan chuckled, clapping his hands, slamming Kakashi and Guy into the ground to vent his frustration. On another battlefield, Gaara, Temari, Inoki, and Naruto led their ninja forces against the predecessors reanimated by the 5 great nations. Third, Uchiha Inoki versus. Second, Uchiha Mu, Son Gaara versus Father Raza, Naruto versus. Third, Raikage A coalition of miscellaneous ninjas versus. Second, Mizukage Jinjetsu. Gaara and Temari looked at Raza not far away with complex expressions, struggling to speak. Father. They had never imagined they would meet long-dead relatives in this war. But Orochimaru would not give them a chance to reminisce. Raza indiscriminately summoned countless iron sands, pouring down like a torrential rain. Sandstorm burial. Father, this is no longer your era, Gaara said flatly, not saying much about the past suffering. He summoned a massive statue of Mazu Nanghu, colliding head-on with Raza. Inoki was also in the sky with his teacher. Columns of white light capable of obliterating everything burst forth from the hands of the two. Occasionally, they would randomly incinerate some unfortunate soul below. Meanwhile, Naruto, who should not have been very strong without becoming the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, radiated a green light, seemingly having learned a remarkable ninjutsu from somewhere. As he casually swung his fists, green Rasengan bursts erupted one after another, powerful enough to suppress the third Raikage. However, the miscellaneous ninjas faced the second Mizukage, whose abilities were very suitable for group battles, and were simply making fools of themselves. Temari, seeing the increasingly dire situation, gritted her teeth, took out a puppet, looked at it reluctantly, and still threw it out. Uchiha Nan appeared in the arena in the blink of an eye. What a lively scene. He shook his head and smiled at Temari. Before he could choose his battlefield, a voice from the sky exclaimed, "Oh no!" Inoki, holding his old waist, crashed down right in front of Uchiha Nan. "Ouch, my old back. Oh, Nan, you're here. Then I'll leave this to you. I'm going to rest and recuperate." Without waiting for Uchiha Nan to speak, Inoki swiftly burrowed into the ground, disappearing from sight. Uchiha Nan watched the figure wrapped in bandages fall from the sky, his mouth twitching involuntarily. He deeply suspected that Inoki had seen him appear and, not wanting to exert himself anymore, pretended to injure his back to rest. "Oh, so you're the one my disciple chose to deal with me?" The second Uchiha Mu fell from the sky, looking at Uchiha Nan with raised eyebrows, surprised. No matter how he looked at it, he couldn't sense any threat from this young man. Could it be that his disciple had grown old and was randomly picking someone? That would be troublesome. Uchiha Nan smiled shyly. "That's the honor of Senior Inoki. I will do my best." Although he had been tricked by the old man, Uchiha Nan did not want to pursue the matter further. After all, who he was dealing with was not important, and besides, he could always take revenge on his granddaughter later. "Go ahead, Junior, let me see your strength." Hearing Uchiha Nan say this, the second Uchiha Mu had a better impression of him and immediately reduced his strength, taking advantage of this moment of awareness. He wanted to give some pointers to the junior. "Then, Senior, here I come." Uchiha Nan raised his fair and tender fist, slowly walking step by step to Mu's side, leisurely throwing a punch. "Junior, be strong, don't." Before the second Uchiha could finish his sentence, the fist he regarded as no threat struck his chin, making him swallow the words he hadn't finished saying. A tremendous force came, plunging the second Uchiha into darkness, as if the sun had vanished in an instant. But in Temari's eyes, it was a different scene. The second Uchiha had just wanted to show off his prowess. But Uchiha Nan mercilessly smashed his reanimated body to pieces with a punch. By the time the second Uchiha reassembled his body and regained clarity, his head was still spinning, unsure of what had happened. "Junior, just now." Uchiha Nan lifted his leg, exerting his strength at a speed invisible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, he was before the second Uchiha, ignoring his dazed expression, and raised his fist again. "You!" Crack! The sound of shattering continued. Uchiha Nan wanted to press the advantage and seal this old predecessor directly. But Orochimaru could no longer bear to watch the second Uchiha's foolishness. A powerful force mastering Dust Release was being so easily toyed with. He personally took control of the battle. Dust Release, detachment of the Dust World. A column of white light burst forth under Orochimaru's precise control, aiming to turn Uchiha Nan and the others to ashes. It had been a long time since he used Dust Release. Uchiha Nan shook his arm and made the same hand sign. Naturally, he would foolishly use other methods against Dust Release. Dust Release, detachment of the Dust World. A column of white light 10 times larger than that released by the second Tsuchikage erupted. It easily crushed the small beam and, with unrelenting momentum, blasted the second Tsuchikage to ashes. The remaining power passed through several stone pillars standing on the battlefield, engulfing the third Raikage, who was in a fierce battle and radiating lightning, along with Naruto, who was glowing green. When the white light faded, the two stumbled out, looking disheveled, their glow dimmed and clothes torn. Sure enough, it didn't work. Uchiha pouted, thinking he should have increased his strength earlier. The third Raikage was one thing, but Naruto was increasingly off. It was better to strike while the iron was hot than to let it linger. Meanwhile, the second Tsuchikage had reassembled his body. Orochimaru was also temporarily stunned by the earlier dust release, losing his ability to control him. Junior, how can you use dust release, and with such greater power than mine? Chapter 237. Reunion with the third Raikage. The second Tsuchikage looked at Uchiha Nan with a puzzled expression. Clearly, it was the same ability. Dust release was developed by him personally. With his body having infinite chakra, how could it be easily crushed? Senior, dust release was developed by me on my own. If you could develop dust release, then of course I can too. The second Tsuchikage scratched his head, realizing that the ninja world has never lacked geniuses. If he could research dust release, couldn't others develop it as well? Uchiha Nan spoke nonsense without a hint of embarrassment. He only explained so much because he noticed the second Tsuchikage had a dignified demeanor and was an upright person. Otherwise, he would have sealed his opponent long ago. As for what you said about infinite chakra, having infinite chakra doesn't mean you can release infinite chakra in an instant. If a mere Edo Tensei could do that, then the ninja world would have been destroyed long ago. The power of ninjutsu lies in this. My body is incredibly strong, and with a large amount of chakra, the output is naturally great. Therefore, my dust release can easily overwhelm yours. At this moment, after listening to Uchiha Nan's satisfactory explanation, the second Tsuchikage was about to say something else when his body lost control again. A gentle breeze passed, and a cluster of sparkling particles lit up in the air, shining brilliantly in the light. The second Tsuchikage's body vanished as if erased by an eraser, disappearing without a trace. Even the sensing ninjas in the Ninja Alliance failed to detect his chakra. Meanwhile, Inoki, who had been hiding underground watching the battle, suddenly changed his expression. Unable to resist, he poked his head out and shouted, "Be careful, that's my teacher's dustless Misai, with strong invisibility abilities. Combined with the light-heavy rock technique, it's invincible, and it needs." Before Inoki could finish, a white beam of light struck him, creating a large pit where he was hiding. Lord Tsuchikage. The Rock Village ninja in the Ninja Alliance watched helplessly as their Tsuchikage was taken down, their mentality collapsing. "Shut up, that's just a shadow clone." Uchiha then turned around and scolded the Rock Village ninja, scaring him into silence. What a hindrance of an old man. If he had all that time to talk, why not just tell me the method to break this troublesome ability? Uchiha then raised an eyebrow and cursed inwardly. Was Inoki really taught by the second Tsuchikage? How could such an upright person teach such a cunning disciple? But it's all right. Those repercussions will eventually fall on your granddaughter. Wisps of mental power extended outwards. Uchiha then closed his eyes, capturing the subtle movements around him. Dustless Misai allowed the second Tsuchikage to become invisible, undetectable even by sensing abilities. Coupled with the light-heavy rock technique to reduce his weight, he could fly in the sky, making him a silent and elusive deadly assassin. Moreover, the second Tsuchikage also mastered dust release. Hiding in the sky was like being a floating artillery platform, continuously launching deadly attacks. Uchiha stepped back to dodge a white light that blasted a deep pit into the ground. He countered with another dust release to intercept another attack. Back and forth, his tightly closed eyes finally opened, transforming into blood-red Sharingan. "I found you," Uchiha Nan whispered, locking onto a specific spot in the sky. He joined his hands and unleashed chakra intensely. A thick white beam shot out. He had spread his mental power across all surrounding space. With nearly 6 paths-level mental power, even the tiniest air movements in the sky could be felt. The second Tsuchikage's dustless Misai, no matter how powerful, was just invisibility. It couldn't ignore physical movement. There would always be air disturbance during movement, and this provided Uchiha Nan with an opportunity. The thick white beam, which required several people to embrace, enveloped the second Tsuchikage's figure in the sky before he could evade. Swish! The Edo Tensei body was completely obliterated, just as it was about to reshape. Golden chains wrapped around it, sealing it within. In that final moment, the second Uchiha finally regained consciousness. Uchiha! Is it another Uchiha? At the last moment, sealed by the golden chains, the second Uchiha looked at those blood-red Sharingan and sighed inwardly. Truly worthy of the Konoha Reaper. You are indeed more useful than this old bone of mine. Seeing the danger dissipate, Inoki finally emerged from underground, one hand on his lower back, smiling at Uchiha Nan, his face full of well done. However, what Uchiha Nan didn't notice was that before the battle started, Orochimaru had feared there wouldn't be an opportunity and had long made the second Uchiha split off a clone. Now, seeing the main body sealed, the clone, under Orochimaru's control, distanced itself from the battlefield. Before leaving, Orochimaru even glanced back. Let that big shot deal with you, huh? You old fool. Uchiha Nan cursed inwardly, waving his hand and turning away. He saw nothing but a gluttonous expression on Inoki's face. But before he could go support the Ninja Alliance, which was lost under the second Mizuki's attack, another figure intercepted him. Kid, I didn't expect to see you again. The third Raikage stared at Uchiha Nan, his face filled with excitement at encountering an opponent. Back then, to buy time for the ninjas in the village to escape, the third Raikage burned his body, unleashing his last chakra in a desperate attack. Yet he couldn't kill Uchiha Nan. Now, he had returned to the ninja world through Edo Tensei, and seeing his former opponent, his fighting spirit was hard to contain. It's you, third Raikage, compared to the battle-ready third Raikage. Uchiha Nan didn't want to engage with him at all. As for this guy, who dared to harm Tsunade back then, letting the Cloud Ninjas go was already a courtesy considering the old man's fearless sacrifice for his juniors. Besides, wasn't this guy restrained by Naruto Uzumaki? Uchiha Nan raised an eyebrow, shifting his gaze to the figure glowing green. He immediately found him fighting at the battlefield with Gaara and Shino. Naruto Uzumaki was glowing green, holding a Rasengan, wanting to rush over to help, but was stopped by Gaara, leaving him standing there sulking, with no thoughts of holding back the third Raikage. Let us fight to the fullest this time. The third Raikage, now also an Edo Tensei body, was not afraid of wasting chakra. He fully activated his lightning release chakra mode, enhancing his body. Blue light emitted from him, with every hair on his head standing upright. The terrifying power could be seen from his towering muscles. Ha! Third Raikage, don't think that just because you've turned into a Super Saiyan you're impressive. If you dare to block my path today, I'll send you to the Pure Land again. Chapter 238. The second generation water shadow this time. The old man is truly immortal. The third generation Raikage wore a serious expression, extending a finger to point at Uchiha Nan. Blue electric light gathered around him. He unleashed his signature move once again. Hell Spike, a technique that, with the supply of infinite chakra and an immortal body, was stronger than the one he had used when he was exhausted, having drained all his chakra energy. Swish! A bright bolt of lightning streaked through the arena. Its speed was so fast, and its power so strong that it cut through the air, leaving behind a burnt smell. Faced with the full-powered Hell Spike, even the current fourth-generation Raikage would probably be unable to catch its trajectory and would be directly taken down by this move. However, in the constantly swirling eyes of Uchiha Nan Sharingan, it was clearly visible, and he could dodge at any moment. Not to mention, Uchiha Nan could even sense the number of sweat hairs on the third-generation Raikage's face with his mental energy. Facing this move, Uchiha Nan smiled, his figure flickering as he moved ahead of it, breaking through to stand right in front of the third-generation Raikage. He raised his arm and, with a speed faster than the Raikage and greater strength, punched the Raikage in the chest. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. The third-generation Raikage's eyes widened. His chest was empty, and the blue light was completely overwhelmed, scattering everywhere and creating deep pits in the sandy ground. His body uncontrollably flew backward, crashing through 5 or 6 stone pillars and leaving a long scratch on the ground before finally stopping the immense force within him. The third-generation Raikage, with his Edo Tensei body, stood up without feeling any pain. He looked at the hollow in his chest and the injuries on his back, which had only a few charred bones remaining, and he pouted in frustration. This kid is really strong, but the old man is not done yet. As he spoke, the injuries on his chest and back had already fully healed. He transformed into a blue light again and charged toward the black-robed figure. Uchiha Nan coldly snorted and met him head-on. Bang! 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 As the two clashed, the surrounding air continuously exploded. The ground beneath their feet was occasionally struck by the shockwaves, creating dozens of meters-deep pits. The third-generation Raikage's face was as serious as water. In just a short exchange, his arms, chest, and calves had been shattered into pieces. This left him quite frustrated. Gritting his teeth, he injected the lightning chakra from his body into his head while his injuries were recovering. Perhaps due to the excessive amount, his already spiked hair stood even taller, looking as if it were drawing energy from the sky. The third-generation Raikage's rugged head also shone as if overloaded. He roared, suddenly bowing down and charging at Uchiha Nan's chest, clearly seeking revenge for the earlier punch. That old man is too bright. It hurt my eyes. Uchiha Nan took a deep breath, raising his palm like a knife. A deep green light flared at the edge of his palm, and he gritted his teeth as he slashed toward the glowing light bulb in front of him. Swish! The sound of scissors cutting paper echoed. In the incredulous gazes of those watching, Uchiha Nan single-handedly raised his arm and split the invincible third-generation Raikage in half from the head down. Before the Raikage could recover, Uchiha Nan coldly snorted, waved his hand, and sealed him. Now, no one on the battlefield could stop him. Uchiha Nan breathed a sigh of relief and walked toward the second-generation Water Shadow, who was busy beating the ninja allied forces. As he got closer, he saw a man dressed like a magician in a high-collared trench coat, sporting two small mustaches, standing atop a clam-like summoning beast the size of a house. Interesting. It's actually a fake, Uchiha Nan observed as the ninja allied forces desperately threw shurikens and ninjutsu at the illusion. He couldn't help but shake his head. Can't keep up. Really can't keep up. He then opened his mouth and lightly blew out a stream of air. A strong wind swept through, blowing away a thin layer of mist. The illusion of the second-generation Water Shadow disappeared as a result. The ninja allied forces scratched their heads in confusion. To be able to break my illusion. You're quite impressive, young man. As the mist dissipated, Ghost Lantern Moon jumped onto the giant clam and curiously stared at Uchiha Nan. I'm sorry, senior, but you must be sealed. Uchiha Nan still held a bit of respect for these seniors who held no grudges against him. In an instant, he vanished from his spot, appearing right before Ghost Lantern Moon. He swung his fist down with a whoosh. Smack! Ghost Lantern Moon had no time to react and was turned into a splash of water by that ferocious punch. Uchiha Nan's initial target was not him, and seeing this, he paid no mind. Instead, he relentlessly punched the giant clam beneath him. Crack, crack, crack. At the point where his fist landed, the clam's shell caved in, and cracks spread outwards. Poof! A large puff of white smoke appeared as the clam, severely injured, automatically returned to the summoning realm to heal. Uchiha Nan stood up and watched it disappear. He quite liked this summoning beast that remained loyal even after its master had died many years ago, so he held back. He merely drove it away without dealing a fatal blow. Otherwise, with his strength, he could have shattered it into pieces in an instant, leaving it no time to return to the summoning realm. Uchiha Nan turned around to see a puddle of water reassembling into Ghost Lantern Moon's form. Youngsters do have strength. Ghost Lantern Moon also gazed at the spot where his old friend had vanished, taking a deep breath, his eyes filled with a mix of reluctance and relief. However, he was soon controlled by Orochimaru, who rapidly formed hand seals with both hands and slammed them onto the ground. A dazzling array of colorful bubbles suddenly burst forth from the dry desert. Plop! One of the bubbles rose into the air and, for some unknown reason, burst, generating a powerful force that blasted a deep pit into the sand below. If a single bubble had such power, one could only imagine the effect of the entire group. However, Uchiha Nan's expression remained unchanged. The black windmill in his blood-red eyes spun continuously. Since I've opened my eyes, let's use you. Universal de composición. The long and used eye technique reappeared. Those colorful bubbles, theoretically capable of blowing apart a small mountain, seemed to be blown away by an invisible force. The chakra power contained within them rapidly dissipated. The colorful light vanished, leaving only crystal-clear bubbles. Uchiha Nan reached out his index finger and gently popped one. It merely produced a clear sound and then remained silent. Chapter 239. Steam Danger and Violent Might. Is this the power of the legendary Kaleidoscope Sharingan? Ghost Lantern Huanyue stared blankly at Uchiha Nan's blood-red eyes, the curiosity in his gaze evident. As the former second Mizukage, Ghost Lantern Huanyue naturally knew the information about Uchiha Madara and was well aware of how ruthless his Kaleidoscope Sharingan was back in the day. Countless famous masters in the ninja world had perished beneath those eyes. He didn't expect to see it in this younger generation, but thinking of the mastermind behind it. Ghost Lantern Huanyue's expression darkened. You have quite the experience, senior. Uchiha Nan waved his sleeve, dispersing the harmless bubbles in front of him. Come on, let me see the abilities of those eyes. Ghost Lantern Huanyue quickly performed hand seals, his hands creating afterimages. As the second Mizukage, his water release techniques were extraordinarily powerful. Needless to say, water release, giant water iron cannon. The water elements in the air continuously gathered as Ghost Lantern Huanyue channeled chakra, creating enormous water spheres before him. They were dark black, resembling the depths of a dark sea. This was the giant water iron cannon, an improved version of the Ghost Lantern Clan's proud technique. The water iron cannon, while maintaining its rapid mobility, its size had increased, amplifying its power several times over. After all, quantity equates to justice. With a wave of his hand, the giant water spheres shot through the air at Uchiha Nan at high speed, like high-speed flying cannonballs. But their mass and power far exceeded that. Since the senior has this wish, I will fulfill it. Uchiha Nan raised an eyebrow, the windmill in his eye continuously spinning. Manifestation of all phenomena, due to the continuously rising power of his kaleidoscope Sharingan, which had even evolved into the Rinnegan. The power of this ocular technique also soared. Not only could it easily handle abilities that could not be decomposed before, but its effective range had also increased severalfold. In midair, over 20 meters away, the invisible ocular power rippled out, colliding with the giant water sphere. It immediately froze in midair, the dark color within fading away in an instant. And then its volume continuously shrank, transforming into water molecules, vanishing into thin air. Above it, a cloud resembling cotton candy formed, gaining a bit more size. With the moisture contained within, it wouldn't be long before a torrential rain would arrive. One impressive ocular technique. It can actually counter all ninjutsu. The Sharingan lives up to its reputation. Can you let me see something else, Junior? A unique light flickered in Ghost Lantern Huanyue's slightly comical small eyes. Uchiha Nan had no objections and nodded casually. He had the ability to suppress everything, whether it was Ghost Lantern Huanyue's schemes or his genuine desire to see more. It didn't matter. Everything revolved around Uchiha Nan himself. Ghost Lantern Huanyue's thoughts shifted, and he performed hand seals. A water clone emerged from his body, transforming into an identical shadow clone. The water clone also smiled at Uchiha Nan and slowly moved toward him. Its size was initially normal, but as it approached, it became increasingly grotesque, swelling up. By the time it was within 10 meters of Uchiha Nan, its size had expanded more than threefold, resembling a large inflatable doll. Be careful, Junior. I'm about to unleash my ultimate move. Ghost Lantern Huanyue's small eyes blinked rapidly as he clapped his hands. Steam Danger and Violent Might. The shadow clone, which had swelled several times, rapidly expanded even more within a brief moment, looking as if it was about to unleash terrifying power. A very interesting ninjutsu, Uchiha Nan observed, and a long-lost skeletal giant materialized behind him. Compared to before, a trace of flesh had appeared on its blood-colored bones. Under Uchiha Nan's ocular power, the flesh rapidly grew, covering the skeletal giant in no time. That wasn't all. Armor plates emerged on its blood-colored body, forming a complete set of red chakra armor. Complete body Susanoo. This time, Uchiha Nan summoned the Susanoo giant without weapons, as they were unnecessary. He even intentionally reduced the size of the Susanoo, shrinking it from several hundred meters to just a few dozen. Yet even so, in the eyes of Ghost Lantern Huanyue and the allied ninja forces, it radiated the aura of a blood-colored demon. The evil chakra emanating from it made them feel somewhat short of breath. With a crack, the complete body Susanoo knelt before Uchiha Nan. Boom! Just as Ghost Lantern Huanyue's Steam, Danger, and Violent Might reached its limit, it exploded violently. The high-temperature power burst forth, causing the nearby ninja alliance to feel a wave of hot air rushing toward them. A layer of white mist continuously billowed, and the yellow sand beneath their feet turned a glaze-like color due to the extreme heat. However, that towering blood-colored phantom remained motionless, its armor showing no signs of damage. As if nothing had happened at all, just a gentle breeze brushing by. Under Uchiha Nan's control, the Susanoo stood up with a swoosh. It moved rapidly through the air toward Ghost Lantern Huanyue, its blood-colored fist slamming down with great force. Splash! A pool of water scattered, fleeing in all directions. Oh, you elementalized early to dodge Susanoo's punch? Could it be you also possess observation haki? Uchiha Nan revealed an intrigued smile. He truly didn't expect anyone in the ninja world to pull off such a feat, no worries. It wouldn't happen again. The Susanoo moved toward Ghost Lantern Huanyue, who was reassembling his form. I'm going all out too, Junior. Ghost Lantern Huanyue waved his hands, creating afterimages as he released all the chakra he could muster in an instant. If it weren't for his body being in a state of impure world reincarnation, he wouldn't have been able to release all his chakra. Even moving his hands like this would have broken his bones. But now, that wasn't the case. As he desperately released chakra, 5 water clones identical to the previous one appeared. Steam Danger and Violent Might. Moreover, with his continued chakra output, there was a trend of more clones appearing. Enough playing, let us end this. Uchiha Nan raised an eyebrow, and the Susanu's body froze. He lifted a blood-colored arm into the void and drew out a long knife wreathed in black chakra flames, a sight that was terrifying at first glance. With a twist of his arm, the blood-colored long knife, surrounded by black flames, positioned itself before the Susanu, ready to strike at the expanding water clones and the desperate ghost lantern Huanyue. A piercing, buzzing sound emerged. The massive blade sliced through the air, distorting the surrounding space. The razor-sharp edge easily sliced through the high-temperature steam left in the wake of the Steam Danger and Violent Might explosion, sweeping past the still-growing clones and directly slashing at Ghost Lantern Huanyue. Chapter 240. Uchiha Madara. Kageyama Mitsuki wanted to say something more, but the blood-red long knife swirled with black flames surged. It burned through my split body along the blade. The sealing power surged forth, directly drawing me into the edge of the knife. My face appeared within the blood-red blade, adding to its power. Seeing this, Uchiha Nen nodded in satisfaction. His intention was not to do anything to me, but to seal me within the blade, waiting to release me after the Ninja World War ended. Since he had summoned Susanoo, Uchiha Nen also did not want to let it dissipate so easily. He turned to the last battlefield. The 4th Kazekage was controlling iron sand glimmering with golden light to resist the massive hand of Gaara Susanoo. Bang! The layer of iron sand above the 4th Kazekage's head cracked and shattered. Raza's dark eyes stared at the female figure made of sand behind Gaara, unsure of what he was thinking. Gaara, bang! The blood-red long knife slashed down. Raza vanished without a word. Even the golden sand sea beneath him was split open with a massive knife mark. Black flames surged, sealing him within the blade as well. Father! Temari glanced at Uchiha Nan above Susanoo and hurried over, but she did not see Raza's figure. Gaara stood there, his eyes vacant and a look of loss on his face. It felt as if a void had emerged in his heart. You're really annoying, causing all this trouble. Uzumaki Naruto turned his head, also looking at Uchiha Nan with an unpleasant expression. Do you want to try my blade? Uchiha Nan had long been displeased with this guy. That innocent, kind-hearted, helpful Naruto seemed to have disappeared over the years. Only a vastly changed, completely different reincarnation of Indra remained. Even Kushina sometimes complained to Uchiha Nen that her child seemed increasingly off. Uchiha Nen raised a long knife in Susanoo's hand, preparing to see if he could cut this guy down in one blow. Uzumaki Naruto also tilted his head, silently staring at Uchiha Nen above Susanoo. A layer of green chakra continuously surged around him, causing the power within him to increase dramatically, a terrifying force hidden within his body, ready to explode. Even Uchiha Nen sensed a hint of threat. Stop it, Lord Nan. Naruto, calm down a bit. Gaara stepped between the two, controlling Susanoo and blocking their tense gaze. Suddenly, Gaara felt an immense pressure pressing down on his shoulders. A chill swept over him, as if he were about to be executed. This made him feel bitter inside. However, he still forced a smile and tried to comfort Uchiha Nan and Naruto. With his friend's persuasion, Naruto finally calmed down a bit and turned to leave. What a pity if he dared to make a move. I was planning to take him down. Uchiha Nan sighed and also turned to leave. Only Gaara listened to his words, feeling a chill run down his spine. He was worried about his friend, but could not go against Uchiha Nan, who had once saved him. Boom! Suddenly, the ninja coalition that was cleaning up the battlefield sensed a wave of heart palpitations. They couldn't help but look into the distance. A massive column of chakra shot into the sky, darkening the surrounding sky. Uchiha Madara, I've been waiting for you. Uchiha Nen also sensed that powerful and sinister chakra, his lips curling up. At the same time, the other 4 Kage, excluding Inoki, rushed over and collided head-on with that chakra. On the other side, Darui and others guarding the route to Turtle Island encountered a group of white Zetsu. Opposite Darui, 2 figures stood on the surface of the sea, almost identical in appearance. One with silver hair and the other with golden hair. A fierce battle erupted. Darui, along with 2 helpers, clashed passionately with the 2 elder figures from the Cloud Village. Kin and Jin. In the distance, Ten, with her hair tied in 2 buns, was throwing shuriken and felt that the situation was perilous. She recalled the black-robed figure who had patted her head before leaving. constantly reminding her. A faint blush appeared on her face, but she gritted her teeth and threw out a small doll she had kept in her ninja tool pouch. The doll transformed in mid-air into that black-robed figure. "Are you in danger?" Little Ten. Uchiha Nan stood up straight, walked to Ten's side, first rubbing her head, then grinning as he reached for the two small buns on her head. "Mind the occasion, Lord Nan." Ten, her face flushed, pushed Uchiha Nan away with a look of anger. Ever since their chance encounter at a Chinese restaurant in the village, they had become good friends. Since then, Uchiha Nan had been very curious about the small buns on Ten's head, occasionally touching them. Ten always fiercely condemned this behavior, but in reality, she enjoyed it and never stopped him. However, today, in front of so many people and on the battlefield, she felt embarrassed, no matter how comfortable it was. It couldn't be done. "First deal with the enemy, Lord Nan." "Understood, we'll talk later." Uchiha Nan finally patted Ten's head and withdrew his hand. Facing the nearly visible coastline filled with white zetsu, he raised his eyebrows, clapped his hands, and released a terrifying chakra. Fire style, meteor fire rain. The ninja coalition engaged in battle suddenly sensed that the surrounding temperature seemed to rise significantly, causing them to sweat profusely without knowing why. Until one sensing ninja looked up at the sky. Startled by what he saw, he shouted, The sky. Shut up. This is war. What are you shouting about? Which village's ninja are you? Didn't anyone teach you this?" His companion, seeing his panicked expression, immediately scolded him with disdain. But he couldn't help but take a glance at the sky. What is that?" Others were also attracted by the commotion, looking up one by one, their faces filled with horror. In the sky, a blazing fireball the size of a house hung there, emitting an endless amount of heat. Even from below, the light around the fireball was affected, distorting the view. Most importantly, this flame was not just one, but hundreds or thousands of them. They filled the sky above the heads of the ninja coalition. From a distance, it looked like a sea of fire turned upside down over them. Meanwhile, in the distance, White Zetsu and the Golden and Silver Brothers also noticed this scene. Chapter 241, The Reckless Gene and Einhorn's Buzz. The entire coastline was illuminated brightly, the intense energy making everyone feel as if they were trapped in a steamer. Small suns, carrying terrifying destructive power, continuously fell onto the shoreline. Hiss! A white absolute on the surface of the sea could only watch helplessly as the fireballs fell from the sky. The terrifying temperature turned it to ashes in an instant. Without any pain, the sea surface below it was also dried up over a large area, and crystalline formations appeared in an instant. Sizzle. Thousands of fireballs fell one after another. The white absolute coalition could only wait helplessly to be incinerated. Hundreds. When the scorching light in the sky disappeared, the sun reappeared. Streams of vapor continuously rose into the sky, and when they dispersed, the ninja coalition stared in horror at the coastline that had retreated several hundred meters, exposing the seabed reefs. Could it be that this was done single-handedly, drying up the surrounding coastline? Is this still human? Splash. The power of nature is great. Although Uchiha Nan's attack was brief, it had evaporated countless seas of water. But in just a few breaths, the relentless waves from afar crashed back. The tumultuous waves brought back vast amounts of seawater. However, countless figures of white absolutes were no longer visible on the sea surface. Damn it, who did this? The mission is going to fail. Jin Jiao, having regained his body, raised his head fiercely to look at the figure in the black robe among the ninja coalition. No matter who it is, they must die in the face of the Six Paths treasures. Yin Jiao also said with a fierce expression, "With you guys, you still want to kill that person? It's a delusion. Let our own people from Yun Hidden Village take care of you." Darui turned to glance at the black-robed figure not far away, contemplating his relationship with the village, and fell silent for a long time. He swung his long knife and charged forward. Achi followed closely. "Be careful, you too." Sammy shook her head helplessly. She followed with a modest heart. "Ha ha. When Yin Jiao and I roamed the ninja world, you little brats didn't even know where you were. You think you can kill us?" Jin Jiao injected chakra into the banana fan in his hand and suddenly waved it down. A sea of blazing fire erupted. But that wasn't the end. He flipped the fan again and continued to fan. Whoa! The gentle wind danced, and an impending terrifying storm followed. The wind fueled the flames, causing the sea of fire to surge violently. Although the temperature was not as destructive as the previous rain of fire from the sky, it far exceeded the power of S-rank ninjutsu. Defense. Jin Jiao's weapon was the banana fan, which allowed him to freely use the 5 elements of chakra. It was a weapon of the legendary Sage of Six Paths and could not be taken head-on. Samui's face changed as she saw the terrifying ninjutsu. She stopped on the sea surface, her chest heaving twice, her palms waving continuously. She opened her cherry lips and unleashed a torrent of water. Water release, great waterfall technique. The waves, empowered by the sea, rapidly grew in strength, suddenly multiplying several times, crashing into the sea of fire. Hiss! A cloud of white mist rose. But before it could fully ascend, it was incinerated by the following waves of fire. Even with the power of the sea, Samui could not match Jin Jiao, who wielded the banana fan. Fortunately, Darui and Achi were still there. Wind release, light fang. Fire release, fire flow, slash. The intertwining light fangs and sword-like fire waves split the sea waves apart and collided with the sea of fire. Boom! The crimson and azure fire easily shattered all attacks. But it also detonated itself. The violent airflow surged with high temperature. Darui's expression changed, and black lightning surged from his body for defense, additionally protecting Achi, who was closest to him. But Samui was not so fortunate. The high-temperature airflow rushed in, and she could only brace her arms in front of her. The terrifying temperature quickly burned her arms' clothing, exposing her fair skin, and her body was knocked into the air. Sister, Samui. Darui and Achi struggled against the high-temperature airflow, helplessly watching as that figure was about to crash into the sharp reef protruding from the sea, seemingly destined for doom. Samui even let her body go limp, quietly awaiting death. Suddenly, a black-robed figure appeared. Uchiha lightly tapped the sea surface, creating a ripple. He flashed to Samui's side, and under her gaze, filled with confusion and gratitude, he pulled her into his arms. The collision of their chests made Uchiha feel a different softness. Not inferior to Tsunade, Uchiha held Samui and quietly landed between Darui and the Jin and Een horns, unable to help but exclaim, "Sister, are you okay?" Achi hurried over, glancing at his older sister and then at Uchiha handsome face. Samui pressed tightly against Uchiha's warm, solid chest, as her eyes dazedly pondered. She was suddenly awakened by her brother's call. She quickly took a step back, distancing herself from that enchanting place, lowering her head to softly say to Uchiha, "Thank you. It's nothing." Uchiha smiled gently, trying to showcase his handsome side, feeling a bit tempted. His tender voice entered her ears, making Samui lower her head even further. Her heels unconsciously lifted, her toes lightly tapping the water's surface. Beside them, Achi wore a shocked expression. He looked at his sister, who had never shown such a side before, and for a moment didn't know what to say. "Hey brats, if you want to play house, get lost and don't hinder our mission." Jin Jiao mocked with his big mouth, breaking the beautiful and harmonious scene, dispelling all ambiguity. "Ha!" Uchiha smiled lowly, his sharp gaze locking onto Jin Jiao, an invisible aura bursting forth. Damn it! Darui and Achi suddenly felt a panic rise within, instinctively scanning their surroundings. In that brief moment, they felt something that could dictate their life and death had appeared. The leaf brat's mouth is really foul. You must be the grandson of Senju Tobarama, right? Let me send you to find that old man. Jin Jiao, with the golden rope wrapped around his arm, exerted force in his legs, creating layers of waves on the sea surface, rushing over at terrifying speed. "You're looking for death, but not like this." Uchiha trembled slightly with anger at Jin Jiao's words. Having never encountered such a foul-mouthed person before, he had made up his mind to completely obliterate the souls of these two old fossils, leaving no chance for them to enter the Pure Land. Chapter 242. Snatching treasures, be careful. Those ninja tools are not simple. The APIKey rope can bind people and expel their spoken spirits. The 7-star sword can sever and curse fire spirits, and the Zijin red gourd can capture and seal spoken spirits, Samui said, looking worriedly at the two about to clash, addressing Uchiha back. "Don't worry," Uchiha replied, noticing the smug look in Jin Jiao's eyes and the deliberately extended APIKey rope. A slight smirk appeared on his lips as he suddenly gathered the terrifying chakra within his body into his fist, gripping it tightly and forcefully punching forward. Bang! The air shattered. Jin Jiao was also shattered. The smug smile on his face, filled with scheming, shattered along with him. Only the gleaming APIKey rope was sent flying toward the world of Hades by the tremendous force. Jin Jiao and Een Jiao's eyes bulged in disbelief, unable to accept the outcome. Seeing his brother shattered, rage surged within him, and without hesitation, he swung the 7-star sword and charged forward. When Injiao saw Uchiha Nan raising his arm to intercept the seven-star sword, he suddenly revealed a smile and laughed. You fell for it, Konoha brat. Expel the H-kin rope. Curse him, seven-star sword. He intended to take this opportunity to defeat the powerful enemy, Uchiha Nan. Injiao swung the seven-star sword down, imagining how satisfying it would be to trap this brat who single-handedly annihilated the white Zetsu army into the red gourd. Seeing this, Samui also thought of the enemies that had once been sealed by Jinjiao and Injiao recorded in the hidden cloud village, her heart racing. She lightly tapped the water's surface, unable to resist the urge to rush forward to help. However, until the seven-star sword was caught bare-handed by Uchiha Nan, Injiao waited for a long time without seeing the expelled spoken spirit. What's wrong? The H-kin rope failed? No, that's impossible. Injiao stared at Uchiha Nan's smiling face, his heart racing in panic as he desperately shouted, Expel the H-kin rope! H-kin rope! H-kin rope! Have you said enough? It's my turn now. Uchiha Nan calmly used the power of the six paths within him to suppress the urge that slipped out, smiling slightly. He exerted force from his waist, raised his arm, and turned his body. With one elbow, he smashed Jinjiao's annoying face. Crack! The body brought back by the reanimation jutsu cracked like porcelain. Jinjiao's face split open, and his entire head exploded, pieces flying away. The headless corpse lost the ability to float and fell to the seabed. Phew, you're fine, that's good, Samui said, rushing to Uchiha Nan's side, her chest heaving. Seeing that he was not sealed within the Zijin red gourd, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Uchiha Nan said, grabbing the seven-star sword and the Zijin red gourd left by Jinjiao. He turned back, smiling to reassure Samui. The ninja tools left by the Sage of Six Paths were not ineffective against Uchiha Nan. They were just suppressed by his borrowed power of the Six Paths otherwise. He analyzed. Even Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, the two top figures in the ninja world, would also be pulled out of their spoken spirits upon contact with the H-kin rope. It would just be a more arduous process compared to ordinary ninjas. As long as one did not master the power of the Six Paths or possess abilities of the same level, they would probably be restrained by these few ninja tools. The old man of the Six Paths, who knows what he intended by leaving these treasures. Could it be that he wanted his descendants to more easily dominate the ninja world? Uchiha Nan thought to himself, Brat, return our treasure. The reformed Jinjiao, while raising his hand to summon the H-kin rope back from the seabed, glared at Uchiha Nan with a dark expression. Occasionally, he glanced at the two Six Paths ninja tools in Uchiha Nan's hands with veiled eyes. Haha, do you want them? Then defeat me. Uchiha Nan infused the vast chakra within him into the seven-star sword. The light blue glow burst forth, and the blade, as large as a door, shimmered with a terrifying cold light. Just standing there, it severed the surrounding air. It even had the ability to multiply chakra and enhance its quality several times. Uchiha Nan's eyes gleamed as he suddenly realized that the seven-star sword, besides severing spoken spirits, also had formidable attack power. But isn't this even better? This thing is fated to be with me. From today onward, it will bear the Uchiha name. Brat, give it back. Jinjiao was even more furious at Uchiha Nan's words, unable to hide the anger on his face. Even Darui felt somewhat uncomfortable, wanting to say that this item was a legendary treasure of their hidden cloud village. Shouldn't Jinjiao and Injiao's heirs belong to them? However, he looked at the unopposed ATSI and the worried Samui, who was gazing at Uchiha Nan, and he sighed heavily. Sigh. Uchiha Nan had no idea what he was thinking, only knowing that he had found treasures today. He flashed in front of Jinjiao, the seven stars sword glowing blue in his hand, emitting a crisp hum. He struck down heavily. Jinjiao's eyes narrowed in shock. He didn't even see Uchiha Nan's moving figure before he suddenly appeared in front of him. By the time he wanted to raise his hand to resist, it was already too late. Swish! The door-sized seven stars sword cleaved down. Jinjiao's face was filled with horror as a sense of emptiness spread, slowly splitting him in half from the top down. Uchiha Nan lowered his body and swiftly grabbed the banana fan. Just as he was about to grab the H-kin rope, the rope unexpectedly twisted its body, evading his grasp and fleeing into the distance. Uchiha Nan looked up and saw Injiao, with a smug expression, summoning the H-kin rope. Can you escape? A black shadow flashed by, and a fair hand easily grabbed the H-kin rope's body. Ignoring its struggles, he forcefully injected chakra into it. In a short time, he completely controlled it, leaving Injiao in the distance, unable to retrieve his treasure no matter how he summoned it. Don't be impulsive, little brother. Use the Nine-Tails chakra. I want to crush this Konoha brat and vent my anger. The reformed Jin Jiao gritted his teeth, glaring at the 4 treasures in Uchiha Nan's hands, feeling as if his heart was bleeding. Those were all theirs. Add me as the big brother. In Jiao could no longer hold back. The two shouted in unison, blood-red chakra bursting from their bodies. A violent aura surged into the sky. The cruel and evil aura made Darui and the others instinctively raise their hands to shield their faces. What? What is that? ATSI stammered, asking her elder sister under the pressure of that power. Samui, being the intelligence officer of the Hidden Cloud Village, thought for a moment and explained. Legends say that Jin Jiao and In Jiao were once swallowed by the Nine-Tails, but, relying on their bloodline passed down from the Sage of Six Paths, they forcibly bit through the Nine-Tails' belly and escaped from there. At this point, Samui's expression also turned somewhat grim, seemingly frightened by this brutal method. Chapter 243. Special treasures. Since then, the two seniors, Jin Jiao and In Jiao, have gained some abilities of the Nine-Tails and have become the strongest two in the village. Sammy watched as the transformation gradually completed, turning into two blood-red half-beast Jin Jiao and In Jiao. With a worried expression, she looked at Uchiha Nan. The pearl-like grains also emitted brilliance. People like you, remnants of the old era, should stop causing chaos. Uchiha Nan strapped the 7-star sword to his back, with the purple-gold-red gourd hanging at his waist, holding a banana fan in one hand and the golden rope in the other. He looked at the two resembling the Nine-Tails and smirked disdainfully. These two guys merely devoured some of the flesh and blood of the Nine-Tails, gaining a portion of its chakra. The tailed beast cloak they used only enhanced their own chakra and provided a few more modes of attack, increasing their destructive power slightly. They couldn't even compare to Kushina, the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails, when she used the tailed beast cloak. Even if Jin Jiao and In Jiao truly had a Nine-Tails in their stomachs, so what? They had lost before. Uchiha Nan looked at the golden shimmering golden rope in his hand, its surface engraved with some special runes. He raised his hand and gently stroked the rope made of unknown materials, which felt extremely smooth and comfortable. Injecting his chakra into it, the originally sparkling surface of the golden rope dimmed, as if it had absorbed all the energy, waiting for a moment of explosion. This is the true Six Paths ninja tool. The way you two used it before was simply insulting. Uchiha Nan moved his left hand away from the golden rope. His right arm's muscles tensed, and, with a gentle flick of his palm, he said, "Listen to its humming." With a crack, the tail end of the golden rope broke through the air like a snake's head, swirling towards Jin Jiao and In Jiao. The runes on the surface flickered continuously, as if truly screaming at their old masters, just as Uchiha Nan had said. "You idiots!" Boom! Jin Jiao and In Jiao jumped into the air, forcefully stepping on the seawater. The golden rope, accompanied by a whistling sound, struck the sea surface beneath them, causing a large explosion. Waves surged dozens of meters high, and the entire ocean seemed to have caved in. "It's our turn, little brat." The two blood-red figures, suspended in mid-air, had blood-colored chakra enveloping their arms. They fiercely swung their arms forward, unleashing claw shadows that blotted out the sun, tearing through the splashing sea waves and reaching for Uchiha Nan. As expected, even though Jin Jiao and In Jiao could use the tailed beast cloak mode, they were still susceptible to the Nine-Tails mindset and had lost their awareness of the battlefield, failing to notice even the most basic things. Uchiha Nan raised an eyebrow and gently pulled on the golden rope in his hand. With a crack, a golden light suddenly emerged from the waves in front of Jin Jiao and In Jiao. In the blink of an eye, it brushed past Jin Jiao's body, sending him plummeting towards the sea. Jin Jiao. In Jiao looked worriedly at the direction where his brother was falling. "Don't worry, it's your turn." Uchiha Nan injected chakra into the golden rope again. The other end of the rope, which had become somewhat limp after knocking Jin Jiao down, now rose high like it had taken a tonic. It swung the rope to form a bow shape, launching wave after wave towards In Jiao. Damn it! The blood-red claw print changed direction and struck the surface of the golden rope. Blood and golden light clashed, creating a terrifying aura that caused the sea surface below to churn. But ultimately, the golden light prevailed, erasing the blood-red claw marks. With a flick of the rope, it also knocked In Jiao off the sea surface. However, before he could fall in the water, he was caught by the drenched Jin Jiao rushing up from below. The two of them radiated blood-red energy, their gazes fixed on Uchiha Nan. "Let's get serious and show him our power." Jin Jiao and In Jiao exchanged glances and spread their arms. 18 blood-red tails behind them suddenly expanded, reaching into the clouds above. like a peacock spreading its feathers. They dyed the entire coastline blood red. The two opened their mouths wide, and the chakra within them surged terrifyingly. Two dark red spheres gradually coalesced, absorbing chakra while also stirring the atmosphere around them. This is bad. It's the tailed beast ball. Quickly use a joint ninjutsu for defense. Those like Darui, who often sparred with Killer Bee, naturally understood what this move was. As the strongest offensive technique of the tailed beasts, its power was utterly devastating. Even the Raikage wouldn't dare to take such a move head-on, let alone now with two of them. The ninja allied forces behind also sensed the impending cataclysmic energy. Under the organization of some leaders, they began forming hand seals one by one, preparing to unleash joint ninjutsu to counter this attack. Don't worry, leave it to me. However, Darui saw Uchiha Nan facing the two-tailed beast balls head-on, with an indifferent expression, even waving his hand towards the back. He was taken aback. Is it really okay not to worry about the tailed beast balls? Darui wanted to refute, but he saw Sammy approaching not far away. Amid the gradually intensifying aura of the tailed beast balls, her delicate face showed no expression, just calmly looking at Darui. Trust him, though it was only 3 words. It reflected her firm determination. All right. Darui also conveyed the information to the back that there was no need to respond. Although the ninja allied forces were puzzled. Having witnessed Uchiha Nan's earlier earth-shattering ninjutsu, they believed they could withstand the enemy's next attack and were glad to stop their own jutsu. In the brilliance of Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, you shall perish completely. The tailed beast balls in front of Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao were about to be completed, and they burst into wild laughter. They believed this ultimate ability was enough to shred Uchiha, Nan, and the ninjas before him. Yet under the immense pressure of the tailed beast balls, cold sweat continued to pour from Darui's forehead. Watching Uchiha Nan still standing motionless on the sea surface without any action, he could no longer hold back. Hey, what are you doing? We're about to die. But even so, Uchiha Nan remained still, merely turning back to give Darui a calm look. This time, Darui was about to explode. He frantically ran his hands through his hair, pacing back and forth. Damn it, I really believed you guys, entrusting so many lives to your hands. Everything is going to end. Raikage, I'm sorry. He glanced angrily at the already completed tailed beast balls, then turned to look at the quiet ninja allied forces in the distance. Filled with regret, he wondered how he had impulsively trusted Uchiha Nan's nonsense. Now, he could only watch as the destructive power drew closer, ready to crush him and the entire army. Chapter 244. The conclusion of the Golden and Silver Horns. Is it finally over? Darui's agitation couldn't affect Uchiha Nan in the slightest. Watching the tailed beast ball successfully form, he calmly stood up and raised the already charged Qixing sword in his hand. Haha, Konoha brat, what? Do you think you can cut the tailed beast ball with just a sword? It's too late, just wait to die. The Golden and Silver Horns completely disregarded the figure holding the Qixing sword, as those who had mastered the Six Paths ninja tools for many years. They believed they had thoroughly studied the capabilities of these treasures. Back when they faced the Nine Tails, even the Qixing sword couldn't withstand the world-destroying tailed beast ball. Even the special abilities of the Six Paths ninja tools could not be successfully released under the disturbance of the forming tailed beast ball. Therefore, even when they initially touched the H-kin rope, they did not take Uchiha Nan's next action seriously. As the Golden and Silver Horns laughed maniacally and Darui lowered his head, full of regret, Uchiha Nan looked at the Qixing sword in his hand and softly spoke. Curse. Qixing sword. Don't waste your effort. That ability under the tailed beast ball is... The Golden and Silver Horn brothers became stiff, their eyes wide open, showing expressions of disbelief. They exhaled a mist of pale blue energy filled with many words. Meanwhile, the uncontrollable tailed beast ball, without any external influence, began to shrink. In no time, it degraded into a tiny point of light, disappearing in the ninja world. Darui also raised his head to look at the sea, gazing at that figure in a black robe, unsure of what to say. Could it be that all of this was part of your calculations? Sammy also walked over, looking up at Uchiha Nan's figure. I told you, trust him, you won't be wrong. Uchiha Nan stood on the water's surface, lifted his right foot, and stepped onto the invisible air in front of him, walking step by step towards the Golden and Silver Horns who were frozen in midair. Though there was nothing beneath his feet, it felt as if someone was supporting him. His steps were firm without the slightest ripple. Slash! Qixing sword. 2 beams of sword light flashed, and the bodies of the Golden and Silver Horns finally regained control, letting out a sigh of relief. But they soon realized their predicament, looking towards the figure holding the red gourd that was recording their words. They understood that once this process was completed, they would be defeated. So they made no further attempts to resist. Instead, they looked at Uchiha Nan with confusion, asking why. Clearly, in that situation, the ability of the Qixing sword was restrained. Seeing the pure curiosity in their eyes, Uchiha Nan scoffed and rested the Qixing sword on his shoulder. Why? Of course. It's because you are unworthy and cannot unleash its true power. Haha, unworthy? The golden and silver horns exchanged glances, their faces filled with bitter smiles. So all these years, they had never truly mastered the 6 paths ninja tools? Golden horn, silver horn, we are truly failures. Uchiha Nan patted the red gourd at his waist with satisfaction. Kumin, the lid of the purple gold red gourd opened, and an invisible airflow emerged, drawing the two into it. Let me send you to oblivion. Uchiha Nan placed his hand on the gourd and continuously infused it with his 6 paths power. Inside the purple gold red gourd, the golden and silver horns screamed once before turning to ashes, their souls even obliterated by that force. Seeing this, Uchiha Nan nodded in satisfaction. After his rebirth, he took out a ninja scroll and sealed all the weapons except the Qixing sword inside. He had indeed not lied to the golden and silver horn brothers. They had mastered the 6 paths ninja tools for so many years, but had never managed to refine them or fully grasp their functions. This was the reason for the golden and silver horn's failure. Of course, this could not entirely be blamed on them. Uchiha Nan had discovered something interesting during his recent use of the 6 paths ninja tools. The mark of the first-generation owner had yet to disappear, meaning the power left by the legendary sage of 6 paths was still at play. This was the reason the golden and silver horns could not fully master these weapons. However, as descendants of the sage of 6 paths, they still had some privileges. As long as these weapons were not tainted by 6 paths power, the golden and silver horns would always be their nominal masters. As long as the two were alive, these weapons could not be mastered by outsiders. But Uchiha Nan was an exception. The 6 paths power in his hands was not to be underestimated, easily overcoming this limitation. He also completely erased the sage of 6 paths mark, claiming these weapons entirely for himself. Perhaps the sage of 6 paths had never anticipated that after so many years of his death, someone could enter the 6 paths realm not through the reincarnation of Indra and Ashura, but solely by their own means. Otherwise, he would have certainly imposed more restrictions on these weapons. But for now, everything benefited Uchiha Nan. One can only say that good and evil will eventually be rewarded. Suddenly, Uchiha Nan shivered, feeling a chill spread throughout his body. In his uncertainty, he released his 6 paths power to sense his surroundings. He detected a gaze coming from an unknown place. This is trouble. Could it be the old ghost of the 6 paths has returned? Uchiha Nan looked around suspiciously, but the owner of that gaze never appeared. He decided not to think too much about it. After all, he was only a clone, and it was normal not to detect the enemy. Moreover, losing it wasn't a big deal. Let it be. In the rear camp, Uchiha Nan's main body was sitting cross-legged, reviewing the gains of the past few days when he received information from the clone and stood up. With a thought, he activated Flying Thunder God to arrive at the coastal battlefield. The main body and the clone nodded at each other. Uchiha Nan's sensory perception also failed to locate the malicious gaze. However, he had a definite suspect in mind. Old Man of the 6 Paths will settle some matters later. Then, before Darui and the ninja coalition could surround him, Uchiha Nan's main body vanished in a flash, leaving the clone in a daze. On the battlefield where the 4th Kazekage had just been sealed, Uchiha Nan reappeared beside the clone. He released his sensory power and witnessed an interesting scene in the distance. A figure clad in red armor was releasing massive amounts of chakra. Around him, blue tsunamis, blinding white light that disintegrated everything, terrifying fists, and searing lava, accompanied by booming lightning, were constantly appearing, turning the surrounding pristine ground into a mess. Deep cracks emerged on Mother Earth's surface. More than 20 blue Susanoo were attacking the 5 Kage, and the situation was dire. At that moment, Uchiha Madara, who had his eyes closed, enjoying the performance of the 5 juniors, seemed to have sensed something. His blood-red, eternal, Mangeki Sharingan turned to look into the distance. When his gaze met Uchiha Nan's, a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. Uchiha's descendants, I've finally waited for you. Chapter 245, finally listening to the domineering yet slightly excited voice in his ear. The clone couldn't hold back anymore. It floated up, wanting to fly towards Uchiha Madara for a grand showdown. However, Uchiha Nan's main body reached out to stop him. Let me handle this. When dealing with our ancestor, we must show some respect. We can't let people say the Uchiha clan doesn't understand the importance of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. As for you, just merge with me." Without giving the clone a chance to refuse, Uchiha then waved his hand and recalled it into his body, smiling as he flew towards Uchiha Madara. Kushina struggled to support her exhausted body. After shattering the skeletal giant in front of her, she let out a heavy breath. Her stunning face was marred with streaks of dirt, and her golden hair was drenched in sweat, sticking tightly to her slightly pale skin. But this did not affect the unique charm she exuded. Kushina lightly jumped back on her toes, dodging the massive sword blade that sliced down before her. Boom! The ground exploded into a pit several meters deep the moment the sword struck. She looked up to see other shadow-level powerhouses also struggling to breathe under the pressure of the split Susanoo. Truly worthy of being Uchiha Madara, a powerhouse who could be mentioned alongside her great-uncle. Kushina sincerely praised him, but then immediately clashed with the pursuing Susanoo. Bang! A tremendous impact sent her flying backward, crashing onto the ground and leaving 2 deep footprints. Her chakra was nearly depleted. She had to think of another way to defeat Uchiha Madara. Kushina coughed up blood, barely managing to stand with her hands on the ground, but her trembling legs betrayed her weakened state. Seeing the Susanoo chasing her again, she gritted her teeth and decided to burn her life force to replenish her chakra, intending to summon a slug to support the battlefield. Bang! But the moment Kushina made this decision, a blinding flash of lightning tore through the air. It slammed heavily into the towering Susanoo, producing a violent explosion. By the time Kushina realized something was wrong and looked up, she saw the enormous figure that had been pursuing her, now shattered by a black-robed figure floating in midair, leaving only fragments of ethereal bones glowing blue. Kushina rubbed her eyes and, upon seeing the newcomer's face, broke into a relieved smile. In the current ninja world, Kushina could only think of this person as capable of defeating Uchiha Madara. The other shadow-level powerhouses, even those in danger, also heard this faint call. They cast glances and, upon seeing the black-robed figure, even the fourth Raikage, who despised Uchiha Inen the most, felt a sense of relief. Be careful, just as Terumi may relax. A Susanoo figure smashed through her protective water barrier. A massive hand of blue chakra reached out to grab her. Am I going to die? She thought, chiding herself for making such a mistake. In this critical moment, Terumi may still had time to scold herself internally. Looking at the blue hand about to descend, she felt a twinge of regret. She shouldn't have run away that night. Now it was too late. Just when it seemed hopeless, Uchiha Inen used the flying thunder god mark he had left on Terumi, made to appear instantly between her and the blue hand. He threw a punch without holding back. The terrifying force compressed the surrounding air, completely shattering the remaining protective water around Terumi, Mei, and scattering it everywhere. After colliding with the fist, the blue hand's glow dimmed instantly, and cracking sounds echoed as fissures appeared, spreading toward the Susanoo giant's body. In no time, it followed the fate of the previous giant, turning into fragments of bones. Be careful. If you die, you'll have to wait for me to revive you. After casually dealing with the Susanoo, Uchiha Inen flashed to Terumi Mei's side, pinching her delicate face with her moist, large eyes, drawing a pout and dissatisfaction from her. All right, everyone step back. Leave Uchiha Madara to me. Uchiha Inen flew back to the center of the battlefield and casually issued an order to the most powerful individuals in the ninja world. They felt no sense of unease, one by one obediently accepting the command and stepping back to observe the battle from a distance. Suspended in midair, Uchiha Madara, with cracks on his face from being reanimated, also didn't take this opportunity to act. He merely watched the Uchiha Jr. who bore a shadow of his youth. And in his gaze, there was even a hint of subtle satisfaction. Uchiha Inen, is that your name? I can call you that, right? Lord Madara, you're joking. What do you want to do? Who can stop you? Uchiha Inen smiled, as if the two were not engaged in a life-and-death struggle on the battlefield, but rather a junior consulting a senior about some questions. As expected of someone I have high hopes for. Uchiha Madara chuckled, looking at Uchiha Inen with admiration. However, his expression quickly changed, reverting to a cold demeanor. It's a pity you've walked to my opposing side, aiming to disrupt the peace that should have come to the ninja world. Peace? Are you joking, Lord Madara? Things built on an illusory foundation are so unstable and dangerous. It's better to use something more practical. Uchiha Inen's smile did not change in response to Uchiha Madara's tone. It remained the same, calmly expressing his thoughts. Oh, really? Then, Nan, what do you think practical things are? Uchiha Madara showed no emotional reaction to Uchiha Nan's implied meaning. Having already guessed their plan for the Eye of the Moon, he felt no emotional fluctuation. Instead, he was very interested in his final words. As someone who had traveled the world, he was eager to see what possibilities this impressive junior would propose. Of course, it's power. Power is everything. As soon as Uchiha Nan's words left his mouth, he saw the expectation fade from Uchiha Madara's face, replaced by a mocking smile. Uchiha Madara looked up to the sky with his hands behind his back. Nan, I had overestimated you. I thought you could offer some profound insights. But it seems you're just following my old path. Conquering the ninja world with power will only bring oppression and hatred that won't last long. Chapter 246, Reincarnation I Madara. Have you ever thought about a question? Uchiha Nan said with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Once he had attracted Uchiha Madara's attention, he spread his arms, gazing deeply at him as he spoke. That is, your power is not strong enough. When your personal strength is enough to crush the entire world, they can only submit at your feet, humbly pleading with you, and peace will be within your grasp. Uchiha Nan's commanding voice resonated. Even the 5 Kages watching from behind him fell silent, exchanging glances as they envisioned that future scene. The 5 great ninja villages would be prostrated on the ground, wagging their tails in supplication beneath the shadow of a figure that could destroy the ninja world with a snap of its fingers. What a terrifying future! Noki couldn't help but exclaim. The 4th Raikage's gaze was also dark and uncertain, constantly drifting between Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Nan, sighing inwardly. I no longer know whether to help Uchiha Madara or Uchiha Nan. Ha. Uchiha Madara was momentarily stunned by his junior's words, then burst into laughter. His gaze towards him was filled with satisfaction. Could it be that you are the best candidate in my mind to execute the Eye of the Moon plan? Nan, you were just like I was when I was young. Arrogant, powerful, and disregarding others. But unfortunately, Madara, Uchiha Nan suddenly interjected, interrupting Uchiha Madara's words with a surprising declaration. I will not fail like you. I will always succeed, hanging high above the ninja world, becoming everyone's nightmare. Uchiha Madara fell silent, looking at this junior, suddenly unsure of what to say. Should he praise his ambition or criticize his arrogance and ignorance? Well, since neither can persuade the other, it will be better to follow the rules of the Uchiha clan. Whoever's strength is greater, their words are correct. Uchiha Madara's expression changed as he suddenly opened his purple eyes. Fire style, great fire annihilation. Although it was just an ordinary B-rank ninjutsu, it unleashed the power of a super S-rank forbidden technique from this Uchiha ancestor. A terrifying sea of fire erupted from his mouth, scorching the entire ground. The lakes and massive rocks created during the previous battle were all burned to ashes. Nothing could stop the advance of that sea of fire. Uchiha Nan smiled slightly, also opening his eyes. However, within his eye sockets were a pair of crimson, eternal Mangeki Sharingan, with runes continuously rotating. He clapped his hands and opened his mouth. Fire style, great fire annihilation. Boom! The 2 identical Uchiha ninjas, using the same ninjutsu, collided violently on this battlefield. The massive seas of fire from both sides clashed, painting the sky red. The intense heat spread outward, creating a fiery storm. Is this guy really trying to defeat Uchiha Madara with the same ninjutsu? Leaf Song, witnessing all this, pressed down the hair blown by the gusts of air from afar, speaking with a hint of uncertainty. What a crazy thing this is. All we can do is trust this guy. After all, he is everything to us. Tsunade said lightly, her sharp gaze sweeping over Terumi Mei and Leaf Song. The other 2 stiffened involuntarily, secretly bitterly smiling. Bang, bang, bang. At the point where the 2 scorching waves of fire met, terrifying explosions echoed continuously. The ground below had completely melted into a sea of lava. Moreover, the scorching magma continued to melt, transforming into an unknown gas, which was then further incinerated. Madara, it seems you're about to lose. Uchiha Nan smiled slightly, gently pushing his palm forward. The sea of fire belonging to him erupted violently, pushing forward and repelling the opposing wave of fire, decomposing and assimilating it. Is that so? Nan, you might want to take another look. Uchiha Madara gritted his teeth and desperately injected chakra into the sea of fire ahead. For a moment, the retreating waves of fire surged forward as if they had taken a potent elixir. Haha, stubborn as ever. Uchiha Nan effortlessly pressed down again with his palm. Crack. This time, Uchiha Madara's waves of fire ultimately could not hold on any longer and completely shattered. Seeing his ninjutsu fail, Uchiha Madara spread his arms in self-mockery without resistance before the vast sea of fire descended. I really am getting old. This body is not my true self. Whoosh! The sound of flames scorching echoed. Uchiha Madara's body turned into charred remains, falling into the sea of fire, completely extinguished. Uchiha Nen did not let his guard down. He remained alert, not believing that the reincarnated Uchiha Madara could be so easily eliminated. Sure enough, when the sea of fire vanished, a complete Susanoo, 100 meters tall, radiating blue light, clad in armor, wielding weapons, and with 2 wings on its back, descended. Uchiha Madara stood atop the head of that blue giant, quietly gazing at Uchiha Nan. Nan, let me show you the true power of the Uchiha. Under his control, the hundreds of meters tall, blue Susanoo grew several arms, each wielding a blue long sword. At the same time, the purple Rinnegan in Uchiha Madara's eyes swirled as he softly spoke, Heavenly Deva Path, Shinra, Tensei. The 5 Kages, watching from a distance, suddenly looked up at the sky. A dark shadow rushed toward them, completely blocking the light above their heads. What is that? Tsunade asked, puzzled. Oh no, it's a meteorite. Uchiha Madara actually has this kind of ability. Noki, who was most sensitive to Earth-style chakra, suddenly exclaimed, his expression turning grim. However, Uchiha Nan, hovering in midair and facing the meteorite head-on, remained calm, even smiling at Uchiha Madara. Madara, it seems I also have this kind of power. A flash of brilliance suddenly crossed Uchiha Nan's smiling face. Under Uchiha Madara's increasingly grim expression, as if he had guessed something, Uchiha Nan's blood-red, eternal, Mangeki Sharingan began to fluctuate. A hint of purple brilliance appeared deep within. Then, a series of circular patterns emerged, transforming the entire blood-red eye into a purple eye that hid countless mysteries. Rinnegan, Uchiha Madara's entire face suddenly darkened. Meanwhile, Black Zetsu, who had been using white Zetsu's eyes to observe this side, also panicked. How is this possible? Rinnegan? Where did his eyes come from? Could it be those 2 traitors? But no matter how they guessed, they would never think that Uchiha Nen had a system. He had gone to great lengths to hide his Rinnegan, precisely for this moment. Chapter 247. Brief retreat. The sky was dark and oppressive. The meteors, blocking out the sun, created a series of high-temperature sparks as they violently rubbed against the atmosphere. The clouds in midair were blown apart by the strong winds brought by the meteors, scattering in all directions. Amid the chaotic shouts of the ninja allied forces, Uchiha Nen looked up at the sky and raised his fair, slender palm. The black sleeves slipped down from his forearms. He gently closed his palm. In an instant, the entire battlefield fell silent, and the dust from the meteors in the air came to a standstill. Only a calm voice, filled with endless confidence, could be heard. Shinra Tensei. An invisible wind stirred. A reverse airflow erupted from the ground, blowing away the dust at the horizon and heading straight for the meteors. Boom! 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 Terrifying sound waves erupted. The sky darkened as grayish air currents swept down. Below, the ninja allied forces felt the tremendous noise, their ears ringing, their heads spinning. They could barely stand, collapsing to the ground, soon engulfed by the overwhelming dust falling from above. On the surface of the meteor in the sky, cracks began to spread. It then extended inward, causing the massive body that obscured the entire sky to shatter into pieces, which were then crushed into smaller rocks, and ultimately ground into fine dust before falling from the sky. Aside from Uchiha Nan and Uchiha Madara on the battlefield, only the 5 Kage could penetrate the thick layer of dust to maintain their image. Everyone else was pinned beneath it, with curses and sneezes echoing around. After a hard struggle, they finally managed to emerge from the dust, which was nearly as high as a person. They looked at each other, their disheveled appearances making them laugh. Where did these mud monkeys come from? Can't even see their human form. How can you be any better? You still have the nerve to criticize me. Nan, I underestimated you. Standing atop the hundreds of meters high Susanoo, Uchiha Madara gazed at the purple Rinnegan in the eyes of that Uchiha Jr., feeling a sense of imbalance within. A lonely expression surfaced on his face. Back then, he deciphered the inscription left in the Uchiha Shrine, enduring countless hardships, killing his best brother Hashirama, and taking the power of Yang from him. After a long time, he finally cultivated the Rinnegan. Yet this junior had grown to this point in less time than it took him to accomplish a fraction of that. But that radiant purple Rinnegan struck Madara hard, making him deeply realize what it meant for the tides of talent to change, with each generation surpassing the last. Perhaps he and Hashirama were truly the remnants of an era. The ninja world had become the domain of the young. Maybe this Uchiha Jr. could truly succeed in a path no one had ever completed. But what of it? Uchiha Madara remained silent, and the Susanoo beneath him silently tightened its grip on the long sword in its hand. Everything ultimately had to be resolved through strength. He, Uchiha Madara, had never been one to hold weak beliefs. Even in the face of the current situation, he would never give up on the Eye of the Moon plan. In the end, it was a matter of seeing who was the better skilled. Buzz. The light blue long sword emitted a hum. Under Uchiha Madara's control, Susanoo raised its long swords with a fierce posture, ready to slash down, showing Uchiha Nan who the true Uchiha master was. But suddenly, a voice entered Uchiha Madara's mind. It was Black Zetsu. Don't be impulsive. You are not yet in your complete form. Lure Uchiha Nan over to Fugaku's side. Let them fight first to weaken his advantage. By the way, look for a chance to revive yourself and fight in perfect form. The Uchiha clan has no cowards. So what if it's Edo Tensei? The one who wins will definitely be me. Uchiha Madara listened to Black Zetsu's voice with disdain and decisively rejected him. Damn it. The Uchiha clan is really a bunch of stubborn fools. Black Zetsu cursed angrily in his heart, but there was no way around it. To complete his plan and save his mother, he ultimately had to rely on these people. He had to suppress his anger and speak to Uchiha Madara in a conciliatory tone. I know no one can defeat you, but don't you want a fair duel? Don't you want to personally assess this junior Uchiha Nan in your complete form? Have you forgotten the plan you've been devising for so long? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara fell silent, and the long sword in Susanoo's hand was lowered. He looked down with some reluctance and said, even if I want to leave now, that little brat over there won't let me go so easily. No waities. Did you forget about that Uzumaki kid from before? I've had Orochimaru perform Edo Tensei on him. Initially, I thought Uchiha Nan would be delayed here, allowing him to capture the 9 tails and 8 tails. But plans change. It seems we won't be able to catch the 9 tails and 8 tails, and we can only let the 10 tails revive in an incomplete form. Since that's the case, Nagato is no longer useful. He is just right to help delay Uchiha Nan. Black Zetsu spoke while remotely controlling Orochimaru, bringing Uzumaki Nagato onto the battlefield. All right, Uchiha Madara finally agreed. He raised his head, staring at the always smiling Uchiha Nan. Nan, this time you win. Next time, we'll have another match. As his words fell, Uchiha Madara, along with Susanoo, vanished without a trace. Seeing the situation, the 5 Kage immediately prepared to give chase. Don't chase, he can't escape. Besides, Uchiha Nan raised his hand to stop the 5 Kage and then turned his head toward the small path below the battlefield. Tap, 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 tap. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed. A man dressed in the Akatsuki organization's black, cloud-patterned robe walked over with a blank expression. After being revived through Edo Tensei, Uzumaki Nagato, who had regained his originally somewhat handsome appearance, approached Uchiha Nan silently with his eyes closed. Long time no see, Nagato. I'm here to send regards from little Nan. Upon seeing Nagato, Uchiha Nan immediately provoked him. Hearing that familiar name, Nagato finally opened his tightly shut eyes, revealing a pair of black and white, yet somewhat lifeless eyes. And he struggled to ask, Is she okay? Ha! Do you think under my meticulous care and gentle comfort day and night, she would be sad? Uchiha Nan continued to mock as he stared at Nagato's increasingly grim face. You. Nagato took a deep breath, the flames of anger rising in his eyes, feeling as if he was about to explode. Uchiha Nan's words, said in front of so many people, were nothing short of humiliation. Chapter 248. The complete death of Nagato Uzumaki at this moment, through the introduction of informed individuals in Konoha village. The ninja allied forces basically knew that the incoming enemy was the leader of the Akatsuki organization, who had once attacked Konoha. However, he had suffered a backstab from Lord Nan, who had taken away his childhood sweetheart, leaving her in Konoha to live a loving life day and night. Wasn't this just a typical case of the wronged party coming to seek revenge? The onlookers at the scene fell silent, carefully watching the developments, afraid of missing any explosive news. What are you doing? Have you forgotten who drove Konan out of the Akatsuki? Who pushed her into my arms? Uchiha Nan provocatively said, making Nagato, who was not good with words, extremely angry. His eyes blazed with fire as he charged toward Uchiha Nan. I will drag you down with me. As Nagato flew at high speed, he clapped his hands, summoning 2 giant summoning beasts as shields. Meanwhile, he brewed a terrifying attack in his palms. Do you have a right? Uchiha Nan smiled broadly and pointed to the sky, a pitch-black shadow shooting down from outer space. Meteor. The ninja allied forces below saw this familiar scene and panicked, retreating hastily. Even the 5 Kages gritted their teeth, secretly complaining, "You big shots fighting. Can you not raise your hands? It's area of effect attacks. I really can't take it." Nagato's eyelids twitched as he looked up at the meteor blocking out the sun. He glanced at the 2 summoning beasts beside him, which seemed tiny like ants compared to the meteor, and couldn't help but clench his fist hard. "Uchiha Nan, do you think this can kill me? I know about the previous battle. I can use the Shinra Tensei too." They raised their hands, bright light glowing in their palms. Bang! The powerful repulsion force pushed away the surrounding air, colliding with the fiery meteor in the sky. Boom! 2 different sounds rang out simultaneously. Why not? In Nagato's desperate gaze, the meteor only slightly slowed down. Then a small piece of it disintegrated, carrying enormous potential energy, shattering the repulsive force of the Shinra Tensei and crashing down toward the ground. Boom! Nagato's vision went dark, and he lost consciousness. "What level do you think you are to use the same ninjutsu as me?" Uchiha Nen sneered. "The same technique used by different people produces completely different results. Your Rinnegan doesn't even qualify to carry my shoes." A massive pit appeared in the ground where the meteor landed. The ground trembled, and cracks spread out from the point of impact, dark and bottomless. Everything in its path, whether meteor fragments or small hills and trees, collapsed into it and vanished. If the ninja allied forces hadn't retreated early, they would have all been thrown into those underground fissures, and it wouldn't have filled those pits. 5 minutes later, the dust in the air finally settled. Uchiha Nan stood quietly above the meteor. Suddenly, there was a flicker before him. Nagato Uzumaki reappeared, unharmed. "You can't kill me. Now it's your turn." After feeling the pain from being crushed by the meteor, his eyes were already filled with red veins. At this moment, he wished nothing more than to tear Uchiha Nan apart. It's just Edo Tensei. It's not like it's some immortal body. Uchiha Nen glanced disdainfully at Nagato, wanting to strike him and make him face reality. But then he sensed something, and suddenly he turned his head toward the distance. In the sky over there, the originally pure white clouds seemed to be stained by something, becoming sinister and enchanting, with a trend of spreading toward this side. At the same time, an astonishing aura surged into the sky. A vast chakra energy erupted. In Uchiha Nan's perception, a similarly pure but somewhat weaker energy was beginning to emerge in the ninja world. The power of the Sage of 6 Paths has finally descended, but this 10 Tails seems a bit weak. It barely compares to my former self. Uchiha Nan supported his chin with one hand, looking strangely at that direction. After thinking it over, he recalled how he had captured the 2 Tails and 9 Tails, and suddenly realized, oh, it was me who did that. Well, that's fine. What power of the Sage of 6 Paths? What weakness? Uchiha Nan die. Nagato had no idea what he was talking about, but keenly seized this opportunity. Holding several black rods made of the yin-yang release, he thrust them toward Uchiha Nan's chest. "Fool, since they have succeeded, I won't waste any more time with you." Uchiha Nan floated backward to dodge Nagato's attack. Suddenly, his expression changed, and an invisible pressure rippled out. Nagato was momentarily stunned, feeling that the endless chakra within him after the Edo Tensei was actually beginning to submit to the man in front of him. He looked at Uchiha Nan in disbelief, observing the changes in his attire. A moon-white robe with special patterns draped over Uchiha Nan, and a pitch-black comma mark appeared on his forehead. After this period of nurturing, 3 dark spheres that disturbed the mind and affected the surrounding balance floated up. One flew forward, transforming into a long silver staff, landing in Uchiha Nan's outstretched hand. D. A voice as chilling as hell echoed. Nagato felt his body stiffen, losing the ability to move. He could only watch helplessly as Uchiha Nan raised the slender staff, stabbing it into his chest. An overwhelming fear erupted from his heart. An instinct told him that he could not be hit by this thing otherwise. Even the resurrection ability from Edo Tensei would lose its effect. But under that special power's restraint, Nagato could only watch. Gee! A sharp pain shot through his chest as a basketball-sized hollow appeared. Strangely, no blood flowed from there, as if the concept of life had been erased. Uchiha Nan held the staff, moving it up and down on Nagato's body. Wherever it passed, flesh and bones rapidly vanished as if something had erased them. In the blink of an eye, Nagato no longer existed. Uchiha Nan satisfiedly released his grip, and the slender staff transformed back into the truth-seeking ball, floating behind him. As expected of the power of the Sage of 6 Paths, it's quite useful. The only drawback is that it's too scarce. I wonder if the power of the Sage of 6 Paths can double after defeating Kagaya Otsutsuki. Then, without waiting for the 5 Kages and the ninja allied forces below, Uchiha Nen rushed toward the rising chakra in the distance. Uchiha Fugaku. Our grudges should be resolved. Chapter 249. The newly born Six Paths. At the moment, Uchiha Nen sensed the birth of the Six Paths power in a pitch-black realm resembling a starry netherworld. An old man with explosive brown hair, horns on his forehead, and a red dot on his brow sat cross-legged. He suddenly opened his long, sealed eyes. Feeling the ripples approaching him, he slightly frowned and glanced towards the direction of the ninja world. Has the Ten Tails Jinchuriki appeared? After a pause, he shifted his gaze to the rapidly moving Uchiha Nan, smiling lightly. This time, I don't even need to lift a finger. Let those two variables fight out. And in the end, Indra's reincarnation will reap the rewards. With that, the Sage of Six Paths closed his eyes again, returning to his motionless state. On another battlefield, Uchiha Fugaku, with 5 long bone spikes sprouting from his shoulders and his body covered in white scales, laughed wildly. He tightly clenched his fist, feeling the unparalleled power surging within him, unable to help but indulge in it. Looking at the ninja alliance before him, he sneered at the overwhelming combined ninjutsu being unleashed. With a thought, a unique suppressive force at the Six Paths level echoed throughout the area. The air in the distance became solid, as hard as gold and iron, capable of crushing any object. The joint sea of fire, rocks, and lightning coming from the sky was all frozen in that special momentum. With a gentle wave of Uchiha Fugaku's hand, those joint ninjutsu vanished like ashes in the eyes of the terrified ninja alliance. I am no longer who I used to be. Today is your day of death, ha ha ha. Uchiha Fugaku soared into the sky, hovering above. The 5 bone spikes on his shoulders erupted with blood-red flames. As he willed it, the flames extended, transforming into 5 enormous blood-red hands that blocked out the sun, slamming down towards the ninja alliance. What is this? Run. No, I'm going to die. Boom, boom, boom. The 5 giant claws struck the ground in succession, crushing the ninja alliance into meat paste wherever they passed. Multiple deep palm prints appeared on the earth. Even those lucky enough to dodge the attack were struck down by the blood-red light splashing from the palm prints, turning into charred corpses, unwillingly dying in the chaos. Suddenly, Uchiha Fugaku, now in control of power, cast aside all previous reservations. What Uchiha Nan, what Kurizetsu, what Uchiha Madara, all are trash. In the face of his godlike power, they are all mere chickens and dogs. Uchiha Fugaku crazily unleashed the hatred and pain he had suppressed before, slaughtering the ninja alliance recklessly. Stop! A booming voice echoed across the sky. A figure rushed down from the high sky, creating waves of air. It injected a spark of hope for survival into the chaotic, fear-filled hearts of the ninja alliance. As the figure approached, they finally recognized its identity, each one excitedly shouting, "It's Lord Nan, we are saved. Lord Nan, save me, my lord." Even those who had never heard of Uchiha Nan's name joined in calling for help upon seeing so many others doing the same. Uchiha Nan. Uchiha Fugaku's gaze turned cold as he stared at the approaching figure, gritting his teeth and shouting his name. Even now, after such a long time, he had never forgotten the humiliation that figure had brought him. And Uchiha Mikoto, that bitch. Isn't that our turtle, Uchiha Fugaku? What's the matter? Have you become arrogant after becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki? As Uchiha Nan drew near, he hovered 10 meters in front of Uchiha Fugaku, greeting him cheerfully. Of course, whether Uchiha Fugaku was happy or not was none of his business. He only needed to be happy himself. You don't need to pretend here. You're dead today. The cold, piercing words came out as Uchiha Fugaku grinned savagely. Controlling the 5 flames behind him, they transformed into blood-red long spears, piercing through the air, leaving black trails in their wake, their sharpness so great that even space couldn't block them. Faced with the spears capable of easily tearing apart a super shadow-level body, Uchiha Nen sidestepped to avoid one, but the remaining 4 were steady and followed closely, aiming to turn him into a sieve. In a critical moment, Uchiha Nen activated his Sage Chakra, merging it into his body in the shortest time possible. With a flicker of his eyes, his right hand transformed in an instant. First, a green glow burst forth from the gaps in his skin, covering his entire palm. His fair skin morphed into patches of green scales, while the flesh beneath became rough and hard with wooden patterns. When it reached his forearm, Uchiha Nan raised his palm and lightly slapped forward. At the moment of collision between the 4 blood-red spear lights and his palm, their brilliance dimmed and then shattered. Gripped by that green hand, Uchiha Fugaku's body staggered forward as well. With such little ability, you dare to talk about revenge? Uchiha then opened his palm, which was now restored to its original state. He brought it to his mouth and lightly blew. The red fragments in his palm floated away with the wind, landing on the ground and creating a series of brilliant sparks, melting into a deep, charred pit. I underestimated you, but do you think this is my full strength? Let me show you the power I've been planning for so long. Uchiha Fugaku's expression turned serious as he raised his hands, veins bulging on his forehead, a heart-wrenching voice escaping. Seeking truth balls. Swish, swish, swish. 3 pitch-black, incredibly captivating spherical objects appeared behind Uchiha Fugaku. However, for some reason, 2 of them appeared dim compared to the one in the middle, like inferior products. Uchiha Fugaku eagerly gathered the 3 seeking truth balls into his palm, making them float in midair. He then fixed his gaze on Uchiha Nan, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. Die under my godlike power. Below the battlefield, Kurizetsu, hiding beneath the ground with the reanimated Uchiha Madara, couldn't help but sigh upon gazing at the 3 seeking truth balls in the sky. Damn Uchiha Nan. It's all because of him that the 10 tails can only be resurrected in an incomplete form. Even the seeking truth balls are only 3, with 2 of them being incomplete. But this should be enough to deal with that guy, Uchiha Nan, right? Chapter 250. Black Zetsu makes a move. Do you know what this is? This is the power of God that I mastered after becoming the 10 tails Jinchuriki, a power capable of destroying the world. Uchiha Fugaku raised the truth-seeking balls in his palm high, his face filled with fervor, worshipping the object in his hand to the utmost degree. At the same time, his killing intent towards Uchiha Nan soared to its peak. No matter how strong you are, you can only be annihilated in the face of this power. Oh, really? Uchiha Nan chuckled lightly, raising his right hand to reach behind him. You called it the power of God. What is this? Buzz. 3 identical pitch-black spheres floated around Uchiha Nan's wrist. The power contained within them was clearly several times stronger than the 3 incomplete truth-seeking balls held by Uchiha Fugaku. Why you? How is that possible? Are they deceiving me? Uchiha Fugaku's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression crumbling. According to Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu, that thing was supposed to be unique in the ninja world. Why does someone else possess it? Especially Uchiha Nan, the one I want to eliminate the most. Not just Obito, even below, Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu were stunned. The 2 exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of confusion. Why is this happening, Black Zetsu? Uchiha Madara was extremely angry. He had clearly arranged everything before his death. According to the plan, completing the Eye of the Moon plan would have been easy. But now these guys have caused so many changes. The earlier Rinnegan was one thing. It could still be explained by Uchiha Nan's exceptional talent. But what about these truth-seeking balls? This was a power he couldn't even master in his lifetime. The only possibility was to wait for Obito to resurrect him and then accommodate the 10 tails. This Black Zetsu was stared at fiercely by Uchiha Madara. Sweat beads involuntarily dripped down his forehead. He racked his brain, searching for possible explanations when suddenly his eyes lit up. The Sage of 6 Paths. It doesn't necessarily have to be him. Only he has the ability to do this. In his panic, Black Zetsu almost revealed the name of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Fortunately, at the last moment, he held his tongue, avoiding arousing Uchiha Madara's suspicion. The Sage of 6 Paths. Uchiha Madara supported his chin, recalling everything he knew about this legendary figure. Upon careful consideration, it indeed seemed that way. In the absence of a 10 tails Jinchuriki, to control the power of the 6 Paths, wouldn't it require the intervention of a legendary existence? So he is still alive. Will that affect our plan? Uchiha Madara was suddenly shaken by this news, casting a heavy glance at Black Zetsu. However, he quickly composed himself, wearing a solemn expression. Even if he is still alive, he cannot stop our progress. If he dares to appear, we will fight, and I will not lose to him. Upon hearing this, Black Zetsu couldn't help but smirk internally. Even if you are strong, you are merely the reincarnation of his other son, Ashura, just a pawn. Without the 10 tails assistance, you can't even master the power of the 6 Paths. What qualifications do you have to challenge Kagaya, that traitor? However, the dialogue between the 2 below did not affect the battle above. Although Uchiha Fugaku's spirit had crumbled, and he suspected he was being schemed against, he still gritted his teeth and pushed out the 3 truth-seeking balls in his hand. Impossible. I will not lose. I will definitely win. Swish, swish, swish. 3 pitch-black spheres shot out, 1 bright and 2 dark. In an instant, the ground shook and the nearby sky darkened. As the strongest power in the ninja world, wherever the truth-seeking balls passed, all chakra and natural energy were devoured. Everything blocking their path even space, shattered in pieces, revealing the pitch-black night behind. Uchiha Nen was unwilling to be outdone, and also pushed out the 3 truth-seeking balls in his hand. The two seemed to transcend time and space, reversing causality and completely ignoring distance. They collided the moment they were launched, shining. Clearly, it was the highest level of attack in the entire ninja world, but there was no significant sound during the collision. Great sound, little silence. The 6 spheres pressed against each other, and waves rippled out between their friction. As they passed, the sky cracked, the earth collapsed, and even the chakra existing on the battlefield was expelled. It seemed that this level of collision did not allow lower beings to observe. The clash between the two seemed to last for countless years, yet it also felt like it lasted only an instant. When the 6 small spheres collided, 2 of them extinguished completely. The remaining 2 dim spheres held by Uchiha Fugaku were devoured by Uchiha Nan's brilliant truth-seeking balls. In an unstoppable moment, they appeared at Uchiha Fugaku's chest, leaving 2 pitch-black voids. They then teleported to both sides of Uchiha Nan's shoulders, one on the left and one on the right, shining brilliantly and attracting everyone's attention. Uchiha Fugaku knelt on the ground, clutching the void in his chest, blood frothing from the corners of his mouth. With the healing of the power of the 6 paths, even if he only had his head left, he could recover completely in the blink of an eye. But facing the wounds caused by the truth-seeking balls, even the power of the 6 paths could not repair them for the time being. Moreover, the truth-seeking balls inside Uchiha Fugaku had already been obliterated, and it would take a short time to gather them again. If Uchiha Nen had not actively restrained the power of the truth-seeking balls, just now, Uchiha Fugaku would have been torn into countless pieces by that strike. Uchiha Nen did this only to ensure that the Eye of the Moon plan could proceed smoothly, allowing the final boss, Otsutsuki Kagaya, to be released. After all, he had already obtained what he wanted. Uchiha Nen shifted his focus and glanced at the battle records within him. Defeated Uchiha Fugaku and gained. Meanwhile below, Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara saw that the situation was not good and quickly rushed up, cursing as they went. What a useless waste. The same power of truth-seeking balls was defeated in just 2 moves. The gap between genius and waste is truly huge. However, despite their cursing, the two managed to reach the severely injured and dying Uchiha Fugaku's side before Uchiha Nen could make his next move. They remained vigilant against the figure in the black robe in midair while making their own moves. Black Zetsu transformed into a pool of black liquid. Flashing to Uchiha Fugaku's chest, he drilled into his body through the 2 voids created by the truth-seeking balls, attempting to control Uchiha Fugaku's body. Black Zetsu, what are you doing? Suddenly feeling his body uncontrollably raise a hand, Uchiha Fugaku was filled with terror, wanting to use his power to expel Black Zetsu. But he was already heavily injured at the end of his strength. Facing Black Zetsu, who had left a backup plan in his body, he was utterly powerless. Not long after, he lost control of his body. A pool of black liquid emerged from the right half of Uchiha Fugaku's body, revealing Black Zetsu's face. Chapter 251, The Death of Uchiha Fugaku. Don't be so angry. My goal has always been the same. Uchiha Fugaku's body, riddled with wounds, was completely covered in black fluid. He stood up, clasped his hands together, and the last bit of 6 paths power within him was released through his purple Rinnegan. Rinnegan's innate technique. In an instant, a strange and vibrant white light fell upon the reanimated body of Uchiha Madara, causing him to let out a melodious cry. My body is back. The originally cracked, reanimated body was enveloped by the strange white light. The cracks gradually filled in, and Uchiha Madara's body became smooth and elastic. At the same time, the false Rinnegan in his eye sockets shattered piece by piece due to the rebirth. Uchiha Madara turned to glance at Uchiha Nen, who was still watching the show. Although he was puzzled as to why Nen didn't take this opportunity to stop him, he didn't care much. He turned back to Uchiha Fugaku, who was possessed by Kagaya's black substance. He gently raised his hand and dug out one of Fugaku's Rinnegan from his eye socket, inserting it into his own eye socket. My eyes are back. You will all die a miserable death. Uchiha Fugaku let out a painful groan as his eye was forcibly removed, cursing with the most venomous words. Uchiha Madara looked unfazed as he leaned closer to Uchiha Fugaku, who was still struggling in agony. In this world, power speaks. You, like an ant, will never understand. He then dug out the other Sharingan from Fugaku's eye socket. This eye has been with you, which is a disgrace to it. I'll keep it. Uchiha Madara glanced at the Mangeki Sharingan in his hand and stored it in his ninja tool pouch. And the 10 tails you've kept for so long should be returned to me. With a grin, Uchiha Madara placed his hands on Uchiha Fugaku's abdomen and suddenly thrust them forward. A scream echoed. His hands plunged into Fugaku's stomach, causing him unbearable pain as he cried out. But under Kagaya's control, he couldn't struggle at all, only allowing Uchiha Madara's hands to delve deeper, searching for something. So this is it. Uchiha Madara's eyes lit up, and he activated his Rinnegan. A pitch-black pattern appeared on Fugaku's abdomen. With the attraction of the Rinnegan, the pattern cracked open, revealing a deep and dark space. First, a brown-black claw emerged, landing in Uchiha Madara's palm. Then, a pulling force came. The downsized Ten Tails was controlled by that power and entered Uchiha Madara's hand, being drawn into his abdomen with no chance to resist. The power of the Six Paths is finally mine. Uchiha Madara opened his palm, and unexpectedly, two Dao balls, smaller than those of Uchiha Fugaku, appeared. Damn Uchiha Fugaku! He wasted too much of the Six Paths power. Uchiha Madara scolded with a grim face. Even if the power of the Ten Tails changed vessels, it wouldn't completely make up for the loss. The Six Paths power had already been damaged when Uchiha Fugaku was in charge, and it wouldn't change just because Uchiha Madara took over. Kagaya took this opportunity to leave the now useless Uchiha Fugaku. The wounds on Fugaku's body opened deeper as the suppression of the Rinnegan was lifted. Crimson blood gushed out, signaling that he was already on the brink of death. Kagaya glanced at the pitiful Six Paths power in Uchiha Madara's hand while taking out the last Rinnegan to hand to him, his gaze fiercely directed at Uchiha Fugaku. It's all your fault for dragging me down. Godi! He raised his black right arm, which twisted under the sunlight, transforming into a black spear. In Uchiha Fugaku's desperate gaze, the black spear pierced through his heart, ending his tragic life. Uchiha Fugaku, even until his death, never expected that he would not die at the hands of his most hated enemy, Uchiha Nan, but rather at the hands of so-called companions. More importantly, he never got to see his son one last time before he died. He didn't even know if Itachi had forgotten him as a father. Good riddance. The Uchiha clan doesn't need such useless people. After storing the last Rinnegan, Uchiha Madara's body underwent a unique transformation, entering the level of Six Paths. His physique became similar to that of Uchiha Fugaku. He floated high in the air, his purple Rinnegan gazing at Uchiha Nan with a slight fluctuation. The boundary of the Wheel Tomb is not yet the end of our war. Let's see my Rinnegan ocular technique. A shadow, imperceptible to ordinary people, floated in midair, shooting out from beside Uchiha Madara, directly aimed at Uchiha Nan. Is that so? Lord Madara, then I have a move for you to appreciate as well. Boundary of the Wheel Tomb. A shadow also shot out from beside Uchiha Nan. The two shadow clones created by ocular power engaged in battle in midair, the clang of their clashes resonating between them, sparks flying. Uchiha Madara's expression darkened completely. Again, your ocular technique is just copying others' ninjutsu, isn't it? He recalled their previous duel with the Great Fire Annihilation technique. As time passed, it was no surprise that under the overwhelming pressure, Uchiha Nan's clone swiftly killed Madara's clone. Oh, you are indeed the pride of the Uchiha clan, to see through my ocular technique so easily. It seems I need to be more careful in the battles to come. Although Uchiha Nan said this, a displeasing smile remained on his face. You arrogant brat. You underestimate people too much. Anyone who is a ninja can see through such things. Uchiha Madara was furious, wishing to tear apart this little brat who was clearly mocking him. Lord Madara, it's my turn to perform now. How about you appreciate my taijutsu? Uchiha Nan lifted his head, a smile at the corner of his mouth, seemingly thinking of a finishing kick. If I can do it, I won't be worse than him. He took a deep breath, and the power of the Six Paths surged through his body. His skin, muscles, fascia, bones, and blood underwent extreme enhancement. Uchiha Nan tightly clenched his fist, crushing the space within his palm. Super Strength Technique. Uchiha Nan recalled the technique of super strength, and with a powerful thrust of his left foot, he shot forward, creating a massive airflow that stirred up the ground along his path, opening up deep pits. The terrifying energy he carried also created a brilliant aurora in midair. Chapter 252. The night before the storm, a figure resembling a giant dragon circled around. Its mouth opened, exhaling boundless light. A terrifying energy erupted. Uchiha Madara barely activated the incomplete Rinnegan to form a black wall in front of him, bracing against the fist that could almost shatter everything. The overwhelming force, accompanied by brilliant currents of air, struck the Rinnegan wall. The surrounding airspace twisted, forming shattered fragments of mirrors. Different scenes blossomed within them. There was Uchiha Nan smashing Uchiha Madara with a punch, and there was Uchiha Madara countering by twisting off Uchiha Nan's head. Various scenes alternated, leaving the watching ninja alliance perplexed, until the sound of cracking echoed. Everything around shattered into pieces. Uchiha Madara's pupils constricted. He actually saw a crack on the incomplete Renewal wall before him. The crack soon expanded, and the uneven fist marks gradually became clear in his eyes. With a loud roar, Uchiha Nen once again thrust his fist forward. Ultimately, he broke through that thin wall. A fist pierced through, but due to restrictions in other areas, he couldn't shift his arm and could only land a punch on Uchiha Madara's chest. Boom! Flesh exploded. In Uchiha Madara's incredulous gaze, his body split into 2 segments and flew backward, crashing onto the distant battlefield, producing a thunderous sound. Even the incomplete 6 paths fragments were an unbearable weight for the ninja world. They created 2 deep, dark pits. The Renewal wall, which had been punctured by a fist-sized hole, also split in half, chasing after those 2 segments of the body. Uchiha Nen gasped, lowering his bloodied arm. He looked into the distance. A 6 paths level powerhouse, as long as he wasn't directly hit by the Renewal, and his 6 paths power wasn't extinguished, wouldn't die so easily. Sure enough, just a few seconds later, Uchiha Madara's 2 incomplete bodies reacted inside those deep pits. Drawn to each other, they burrowed through the ground and merged together. The shattered body parts were completely healed by the 6 paths power. A brand new Uchiha Madara, with a human face on his chest, reappeared in the ninja world. Your punch is powerful, but it's still not enough. Senjutsu, Storm Release, Light Fawn. Uchiha Madara's inner fury surged as he opened his mouth to unleash a black-purple beam. Due to Orochimaru having preserved many of Hashiroma's cells, after Uchiha Madara was reincarnated using impure world reincarnation, they were all dedicated to him. In secret, he had already fully mastered the energy of Senjutsu. Is that so? Lord Madara, why not take a few more punches? Uchiha Nen raised his hand, summoning a Rinnegan that transformed into a pitch-black short stick floating in his hand. Clang! The sound of iron colliding rang out. Uchiha Nen easily intercepted the purple beam that aimed to slice him in half with the black short stick. With force, he gripped the black stick tightly and pushed it forward fiercely. Crack! The purple-black beam broke into 2 segments, unable to maintain stability before vanishing. Senjutsu, In Release, Thunderwave. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara was still unwilling to back down. He formed a hand seal with one hand, raised it before his eyes, and opened his mouth to unleash a waterfall of lightning. The blinding electric light illuminated the entire sky. The Senjutsu birthed by 6 paths power was completely different from the ninjutsu activated by ordinary sage energy. A single strand of lightning within that waterfall could easily obliterate a Senjutsu unleashed by Hashirama. The deafening crackle echoed. Where the lightning waterfall passed, the ground completely turned to mud. Expanses of high mountains and plains had their environment altered. Oomph! Witness my Senjutsu. Senjutsu White Wave. Uchiha Nen kept his mouth open. Rings of twisted ripples overflowed. Wherever they passed, space warped and the earth cracked. Those ripples seemed to contain sound, the essence of water waves, and the power of trees growing strong. They struck against the lightning waterfall. Clang! Clang! They crushed wave after wave of electric light. In the final moments, dozens of waves twisted into one and shattered the core of the lightning waterfall, counterattacking and smashing one side of Uchiha Madara's body. Ah! A voice of pain erupted, and Uchiha Nen smiled. What other tricks do you have, Lord Madara? Feel free to show me. Let me, your descendant, see. Damn it, I should have killed you when I was young, and there wouldn't be so many obstacles now. Uchiha Madara, while recovering his body, glared at Uchiha Nan's detestable face. Suddenly, a voice echoed deep within him. Lord Madara, use that technique, Infinite Tsukuyomi. It can reverse all power. The excited voice of Black Zetsu rang out. Really? Can it defeat that guy? Uchiha Madara glanced at Uchiha Nan and then at the moon in the sky. After contemplating, he realized he truly had no better options. Oomph. Go quickly. Go quickly. Once Mother emerges, a mere Uchiha Nan can be extinguished with a flick of her hand. At this moment, Black Zetsu was already filled with unparalleled excitement. The 1,000-year plan was finally about to succeed today. Moreover, the task engraved in his blood since birth was about to be completed. Mother returned to life. But even in this situation, he maintained a respectful mindset, not urging Uchiha Madara. He merely offered a suggestion, allowing him to make his own decision. For such a suspicious person, one must not let him sense even a hint of something amiss. In the final moments, failing would be catastrophic. 10 planets of the Earth explosion star. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Madara unleashed the final power of the Rinnegan. A pitch-black sphere floated in his palm, emanating endless gravitational pull due to the infusion of Six Paths power. It captured piece after piece of the already ruined ground beneath, filling its own body. Uchiha Madara casually tossed it. The black sphere rapidly split into dozens of deep pits, continuously attracting all surrounding matter to join them. Due to gravity, they formed dozens of meteors that blotted out the sun. Let this move hold you for now. Taking this opportunity, Uchiha Madara flew upwards, heading straight for the moon. Uchiha Nen certainly noticed this abnormal scene, but he didn't care. Instead, he looked forward to the emergence of Kaguya Otsutsuki. However, those meteors had to be stopped. After all, with so many ninja alliances below, if he wasn't careful and half of them died silently, would he still be a hero of a ninja world? Senjutsu, Spiral Storm. Uchiha Nen raised both hands, and 7 small spheres of pure chakra of different attributes floated up, hovering in his palms and slowly rotating. As Uchiha Nen continuously infused chakra, a dazzling light ignited. Chapter 253. Genesis. The 7 attribute chakra orbs were skillfully controlled by Uchiha Nen, whose mental power was incredibly strong. Even as they underwent nature and form changes, they remained completely still, each showcasing its own beauty. The lightness of wind, the gentleness of water, the warmth of fire, the solidity of earth, the brilliance of lightning, the wonder of Yin, and the vitality of Yang. All of them had completely retracted their destructive powers, leaving only the composed and natural side for Uchiha Nen. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, setting the wind attribute chakra into motion. The other 6 attributes, unwilling to fall behind, hurriedly followed suit. The 7 spiraling orbs, each carrying terrifying power, began to rotate, occasionally colliding with each other, which could trigger a disaster, tearing a pitch-black crack in the air and creating a bottomless pit on the ground. However, under Uchiha Nen's delicate mental power weaving, the 7 spirals gradually fused in his slowly closing hands, absorbing each other's energy to form a dazzling and splendid ball of light. You are within me, and I am within you. The rotating light ball had bright specks around it that moved with its rotation. This scene in Uchiha Nen's eyes seemed to reveal the mysteries of the entire universe. The 7 attribute chakra seemed capable of creating the ninja world. Uchiha Nen lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before casting these thoughts aside. He looked up at the falling meteorites and raised his hands, pushing the brilliant star cluster outward. Since you have evolved into this state, I shall call you Genesis. Genesis slowly moved inch by inch in the air. It seemed unable to make an effective interception before the meteorites landed. But in reality, as the brilliant starlight flickered, the meteorites in the sky had already been captured and changed their trajectory, uncontrollably flying towards the splendid star cluster, destined for destruction. In fact, Uchiha Nen knew the ability of Genesis as soon as it was developed. Beginning is ending. The moment Genesis was launched at its target, the enemy's fate was already sealed. This was a guaranteed hit. It could be blocked but not dodged. It could be regarded as a causal-level technique, making its first appearance on the battlefield after being developed. The brilliant star river hung upside down in the sky. The scattered light illuminated the entire battlefield. Under the attraction of the Genesis light cluster, the meteorites silently collided with it, creating this magnificent scene in the sky. However, before the ninja coalition below could cheer for the relief from the life and death crisis, the originally most captivating bright moon in the distance suddenly shone with a red glow. Those with sharp eyes could even see black patterns resembling magatomas scattered across the moon's surface, accompanied by the reflection of the red light in people's hearts 6 minutes ago. At the closest point to the moon, the bright moonlight fell. Uchiha Madara, draped in moonlight, stared blankly at the moon, reaching up to break off one of the white-pointed horns on his head and holding in his hand. According to the inscription on that stone tablet, when the wielder of the reincarnation power approached the moon I used to realize the infinite dream would be activated. At the moment Uchiha Madara spoke these words, a crack opened in the center of his forehead. A blood-red vertical eye opened, with circular patterns reflecting waves. The dazzling moonlight collided and echoed with it, turning the moon's surface into a sea of red, carrying an endless evil and terrifying effect, raining down upon the world, illuminating it. Infinite Tsukuyami. Now let us become one. As he finished speaking, a phantom resembling Uchiha Madara's attire, with long flowing white hair and an exquisite appearance, emerged on the far side of the moon. The phantom wore a smile, exuding a noble aura. Just the half-figure alone covered the entire sky, and even the moon was merely the vertical eye on her forehead. In an instant, a white light that could cover everything radiated from the moon. The entire battlefield, the 5 great nations, and even those hiding in houses or underground were enveloped by that white light. Those covered by the white light, whether human or animal, whether possessing chakra or not, all appeared dazed, with the shape of the reincarnation eye appearing in their eye sockets, except for those who were reincarnated. The god tree descends, accompanied by Uchiha Madara's shout. A tree-shaped phantom completely different from ordinary wood release or sage tree would release emerged. Or rather, a part of the legendary god tree broke through the ground and spread out. It extended vine-like tendrils resembling white cloth, aiming to bind the dazed crowd standing on the ground, dragging them to the tree body to absorb their chakra. In other parts of the ninja world, fragments of the god tree of varying sizes appeared, aiming to reclaim all chakra from the world and offer it back to the progenitor of all chakra, Kagaya Otsutsuki. Hey, what is happening in front of me can't just be ignored. Uchiha then raised his hand and threw 2 wind-style spiral shuriken. The invisible airflow revolved, and the sharp wind blades easily severed the branches of the god tree, freeing those who had been bound. Just as that towering tree's shadow wanted to continue, Uchiha Nan's mind moved. A pitch-black chakra fruit transformed into a black rod behind him, clenching his fingers and twisting his wrist with a whoosh. The black rod pierced through the trunk of the god tree, nailing it to the root. Ugh! Uchiha then seemed to hear a scream. The god tree before him appeared to lose its vitality, its hard trunk becoming soft and collapsed. The outstretched tendrils turned to ashes, and the thick branches fell to the ground, as if it had suddenly completed a lifetime-esque journey, reaching the end of its life. I can't concern myself with other places, but here, I have the final say. Uchiha no longer cared about those still controlled by the reincarnation eye. He moved towards the gradually descending figure in the sky, a smile on his lips as he spoke softly. Madara, your plan has succeeded. Do you have any insights to share? Sharp-tongued little brat. The Moon Eye plan has succeeded, and everyone will fall into a dream of eternal peace and happiness. Considering you didn't T-stop me, I can grant you control over a part of infinite Tsukuyami. How about it? Want to help me with something? It seemed that the plan had succeeded, and the hatred and desire for revenge in his heart had been set aside. Uchiha Madara smiled, no longer caring about what had happened before. He even extended an invitation to Uchiha Nan, the junior he had previously looked down upon. Madara, do you really think everything is over? Uchiha Nan raised an eyebrow and spoke a seemingly pointed remark. Chapter 254. Otsutsuki Kagaya appears. I have severed the causality of this world, isolating people from their pain, suffering, and emptiness. As the savior, I have eliminated war from the long history of ninjas. Accept reality. Everything is over. Uchiha Madara, feeling triumphant, spread his arms and embraced the tranquility that enveloped the ninja world, unable to resist the urge to let out a howl to the heavens. Puff! Black tiger piercing the heart. The sound of flesh being torn echoed. Uchiha Madara trembled as he lowered his head, looking at the black hand that pierced through his heart. His mouth opened, but no sound came out. My lord Madara, you are not the savior, and this is not over. What makes you think you are different from Fugaku, capable of using everything, believing only you are unique? Isn't it laughable? Madara, you are also in a dream, a fabricated illusion I have woven for you. Black Zetsu pierced Uchiha Madara's heart with one hand while pressing on his shoulder with the other. That pitch-black face leaned into his ear, grinning as it spoke. I created you, Zetsu. You are my consciousness. Madara's face was filled with anger and disbelief, never expecting to be betrayed by a split-off consciousness. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause drew their attention. Uchiha Nan, with a smile on his face, gently clapped his hands. This is truly spectacular. Lord Madara, do you still believe that Black Zetsu is your split-off? How ridiculous. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara's expression changed, recalling various inconsistencies from before. As a legendary hero, with Uchiha Nan's subtle prompting, he suddenly understood something. His face continuously shifted. The stone tablet is fake. Black Zetsu, you're also fake. Ha! Lord Madara, you finally guessed it. I am the will of my mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki. Black Zetsu laughed heartily, the harsh laughter reaching Uchiha Madara's ears, causing him to raise an annoyed eyebrow. Years ago, my mother gained the power of the god fruit, but was betrayed by those 2 traitors and sealed on the moon. Everything I have done over the years was to unlock that seal. Hearing Black Zetsu's explanation, Uchiha Madara sighed, an indescribable bitter smile on his face. So that's how it is. Everything makes sense now. Altering the stone tablet left by the Sage of Six Paths and unsealing Kagaya Otsutsuki sealed on the moon has been your goal all along. I was merely a pawn deceived by you. At this point, Uchiha Madara grew furious, his face twisted with rage. He wanted to turn around and kill this monster that dared to mock him. But that black hand tightly bound him, preventing any movement. Madara, don't be so heartless. You're the best pawn I have ever seen. Seeing his goal nearing success, Black Zetsu no longer acted submissive. He mocked Madara fiercely. Kill him, Uchiha Nan. Take my life along with his. That would be the greatest humiliation of my life. Uchiha Madara, realizing struggling was futile, turned his gaze to his greatest enemy, Uchiha Nan. This kid had warned him before, and they had no real hatred towards each other. Thus, it would be best for Uchiha Nan, the most outstanding member of the Uchiha clan, to end this old predecessor. Being killed by Uchiha might be the best outcome. But as much as I want to help, I fear it might be too late. Uchiha Nan glanced at the life force and chakra gradually gathering around. Looking at Black Zetsu, who had been pretending and delaying everything with words, he couldn't help but shake his head. I must say, kid, you have good insight. The power is fully gathered. My mother is returning, and no one can stop it. As soon as Black Zetsu finished speaking, he withdrew his hand from Uchiha Madara's heart, allowing the power gathered from the god trees around the world to flow into Madara's body. A series of heart-wrenching screams erupted from Madara's mouth. Roots broke through the ground, spreading up his shoes. They penetrated Uchiha Madara's body, rooting into his flesh and bones, coupled with the constantly flowing chakra and life force. His entire body expanded and grew, resembling a giant meatball. At that moment, the earth shook, mountains collapsed, making the already devastated battlefield even worse. Simultaneously, waves appeared across the ninja world, as if in fear, fearful of the god that was about to be born. Swish! A thick pillar of chakra shot up into the sky. The power of the six paths, stronger than both Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Fugaku combined, emerged. The overwhelming aura stirred a fierce whirlwind, blowing those nearby who had been caught by the god tree and lost their ability to resist far in the battlefield. Even Uchiha Nan, under the pressure of this power, couldn't help but take a few steps back, a smile appearing on his face. What a powerful and alluring force. Kagaya Otsutsuki, let me see your true form. As Black Zetsu turned into a puddle of liquid, engulfing Uchiha Madara's last Rinnegan. The massive meatball began to collapse and shrink back. A figure appeared that attracted everyone's attention, like the brightest star in the night sky. Silver hair cascaded down like a waterfall, each strand shimmering with a soft and mysterious glow. Her exquisite face seemed carved from the purest jade, unforgettable at first sight. She resembled a deity, exuding an aura that demanded reverence. Slowly, she opened her indifferent, hollow white eyes and razor jade hands draped in wide sleeves. Hey, let's get acquainted. My name is Uchiha. As Uchiha Nan floated up, his eyes shining as he reached out a hand towards Kagaya Otsutsuki, wanting to express friendliness. But before he could finish his sentence, two torrents of silver-white hair surged towards him. Each strand contained the power to tear through space, shining brilliantly. Boom! Uchiha Nan's pupils contracted. There was no time for a handshake. He dodged the two attacks in a flash. The silver-white hair struck the ground, creating a loud sound. Then, it retreated, pulled back by Kagaya Otsutsuki. Uchiha Nan swallowed hard. Looking at the ground where the attacks had landed, he saw countless holes, resembling a honeycomb, covering the entire earth. When a wind blew, they collapsed with a rustling sound, leaving behind a deep pit of several dozen meters. No way, how rude. Not even a greeting? Hearing this, Kagaya Otsutsuki raised her finely shaped eyebrows. The veins on her beautiful cheeks bulged, and even in this state, she possessed a unique beauty. Before those two white eyes, Uchiha Nan had nothing to hide. Everything was clearly captured by Kagaya Otsutsuki. Chapter 255. The Center of Heaven, a person who has mastered the Six Paths power without relying on the Ten-Tail strength, and yet possesses an inexplicable force within them that is on par with the Six Paths. Who are you, human? Are you someone sent by the Otsutsuki clan to capture me? The indifference on Otsutsuki Kagaya's face faded, revealing a hint of confusion. Finally, there was a trace of human semblance, no longer resembling a high and mighty ice goddess. He is just a native of the ninja world, who has disrupted many of our plans. Kill him quickly. From within the wide white sleeves, Kurizetsu transformed into a puddle of liquid, staring at Uchiha Nan with a mocking grin. You never expected this day would come, Did you, Uchiha Nan? The fate of those who oppose us is only death. Just obediently return to your mother's embrace. Ha! After Kurizetsu finished speaking, Otsutsuki Kagaya immediately locked her gaze firmly on Uchiha Nan, her eyes gradually filling with something different. In that case, you shall die. Feeling the terrifying power of the chakra progenitor's gaze locking onto him, Uchiha Nan shrugged his shoulders and suddenly burst into laughter. Regarding your suggestion of returning to my mother's embrace, I have a better plan. He spoke while laughing, gradually alleviating the immense pressure on him, finally adapting to it enough not to be affected during battle. Damn it! How dare you speak such blasphemous words? Mother, kill him. Otsutsuki Kagaya's cheeks bulged with veins, and her long silver hair moved without wind. Suddenly, the ends of her hair split apart, shooting out countless strands as thin as cow hair. Those strands, under terrifying acceleration, resembled high-speed bullets that pierced through everything. Swish, swish, swish. Uchiha Nan's Rinnegan swayed left and right, tracking the trajectory of the strands in his mind. He twisted his body, narrowly brushing past them. The strands swished through the ground, disappearing without a trace, leaving only tiny pits that were almost invisible to the naked eye. Before Uchiha Nan could catch his breath, he saw more strands flying toward him like a storm. Are you giving me face now? Senjutsu fire release, spiraling shuriken. He clapped his hands together, and a red, hot, swirling shuriken formed, stirring up endless airflow. It collided with the countless strands, which were like rabbit fur needles. At an uncountable high temperature, boom! The spiraling shuriken exploded, transforming into a fiery vortex that swallowed all the strands, turning them to ash. Super God Radiance. Taking advantage of the situation, Uchiha Nan thrust his hands forward. Vroom, vroom, vroom. The air ahead was pushed aside. The space creaked ominously, about to collapse. A repulsive force, like the heavens tilting, distorted the light and brought forth a curtain of darkness, smashing down toward Otsutsuki Kagaya, who was suspended in midair. Crack, crack. The sound of glass shattering echoed. The massive waves of repulsion radiated outward, causing chaos in the already tumultuous battlefield. In the western part of the battlefield, the ground, which seemed boundless, sank down. That enormous piece of land, measuring who knows how many square meters, was pressed down into a depression. As the fluctuations in the sky gradually faded away, Uchiha Nan fixed his gaze on the spot where Otsutsuki Kagaya had stood before. Now, will you live or die? Hiss. Uchiha Nan inhaled sharply, his eyes widening in disbelief. Before him stood a mass of silver hair, rising in the midst of the dark space fissures, creating a dangerously surreal sky. Once the space fissures calmed, the silver hair mass gradually disintegrated, turning to ash and vanishing into thin air, revealing the exquisitely noble Otsutsuki Kagaya, untouched and unscathed. Only her long hair, which had extended into the mass, lost its luster. It seemed she couldn't use that technique again for a while. Human, you are truly strong, but it's a pity that the more you are like this, the less I can keep you. Otsutsuki Kagaya brushed her slightly disheveled silver hair behind her and said to Uchiha Nan word by word. Clearly, she had no intention of testing him further and wanted to end this battle quickly. Center of heaven. The Sharingan in the center of her forehead emitted an endless red light. Before Uchiha Nan could react, the battlefield around them changed. Endless heat rose in the air. Even the dim light around them distorted, appearing somewhat unreal. Occasionally, the sound of popping bubbles bursting reached his ears. Uchiha Nan looked down, seeing a bright red sea of molten lava covering the ground. Bubbles were bursting one after another under the influence of the high temperature. Their surroundings were within a cave, surrounded by dark brown stone walls. Dying in my center of heaven is also an honor for you. Uchiha Nan turned to where the voice came from. Seeing Otsutsuki Kagaya standing in midair, her expression growing even colder. She raised her fair right hand and waved it lightly. The magma pool below seemed to undergo some change, rumbling and shaking. A towering wave of fire, dozens of meters high, carrying the aura of burning everything, slammed down, melting even the stone walls of the cave that had long been exposed to the magma pool. Such a level of fire wave, even Uchiha Fugaku, who had reached the 6 paths level before, could not withstand. He would be turned to ashes by the infinite high temperature. Otsutsuki Kagaya and Kurizetsu both knew its power, which was why they planned to use it to kill Uchiha Nan. In this situation, let's see how you survive. Kurizetsu's eerie voice came again. Uchiha Nan scoffed, curling his lip and made a move that no one expected. He moved his eyes, channeling chakra into his muscles. and suddenly crashed into the sea of molten lava, as if committing suicide. Is this guy crazy and trying to kill himself? Kurizetsu was dumbfounded, and even Otsutsuki Kagaya was confused. Both believed Uchiha Nan was doomed. But when the molten wave passed over and crashed into the magma pool below, splashing countless fireballs, a figure with a faint red glow covering its body, with a trickle of lava still flowing from its neck, stood in midair. Clap, clap, clap. Uchiha Nan clapped his hands on his neck, shaking off the remaining lava. He turned his body and grinned at Kurizetsu and Otsutsuki Kagaya. The temperature is nice. It's perfect for a bath. I wish I could do it again. In reality, the temperature of the lava pool in nature was completely insufficient to harm Uchiha Nan, whose physical quality had already crossed into the Six Paths level. That's right, the Six Paths level. In that brief moment, Uchiha Nan absorbed all the gains regarding physical strength from this battle. He finally broke the shackles of the Six Paths level. Chapter 256. The destruction of the world. This is why Uchiha Nan dared to venture into the sea of magma without any defenses, relying solely on his physical strength. Otherwise, even with his peak super shadow state, plunging into the sea of fire would only allow him temporary endurance. He would eventually be reduced to ashes after exhausting his strength. You shameless. Uchiha Nan was bewildered. Isn't it just that I wasn't killed by you? What does being shameless have to do with this? Shouldn't you be angry and launch another attack? Why are you covering your eyes? Suddenly, a larger bubble burst in the magma pool below. The hot wind generated by the explosion blew against Uchiha Nan, making him feel something was off. Looking down, he finally understood why Kagaya had that expression. It turned out she was so open-minded. Earlier, Uchiha Nan could withstand the sea of fire with his body, but his clothes were not up to the task. Now, he was completely exposed. Even the imposing, murderous gone bright silver spear had no place to hide. Kagaya Tsutsuki was intimidated by his presence and did not dare to face the cold glare directly, which was understandable. Originally, it was the best opportunity to attack Kagaya while she was flustered, but Uchiha Nan was a person of noble character and despised using such underhanded tactics. He quickly took out a black robe from his still intact ninja tool pouch and draped it over himself. Although this garment was essentially insignificant in Kagaya's Byakugan vision, Uchiha Nan felt that even if Kagaya would invade his privacy, he still had to act with a clear conscience and not give others a chance to find fault. Just as Uchiha Nan finished putting on his clothes, Kagaya immediately lowered her hand that was covering her eyes. As expected, you shameless woman. You have been peeking with your Byakugan. Otherwise, how could you catch the timing so perfectly? Damn it, I want you dead. As the goddess of the hair, Kagaya Tsutsuki had never been insulted like this. She had lived high above for her entire life, and even at the moment of her sealing, no one dared to speak to her like this. She immediately fell into a rage. Be shattered between extreme heat and extreme cold. The Sharingan on her forehead flickered again. Uchiha Nan noticed that the surrounding environment had changed. They had transitioned from a magma hot spring to a place of extreme cold, filled with fierce winds and glaciers. Kagaya flew in front of Uchiha Nan in the blink of an eye, both hands raised. In an instant, everything within hundreds of meters was frozen, including Kagaya herself and Uchiha Nan, who were trapped in the glacier. Kagaya looked at the frozen boy, a smile appearing on her face. Domi no Hirasaka. A diamond-shaped void made of square fragments of space appeared. Behind it was pitch black, leading to an unknown destination. With a thought, Kagaya floated into it. The black void closed, and soon after, in the nearby sky, the space split open again, and Kagaya floated out. Looking down at the frozen Uchiha Nan, she smiled with satisfaction. Let us see you, you damn guy. Slander me. What's so happy? Share it with everyone so we can all be happy. A voice came from behind, and Kagaya was momentarily stunned, instinctively turning her head. She saw a similarly dark void, Yomi no Hirazaka, opening. Uchiha Nan was cheerfully emerging from it. Kagaya was dumbfounded, unable to believe her eyes, and raised her hand to rub her wide-open eyes, doubting that she was seeing things. However, no matter what she did, Uchiha Nan remained standing there. Kagaya, not willing to give up, looked down at the ice crystals, and indeed, that figure had disappeared. Stop wasting time, just kill him. Black Zetsu, seeing Kagaya getting agitated by Uchiha Nan, feared it was a scheme and immediately advised her. I understand. Kagaya snorted coldly, raising her hands with fingers pointed to the sky and gripping tightly. Boom! Uchiha Nan sensed an invisible wave emanating from the beautiful figure. It echoed throughout the entire snowy world, immediately triggering a chain reaction. Crack, crack, crack! The hardened frozen ground, sealed by wind and snow for countless years, began to split open. The crystal-clear, snow-capped mountains in the distance also began to shake, collapsing from the mountains and forming a colossal snow wave. The force of the avalanche, combined with the ancient ice and rocks, rolled in with tremendous momentum. No matter how powerful you are, can you withstand the destruction of a world? Black Zetsu sneered, intending to witness Uchiha then exhaust his power amidst the endless attacks, sleeping forever in the ice and snow. Hearing Black Zetsu's mocking tone, Uchiha did not respond, but instead focused on his own state. After arriving in this world, he wanted to restore the chakra he had previously expended. However, he found that the method of using Six Paths' power to absorb the natural energy here was restricted. In this snowy world, Kaguya was the ruler, and anyone who opposed her would face certain limitations. Since that was the case, then he would not hold back and would confront her head-on. Uchiha then closed his eyes and raised one hand, slowly gathering a point of brilliance in his palm, transforming it into a golden sphere. Little boy, don't struggle. You're doomed here. One cannot fight against the world, Black Zetsu mocked, trying to undermine Uchiha Nan's mentality. But he was completely unaffected, continuing to listen to the faint pulsations. Suddenly, Uchiha Nen opened his eyes, a thread of golden light bursting forth. The golden sphere in his raised palm exploded with intense brilliance, transforming into a golden pillar that reached the heavens and the earth. The sharp aura of metal emanated from it, cleaving through the surrounding space and cutting off the approaching snow wave. That was Kaguya. Tsutsuki recognized the familiar technique and immediately sensed something was amiss. Memories of the ancient clan flooded her mind. Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion. As the words fell, the colossal golden pillar smashed down, splitting everything in its path. Towering peaks were cleaved in half. The frozen ground that had been solid for countless years was divided, and the crust of the earth was split into two. With cracking sounds, the entire small world was divided into two. A trace of blackness appeared in the sky where the golden pillar first passed, gradually expanding and lengthening, following the trajectory of the golden pillar as it descended. Black Zetsu and Kaguya Tsutsuki stood there, unable to pay attention to Uchiha Nan staring blankly into the distance. In that icy world, a colossal black space crack appeared, stretching from the sky to the Earth's core, tearing the entire world in half. Moreover, the other intact areas around it could not withstand the pressure and continuously collapsed toward it. It wouldn't be long before one of the 6 spaces in the realm of the Heavenly Lord would be destroyed here. Chapter 257. The reappearance of the bone of shared murder. The orchestrator of all this, Uchiha Nan, stood with his arms crossed, admiring the scene before him. He watched as Otsutsuki Kaguya and Black Zetsu fell into a daze, a smile creeping onto his lips. I don't need to fight the entire world. I just need to destroy it. His calm tone resonated with the sound of a collapsing small world. Everything returned to nothingness. Uchiha Nan and his companions reappeared on the battlefield of the ninja world. The original landing spot was not here. It should have been in the magma space of the heavenly realm. But Uchiha Nan guessed that Otsutsuki Kaguya was afraid, fearing that he would unleash another golden wheel rebirth blast, crushing the remaining small worlds one by one. So, she simply switched the battlefield to the ninja world. Now Uchiha Nan would have some concerns. Not to mention, the ninja world is vast and expansive. Even if he didn't hold back, what could it matter? Could he really shatter the entire ninja world? That was something even Yuhi and Yu Village failed to accomplish back in the day. The battlefield has been switched to the ninja world? Uchiha Nan raised an eyebrow and glanced around the environment. He saw those whose eye sockets were filled with the illusion of the Rinnegan, trapped in an infinite Tsukuyomi, and the battlefield below, which was in a state of ruin, and sighed. When this war ends, this place will also become a barren wasteland, having been ravaged multiple times by the power of the 6 paths. It has lost the possibility of this land, giving birth to chakra and natural energy once again. Just like the battle between the Sage of 6 Paths and Otsutsuki Kaguya 1,000 years ago. The various wars that erupted during that time destroyed countless places in the ninja world, leaving the entire world in ruins, with only the lands of the 5 great nations and a few small territories remaining. However, while land can disappear, people cannot. Uchiha Nan raised his arm and gently waved it. The pockmarked ground seemed to be infused with vitality. The layer of rock on the surface softened, forming moist soil like a swamp. It dragged the rigid and unmoving crowd above, transporting them wave after wave to the distance, far away from the battlefield. During this time, Otsutsuki Kaguya merely watched coldly and did not intervene. The battle between the two was evenly matched, and neither could do anything to the other. Since Uchiha wanted to waste chakra, sending these pesky ants away, he could do as he pleased. After all, once she emerged victorious, these people could be used as materials to create white zetsu. Since someone is willing to be a laborer, let him be. Once the people on the battlefield were relocated, Uchiha turned his gaze back to Otsutsuki Kagaya. No matter how one looked at it, she was stunningly beautiful, not resembling anything from the human realm. Kagaya, moving the battlefield to the ninja world was not a wise choice. Your advantage has vanished. Since that was the case, it would be better to end this sooner and take you home to contribute to the Otsutsuki clan. Illusionary, eye-reflecting moon, silver wheel rebirth blast. A calm, yet imposing voice echoed. In an instant, a gentle breeze swept through, stirring the atmosphere. Uchiha Nan's purple Rinnegan released layers of illusory ripples as he activated his ocular technique. A pair of pure white eyes filled with blue light appeared on him. Behind Uchiha Nan, 3 truth-seeking orbs floated without wind, spiraling around his outstretched arm. As the truth-seeking orb spun, a small eye of wind emerged, swirling and absorbing the surrounding energy while also drawing in special substances from that black sphere. The silver tornado that once made a fleeting appearance on the moon reappeared. Its rotation emitted a tendency to shred everything. Even the shattered fragments of space around it were drawn in, disappearing like scattered stars. This tornado, merely by spinning, caused such destructive power. One could imagine the pressure Otsutsuki Kagaya faced head-on. She clenched her silver teeth tightly, her pale eyes widening, veins bulging around them. This technique, how could this little brat know it? Damn, is she going to use that move? Otsutsuki Kagaya, filled with uncertainty, raised her hand and lightly tapped the flat surface of the landing area. Before the tornado could arrive, a layer of white mist erupted around her, obscuring vision and making it impossible to see what was happening inside. Even as the silver wheel rebirth blast churned and shattered the surrounding space, it couldn't disturb that seemingly thin layer of mist. The swirling currents of air that entered that layer of white mist made no sound at all, as if they had been silently devoured. It was spine-chilling, sending chills down one's spine. Soon, the tornado completely vanished into the white mist, without even a splash of water. Uchiha raised his eyebrows, his expression filled with uncertainty. After a while, the white mist dispersed, revealing Otsutsuki Kagaya, who appeared cold and unscathed, her aura unchanged. It was as if she hadn't just faced one of the 2 major killing moves of the Rebirth Eye, which was on par with the Rinnegan, but merely a trivial breeze. No, wait. Uchiha focused his gaze. Otsutsuki Kagaya was not completely unharmed. There were slight wrinkles on her clothes at the chest and sleeve cuffs. In other clothing, this would be nothing. But on a woman like Otsutsuki Kagaya, who exuded an aura of nobility and wore non-ordinary garments, it was somewhat unacceptable. If it weren't for Uchiha having the Rinnegan, he wouldn't have noticed these details. But what did this signify? Uchiha frowned. Just taking a silver wheel rebirth blast and having her clothes slightly disheveled was hardly impressive. Now it's my turn, Uchiha declared. No matter what secrets you have, whether you were sent by other members of the Otsutsuki clan, I will interrogate you thoroughly after I capture you. The most important thing is that you can survive. Otsutsuki Kagaya's expression turned cold as she raised her broad sleeves, her lips moving. Bone of shared murder. Swish, swish. 2 pitch-black, dull bone rods exuding an aura of annihilation shot towards Uchiha heart. Damn, you crazy woman. Using such a technique, trying to murder your husband. Uchiha face turned grim as he dodged the 2 black bone rods, unable to hold back a curse. This was a bloodline limit composed of 7 types of chakra. For more than the bloodline elimination of dust release, possessing a lethal judgment that guaranteed death upon hit. Whether you were the sage of 6 paths or a member of the Otsutsuki clan, as long as you couldn't unravel the mystery of the 7 types of chakra, you would die under this move. How could Uchiha not panic in the face of such a vicious and ruthless attack? I said everything will wait until you survive. Otsutsuki Kagaya sneered as she waved her sleeves, conjuring dozens of bone of shared murder. Chapter 258, Big White Rabbit Dam. If you're unkind, don't blame me for being ungrateful. Do you think you're the only one who can do this? Under the death threat of the Sharingan, Uchiha temporarily set aside how to crack the silver wheel rebirth explosion without harm against Kagaya Otsutsuki. He focused entirely on dealing with the incoming attack. Hearing Uchiha-nen's words, Kagaya Otsutsuki, who was releasing black bone rods, changed her expression. She recalled how Uchiha Nen had previously used the ability of Yomi Esbiri Saka in the snowy space. You, oomph. Seeing Kagaya Otsutsuki's ugly expression, Uchiha Nen scoffed coldly. He placed both hands on the ground and watched the incoming black bone rods, slowly uttering a few words. Joint kill gray bones, bone shield, sizzle. Seemingly from the same source as Kagaya Otsutsuki, ash-gray bone spikes grew out of the ground. They intertwined and grew in front of Uchiha Nen, tightly connected to form a grotesque bone shield. Crack, crack, crack. A series of bone-crushing sounds rang out as Kagaya Otsutsuki watched helplessly as her joint-kill gray bones collided with the bone shield and shattered. Uchiha Madara, hiding behind, grinned and showed his head. Are you dumbfounded? Joint-kill gray bones aren't used like that. Your technique is even worse than those with the corpse bone pulse. Let me teach you. Joint-kill gray bones, dance of the early absence. Swish, swish, swish. Rows of ash-gray bone spikes, exuding an ominous aura, spread out from in front of Uchiha Nen, shooting up 2 or 3 meters high, directly stabbing at Kagaya Otsutsuki. Kagaya! Quickly dodge! Black Zetsu, hiding in her sleeves, exclaimed. Only then did Kagaya Otsutsuki break free from her surprise at seeing this move. In a panic, she took to the air, but it was still too late. As she dodged, black bone spikes continuously grew close to her body. One even pierced through her magnificent white robe, tearing the hem into 2 pieces. The tip brushed past Kagaya Otsutsuki's beautiful face, as if dancing on the edge of a blade. Just a little bit, Uchiha Nen almost used joint-kill gray bones to take down Kagaya Otsutsuki, the inventor of this technique. Isn't it exhilarating? This move is sure to satisfy you. Uchiha Nen stepped out of the bone shield, smiling at Kagaya Otsutsuki. Damn it, don't get cocky. A cold light flashed in Kagaya Otsutsuki's eyes. She hesitated for a moment, wanting to use the move she had previously used to crack the Silver Wheel Rebirth explosion. But she was also a bit afraid of losing control of the power within her body, leaving her indecisive. However, looking at Uchiha Nen's detestable face, she gritted her silver teeth. Let's do it. This time, her fair hand once again struck her chest. A thin mist surged from the surroundings. Uchiha Nen watched this scene, feeling a bit nervous. However, after glancing at the bones scattered all over the ground, his mindset stabilized. What is there to be afraid of? If you lack courage, how can you make Kagaya Otsutsuki unable to get out of bed? Joint-kill gray bones, dance of the larch. Uchiha Nen clenched his fists, and pure chakra energy of 7 types combined within him, forming a special bloodline net of black and gray, condensed several times over. He slowly infused it into various parts of his body. On his shoulders, back, arms, and legs, gray and white intertwined bone spikes spread out, flashing a dazzling cold light. As his hands and feet moved, the air whistled, and the space broke open with black fissures. Swish! Uchiha Nen transformed into a shadow and rushed towards the white mist covering Kagaya Otsutsuki. When he got close, he raised his fist adorned with menacing bone spikes and struck forward fiercely, with a body at the level of 6 paths and the indomitable joint-kill gray bones. He slammed hard against the thin layer of white mist. Clang, clang. Though it was an intangible object, when the black and white bone spikes pierced into it, they sensed a thin but hard barrier. The collision produced a sound like a heavy bell. Ripples visibly rippled across the barrier. Uchiha Nen gritted his teeth, seeing that his punch could not break through. He simply retracted his fist and crossed his arms over his chest. Dozens of jet black bone spikes stood tall, crashing fiercely against the barrier with immense force. Crack! This time, the thin barrier finally couldn't withstand it. The crisp sound of shattering rang out incessantly. Uchiha Nen charged in, sensing emptiness ahead, and tightened his legs to slow down. He lowered his hands and looked up, momentarily blanking out. Behind that layer of mist should have been where Kagaya Otsutsuki, the goddess of the moon, was located. Yet there was not a trace of her. Instead, there was a gigantic pure white rabbit, with a gaping bloody mouth, long ears drooping down, and a pair of crimson eyes, towering dozens of meters high. This can't be you, can it, Kagaya? Uchiha Nen looked at the terrifying big white rabbit, feeling somewhat suppressed but even more curious. He couldn't help but raise his hand, wanting to gently stroke its snow-white fur. Roar! A terrifying sound wave accompanied by a spray of saliva came at him. Uchiha Nen quickly withdrew his arm, patted his ears, and wiped the saliva off his face, staring intently at the big white rabbit. Kagaya, my patience is limited. Don't think that just because you look cute, you can slobber everywhere. Bang! Responding to Uchiha Nan was a red and pink rabbit paw, accompanied by a terrifying sonic boom as it slammed down. Boom! The earth trembled, cracking open deep chasms. Uchiha Nan stepped out from the side, patted his chest, and let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I saw the danger coming and dodged first. You uncivilized creature. No wonder you were sealed by your two sons. Fighting is one thing, but you don't even greet anyone. The 6 paths old monster must have put up with you for a long time. Shut up, Uchiha Nan, perhaps annoyed by his incessant chatter. A mass of pitch-black liquid crawled out from the ground not far from the left of the big white rabbit, transforming into the sinister and treacherous Black Zetsu. He warily watched Uchiha Nan, remaining motionless in the distance while keeping an eye on the big white rabbit's movements. It seemed to sense danger and didn't dare to come closer. That's not mother. It's useless to say more. Black Zetsu glanced at Uchiha Nan and spat out a sentence. Perhaps thinking he wouldn't understand, he added, that's the will of the god tree within mother causing trouble, temporarily occupying her body. It's useless to say more. Oh, Uchiha Nan lowered his head in thought. He certainly knew about the god tree's will within Kaguya Otsutsuki. It was a combination of the 10-tailed shell and those tailed beasts that had developed consciousness over a long time. Can this thing still occupy Kaguya's body? It's not that Uchiha Nan looked down on them, but this combination of tailed beasts and the god tree was something anyone could bully. Previously, Uchiha Fugaku, then Uchiha Madara, and now Kaguya Otsutsuki. Chapter 259, the ending of course, relying solely on his willpower is not enough, but what if his mother tacitly approves? Black Zetsu cast a meaningful glance at Uchiha Nan. Why would she actively approve? Could it be to defeat me? After pondering, Uchiha Nan realized that this was indeed the only possibility. Otsutsuki Kaguya had just been resurrected and couldn't fully harness the power of this body. Allowing the combination of the god tree and the tailed beast to appear and fight instinctively was indeed a good choice. No wonder Otsutsuki Kaguya was able to easily destroy the Silver Wheel rebirth explosion before. It turned out she was using someone else to fight for her. So now, Uchiha Nan looked at the large white rabbit before him, which was just moving around aimlessly and showing no aggression. Could it be Kaguya? When she tried to use this trick again, an accident occurred that caused her to lose control over the will of the god tree, resulting in her being unable to come out. Uchiha Nan smiled and voiced this guess, casting his gaze towards Black Zetsu. No wonder this guy dared to risk his life to come out and explain. It was Otsutsuki Kaguya herself who had a problem, forcing him to seek help from his enemy. You guessed right. Black Zetsu lowered his head, his expression grim as he admitted Uchiha Nan's thoughts. Haha, don't worry. Someone as helpful as me wouldn't refuse to help in a crisis. Uchiha Nan laughed heartily, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. He had previously been considering that even if he could defeat Kaguya, how would he subdue her afterward? After all, against a 6 paths level opponent, even if Uchiha Nan could kill her, he wouldn't be able to easily capture her. Who would have thought that such a fortuitous opportunity would arise? Senjutsu, Diamond Lock. Crack. Crack, crack. Golden chains mixed with a vibrant green, symbolizing vigorous life, spread out from the void. The chain connections made a ping-pong sound. In the blink of an eye, it spread over dozens of feet, tightly binding the large white rabbit's limbs and neck. Squeak, squeak. As if sensing a threat, the large white rabbit let out a long howl and struggled desperately. The chains made a loud noise, but were of no use. Even a 6 paths level expert seemed so weak before the sealing technique. The diamond lock continued to spread, gradually wrapping around the various parts of the large white rabbit's body. Uchiha Nan, what are you doing? Black Zetsu's face turned pale with fear as he saw his mother about to be sealed again. Wanted to rush over to stop it, but he was suppressed by a diamond chain casually released by Uchiha Nan, sealing him first. After all, this was a chain that could seal 6 paths level beings. Black Zetsu had no right to approach it. No, you can't do this. The plan to save his mother that had been in the works for thousands of years was about to be thwarted. As time passed, Otsutsuki Kaguya could no longer resist the power of the sealing technique and transformed into a golden cocoon 2 or 3 meters tall. Finally solved. Uchiha Nan glanced at the information on the battle record and finally relaxed. Everything was over. Puff. A sharp pain surged. Uchiha Nan looked down at the hand that had pierced through his heart and couldn't help but widen his eyes. Yes, it's over. I should thank you for sealing Kaguya for me, saving me some effort. Swish. Blood splattered. Uchiha Nan clutched the hole in his chest and turned around with great difficulty. He saw Naruto Uzumaki's figure appear, retracting the bloodied hand. His expression was very strange, and a sense of deep weariness emanated from his eyes. You are the sage of 6 paths. Uchiha Nan collapsed to the ground, powerless, letting the blood flow from his chest. That's right. Dying in my hands is a privilege for you, Anomaly. Ever since you appeared, the ninja world has fallen into chaos. And even I could not grasp the trajectory of the world's development. Someone like you, who is not under my control, should just die early. Furthermore, let me tell you, when your soul reaches the Pure Land, I will also destroy it, making you lose your soul. Huff. The Sage of Six Paths' words abruptly stopped as he looked down at the hand that had also pierced through his heart, stunned. Ha! I've been waiting for you for a long time, old man. Laughter came from behind, and Uchiha Nan withdrew his hand, turning to face the Sage of Six Paths. The figure lying in a pool of blood on the ground turned into a puff of white smoke and disappeared. Old man of Six Paths, how do you like my substitution technique? This is a secret technique I've been developing for years, prepared as soon as I sense your probing. What a powerful disposition. What a cruel method. The Sage of Six Paths, weak all over, covered his mouth and continuously coughed up blood. But do you think this can kill me? At most. I've discarded this Indra reincarnation. I am immortal. As he spoke, a phantom soul floated out for Naruto. At the same time, it began to absorb the surrounding energy, gathering it onto the phantom to fill the hole in his heart. Humph, old man, I've waited so long for you. Do you think I would let you go? Uchiha Nan grinned, an aura like a deep abyss radiating from him. He gently raised his hand, and in the air, chakra, mixed with a power even higher than natural energy, appeared out of thin air. It gathered into a large hand that grasped the phantom of the Sage of Six Paths. How is this possible? How can you wield such power? I haven't obtained it in all these years. The Sage of Six Paths felt the spiritual imprint within him fading as he was grasped by that hand. It wouldn't be long before he completely disappeared from the ninja world. Why bother knowing so much? Godi. Uchiha Nan decisively raised his hand and squeezed, snapping the Sage of Six Paths' existence. Before he died, he carried a question, turning to Ash. Uchiha Nan clapped his hands and opened the system panel. Of course, he wouldn't tell the Sage of Six Paths that he had become this strong. It was during the time when Kagaya was out of control that he absorbed all the gains from this war. At the moment he finished absorbing everything, Uchiha Nan's strength had already surpassed the Six Paths level, with 1 foot stepping into a higher tier. Now, he only needed to absorb the abilities obtained from killing the Sage of Six Paths to truly step inside. With this thought, Uchiha Nan no longer hesitated, placing his hand on the panel and lightly tapping it. With a cracking sound, Uchiha Nan's figure shifted, returning to his usual appearance as if nothing had happened, until he focused his gaze on the panel and saw a line of text. Realm Ultimate. Description: Uchiha Mikoto. South-kun Itachi is still here. Uzumaki Kushina. Help me save Minato, and I'll promise you something. Uzumaki Naruto looked excitedly at the man before him. Are you my father? Hatake Kakashi looked at the man who had defeated him, filled with a sense of oppression. You will be the rival I pursue for my whole life. Uchiha Madara lay on the ground, eyes vacant, muttering. How can there be such a powerful person?